Where the hell did this get me? Ji Churan stared at this house, a place so completely alien to his decor, completely bewildered. What the hell had happened to him? I'd traveled through time and space the moment I woke up. If I'd traveled through time, who would protect my Konoha village? Who would delete the terabytes of study materials on my computer? Not to mention, what if the police discovered I was missing, came to my house, and unlocked my phone? I hadn't even formatted it yet. It was over, completely over. 20 years of painstakingly maintaining my innocence was ruined just like that. Ji Churan collapsed on the bed in a state of panic, not even having time to check his memories. What's the point of memory? I haven't even formatted my phone yet. Finally, when he was sure that he couldn't delete the study materials on his computer or format his phone, Ji Churan chose to accept his fate. After all, he had already traveled through time, so what if the innocence of that world was gone? He sat up suddenly and began to check his memories. After a moment, Ji Churan fell silent. He couldn't help but curse. They're trying to kill me. Ji Churan slumped back onto his bed, his head pounding. Recalling his memories, he confirmed a harsh truth. This wasn't a parallel world at all. All that talk of plagiarism and prophecy was nonsense. This was a world of advanced martial arts. That's right, the kind of world where exotic beasts invaded and demons roamed rampant. Not only that, but there were not only exotic beasts and demons, but also deadly myriad races. Invaders were everywhere, a pure cataclysm of devastation. Ji Churan pressed his temples, wanting to cry but unable to. What kind of evil has happened to me? I just slept for a while. Is it necessary to make me travel through time? These days, even sleeping can earn you big fortune. Ji Churan secretly complained a few words, then gritted his teeth and accepted the fact of time travel. After all, since he was here, he had to give it a try. Based on his memories, he learned the identity of this body. It was quite abstract, but the reason he traveled through time was because the owner of this body had been having too much fun that night and ended up dying. No wonder he felt so weak when he first traveled through time. So this was the reason. Ji Churan reluctantly re-examined the memories in his mind. Putting aside the main memories, he understood the identity of this body, a senior student at Rongqing No. 3 High School, whose parents died when he was young and who lived on the minimum living allowance and government subsidies. Good, both parents are dead. Classic orphan start, buff +1. If you travel through time by yourself, you will get the bonus of the traveler, buff +2. Let him see if the original owner of this body is a loser. His academic performance was terrible, and his combat performance was also at the bottom. He pinned all his hopes on the awakening of his superpowers in 7 days, intending to use them to change his fate. Good, you're a loser after all. Buff +3. Now that the buff has been added up to this system, what are you still hiding from? Suddenly, a mechanical electric current sound came from his mind, and the next second, two options appeared in front of Ji Churan. Template selection. Template choice 1, SSS level natural fire ability flame cracking the world will awaken the S level natural fire ability burning the sky and boiling the sea after selecting it. Template choice 2, SSS level natural lightning ability thunder prison heavenly judgment. After selecting this, you will awaken the S level natural lightning ability thunder shattering delusion. Please note that after selecting a template, you need to upgrade its content to 100% before you can select the next template. Ji Churan was slightly taken aback. As a time traveler, he knew the system's reputation, but why did this system feel a little different? Template selection? A choice between fire and thunder at the start? This wouldn't be a problem for me. Who's playing with fire now? I want to play with thunder. I want to play with the big, booming thunder. The next moment, the template before him vanished, leaving only the words template binding successfully flickering. Instantly, Ji Churan felt a strange transformation in his body. His body, previously hollowed out by excessive play, suddenly filled with vitality. Apart from anything else, Ji Churan now felt like he could easily fire dozens more. Is this the power of S-level abilities? More than that. In this world, ability level is crucial. Simply possessing a B-level ability is enough to make many universities scramble for admission. A-level abilities are even more powerful. As long as one's combat prowess isn't particularly poor, one can be directly admitted to a prestigious university. As for S-level abilities, well, there's no point in saying anything. S-level abilities are truly top tier. Once someone awakens an S-level ability, the 5 prestigious universities will scramble to secure their admission, offering direct admission without question. Because Ji Churan's memory showed that the 5 existing ancient countries had not seen an S-level superpower in 3 years. This shows how rare S-level superpowers are. As long as S-level superpowers don't die halfway, they will definitely be the backbone of the future conquest of all races. Ji Churan's eyes sparkled, and his breathing quickened slightly. What boy hasn't dreamed of awakening superpowers and saving the world? It seemed he had to change his strategy. Originally, Ji Churan planned to go the Loki route, secretly accumulating strength and then making a splash when the time was right. But now it seems that those so-called Loki tactics are all nonsense. Arrogance and arrogance are the kingly way. As an S-level psychic, is it really possible impossible to hide it? Besides, his buffs are stacked like steel. Are you still afraid of sneak attacks? Men should be strong, so why be afraid? Absolutely not. Having awakened an S-level ability, I will never hide it. My IQ and strength are both good, so what if I can get more upgrade resources? Moreover, S-level superpowers aren't the end. The template system clearly tells me that as long as I improve the template content to 100%, I can awaken other templates again. In other words, lightning superpowers aren't my only superpowers, and I can obtain more superpowers in the future. And they will all be SSS level. At this moment, Jichuran's heart burned with passion, his heart aching to become an invincible warrior. Now that I've arrived in this world and will continue to live here, I naturally must contribute to its strength. Myriad races, strange beasts, demons, aren't these all invaders? Just wait and see. I will expel all of you so-called invaders. No, not simply expel. I will slaughter you. I will completely and utterly annihilate these invaders. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Jichuran gradually adapted to the pace of life here. He lived a normal life of going to and from school, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping, just like high school life. He learned about culture in the cultural classes and combat in the combat classes. However, Jichuran truly experienced the greatest hardship since his time traveling through time fighting. In the peaceful world before, he had hardly ever fought, at most he'd thrown a few punches. Now the owner of this body had terrible grades in combat classes. During these 7 days, Jichuran was beaten frequently and almost became a punching bag. However, perhaps because of the template, his ability to withstand beatings has greatly improved. At the same time, his fighting ability is also constantly improving. This made the combat teacher very interested in Jichuran. The student who had always been ranked at the bottom suddenly became strong before awakening, which made the teachers curious no matter how they looked at it. On the day of awakening, Jichuran and his classmates followed the head teacher to the playground where the superpowers were awakened. In the center of the playground, there are 5 huge awakening stone tablets. These are the artifacts used to awaken everyone's superpowers. Jichuran stared at the 5 stone tablets, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. He was finally awakening. Although he had obtained the template 7 days ago, for some unknown reason, his true superpowers could only be activated through the awakening stone tablet. This also meant that he was completely unable to use his superpowers during these 7 days. The only benefit was that his physical fitness became stronger and his ability to withstand attacks improved. Now, Jichuran finally has the superpowers he has always dreamed of. How can he not be excited? On the playground, students from each class stood in designated positions with their class teachers, waiting to wake up. The principal and other leaders stood on the podium, their eyes fixed on the playground. These children are their future. Classmates, you're about to awaken. The homeroom teacher turned and said to everyone, I hope you all stay calm. No matter what superpowers you awaken, don't be discouraged or feel lost. Remember, no matter what kind of superpower it is, it has its unique value. Everyone just needs to keep a calm mindset and look at it rationally. Of course, if your awakened powers truly disappoint you, you still have the option of studying academic subjects. Remember, there are many paths ahead, so don't give up on your life lightly. The homeroom teacher's words echoed across the playground. Not only him, but teachers from other classes were also repeating their instructions to their students. Jichuran looked at the scene before him, pondering silently. After all, there must be a story behind everything. For so many homeroom teachers to keep admonishing their students at this moment, there must be a reason behind it. Jichuran had already thought that perhaps in the past, students had felt disappointed, and even committed suicide after awakening low-level superpowers. It seemed that such things were not only happening in his former world, but here as well. Okay, I won't say much more. I just hope everyone can calm down. The homeroom teacher said, next, please get ready. Whoever I call will come up to the stage and awaken. The students responded one after another, their eyes filled with anticipation. The homeroom teacher called out a name, and the student, Dewey, followed him to the awakening stone. At the other awakening stones, homeroom teachers also led their students to the stage for awakening. Jichuran looked around and saw that the teaching building was packed with heads, clearly the juniors and seniors of the first and second grades. They had chosen this moment to come out and watch the seniors' awakening spectacle. The homeroom teachers seemed to acquiesce in this behavior and did not intervene. Dewey, C-rank natural fire ability, spiritual fire. The homeroom teacher announced loudly, his face full of excitement, and walked down from the stage with Dewey. Dewey, who had just stepped off the stage, jumped up and down excitedly. I have awakened a C-level superpower. I have awakened a C-level superpower. I can go to the superpower university. The homeroom teacher smiled and didn't stop him. What was wrong with him being happy about a student's awakening? Then, the homeroom teacher called the next student's name and led him to the stage. As one student after another took the stage, their awakened powers became more diverse. However, they all had one thing in common, none of them had reached level B. The principal, sitting in the stands, looked at the scene before him and shook his head helplessly. Just Just as the principal was about to speak, the awakening stone tablet where Class 1's homeroom teacher was standing suddenly released a dazzling light. The next moment, the homeroom teacher's voice rang out with joy. Kaikuin, B-level beast taming ability, Chicken Titanium Magnesium. A dazzling light shot out from the awakening steel, and several ancient characters appeared above the steel: Beast, Grade B, and Chicken Titanium Magnesium. Seeing the words on the stone tablet, the students on the playground gasped. Hiss, B-level beast control ability, now it can fly. Yeah, if you work hard, you can probably get into a top university. I hope I can awaken a B-level ability. I'm not greedy. I'll be satisfied if I can awaken an S-level natural fire ability. Dude, are you making a wish? The principal on the podium finally smiled, but it quickly faded away. There's only one B-level one so far, the principal murmured. The dean of studies at the side quickly said, Principal, this is just the beginning. There are still many students to come. There will definitely be students with advanced abilities. Our admission rate will not drop. No, I'm not concerned about the admission rate. The principal shook his head slightly. What I'm worried about is that there are too few students awakening advanced abilities these days. If this continues, I'm afraid we. Sigh. The dean of studies also remained silent, unsure how to respond. Just as the atmosphere fell silent, a voice rang out from below. Ji Churan. As the voice rang out, the atmosphere on the platform gradually eased. Keep reading, said the principal. It's finally my turn. Ji Churan felt a surge of emotion in his heart and quickly walked towards the head teacher. The head teacher glanced at the student with mediocre grades in the class. Seeing the excitement on Ji Churan's face, he naturally understood his little thoughts. He had encountered similar students before. Their academic performance was a mess, but they always fantasized about changing their fate by awakening their superpowers. Although a very small number of people really changed their fate. Because of superpowers, most of them ended up with regret and loss. The head teacher sighed softly and prayed silently in his heart. I hope you can really change your fate. After all, there are too many invaders. Ji Churan walked over to the awakening stone, and many eyes focused on him. After all, there were only 5 awakening stones, so it was hard not to attract attention. Just put your hand on it, the head teacher said softly. Ji Churan nodded, raised his right hand, and placed it on the still warm awakening stone. Instantly, a gust of wind erupted from beneath his feet, followed by a powerful aura. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by layers of dark clouds, blocking out the sun, and thunder flashed. Countless crackling lightning rolled in the dark clouds. On the playground, and even outside the classroom, students turned to look at Ji Churan. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder in a pool of thunder, surrounded by violent blue lightning and the sound of thunder lingering in his ears. No way! What kind of superpower did he awaken? Why is there such a big commotion? Guaranteed a grade at least. No! A-level abilities don't make such a big splash. They might be S-level. Oh my god. S-rank? Isn't that going to take off? Damn it, why didn't I make friends with someone like this sooner? Ah, looks like I'm going to fly too. Because I'm his penguin friend, and I even sent him study materials a few days ago. The students were discussing the matter with one another. In the stands, the principal's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, a strange phenomenon. A strange phenomenon. Could it be S-level? The dean of studies shouted excitedly. Principal, it could be S-level. I know. The principal took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but how could he possibly remain calm in this situation? As dark clouds covered the sky and thunder roared, a few ancient yet imposing characters appeared on the awakening steel. This time, the characters exuded an aura of unparalleled dominance. Thunder S-rank, Thunder breaks delusion. The eye-catching S-level stunned everyone present. Even Ji Churan's class teacher was stunned. S grade, the head teacher muttered to himself, as if in a dream. Suddenly, the principal stood up and shouted, evacuate. The head teacher was shocked and quickly led the students away from Ji Churan. The other head teachers also quickly evacuated with their students. As the students' faces were filled with confusion, the dark clouds in the sky began to roar, as if a ferocious thunder beast was ready to strike. Thunder roared, and a dazzling blue light flashed in the dark clouds. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, carrying terrifying power, struck Ji Churan straight down. With a loud bang, the ground beneath his feet instantly turned black. His hair, ignited by the power of the lightning, stood upright, like a super saiyan. However, the lightning did not harm him, instead merging with the lightning flashing around him. In an instant, the thunder surrounding Ji Churan became more violent, like a blood-soaked thunder god. As the thunder and lightning fell, the dark clouds seemed to have completed their mission and gradually dissipated. On the playground, Ji Churan finally succeeded in awakening his special ability, shattering thunder and breaking delusion. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of blue lightning flashed in them. The next moment, the lightning around him suddenly dissipated and was completely retracted into his body. Ji Churan clenched his fists, and an inexplicable sense of power surged in his heart, as if he could easily knock down a cow. The exhilaration brought by that power made him smile. Is this an S-level power? It feels so good. Ji Churan murmured softly, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. At this moment, the the head teacher stepped in front of him, the shock still lingering on his face. He glanced at Ji Churan in surprise, then looked down at his feet. He saw the ground had been charred black by the thunder. Ji Churan looked down along the teacher's line of sight, touched his head awkwardly, and said, teacher, I don't have to pay for this place, right? Of course you don't have to pay. The principal suddenly appeared beside Ji Churan with a bright smile on his face. He patted Ji Churan on the shoulder and said with a smile, however, although you don't have to pay, I still have to criticize you in the whole school. Destroying public property is shameful, said the principal seriously. Yes. Ji Churan's expression immediately became solemn, and he answered solemnly, Principal, please be sure to report and criticize me. The principal laughed and patted Ji Churan on the shoulder. You are such an interesting kid. After saying that, the principal turned to the students on the playground and announced, Ji Churan, S-rank natural lightning ability, shattering thunder and breaking delusion. The students' eyes were filled with admiration and shock. The principal then said to the head teacher, record this and continue to lead the students to awaken. The head teacher nodded, the shock still on his face. Lao Shang, take it easy. The principal patted the head teacher on the shoulder and said with a smile, you'll be promoted tomorrow. The head teacher was stunned and suddenly remembered, yes, the S-level students came from my class. If I don't get promoted, who will? Suddenly, his mood became high, and there was more joy in his eyes when he looked at Ji Churan. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, the principal took Ji Churan away from the playground and flew towards the platform. I'm so envious. An S-level ability. Directly admitted. I don't even have to take the college entrance exam anymore. How cool. The classmates were talking about it, and their eyes on Ji Churan were full of admiration and envy. How much they wished they could be taken away by the principal. Unfortunately, fantasy is fantasy after all, and reality is reality after all. Right, my friend? The principal brought Ji Churan to the platform. As soon as they landed, the teachers applauded and praised him. Congratulations, S-level talent, the future is limitless. It seems that we have a new pillar for our future. Suddenly, a teacher rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile, student, do you have a partner? My daughter is just in the 3rd year of junior high school. Actually, I don't object to premature love. Old Lou, what are you doing? You look so unbecoming. The dean of studies shouted angrily, does it have to be a daughter? Can't my son be okay? Ji Churan's mouth twitched. Brother, are you really teachers? I'm still the flower of the motherland, a little bud. How can you treat me like this? Ahem. The principal cleared his throat and calmed the situation. Everyone, stop arguing. Just watch. I'll take him to the conference room. The teachers nodded in agreement, as they all understood what the next steps would be after the S-level talent was awakened. They didn't even bother to think about it, as they knew that the news of Ji Churan's awakening of the S-level ability had already spread. After all, every time an awakening occurs, all the major universities will send spies to observe, and this cannot be stopped at all. I guess, the guys from the Magic City and the Imperial City have already rushed here. In a few minutes, the president's conference room will be filled with representative teachers from 5 universities. Alas, every time an S-level psychic appears, there is always a bloody storm. Ji Churan followed the principal to the door of the conference room and found a man standing outside. He was a burly man with a face full of flesh and looked extremely unfriendly. The principal was stunned when he saw this. He knew the burly man, but the man might not know him. What surprised him most was how quickly he arrived. He just awakened his powers, and you'd already arrived? Were you born in the year of the dog? The man immediately came forward to greet the principal and Ji Churan. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, extending his hand and saying enthusiastically, this is the student who awakened an S-level superpower, right? He's truly a rare talent. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Meng. Chen as in Chen Shimmy, and Meng as in brave and fierce. How about that? Doesn't it sound both handsome and powerful? Ji Churan was stunned. Can you believe it? A big man with a face full of flesh actually smiled so sweetly at you. The contrast was too great. It was unbelievable. Ji Churan hesitantly stretched out his hand, and just as he was about to shake it, Chen Meng grabbed his hand and laughed heartily. Student, don't be nervous. I'm the Dean of Studies at Sichuan and Chongqing Ability University, and I'm here to invite you to join us. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Chen Meng, a teasing voice rang out. The next moment, there was a gust of wind outside the conference room, and a figure slowly descended from the sky and stood in front of Ji Churan. He gently pulled Chen Meng's hand away, replaced it with his own hand to hold Ji Churan, and said with a smile as gentle as spring breeze on his face, hello, classmate. My name is Guo Tianlu, and I'm the Dean of Studies at Magic City University. I sincerely invite you to join Magic City University. The principal's heart sank. Was this the allure of S-level abilities? The 5 prestigious schools weren't sending just any admissions officer, but the Dean of Studies. The cards were stacked. Hi! At this moment, the principal seemed invisible, knowing he couldn't get a word in. He could only silently accompany Ji Churan. All subsequent decisions were up to Ji Churan himself. Hey, you grown men, shouldn't you show some sincerity when inviting your little classmates? Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in everyone's ears. Following the clang of high heels, a woman with a slender figure and outstanding appearance gracefully walked into the conference room. Ha, you come quite quickly. Wei Tianlu snorted coldly. What's wrong? The woman chuckled. You're the only ones allowed to come quickly, but I'm not allowed to? She slowly walked up to Ji Churan, stretched out her slender index finger and gently lifted his chin, and said seductively, I have been secretly in love with this little brother for a long time. Facing this hot and charming woman, Ji Churan felt embarrassed. He cursed in his heart, brother, don't be on guard. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Come on, hit the bottom and fight back. Fuck. Chen Meng couldn't help but complain, your lies are really like an old sow wearing a bra, one after another. Ha. The woman smiled sweetly and gently moved closer to Ji Churan's face. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Churan suddenly flashed with electricity, which instantly transferred to the woman. Ah. The woman gasped and hurriedly distanced herself from Ji Churan. Ha ha ha. Chen Meng laughed at the scene. Well done, boy. Electrocute that old witch to death and stop her from showing off all day long. The woman shook her hands and glared at Chen Meng fiercely. Then her expression changed and she looked at Ji Churan delicately and said, little brother, you hurt me. Ji Churan's face was full of embarrassment. If I really hurt you, then all your cultivation will be in vain, right? Humph. You're still like this. A deep voice suddenly sounded. The earth trembled slightly and a big hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Rocks gathered rapidly and eventually turned into a burly man. Suddenly, a clear cry of birds and beasts echoed from the sky, as melodious as the sounds of nature. Everyone looked up and saw a snow-white bird with wings spread like a rock descending from the sky. On its back stood a handsome man in a white battle robe, a faint smile on his face. Damn it! Chen Meng cursed, they all come so fast. It seems that I am not too late. The handsome man jumped down from the bird's back gracefully, walked up to Ji Churan, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Wang Jiu from the North City Military Academy sincerely invites students to enroll. Why? You just came up with an invitation, but didn't mention any bargaining chips. You are really falling behind the times. The big man who emerged from the underground stared at Ji Churan and said, on behalf of Zhengzhou Supernatural University, I sincerely invite you to join. Furthermore, we promise that all tuition fees will be waived during your time at the academy. We will also tailor-make combat uniforms and weapons specifically for you. You can even choose from any of the supernatural combat techniques within the academy. By the way, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Fei. The burly man generously laid out all his chips in one breath. Seeing this, the deans of the other 4 prestigious schools also opened up with their own offers. We at Magic City University guarantee that Zhengzhou University will give us the same, and will also arrange for a high-level lightning-type psychic to serve as your exclusive mentor and provide professional guidance. Guo Tianlu said, oh my, this is really a huge investment. Zhao Xinyu covered her mouth and chuckled, in that case, I won't hide it anymore. Zhao Xinyu stared at Ji Churan with soft eyes and said in a soft voice, little brother, I'll add another bargaining chip to their bargaining chip. As long as you join, we will directly give you a superpower crystal. As soon as these words came out, Guo Tianlu and Li Fei's faces immediately turned ugly, and even Ji Churan's expression changed slightly. After these days of understanding, he had a lot of knowledge about this world, including supernatural crystals. In this world, the realms are divided into the spiritual perception realm, the twilight realm, the primal energy realm, the spiritual harmony realm, the soul control realm, the transformation realm, the dharma realm, the heaven and earth realm, and the realm king realm. The strongest of humanity, the main force that defends against all races, is at the realm king realm. Supernatural crystals formed from the bodies of deceased supernatural beasts are typically only produced by supernatural beasts that have reached the transformation realm and are extremely rare. The supernatural crystal contained a large amount of supernatural energy and could be absorbed by supernatural beings at any stage. It was extremely precious. But now, Zhao Xinyu actually took out a supernatural crystal as a bargaining chip to invite Ji Churan to school. It was really a big deal. Wei Tianlu and Li Fei's expressions changed and they quickly took out their cell phones to send messages. I didn't expect you, Imperial Capital University, would be so generous, Wang Jiu said with a wry smile. Of the 5 prestigious schools, the poorest was their North City Military Academy. Although they frequently battled alien beasts, the number of energy crystals they possessed was pitifully small. Chen Meng, standing aside, remained silent, his gaze scanning the crowd, his mind calculating. Ji Churan was also pondering silently. Although he had awakened the template system, it seemed dead, vanishing. After providing the template, leaving only a template progress bar. To this day, he still didn't know how to improve it, and the system didn't provide any manuals, so he had to rely on self-explanation. However, to be honest, Ji Churan was more inclined to choose Imperial Capital University. Don't get me wrong, he didn't think so because of the supernatural crystal, but because he had an unshakable yearning for this place. 3. Our Sichuanchongqing University has produced 3 supernatural crystals. Chen Meng suddenly shouted loudly. Ji Churan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Ahem. them, to be honest, he really preferred staying in his hometown. It wasn't because of the supernatural crystals, he just had a deep affection for this land. Are you crazy? Zhao Xinyu was so frightened by Chen Meng's generosity that she lost her composure and cursed. Imperial University's contribution of one supernatural crystal was already a big investment, but who would have thought Sichuan and Chongqing University would directly provide 3? This was practically pouring all the school's resources into Ji Churan. Although they also want to do so, but a single combat force is not their goal after all. They can train Ji Churan, but they must not train only him. War is cruel, and the power of one person is always limited. If you want to resist foreign invaders, you must have more flowers. Suddenly, Wei Tianlu and Li Fei's phones rang almost simultaneously. They picked up their phones and immediately changed their hesitant attitude. They looked at each other and said tacitly, "Since Chen Meng and your academy have already revealed their bargaining chips, we will not get involved. We will give up the competition." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Tianlu waved his hand, a hurricane suddenly arose under his feet, and the next moment he took off into the air, flying towards the distance with a whoosh. Li Fei also waved his hand, and his entire body turned into rocks. The ground beneath his feet also cracked into a deep crack. As the crack appeared, the rock that Li Fei turned into instantly fell, and then the ground slowly healed, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Wang Jiu seemed to understand something in his heart, but he did not leave and remained where he was. Ji Churan saw the 2 teachers leave without a word, and he vaguely understood something. It was likely that an S-class psychic of his level had appeared elsewhere, prompting the 2 teachers to retreat. After all, the stakes on his side were indeed a bit high. If he was the only S-class Esper, they might be able to continue the stalemate. But if he was not the only one, they still had a second S-class Esper to choose from. Zhao Xinyu also glanced at her phone at this moment and received a message from above. The moment she saw the message, her eyes flickered slightly. The anger that had originally been in her heart immediately dissipated, replaced by a playful look. She looked at Chen Meng and said, "Chen Meng, do you know what message I just received?" Chen Meng frowned. His phone also rang, but he didn't check it. He guessed something, but he had no regrets. Since he had decided on Ji Churan, he would never regret it halfway. "Our school's leaders told me that an SS-level genius has appeared in Chu." Zhao Xinyu's face showed a playful expression, wanting to see Chen Meng's reaction when he heard the news. However, unexpectedly, Chen Meng's expression did not change at all, and he just said expressionlessly, "Oh." Zhao Xinyu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Don't you regret it?" "Why should I regret it?" Chen Meng slowly walked to Ji Churan's side, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Since I have chosen him, I will definitely not regret it." After hearing this, Ji Churan was shocked. It seemed like this was the first time that someone had chosen him so firmly. Ji Churan's heart surged with excitement. He closed his eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. "Since you've chosen me so firmly, I'll make sure you don't regret your decision." SS rank? That's quite interesting. In that case, Zhao Xinyu said, "Then congratulations." After saying that, Zhao Xinyu left without hesitation. Ji Churan was not surprised by this. After all, once Sichuan and Chongqing University made a move, everyone knew what to do. Moreover, the appearance of an SS-level psychic was enough to divert their attention. Wang Jiu looked at this scene and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. He also understood that he could not compete with Chen Meng in the fight for Ji Churan. So he waved his hand, summoned the flying bird, and with a light step he jumped onto the bird's back. Before leaving, he clasped his fist slightly to Ji Churan and said, "Classmate, I wish you a bright future." Ji Churan also clasped his fists in return. "Teacher, I also wish you eternal life." Wang Jiu's mouth twitched violently, not knowing how to respond. Finally, he waved his hand, rode the bird straight into the sky, and left. Outside the conference room, only Chen Meng, Ji Churan, and the principal were left. The funny thing was, up to this point, no one had actually entered the conference room. After the 4 teachers from the prestigious school left, Chen Meng finally exhaled a breath of air, looked at Ji Churan, stretched out his hand, and smiled. "Boy, welcome to Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers." Ji Churan smiled and shook hands with Chen Meng. "Well, Teacher Chen, please take care of me in the future." "Ha ha ha, good, good." Chen Meng patted Ji Churan's shoulder with such force that it made a banging sound, causing Ji Churan to grit his teeth. "You are so merciless with such strength." On the highway, a van with license plate number US 66666 drove slowly. "Yes, that's the car with license plate number US 66666. Ji Churan sat in the passenger seat with a strange expression on his face. He really couldn't imagine that Chen Meng actually put such an awesome license plate on a van. "Old Chen." Ji Churan looked constipated and asked inexplicably, "Are you really not considering buying a new car to match this license plate? No. Chen Meng shook his head, the fat on his face twitching. Isn't my van powerful enough? Also, call me Teacher Chen from now on. I understand. Lao Chen. Ji Churan said helplessly, but do we really have to go directly to school now? Of course, why else would I drive? Chen Meng asked back. Don't you have any skills to travel quickly, such as burrowing underground, summoning birds, or flying into the sky by yourself? Ji Churan teased. I'm a piece of shit. Chen Meng said, I'm a power-enhancing psychic. I can fly, but only by myself. If I take you with me, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the pressure of my explosive power. For people like us who can't fly, we can only fly by relying on the burst of superpowers after reaching the spiritual resonance realm and thoroughly mastering the details of the use of superpowers. Chen Meng said, turning his head to look at Ji Churan. Ji Churan was nearly 1.9 meters tall, considered tall, but next to Chen Meng's burly figure, he looked a little petite. With your small body and newly awakened superpowers, I'm afraid you can't withstand my outburst. But don't lose heart. Once you've mastered your abilities and entered the realm of spiritual perception, you'll be able to use your lightning abilities to travel quickly. Oh, is this true? Ji Churan replied in a low voice. Hey, kid, Chen Meng laughed. Are you so uneducated? You even forgot that lightning abilities are known for their speed? Ji Churan scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself that he hadn't really taken any academic classes. However, he did know a thing or two about lightning abilities. After all, that was the ability he would awaken. Lightning abilities were known for their speed and single-target burst damage. Lightning users almost always had the upper hand in single combat, possessing devastating abilities. However, lightning users all had a fatal flaw, a lack of mana, meaning they didn't know how much mana their bar was. Boy, we're here. Chen Meng in the driver's seat reminded. The van slowly stopped. Chen Meng opened the door and walked out, and Ji Churan also opened the passenger door and walked out. As soon as Ji Churan stepped off the bus, he saw Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities, one of the 5 most prestigious universities. The main entrance caught his eye, a massive archway towering into the sky. The arch was pitch black, constructed of an unknown material, yet it appeared indestructible. Its surface was covered in flowing patterns of light, like ripples in time, mysterious and unpredictable. On the lintel, the 6 large ancient seal characters Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers emit a faint golden light. Each character is extremely sacred, as if it contains unfathomable power. How about it? Our school. Chen Meng was very satisfied with Ji Churan's reaction. He liked to see the shocked expressions of geniuses. He pointed to the big words on the door lintel as if introducing a treasure, and said with a smile, "See, these words were carved for us by the chief himself. Pretty impressive, right?" Chen Meng's eyes were full of joy and he was extremely proud. He was truly proud of his school. So it was engraved by the chief? Ji Churan looked at the glowing big characters, a hint of longing in his eyes. The chief is the leader of the Longyuan nation and one of the 5 pillars of humanity. He has reached the Realm King realm and is the main force in the 10,000 races battlefield. Unexpectedly, the name of Sichuan Chongqing Ability University came from this great figure. How is it? I hope I didn't disappoint you. Chen Meng grinned and put his right hand on Ji Churan's shoulder. Come on, I'll take you inside to have a look. After that, the two of them walked towards the school. As soon as he arrived at the archway, a security guard walked up to him seriously, but when he saw Chen Meng, the seriousness on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Hey, old Chen. Hey, Captain Jia. Chen Meng raised his left hand and greeted Captain Jia. Captain Jia smiled broadly, took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed it to Chen Meng, then looked at Ji Churan and asked, Hey, Lao Chen, you didn't tell me you had such a handsome brother. Hey, you're wrong. Chen Meng took the cigarette, flicked his wrist, and held it firmly in his mouth. Then, he took the lighter handed to him by Captain Jia and lit the cigarette. He held the cigarette gently in his right hand, put the lighter back into his pocket with his left hand, and took a deep puff. Ha, Captain Jia, this isn't my brother, but this year's recommended student. Really? Captain Jia's eyes flashed with excitement, and he looked at Ji Churan in shock. Admission? In other words, you are S rank? Ji Churan nodded without hiding anything. Oh, I'm so slow. Captain Jia quickly took out another cigarette and handed it to Ji Churan. Here, little brother, a dry cigarette. Sorry, I don't smoke. Ji Churan shook his hand and politely declined the cigarette. Hey, this is soft Huazi. Very good. Captain Jia's hand trembled and motioned Ji Churan to take it. I'm sorry, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't smoke. Ji Churan still refused. It was not because he was embarrassed, but because he really didn't know how to smoke. Hey, okay then. Seeing this, Captain Jia no longer insisted. After putting the cigarette back into the cigarette box, he reached out to Chen Meng. Chen Meng didn't respond, pretending to be confused and asking, What's wrong? Give me back my things. Captain Jia glared at Chen Meng helplessly. You still want the second-hand smoke I smoked? Chen Meng still pretended to be stupid. Give me back my lighter. Captain Jia shouted, You can take anything else from me, but you can't take my lighter. Oh, look at my memory. Chen Meng slapped his head, took out a lighter lighter from his pocket with a smile and handed it to Captain Jia. Captain Jia snatched the lighter and glared at Chen Meng unhappily. Guess I'll have to tie a string to my lighter next time. Ah, that's not necessary, Captain Jia. It's really not necessary. Chen Meng waved his hand, then pointed at the archway and said, then I'll take the students in to familiarize themselves with the school first. Okay. Captain Jia made an okay gesture and walked back to the security room. Chen Meng took Ji Churan to the school. On the way, Ji Churan asked with some confusion, Old Chen, what is the identity of Captain Jia? Ji Churan's suspicion was not unreasonable. After all, the dean of studies at a prestigious school like this usually didn't interact much with security guards. Moreover, judging from the conversation between Chen Meng and Captain Jia, it was clear that the two had known each other for a long time. You mean Captain Jia? Chen Meng smiled nostalgically, as if recalling the past. He didn't have any special status. We just got in from the same county. Forget it, I'll nag you today. Captain Jia and I used to be close buddies. We were practically like one bro. At school, we were a perfect match, unbeatable. At that time, we were very successful. But because of something, having said that, the light in Chen Meng's eyes dimmed slightly, and his tone became much heavier. His strength has been frozen. Frozen? Ji Churan was stunned. He didn't expect that his strength could be frozen. Yeah, Chen Meng nodded. Ever since that incident, he chose to be a school security guard. As for the reason, even I don't know. I've tried to persuade him before, but he always refused. But thankfully, he didn't become depressed or commit suicide because his strength was frozen, which makes me feel at ease. Chen Meng turned his head slightly and said to Ji Churan earnestly, so, kid, you have to respect Captain Jia from now on. Ji Churan nodded, and without waiting for Chen Meng to speak, he would also maintain the most basic respect for Captain Jia. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the school square. There was a huge statue standing in the center of the circular plaza. It was the founder of Sichuanchongqing University of Specialties, and also the current president. The statue's posture is solemn and composed, as if guarding the entire campus. Surrounding the statue are circles of light, sustained by supernatural powers, which slowly rotate and emit waves of fearsome aura. I don't need to introduce this sculpture much, right? Chen Meng said, pointing at it. You can find it online by just searching. I won't say much. Next, I will focus on telling you about the 6 major colleges of our school. Chen Meng said, and began to introduce them to Ji Churan. You should know that superpowers are divided into 6 categories, right? He asked. Ji Churan nodded and replied, I know. They are the Nature Department, Strengthening Department, Support Department, Beast Taming Department, Spiritual Department, and Special Department, right? Well, it seems you've really learned some culture. Chen Meng nodded in agreement. Our school's 6 colleges correspond exactly to these 6 departments. When you enroll in the second half of the year, you'll be assigned to the School of Natural Sciences. I understand. Ji Churan nodded in response. Seeing this, Chen Meng continued. Usually, half a month after enrollment, each college will organize an internal battle to determine their respective top-ranked students. My expectations of you are not high, but at least you have to take first place in the Natural Sciences Academy. No problem. Ji Churan made an okay gesture. He couldn't even get first place in the Natural Sciences Department, so how could he talk about slaughtering invaders? Okay, just be confident. Chen Meng grinned and continued. After the internal college competition, there will be a school-wide competition. The outstanding students from the 6 colleges will compete for the top 8 spots. These top 8 will become the main force in the national competition. The goal you're given isn't difficult. Getting first place in the school isn't a problem, is that right? No problem. Ji Churan nodded confidently. Yes, confidence is king. The national competition is still a long way off, so you don't have to worry too much for now. Don't take too big steps, or you'll easily fall. Let's go get familiar with the Natural Sciences Academy first. In the following time, Chen Meng took Ji Churan to familiarize himself with the college environment. During this time, Ji Churan raised a question. Chen Meng is obviously from the Strengthening Department. Why is he the dean of the Natural Science Department? In response to this, Chen Meng explained, he is actually the dean of the 6 major colleges, but because Ji Churan belongs to the Department of Natural Sciences, he focuses on the Department of Natural Sciences. This answer made Ji Churan a little confused. It turned out that Chen Meng's status was so high. After Chen Meng and Ji Churan familiarized themselves with the School of Natural Sciences, they headed towards the school's food street. At that moment, the food street was crowded with people, and long lines formed in front of each stall, waiting for the food. Some people greeted Chen Meng and Ji Churan, but most of them only greeted Chen Meng, and most of the attention they paid to Ji Churan was incidental. After all, no one knew him, and they just thought he was a relative of Chen Meng who came to the school for free meals. The two of them randomly chose a barbecue restaurant and sat down. After they sat down, Chen Meng asked again, boy, are you really planning to take the college entrance examination? When Ji Churan was familiar with the Department of Natural Science, he told Chen Meng that he wanted to take the college entrance examination, which puzzled Chen Meng. Why would he work so hard to take the college entrance examination after being recommended for admission. It's confirmed. Ji Churan said, I only have this one chance in life, and I don't want to have any regrets. Bullshit, Chen Meng said as he picked up some peanuts from the table and ate them. Tell me the truth, do you want to win the first place? Hey, Lao Chen, are you the worm in my stomach? Ji Churan also picked up the peanuts, with a smile on his face, and teased back. You're really good at it. Chen Meng responded with a smile. You're really ambitious. Okay, then I'll give you some special training and give you some special attention. I'll work hard to get you the top spot. Ah, Ji Churan was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Hee, you don't understand this, do you? Chen Meng smirked and whispered, once high school students awaken their special abilities and choose to take the martial arts exam, they will all learn combat and fighting techniques in school. You know that, right? Yeah, I know. Ji Churan nodded. That's right. Chen Meng said, they are studying in high school, and you are studying in college. They learn from their teachers, and you learn from me. Isn't that the same principle? Oh my god, can we play like this? Ji Churan trembled in shock. Of course, even geniuses have their own special cases. As Chen Meng was speaking, the owner of the barbecue restaurant happened to come over with a plate of barbecue and placed it in front of the two of them. Eat quickly. After you finish, I'll take you to rest. Chen Meng waved his hand, picked up a skewer and started eating. Okay. Ji Churan also grabbed the skewers and started eating them voraciously. Early in the morning, Chen Meng came downstairs, pulled Ji Churan up, and then took him to the school's natural science training ground. After arranging a private training room, the two prepared to start testing. Come on, kid. Before I give you special training, let me see your current strength. Chen Meng pointed at a mechanical puppet in front of him and said to Ji Churan, don't use your superpowers yet. Use all your strength and punch the tester directly. Okay. Ji Churan nodded and walked up to the mechanical puppet. He clenched his fists and felt thunder surging in his body. He threw a punch and instantly a strong wind blew, waves scattered, and even Chen Meng's battle robe not far away was blown whistlingly. Accompanied by a violent crash, a powerful force hit the mechanical puppet. The dark mechanical body suddenly sank and then slowly recovered. After the mechanical puppet was fully restored, the display screen on its head indicated the power of Ji Churan's punch. Chen Meng took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. Good boy. He just awakened his superpowers and his physical strength is comparable to that of a lower-level spiritual perception realm. He is indeed an S-level lightning superpower. Ji Churan shook his hands and stared at the numbers displayed by the mechanical puppet, a gleam in his eyes. You know, one energy is equivalent to the power of a bucket of fireworks exploding at the same time, and most of the lower-level spiritual perception realm psychics can only attack with more than 400 energy when they use their full power. He had just awakened and had no combat skills or weapons, and even no special abilities. He relied entirely on his physical strength to unleash a power comparable to that of a lower-level spiritual perception realm. Even Ji Churan himself was shocked by this result. Is this the strength of an S-level ability? No wonder they say the stronger the ability, the higher the ceiling. Just an S-level ability alone gives me such a huge advantage. So if the ability is upgraded to SSS level, how strong will it be? Ji Churan clenched his fists and gradually became excited. Good boy. Use all your strength to activate your supernatural powers and try again. Chen Meng was amazed and felt that Ji Churan's talent was more and more terrifying. Ji Churan nodded, and with a thought, Azure Lightning was summoned. Lightning surrounded him irregularly, like terrifying electric snakes. As he raised his hand, the thunder around him suddenly crackled. Bolts of lightning instantly gathered on his arms, as if he were wearing a pair of thunder gloves. Oh my god! Chen Meng exclaimed, stunned, because the way Ji Churan used thunder-type abilities was completely different from the thunder-type abilities users he knew. People with lightning abilities are usually mages, but this guy is using elbow strikes. The next moment, light suddenly appeared. Ji Churan threw a punch, carrying the power of thousands of thunders, and slammed it towards the mechanical puppet. Thunder was everywhere, and countless glowing spheres of lightning crackled on the mechanical puppet. This time, Ji Churan did not hold back and used all his strength to activate his supernatural powers. After retracting his fist, he also absorbed all the thunder around him into his body. But due to the special nature of the thunder ability, even if he stopped, the violent thunder still crackled on the mechanical puppet. After a while, the thunder slowly dissipated. As the thunder disappeared, the face of the mechanical puppet showed the power of this attack. 1586 energy. Oh my god, 1586 is possible? Are you fucking cheating? Chen Meng looked at the number, shocked beyond belief. You know, the limit of the upper spiritual perception realm is only 2000 energy, and Ji Churan was able to use all his power to produce 1586 energy just after awakening. This strength is simply amazing. What a genius. Chen Meng even dared to assert that if Ji Churan were given a suitable weapon right now, he would probably be able to directly launch an attack with over 2000 energy. He was simply Superman. How is it, old Chen? Ji Churan asked with a bright smile on his face. Does my strength meet your standards? Damn, this is not something I like at all. You've gouged my eyes out. Chen Meng said, I'm not the type to fake it. Talent is talent. I have to admit, your talent is truly incredible. But I have to ask you something now. Chen Meng stared at Ji Churan with a serious look and said seriously, did you feel unwell after releasing your superpowers? Ji Churan was stunned for a moment, then he carefully felt his body and found that he did not feel any discomfort at all. Don't you feel even a little bit weak? Chen Meng asked again. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan raised his hand again, and crackling lightning leaped around him again. Then, he punched the mechanical puppet hard, and countless violent thunderbolts hit the mechanical puppet again. After a moment, the thunder dissipated, and the mechanical puppet's face displayed a value, 1597 energy. There was almost no change, and the damage was even slightly higher than the previous attack. Damn it! Chen Meng couldn't help but curse out loud. You're such a pervert. You haven't even felt your powers running out yet? No. Ji Churan shook his head. Not only did he not feel his superpowers were depleted, he even felt that his superpowers were more active. Damn it! Have you awakened some special physique? Chen Meng patted his head and said in confusion. It's possible. Ji Churan smiled slightly and then said, but I need to test it a few more times. Then, under Chen Meng's shocked gaze, Ji Churan once again unleashed his lightning power, unleashing a charged thunder elbow strike at the mechanical puppet. Not once was enough, he launched a second and third attack in succession. The private training room was filled with thunder, and countless thunders burst out from Ji Churan's body. Chen Meng widened his eyes and stared at Ji Churan with a monster-like look. Damn, is this guy cheating? His powers never run out? What the hell is this infinite mana bar? Ji Churan unleashed his supernatural powers with all his strength and bombarded the target dozens of times. He only stopped when he felt truly exhausted. He finally confirmed one thing in his heart. He has no blue bar. In other words, he would never run out of energy. Only his physical strength would be depleted, but his energy would never be. He is simply Superman. You know, the biggest weakness of a lightning-type psychic is that their energy is consumed too quickly. After all, releasing a powerful and lethal attack will cause a lightning-type psychic's energy to be drastically depleted. This results in many users with lightning abilities only being able to launch a burst of attacks, and if they fail to kill the enemy instantly, they have to run away, or conserve their abilities and act as mages to drag the enemy from a distance. But Ji Churan doesn't need these at all. Pulling and running away, none of it has anything to do with him. He will use thunder to shatter the darkness. With my current strength, killing a Twilight Realm cultivator shouldn't be a problem, right? The corners of Ji Churan's mouth rose slightly, and his mood became more and more cheerful. Damn, you little pervert! Chen Meng suddenly cursed in dissatisfaction. Hey, Lao Chen, you used the wrong word. Ji Churan retorted. It's okay if you call me a little monster, but why do you have to call me a little pervert? It sounds uncomfortable. I'm happy with it. Chen Meng glared at Ji Churan and said unreasonably, anyway, I'll call you a little pervert from now on, no matter what you think. Old pervert, aren't you afraid that I will deal with you when I grow up? Ji Churan has become familiar with Chen Meng in the past few days, so he naturally knows his temper and said jokingly, wait until you grow up and deal with me? Chen Meng glanced at him strangely. I can deal with you now. As he spoke, Chen Meng symbolically raised his fist, as if he was going to beat Ji Churan. Ji Churan was not impolite and quickly raised his hand and smiled. Brother, you are the elder brother, and I am just the younger brother. Humph, I'm glad to know. Chen Meng retracted his fist, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed. Ahem. He raised his hand and coughed twice in front of his mouth as if to show off. He said, since I already know your talent and strength, I will naturally not hide it anymore. Next, I'm going to teach you a combat technique. This is an offensive combat technique that's very suitable for you. Offensive combat skills? Ji Churan asked excitedly. What level? A level. Chen Meng replied, after all, I'm a reinforcement type psychic. My abilities tend to be defensive, and I haven't practiced much offensive combat skills. But don't lose heart. I've already informed Lao Chao. When he comes back, he'll teach you an S-level offensive combat skill, and that combat skill is extremely compatible with your lightning type abilities. Really? Ji Churan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, filled with anticipation. You know, combat skills are divided into 5 categories: attack, speed, defense, control, and spirit. Offensive skills are the most destructive, and the higher the level of a skill, the greater its power, paired with weapons for even greater effectiveness. Of course it's true, Chen Meng said seriously, but don't get too excited. S-level offensive combat skills are not easy to master. First, practice my A-level offensive combat skills. Don't think I'm bragging. As long as you can master this A-level combat skill, you'll definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Chen Meng was full of confidence, as if the top scorer in the college entrance examination was already in his pocket. Oh, are you really that confident? Ji Churan said with a sly smile, then hurry up and teach me. I knew you were anxious. Chen Meng pulled out an ancient martial arts book from somewhere, its pages gleaming faintly. He handed it to Ji Churan and said, take a look at it yourself first. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. I'll be keeping a close eye on you for the next few days. Even to the toilet? Forget it. Are you scared? No, I'm afraid of scaring you if I take it out. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. After a short episode, Ji Churan finally began to study combat skills seriously. He sat alone, flipping through the combat skills book given by Chen Meng, his eyes falling on the name of the ancient combat skills. Meteoric Storm. Kid, don't underestimate this Starfall Storm. It's incredibly powerful, and it covers a wide area, making it perfect for counting alien beasts in your college entrance exams, Chen Meng reminded. Once you can master the Starfall Storm, you'll be able to unleash a powerful shockwave centered on yourself, spreading outward. Using it to deal with alien beasts across a large area is truly incredible. Also, your physique seems to be somewhat special, and your supernatural power is not easily exhausted. It won't be a problem to use it a few more times, 2 or 3 times. Chen Meng became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen the glorious moment when Ji Churan won the top spot in the college entrance examination. Damn, the recommended student got the top score. I got it all. I'll be so proud of it if I brag about it. Although the smile on Chen Meng's face was a little ferocious, it couldn't hide his pride. Ji Churan chuckled and found Chen Meng more interesting. He was not arrogant, but rather had a sense of chivalry. However, I wonder if that SS-level student from Chudi will take the college entrance examination. Chen Meng suddenly thought of this, with a hint of worry on his face. Hearing this, Ji Churan smiled calmly and said confidently, "Don't worry, Lao Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance examination is none other than me. Even Jesus can't stop me." Chen Meng was stunned for a moment, then he raised his hand and coughed twice in front of his mouth in a mysterious manner. He said, "Since I know your strength and talent, there is naturally no need to hide it. Next, I'm going to teach you a combat technique. This is an offensive combat technique that's very suitable for you." Offensive combat skills? Ji Churan asked excitedly. What level? A level. Chen Meng replied, "After all, I'm a reinforcement type psychic. My abilities are more defensive, and I haven't learned many offensive combat techniques. But don't be discouraged. I've already contacted Lao Chao. When he comes back, he'll teach you an S-level offensive combat technique. It's especially suitable for your lightning type abilities." Really? Ji Churan's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. You know, combat skills are divided into 5 categories: attack, speed, defense, control, and spirit. Offensive skills are the most destructive, and the higher the level, the greater the power. Combined with combat weapons, the effect is doubled. Of course it's true, Chen Meng said seriously, but don't get too excited. S-level offensive combat skills are not easy to master. First, practice this A-level combat skill I gave you. I'm not bragging, but as long as you master this A-level combat technique, you'll be a guaranteed top scorer in the college entrance exam. Chen Meng was full of confidence, as if the top spot was already in his pocket. Oh, so confident. Ji Churan said with a wicked smile, "Then quickly teach me your fighting skills." I knew you were anxious. Chen Meng pulled out an ancient combat book from somewhere, its pages gleaming faintly. He handed it to Ji Churan and said, "Read it yourself first. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. I'll be with you every step of the way for the next few days. Will you accompany me even when I go to the toilet?" Ji Churan teased. "Let's just forget it." Scared? No, I'm afraid it will scare you if I take it out. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Kid, don't underestimate this Starfall Storm. It's incredibly powerful, and it covers a large area, making it perfect for counting alien beasts in your college entrance exams, Chen Meng said. Once you master the Starfall Storm, you'll be able to unleash a supernatural shockwave that radiates outward from your own body. It's incredibly effective against large-scale alien beasts. Also, your physique seems to be a bit special. Your supernatural power is not easily exhausted, so it's no problem to release it a few more times. It's fine if you can release it 2 or 3 times. Chen Meng became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen the moment when Ji Churan won the top spot in the college entrance examination. Hey, a recommended student can get the top scorer, and it was me who found him. It will be so impressive if this gets out. Chen Meng had a smile on his face, but because of his fat face, the smile looked a little hideous. Ji Churan chuckled, finding Chen Meng even more interesting. Chen Meng was not arrogant, but rather had a sense of brotherhood. However, I don't know whether the SS-level student in Chu will take the college entrance examination. Chen Meng suddenly remembered that there was an SS-level student in Chu, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Hearing this, Ji Churan smiled calmly and said confidently, "Don't worry, Lao Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance examination is none other than me. Even Jesus can't stop me." Chen Meng was stunned for a moment, then he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Good boy. You have ambition. I believe in you. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Practice well and ask if you don't understand. After saying that, Chen Meng said nothing and sat on the ground like a big bear, not moving at all. Seeing this, Ji Churan also felt relieved and lowered his head to open the combat skills book in his hand. As he flipped through the pages, a strange little man suddenly appeared in his mind. Ji Churan was stunned, confused as to why this little figure had suddenly appeared in his mind. Just as he was wondering, the little figure suddenly began to move. He bent his body slightly, and in an instant, wisps of lightning surged around him, as if some powerful force was about to explode. explode. The next moment, the little figure suddenly opened his arms, and countless violent lightning bolts shot out in all directions like a flood of beasts. The lightning formed a circular circle, rapidly spreading outward. Ji Churan's heart suddenly trembled. This is Starfall Storm? The little person in his mind was actually practicing Starfall Storm? Just as he was shocked, the little person arched his body again and launched a second Starfall Storm. As the second wave of thunder erupted, Ji Churan faintly felt a mysterious power surge into his body, as if he had also mastered Starfall Storm. Without time to think, he immediately summoned his mind and began attempting to unleash the Starfall Storm. He sat on the ground, leaning forward slightly. ZZZ. Chen Meng was completely dumbfounded. Ji Churan had just glanced over Meteoric Storm and he could already unleash it? His mastery speed was too fast. The thunder around Ji Churan gathered more and more, becoming more and more violent. He suddenly opened his hands, but it misfired. The thunder spread for a few centimeters and then disappeared without a trace, like a dead battery. Oh my. Ji Churan looked at his hands in confusion and murmured softly, have I not really learned it yet? You still want to get it done in one go? Chen Meng yelled loudly, quickly walked up to Ji Churan, grabbed his hand and begged, brother, I call you brother, can you please turn off your cheat, or sell me a cheat? You know, after seeing you, I felt like the first half of my life was wasted. Not at all. Ji Churan's mouth twitched, and he gently pushed Chen Meng's hand away and said, old Chen, you also know that talent. Well, you know, fuck. Chen Meng stood up and excitedly circled around Ji Churan several times, waving his fists like crazy. Then he returned to Ji Churan, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and said excitedly, boy, you are a genius. An absolute genius. Why don't you call me a little pervert? Ji Churan teased. No more shouting. Chen Meng replied, I'm afraid you'll really come and fuck me in the future. Ji Churan was stunned for a moment, and the two of them looked at each other and instantly burst into hearty laughter. Time flies, and the day of the college entrance examination arrives as scheduled. Rongqing's liberal arts college entrance examination is arranged to be held in the selected school, while the martial arts college entrance examination is held in Beicheng. That's right, the martial arts college entrance examination is in Beicheng, which means Ji Churan needs to cross the province to take the exam. This was true across the country. The military science exam had always been held in North City because of the vast forests of exotic beasts and the numerous abandoned towns and villages that served as training grounds. This time, the exam venue was chosen to be one of several abandoned towns on the outskirts of North City. These abandoned towns were originally tactical areas abandoned by the authorities during the initial stages of the alien beast invasion. Although the authorities later recaptured these towns, due to their tactical nature and the lack of reconstruction significance, they were simply used as training grounds. For safety reasons, the authorities have cleared all high-level alien beasts from the towns to ensure that no spiritual beasts appear. In addition, the authorities conduct patrols every week, and any exotic beasts that reach or exceed the Lingxi realm will be immediately eliminated. Usually, candidates who live far away from North City will set off early, and Ji Churan is no exception. The day before the college entrance exam, Ji Churan woke up early and packed his gear and luggage. That's right, Chen Meng had spent the past few days crafting a custom set of gear just for him. A C-rank battle robe, a C-rank weapon, and an A-rank offensive skill, Starfall Storm. It could be said that Ji Churan's entrance exam was a complete, all-around dimensionality reduction attack. Whether it was his combat skills, his robe, or his weapons, he vastly outclassed the other candidates. Although every student wore a uniform and weapons during the college entrance exam, only a few could directly equip a C-rank weapon. Don't call it unfair. Fairness is earned through talent and strength. Everything Ji Churan has today was earned through his talent and strength. All of this stems from his own hard work and struggle. Don't you agree, system? Not bad. Very impressive. Chen Meng smiled as he helped Ji Churan adjust the black battle robe. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Okay, Lao Chen, let's go. Ji Churan chuckled, his eyes sparkling. That's right. Let's go and let your peers see what a real pervert is. Chen Meng smiled, patted Ji Churan's shoulder, and walked out of the room with him. Because of the large number of students taking the National College Entrance Examination, all the colleges and universities in the northern part of the city have vacated their spaces to accommodate students who are about to take the exam. Students will be assigned to different examination rooms based on the geographical location of each school in the northern part of the city. In Beicheng, at Beicheng Military University, one of the 5 most prestigious military academies, a pre-prepared playground was packed with students. From above, they resembled a bustling swarm of ants. They were all students preparing to take the Wuka College entrance examination. Some of them were talking in low voices. Phew, the exam is coming up soon. I'm so nervous. Don't tell me, I'm nervous too. I really hope I can get into the supernatural university this time. I have to get good grades. Don't worry, you have C-rank abilities. If you perform well, you will definitely make it. Unfortunately, my family is poor. I can only afford a set of F-class battle robes. I can't even buy a battle weapon. Well, who isn't? Amidst the crowd, a handsome yet impassive man man in a white battle robe stood quietly in the center of the playground, his arms folded across his chest. Because of his unique aura, a 3-meter-wide vacuum zone appeared around him. No one dared approach. Countless eyes were focused on the man in white robe, and it was obvious that everyone was very concerned about his identity. Who is that guy? He looks so strong. Someone who knew him answered. He's the famous Li Tianqing from Qilu province. He's consistently ranked first in combat performance in Qilu province, and it's said he's even awakened an A-level natural fire ability this time. Fire power? Oh my god, that's a powerful power to deal with a group of strange beasts. I never thought we would be assigned to the same examination room as him. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. Li Tianqing listened to the discussions around him, his face expressionless and his demeanor still cold. He was already accustomed to this, having been frequently talked about since school, and was often referred to as the other person's child by parents. Wow, brotherly, what a coincidence. I didn't expect we'd be assigned to the same exam room. A man in a cyan battle robe and with a faint smile on his face slowly walked up to Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing was slightly startled when he recognized him, but then his expression calmed down. Well, it's quite a coincidence. Since it's such a coincidence, the green-robed man chuckled. How about we team up in the early stages? The crowd on the side began to discuss again. Who is this person? You don't know? This is Lin Yifeng. He's #1 in combat in the neighboring Jinling province. No way, he's also in this exam room? That's too stressful. Li Tianqing said coldly. I am enough alone. Lin Yifeng smiled faintly, gently waving the folding fan in his hand, and said softly, don't say that. After all, you are the fire, and I am the wind. With me around, your fire will definitely burn brighter. Li Tianqing frowned slightly when he heard this, and hesitated to respond. Suddenly, Lin Yifeng changed the subject. Brotherly, do you know Brother Chu? Upon hearing this, Li Tianqing's brow furrowed. He was naturally aware of the Brother Chu Lin Yifeng was referring to. He was the formidable figure who had defeated him 3 years in a row. Indeed, every year, major high schools held a battle performance competition, and Brother Chu's results consistently surpassed Li Tianqing's. More importantly, not long ago, he had awakened the legendary SS-level superpower, earning him a prestigious bid from 4 prestigious universities. Sichuan-Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers was the only one not to participate. The reason was well known. The local S-level superpower had already been accepted by Sichuan-Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. With limited resources, a prestigious university couldn't possibly cultivate 2 exceptional talents simultaneously. He's here too? Li Tianqing asked coldly. Lin Yifeng put away his folding fan, a faint smile appeared on his face, and said, no, Brother Chu has been recommended for admission, so he will naturally not take part in this college entrance examination. What a pity. Li Tianqing showed a look of regret, obviously feeling sorry for Brother Chu's absence from the college entrance examination. However, I have more to tell you than that. Lin Yifeng continued with a smile. Yesterday, Brother Chu told me the school he chose, Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Powers. Li Tianqing remained calm and asked, what does this have to do with me? Of course it's related. Lin Yifeng said, Brother Chu asked me to do something. Convince you to join the Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Powers. Li Tianqing frowned. Invite me? Lin Yifeng nodded. Well, after all, brotherly, haven't you always wanted to compete with Brother Chu on the same stage? Li Tianqing was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and said, let's talk about it later. Lin Yifeng was not angry at this, and still had a faint smile on his face. He was already accustomed to Li Tianqing's character. Suddenly, a resounding eagle cry pierced the sky, and the students on the playground looked up. They saw a massive, brown-gray beast with sharp feathers taking flight. Its wings, spread wide, seemed to cover half the sky. Its piercing gaze seemed to see through everything. The better students immediately recognized the species of this strange beast, sharp-winged eagle. Who is this young master? Exclamations echoed across the playground, everyone awestruck by sharp-winged eagle's aura. Even Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng were shocked. After all, sharp-winged eagle was extremely proud, and few could contract it. Anyone who could ride a sharp-winged eagle to take the exam must have an extraordinary background. Tisk, brotherly, it looks like a big shot has come to our examination room. Lin Yifeng waved his folding fan and said with a little seriousness. Li Tianqing remained silent, watching the eagle circling in the sky with a serious expression. It circled the playground, seemingly observing something. Suddenly, the eagle flew forward. Everyone followed its line of sight and saw several people standing in front, with a large open space behind them, which was obviously the landing site prepared for the sharp-winged eagle. It turned out that Chen Meng had informed Wang Jiu a few days ago that Ji Churan would be taking the college entrance examination, and he would also borrow a sharp-winged hawk from another teacher to help him travel. Wang Jiu had already prepared a special landing area. The sharp-winged eagle slowly descended, and the flapping of its wings stirred up gusts of wind, making the clothes of the 3 teachers rustle. Finally, the sharp-winged eagle landed firmly on the ground and folded its wings. As the sharp-winged eagle landed, everyone finally saw the person riding on its back. Ha ha ha. Wang Jiu, thank you so much. Chen Meng laughed heartily heartily and jumped off the back of the sharp-winged eagle. Ji Churan did the same, leaping off the back of the sharp-winged eagle. Wang Zhou stepped forward slightly, still with a smile as warm as spring breeze on his face. "Welcome to the North City Military Academy," Wang Zhou said, then turned his gaze to Ji Churan and looked him up and down carefully. At this moment, Ji Churan's temperament is completely different from before. He was wearing a black battle robe and a pair of black fingerless boxing gloves on his hands. He stood there with a sharp edge, as if the slightest touch could kill someone. "It's different now," Wang Zhou said with a smile. "Teacher Wang, long time no see." Ji Churan stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Wang Zhou chuckled and reached out to shake Ji Churan's hand. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to choose to take the college entrance examination. We only have one life, so we must leave no regrets." Ji Churan replied with a smile. There is only one chance to take the college entrance examination, so he naturally doesn't want to miss it. Indeed, leaving no regrets is the right thing to do. Wang Zhou nodded. "But I must remind you that the exam room assignments have been randomly disrupted this time, so none of your classmates are in this exam room. This means that you will have to fight alone for the Cao. Of course, if you want to find someone to team up with and look after each other, that's also possible," Wang Zhou patiently explained to Ji Churan. After hearing this, Ji Churan waved his hand calmly. "It's okay, I'm too lazy to find anyone. Anyway, I can form an army by myself." Wang Zhou was slightly stunned, then a faint smile appeared on his face. "It's good to be confident. Wait a moment, I will take you to the examination room when the exam time comes." Ji Churan nodded and stood with Wang Zhou and the others. The playground in front of them was densely packed with candidates. At this moment, the candidates were discussing among themselves, and were obviously quite concerned about Ji Churan. "Tell me, what's this guy's background?" Li Yiying led the way, and a teacher from the North City Military Academy even personally received him. "I don't know, will he be a teacher? How is that possible? He's so young and still wearing a battle robe. He's obviously here to take the college entrance exam. I give up. My luck is so bad. I'm in the same examination room with Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng, and now there's this mysterious young master. It's really too difficult for me. Brotherly, it seems that our opponent this time is a bit strong," Lin Yifeng said to Li Tianqing with a smile on his face. "Yeah," Li Tianqing responded softly, his eyes always fixed on Ji Churan. Not long after, Wang Zhou looked at his watch and saw that it was almost time, so he nodded slightly to a man next to him. The man immediately understood, stepped forward and shouted. The huge sound instantly echoed in the playground, and the candidates fell silent and looked at the man. The man is imposing, and every look and movement is full of ferocity. "It's about to begin," Ji Churan behind the man said silently in his heart. Seeing that everyone was quiet, the man announced loudly, "I am the invigilator for the Wucheng District Wuka College entrance examination. Before the exam begins, let me emphasize this again. This college entrance exam will be held from 9 a.m. to 9 a.m. the next day, for a total of 24 hours. Everyone should be aware of the exam location. As always, you are not allowed to leave the exam area, and you are not allowed to intentionally attack or kill other candidates. Our invigilators will monitor your every move at all times. Anyone who intentionally attacks or kills a classmate will be disqualified from the college entrance examination. Serious offenses will be subject to further punishment." Ji Churan, who was standing behind the invigilator, nodded slightly. He knew that in the past, there were indeed candidates who killed others and plundered resources during the college entrance examination. This behavior is extremely bad. After all, we are surrounded by enemies, and demons and monsters are eyeing us covetously. If humans continue to kill each other, it will definitely not work. However, even so, there are still people who choose to rebel and become minions of the demon race. These people are beggars. There's one more thing you need to note. The beast ruins are different from the beast forest. There's no outer, inner, or center circle. The beast ruins are just ruins. Ferocious beasts can appear anywhere. If you encounter an unmatched beast, immediately activate your safety necklace and wait for the invigilator to rescue you. Did you understand everything? The invigilator roared, his voice sweeping across the entire playground like a wave. Everyone in the playground responded in unison, understood. Okay, next, get the college entrance examination equipment. As soon as the voice fell, the invigilator stepped aside and began to distribute the college entrance examination equipment to everyone. Before everyone lined up to receive it, Ji Churan had already quietly received the equipment. Wang Zhou took out a black tactical backpack from his arms and handed it to Ji Churan, while instructing, "Maybe what I said is nonsense, but I still want to remind you to be careful." Ji Churan took the backpack and nodded solemnly. Wang Zhou chuckled and said, "First, check the equipment in the backpack. Remember, make sure you wear it properly." Ji Churan nodded in response and said with a smile, "I understand." After saying that, he opened his tactical backpack and carefully checked the college entrance examination equipment inside. There are 3 things in the tactical backpack. The first item is a pair of tactical glasses. This pair of glasses can not only be used to observe the realm and status of the beasts, but also has a built-in map function to locate the position of the candidates. More importantly, there is a camera inside inside the glasses that can record and save the images in real time. In other words, the wonderful battles of the candidates will almost be recorded in full. Of course, the embarrassing moments will not escape the camera. But don't worry, once a picture similar to the 18+ appears, the camera will automatically turn off to ensure that the privacy of the candidates will not be leaked. It is worth mentioning that the candidates can also see the location of other candidates through this pair of glasses. The second device is a pitch-black necklace, designed to protect the examinee. Upon active activation by the examinee, or if they encounter danger and are unable to resist, the necklace passively activates and shatters, forming a black barrier capable of resisting attacks from the Yuan energy realm. This shield not only protects against fatal damage but also automatically transmits a distress signal to the invigilator and nearby examinees. The necklace's shattering also signals the end of the examinee's exam. The third item was a black lunchbox containing compressed exotic animal meat for replenishing physical strength. Since the exam lasted 24 hours, this amount of food was definitely not enough. If the candidates wanted to eat later, they would have to hunt and cook the exotic animals themselves. Put it on first, let me check it, Wang Jiao said, standing aside. Ji Churan nodded and began to put on his equipment. He first picked up the silver-white, futuristic tactical glasses and put them on his face. Then he put the necklace around his neck and finally put on the tactical backpack, ready to go. Wang Jiao and Chen Meng conducted a thorough inspection of Ji Churan, much like a parent repeatedly checking that their son was fully equipped before leaving. Only after confirming everything was correct did they let him go. At this time, the other candidates were also dressed neatly, and the class teachers or representative teachers who brought them checked them one by one. When the invigilator saw that everyone had received their equipment, he shouted, "Has everyone received their exam equipment? If anyone hasn't received it or is missing something, please go to the front to get it again. I emphasize again, do not even think about getting an extra copy. If you're caught, you'll be disqualified from the exam immediately." Seeing that no candidates came to collect the equipment, the invigilator withdrew and turned to Wang Jiao and said, "Senior Wang, everything is ready." Wang Jiao nodded gently, glanced at the time, and said, "In that case, let's go." After saying that, he whistled. As the whistle echoed in the air, the distant sky suddenly dimmed, as if part of the sun had been swallowed. The examinees on the playground were stunned by this strange sight. "I can't see clearly, it seems a bit far away." Ji Churan stood behind Wang Jiao, his eyes fixed on the unidentified creature flying in the distance. "Call out." A loud and melodious bird song came from the sky. At this moment, everyone finally saw what kind of creature it was. Lindy Feng widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wind Peng bird?" The Wind Peng is a flying beast renowned for its speed. Coming in varying sizes, it possesses immense combat power, innately endowed with wind-related abilities. When the students saw the scene, their eyes widened. It's actually a Fengping bird. The enormous Wind Peng, carrying a gentle breeze, soared over the examinees' heads, circled once, and then sped off. Everyone watched the Wind Peng depart, their faces filled with surprise and disappointment. Hadn't it come to pick them up? Just as everyone was puzzled, Wang Jiao's voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, rang out, "Students, please proceed to the Beast Taming College Square and board the Wind Peng to enter the examination room." Although Wang Jiao's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by every candidate. Hearing that they would actually be riding the Fengping bird, everyone was immediately excited. "Oh my god, is this the privilege of being assigned to the North City Military University Examination Center? I can actually ride the Fengping bird. Although I can't contract the Windrock, I have ridden on it. Ha ha ha. From now on, I can brag that I've ridden a Fengping bird." The students, excited but still maintaining order, followed Wang Jiao to the Beast Taming School Square. Ji Churan, not seeking special treatment, quietly blended into the crowd. Upon arriving at the Beast Taming School Square at North City Military University, Wang Jiao ordered everyone to board the Wind Peng bird. By this point, the Wind Peng bird had grown to a gigantic size, capable of carrying everyone. The chief examiner, Wang Jiao, and two other invigilators were the first to leap onto the bird's back, followed by the students. When all the candidates were seated, the Fengping bird flapped its huge wings and slowly took off. Before taking off, Ji Churan looked back at Chen Meng. Chen Meng smiled generously and gave him a thumbs up. Ji Churan smiled lightly, extended his left hand to return the thumbs up, and then looked away. Seeing this, Chen Meng raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Smelly boy." The Wind Peng bird was indeed a wind-type flying beast, boasting astonishing speed. It soon brought everyone over the examination hall. It surveyed the air, before finally landing gently in an abandoned square. As the Wind Peng touched down, a strong gust of wind blew the dust from the ground into the air. After the Fengping bird landed safely, the chief examiner, Wang Jiao, said, "Students, you have entered the examination venue. The exam will now officially begin. The rest of the time is up to you." Hearing this, the candidates jumped off the back of the Fengping bird and prepared to take the exam. Ji Churan was about to jump off as well when Wang Jiao reminded him, "Be careful." Ji Churan nodded, "I understand." Then he jumped down as well. After all the examinees enemies had dismounted from the Fengping's back, the Fengping flapped its wings and took Wang Jiao and the other two invigilators away. They were the only examinees left on the vast, abandoned playground. Is it starting now? Someone asked in a low voice. Nonsense. The examiner just said that the exam has already started, another person replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the candidates began to recruit teammates. Are there any brothers who want to team up with me? I am a C-level fire ability user. Come here, buddy with fighting ability. I've awakened the support type. Yes, cooperation is permitted in the Wukagakao. However, if you team up, points earned from killing monsters will be distributed based on each player's contribution. Each time a monster is killed, points are automatically tallied by the tactical goggles worn by the test taker. When killing a monster together, points are also distributed based on contribution. This effectively prevents monster snatching and ensures fairness. Furthermore, support characters will also receive points based on their contributions when healing or restoring. Therefore, during the college entrance examination, many candidates choose to take the exam in teams because this not only allows them to get higher scores but also increases their survival rate. Just as everyone was busy recruiting teammates, Lin Yifeng walked up to Li Tianqing and asked, "Brotherly, how about forming a team?" This time, Li Tianqing did not refuse immediately, but fell into silence, appearing a little hesitant. Seeing this, Lin Yifeng took advantage of the situation and said, "Brotherly, our two abilities complement each other and are definitely more advantageous than a single ability alone. What's more, the examination room we are in this time is not a simple one." As he spoke, Lin Yifeng glanced at Ji Churan, intentionally or unintentionally. His appearance was so unique that even a fool could see how powerful he was. Li Tianqing's attention was also attracted and he unconsciously turned to Ji Churan. "Brotherly, if I'm not mistaken," Lin Yifeng continued, "the battle robe he's wearing is C grade. Even if you and I received scholarships for 3 consecutive years, we could only barely afford a D grade battle robe. So, you understand what I mean." Li Tianqing frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. This time, he was really moved by Lin Yifeng's words. Okay. Finally, Li Tianqing agreed to Lin Yifeng's invitation. Lin Yifeng smiled and stretched out his right hand and said, "I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Li Tianqing had no expression on his face. He stretched out his hand and shook it gently without saying a word. Even as the students were still recruiting teammates, a live broadcast had quietly begun. That's right, a live broadcast. The cameras used for the live broadcast were, of course, the tactical goggles worn by the students. Every year, the Gaokao National College Entrance Examination, officials would connect the cameras on the goggles to the internet for a live broadcast. This allowed outsiders to understand the students' specific situation and effectively prevented harm to their own group and cheating. As the official live broadcast began, a dense network of live broadcast rooms appeared on the website. Parents and school leaders searched for the live broadcast rooms of their favorite students, while other viewers either clicked in randomly or searched for popular candidates in their province to watch. For example, in Qilu province, most people searched for Li Tianqing, a famous athlete from the province. A large number of Qilu viewers flocked to Li Tianqing's live broadcast room to watch. "Wow, come and see our province's top fighter. Li Tianqing will undoubtedly be the top scholar in our province, but I wonder who will be the top scholar in the country. Oh my god, the guy next to Li Tianqing is Lin Yifeng, the top-ranked fighter from the neighboring province? Are they teaming up? Oh my god, they're taking off. A powerful combination. They'll take over this exam room." Through the live broadcast, the audience saw Lin Yifeng traveling with Li Tianqing. At this time, inside the examination room, candidates began to form teams and leave the square to enter the examination area. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng did the same. After forming teams, they left the square and began the exam. The assessment naturally involves killing monsters to calculate the score. The higher the score, the better. The full score is 5,000 points, but so far only a few people have achieved it. Seeing that most of the candidates had already left, Ji Churan didn't plan to stay any longer. With a thought, his tactical glasses changed. Candidate Ji Churan. School, Rongqing No. 3 Middle School. Score, 0. Ranking, no score obtained, not calculated yet. Looking at the data displayed in the glasses, Ji Churan adjusted his mind again, and the data changed rapidly. Examination Room 47 ranking. First place, Li Tianqing, score, 11. Second place, Lin Yifeng, score, 9. Third place, Ji Churan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the scores to come out so quickly. It seemed that everyone started fighting as soon as they left the house. In that case, he would definitely not fall behind. In fact, at the beginning, some classmates came to invite Ji Churan to form a team, but after he refused, no one dared to disturb him anymore. After all, everyone knows their own limitations. Ji Churan's stunning appearance made them realize that this guy is a big shot, and a big shot who is destined to fly solo. It was precisely because of Ji Churan's attitude that Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng felt the pressure, otherwise the two would probably not form a team. Ji Churan slowly walked out while calling up the map in his tactical glasses. With a thought, a 3D virtual map appeared before his eyes. Ji Churan first confirmed his own location, then glanced around at the positions of the other candidates. On the map, all candidates' positions were marked with white dots, and near each white dot was a red dot. That red dot, of course, was the beast. It must be said that the tactical glasses were truly powerful and extremely helpful in combat. Tactical glasses are equipment that ordinary people can only wear once during the college entrance examination. That's right, after the college entrance examination, these devices will be recycled. Ji Churan zoomed in on the map, observed the red dot with no white dots around it, and after determining the direction, he set off towards the red dot on the map. He took 2 light steps, and a crackling sound began to sound under his feet, and thunder flashed. The next moment, Ji Churan tapped his right foot, and a ball of thunder suddenly exploded under his feet, and his figure rushed out like a rocket. With every step, Ji Churan left a trail of lightning under his feet. He was extremely fast, and with every step he took, he rushed forward more than 10 meters, and wherever he passed, he left behind a crackling trail of thunder. In just a dozen steps, Ji Churan had already rushed hundreds of meters. His speed was astonishing. Forget about the starting line leading Teber, he directly threw Teber away with this step. In an instant, Ji Churan passed by many of the hurried candidates, leaving streaks of lightning in his wake. One candidate, traveling with his teammates, suddenly heard a sizzling sound behind him. He turned and saw a fierce hurricane instantly lift his robe, making a swish sound. A thunderous figure quickly passed by, leaving him stunned. His teammates were also shocked by this sudden scene. One of them muttered, "What just flew past?" I don't know either. This situation wasn't unique to them. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng also encountered a similar surprise. They had just killed a strange beast and were heading towards the nearest red dot when suddenly a white dot on the map flew towards them at an astonishing speed. So fast. "Who's this?" Lin Yifeng exclaimed. The next moment, a hurricane roared in his ears, and a bolt of lightning flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a crackling thunder. The subsequent residual wind swept up countless dust and rushed towards Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing, instantly blowing their battle robes. Ahem! Seeing the dust about to obscure his vision, Lin Yifeng quickly activated his supernatural power. A clear, sharp wind surged from his body, dispersing the dust. When the dust settled, Ji Churan's figure had disappeared without a trace. Brotherly, that just now. Lin Yifeng's heart trembled slightly, and his expression became solemn. Well, it's a thunder-related ability, and it's extremely powerful. Li Tianqing frowned. But isn't he afraid of running out of power if he uses it to speed along? Lin Yifeng was puzzled. After all, lightning powers deplete very quickly, and those who had just awakened their powers were very cautious when using them, fearing they would be depleted without warning. But that person just now used lightning powers without hesitation to speed alone. Wasn't he afraid of losing his combat effectiveness after his power ran out? Not only did the two of them have doubts, but the audience in the live broadcast room were also discussing. "Oh my god, I thought Lu Fengxian was invincible, but I didn't expect there were even masters out there. Whose general is this? Oh my god, you can actually use lightning abilities like this? Using abilities to travel, aren't you afraid of running out of them? Does anyone know the live broadcast room of that person just now? I want to go and take a look." "I know, my wife is watching his live stream, the footage is amazing. Just search Peach Blossom Sister and you'll find it." "Damn it, don't believe that guy, he's lying to you. Trust me, search for Sister Mini. Two big brothers, be serious, my brother is really watching this live broadcast. He is from Rongqing No. 3 Middle School, his name is Ji Churan. You can find out by searching. By the way, a friendly reminder, close your eyes first to enter the live broadcast, then switch to the third perspective and then open them again." Following the kind reminder, thousands of viewers searched for Ji Churan's live broadcast room on the official website. After finding it, they clicked in one by one, wanting to see for themselves if it was real. However, when they first entered the live broadcast room, the default display was the first-person perspective. The result, everyone was stunned. The live video was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, which was obviously a phenomenon that only occurs when running at high speed. The sound of violent wind mixed with a continuous sizzling sound came from the screen. "Oh my god, I almost fainted when I first entered the live broadcast room. If I hadn't switched to the third-person perspective, I would have vomited. Oh my god, this is the scene of a lightning-type Esper using his powers to travel? How cool is that? Look at the map in the upper left corner. This guy can cover over 10 meters with one step. As expected of a lightning-type ability known for its speed and lethality, it's truly powerful. But why hasn't he run out of power yet? Mom, I met a genius today. He's superhuman." Ji Churan's live broadcast room was instantly flooded with viewers, and the number of comments skyrocketed. Chen Meng sat in Wang Zhou's office, looking at the comments in the live broadcast room with a smug smile on his face. "As expected of you, little pervert. You're so extravagant with just one move." Chen Meng couldn't suppress his smile. After all, this was a student from his academy. You guys can envy her. Of course, Chen Meng also noticed some questioning voices in the comments, saying that Ji Churan's efforts would lead to the exhaustion of his superpowers and he would be unable to continue fighting. In response, Chen Meng just chuckled. If it were another lightning-type user, he might agree, but when it comes to Jichuran, sorry, you're talking nonsense. Jichuran, that little pervert, had unleashed dozens of meteoric storms in a row, and he had never seen his powers depleted. Now, just because he was traveling, his powers were exhausted? What a joke! For Jichuran, the limitation of power exhaustion is far less significant than physical exhaustion. Other lightning-type power users have to constantly be wary of power exhaustion, but he doesn't have to. For him, using power to travel is as easy as running for an ordinary person. An ordinary person would get tired after sprinting for just a few dozen steps. How weak would one have to be to do that? Therefore, Chen Meng simply disdained those comments questioning whether Jichuran's abilities would run out in the future. Just wait, it won't be long before this little pervert shows you the true world of genius. We're almost there. Jichuran murmured softly as he ran, his eyes fixed on the red dot on the map that was getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but feel excited. Finally, the battle is about to begin. Jichuran seemed to be going crazy. Unlike others, he was not afraid to stay away from the monsters, worried that they would attack him. Instead, he was a little worried that the monsters would escape. With this mentality, he really didn't know who to talk to. A moment later, he arrived at the red dot on the map, an abandoned basketball court surrounded by dilapidated buildings that looked as if they would crumble at the slightest touch. Jichuran ignored his surroundings, his gaze fixed on the center of the basketball court. There lay a 5-meter-tall, dark purple, tiger-like beast. Its massive body rose and fell rhythmically with its breathing, its breath steady, as if it were in deep sleep. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw the strange beast lying in the middle of the basketball court and were shocked. Oh my god, a night-walking tiger. This is a beast from the upper spiritual realm. Jichuran doesn't really want to fight Night Tiger head-on, does he? As expected of the man who uses his supernatural powers to travel, he's quite the tough one. But the problem is, he just used his supernatural powers to rush on his way. Does he still have the energy to fight the Night Tiger? The live broadcast room was instantly filled with comments, and viewers began to speculate on Jichuran's choice. Some people firmly believed that Jichuran would be able to deal with the Night Tiger, while others believed that Jichuran had almost exhausted his supernatural powers after traveling and was unable to fight the Night Tiger. Jichuran was completely unaware of this because his tactical glasses were one way. Looking at the still sleeping nocturnal tiger, Jichuran's lips curled up slightly. His luck was quite good today. The first exotic beast he encountered was a nocturnal tiger. Nocturnal. Tigers are nocturnal animals, active at night and sleeping during the day. This nocturnal tiger seemed to have entered a deep sleep, completely unaware of the approaching danger. That's perfect. It saves you from having to resist. Although the tactical glasses showed that the Night Tiger's strength had reached the upper spiritual perception realm, Jichuran didn't care at all. After all, with the help of the sea-level combat weapon Black Gold boxing gloves, he was confident that he could crush it. That's right, Jichuran didn't choose the popular sword or spear as his weapon, but instead chose the relatively unpopular boxing gloves. Jichuran believed that swords and spears were indeed gorgeous and exciting, but elbow strikes were the real king. Please call me Master Lao Ji. Jichuran clenched his fists, raised the corners of his mouth, and his eyes suddenly focused, and a flash of thunder flashed across his eyes. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, flashes of lightning began to appear around Jichuran, surrounding him endlessly. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately switched to the third-person perspective upon seeing this. The picture quickly moved from the first-person perspective to a bird's-eye view from above. The faint lightning around Jichuran continued to flicker, as if charging. At this moment, he no longer looked like an ordinary candidate, but a sharp and domineering weapon of war. The dust around was floating slowly, and the air seemed to be filled with dead silence, just like the calm before a storm. The victim of this storm was the nocturnal tiger, which was still fast asleep. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room held their breath and focused all their attention on the screen, Jichuran moved. Blue lightning suddenly flashed, and Jichuran turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the Night Tiger. Thunder split the sky, making a crackling sound. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Night Tiger. Fast. Too fast. Before the audience could even blink, a blue lightning flashed across, and the next moment Jichuran was on the other side. At this time, he had already raised his right fist wrapped in countless thunders and smashed it hard on the Night Tiger's head. Sizzle. The powerful force of thunder bombarded down with endless impact, and lightning filled the air in an instant. The violent energy exploded like fireworks in the head of the Night Tiger. The Night Tiger didn't even have time to scream before it was knocked away. Bang bang bang. The huge body quickly retreated and hit several abandoned buildings in succession. In an instant, those buildings collapsed, and the flying debris fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It's like a demolition crew scene. The dust gradually cleared, and Jichuran saw the Night Tiger's current state clearly. The center of its head had sunken, revealing a fist-sized hole. Around the hole, residual lightning flickered, and occasional flashes of lightning remained. A burnt smell came from it and filled the air. At this moment, the live broadcast room was completely silent. The audience seemed to have been disconnected from the internet, and all the barrages disappeared. disappeared. It wasn't until a full 2.5 seconds later that the comments began to pour out like a tide. Damn, 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 this punch is awesome. Dumping. Who said Jichuran's superpowers were exhausted? Come out and apologize. My goodness, this guy is not a college entrance examination candidate. I would believe him if he said he could summon thunder now. One punch, he killed it. Mom, I saw Superman. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling. After all, in all the previous college entrance examinations, no one had ever seen a figure like Jichuran. He could kill a beast of the upper spiritual perception realm with one punch. Even if it was sleeping, it was still in the upper spiritual perception realm. Although the beasts in the spiritual perception realm are the lowest level, you should know, Jichuran had just awakened his superpowers. While other candidates in the livestream were still teaming up to deal with lower-level spiritual perception realm beasts, he had already begun single-handedly challenging higher-level spiritual perception realm beasts. Not only was he soloing them, he was also killing them instantly. Jichuran's livestream was forwarded like crazy, and viewers were sharing his livestream with their friends and family. Xianzi, come and see. A genius appeared in the martial arts exam. Sister, hurry and watch the live broadcast. A big shot has appeared at the college entrance examination. Son, stop doing your homework and come watch the live broadcast with Daddy. In a short period of time, a large number of viewers flocked to Jichuran's live broadcast room, and his popularity exploded at this moment. On the short video platform, he dominated the hot search list. Shock. The only candidate with lightning abilities in the martial arts college entrance exam used their abilities to travel faster. Is this confidence or foolishness? Can you believe it? A night-walking tiger was actually defeated by a test taker in the daytime. The most popular candidate for the national top scorer, crushing the tiger with one punch. The strongest martial arts college entrance exam candidate appears. Break the tiger god's dream with one punch. Jichuran, sitting in the examination room, had no idea how much of a stir he had caused. His only concern at the moment was, how should I roast this night tiger? Jichuran touched the tiger's thick, strong, tendon-filled hind legs, and tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of his mouth. If such high-quality ingredients were not cooked well, it would be simply unforgivable. What a pity, I have lightning abilities, he muttered softly. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also began to express their opinions. So what? Lightning can still burn. Once the thunder strikes, even a night-walking tiger will be scorched. Dude, it seems you've never eaten a beast scorched by lightning powers. That taste is a real challenge to your taste buds. Really? Never try to eat a beast that's been burnt by lightning powers. It tastes like rusty iron. Jichuran carefully examined the night tiger and ultimately decided to take one of its hind legs as a backup. He had already made plans. If he found a candidate who could cook, even a little, he would ask them to help him prepare the night tiger's hind leg. In return, he would help that candidate slay an exotic beast as a reward. Although points were distributed, the person who ultimately killed the exotic beast usually received slightly higher points. Jichuran's right palm was like a sharp blade, and lightning flashed in the air, like a sharp thunder knife. He slashed with his right palm, and lightning flashed in the air, and the night tiger's left hind leg was cut cleanly, and the wound still had traces of residual lightning. Damn, I should have brought a sword earlier. Jichuran stared at the hind leg in his hand helplessly and muttered to himself, the lightning ability can even burn cut meat. This part can't be eaten. He wanted to cry but had no tears. After carrying a piece of hind leg meat that was almost as big as himself, Jichuran began to look for candidates who could cook. He was seen to have electricity under his feet, and every step was accompanied by thunder and lightning, and he quickly hurried on. The audience in the live broadcast room also switched to the first-person perspective to truly feel the shock of the lightning-powered supernatural power, and at the same time, they enthusiastically discussed how terrifying. He can actually use his superpowers to travel faster. How vast must his superpower reserves be? Wow, I guess there's no doubt he'll be the top scorer in the country, right? By the way, what level of superpower does Jichuran have? He looks really powerful. I want to know, too. +1. While on the road, Jichuran opened the map and discovered that the nearest student was nearly 6 kilometers away. The tactical goggles had a range of 10 kilometers. Beyond that, they couldn't detect anything. After all, the tactical goggles issued to the college entrance exam were the first batch, so their functionality was limited, which was understandable. 6 kilometers? We need to speed up, Jichuran said softly, and then quickened his pace. Thunder streaked across the sky, and his figure rushed forward quickly. In a dilapidated Happy Valley, 3 candidates were confronting a ferocious armored bull. Damn it, our luck is so bad, a candidate shouted with a distorted face. At this moment, his brown E-rank battle robe was tattered, revealing his underwear. The E-rank long sword in his hand was shaking continuously, as if it had just chopped off a hard object dozens of times in a row. How would I know? I just saw a single red dot and rushed over. Who would have thought that this red dot was actually an armored bull? Another boy, wearing a black E-class battle robe and holding an E-class long sword, also had a distorted expression expression and shouted anxiously. His battle robe was also tattered, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. "Stop arguing. It's coming again," a woman in a pink Yarank battle robe warned anxiously. At this moment, her hands continuously emitted a blue light. The two boys immediately became alert when they heard this. In front of them, a huge armored bull with bloodshot eyes and two horns pointing straight to the sky was slowly shaking its head. This iron-armored bull was silver-white, like a steel plate gleaming in the sun. As a beast of the middle spiritual perception realm, its hide was as hard as iron, hence the name Iron-Armored Bull. The armored bull glared at them, breathing out huge breaths from its wide nostrils, slowly shaking its head and gently sliding its right hind leg, obviously preparing to charge. With a roar, the armored bull suddenly rushed over. The earth shook, dust flew, and sand fog filled the entire venue. "Damn! It's coming!" the boy in the brown jersey shouted and quickly dodged to the side. The boy in black robe ran towards the carousel next to him without hesitation. The woman in pink also did not dare to confront the bull head-on. While the armored bull was charging, she immediately fled to the large circular flower bed nearby. They had no reason to run away. Their previous attempts to fight had all ended in failure and they almost lost their lives. The three candidates were only sea-level psychics, and it was difficult for them to face the monsters in the lower spiritual perception realm, let alone the armored bull in the middle spiritual perception realm. They originally planned to hunt a lone strange beast, but ended up running into this armored bull. It was really a double whammy. The armored bull crashed straight into the place where they had just been, causing the ground to shake and rocks to fly everywhere. Seeing this, the black-robed candidate ignored everything else and shouted hurriedly, "There's no way to escape. Send a distress signal immediately." "Damn it, didn't I check the almanac before going out today?" The candidate in the brown battle robe cursed angrily, and then without hesitation, he sent a distress signal. The boy in black robe and the girl in pink did not dare to hesitate and immediately sent out a distress signal. The distress signal is a function of the tactical glasses, and once sent, it will be displayed in the glasses of other candidates. Other candidates can see the distress signal on the map and understand the situation on the scene, such as what kind of strange beast they are facing, the person calling for help, and the status of the strange beast. With this information, candidates will choose whether to go to the rescue based on their own situation. As soon as the distress signal was sent out, all the candidates who were checking the map within a 10-kilometer radius received the message. When most candidates see the distress signal, their first reaction is to rush to rescue. However, when they saw the detailed information of the strange beasts at the scene, they were stunned. "Oh my god, who would dare to save the armored bull when it's angry?" They were just candidates who had just awakened, and they couldn't even deal with the strange beasts in the lower spiritual perception realm, let alone the middle spiritual perception realm. Therefore, the vast majority of candidates gave up the idea of rescue. After all, if you don't have enough strength, forcing a rescue would be tantamount to suicide. However, there were still two candidates who chose to step forward, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. The two looked at each other and made a tacit decision. Not only do they want to rescue it, they also want to kill this armored bull with their own hands. At this moment, changes have occurred in the standings. Examination Room 47 ranking. First place, Ji Churan, score 200. Second place, Li Tianqing, score 32. Third place, Lin Yifeng, score 28. Fourth place. That's right, Ji Churan killed a night-walking tiger in the upper spiritual perception realm, and his score instantly soared to 200, instantly surpassing all the candidates. The other candidates might not care, because they have a clear understanding of their own abilities and know they can't get first place, so who wins is irrelevant to them. But Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng are different. They have always been ranked first in the province, which has also cultivated their habit of striving for first place. Therefore, when they saw Ji Churan soar to first place in an instant, the pressure immediately hit them. At this time, on the other side, as Ji Churan was on his way, he suddenly found a distress signal on the map, and the signal came from the candidates he was looking for. He checked the on-site information and immediately sped up and rushed over. "Iron-armored bull? I wonder if it can withstand my elbow," Ji Churan muttered softly. Although his voice was small, the audience in the live broadcast room heard it clearly. In a short period of time, the live broadcast room became lively again. "Can it withstand a punch from you? Do you think the armored bull's internal organs are made of iron? Brother Tiejianyo, I'm afraid your punch must be quite painful." "Night Tiger, Brother Tiejia, come with me. I never thought that one day I would be worrying about the strange beasts in the college entrance examination live broadcast room. Before, I only worried about the students." "Good fellow, it's not enough to shatter the tiger god's dream with one punch, now you want to shatter the bull god's dream with one punch? Am I the only one who finds this weird? A lightning-type ability is actually a fist weapon?" Ji Churan's livestream was completely different from the others. While other livestreamers worried about the students being in danger, Ji Churan's actually started to worry about the safety of the monsters. This was completely counterintuitive. However, some knowledgeable people still felt that Ji Churan's boxing gloves were useless. There were many skeptical voices. After all, previous lightning-type psychics either used guns or knives, and no one had ever used boxing gloves as a weapon. "Damn it! it. Is there really no one coming to rescue us? The boy in brown robe narrowly avoided the impact of the armored bull, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth, and roared angrily, I give up. Maybe they saw it was an armored bull and chose to give up the rescue. The boy in the black robe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of unwillingness. I don't have any superpowers anymore. The girl in pink robe bent down slightly, her face covered with dirt and dust, breathing heavily, and the superpowers in her body were almost exhausted. Damn it! It looks like our college entrance exam will end here, said the boy in brown robe unwillingly. Sorry, it's all my fault for misjudgment. The boy in black robe gritted his teeth, his tone full of helplessness. The Iron Bull seemed to sense that the three candidates were nearing their limit, and once again stood not far from them, sliding its hind legs gently. Forget it, I don't blame you. I can only blame my bad luck, the brown-robed boy said nonchalantly. I'm not going to die anyway. If I can't get into college, I can just go back and inherit the family restaurant. I can still make a decent living. Really? In that case, brother, are you short of people? I can work for you. The boy in black robe responded with a smile. Sure, bro. At this moment, the two of them seemed not to be in a life or death situation, but rather to be chatting casually in the dormitory. The pink-robed girl listened to their conversation and sighed helplessly. It seemed that her college entrance examination was really coming to an end. Just as the three were about to accept their fate and open the necklace, a thunderous roar sounded. Then a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Ji Churan made a dazzling appearance. Ji Churan appeared in front of the three of them in an instant, like a god descending from heaven. The live broadcast room is full of barrages. There was a loud bang in the sky. I make a grand entrance. Fuck. This first-person perspective completely immerses me in the world. It's so cool. It's hard to believe that this is just a test taker. Inside the abandoned amusement park, Ji Churan's entire body was flashing with crackling lightning, like a fully charged battery. On his back was a piece of charred thigh meat, as if it had been burned by electricity. When the armored bull saw Ji Churan suddenly appear, a look of vigilance flashed in its eyes, and the sliding of its hind legs stopped at this moment. The armored bull roared loudly, as if issuing a warning. This time, it did not attack directly, but tried to force Ji Churan to retreat and leave. Ji Churan ignored the armored bull. He put down the hind leg of the night tiger and said helplessly, I give in. I got burned by electricity after all. You. The brown boy's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at Ji Churan for a long time and finally blurted out, Are you that young master? What? Ji Churan was stunned, wondering when he became a young master. Seeing this, the black boy quickly poked the brown boy, indicating that he had made a slip of the tongue. The brown boy immediately reacted and apologized quickly. Sorry, I said something wrong. It's okay. Ji Churan waved his hand, not caring at all about what the brown-robed boy said. He turned to look at the still vigilant armored bull and said, Let's get rid of this guy first. Okay, boss, we'll help you, the black-robed boy said, raising his sword and taking a fighting stance. I thought my college entrance exam journey was over, but now it seems I can still fight. I can still fight. No need. Ji Churan gently pressed down the knife in the black-robed boy's hand and said with a smile, Leave this guy to me. The black-robed boy was stunned and asked with some doubt, Boss, can you really do this alone? If you can't even handle one person, how can you still be called a boss? Ji Churan said, pointing to the charred piece of meat on the ground. This is the hind leg meat of a night tiger. Do you understand? What? The three candidates exclaimed in unison, staring at Ji Churan in shock. The night tiger was at the upper spiritual perception realm. The boss actually killed it and divided up the meat? But, in this completely charred state, could it really be eaten? Several people stared at the charred piece of night tiger hind leg meat, lost in thought. Ji Churan ignored their thoughts and turned to face the armored bull. The armored bull exhaled, and a cloud of thick mist gushed out of its nostrils. Its red eyes were still full of vigilance, and its body leaned slightly, wary of Ji Churan. The armored bull mooed again, clearly a warning. Seeing the iron bull's posture, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. Hey, this iron bull is really good. When it saw Ji Churan, it didn't dare to rush directly, but was only on guard. Are you kidding me? You dare to rush forward when you see the stun gun? Genius metaphor. Seeing the iron bull so alert, Ji Churan couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that the iron bull actually had some insight, but not much. Ji Churan clenched his fists, and countless thunderbolts gathered in his right hand. After awakening my superpowers, the little man in my mind has been constantly cultivating. Now my strength has reached the middle level of spiritual perception. But if a war really breaks out, I'm not afraid of even the Twilight Realm. I wonder if your iron body can withstand my punch, Ji Churan said to himself, and then he instantly turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Seeing this, the armored bull immediately became more alert and turned around, with a flash of panic in his eyes. Where are you looking? Ji Churan's voice suddenly came from behind the iron bull. Before it could react, he punched out. This fist, carrying thousands of thunders, instantly hit the iron-like body of the iron bull. Suddenly, thunder erupted. The iron bull felt a sharp pain, and then his body began to lose control. Moo! The armored bull screamed and fell fell to the ground with a loud bang. Its huge body hit the ground fiercely, causing the ground to shake and raise a large amount of dust. The three candidates were stunned with shock. When they looked closely, they saw that the body of the armored bull was completely dented. The black-robed boy was stunned and said in disbelief, "He actually killed the armored bull with just one punch?" Gulp! The brown-robed man swallowed, his face stiff. They'd encountered an armored bull that could only send out distress signals and was just killed with a single punch? "Hey, are you sure you're a candidate?" The pink-robed girl was equally shocked, her mouth slightly open, a strange expression in her eyes as she looked towards Jichuran. Meanwhile, the protagonist Jichuran stood there in a daze. This was because his template system had suddenly changed. Template progress, 6.1%. That's right, the progress increased by 1%. Previously, Jichuran had increased the template progress to 5.1% through learning and practicing with the little man in his mind. But he didn't expect that just by killing two strange beasts, the progress would increase by 1% directly. This made Jichuran very surprised. It seems that template progress isn't just about training. Killing monsters is equally effective. Thinking of this, Jichuran felt a surge of excitement. However, the most pressing issue right now was food. After all, the food in his tactical backpack wouldn't last 24 hours. Jichuran didn't want to go looking for monsters on an empty stomach, so he decided to prepare his food early and enjoy it. He ignored the now dead armored bull and walked towards the three candidates. The three of them immediately became excited upon seeing this. The most excited one was the boy in black robe. He sheathed his long sword and said excitedly, "Boss, you're so awesome. You knocked the armored bull down with just one punch." The brown-robed boy's face flushed slightly, and he was obviously very excited. However, he seemed to be an introvert. He was outgoing in front of acquaintances, but silent in front of strangers, so he didn't speak a word. Everyone likes to hear compliments, and Jichuran was no exception. He smiled and asked, "Can any of you cook?" The three of them were stunned for a moment. The boy in black robe and the girl in pink robe turned to look at the boy in brown robe. Jichuran also looked at the boy in brown robe. "Can you cook?" The brown-robed boy's cheeks flushed and he nodded. "Yes, my family has been running restaurants for generations." Jichuran's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It seemed that he was really lucky to have found a candidate who could cook. "Then can you help me with this piece of night tiger's hind leg meat?" He pointed at the night tiger's hind leg meat and asked, "I need to take a look first." The brown-robed boy, knowing Jichuran wasn't a difficult person to get along with, relaxed a bit. He walked over to the tiger's hind leg and carefully examined it with both hands. The meat wasn't in great condition, it was abysmal. The black tiger's hind leg looked as if it had been burned by electricity, the surface charred to a terrifying black. He wondered if the meat inside had also been burned. If so, it would be completely inedible. Thinking of this, the brown-robed boy pulled out a small knife from his bag. The blade was about forearm long and he sliced open the tiger's hind leg. He peeled the meat apart and carefully examined it. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the meat inside was not burnt. "It can be handled, but it will take some time," said the boy in brown robe. "How long will it take?" Jichuran asked. The brown-robed boy thought for a moment and said, "A conservative estimate would be 3 hours. Because there was no fire, we could only cut away the charred outer layer of meat bit by bit." 3 hours? Jichuran frowned slightly and whispered to himself, "Is it true that as long as there is fire, the processing time can be shortened?" "Yes, if there is a fire, it can be dealt with in about 20 minutes. The boy in the brown robe nodded. "Then wait for me for a moment," Jichuran said, preparing to go find the fire-type mutant. Suddenly, a voice came. "Is it resolved?" Jichuran and the three examinees turned their heads to see two figures, one white and one blue, running towards them. They were none other than Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. Arriving at the scene, the first thing they saw was the collapsed iron bull, its body dented with fist holes and charred skin. They couldn't help but express shock. The ability to dent the iron bull's body was truly astonishing. The two turned their eyes to Jichuran and his companions not far away. "It's him," Lin Yifeng said solemnly. "Brotherly, it seems we still underestimated him." "Yeah, I understand." Li Tianqing nodded in response. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Li Tianqing's eyes, and the hand holding the sword began to tremble slightly involuntarily. When the three candidates saw the two men, they were shocked again. They never expected that Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng would also come here. Could it be that they were attracted by the distress signal they sent out? Jichuran didn't recognize them and thought they were just ordinary candidates, so he waved his hand and shouted, "Two of you, do any of you have fire abilities?" Lin Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jichuran to be so straightforward. He thought Jichuran had a prominent background and should be the kind of arrogant young man, but he didn't expect him to be so down-to-earth. You know, all the young men they met before were very arrogant. That's right, Lin Yifeng had long regarded Jichuran as a young man with powerful forces behind him. After all, with that kind of appearance, everyone who saw him would think that he had an extraordinary background. Fire? Although Lin Yifeng didn't understand what Jichuran was trying to do, he still decided to respond. "Are you talking about fire abilities?" When Jichuran heard this, a gleam of of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he turned into a ray of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. Ha 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 ha. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng's expressions changed when they saw this, and they immediately took a defensive stance. Li Tianqing even drew his sword and slashed at Ji Churan. The sound of a long sword being unsheathed suddenly rang out. The sharp sword energy cut through the air, bringing up a white light, and Li Tianqing's long sword slashed towards Ji Churan with a sharp force. However, soon, a crisp sound was heard, and Li Tianqing's sharp sword suddenly slashed in the air. All the sharpness and sword energy disappeared instantly. Hey, hey, hey! Ji Churan clamped Li Tianqing's sword with 2 fingers and said helplessly, "What are you doing, brother? I won't hurt you. Have you forgotten that candidates can't attack each other at will?" Li Tianqing's eyes trembled, and he quickly put away his sword and said, "Sorry, it was a gut reaction." He stared at Ji Churan, extremely shocked. His sword strike was an instinctive attack without reservation, but he didn't expect Ji Churan to be able to easily catch it with 2 fingers. Strong, really strong. At this moment, Li Tianqing had only this one thought in his mind. Lin Yifeng beside him was also shocked. He knew how powerful Li Tianqing's sword was, and he didn't dare to take it head-on, but Ji Churan was able to block it easily. How could Lin Yifeng not be shocked by this? At the same time, doubts arose in his mind. Such strong combat capability and judgment cannot be acquired in a short period of time. It must be the result of long-term efforts and accumulation. If that's the case, why has he never heard of Ji Churan's name? Even if he is a young master in the family, he should have heard of it. But he had never seen or heard of Ji Churan, which left him puzzled. It's okay, don't take it to heart. Ji Churan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "So, are there any of you who have fire abilities?" As soon as the words fell, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng came back to their senses. Li Tianqing calmed down a bit and asked, "What do you want to do with a fire-type mutant?" Ji Churan pointed to the charred hind leg of a nocturnal tiger not far away and said, "I need to find someone to process the hind legs of the night tiger. I've found someone, but I'm in need of a fire-type mutant to help." "Night-walking tiger?" Lin Yifeng exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. "That's a night-walking tiger, a powerful beast in the upper spiritual perception realm. Even if he and Li Tianqing join forces now, they dare not confront each other head-on easily." "That's right." Ji Churan nodded and said, "What's a night-walking tiger?" "It can be killed with 1 punch." "What?" Lin Yifeng exclaimed again, his eyes full of shock. He knew that Ji Churan was strong, but he didn't expect that he was so strong that he could kill the night tiger with 1 punch. "Man, you're Superman." Li Tianqing's eyelids were twitching wildly, and he was thinking about something in his mind. "So, is there anyone with fire ability among you two?" Ji Churan asked again. As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them were stunned and not at all steady. "Unlike me, I am very steady." Ji Churan complained silently in his heart. "Yes," Li Tianqing said, "I am a fire-type mutant." After hearing this, Ji Churan's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed Li Tianqing's hand, turned around and left. "That's great, I just need your help." Li Tianqing didn't refuse and let Ji Churan pull him forward. Lin Yifeng was stunned by the scene and quickly shouted, "Wait for me," and followed. When the 3 of them arrived in front of the night tiger's hind leg, the boy in the black robe was already very excited, while the boy in the brown robe became nervous again. Ji Churan noticed his mood and patted him on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Don't be nervous, we are all one family. You will be the one to make the arrangements from now on." After saying that, Ji Churan turned to Li Tianqing and said, "Brother, do me a favor. After this is done, I can help you catch a strange beast and let you kill it. It will be counted as compensation points. How about it?" Unexpectedly, Li Tianqing refused and instead made another request. He pointed to the nocturnal tiger's hind leg meat on the ground and said, "You don't have to help me catch any exotic beasts. After you're done, just give me some of the nocturnal tiger's hind leg meat." Li Tianqing had just finished speaking when Ji Churan hadn't responded yet, but the audience in his livestream studio reacted first. "Oh my god, he's worthy of being the top scorer in Qilu's battles. His brain is really quick. The one above, why? Isn't it better to just kill the monsters and score more points? It seems you didn't pay attention in class. Didn't the teacher tell you? The meat of nocturnal beasts is the best ingredient for replenishing superpowers, and the first choice for restoring superpowers after battle. Indeed, here, the meat of nocturnal beasts contains a large amount of superpowers, which can quickly restore the superpowers of the eater. Many superpower users will carry food made from the meat of nocturnal beasts with them to replenish their consumption after the battle. It is worth mentioning that the food in the lunchbox in the tactical backpack is made from the meat of nocturnal beasts." After hearing Li Tianqing's words, Ji Churan did not think much about it. After all, he wanted the meat of the hind leg of the nocturnal tiger mainly to fill his stomach, and restoring his superpowers was of no importance to him. So he agreed to Li Tianqing's conditions and said, "Yes, you can take some of the tiger's meat after you're done. Of course, I can also tell you where the tiger's body is. After all, I only took the hind legs. I can't carry the rest." Li Tianqing's expression changed after hearing this, and he asked, "Can you really tell me where the body is?" "Need I tell you?" Ji Churan said with a smile, "The positions are 34 on top, 88 in the middle, and 599 on the bottom. Remember them and pick them up when the time comes. Li Tianqing was completely bewildered, completely lost as to what Ji Churan was planning. Wasn't he afraid that they would quickly regain their powers after obtaining the Night Tiger's corpse, thus stealing his first place? However, since Ji Churan was willing to reveal the location of the corpse, he had no reason to refuse his help. So he turned to the brown-robed man and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The brown-robed man shuddered and began to explain intermittently where he needed Li Tianqing's help. Since the two had already started working together, Ji Churan did not bother to interrupt. He walked to the corpse of the iron-armored bull, jumped up, and sat directly on its back. Poor iron-armored bull, even after dying, Ji Churan had to use it as a bench. Seeing this, Lin Yifeng's mind moved, and the whole person was lifted up by the invisible wind and flew onto the back of the iron-armored bull. After getting on, he saluted and said, "My name is Lin Yifeng. May I know whether you—" "Ji Churan." Ji Churan replied, "You can call me Brother Ji." Lin Yifeng's mouth twitched, and he felt that Ji Churan was different from others. After all, this was the first time he met a young man with such a unique personality. Okay then, Lin Yifeng came to sit next to Ji Churan and asked, "Brother Ji, where are you from?" "I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing." "Is it the Sichuan and you from Laozi Shudao Mountain?" "Ahem, you. Is there nothing else in Sichuan and Chongqing that you can remember?" Ji Churan asked back with his mouth twitching. "Yes, I have." Lin Yifeng took out a folding fan from somewhere, flicked it lightly, and the fan opened up. He said calmly, "It's rich in Tyrannosaurus." "I know that." Ji Churan was shocked, sweat immediately breaking out on his face, and he didn't know how to respond. "Lin Yifeng, you look quiet and gentle, but your words are so sharp. It's really hard to guard against. Boy, you better be careful with your words and actions." While the two were talking, Ji Churan's live broadcast room was already boiling. Good. This kid is called Lin Yifeng? How dare you slander us? We are the sweet girls of Sichuan and Chongqing. What do you mean by abundant Tyrannosaurus? Don't let me catch this kid, or I'll let him know why the flowers are so red. Do you really think you can beat Lin Yifeng? He's the top fighter in Jinling High School. The guy upstairs. Do you want to take a look at the people who just spoke? They're from Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. Damn it, I'm sorry, sisters. I was indeed a little rude just now. Don't blame me, blame Lin Yifeng. 10 minutes later, Ji Churan, Lin Yifeng, the black-robed boy, and the pink-robed girl sat on the armored bull's back, chatting. The black-robed boy and the pink-robed girl weren't seriously injured and recovered on their own after a short rest. The brown-robed boy and Li Tianqing assisted in preparing the Night Tiger's hind legs. "So, you are still a strong favorite to be the top pick this time?" Ji Churan looked at Lin Yifeng and asked in surprise. "No need." Just now, during the conversation, Ji Churan learned that Lin Yifeng was the top scorer in the Jinling battle and a hot candidate for the college entrance examination. At first, he thought Lin Yifeng was just an ordinary candidate. I don't dare to accept the title of popular seed player. After all, your strength is still there, Brother Ji. Lin Yifeng said modestly, fanning the folding fan with his right hand. "But Brother Ji, I have a question." Lin Yifeng said, "What level of lightning ability do you have?" As soon as the words fell, the black-robed boy and the pink-robed girl perked up, their eyes all turning to Ji Churan. They were also very curious about Ji Churan's ability level. After all, that kind of thunder attack was definitely not something that could be unleashed by an ordinary B or A-level Esper. After all, even the strongest A-level thunder-type Esper, when they first awakened, could only release a small bolt of lightning, and they didn't have the momentum of Ji Churan's thousands of thunderbolts. Not only Lin Yifeng and others were curious, but Ji Churan's live broadcast room fans also started a heated discussion. Don't mention it, Lin Yifeng's question really hits the nail on the head. I'm also quite curious about Ji Churan's ability level. Me too. If I'm not mistaken, Ji Churan has already entered the spiritual perception realm. He entered the spiritual perception realm not long after awakening. Such a talent and ability must be of a high level. Hearing Lin Yifeng's question, Ji Churan's lips curled up slightly. Just as he was about to frankly admit his ability level, Li Tianqing's voice suddenly rang out. "It's been taken care of." Ji Churan's attention was immediately drawn to the scene. Behind Li Tianqing, a brown-robed boy was holding up a piece of nocturnal tiger hind leg meat that was emitting a strong heat and aroma. It had obviously been processed. Seeing that the meat he needed had been processed, Ji Churan didn't care about anything else, jumped off the armored bull's back, and walked to the boy in the brown robe. Afraid that Ji Churan might misunderstand, the brown-robed boy held up his hind leg and explained, "The conditions are limited, and there are no seasonings, so I can only grill it, so the taste may be a little bland." This worry was nothing to Ji Churan. On the battlefield, as long as he could fill his stomach, it didn't matter whether the food tasted good or not. Ji Churan reached out to take the hind leg meat and said calmly, "It's okay, I'm not so picky. Now that the meat is processed, let's divide it." "Shared," everyone said in unison. They had never expected Ji Churan to take the initiative to share the meat. Lin Yifeng also walked to Ji Churan and said in surprise, "Brother Ji, I didn't even contribute any effort effort, so don't take the meat. The black-robed boy and the pink-robed girl also nodded and agreed. Yes, Brother G, we didn't contribute anything, so we can't ask for meat. Why are you talking so much? Ji Churan held up a piece of hind leg meat that was about the same size as himself and said with a smile, after all, I can't carry such a big piece of meat away by myself. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, unsure what to say. Didn't they want the meat? Actually, they did. After all, the meat of nocturnal beasts was extremely valuable to psychics. After the battle, restoring their powers depended largely on the meat of these nocturnal beasts. They simply said no, mainly out of embarrassment. After all, they hadn't contributed much, so taking it felt a bit inappropriate. You guys are such idiots. Cultivators fight for everything, but when it comes to you, you're being modest. Ji Churan handed the hind leg meat to the brown-robed boy and said calmly, process it and distribute it to everyone. It's getting late and everyone still has to prepare for the exam. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. But Ji Churan's words made Li Tianqing's heart tremble slightly. People who practice cultivation fight for the sky, the earth, and the air? Do they have to fight for everything by themselves? Finally, the boy in the brown robe still had no choice but to start cutting up the meat of the hind legs of the night tiger. Usually, the greater the consumption of superpowers, the more meat of night beasts you need to eat. However, for Ji Churan, this rule does not seem to exist. He just needs to eat enough. Because of this, he can't finish a whole piece of the hind legs of the night tiger. Instead of wasting it, it is better to share it and earn some favors. By the way, the college entrance examination is not about fighting and killing, but more about human relationships. While the group was waiting for the brown-robed boy to process the nocturnal tiger's hind legs, Ji Churan's livestream was flooded with comments. What's up? Fighting for the sky, the earth, and the air? That's a really sharp point. Cultivation really requires you to fight for resources on your own, otherwise it's difficult to grow. That's right, especially when competing with all races for resources. As long as the goal is achieved, the means don't matter, even if it means genocide. Ah, genocide? Isn't that too cruel? Oh my god, how cruel. Even beggars dare to go online now? Aren't you afraid that the patrol will target you? The brown-robed boy, worthy of being a master of his family's legacy, finished carving up the massive tiger's hind leg in just a few minutes, his speed astonishing. After carving it up, Ji Churan didn't hesitate. He wrapped the tiger's hind leg in the hide of an armored ox, pinned it around his waist, and prepared to leave. Everyone, good luck on the college entrance exam. I'm leaving now. Ji Churan waved goodbye, and his body suddenly emitted a trace of lightning. The next second, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Oh my god, a lightning-type ability to speed things along. A boss is a boss indeed. The black-robed boy gazed in admiration at Ji Churan's departure, his heart filled with longing. The pink-robed girl's eyes were also filled with admiration, but she knew there was no chance they would ever meet. The difference in power was too great. Here, the idea of a boss falling in love with a little kid was simply a fantasy. With intruders lurking around, those with high hopes had little time for romance. And Ji Churan, precisely that person, possessed such astonishing strength and talent that even his fellow college entrance exam students found it unbelievable. Now that the matter has been resolved, Lin Yifeng smiled faintly, put away his folding fan, and said, then it's time for us to leave. After saying this, Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing left together. The three candidates nodded, not trying to persuade them to stay. The difference in their abilities meant that it would be difficult for them to get along. For the next few hours, nothing major happened. Inside the exam room, candidates engaged in fierce battles with and killed the beasts. Ji Churan, as usual, adopted a strategy of killing on sight, like a killing god. Any beast he spotted, regardless of whether it was in the lower, middle, or upper spiritual realms, would be annihilated with a single punch. This astonished the audience in the livestream, who hailed him as a Superman and asserted that Ji Churan would become a leader of the new generation. Many fans even became Ji fans, calling him boss. However, the problem lies precisely in this title. Some unbelievable kid first typed Lao Nyobai in the comments, instantly changing the tone of the comments. From then on, the topic of Lauda was no longer Lauda but Lauda. That's right, Ji Churan was inexplicably given a nickname by the audience. But he didn't know any of this, and he himself didn't even expect that he would become Lauda for no reason. After Ji Churan killed another armored bull with one punch, he finally stopped and chose to sit on the armored bull's body to rest for a while. Oh my god, his powers are finally exhausted. Do you know how I've been spending the past few hours? I saw with my own eyes this kid using his powers to fly around like a perpetual motion machine. Who said lightning abilities are bad? This lightning ability is simply too powerful. I'm sorry Ji Churan, I can't help it. Oh my god, stop making noise upstairs. I'm so bored. Now that you mention it, I also want to. Ma Duo, who can kick these two out? The live broadcast room was filled with comments, and everyone was hoping that Ji Churan's superpower would finally run out. There was no way. Ji Churan was too different. Which of the previous college entrance examination candidates with thunder superpowers didn't use their superpowers carefully? They were all afraid that their grades would collapse after their superpowers superpowers were used up. But Ji Churan's superpowers seemed to be endless and would never run out. In the past few hours, he didn't stop for a moment, either looking for superpowers or on the way to kill superpowers. He didn't even move the hind leg of the nocturnal tiger hanging around his waist. He was simply a killing machine. Now, this humanoid superpower killing machine finally ran out of superpowers and chose to rest and recover, which made the audience in the live broadcast room finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is not a perpetual motion machine. Ji Churan sat on the armored bull's back, panting slightly. His powers weren't completely depleted, he was simply exhausted. After all, hours of non-stop running and slaying monsters had naturally drained his energy quickly. But those hours hadn't been wasted, he'd gained a lot. First of all, the college entrance examination results. Examination room 47. First place, Ji Churan, score, 2,535. Second place, Li Tianqing, score, 987. Third place, Lin Yifeng, score, 966. Fourth place. That's right, just a few hours into the exam, Ji Churan's score had already reached a terrifying 2535. Remember, the highest score in other exam rooms was only over 800. In other words, the highest scores in other exam rooms couldn't even keep up with Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. But there was no way around it. With Ji Churan in exam room 47, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng had to desperately catch up, and their scores kept rising. To put it bluntly, it was involution. But the involution king was still no match for the cheater. After all, Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng needed to replenish their superpowers, but Ji Churan didn't need to, he just kept killing. Ji Churan's second gain was the progress of the template system. The template system's progress had reached 7.9%. Ji Churan could clearly sense that with every 1% increase in progress, his lightning abilities grew stronger, as if a seal had been unlocked. This realization intensified his excitement. If S-level abilities were this powerful, how terrifying would they be once SSS-level abilities were unlocked? Ji Churan's face lit up with a happy smile. He had come in at 9 in the morning, and a few hours had passed, so it was now lunchtime. And when it was time to eat, he naturally had to eat. So, he took off the nocturnal tiger hind leg meat wrapped in armored cowhide hanging from his waist and began to devour it with big mouthfuls. Ji Churan took a bite, stuffing a large piece of meat into his mouth. Nothing special, just the taste of cooked meat. No, there was a hint of burnt flavor in the cooked meat. It tasted strange, and it wasn't his favorite flavor. He frowned and took 3 bites in a row, then put down the piece of nocturnal tiger hind leg meat and chewed slowly, lost in thought. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the meat was burnt and grilled. No wonder it tastes weird. I can already feel Ji Churan's inner struggle. That's right. What are you guys upstairs talking about? You've been talking for so long, but there's no point. As the comments in the live broadcast room scrolled, Chen Meng, who was in Wang Jiu's office, also received a call. Mengzi, I'm back. Where are you now? A refreshing voice came from the other end of the phone. After hearing this, the flesh on Chen Meng's face twitched slightly, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. Damn, old Xiao, you're back? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I just say I was back? Tell me where you are. I've been looking for you in your office for a long time and can't find you. Sorry, but I'm not at school right now. Not at school? Oh, I see. You went to the foot massage parlor again. The same place? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Please call technician number 58 in advance. Hearing this, Chen Meng was immediately embarrassed and sweating profusely. After looking around to make sure there were no cameras, he quickly said, "Don't come over here, kid. I didn't go to the foot massage parlor. I'm at the North City Military Academy now." What are you doing there? Isn't the college entrance examination today? Old Xiao asked in confusion. Chen Meng sorted out his thoughts and told Lao Chao everything about Ji Churan taking the college entrance examination. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then he said, "What a unique personality. I like it. Wait, I'll come over now." Chen Meng responded, "Okay." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, he once again looked around cautiously, fearing that the secret of going to the foot massage parlor might be eavesdropped by some camera. Although, he also thought in his heart, Wang Jiu would not be so perverted as to install a camera in the office, right? At that moment, a 10-meter-long windrock bird circled overhead examination room 47. Wang Jiu sat on its back, controlling a laptop-like device with both hands. The screen was covered with a map dotted with various white and red dots, clearly indicating the layout of the examination room. In the upper left corner of the computer, live images and sounds from the office are being played. Seeing Chen Meng and Lao Chao discussing the foot massage parlor, Wang Jiu smiled mysteriously. Foot massage parlor? Technician number 58? That's interesting. Beep. Just when Wang Jiu was feeling a little excited, the computer suddenly started to alarm. He immediately became alert and scanned the map. He saw a dense mass of red dots rapidly appearing in an area. It was shocking. Mixed in with them were a few white dots, which kept growing and shrinking blinking, as if they were dancing. This means that the candidates represented by the white dots are using the necklace. Facing the screen full of red dots, Wang Zhou suddenly stood up, took out a black box from his pocket, put it to his mouth, and shouted, "Everyone be alert! A beast tide is coming! A beast tide is coming!" A beast tide, as the name suggests, is a massive riot caused by the gathering of numerous exotic beasts. This type of riot typically occurs only within the exotic beast forest. Most beast tides are initiated by high-level exotic beasts, with only a few spontaneous outbreaks. I hadn't expected this year's college entrance exam to be hit by such a rare beast tide. It was hard to decide whether to call it luck or misfortune. At the same time, some candidates live-streamed the beast tide scene through tactical glasses, which quickly sparked heated discussions from the outside world. Shocking! A sudden wave of beasts appeared in examination room 47. Was it man-made or a coincidence? A beast tide is coming. Hundreds of candidates in examination room 47 are instantly disqualified. A rare event in a century. The college entrance examination encounters a monster rebellion. While the outside world was discussing this, Wang Zhou was already very busy. He quickly flew to the examination room on his Fengping bird and urgently rescued the examinee protected by the necklace's magnetic field. At the same time, the other two examiners were also doing their best to rescue the students who were trampled by the beast tide. This beast tide caused the necklaces of hundreds of students to be damaged, and they lost the qualification to take the exam. While rescuing, Wang Zhou shouted loudly into the intercom, "A wave of beasts has appeared in examination room 47. Reinforcements are needed." After saying that, he put down the phone and devoted all his attention to the work of rescuing the failed candidates. In reality, if Wang Zhou's Wingpeng bird had only released a tiny bit of its imposing power, this so-called beast tide would have been instantly defeated. But Wang Zhou would never do that. This was the Gaokao. All difficulties encountered must be faced by the examinees themselves, even a beast tide. The main reason for sending personnel was for subsequent rescue efforts. A beast tide would disqualify more and more examinees, and the necklace's protection would only last a few minutes. With just the three of them, rescuing hundreds of people would be difficult. As Wang Zhou rescued more and more candidates, the size of the Fengping bird continued to expand. After all, it needed to make room for the candidates. At the same time, the other candidates in the examination room also noticed the movement of the beast tide, because the red dots were extremely dense and obvious. Beast tide? Ji Churan stared at the densely packed red dots on the map charging towards the north, muttering softly, "I actually encountered such a thing?" Without caring about anything else, Ji Churan immediately put on the power of thunder and flew backwards. At the same time, he thought and sent out a rescue signal. As the signal was sent out, the location information around Ji Churan and his personal information immediately flashed on the maps of other candidates. On the other side, Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing, who were also fleeing, also discovered something abnormal on the map. "There's no red distress signal around. Could it be?" Lin Yifeng said softly, and immediately checked the signal's details. Sure enough, this distress signal was sent by Ji Churan. In an instant, Lin Yifeng understood Ji Churan's plan and turned to Li Tianqing and said, Brother Ji has given the signal to assemble. Let's head over to him." Li Tianqing said nothing more, nodded and turned in that direction. Not only them, but the other candidates also understood Ji Churan's intention and ran in his direction. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the outside audience. "Oh my god, they're using a distress signal as a rally call. What a joke." The other candidates reacted really quickly and ran towards him immediately. But can they really defeat the beast tide if they gather together? Even though those strange beasts are only at the spiritual perception realm, it's still a beast tide after all. Suddenly, a large number of viewers flocked to the live broadcast rooms of Ji Churan and candidate number 47, while the number of viewers in other examination rooms quickly dropped. After all, a beast tide during the Gaokao was a once-in-a-century event, and since it happened this year, everyone naturally wanted to see what would happen. Would it be a complete annihilation, or a desperate counterattack? At this time, in Wang Zhou's office, Chen Meng was sipping a small cup of tea from Wang Zhou's drawer, pouring himself a full cup from the cup on Wang Zhou's counter with a smug look on his face. Chen Meng wasn't panicking at all about the beast tide. It was just a beast tide at the spiritual perception realm. Other candidates might have found it difficult to deal with it, but don't forget, the candidate in question was Ji Churan. Furthermore, Ji Churan hadn't even used his trump card yet. A beast tide? It was a perfect opportunity for Ji Churan to demonstrate his strength. Chen Meng smiled with enjoyment and blew gently on the steaming tea. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought about how he was just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of Wang Zhou's labor, using his things, while Wang Zhou had to work hard to rescue him, completely unaware of what he was doing here. This day was really wonderful. Just as Chen Meng was about to drink tea, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Chen Meng was startled and frantically tried to steady the cup, nearly spilling the tea. His face was covered with dark lines, and he looked towards the door with displeasure. At this moment, the door was kicked open, revealing a man in a blue battle robe with a smiling face. As soon as the man entered the door, he looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, Lao Wang's office is quite impressive." After saying that, he walked straight to Chen Meng's side and caught a glimpse of the freshly opened tea leaves and tea sets on the desk. "Hey, this red robe is Lao Wang's tea. It tastes good." The man raised his lips, picked up a teacup, handed it to Chen Meng, and said, "Mengzi, pour me a cup too." Chen Meng's face darkened, but he still poured him a cup of tea. He. The man smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Well, that feels great." He sat down next to Chen Meng with a look of enjoyment on his face and found a random bench to sit on. "Mengzi, how are things going now? How are your grades?" The man put down his teacup and asked with a smile. Chen Meng closed his eyes, like a master, holding the tea in his right hand and pointing to the computer screen with his left hand, and said, "See for yourself." The man's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he turned to look at the computer screen. Instantly, he noticed the dense red dots on the map in the upper right corner of the screen. "Ha, Beast Tide?" he exclaimed in surprise, and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure this is the martial arts college entrance examination?" Chen Meng nodded gently, his tone firm. "Yes, this is something that only happens once in a century, and we just happened to run into it. What should we do? Can we still survive?" the man asked nervously. "Fuck you, old Joe. What do you mean by still alive?" Chen Meng couldn't help but swear, cursing, "You can't even speak. I'm telling you, this little pervert is not only still alive, he can also disperse this beast tide. Do you believe it?" "Humph, you don't believe it, right? You're so short-sighted." "Ah, you believe it? Do you believe it?" Chen Meng widened his eyes and spoke aggressively. "Nonsense." The man glanced at Chen Meng with disdain and said, "That's an S level. It's not surprising that he did anything. What's more, if even a guy like you dares to bet on something, it must be a sure thing." "Damn, old Joe, you're really awesome." Chen Meng's face was full of grievance, and he made a mocking thumbs-up gesture. "I know, you don't have to tell me." Old Xiao didn't buy it at all and admitted it frankly. Chen Meng was immediately furious. Ji Churen determined the beast tide's current direction based on the map and then chose to find a tall building beside them to dock. This place was obviously a prosperous city in the past. Although it was abandoned, there were still several small tall buildings standing, which was just the right base for Ji Churen to deal with the beast tide. At the same time, Ji Churen's distress signal continued to be sent, flashing on the maps of the major candidates. The so-called beast tide is also called the riot of alien beasts. Since it is a riot, its behavior is naturally irregular. The beast tide is currently moving northward, but it is very likely that a small part of them will disperse and swim in other directions, or even suddenly change direction at any time. In short, the beast tide is extremely uncertain. If you want to survive 100%, you must completely destroy the beasts. Solve the problem from the root. If you can't find a solution, then directly solve the problem itself. As time went on, the number of white dots on the map gradually decreased, which meant that a large number of candidates had been forced to end their exams due to the beast tide. At the same time, many white dots moved towards Ji Churen, as if sensing a call. Ji Churen tugged at his boxing gloves and looked off into the distance, his eyes flashing with fighting intent and a solemn expression. At this moment, he no longer concealed his edge, his domineering aura fully revealed. Lin Yifeng's feet flew down from the sky, carrying Li Tianqing, and landed steadily beside Ji Churen. After landing, Lin Yifeng's legs softened and he slumped to the ground, his face pale, and he gasped for breath. "Ha, finally here, I'm so tired." Li Tianqing steadied himself and immediately removed his backpack. He pulled out a black lunchbox, opened it, and handed it to Lin Yifeng. Lin Yifeng took it without hesitation and began to eat. The food distributed before the exam contained high-grade nocturnal beast meat, so in this emergency situation, it is naturally more beneficial to eat pre-exam food. "You can add something too," Ji Churen said to Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing shook his head and said calmly, "My energy consumption is not great because he has been using his wind energy to carry me along." At this time, Li Tianqing's live broadcast room was filled with comments. "Mr. Lin is so loyal and loving." Yes, the situation was urgent. He ignored the danger of exhausting his superpowers and flew with brotherly. "I was so moved that I almost cried. Woo, I really knocked them so hard." That's right, Li Tianqing's live broadcast room is full of girls, and the purpose, well, those who understand will understand. Seeing Li Tianqing's response, Ji Churen stopped trying to persuade him and waited quietly for the arrival of other candidates. The next moment, 4 figures appeared at the feet of Ji Churen and others. Ji Churen and Li Tianqing looked down from the rooftop and saw the black-robed boys they had met before. The black-robed boy's face was covered in dust, but his smile was exceptionally bright. He quickly rushed up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ji Churen and the others. At the same time, the brown-robed boy, the pink-robed girl, and another girl in a blue battle robe also took 2 steps and jumped onto the rooftop. Climbing stairs and mountains are compulsory courses in combat classes, and such a small tall building is not a problem at all for candidates taking the college entrance examination. As soon as the black-robed boy reached the rooftop, he smiled and said, "Boss, I saw your assembly signal." Ji Churen smiled slightly when he saw the familiar face. "Not bad, you came quite quickly. But how did you repair your battle robe?" Ji Churen suddenly noticed that the black-robed boy's battle robe was intact, and was a little surprised. Upon hearing this, the black-robed boy immediately made way for the blue-robed girl behind him, and then said, "Boss, this is all thanks to her, Xiaoling. We met her on the road. She has the special ability repair and can repair all kinds of tools, including weapons and armor." Hearing this, Ji Churan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect such a special ability to appear in his own examination room, and it was the boy in black robe who encountered it. This unexpected coincidence made him feel a little bit emotional. The girl in blue robe seemed to know Ji Churan as well. She showed a sweet smile on her face, stretched out her hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Ji. My name is Ling Lin. You can just call me Xiao Ling." "Hello, I'm Ji Churan." He also stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Ling Lin. Seeing this, the black-robed boy quickly introduced himself. "Big boss, my name is Zhou Zimo, and I have awakened the C-rank natural wood power, entanglement. Control type?" Ji Churan looked a little surprised. "That's right," Zhou Zimo replied. At this moment, Ji Churan couldn't help but think of the man who also possessed supernatural powers. Ahem. Quickly dismissing the disturbing thought, he cast his gaze back at the map. On the map, a large number of red dots began to disperse, some breaking away from the main group and swarming elsewhere. Fortunately, these scattered groups didn't rush towards Ji Churan and his group, which undoubtedly gave them some time to wait for the candidates to gather. About 3 minutes later, candidates began stumbling over to where Ji Churan and his group were. Their faces were pale, and cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, clearly having rushed in with all their supernatural powers. Ji Churan looked around and saw that the candidates were busy eating to recover their abilities. He frowned and checked the map again. The map showed that there were no other white spots within a 10-kilometer radius except where Ji Churan and his team were. In other words, almost all the candidates within this 10-kilometer radius had gathered here. "I didn't expect that we are the only ones left within a 10-kilometer radius," Zhou Zimo said with emotion as he looked around. Zhou Zimo's sigh wasn't without reason, because there were only about 10 people gathered here at the moment. Apart from the 4 of him and Ji Churan and his 3 companions, there were only a handful of people left. "What is that? Where are your companions?" Lin Yifeng asked at this time. A flash of fear suddenly flashed across the eyes of the candidates who were recovering their powers. A boy, his right hand covered in blood and dust, trembled as he answered, "They all failed and died in the beast tide." Hearing this, Ji Churan's brow furrowed even deeper. He gazed out at the dusty scene ahead, his eyes gleaming with a complex light. This was the legendary beast tide, a force even those with superpowers couldn't guarantee they could escape unscathed. The first wave of impact nearly wiped out the candidates within a 10-kilometer radius, leaving only a dozen or so remaining. A sense of despair slowly spread through everyone's hearts. "That's enough. Cheer up." Ji Churan suddenly spoke in a firm tone. "I know the beast tide is extremely dangerous, but what I'm about to say next may put you in an even more dangerous situation." He looked forward with a determined gaze, his voice resounding and powerful. "I will defeat this beast tide." When everyone heard this, they all looked shocked. Do you know what you are saying?" a boy asked in disbelief. "I certainly know what I'm talking about," Ji Churan said calmly, "and I want to tell you, I didn't gather everyone together to passively defend against the beast tide. Instead, we must take the initiative and attack the beast tide." These sudden words shocked everyone present. The newly arrived candidates even thought Ji Churan was crazy. While his status was prestigious, it was ultimately just a status. "We are all newly awakened psychics. How could we possibly handle such a massive, rebellious beast tide? He's simply treating us like fools. I give you the freedom to choose." Ji Churan said, "Those who are willing to go with me can go with me. Those who don't want to, it's okay for you to stay." Unexpectedly, Zhou Zimo responded without hesitation. "Boss, I'm with you." He saw everyone's eyes on him and smiled brightly. "If it weren't for you, boss, I would have been eliminated from this exam long ago. My mother taught me since I was a child that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. So, boss, I'm with you." A hint of emotion flashed in Ji Churan's eyes, and he thought, "This kid is quite interesting." "Huh," the brown-robed boy shouted, wiping the blood and dust off his face. "I'm coming too." The girl in the pink robe said without hesitation, "I'll follow too." Seeing that all the girls had chosen, the candidates around them gritted their teeth and shouted, "Life is a rare opportunity. This time I have to give it a try. I'm following." He even slept with girls. How could I just sit there and do nothing? Noisy. I'm going to fight today too. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement as they all chose to follow. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing looked at each other and finally decided to join. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and exclaimed, "Oh, there, awesome. Yes, life is a rare opportunity, so we should just go for it." Stacking, if I had someone like Ji Churan during the college entrance examination, I would dare to do it even if it was a beast tide. Everyone chose to follow, and Ji Churan smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yifeng suddenly interrupted, "Brother Ji, 2 small groups of beasts are approaching us." Ji Churan immediately checked the map, and the others followed suit. They saw 2 red dots closing in from both sides. Seeing this, Ji Churan said, "Don't worry, let's take out these few monsters first. Then Then, turning to everyone, he said, "Now, I need you to tell me your abilities." Li Tianqing spoke first, A-level fire ability, burning fire. Lin Yifeng followed up with A-level wind ability, wind sweeping the clouds. Ling Lin said, "I have a special ability, repair." Zhou Zimo, C-rank wood-type ability, entangle. C-rank fire ability, great fire. C-rank water-based ability, soft water. B-rank special ability, assembly. B-rank enhancement ability, multiplier. B-level special ability, sound wave. Listening to the introductions of superpowers, Ji Churen quickly formulated a countermeasure. Assemble. Tell me, can you assemble a means of transportation? The candidate who had awakened the assembly ability looked around and saw a pile of scrapped cars in an open-air parking lot not far away. He immediately replied, "Sure, it just takes a little time." "Okay, your mission is to assemble the transportation tool. Power and repair will follow you, and fire will come too," Ji Churen said quickly. Then, he turned to Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng and asked, "Can your two abilities be used together?" They both nodded. "Okay," Ji Churen said, "in that case, take Roshui to the left. You don't have to kill the enemies, just attract them and lead them to me." This, Lin Yifeng asked hesitantly, "Is it really possible?" "Believe me," Ji Churen said firmly, "besides, it's not appropriate to question the commander on the battlefield." Lin Yifeng smiled awkwardly after hearing this. "Inbua, follow me to the right," Ji Churen continued. "I need you to attract the attention of all the alien beasts and lead them to my side. I know you're under a lot of pressure, but your sonic ability is best for attracting the attention of alien beasts. I'll trouble you this time." Soundwave nodded, his face serious. "One last item." Ji Churen turned to Zhou Zimo. "I need you to wrap me around you." This, Zhou Zimo was stunned for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and did not refuse. At this moment, he could only trust Ji Churen wholeheartedly. After making all the arrangements, Ji Churen repeatedly reminded everyone, "Once you lead the strange beast to my side, immediately move away from me, the farther the better. Finally, I wish you all good luck in your mission." Everyone shouted in unison, "May the mission be a success." After Ji Churen finished making the arrangements, everyone began their respective tasks. Ji Churen led Zhou Zimo and Soundwave to the right, choosing a place with only dilapidated ruins and a few long-abandoned small buildings as the final battlefield. "Boss, should I start now?" Zhou Zimo asked. "Yes." Ji Churen nodded. "Start rapping me now. Rap a few more times. After rapping it, you can help Shaoli attract the strange beast. Shaoli is the candidate who possesses the supernatural power of sound waves." "I understand." Zhou Zimo nodded in response. Then, he stretched out his hands, and a green light flashed in his hands. The next moment, extremely tough green vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around Ji Churen in circles. Although the vines were entangled with Ji Churen, it did not affect his movements at all. "You put in a lot of effort." Ji Churen smiled slightly. Zhou Zimo rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Then, boss, we'll leave first." "Okay." Ji Churen nodded. "Be careful." Zhou Zimo and Shaoli also nodded, and with a thought, they summoned the map and began to act. They had to choose the right spot to attract the beasts according to the movement of the beast tide. After all, they couldn't stand right in front of the beasts, otherwise they would be killed. On the other side, Li Tianqing, Lin Yifeng and the girl from Roshui had already found a suitable position. "If the calculation is correct, this wave of small beasts will pass through here," Lin Yifeng said while standing on a small rockery. "Okay." Li Tianqing adjusted the sword in his hand, full of fighting spirit. Roshui, the girl's name is Xiaoyu. At this moment, her body is a little stiff and her expression is nervous. After all, her ability level was only C, and she was almost powerless to resist the beast tide. She herself didn't understand why Ji Churen arranged for her to come here. There are two more next to them, one is A-level fire type and the other is A-level wind type, and they can cooperate with each other. However, she only had C-level water-based abilities, which were incompatible with fire-based abilities, so she was of no help at all. Lin Yifeng seemed to notice Xiaoyu's abnormality, so he comforted her. "Don't think too much. Since Brother Ji arranged for you to come here, he must have his reasons." Lin Yifeng smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous." Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, "Thanks, here it comes." Li Tianqing said solemnly, "So fast?" Lin Yifeng murmured in surprise and turned to look. Boom 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 boom. Dense and heavy footsteps were heard, and the earth shook. The air was filled with thick dust, and huge figures appeared before our eyes like an army. Lin Yifeng's pupils suddenly contracted. Ironclad bull, bareback wolf, sharp-clawed lion, silver-horned rhino. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Lin Yifeng never expected that this small group of strange beasts that split out from the beast tide would turn out to be such ferocious and terrifying monsters. These are all terrifying beasts above the middle spiritual perception realm. Damn, brotherly, this time we really have to fight hard. As the small beast tide got closer and closer, the heavy footsteps became louder and louder, and Lin Yifeng had to raise his voice and shout loudly. "I know." Li Tianqing also responded loudly, which was rare. He drew his sword, his eyes fixed with determination. "I've already made preparations." Li Tianqing shouted loudly, and the blazing flames instantly spread in his hands. In an instant, the sword was ignited with boiling flames, like a blazing fire sword. Okay, brotherly, let's fight together today, Lin Yifeng said with a smile, then waved his hand, and the folding fan of the weapon opened with a snap. After unfolding the folding fan, Lin Yifeng turned around and said, "Hide behind me a little." Xiao Yu nodded. She knew that she could not help at all at the moment. Boom, 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 the tide of little beasts rushed forward like a bulldozer. Li Tianqing stood firmly beside the beast tide, his eyes blazing. Just as the beast tide passed by him, he shouted, "Humph, burn!" A thick flame shot out from Li Tianqing's fire sword and turned into a sword-like slash in the air. The wind rises. Lin Yifeng immediately activated the supernatural power in his body, waved his folding fan, and slashed at the flying flames. An invisible gust of wind instantly blew on the flames, making the flames in the air instantly become stronger. The flame slash that had been gradually extinguished was instantly revived with full blood, and even became more ferocious. It spanned 100 meters and smashed into the tide of small beasts. In an instant, several shrill howls were heard from the beast tide, and flames instantly ignited on the bodies of several strange beasts. Seeing this, Li Tianqing retracted his sword, raised his right hand and aimed it at the beast tide, shouting, "The flames continue." In an instant, flames suddenly ignited in his hands, and the supernatural power in his body quickly dissipated. Drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the trembling ground. Because of Li Tianqing's outstanding combat record, his school specially opened several fire-based combat skills for him, and continuation of flame is exactly the combat skill he chose. This skill allows the flame to continue to attach to the attacked enemy and burn continuously. The flame is contagious, and anyone who touches the burning enemy will also be burned by the flame. In other words, this is a large-scale, continuous damage, which is very consistent with Li Tianqing's fire ability. At this moment, the fire in the small beast tide was growing stronger and stronger, like a spreading forest fire. As long as one tree caught fire, the others would burn one after another. This is just a metaphor. Protecting trees is everyone's responsibility. Ha! I'll try harder, Lin Yifeng said with a smile. His feet were like the wind, and he quickly rushed to a place 50 meters away from the small beast tide, and then shouted, "Hurricane technique." As his shout fell, the supernatural power in his body suddenly surged. In just a moment, 2/3 of the supernatural power was consumed. His face also turned noticeably paler. But it's all worth it. A 6-meter-high tornado was summoned by Lin Yifeng. A huge hurricane roared up, making his clothes rustle. The dust floating on the ground and in the sky seemed to be attracted and gathered towards the center of the tornado. In just a few seconds, the tornado turned into a terrifying sandstorm. Lin Yifeng gritted his teeth, his face already covered in dust. He urged his supernatural powers and roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, a sandstorm immediately swept towards the small beast tide. Seeing this, Lin Yifeng endured the discomfort and retreated back to Li Tianqing and the others. At this time, Li Tianqing's condition was much worse than before. Casting flame continuation for a long time almost exhausted his internal energy, so he had to stop. As soon as I stopped, my vision went black and my body fell out of control. Fortunately, Lin Yifeng supported him in time and prevented him from falling to the ground. Ah! Moo! Roar! A series of shrill screams came from the group of strange beasts. Thanks to Li Tianqing, almost all the strange beasts in this group of small beasts were engulfed by the raging flames. Coupled with the sandstorm sweeping around them, the flames burned more and more fiercely on them. "Can we burn them to death?" Lin Yifeng asked weakly. "I can't burn them to death," Li Tianqing said weakly. "My flames are not strong enough to burn them to death, and it seems we messed up. The strange beasts are rioting." Lin Yifeng looked forward after hearing this. The flaming beasts were seen tumbling and tumbling around like crazy. At this moment, they were not attracted by any other attacks. As long as the flames on their bodies were not extinguished, they would not be drawn in. Flame? Extinguished? At this moment, Xiao Yu's mind trembled violently, and she murmured in a low voice, trembling, "Could it be? Could it be?" At this moment, she clenched her fists tightly, looking hesitant. But soon, she made up her mind, walked up to Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing, and said, "I know why Brother Chu Ren arranged for me to come here. Because I'm the one who attracts the strange beasts." What? Lin Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and murmured doubtfully, "Really, is that so?" Lin Yifeng couldn't believe it. If this was true, then the pressure on Xiao Yu would undoubtedly be enormous. Whether it's true or not, I'm going to give it a try, Xiao Yu said with a determined look. "Brother Lin, brotherly, you two should get out of the way first." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu ran off into the distance. Lin Yifeng's eyes were filled with worry, but he finally gritted his teeth and carried Li Tianqing towards safety. Xiao Yu galloped across the trembling earth, her face no longer tense, only determined. "I must complete the mission." A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, she raised her right hand, and her mind moved. Suddenly, gentle streams of water gathered into a ball and floated on her right hand. The ball of water gradually grew larger until it was as big as 2 of her heads. Xiao Yu threw out the water ball and made it float beside her. She continued to create water balls, 4 or 5 in a row, surrounding her. Surrounded by water, the strange beasts immediately locked onto her. After all, they are on fire, and only water can extinguish it. The only source of water in the ruins is the water ball summoned by Xiaoyu. Then, the strange beasts roared and chased Xiaoyu directly. The earth shook again, as if there was an earthquake. The sandstorm created by Lin Yifeng gradually dissipated on the spot because it lost the blessing of its supernatural powers. There was no way. Lin Yifeng's current supernatural powers were not strong enough to disrupt the actions of this group of huge monsters. As the herd of strange beasts left, Lin Yifeng helped Li Tianqing walk into an abandoned open-air restaurant. He gently put the powerless Li Tianqing down, looked up into the distance, with a complex light flashing in his eyes. "Believe her," Li Tianqing said weakly. Lin Yifeng's body trembled, and his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he was choked with sobs and couldn't speak. Thousands of words converged into one sentence. "I hope Brother Ji's plan will succeed." On a wasteland plain, Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli came to a small hill. This was once an undeveloped area with few buildings and a few half-finished buildings that were already crumbling. Fortunately, there are still a few small hills that are large enough for observation, so there is not no place high enough. "What are you going to do? What's the plan?" Zhou Zimo asked, staring at the red dot on the map. "Tell me the plan so I can cooperate. They're expected to arrive in 3 minutes. I have no plans." Xiaoli licked his cracked lips and said lightly, "Ha?" Zhou Zimo's eyes widened, his head buzzing. "Then how do we attract the strange beasts?" "Attract?" Xiaoli glanced at him and said in a startled tone, "Just suck it in. When the time comes, I will use my special ability to attract the herd of strange beasts, and then lead them to Brother Ji." "Ah, running?" Zhou Zimo was confused. "Although we're not far from Brother Ji, we can't get rid of the herd of strange beasts by running. Even when the world-famous Teber first awakened his powers, he couldn't outrun the herd of strange beasts." "Then you're not here?" Xiaoli said with a smile. "If you see any strange beasts approaching me, use your supernatural powers to help me stop them. After all, you are entangled. Ha? Zhou Zimo was stunned and pointed at himself. "Me, using entangle to control the herd of alien beasts? Do you think I have an S-level ability?" He was completely stunned. He never imagined that his C-level ability would one day be used as an S-level ability. "Alas." Xiaoli sighed and said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. This is the simplest and most direct solution at the moment. If you can't do it, then stay away and I'll attract it myself." "Fuck." Zhou Zimo cursed. "Who are you saying can't do it? I can do it. He. Xiaoli immediately laughed and patted Zhou Zimo on the shoulder. "Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Zhou." Zhou Zimo's face froze, and he stood there in a daze, thinking to himself, "This feels like I've been cheated?" Before he could savor the sound, he heard the rumbling sound of footsteps in the distance. The earth shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. "Here it comes." Xiao Li's face immediately became serious. He licked his dry lips and his body trembled slightly. Anyone with experience knows that shivering means your adrenaline is starting to surge. Xiao Li is in this state at the moment. "Brother Zhou, come on." Xiao Li turned around and said to Zhou Zimo, then he rushed down the mountain. Zhou Zimo stretched out his hand, opened his lips slightly, and wanted to say something, but couldn't. "Damn, I got ripped off." He reluctantly put his hand down, cursing in his heart, "Forget it, let's fight. I'll settle the score with you later." After saying that, Zhou Zimo also started to run down the mountain. He planned to stay by Xiao Li's side, and if he found that the strange beast was catching up with Xiao Li, he would immediately launch the entanglement attack. The group of strange beasts were extremely fast and rushed over in an instant, but their target was not where Ji Churan was. Xiao Li ran at full speed, then suddenly turned back, all his supernatural powers gathered into a voice, and shouted to the herd of strange beasts, "A bunch of idiots! Your grandpa is here." The sound was like a sound wave, instantly rushing into the group of strange beasts. The strange beasts were stunned for a moment, and then stared at Xiao Li with murderous eyes. They stopped and turned to pounce on Xiao Li. Xiao Li's face turned pale instantly, all his potential burst out, and he ran away at a rapid speed. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a little scared when he was chased by a group of strange beasts. After all, with a large group of evil spirits approaching, the feeling of oppression was too strong. On the other side, Zhou Zimo's mentality collapsed instantly when he saw this situation. "Palletizing. So many, I can't even tangle them." He cursed, but his speed did not slow down but increased. He kept stretching out his hands, activating his supernatural powers, trying to stop the strange beast in front. Although the effect is small, it is enough to buy Xiao Li some time. After all, they were not far from Ji Churan's location. "Damn it, I really owe you." Zhou Zimo cursed, his face quickly turned pale, and his supernatural powers were quickly consumed. Xiao Li and Zhou Zimo ran towards Ji Churan, one on the left and one on the right, with a distance of only more than 100 meters between them. Fortunately, this group of strange beasts was only a small part of the beast tide. If it was the entire beast tide, the two of them would not be safe at this distance. Ji Churan stood in the center of the open space, chanting a spell softly, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. The battle suit fluttered gently in the breeze. Suddenly, there were rumbling sounds of footsteps coming from both sides. "It seems as if thousands of troops are rushing here." Roar! The roars of a multitude of exotic beasts converged, making making the listener uneasy. Ji Churan turned his head and saw Xiaoyu gritting her teeth, waving her arms wildly to the sides. The water balls around her followed her arm movements, flying left and right. The exotic beasts chasing Xiaoyu were still burning with the flames released by Li Tianqing, and the burning sensation forced them to seek water to extinguish the flames. The water balls released by Xiaoyu just met their needs. Xiaoyu exploited this weakness, maintaining a constant distance from the herd of strange beasts. As soon as they approached, she released a ball of water, which spread out in all directions, attracting the beasts to it. The ball of water instantly vanished upon landing, never spilling onto the beasts. At this point, she simply condensed the water ball again to instantly attract their attention. Using this method, Xiaoyu managed to run to Ji Churan's side. She gritted her teeth and looked at him, hesitation in her eyes, as if she was weighing something. Suddenly, Ji Churan nodded slightly. Without hesitation, she flung the water ball at him and quickly dodged. She remembered Ji Churan's instructions. As the water ball flew towards Ji Churan, the chasing beasts roared twice, their eyes glowing red as they pounced on him. The beasts, blazing with flames, charged like demons from hell. Ji Churan watched calmly, turning his head slightly to see Shaoli running up to him. "Brother Ji, I'm counting on you," Shaoli shouted, then sprinted towards Zhou Zimo. Two waves of strange beasts charged towards Ji Churan from both sides, causing the earth to shake and sending yellow sand flying. "Ha!" Ji Churan grinned, slightly bent his body, and began to activate the supernatural powers in his body. Zizi, zizizi. Strands of blue lightning flashed out from his body, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Rumble. As the strange beasts gradually approached, Ji Churan whispered softly, "Meteoric storm." The next moment, he thrust his hands apart, and countless violent bolts of lightning instantly erupted from his body. Countless bolts of lightning converged into a three-dimensional ball of lightning centered on him. With a crackling sound, the ball of lightning rapidly expanded, paralyzing any nearby beasts, rendering them unable to move. With a continuous sizzling sound, the terrifying ball of lightning rapidly expanded, spreading its immense power dozens of meters around. From a distance, a massive thunderball, composed of countless azure lightning bolts, rose from the sky, its power immense, spreading in all directions. Lin Yifeng supported Li Tianqing, looking at a map as they headed towards Ji Churan and the others. The next moment, he felt the earth tremble, and when he looked up, he saw the massive thunderball appear. Lin Yifeng's mouth dropped open in shock, his mind blank, speechless. Li Tianqing, also witnessing the scene, his pupils constricted violently, his heart skipping a beat. This 10-meter-long thunderball, was it really unleashed by a college entrance exam student? What a joke! Zhou Zimo and Shaoli were closest to Ji Churan, so they felt the situation most directly. Forget about standing at the center point. If they were a step slower, they would probably die. I understand. I finally understand why the boss told us to stay away from him. Zhou Zimo shouted, an attack like this is enough to wipe us all out. Shaoli stopped silently, his entire body frozen in place. The huge ball of lightning reflected in his eyes, and he muttered blankly, "Good." Fear. Xiaoyu on the other side was also stunned. She had already run nearly 100 meters, but she could still feel the might of the thunderball soaring into the sky. Was this really the power unleashed by the students taking the college entrance examination with her? Could something be wrong? At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. No way. This is actually an attack from a newly awakened lightning-type Esper? Hey buddy, why is my lightning ability so different from yours? Password, is this really a college entrance examination candidate? I'm afraid no one here would dare to take such an attack head-on. In the Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Powers, Zhao Xinyu stared at the attack that Ji Churan had just released in the live broadcast room, her mouth wide open, muttering to herself in disbelief. How is it possible, such an attack? Is the difference between S-level and A-level lightning abilities really that huge? A man next to Zhao Xinyu looked at the scene in front of him and muttered in a low voice, Ji Churan? At Zhongzhou University, Li Fei sat alone in an empty office, staring at the live broadcast silently. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. At Magic City University, Guo Tianlu watched the scene unfolding on the livestream, his face filled with shock. Is this really an attack from a newly awakened psychic? It's already comparable to the power of the Yuan Nong realm. Thinking of this, Guo Tianlu clenched his fists, his brow furrowed in regret. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have fought for that SS level student. In the end, he didn't get an SS level, and neither did he get an S level. Ultimately, it was all for nothing. But then he realized that Zhongzhou University was in the same situation, and Guo Tianlu felt a little comforted. After a few seconds, the huge ball of thunder gradually dissipated, and the lightning completely disappeared in the air. Is it over? Xiaoyu muttered to herself blankly. The next moment, bang bang bang, the earth suddenly began to shake, and a loud roar was heard, as if heavy objects were falling. The trembling of the earth brought Xiaoyu back to her senses. With a sudden thought, she immediately checked the map. When she saw that only a white dot remained nearby, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. It's eliminated. Xiaoyu covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes suddenly moist. I did it! I did it! She cried cried through her laughter. Indeed, she had transcended herself. She hadn't retreated from the herd of strange beasts. Instead, after Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing had exhausted themselves, she decisively took up the fight. With her wisdom, she guided the herd to Ji Churan's location and completed his instructions. At the same time, Lin Yifeng, Li Tianqing, Zhou Zimo, Xiaoli and several other people from other directions also learned the news that the strange beast group had been eliminated. At this moment, smiles broke out on their faces. They succeeded. Although they didn't truly wipe out the beast tide, they did manage to wipe out hundreds of alien beasts. That was still an achievement. After the excitement, they all ran towards Ji Churan. Lin Yifeng supported Li Tianqing and hurried to where Ji Churan was. At this time, Ji Churan was in a daze, because his template system has been improved. Template progress 13.47%. Seeing that the progress had reached 13.47%, Ji Churan tentatively communicated with the supernatural powers in his body. Zzz. As his mind moved, thunder began to flash around his body. Moreover, the thunder around his body seemed to become more violent, as if there were new changes. Is this evolution? Ji Churan thought to himself. Then he raised his hand and swung it. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb burst out from his hand and rushed straight towards the corpses of the strange beasts in front. The thunder instantly hit the corpse of the strange beast and several charred vine-like things, and then exploded. The explosion was accompanied by residual thunder, which made a crackling sound and spread in all directions. Sure enough, not only has the power increased, but even the residual thunder has become more powerful? Ji Churan speculated in his heart. At the same time, he became more certain that as long as his template reached each target stage, his supernatural power would be improved by 1 point accordingly. Ji Churan now understood two ways to speed up the template's progress. One was cultivation, and the other was killing the beasts. As for whether there were other ways, he needed to explore further. Boss! Suddenly, Zhou Zimo's voice interrupted Ji Churan's thoughts. Ji Churan came back to his senses and turned around to see Zhou Zimo running towards him with admiration on his face, shouting, "Boss, you're so awesome!" Zhou Zimo ran up to Ji Churan, his face covered in dust and dirt, his eyes filled with unconcealed admiration. "That's awesome, boss. Was that a combat technique?" "That's right." Ji Churan nodded with a smile. "Oh my god, you learned the fighting skills so quickly. You really deserve to be called a boss." Zhou Zimo praised him repeatedly, making Ji Churan feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. Ji Churan covered his mouth with his hand and coughed twice, then whispered, "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." "Brother Ji." Xiaoli suddenly said shyly, "Brother Ji, do you have anything to eat?" "The one the examiner gave out at the beginning. I lost it when I just ran away." Ji Churan replied indifferently. Xiaoli's face turned pale, and he looked a little helpless, not knowing where to put his hands. "Yes, brother, yes." Ji Churan nodded and took off his backpack. However, he was stunned, because the tactical backpack was now completely charred black and even emitted wisps of green smoke. Ji Churan's mouth twitched slightly, and he opened his backpack to check the food inside. He reached out and took out a black lunchbox. As soon as he took it out, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The lunchbox was also charred, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. The air was filled with a burnt smell, and it was unclear whether it was from the corpse of the strange beast or the lunchbox itself. Ji Churan opened the lunchbox, revealing a pile of burnt food. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Xiaoli and asked, "The food is a little black, but it's not a big deal. How is it? Do you still want to eat?" At this moment, Xiaoli had already put on a mask of pain. Although he was not picky about food, could he really swallow something that was roasted black? What if something went wrong if he tried? Just as Xiaoli was struggling internally, he saw Xiao Yu running towards him in the distance with a tactical backpack on her back. Suddenly, he waved his hands and shouted, as if a rain had fallen on a dry land, "Xiao Yu!" Ji Churan and others also turned to look. Xiao Yu ran to the group, panting, and took food from the lunchbox to replenish her energy while panting. Seeing this, Xiaoli quickly spoke up, "That, Sister Yu, is, what's wrong?" Xiao Yu held the food in her hand with a puzzled look on her face. Xiaoli's face was pale, but with a hint of blush, and he said shyly, "Can you give me something to eat? I just lost the food." "Okay." Xiao Yu nodded, handed the lunchbox to Xiaoli, and said, "I've eaten part of it and there are still 3 pieces left." "Thank you." Xiaoli took the lunchbox excitedly and was about to start eating, but the next second, he saw Zhou Zimo beside him, so he broke a piece of food in the lunchbox into 2 halves, picked up 1.5 pieces and handed them to Zhou Zimo. "Eat it, I know your backpack is also lost." Zhou Zimo waved his hand politely and said, "No, I'm not in serious trouble." Xiaoli withdrew his hand upon hearing this and said bluntly, "Okay, then I won't give it to you." This scene made Zhou Zimo suddenly confused. "No, this plot seems to be wrong. Shouldn't you ask me again, and then I'll accept it with embarrassment? Why didn't you ask?" Zhou Zimo's energy consumption was also very high. He had just wanted to be a little polite, but now, all the politeness was gone. Ahem. Zhou Zimo coughed and changed the subject, saying, "Actually, my energy consumption is quite high, so it's okay if I can eat a little." "So you want it?" Xiaoli asked helplessly. "Yes." Zhou Zimo Zhou responded loudly and snatched the food directly from Xiaoli. Ji Churan looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. These two people were somewhat strange. Suddenly, Ji Churan seemed to remember something and turned around and asked, Xiaoyu, where are Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu told Ji Churan what she had just experienced. Is that so? Ji Churan murmured softly. But the next second, Wang Jiu, riding a massive Fengping bird, swooped down from the sky. As the Fengping bird swooped down, a massive gust of wind blew away layers of dust. After the Fengping bird came to rest, Wang Jiu's figure gradually emerged. He had already handed over those candidates with broken necklaces to the teachers who came to support him, and they took them back. What he had to do now was to take Ji Churan and the others away. At this moment, there were several people sitting on the back of the Fengping bird. They were Li Tianqing, Lin Yifeng, and the people sent by Ji Churan to make the means of transportation. Ji Churan, come up! Wang Jiu shouted, something has changed, hurry up. After hearing this, Ji Churan realized that the situation was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Without hesitation, he kicked hard and jumped onto the back of the Fengping bird. Seeing this, Zhou Zimo and others also climbed up. After everyone boarded the Fengping bird, Wang Jiu patted its body. The next moment, the wind rock spread its wings, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky. During the flight, Ji Churan finally asked, Teacher Wang, what exactly happened in the examination room? Yes. Wang Jiu's expression was serious. With anger in his eyes, he is a beggar. A beggar sneaked into the examination room and triggered a beast tide. What? Everyone's minds went blank and they exclaimed in surprise. Beggars refer to those who, in pursuit of power, have deserted the human race and joined the demons and other races. They will do anything to gain power, even killing innocent people, and are extremely cruel. However, since the beggars had betrayed the human race, they naturally did not dare to show up in public. They could only hide secretly in the dark, like rats hiding in the darkness. But it is really shocking that such a mouse chose to appear during the college entrance examination. Ji Churan frowned, thinking about something in his mind. What are you thinking about? Wang Jiu asked when he saw that he was thinking about something. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan expressed his doubts. I wonder what on earth could make these rats crawl out of the darkness at all costs. Your doubts are actually my doubts as well. Wang Jiu sighed softly and said, when the beast tide first appeared, I thought it was just a coincidence. After all, no one can predict the probability of such a thing. But, while rescuing the candidates, I saw something that shouldn't be there. When everyone heard this, they pricked up their ears. Ji Churan's expression also became solemn and his spirits lifted. Wang Jiu's eyes were stern, and his tone became heavy. That's a husky rabbit. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt dizzy, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. Even Ji Churan couldn't believe it. Although there is a name for an exotic beast, it is not a real exotic beast, but a kind of demon. They are extremely fond of internal organs and will eat up all the internal organs of exotic animals and humans, leaving only the skin intact. The skin left after they are eaten remains intact, which means that the monsters can wear the eaten skin as disguise. Therefore, the appearance of the rabbit means that the demon has appeared. Because the rabbit itself has no intelligence and can only follow orders. So, this time there are not only beggars, but also demons? Lin Yifeng asked in disbelief. That's right. Wang Jiu nodded. We still don't know their purpose. Perhaps, as Ji said, they are here for something. Wang Jiu looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, but they might also. It's to blend in with the candidates. Ji Churan took over the conversation and completed what Wang Jiu had not finished saying. Wang Jiu slowly closed his eyes, nodded, and said, the special nature of demons forces me to consider this possibility. So, do we need to conduct a unified inspection now? Ji Churan asked. Wang Jiu nodded gently, his gaze falling on Ji Churan's eyes, or more precisely, his tactical glasses. But everyone can rest assured, we will conduct a thorough inspection and will never let any demons sneak into our home. At the same time, we have also discussed that if the candidates in examination room 47 are not satisfied with their current results, they can apply for a second makeup exam. At that time, eligible students will be given the opportunity to retake the exam. Ji Churan knew clearly that Wang Jiu was speaking to the outside world. He was puzzled as to why Wang Jiu was saying this in his own livestream. Did he have a lot of viewers? Chen Meng and Lao Chao could no longer sit still, so they stood up and flew towards the centralized testing location designated by Wang Jiu. Damn it! How could a demon appear in the examination room? Chen Meng cursed angrily. What are those people in charge of examination room 47 doing? They didn't even notice this? Not only was Chen Meng furious, but Old Xiao's face was also gloomy. At this moment, a ball of rage was burning in his heart. Fortunately, the demon did not attack Ji Churan, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems that some people have become so lazy that they almost forget the rules. Old Zhou's voice was suppressed, making it difficult to understand what he was thinking. The two of them transformed into beams of light and flew towards the testing location. Not only them, but other teachers and team leaders also rushed over. As long as their students were in examination room 47, they had to go and see what was going on. After all, it's a demon. A little negligence will cost you dearly. Joe Zimo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that he could take a makeup exam. Phew, luckily I can make up the exam, otherwise I really don't know what I would have done. It seems that my college entrance examination journey is far from over. Suddenly, Wang Zhou laughed, glanced at Ji Churan and the others, and said, "Do you guys want to see your current scores?" Everyone was stunned and immediately became curious, checking the score rankings. Examination room 47. First place, Ji Churan, score 5,000. Second place, Li Tianqing, score 4465. Third place, Lin Yifeng, score 4,320. Fourth place, Li Zi, score 2245. Fifth place, Zhou Zimo, score 1880. Sixth place. Everyone was stunned when they saw these scores. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng were especially stunned. They were both bewildered. This is already 4,000 points? What the hell is going on? And, is this 5,000 points serious? A perfect score? Not only them, Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli were also surprised and shocked. When did their scores become so high? You should know that in the college entrance examination, if you score over 1,000 points, you can basically get into university. If you score over 2,000 points, you have the chance to enter a top university. Even the national top scorers in the past only had an average score of over 3,800 points. For example, the top scorer in the last national exam scored 3,980 points, and he secured the top spot as soon as the exam was over. And now, among this group of people, not only did they have the first candidate in 100 years to score a perfect score of 5,000, but two candidates also scored over 4,000 points. How could this not shock them? When the audience in the live broadcast room saw the score, they were immediately shocked. Hey, that's not right. 5,000 points. Full marks. How is this possible? Why not? Didn't you see how many monsters Ji Churan killed? I'm not exaggerating. If the full score is more than 5,000 points, Ji Churan's score will definitely be higher. Indeed, Ji Churan killed almost 100 exotic beasts with one blow, including some powerful beasts in the upper spiritual perception realm. It can be said that others scored 5,000 points because they were strong enough, while Ji Churan scored 5,000 points because the upper limit of the score was set at 5,000 points. Oh my god, is another pillar of humanity about to be born? I can finally witness the emergence of a true pillar with my own eyes. Let's start with Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng. The tactical goggles scoring system is based on the students' actions towards the monsters after they kill them. In other words, points are only awarded after the monsters are dead. This means their scraping of the monsters, after Ji Churan eliminated them, translates into damage points. While the damage points for each individual monster aren't high, the sheer number of them is enormous. The combined damage points from the entire swarm of monsters pushed Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng's scores to over 4,000. Xiaoli and Zhou Zimo's scores were similarly impressive. Xiaoli used sonic power to attack the monsters, earning some minor attack points, and then added traction points by guiding the monsters towards Ji Churan. Zhou Zimo continuously entangled the monsters, earning control and rescue points. Xiao Yu also scored over 1,400, also accumulated by tractioning the monsters for extended periods. It's safe to say that everyone involved in this project received the points they deserved. However, the most crucial thing was that Ji Churan killed the herd of strange beasts. Otherwise, their scraping and pulling wouldn't have earned any points at all. Clearly, everyone understood this, and their gazes toward Ji Churan couldn't help but turn into gratitude. Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli even walked over to Ji Churan and began massaging his shoulders. "Hey, boss, you're still the best. You're like a living god. Brother Ji, my admiration for you is like the river in the sky, flowing endlessly." Seeing the two of them immediately come to offer their courtesy, Ji Churan couldn't help but smile. "You two are really interesting." Zhou Zimo and Xiaoli laughed and massaged harder. Xiao Yu, with tears in her eyes, bowed deeply to Ji Churan and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Chu Ren." Ji Churan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't thank me, thank yourself. After all, if you hadn't brought them here, you wouldn't have gotten these points." Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could finally go to college. Lin Yifeng also clasped his fists towards Ji Churan and said solemnly, "Brother Ji, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I, Lin Yifeng, am nothing but loyal." Ji Churan responded with a smile. "Okay." Li Tianqing also solemnly promised, "Just like Lin Yifeng, if you have anything, just call me directly and I will definitely respond." "Okay." Ji Churan agreed with a smile. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. However, some were happy, others were sad. Ji Churan and the others were beaming, while the few people sent out to repair the car were gloomy. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with regret. Why didn't we strongly demand participation in the plan? This is a missed opportunity worth tens of billions. We're almost there. Wang Zhou looked at the buildings gradually emerging in the distance, took out a black walkie-talkie, and said, "We can turn off the live broadcast now." As soon as the words fell, the live broadcast room of Ji Churan and others turned dark. However, the audience did not leave, but continued to discuss enthusiastically in the dark live broadcast room. Wow, that's terrifying. 2 4,000 points, 1 5,000 points. The highest score in other live broadcast rooms is only 1,600 points. There's no suspense at all. The scariest thing is that the exam only lasted for more than 6 hours, not even half a day. Oh my god, is this really a candidate? He's simply superhuman. Am I the only one who was curious about the level of Ji Churan's ability? Upstairs, you are not alone. Password, you are not a human. On the playground of a black and purple building, the Windpeng bird that Wang Jiao rode slowly landed. Ji Churan and the others jumped off as the Windpeng stabilized. The candidates who had been eliminated earlier in the Beast Tide sat vacantly on the playground, their faces stained with fatigue and their eyes tinged with fear. It was clear they hadn't recovered from the onslaught of the Beast Tide. Next, you will follow the teacher's arrangements to take the test. I have to go back to the examination room, Wang Jiao said to Ji Churan and others. He must return to examination room 47, calm the tide of beasts there, and also look for traces of beggars and demons. Ji Churan and the others nodded, waved goodbye to Wang Jiao, and watched him leave. Only after the Fengping bird completely disappeared from their sight did everyone look away. Ji Churan glanced around and confirmed that no new candidates had entered before asking, "So, we are the last group to come out of the examination room?" "It should be." Lin Yifeng also looked around and nodded in response. As they observed their surroundings, the other candidates also stared at them. After all, these were two provincial top scorers and a mysterious young master. Such a combination was the last to leave the examination room, which naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. Finally, a classmate mustered up the courage to look at Ji Churan and the others and asked, could you please tell us your scores?" This classmate seemed to be speaking for everyone. As soon as the question was asked, the others became more alert and their eyes focused on Ji Churan and others. "Can't you see the score?" Ji Churan asked in surprise. "I can't see." The student smiled wryly and shook his head. "Most of our tactical glasses were destroyed in the Beast Tide, and even if they weren't broken, they would lose their original function after leaving the exam room." Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully. The tactical glasses became ineffective after leaving the exam room. Could this be to prevent candidates from secretly taking them away? Thinking of this, he tried to communicate with the tactical glasses, but as expected, there was no response. Apparently, this was designed to prevent someone from secretly taking the tactical glasses away after the exam. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, there is always an unknown reason behind every strange rule. Ji Churan didn't intend to hide the score. After all, how could the college entrance examination score be hidden? Just as he was about to tell the score, a familiar voice suddenly came from the sky. "Little pervert." Chen Meng's voice came from the air, instantly attracting Ji Churan's attention. Not only Ji Churan's attention was attracted, but other students on the playground also looked up. Two men with supernatural powers and a terrifying aura descended from the sky. One was a muscular man with a face full of flesh, the other had short azure hair and a blue line next to his eye that resembled a tattoo, like a thunderbolt. The two men fell straight down from the sky and landed beside Ji Churan, accompanied by two heavy landing sounds, followed by Chen Meng's voice. "Little pervert, are you okay?" Chen Meng reached out and grabbed Ji Churan's shoulders, gently turning him left and right, his face full of worry as he looked around, hearing that Ji Churan was injured. "Old Chen, I'm fine." Ji Churan responded helplessly, facing Chen Meng's look left and right. Chen Meng seemed not to hear anything, still holding Ji Churan tightly and continuing to look around. Seeing Chen Meng's reaction, Lao Chao couldn't help it. He reached out and patted Chen Meng's shoulder, saying helplessly, "Mengzi, isn't your reaction a bit exaggerated?" "Old Xiao, what do you know?" Chen Meng retorted without even turning his head. "I call this caring." Old Xiao frowned helplessly, clenching his left fist. He felt the urge to throw a punch. But when he thought about Chen Meng's defensive abilities and the terrible pain he would suffer, he suppressed the thought. When other people on the playground saw this scene, they knew they couldn't say anything and could only watch silently. The candidate who asked about his score could only smile awkwardly, then averted his gaze and walked to the other side. Lin Yifeng, Li Tianqing, and the others also tactfully found a place to sit down and quietly waited for the test to begin. Chen Meng looked around and after confirming that Ji Churan was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He loosened his grip on Ji Churan's hands, then clenched his right fist, gently tapped Ji Churan's chest, and said with a smile, "You little pervert, you're so lucky. Fortunately, the demon and the beggar didn't target you, otherwise things would be in big trouble. But you're really good, kid. You used the trick I taught you and wiped out two groups of beastmen in one fell swoop. That's pretty good. You're just like me back then. Ha ha." As he spoke, Chen Meng threw his head back and laughed, looking very proud. "Like you? Like you, the one who was trampled and hammered by an armored bull for half an hour?" Old Joe interrupted ruthlessly. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even passed the college entrance exam." Chen Meng remained calm and retorted confidently, "So what? I held my own for half an hour during the college entrance exam. Tell me, isn't that impressive? I have enhancement abilities, who needs a bicycle?" Old Xiao's mouth twitched when he heard this. "Daiduo, how come this guy's magic resistance has become so strong in just just a few months. It wasn't like this before. Old Chen, your college entrance examination. Ji Churan suddenly spoke. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Meng. Ahem, it's not important. But you, little pervert, how many points did you get? You should know that I scored over 3,000 points back then. He scored over 3,000. What? 5,000? Chen Meng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. Although he knew Ji Churan would probably score high, his highest expectation was only over 4,000. And the result was 5,000? Are you Superman? Old Joe had a look of as expected on his face. That's right, 5,000 points. Ji Churan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. Didn't you see the scene where I wiped out the monsters? Chen Meng was stunned, his brain short-circuited for a moment. Of course he had seen that scene before, but he was so excited at the time that he forgot the score. Looking back now, Ji Churan probably really got a perfect score. After all, there were hundreds of monsters, and the reason why Ji Churan scored 5,000 points is the full score 5,000 points? Damn, you pervert. Chen Meng was speechless and could only curse. Ji Churan gave Chen Meng a strange look. Good fellow. Now the little pervert didn't even scream, but turned into a dead pervert. As they were chatting, a man wearing the North City Military Academy's exclusive uniform walked out of the building and shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet. I will call the roll one by one. Students whose names are called, please follow me into the building for testing. Those who are not called will stay in the playground for the time being. Food and water will be delivered later. Please help yourself if you need them." After saying that, he glanced at the white roster in his hand. "Ji Churan," the man shouted. Ji Churan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would be the first one to be called for testing. "Humph, you've got a pretty good plan." Chen Meng snorted coldly, his face looking unhappy. He reached out and gently nudged Ji Churan. "Go ahead, little pervert, get checked out quickly. After that, I'll take you to get an explanation." Although he was confused, Ji Churan quickly walked towards the teacher. When the teacher saw him coming, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Student Ji, please follow me." The teacher made a gesture of invitation, then led the way, with Ji Churan following closely behind. After entering the building, Ji Churan discovered a hidden gem. There were numerous rooms, and each door emitted a faint glow, as if imbued with some special power. The teacher noticed Ji Churan's gaze and asked with a smile, "Student Ji, you are curious, right?" Ji Churan nodded frankly without hiding his thoughts. Seeing this, the teacher explained to him, "Actually, this is the place where our North City Military Academy uses to detect demons and detain beggars. To put it bluntly, this is a prison, and every door here has been sealed with the special ability block. Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. It turned out that the reason these doors glowed faintly was because of supernatural powers. However, to be able to use supernatural powers on such a large scale to imprison beggars, the caster must be extremely powerful. After following the teacher up to the third floor, Ji Churan discovered that the environment on the third floor was completely different from the first floor. Both the floor and the walls were gleaming with white light. Ji Churan followed the teacher all the way to a room on the third floor before stopping. He glanced up and saw the sign next to the door. Conference room? Ji Churan was very surprised. Shouldn't he be doing an examination? Why was he in the conference room? Yes, the conference room. The teacher opened the door for Ji Churan, then stood aside and said, "I don't know the details, I just know that someone wants to see you." Ji Churan frowned. "Someone wants to see me? What's the matter with seeing me?" Countless questions surged in his mind, and he kept pondering various possibilities in his mind. He even suspected that someone wanted to harm him. The teacher seemed to see Ji Churan's worry, so he comforted him. "Don't worry, Ji, we have no ill intentions. To be honest, we even intend to compensate you." Compensation? Ji Churan asked doubtfully. "You'll know when you go in." The teacher shook his head. After hearing this, Ji Churan struggled mentally and finally decided to walk into the meeting room. As he walked in, the teacher closed the door and turned to leave. When Ji Churan entered the conference room, he found it was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought the room would have many seats, with many people gathering for meetings, but there were only 2 seats. One of them was already occupied. The man had his back to Ji Churan, and the wide back of the chair obscured his figure, making it difficult to see clearly. "Are you here?" A slightly hoarse male voice came. The voice was heavy. Ji Churan walked straight to another empty seat and sat down without any hesitation, then asked, "I'm here, what's going on?" The man was silent for a moment, as if he was surprised by Ji Churan's behavior, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, interesting, worthy of being an awakened S-level genius." As he spoke, the man slowly turned his chair, revealing his face. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were sharp, and a noticeable scar at the corner of his eye added a touch of ferocity. His black hair was streaked with a few strands of silver. The man turned around and introduced himself. "My name is Li Yi, and I'm the dean of the special department of the North City Military Academy." Ji Churan frowned upon hearing this, and became even more confused. Wasn't he here for an examination? Li Yi seemed to see through Ji Churan's thoughts and said, "I know you have a lot of questions, questions, just ask and I will answer them. Why did you ask me to come here? Ji Churan asked. Didn't you ask for an inspection? Li Yi smiled and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was indeed an inspection. The moment you stepped through this door, you were already inspected by me. He seemed to want to show his sincerity, so he raised his palm and thick dark energy emerged from his hand. Let me introduce my A-rank special ability, Shadow Mastery. No demon can escape my detection. As for the reason why I came to you, Li Yi retracted his supernatural power, put down his hand, and said with a wry smile, it's to compensate you, actually. Compensation? Ji Churan was puzzled. What on earth had happened to him? Why would Li Yi compensate him for no reason? It seems that Chen Meng hasn't told you the reason yet. Li Yi took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth and lit it. He looked at Ji Churan, held out his cigarette case and shook it. Want one? Ji Churan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't smoke. Really? Li Yi said softly, putting the cigarette box back into his pocket. Then, while saying, what a pity, he took out his lighter and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep puff, he tilted his head and exhaled the smoke to the side. The inspection of the examination room and the personnel screening this time are all handled by my men, Li Yi said. Although I don't know the person specifically responsible for the inspection, there are still loopholes. Since there are problems, I must rectify them. But before I do, I will compensate you, the candidates. Wrong is wrong, and we won't shirk responsibility. As for calling you here alone, it's because your talent is completely on a different level than those outside. Li Yi took another deep drag on his cigarette, stood up, and walked to the window. He looked through the glass at the examinees on the playground. At this moment, the students in examination room 47 were accepting food and water handed to them by other teachers, waiting for inspection. Looking at the crowd outside the window, Li Yi said calmly, although it's cruel, this is the reality. Their ability level determines their limits. Even if they have abundant resources, they may not be able to reach the heights and realms we need. Li Yi slowly turned around, staring at Ji Churan with sharp eyes, his tone calm and firm. But you're different. You're S-rank, and you possess a power that no other lightning-type Esper possesses, an extremely powerful reserve of Esper power. Based on these 2 points alone, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Therefore, special matters must be handled specially. The compensation you receive will definitely be different from others. I can even assure you that the personnel responsible for inspecting examination room 47 will have their right to stay or go, and it will be up to you to decide. This, Ji Churan was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. But on second thought, although the words sounded a bit cruel, what Li Yi said was indeed reasonable. Resource allocation must be based on the most direct talent limit in order to maximize benefits. If the resources for training S-level are used on C-level or B-level, although psychics can also be trained, the gap will be astonishingly large. With the same resources, the S-level psychics trained can resist the invasion of the enemy on the battlefield of all races, while C-level or B-level can only seek opportunities for sneak attacks on the battlefield. This is the gap. Reality is sometimes cruel, but fair. Then what compensation are you going to give me? Ji Churan didn't want to dwell on it too much. Cultivation depends on struggle, and he wouldn't be like Sha Bei who refused to give resources to those outsiders. That would be a pure loss. All I can give you are combat skills, Li Yi said. We at the North City Military Academy don't have many supplies. Giving other people resources is nothing to you. So, I'm willing to compensate you with an A-rank combat skill. The type is up to you to choose. Ji Churan nodded after hearing this, and fell into deep thought. Indeed, he wasn't lacking resources right now, but rather combat skills. After all, he could always get the supernatural crystals from school, but he planned to keep them and absorb them when his cultivation level was higher. The effect of absorbing them now was limited. He began to think about the combat skills he needed most right now. He certainly had plenty of offensive skills. Meteor Storm was already powerful enough, and Old Chen had mentioned that someone would be teaching him a book specifically for lightning-type offensive skills. This person, presumably the person next to Old Chen, was the one teaching him. He wasn't in a rush for defensive skills either. Old Chen, himself a defensive enthusiast, surely had plenty of them. As for control skills, a lightning-type psychic wouldn't need them at the moment. Therefore, spiritual combat skills are what he currently lacks. Ji Churan made up his mind and said, I want spiritual combat skills. Ha! Li Yi was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect Ji Churan to choose spiritual combat skills. That's beyond my expectation. I thought you would choose an attack type or speed type combat skill. My ideas have always been quite unconventional. Ji Churan spread his hands and said, so, do you have any spiritual combat skills? Yes. Li Yi nodded, put the cigarette he had just smoked into the ashtray on the table next to him, and said, I do have an A-rank spiritual combat technique, but it may not be suitable for you. As long as you're not the type who has to castrate himself or lose his hair after learning it, it's fine. Ji Churan touched his hair, glanced at his second brother, and said jokingly with a smile, you're such an interesting kid. Li Yi smiled, a rare sight, and then waved his hand. Ji Churan, thinking that Li Yi was about to unleash his fighting skills, immediately immediately perked up and looked over intently. But 2.5 seconds passed and there was still no change in the room. Was there a mosquito just now? Ji Churan couldn't help but ask. While Li Yi was still posing, he suddenly stumbled and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What a fucking way to slap a mosquito. Seeing this, Li Yi simply stopped pretending and said directly, "Look behind you." Hearing this, Ji Churan turned his head and looked behind him. When he turned around, he immediately found a black shadow condensed from a thick black liquid, standing quietly half a meter away. This is the combat skill I'm going to give you. It's the A-level mental combat skill Energy Reshaping. Its effect is to create one or more clones formed by your own supernatural powers. Li Yi slowly walked to the thick black shadow and said, "The power of the clone depends on the caster's mental strength, personal strength, and the strength of his supernatural powers. The stronger the mental strength, physical strength, and supernatural powers, the more powerful and numerous the clones released will be. Conversely, the clones will be weaker and even deformed." This combat technique not only trains one's mental strength but also improves one's own strength. It is an excellent combat technique for cultivation. As he spoke, Li Yi stretched out his hand and pulled out an ancient combat skills book emitting a faint red light from the thick black shadow. He handed the combat skills to Ji Churan and said, "Spiritual power is something that cannot be seen or touched, but it is the foundation that every psychic must cultivate. If you want to become strong, mental strength is an indispensable part. Those with strong mental abilities are usually much stronger than ordinary ones." Ji Churan took over the fighting skills and began to watch carefully. Li Yi took the fight and, relying on his experience as an old senior, said earnestly, "But don't worry. This combat skill is the most difficult of the 5 types, the spiritual type. It's normal to not be able to master it in a month." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yi raised his head slightly, as if recalling the past. "Back when I first reached the Yuan Nang realm, it took me 3 whole months to acquire this combat skill." Suddenly, he changed the subject. As Li Yi was reminiscing, he suddenly heard a sizzling sound and subconsciously turned to look at Ji Churan. As a result, he was almost startled when he saw it. A thunder figure composed of electric arcs appeared beside Ji Churan, and this thunder clone was similar in size to Ji Churan. The only difference is that the thunder clone is missing 2 hands. That's right, the thunder figure has no arms. But is this a problem? As soon as he finished his combat skills, Ji Churan was able to use his thunder power to summon a thunder clone of the same size as himself. Even if it was missing 2 hands, it was definitely a thunder clone. Li Yi recalled the time when he first learned this fighting skill. It took him a month to summon a smaller, incomplete clone, and 3 months before he could barely summon a clone of the same size but still incomplete. Although it was incomplete, Li Yi felt that he had mastered it at that time. "I thought I was gifted after just 3 months of learning, but I didn't expect Ji Churan to get started right away after just watching the fighting skills. Whose general is this?" Ji Churan had no idea that his behavior made Li Yi start to doubt his life. At this moment, he was concentrating on constructing the thunder clone in his mind. The little man in his mind was also constantly practicing the combat skills of the thunder clone. Not only that, the little figure in his mind was also simultaneously practicing Starfall Storm, alternating between the 2 combat techniques, leaving Ji Churan feeling incredible. Just moments later, as he finished reviewing the combat techniques taught by Li Yi, the little figure in his mind, constantly practicing Starfall Storm, suddenly stopped and began to perform Energy Reshaping. After the little figure fully unleashed Energy Reshaping, Ji Churan felt as if he had mastered the technique. So, he subconsciously began to mobilize his mental power, trying to construct a thunder clone in his mind. What he hadn't expected was, he actually created the thunder clone. Although it was somewhat incomplete, Ji Churan was slightly disappointed. He was a time traveler, and his mental power should have far surpassed that of an ordinary person, but the clone was still broken. He was extremely dissatisfied and could not accept such a result at all. Li Yi looked at Ji Churan, who was still a little dissatisfied, and suddenly felt like the sky was falling. "I'm already getting started after flipping through the book, and you're still not satisfied? What the hell are you thinking? Isn't this a typical case of drought kills, flood kills, flood kills?" Li Yi's face flushed red, like a boiling kettle. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Never mind. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning, right?" However, Li Yi couldn't hold on any longer and sat back in his chair weakly. He shakily pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket and put a cigarette between his lips. Click, click. He flicked the lighter a few times before the cigarette was lit. Li Yi took a deep drag on the cigarette, pinched it between his index and middle fingers, took it out of his mouth, lowered his head slightly, and fell into deep thought. He was emo. Elsewhere, Ji Churan retracted his thunder clone. It sizzled twice before dispersing into the air, as if it had never existed. After retracting the clone, Ji Churan roughly understood the purpose of the little figure in his mind. It was to endlessly practice combat techniques. Even if he was practicing multiple combat techniques simultaneously, the little figure would attend to each one, practically a laborer for destiny. This means he learns combat techniques far faster than the average person. While others sleep, his little man man is still cultivating. While others are busy with their crafts, his little man continues to work tirelessly, even when others are dating or having sex. His little man persists in cultivating. What do you call this? This is called hard work. I put in 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times the effort, and success is inevitable. As expected, I am a truly diligent person. Little men are human too. Just as Ji Churan finished comforting himself and gradually woke up, he saw Li Yi sitting alone on a chair with his head down, smoking. Ji Churan scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Teacher Li, what's wrong with you?" As soon as Ji Churan finished speaking, Li Yi's body trembled slightly. Li Yi adjusted his posture stiffly and took a long time to raise his head. "You have entered the door?" Ji Churan nodded, but said with dissatisfaction, "You haven't entered yet. After all, the Thunder clone is still incomplete. How can an incomplete clone be considered to have entered?" Crack! In the silent room, a heartbreaking sound seemed to be heard. Li Yi covered his chest, as if he had been living like a dog before. Ahem! Li Yi coughed twice, trying to correct Ji Churan. "Churan, being able to summon a Thunder clone of similar size to yourself is already considered entry-level. A complete Thunder clone requires practice." "Ah?" Ji Churan asked doubtfully, "Does that mean I've already entered the door?" Li Yi nodded helplessly, and before Ji Churan could finish his words, he waved his hand to interrupt him. "Alright, stop talking, go out first and go back to your teacher. As for the Inspector of Examination Room 47, it will be up to you to decide whether to stay or go after the investigation." Hearing this, Ji Churan thought for a moment and asked, "Can we make a decision now? Decide now? What if there are difficulties?" Li Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked, "If it's wrong, it's wrong. Especially this kind of mistake, it can't be justified just because you have your reasons." Ji Churan said bluntly, "This is a matter of principle. Even if you have your own difficulties, it cannot be an excuse for you to be lax or deliberately let the monster in." Ji Churan added. After hearing this, Li Yi nodded with satisfaction. He raised his cigarette and took another puff, then exhaled a cloud of white smoke and pointed at Ji Churan and said, "That's right, okay, you can go now. After you get out, there's no need to hide what happened here." Ji Churan nodded, clasped his fists, said goodbye, and left the room. Li Yi was once again alone in the spacious room. He turned slightly in his chair, looked out the window, and took another deep drag on his cigarette. With a hint of anticipation for the future in his eyes, he stared at the sky and said with emotion, "A new generation. Mengzi, what kind of compensation do you think the North City Military Academy will give to Renzi?" Lao Qiao stood beside Chen Meng, his face full of curiosity. "Humph." Chen Meng crossed his arms over his chest, his face thick with flesh, looking extremely dissatisfied. "I don't care what compensation he offers. As long as I'm not satisfied, I'll definitely come to your house to demand justice. If they want to use some offensive or defensive fighting skills to deal with that little pervert, I absolutely have to go and find out for myself." "Wow." Old Xiao patted Chen Meng's shoulder heavily and said with a smile, "Good job. I'll go with you then." Chen Meng snorted coldly and said nothing more, but the dangerous aura continued to be released. On the playground, the candidates who were closer to Chen Meng felt this momentum and their breathing suddenly became difficult. They all moved away, trying to reduce the impact of this oppressive feeling on themselves. Old Xiao noticed this, patted Chen Meng on the shoulder, and shouted, "Mengzi, be more restrained." Upon hearing this, Chen Meng turned around and looked around. He seemed to realize that something was wrong with him, so he began to control his aura and gradually calmed down. Tap tap tap. Just as Chen Meng was about to restrain his momentum, a figure walked out of the building. It was Ji Churan. As soon as Ji Churan appeared, Chen Meng immediately used the specialized skills unique to Sichuan and Chongqing. Chen Meng's stern face turned ferocious the moment he saw Ji Churan. He smiled. Chen Meng grinned, and quickly walked up to Ji Churan and asked, "Little pervert, are you okay?" Old Xiao also followed, looking at Chen Meng with a puzzled expression. What could possibly go wrong if he went in to collect his compensation? What kind of a problem was this? "I'm fine." Ji Churan smiled and shook his head. "I'm just a little confused." "That's right, it's free once you get in." "Pa, I was compensated with an A-level spiritual combat skill." As for why it was compensated, Ji Churan didn't know, and didn't dare to ask more. Chen Meng's expression changed after hearing this, and his smile disappeared instantly. He said seriously, "Little pervert, tell me everything you encountered in there without leaving out a single word. Do you really have to remember every word?" "I can't remember it." "Fuck, that's just a metaphor." "So, you only got an A-level combat skill?" Chen Meng stared at Ji Churan strangely. Ji Churan nodded. Seeing this, Chen Meng was furious. "Damn it, just giving me an A-level combat skill and getting rid of me? I want spiritual. I'm going home." Chen Meng once again used the Sichuan Chongqing exclusive specialized skills, and his face instantly became gloomy. But soon, he glared at Ji Churan in dissatisfaction and scolded, "Can you finish your words next time?" Ji Churan helplessly spread his hands and said, "Didn't you interrupt me?" Chen Meng's face flushed red, and he didn't come up with a rebuttal for a long time. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly and said, "You little bastard. Oh, forget it. However, there aren't many people with special abilities who can use use mental combat skills. Boy, who gave you this compensation? Old Xiao stood aside, his brow furrowed slightly, a look of confusion on his face. After all, psychics who mastered mental combat techniques were incredibly rare. Even he himself hadn't been able to master them yet. In fact, the biggest reason was simply that he simply couldn't learn them. After all, mental combat techniques were the most difficult to master, exceedingly difficult. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to even begin, let alone master them. He said his name is Li Yi. Ji Churan answered truthfully. Since Li Yi himself did not intend to hide it, Ji Churan felt that there was no need to hide it and it would be fine to tell the truth. What's his name? Chen Meng grabbed Ji Churan's shoulders, his eyes wide open. Although Chen Meng's face was ferocious at the moment, Ji Churan was already immune to it and responded calmly. Your ears are blocked. I said his name is Li Yi. Damn, why is he back? Chen Meng let go of his hands, paced anxiously, and began to look panicked. Seeing this, old Xiao next to him couldn't help but smile. He patted Chen Meng on the back and said in a tone of watching the fun, Mengzi, don't you want justice? You were defeated by a mere A-level mental combat skill? Is your appetite that small? If I were you, I would have rushed over and pointed my finger at Li Ye's nose to ask him about it. Old Zhou couldn't stop smiling, and he was even trying to suppress his laughter as he spoke. Damn it, if you have the guts, come on. Chen Meng immediately turned around and cursed. Old Zhou spread his hands and said nonchalantly, I'm not capable, but you're really the best. Damn it. Chen Meng cursed, looked up at the sky, puffed out his lips, and wanted to whistle. Block. Unfortunately, due to his panic and lack of practice, Chen Meng's whistle sounded far from normal. Embarrassed, he quickly covered his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Old Zhou, as a bad friend, couldn't hold back his laughter. He pointed at Chen Meng and laughed loudly. Blocked. Whose whistle is blocked? Ha 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 ha. Shut up, you bastard. Chen Meng cursed, his face flushed. Then, he slapped his face and readjusted himself. He took a deep breath, puffed up his lips, and finally blew out a normal whistle. Ha! As the whistle sounded, not long after, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. It was the sharp-winged eagle that originally carried Chen Meng and Ji Churan. The sharp-winged eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Because the momentum released by Chen Meng just now caused the surrounding candidates to move away, it was able to land directly in front of Ji Churan and others. The sharp-winged eagle slowly descended and finally stopped in front of them. As soon as the sharp-winged eagle landed, Chen Meng jumped on it, turned around and waved at Ji Churan, and shouted anxiously, little pervert, hurry up. Ji Churan was quite surprised, not understanding why Chen Meng reacted so violently to Li Ye's name. But he didn't think much about it and quickly took a step forward, leaping onto the sharp-winged eagle's back. Old Xiao shook his head helplessly, and with a light leap, he also stepped onto the sharp-winged eagle. After they both got on, Chen Meng immediately patted the sharp-winged eagle on the back, repeatedly urging it, go, 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 dead bird, go. The sharp-winged eagle seemed to sense Chen Meng's anxiety. It flapped its wings rapidly and soared into the sky in the blink of an eye. The other candidates on the playground could only watch them go away, with a hint of envy in their eyes. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing also looked up at the sky, watching the sharp-winged eagle soaring high in the sky and gradually becoming blurred. Brother Li, do you think we will meet him in the future? Lin Yifeng looked at the sky with an expectant smile on his face. Yes, I will. Li Tianqing looked serious, his eyes fixed on the flying sharp-winged eagle, his eyes full of fighting spirit. On the back of the sharp-winged eagle, Ji Churan finally couldn't help but ask, looking at the still somewhat flustered Chen Meng. Old Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen Meng did not answer, but kept looking back, as if he was worried that someone was chasing him. Old Xiao, who was sitting next to Ji Churan, laughed out loud. Ah, little Renzi, you really don't know. When Mengzi was young, he was chased and beaten by Li Yi for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Even now, just hearing Li Ye's name still makes him feel scared. Shut up! Chen Meng turned around and shouted at Lao Xiao, I'm just practicing my supernatural powers. Ha ha ha, you'll be chased and beaten for 3 days and 3 nights just for practicing superpowers? Old Zhou said bluntly. Chen Meng's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Old Xiao, I'll kill you. Oh my god, Li Yi is here. What? Where? Old Zhou, help me. Wait, don't worry, Old Zhou, help me block it. After a while of playful banter, Ji Churan finally grasped Li Ye's identity. It turned out that Li Yi was not only the dean of the special department at the North City Military Academy, but also a member of the Netherworld Squadron, the main force of humanity on the myriad races battlefield. His powerful abilities terrified countless foreign races, making him an extremely formidable psychic. Old Xiao revealed that a year ago, Li Yi had reached the mid-level Dharma realm. While it was unknown if he had broken through, even if not, his mid-level Dharma realm strength was enough to surpass all others. No wonder he'd been able to chase Chen Meng for 3 days and 3 nights. With such strength, Chen Meng couldn't even stand up to him. During the chat, Ji Churan also learned about Lao Chao's basic situation. Lao Chao, whose real name was Chao Teng, was a thunder-type mutant whose strength had reached the upper transformation realm. He was a classmate of Chen Meng. Humph, little pervert, I brought old Xiao back this time specifically to teach you combat techniques suitable for you users with lightning abilities. You must study hard. Study hard. Chen Meng emphasized the word hard. This old man has this face, he likes to mock me, right? Once you see the learning speed of this little pervert, you will have to be obedient. Xiao Ting listened, nodded with satisfaction and said, Mengzi is right. The fighting skills I teach are not simple. You must practice them carefully. I'll be at school for a week. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. But don't lose heart even if you haven't mastered it in a week. My fighting skills are extremely difficult, comparable to spiritual fighting skills of the same level. Even I spent over a month just to barely master it. So, little Renzi, just keep a normal mind. Damn it, is this guy a fucking Superman? Xiao Ting's surprised voice echoed in Chen Meng's ears. His eyes widened as he stared at Ji Churan, who had already mastered the basic combat techniques in the training room. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had just handed the combat techniques to Ji Churan, and when he turned around, he saw that Ji Churan had already mastered them. Is this called learning? This is simply cheating. Seeing Xiao Ting's face full of shock and confusion, Chen Meng finally couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, old boy, you have come to this day. Do you know why I call him a little pervert? Ha ha ha. Fuck, Mengzi, you have no morals. I don't have any morals. Ha 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 ha. Ji Churan was extremely satisfied as he watched the lightning slash he had unleashed. This was the S-rank offensive combat technique taught to him by Xiao Ting, designed specifically for users with lightning abilities, Rain Slash. The moment he flipped through the combat techniques, the little figure in his mind automatically began practicing, and after the little figure unleashed it once, he successfully mastered the combat technique. The introductory effect of Raikiri allows the user to concentrate the power of thunder, forming an extremely sharp lightning blade that quickly cuts through the enemy, leaving a residual lightning effect, and extremely lethal. Even more unique is that Raikiri can be unleashed without a weapon, and its power is directly linked to the strength of the supernatural power. Therefore, even if Ji Churan only wears boxing gloves, he can still unleash the powerful power of Raikiri. It was quite an unexpected skill. However, this combat technique was extremely energy-consuming, requiring the psychic to expend a significant amount of their energy each time they unleashed it. But what did this have to do with Ji Churan? Ji Churan had unleashed 6 or 7 rain blades in quick succession, and nothing had happened. Energy depletion? That didn't even exist. He even felt that even if he unleashed rain blades a few hundred more times, his energy wouldn't be depleted. At most, his arms would just get a little tired. Stacking, you are such a pervert. Xiao Ting walked over at this moment, full of emotion. Seeing this, Ji Churan spread his hands, shrugged, and said indifferently, have you ever seen a fake pervert? Xiao Ting was stunned. He didn't expect Ji Churan to answer like that. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. Ha 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 ha, old man, you've been humiliated. You deserve this day. Chen Meng pointed at Xiao Ting and laughed while holding his stomach. His laughter echoed throughout the training room. Xiao Ting clenched his fists, unable to endure anymore. He cursed inwardly, I can't do anything to the new generation, but can't I do anything to you, an old bastard? Thunder! Xiao Ting suddenly shouted, retracted his right hand, and thunder gathered on his right arm, and then he swung it violently. The electric blade condensed by thunder flew out instantly and rushed towards Chen Meng with violent momentum. Chen Meng reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of him and yelling, Iron Body. As soon as he finished speaking, his body immediately became stiff and his whole body quickly turned into steel, like a humanoid steel warrior. Zizizizi. The lightning blade struck Chen Meng, splashing bursts of shining lightning flowers. 2 clang-clang sounds were heard, and Ji Churan saw Chen Meng banging his arms to disperse the remaining thunder. Then, he raised his steel-hard arm, pointed at Xiao Ting and angrily cursed, Old Xiao, what are you doing? Black lines appeared above Xiao Ting's head and flashes of lightning appeared on his arms. I'll fuck you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ting released his supernatural power again and attacked Chen fiercely. This scene left Ji Churan stunned, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, both of them knew their limits. Xiao Ting did not use his full strength and Chen Meng did not fight back. About 2.5 minutes later, the two of them stopped releasing their superpowers at the same time. Xiao Ting shook his hand, retracted the flashing lightning in his hand into his body, glared at Chen Meng and cursed, palletizing, you're a fucking turtle. Chen Meng banged his steel hands again, shattering the remaining thunder. He then released his iron form and sneered at Xiao Ting. So what? Doesn't my enhanced ability mean I can't defend myself? You can't possibly use your lightning ability without using thunder, right? Xiao Ting opened his mouth to refute, but then changed his mind and realized that he could not refute Chen Meng. Palletizing. How can this old guy be so mean to others? Helpless, Xiao Ting had to shut up and choose silence. Chen Meng couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this. Ha 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 ha, cool, really cool. As he laughed, he actually started humming a song. Xiao Ting gritted his teeth and suddenly seemed to think of something. His expression changed, and he whispered sinisterly, Mengzi, don't forget your freshman year in the dormitory. Chen Meng's smile froze instantly, and he quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Stop it, stop it. In order to shut Xiao Ting up, Chen Meng decided to treat him to a meal. meal in a restaurant in the food court of Sichuan-Chongqing Yining University. Ji Churan almost drooled as he looked at the table full of delicious food. Ha ha ha, Mengzi, what a waste of money. Xiao Ting laughed, reached out and grabbed a piece of exotic beast leg meat, and ate it with relish. Seeing this, Ji Churan no longer hesitated and picked up a leg of the strange beast and started eating. When Chen Meng saw this scene, his heart was bleeding. This is all money. No, I can't afford to lose. I have to make up for all my losses. So, Chen Meng turned his sadness into appetite and began to devour the food on the table. The entire table was completely devoured by the three of us in just 25 minutes. Burp, so cool. Xiao Ting picked his teeth with a toothpick in his left hand and gently rubbed his belly with his right hand, with a satisfied smile on his face. Ji Churan also rubbed his belly, his face also full of satisfaction. The delicious seasonings paired with the fresh meat of the exotic beast created an extremely tempting feast. Chen Meng looked at you two and was so angry that he couldn't even speak. You two were enjoying your meal. He cursed in his heart. It was obviously me who paid. At this time, the waiter came in and asked respectfully, "Teachers, who will pay?" Old Xiao took a toothpick and pointed at Chen Meng. "Yes, it's Mr. Chen over there who will pay the bill." The waiter nodded slightly, walked to Chen Meng with the bill and handed it to him. Chen Meng gritted his teeth and took the bill. When he saw the amount, his heart tightened. My little piggy bank. He was so sad that he could not even cry, so he gritted his teeth and paid the money. After paying the bill, we went back to rest. However, when we returned home to rest, public opinion outside was completely boiling. On the one hand, it was because of the suspected demon incident in examination room number 47, and on the other hand, it was because the college entrance examination once again had a full score. After all, the audience watching the live broadcast know that this full score is a world apart from previous full scores. This candidate who scored full marks obtained all the scores in just a few hours. You can imagine how terrifying it was. The hot search lists on major platforms were completely dominated by news about this college entrance examination. Top trending search, shocking. A perfect scorer in the college entrance exam appears again. The reason behind this is actually this. Second on the trending search list, a major incident occurred in examination room 47, and a demon appeared. Third on the hot search list, Brother G is so awesome. Tonight may be a sleepless night for people across the country. After all, the sensation caused by the perfect score in the Wuka College entrance examination was no small matter. Not only the audience was shocked, but also major universities were shaken. In addition to the 5 prestigious schools, other schools have begun to investigate Ji Churan's background information, preparing to compete for this genius. Although the 5 prestigious universities are bound to compete for admission, what if the plot in the novel happens and Ji Churan chooses a small school and makes a splash? Although this possibility is small, it cannot be completely ruled out, so everyone wants to try their luck. However, a piece of news soon came out, and everyone's plans came to an end before they even began. Shock! The candidate who scored full marks is actually an S-level Esper. It is unknown who first released this news, but once it was exposed, it attracted countless people to watch. The news detailed the high school that Ji Churan attended and clearly stated that he had awakened S-level superpowers. To be more precise, he had been specially admitted to Sichuan and Chongqing Superpower University. In other words, Ji Churan had already become a member of Sichuan-Chongqing University of Special Abilities long before the college entrance examination. When the news came out, countless college teachers were heartbroken. The audience was also surprised. Even though I had suspected this, I was still shocked when I saw this news. Ha ha ha. So, did I also experience the first-person perspective of an S-class psychic? Superman, I can only say that he is really Superman. Just when everyone was still immersed in shock, another piece of news came out from nowhere. Oh my god. It turns out that during this power awakening event, someone awakened an SS level power. As soon as this news came out, public opinion exploded again. I thought S rank was invincible. Whose subordinates are these? SS level. It's been a while since I last saw one. What kind of talent does this require? Looking at it this way, our Brother G's ability is actually still a step behind. Humph, calling me Brother G every day, what's an S rank? He still gets beaten by an SS rank. Fortunately, that SS rank didn't take the college entrance exam, otherwise how could he get a perfect score? No way, there are still people questioning Brother G. As the news of someone awakening SS level superpowers spread, public opinion online once again caused an uproar. Some people think that Ji Churan is still the strongest among this new generation, while others firmly believe that SS level must be more powerful than Ji Churan. Both sides hold their own opinions, and the debate is heated online. Inside Sichuan and Chongqing Ability University, Chen Meng pounded the table in frustration and cursed. MD. These people in the imperial capital are so annoying. Indeed, Chen Meng personally released the news of Ji Churan's awakening of an S-level superpower. His goal was to dispel the unrealistic expectations of other schools and to build momentum for Ji Churan. Ji Churan had already excelled in the Gaokao, and now, with a little more help, he would receive even more resources. Chen Meng knew the imperial capital would respond, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Less than 10 minutes after he sent the message, they immediately responded. Damn it! You're not sleeping in the early morning. Are you night owls? Chen Meng slammed the table again and roared. On the other side, in the Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Powers, Zhao Xinyu sat upright in the office chair, gently stroking the Dark Knight cat curled up in her arms, with a charming smile on her lips. He. She laughed like a silver bell and said to herself, Chen Meng, you guys at Yuta are really anxious. Zhao Xinyu gently stroked the Dark Knight cat with her fingers, her eyes turning to the video of Ji Churen's college entrance examination, still playing on the computer. Seeing his decisive and violent thunder ability, her expression couldn't help but change slightly. But, you really gave me an unexpected surprise, little brother. A week later, in a separate dormitory at Sichuanchongqing University of Special Abilities, Ji Churen slowly opened his eyes. Due to his recommended status, Ji Churen was able to enter and leave Sichuanchongqing University of Special Abilities freely. Chen Meng also specially arranged a dormitory for him as his temporary residence. After Ji Churen's identity and admission information were made public, seniors from Sichuan and Chongqing University of Specialties often gathered outside the dormitory to watch. They all wanted to see with their own eyes this junior who had scored full marks and performed brilliantly in the Wuka College entrance examination. In this regard, Ji Churen could only sigh. No wonder he was too outstanding and attracted so much attention. After Ji Churen got up, he walked to the window and looked down as usual. There were still a dozen students in battle uniforms standing downstairs. Obviously they had come to see him. Alas, it's not an easy thing to be watched day after day. Ji Churen sighed softly. Oh, we've only just started. Can't you hold on with just such a small number of people? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Ji Churen turned around and said helplessly, Brother Xiao, you never inform me in advance every time you come. What if I am taking a shower? You're a grown man, are you afraid of me seeing this? Xiao Ting said as he picked up some grapes from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. I'm not gay. Ji Churen rubbed his forehead helplessly. I'm afraid it will scare you if I take it out. Xiao Ting froze while eating grapes and glanced at him strangely. Wait a minute. Boy, do you talk to Mingzi like this too? Ji Churen nodded. Damn it. Xiao Ting cursed inwardly. He finally understood where Chen Meng had learned his offensive rhetoric. It turned out he learned it all from this kid. Okay, no more words. Xiao Ting came back to his senses, picked up another grape and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, I'm ready to go. Ji Churen was stunned and turned to look at Xiao Ting. Are we going back to the battlefield of all races? Well, I've been here for a week now. It's time to go back to the front lines. Xiao Ting nodded. Besides, you're such a pervert. You learned my Raikiri in just one look. It feels like I've been on vacation this week. Xiao Ting showed a helpless expression. He had thought that this week would be a period of friendly guidance from the older generation to the younger generation, but it almost destroyed his mentality. Ji Churen smiled and scratched his head. Then, can I see you off? Please stop making trouble. Xiao Ting waved his hand and said, I came here this time, firstly, to say goodbye to you, and secondly, to bring you a message. News? Ji Churen showed a surprised look. Huh? Xiao Ting nodded. News about the elite training camp. Elite training camp? Ji Churen repeated. That's right, Xiao Ting explained. The elite training camp is a high-end training program personally founded by the chief. Each academy can select outstanding students from their own academy to participate in the preliminary selection. As long as you pass the pre-selection, you can directly enter the elite training camp for training. However, this rule is for other colleges. For our top 5 universities, that's not a rule at all, because we can arrange for 3 people to skip the pre-selection and go straight into training. And you are the first person we have confirmed to be exempt from the pre-selection. As for the remaining 2, we won't know until the freshman competition 2 months after school starts. After hearing this, Ji Churen thought for a moment and then asked, when does the elite training camp start? The training starts at the end of each year and lasts until February of the following year, which is during the Chinese New Year period. Xiao Ting replied. I see. Ji Churen touched his chin and fell into another round of thinking and hesitation. The rewards at the training camp are very generous, and there are even supernatural crystals as prizes. Then please, Brother Xiao, let me participate. Before Ji Churen finished speaking, he walked straight forward and looked at Xiao Ting seriously, his tone full of sincerity and determination. Xiao Ting couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He completely understood what kind of person Ji Churen was. This kid was really abstract. He covered his face helplessly and waved his hand, saying, okay, I've said everything I need to say. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Xiao Ting turned around and turned into a flash of lightning, leaving Ji Churen's house in an instant. His speed was so fast that Ji Churen had no time to react. Over the next few days, Ji Churen gradually became familiar with Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities, while also continuing his cultivation. His life continued like this until the first day of school, the day when all new students enrolled. That day, Ji Churen got up early, washed up briefly, and headed straight to the admissions office. He only needed to register. The rest of the documents had already been submitted. Standing in front of the mirror in the dormitory, Ji Churen looked at his angular face and couldn't help but smile narcissistically. I'm getting more and more handsome. After striking a few poses that he thought looked handsome, he walked out of the bathroom, raised his finger, and an idea came to his mind. A faint blue lightning emerged from his fingertips. He stared at the flickering lightning and whispered softly, "Is this what it feels like to be in the Twilight Realm?" That's right, Ji-Churan's current realm is no longer the spiritual perception realm, but the Glimmer Realm. While other freshmen were still racking their brains to figure out how to reach the middle spiritual perception realm, he had already stepped into the Twilight Realm, and the gap was obvious. On the first day, I reached the Weird Light Realm. Ji-Churan showed a smile on his face, and then retracted the thunder from his fingertips. After tidying his clothes, he left the room and walked towards the admissions office. Since freshmen need to register for school first, the school starts relatively early, and the sophomores and juniors have not arrived yet, so he hardly met anyone along the way. Most of the people I met were freshmen dragging their luggage and looking around. Ji-Churan followed the route he remembered and soon arrived at the admissions registration office. At this time, many students had gathered outside the admissions office and were registering. Outside the admissions office is the school gate. Ji-Churan walked and looked outside the school, only to see that the place was almost crowded with parents who were seeing their students off. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, worry, and pride. Ji-Churan was slightly stunned, stopped, was silent for a moment, pursed his lips, and continued walking towards the admissions office. As he approached, some parents outside the school recognized him and shouted, "Ji-Churan, come on!" Seeing this, the other parents turned to look at Ji-Churan and immediately joined in the shouting. Ever since the news of Ji-Churan's perfect score on the martial arts college entrance exam spread, coupled with the fact that he was from Sichuan and Chongqing and had awakened an S-level superpower, earning him admission to the Sichuan and Chongqing Superpower University, almost everyone online in Sichuan and Chongqing knew his name. It was safe to say that as long as Ji-Churan didn't encounter any unexpected problems, he would definitely become one of the pillars of humanity in the future. Ji-Churan's steps suddenly paused. He hadn't expected to encounter such a scene. Hundreds, even thousands, of parents shouting his name in unison, some even loudly, declaring that he would be the pillar of future humanity. This scene deeply touched Ji-Churan's heart. It seemed, becoming a hero wasn't so bad after all. He smiled slightly and waved. Under the gaze of many freshmen, he walked towards the admissions office of the School of Natural Sciences. The person in charge of admissions for the Natural Sciences Department was a senior student from the Natural Sciences Department. Seeing Ji-Churan approaching, the senior student immediately smiled. "Ji-Shueti, sorry for the long wait." After that, the senior took out a form and handed it to Ji-Churan. Ji-Churan took it, looked down, and began to fill in his information. As he filled in the form, the freshmen around him also looked at him sideways. "Is he Ji-Churan?" a handsome man in a golden robe asked in a low voice. Behind him stood a man with a sword on his back, wearing a silver robe, his eyebrows like swords, and a cold and resolute look. It was obvious that he was following the man in the golden robe. "That's right." The silver-robed man nodded slightly. "He is very strong." "I know." The golden-robed man smiled. With a perfect score on the martial arts exam, how could he not be strong? Not far from the man in the golden robe, a man with fiery red hair was staring at Ji-Churan. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. After a while, Ji-Churan finished filling out the form, got up and left, returned to the dormitory, and waited for school to start the next day. The morning light was rising, and a new day had arrived. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock woke Ji-Churan, who was still dreaming, and his head suddenly hurt badly. "Damn, what a crappy school. We have to get up at 6 o'clock. Ji-Churan sat up and couldn't help cursing. On the first day of school, freshmen had to rush to the playground at 6:20 to attend the entrance ceremony. As for why they had to get up so early, Ji-Churan didn't know. After a quick wash, he went out in a daze. As soon as he went out, he saw Chen Meng sleeping against a tree outside the door. "Why is Lao Chen here?" Ji-Churan approached puzzledly, patted him gently, and whispered, Lao Chen, wake up, you can't sleep here." Seeing that Chen Meng didn't respond, he muttered helplessly, "It's good to be old, you can sleep against a tree." Ji-Churan touched his chin and looked at Chen Meng again. A sinister yet effective idea flashed through his mind. He looked around secretly and saw that no one was paying attention. He quietly approached and whispered in Chen Meng's ear, "Li Yi is here." Oh my god. Chen suddenly opened his eyes and woke up in shock. Without saying a word, he kicked the ground hard. After a powerful run-up, his supernatural powers burst out and he soared into the air. The movement was so smooth that Ji-Churan was stunned. It turned out that the name Li Yi had such a huge impact on Chen Meng. Just hearing the name had such a reaction. What would happen if they actually met? Chen Meng, who was still not fully awake, was flying in the air. Looking at the familiar scene around him, he kept cursing in his mind. No way. Li Yi is so cruel that he actually chased him all the way to Sichuan University? Suddenly, he braked to a stop, his mind blank, as if rebooting. He looked around blankly, lost in thought. His expression shifted from fear to confusion, then from confusion to deep thought, and finally to anger. Damn Ji-Churan. Wang Chao's password. Chen Meng roared, turned sharply, and flew towards Ji Churan's dormitory. At this moment, Ji Churan was looking up at the sky when he suddenly saw Chen Meng, who had left, suddenly fly back with a ferocious face. Ji Churan screamed and immediately turned into thunder and fled backwards. Damn it, Ji Churan, stop right there! Chen Meng roared, pointing at Ji Churan with a face full of resentment. No, Lao Chen. Only a fool would dare to stop, Ji Churan shouted without turning his head. Chen Meng's current posture clearly showed that he was coming for him. Who dares to stop? Stop, I won't hit you. Chen Meng quickly approached Ji Churan, the distance between them getting closer and closer. If Ji Churan was not a thunder-type ability user, he would have been caught long ago. I don't believe you. I swear, I won't hit you. Speak. Hearing this, Ji Churan stopped and turned to look at Chen Meng with a smile. Chen Meng also stopped in front of him, with an ambiguous smile on his face. Ji Churan looked at that smile and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. The smile. How could it be so creepy and a little cruel? Chen Meng clasped his hands together and began to twist his fingers, making a sound of broken bones. Seeing this, Ji Churan involuntarily took a few steps back and said hurriedly, Old Chen, you said you wouldn't hit me. If I hit you, I will be your son. I did say I wouldn't hit you. Chen Meng grinned, but I didn't say I wouldn't beat you. Wang Chao's password. Old Chen, are you playing word games? You still dare to scold me? It's Tian Gang. Ah. After the little farce ended, Chen Meng took Ji Churan to the playground. When they got there, Ji Churan was surprised to find himself the freshman representative, and he even had to give a speech. But no one had told him in advance. Ji Churan was stunned and turned to look at Chen Meng, only to see Chen Meng slightly turned his head away, deliberately avoiding his sight. At this moment, Ji Churan finally understood. Old Chen, you tricked me. Chen Meng's body stiffened, and he retorted without any sense of reason. Who tricked you, little pervert? Stop talking nonsense, I really forgot. Ji Churan's veins bulged, and his fists clenched tightly, making a crackling sound. Seeing this, Chen Meng, who was standing by, immediately turned his body into steel without saying a word, and his whole body became extremely hard. After completing all this, Chen Meng turned his head stiffly, a mechanical smile appearing on his face. Ji Churan could only sigh helplessly. Even Xiao Ting couldn't break the tortoise shell, so how could he, at the mere Twilight Realm, possibly break it? Besides, there was no way he could truly use his full strength against Chen Meng. In desperation, Ji Churan could only silently remember this account and wait for a chance to repay him later. Tricking me? I remember it. As the college leaders and department heads finished their speeches, Chen Meng, the dean of 6 departments, finally took the stage to speak. His words were simple and direct. Everyone, I won't say much more. I just wish you all great success. The students in the audience responded in unison. Iwu Longchang. Chen Meng nodded with satisfaction and walked off the stage. The next speaker was freshman representative Ji Churan. The host walked up to the podium and announced into the microphone. Next, please invite the representative of the freshman, the rare genius with a perfect score in the martial arts college entrance examination in the past 100 years, and the S-level lightning ability user, Ji Churan, to come to the stage to speak. The audience erupted in applause, all looking towards the stage. After all, a perfect score on the Wuka college entrance exam hadn't been seen in nearly 100 years, so how could it not be shocking and intriguing? Ji Churan straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the podium. He adjusted the microphone and glanced at the people on the playground. Everyone immediately quieted down, waiting for Ji Churan's speech. The deans of the various departments in the audience looked at him with smiles and began to talk in low voices. The dean of the enhancement department looked at the dean of the natural science department with envy on his face and said, "You are so lucky to have recruited an S-level psychic. His future achievements will definitely be extraordinary." "Yeah, I'm incredibly envious," echoed the dean of the specialties department. The deans of the other departments also expressed varying degrees of envy, which brightened the dean of the natural sciences department's mood. He smiled mysteriously and said, "It was just a fluke. Mr. G is about to speak, so everyone, listen carefully. I think his speech will be brilliant." Hearing this, the deans of other departments stopped talking and perked up, their eyes turning to the stage. Ji Churan stood on the stage, took a deep breath, and began his speech. "Hello everyone, I am Ji Churan, the freshman representative this time. I only have 2 things to say. First, I hope everyone can work hard. Second, I wish you all prosperity and success in Iwu. Well, my speech is over, thank you all." After he finished speaking, Ji Churan bowed slightly and walked down the stage without saying anything more. A hush fell from the audience, and everyone was stunned. The freshmen looked at each other, unsure how to respond. How could the freshman representative's speech be so completely different from what they had imagined? However, such a concise and powerful speech was really so cool. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out. "Iwu Longchang," the freshmen shouted in unison. The deans of the various departments sitting in the front row were also stunned for a moment. In the end, the dean of the auxiliary department reacted the fastest, saying with a smile, "It seems that student G really has his own personality. Yes, this is a bit like that brat Chen Meng. Meng. The dean of the reinforcement department added with a smile. I heard that this time, student G was recruited by Chen Meng, asked the dean of the Department of Psychiatry. That's right. It cost 3 supernatural crystals and some extra benefits to recruit him. The dean of the special department nodded in response. 3 supernatural crystals in exchange for a future main force. This deal is quite a good deal. The dean of the auxiliary department also said in agreement. It's mainly because of the appearance of that SS-level psychic from Chudi. Otherwise, 3 crystals might not be able to take down Mr. G. The dean of the natural sciences department analyzed calmly. Even though he's SS level, we've already chosen G, so naturally we won't choose that SS level student again. Otherwise, we'd be losing the big picture for the small one, said the dean of the auxiliary department. Yes, we just need to train G well, and let their juniors handle the rest. After all, it is unprecedented for S level and SS level to appear in the same year. The dean of the reinforcement department said with a smile. The younger generation has their own blessings. No matter what, they are all fighting for the human race in the end. This is enough. The dean of the beast taming department looked at the sky with a lot of emotion. Hey, you little brat, are you imitating me? As soon as Ji Churan left the podium, Chen Meng walked up to him and scolded him with a smile. But you imitated it quite well, you are half as handsome as me. After saying that, Chen Meng chuckled, looking ferocious and wretched. Learn from you? Learn to be a turtle like you? Ji Churan rolled his eyes at him and responded helplessly. Duong! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Hiss! Ji Churan covered his head and gasped. Chen Meng, standing next to him, silently retracted his fist, closed his eyes, and said seriously, that was just tactical stealing. You little brat, you know nothing, and I'm your teacher. Show me some respect. Ji Churan rubbed his head, feeling as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. He cursed inwardly. Tama, Chen Meng is so ruthless. He even wondered if he had secretly enhanced his steel-like form. While not completely steel, it certainly had stiffened his arm muscles. What a jerk. Today was the day for all freshmen to undergo special training before the start of the semester. Since the freshmen had only recently awakened their powers, most of them were only at the lower or middle spiritual perception realms, with only a very small number of geniuses reaching the upper spiritual perception realm. Therefore, almost every university will arrange a 2-week special training for freshmen after they arrive, aiming to improve their strength. At the same time, after the 2-week freshman training is over, the college competition will officially begin. That is, each college and department held a competition to determine the first place in the department. Just the day before, Chen Meng had come to Ji Churan's room and told him about this matter. After hearing this, Ji Churan's face showed a hint of surprise. But I'm currently at the bottom of the Twilight Realm. Ji Churan asked in surprise, does that mean I don't need to participate in special training? Starting from the Twilight Realm, each major realm is further divided into 5 smaller realms, the last, lower, middle, upper, and peak. Ji Churan was currently in the last, Twilight Realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Meng froze. He opened his mouth to speak, but for a long time, he was speechless because Ji Churan's words did make some sense. Hey, wait a minute, I need to think about it. Chen Meng raised his hand, signaling Ji Churan to stop talking and let himself calm down and think. The corner of Ji Churan's mouth twitched slightly. Hiss, what you said actually makes sense. Chen Meng stroked his chin and said, so, are you planning to participate? Of course I will participate. Ji Churan replied, learning never stops. Maybe what I learned in the freshman training will be helpful to me. Then what the hell do you mean by asking if I cannot participate? Chen Meng couldn't help but curse. I'm just asking casually, what's the big deal? Ji Churan said with an indifferent look, spreading his hands. Chen Meng was speechless, not knowing what to say. It was so abstract. Ji Churan still got up on time and headed towards the designated training location. Along the way, he met many freshmen heading in the same direction, most of whom were from the Natural Sciences College. After all, the training camp was divided by college, and the 6 major colleges were not mixed together. In other words, those training with Ji Churan were all freshmen who had awakened natural powers. Likewise, these freshmen would become the opponents Ji Churan would face in the future. Passing by the statue of the president, Ji Churan entered the Sichuan Natural Science College. After confirming his direction, he headed straight for the gathering place, which was the heart of the Natural Science College, the College Square. The Natural History College's plaza was large, with a sculpture composed of various elements standing in its center. Its base, surrounded by stone walls, formed a pool where a few goldfish swam leisurely. At this moment, many freshmen had gathered in the plaza, awaiting the arrival of their training coach. Most of these freshmen chatted in groups of 4, as they were all roommates. With the exception of Ji Churan, who lived in a single room, everyone else lived in a 4-person dorm. As soon as Ji Churan stepped into the square, he was met with a wave of attention. Many freshmen turned their gazes toward him, the man hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. They watched him, whispering to their roommates. Ji Churan was already immune to this. Days of experience had accustomed him to the feeling of being watched and talked about. He found a random spot to stand, quietly waiting. A moment later, later, the sky suddenly turned crimson, and waves of heat washed over the crowd. They looked up to see a fireball rapidly approaching them. Blazing flames blazed around the fireball, emitting blazing heat. "Fireball? Enemy attack," a freshman exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, his roommate retorted, "Enemy attack. This is Sichuan University. Who would dare to attack so blatantly? It must be the coach." Despite this, everyone remained vigilant. Ji Churan stared at the fireball descending from the sky, his entire body tense, ready to sprint away like a thunderbolt at any moment. Fortunately, as the fireball flew closer, it began to shrink, becoming smaller and smaller, and its temperature gradually dropped. Finally, the huge fireball transformed into a human figure and slowly landed on the square of the School of Natural Sciences. With the heavy sound of the landing, the temperature around them soared rapidly. Originally only 26 degrees Celsius, it instantly soared to over 40 degrees Celsius. At the same time, waves of heat washed over everyone. The flame man half-crouched and slowly stood up. As he straightened his body, the flames around him slowly dissipated. In the end, the roaring flames around suddenly dissipated, and the scorching heat waves that followed also completely disappeared at this moment. After the flames receded, everyone was able to see the true face of the flame man. This is a tall man wearing a red battle robe. He stood firmly in the center of the square, slowly turned his head, and scanned everyone present. When his eyes fell on Ji Churan, the man paused for a moment but soon looked away. Ji Churan remained alert, while the man observed. Although the possibility of an enemy attack is extremely small, Ji Churan did not dare to take it lightly. Seeing the man's momentum, the other students silently classified him as an instructor in their hearts, and relaxed, and even some freshmen began to talk to the people around them. Finally, after the man looked around at all the freshmen, he began to speak. As his voice spread, the freshmen gradually quieted down. Seeing this, the man continued, "Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I'm the instructor who will be leading your training for the next 2 weeks. My last name is Su. You can call me Instructor Su. I just observed and found that there are indeed several well-known psychics among you. Not only is there the top scorer in this year's Wuka College entrance examination, but also elites from various major families." At this point, a man in a golden robe standing in the crowd shuddered slightly, his eyes filled with surprise. However, Instructor Su continued, "I don't care who you are, what you've achieved, or what your background is. I treat you all equally. Everyone must complete the tasks I assign in 2 weeks. Of course, geniuses have their own treatment and tasks. So, are you ready?" Everyone in the square nodded involuntarily. Instructor Su saw this and immediately shouted, "Did your vocal cords fall out at home?" The resounding voice instantly echoed across the square. The freshmen shouted in unison, "Ready." Ji Churan didn't yell along, his gaze fixed on Instructor Su. It seemed the instructor had a fiery temper, a characteristic that suited his fire-based abilities quite well. But, could Instructor Su be a henpecked man, a man afraid of his wife? Ji Churan couldn't help but ponder this thought. If that were the case, that would be interesting. Very good, keep your spirits up. You will be the ones stepping onto the battlefield of all races in the future. Don't say you can't go to the battlefield. That's just an excuse a coward would make. A real man should charge forward without hesitation. Next, let's move on to the first item of freshman training, actual combat. As soon as the word actual combat came out, the freshmen in the square suddenly opened their eyes wide, looking around at each other, and were stunned for a moment. Direct actual combat? With whom? Oh my god, are we going to fight Ji Churan in real life? I don't want to be hit by that thunderball. Wait, man, you're not saying it's. Before he finished speaking, the boy looked sideways at Instructor Su, his movements seeming a bit obscene. Suddenly, Instructor Su seemed to respond to him and shouted loudly, "Your opponent, it's me." For a moment, the square fell silent. After 2.5 seconds, the students began to discuss. "Oh my god, man, you're really mean, aren't you? Hurry up and ask the werewolf for help from the reinforcement department. This guy is a prophet. Fighting with the instructor? Isn't that asking for trouble?" "Not necessarily. We have Ji Churan. Just throw a thunderball over and electrocute Instructor Su. Are you a fool? Ji Churan's thunderball can't distinguish between friend and foe." As everyone was discussing, Instructor Su continued to explain the actual combat rules. "Next, we will conduct a 2.5-hour practical training. The mission is simple. Either defeat me, or withstand my attack. Fail? Sorry, I can't tell you what will happen to you. There's no limit to the venue, but don't even think about running away. I won't say much about the price of escape, shall I? Now then, training begins." As soon as Instructor Su finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A scorching breath burst out from his palm, burning even the air around his arm, blurring and distorting it. The next moment, a ball of fiery red flame suddenly ignited from his arm, and with a loud bang, it rushed towards the crowd. A huge fireball suddenly flew towards the people in the square. "Oh my god," someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone immediately scattered. Some used wind powers to fly and dodge, others used water powers to cover themselves, and some earth power users simply hid underground. In short, the freshmen used all possible evasive methods. face. Even Ji Churan was no exception, because this fireball was hitting him right in the face. Damn it! Ji Churan cursed angrily and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed to the open space next to him. Seeing Ji Churan dodge in an instant, Instructor Su immediately turned his gaze to him. As for the specific location in person that the fireball hit, Instructor Su didn't even look at it. Ji Churan stared at Instructor Su, and their eyes met. Damn, this instructor is obviously coming for me. Ji Churan cursed inwardly, glancing sideways at where the fireball landed. At this moment, there were still more than a dozen freshmen who hadn't escaped in time where the fireball landed. Some fire-type psychics wrapped themselves in flames, trying to fight fire with fire. Some water-type psychics used water shields to protect themselves, trying to use water to resist the fireballs. Except for those fire and water-type psychics, who were not good at running, the other psychics basically fled. Wind element can fly into the sky, and earth element can burrow underground. Thunder element, so far, Ji Churan has only discovered that he has thunder element abilities, and he has not seen other people with thunder element abilities. Suddenly, a clanging sound of metal colliding was heard, hitting Ji Churan's eardrum and instantly attracting his attention. He turned his head warily, only to find that Instructor Su in the golden robe had disappeared. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding continued, and Ji Churan turned his head again to look in the direction of the sound. Instructor Su was seen holding a short blade and fighting fiercely with a boy in a golden robe. The boy in the golden robe held a long sword in his hand, and the sword and the short blade kept colliding, sparks flying, dazzling, and brilliant. Clang clang clang. Instructor Su's attack was fierce, and the short blade seemed to have turned into a deadly weapon, with each blade pointing directly at the vital points of the boy in the golden robe. The boy in the golden robe was equally skilled in swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand was as flexible as his arms and fingers, and he resisted Instructor Su's attacks layer by layer. Seeing this scene, Ji Churan felt something was wrong. Does training really require hitting the vital points with every blow? Each of Instructor Su's attacks targets the boy's vital parts. If he makes a mistake, he will surely die. At this time, the boy in the golden robe looked pale and had a ferocious expression, and was obviously in poor condition. Damn, is this really training? The boy was trembling with fear and desperately waved his sword to resist Instructor Su's fierce attack. Instructor Su was extremely powerful, and every strike of his sword carried a deadly threat, so even he could only defend himself with difficulty. No, if this continues, I will surely die. The boy gritted his teeth and thrust his sword upwards. There was a loud bang of metal colliding. The sudden counterattack made Instructor Su take 2 steps back, but soon, he stabilized his body. His hand holding the knife sank slightly, and he hummed softly. The next moment, Instructor Su's short blade ignited with red flames. He took a step forward with his right foot, raised the blade, and rushed forward. The boy in the golden robe roared, raised his sword to block, and at the same time, his sword blade also quietly changed. The long sword in his hand suddenly shone with a silver luster, like the brilliance reflected by metal. The originally hard sword blade now became even more resilient, as if it were covered with a layer of metal armor. This is the special ability of the boy in the golden robe, sharp as gold, able to control metal and even make it attach to weapons. The boy in the golden robe tightly grasped his sword, desperately resisting Instructor Su's attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out again, but this time, the situation had changed. The sound of burning flames suddenly came, and the flames on Instructor Su's short blade instantly became violent, and the fire quickly spread to the long sword in the hands of the boy in the golden robe. The boy in the golden robe clenched his teeth, his lips turned pale, and his hand holding the sword trembled constantly. Seeing that he was about to collapse, Ji Churan finally took action. A ball of lightning the size of a fist suddenly struck Instructor Su's back, carrying with it a suffocating aura of terror. Instructor Su noticed it instantly, and swung his hand holding the short blade up and down, deflecting the long sword of the boy in the golden robe. Then he kicked with his left foot and leaped to the right. As soon as he jumped away, the boy in the golden robe saw the terrifying thunder flying towards him. Just when he thought the thunder was about to hit, Ji Churan waved his right hand, and the thunder miraculously turned in the air and flew towards Instructor Su. It was unbelievable that Lei Ting suddenly turned when he was only half a meter away from the boy in the golden robe. The golden-robed boy's pupils trembled constantly. He had thought he was doomed, even feeling the arc of lightning. He hadn't expected the lightning to actually turn. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he had scared himself. Instructor Su stood aside, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he was not panicked. He just raised his left hand, and flames instantly ignited, forming a blazing flame shield. When the thunder struck the flame shield, it was instantly burned into pieces. Damn it! What realm is he at? Ji Churan cursed inwardly. Anyone who can burn his own thunder is definitely not an ordinary psychic. Suddenly, 2 arms made of mud rushed out from under Instructor Su's feet, overturned the tiles of the square, and grabbed his feet tightly. Instructor Su lowered his head slightly, raised his foot, and felt the mud tightly wrapped around him. He couldn't help but frown. At this moment, a man with fiery red hair and wearing a fiery red battle robe suddenly rushed over from behind Instructor Su. He held a long sword that was burning with flames. flames. The red-robed man took a few steps forward, instantly approached Instructor Sue from behind, and slashed with his knife. Instructor Sue seemed to be prepared. He held the dagger in his right hand and suddenly blocked it behind his head. The sound of metal collision suddenly rang out. The red-robed man's attack was actually blocked by Instructor Sue with such a weird move. How is this possible? The red-robed man shouted in shock and quickly retreated. Fatty, go! He shouted to a fat man with his hands raised in the distance, while he also approached Ji Churan. The fat man was sweating profusely. Seeing the red-robed man retreat, he cursed. Pretender, I shouldn't have listened to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his hands away and ran towards Ji Churan, shouting, Brother Ji, please take me in. Seeing this, the boy in the golden robe immediately ran towards Ji Churan. Given the current situation, they can only fight against Instructor Sue by joining forces. The fat man put down his hands, and the clay arms that bound Instructor Sue suddenly lost their vitality and were shattered by Instructor Sue's 2 kicks. Instructor Sue shook off the dirt on his feet, looked up and looked coldly at Ji Churan and others. Ha! He snorted softly. It seems that you are the only ones who satisfy me. In that case, let's get rid of the weak ones. As soon as he finished speaking, his skin began to turn red, as if some power was about to erupt. Ji Churan immediately became alert, and several classmates around him also became nervous. The next moment, Instructor Sue's whole body was engulfed in flames, and the scorching flames turned him into a man of fire. He slowly raised his right hand, and his voice was faint but clear to everyone's ears. Sea of fire. Burning. As the word burn fell, a fierce flame instantly burst out from his body. A huge sea of fire indiscriminately swept across the square, crashing towards all the freshmen. Ji Churan's pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted angrily, Resist with all your might. Now is not the time to save people. In such a sea of fire, you are lucky to survive. He looked up, kicked his legs hard, and rushed into the sky like thunder. The sea of fire was so vast that even freshmen with wind-based abilities couldn't escape the blazing flames instantly after taking off. With the exception of Ji Churan, the other freshmen could only brave the flames head-on. The golden-robed boy stomped his feet and shouted, Sharp gold, gather! The next moment, metal pieces appeared on his body, as if he were covered in a layer of solid armor. Burn! The red-robed boy roared, and his entire body began to burst into flames, transforming into a flaming man, just like Instructor Sue. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The fat man cursed non-stop, waving his hands and letting the mud envelope him, transforming him into a mud man. The other freshmen also chose to endure it. Because wind-type abilities couldn't reach the sky in time, they could only use their wind abilities to resist the sea of fire, while some earth-type abilities secretly chose to escape underground. Surprisingly, 2 girls chose to cooperate. A girl in a green robe and dark green hair waved her hands and shouted, Windwall, build! A green whirlwind formed a wall of wind in front of the 2 of them. Beside her, another girl wearing a blue battle robe and with azure hair also raised her hand and shouted, Stubborn water, pour! Streams of blue liquid flew out of her hands, pouring onto the green wind wall, forming a cyan water wall. The moment the cyan water wall appeared, it largely blocked the sea of fire. But even so, some of the sea of fire still attacked them. Seeing this, the 2 girls could only mobilize their supernatural powers again and desperately resist the small sea of fire. The sea of fire burned for a full 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. As the sea of fire dissipated, Ji Churan plummeted from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Upon landing, he looked around in shock. The Natural Sciences Plaza was now a wreck. The surrounding buildings were shattered, as if bombarded by artillery fire. Flames still lingered from the ruins. The sculptures in the plaza had been shattered in half, their lower half still ablaze. The ground was charred black, as if it had been ravaged by a devastating fire. Damn, is this really a training camp? Ji Churan was shocked at the tragic scene in front of him. If it is really a training camp, the cost is too high. But if not, Ji Churan turned to look at Instructor Sue and murmured softly, Who is he then? Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a cough sounded beside Ji Churan. He turned around and saw a charred statue standing next to him. It looked like burnt clay and emitted a faint strange smell. The next moment, the charred statue shattered, revealing a fat man with a black face and a plump, smoky skin. Cough, cough, cough. The fat man, unable to even stand, fell to his knees, supporting himself with his left hand and pinching his broad neck with his right, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. I'm choking to death. Ji Churan looked at the kneeling fat man, then at the broken, charred sculpture, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell? Wrapping himself in mud to resist the sea of fire? Cough, cough, cough. Damn. If you had known to burrow underground, you would have been almost cooked by me. The fat man stood up, staggeringly, and wiped his face with the charred battle robe, but the more he wiped, the darker it became, and nothing was wiped off. Oh my god, I bought this battle robe with a loan. How come it became like this? The fat man was shocked when he saw the appearance of the battle robe. No, my battle armor. I would have hidden underground if I had known this. Woo-woo. The fat man suddenly looked up to the sky and cried bitterly, as if he extremely regretted his choice. Ji Churan frowned at this. Burying underground, could one really survive? He glanced glanced at the charred, rigid earth around him, lost in thought. Even Earth-type Esper at the spiritual perception realm couldn't breathe underground. If they remained underground for too long, they would likely suffocate. If burrowing underground truly worked, the students who chose it would have emerged long ago. Yet, until now, the group of Earth-type psychics lurking underground hadn't appeared, not even a trace. This made one ponder. There was only one possible reason for this: they were dead. If that were true, then who was this so-called Instructor Su? Where had Chen Meng and the others gone? With such a massive explosion and destruction, even a blind person would have noticed something was seriously wrong, right? Yet, Chen Meng and the others hadn't made a single move. What happened today was completely beyond Ji Churen's expectations. It felt like a dream. At that moment, Ji Churen suddenly understood this was indeed a training camp, but the scene was actually an illusion created by the spiritual department. But when did I enter this illusion? Damn it, was it because my spiritual power wasn't strong enough? I didn't even realize I had entered the illusion. Oh my god, Brother Ji! Suddenly, the fat man's shout interrupted Ji Churen's thoughts. Ji Churen glanced sideways, only to see the fat man suddenly kneeling down in front of him, holding his legs and rubbing them frantically. In just a few seconds, all the black dust on the fat man's face was rubbed onto Ji Churen's battle robe, revealing his true appearance. Looking at this scene, Ji Churen's head suddenly became black, and he kicked the fat man away angrily. Although his battle robe was black, the pattern on it could not be easily dirty. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ji Churen raised his hand and struck the fat man with a bolt of lightning. Sizzle! Ugh! Ugh! Lightning flashed across the fat man's body, causing him to convulse violently. Ji Churen didn't really want to hurt him, he just wanted to teach him a lesson. 2.5 seconds later, Ji Churen withdrew his supernatural power. Even after retracting it, the fat man's body still twitched involuntarily twice, and then he fell to the ground with a plop. Black smoke came out of his mouth, and all his hair stood up. At this moment, a gloating voice rang out. Ji Churen turned his head and saw a red-haired boy, his face also covered in black dust, walking towards him. Furthermore, a boy in a gold robe was standing nearby, next to the red-robed man, slowly approaching Ji Churen. The boy in the gold robe seemed to be the cleanest person in the room besides Ji Churen. There was no dust on his face, and only a few unknown metal fragments were mixed on his clothes. However, his face was a little red, as were his exposed arms. What was even stranger was that when he approached Ji Churen even felt a wave of heat. "Are you steamed?" Ji Churen asked in confusion. The golden-robed boy's mouth twitched, clearly unsure how to respond. He couldn't possibly say that the sea of fire had burned his metal armor red, causing him to get burned, could he? At this time, the fat man finally recovered and climbed up unsteadily. As soon as he stood firm, he looked at Ji Churen and said with a pleading face, "Brother Ji, I didn't mean to do it just now. I was so excited that I couldn't help it." Ji Churen's mouth twitched as he chose to ignore the fat man. The red-robed boy smiled a gloating smile. The gold-robed boy looked around and found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. The other freshmen had mysteriously disappeared. "Where are the others?" the golden-robed boy asked, his pupils twitching slightly. "Also, is this really a training camp? I feel like that instructor really wants us dead." "I feel the same way," the red-robed boy said seriously. "This type of attack, especially the knife technique just now that aimed directly at the vital points, is clearly intended to kill." "But," the fat man beside him asked in confusion, "if this isn't a real training camp, then why hasn't our teacher shown up yet?" Everyone was silent for a moment, as they also couldn't figure out the reason. Ji Churen didn't join their discussion, but stared straight ahead. To be more precise, he was staring at the figures in front of him. Tap tap tap. Wow wow wow. Bang. Heavy footsteps sounded, accompanied by the sound of something being dragged. Everyone was immediately attracted by the sound and turned to look forward. After seeing who was coming, everyone immediately became alert. Because the person who appeared before them was none other than Instructor Su. Instructor Su was seen holding something in each hand, slowly dragging it towards the crowd. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Instructor Su's back, and upon seeing this, they were stunned. It turned out that Instructor Su was dragging 2 corpses. He walked step by step in front of the crowd, stood still, and suddenly swung his hands, throwing the 2 corpses towards them. Everyone remained motionless, letting the bodies roll to the ground. Once they settled, they looked down, their bodies tensing. They were the bodies of 2 women, one in a green robe, the other in a blue one. Their faces held a lingering trace of fear and resilience, their bodies covered in burns. It was obvious they had been hunted down by Instructor Su. Seeing everyone's reaction, Instructor Su grinned with satisfaction and said, "It seems that you are the only ones left. Tell me, how do you plan to die? Who are you?" The boy in red robe pointed at Instructor Su and asked angrily, "Who am I?" Instructor Su grinned and looked up at the red-robed boy. "I'm your training instructor." "Nonsense." The golden-robed boy stepped forward, pointed at Instructor Su, and cursed, "If you really are the training instructor, then why did they sacrifice themselves?" He pointed again to the 2 bodies on the ground. "Sacrifice?" Instructor Su tilted his head in thought for for a moment, then slowly said, "You take the word sacrifice too lightly. They didn't sacrifice themselves, they lost their lives. It's just a life. Once it's gone, it's gone. It's just a scar the size of a bowl." The red-haired boy seemed to want to refute, but was stopped by Ji Churan. Ji Churan raised his hand to stop him and took a step forward. Instructor Su tilted his head slightly, his feet standing forward and backward, his alertness evident. Seeing this, Ji Churan raised a faint smile. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. Although Instructor Su was on guard, his expression remained relaxed, and he even asked, "Why, you also want to question me righteously?" Ji Churan shook his head, a smile on his face. "I don't want to waste my time talking to you. You don't deserve to hear it." Ha! Instructor Su was stunned. Not only him, but also the red-haired boy and others were stunned. Just as everyone was stunned, Ji Churan suddenly attacked. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly flashed in front of Instructor Su. With the roar of thousands of thunders, his right fist smashed towards Instructor Su. Instructor Su was shocked. He waved his right hand and a ball of fire burst out, heading towards Ji Churan while he quickly retreated with the help of the flame jet. Ji Churan's fist and the flames met in the air, making a violent explosion. The flames hit Ji Churan, but were easily offset by the lightning flashing on his body. He patted the small flame on his battle robe, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. He looked up at the fireman in the distance and smiled. "It seems that my guess has been confirmed." What? The flames on Instructor Su's body gradually subsided, revealing his true form. "You can indeed use your supernatural powers," Ji Churan said, "but your physical body cannot." Instructor Su's pupils suddenly contracted and he was extremely shocked. "What does this mean?" The fat man touched his head, confused for a moment. "Everyone," Ji Churan said, "attack his body with all your strength. Close combat." Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Instructor Su snorted coldly, "Boy, aren't you afraid that I will set a sea of fire?" Ji Churan grinned, "With your physical strength, I am confident that I can kill you with one blow the moment you set the sea of fire." Instructor Su was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. As expected of the top scorer in the martial arts exam, your observation skills are truly sharp. You even discovered this little weakness of mine." He smiled, his eyes showing more admiration for Ji Churan. "Tell me, boy, have you seen the truth? In this illusion, how can we talk about the truth?" Ji Churan responded calmly. As soon as he said this, several freshmen behind him were stunned. "Illusion? Illusion?" The fat man asked hesitantly, "Brother Ji, are we really in an illusion?" "A psychic," the golden-robed boy muttered softly. No wonder the teacher hasn't appeared yet. "It turns out we've been in an illusion all along." The red-robed boy opened his mouth in disbelief. "So, the battle we just had was all happening in an illusion?" "Sure enough, you've already noticed it." Instructor Su couldn't help but shake his head and asked, "Just because my body and my supernatural power don't match, you guessed this was an illusion?" "No." Ji Churan shook his head and explained, "I judged it because there has been no teacher for such a long time. After all, I don't believe that anyone can break into Sichuan University alone." Instructor Su was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ah, so it's because of the school. Looks like next time I'll have to conjure up a few teachers. I declare that you have passed this round." With a crisp shattering sound, the world in Ji Churan's eyes suddenly shattered into pieces, scattering like shattered glass. The surroundings seemed to be surrounded by cracked glass, making a crisp crackling sound. The next moment, another crisp sound of shattering was heard. The world that was originally in ruins disappeared in an instant, and what came into view was the square of the Natural Sciences Department where Ji Churan and others were previously. There was no fire, no ruins, even the floor remained unchanged. The only difference was that the people who were originally standing now fell down with their eyes closed. Among all the freshmen in the square, only Ji Churan and his friends were still standing. The fat man looked around, his face full of surprise. He walked to the nearest student, squatted down, reached out to lift his eyelids, and stared at his eyes carefully. Seeing this, the golden-robed boy asked in surprise, "Do you know medicine?" "I don't understand." The fat man answered honestly, "I just learned it from watching TV dramas." The golden-robed boy wiped the sweat from his forehead helplessly. "Then how do you know if he's still alive?" "I guessed it." The fat man let go of his hand and said seriously, 6. The golden-robed boy's mouth twitched, and thousands of words finally turned into just a number. Because of the illusion, the dust and injuries on everyone's bodies were restored as the illusion was shattered. "Don't worry." Instructor Su seemed to see everyone's worry and said, "They are just asleep and will wake up soon. The illusion designed by Teacher Chen will not harm you." But I didn't expect that this illusion would be seen through by a freshman. He is indeed the top scorer in the martial arts exam. I guess we have to act more realistically next time. When the time comes, summon the illusions of Chen Meng and the others, and then blah blah blah. The more Instructor Su spoke, the brighter his eyes became. "Teacher Su, please forgive me." Suddenly, a woman with short, neat hair and a handsome face walked out of a weapons store behind Instructor Su. She touched her head helplessly and said, "It's easy for you to say that, but I was the one who created the illusion." Instructor Su saw this and scratched his head in embarrassment. embarrassment. The woman walked up to Ji Churan, looked at Instructor Su helplessly, and then stretched out her hand. "Hello, classmate Ji. My name is Chen Wen." Ji Churan also extended his hand politely. "Hello, Teacher Chen." The two held hands gently and separated after a moment. Chen Wen looked at Ji Churan and asked with a smile, "Student Ji, do you have any questions?" Ji Churan nodded and asked, "Teacher Chen, I want to know, when did you pull us into the illusion?" Ji Churan was filled with doubts and unknowingly was drawn into the illusion. This loss of control made him feel particularly uneasy. Chen Wen listened and said with a smile, "When were you dragged in?" "Probably when Teacher Su suddenly appeared and attracted all your attention. You were not on guard against me and your attention was drawn to me. That's why I, whose realm is much higher than yours, was able to pull you into the illusion without you noticing." "I see," Ji Churan murmured to himself while touching his chin. "However, my realm and mental strength are still a little insufficient, and I have not been able to fully unleash Teacher Su's physical strength." Chen Wen suddenly sighed with a hint of helplessness. "Teacher, what do you mean by this?" the fat man couldn't help but ask. "Didn't you notice that Instructor Su was very weak physically when he was competing with you?" Chen Wen asked back. Is there? The fat man looked at Ji Churan and others somewhat unconfidently and murmured in a low voice, "Of course." At this time, Instructor Su stepped forward, pointed at the boy in the golden robe and said, "If my physical strength in the illusion is the same as in reality, then Kid Lee would have been killed by me with a single strike. How could there be any sword fight?" The golden-robed boy's expression changed slightly. Then, Instructor Su turned to the fat man and said, "If my body in the illusion is the same as in reality, your clay hands will not be able to control me at all. Just your loose clay? In real life, I would have kicked you to pieces." The fat man touched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. The next moment, Instructor Su pointed at the red-robed boy and said, "If my physical strength in the illusion is the same as in reality, you would have been knocked away by my punch long ago. As for you..." Instructor Su turned his gaze to Ji Churan, opened his mouth and hesitated, as if wondering what was wrong with Ji Churan. But after thinking for a long time, he found that there seemed to be nothing wrong with Ji Churan's performance. The only shortcoming was that he caused the deaths of so many companions. But facing a powerful enemy like himself, who can guarantee that everyone will survive? You know your problem very well." Instructor Su stuttered for a long time, and finally uttered only this vague sentence. Seeing this scene, Ji Churan couldn't help laughing, and Fatty and the others were also trying to hold back their laughter. Instructor Su saw this and coughed awkwardly, saying, "Ahem, no more words. You guys take a rest first. After those people wake up, we can start the next round of training." After saying that, Instructor Su walked to the side, waved his hand, summoned a flaming chair and sat on it. Chen Wen turned to Instructor Su and said, "Since the first round is over, I'll be leaving first, Teacher Su." Instructor Su nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard," Chen Wen joked, "just don't let me create illusions of Chen Meng and the others again." Instructor Su smiled awkwardly, while Chen Wen left with a smile. After Chen Wen left, Ji Churan and the others began to get to know each other. After all, they had all been through a battle together. Although the battle was short, the level of danger could not be underestimated. After a while, they became more familiar with each other. First up is the golden-robed boy to Ji Churan's right. His name is Li Yunxian, and he's been skilled in swordsmanship since childhood. His ability is an A-level natural gold-based ability, Sharp to Gold, which allows him to manipulate and create metal, and even attach it to weapons. The boy in red robe is named Shi Honghu. His special ability is A-level natural fire ability, Burning Flame, and his weapon is a knife. The fat man's name is Zhang Fengmao. His superpower is an A-level natural earth-type superpower, Crustal Vibration, which can control the vibration of the earth and the earth element. His weapon is a warhammer. Warhammer? Ji Churan asked doubtfully, "I haven't seen you holding any weapons?" The fat man scratched his head awkwardly, smiled and said hesitantly, this. Shi Honghu seemed to have known the fat guy for a long time. He quickly exposed the truth. This fat guy thought the hammer was too heavy, so he simply didn't bring it with him during training. Ha! Ji Churan was bewildered, wondering if there was such a reason for not bringing a weapon. Li Yunxian looked at Zhang Fengmao in confusion and asked, "You're not going to the battlefield in the future because your warhammer is too heavy, are you? If that's the case, why did you choose a warhammer as your weapon earlier?" The fat man smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Well, actually the main reason is that I'm poor." Li Yunxian was stunned for a moment and asked, "What does your family do?" "My family is from the countryside, and my parents are farmers." The fat man was obviously a little unconfident when he spoke, as if he was afraid of being looked down upon. "Damn it, you actually still have a bit of an inferiority complex?" Shi Honghu punched Zhang Fengmao, patted his shoulder and said, "What's there to be ashamed of as a farmer? Farmers are the most respectable people." Li Yunxian didn't say much, but just patted Zhang Fengmao's shoulder gently to show his support. Ji Churan was more direct. He touched Zhang Fengmao's head and said with a smile, "Fatty, don't think too much. At least you still have parents." "I don't even have parents." "What?" Zhang Fengmao was stunned and asked in disbelief, "Brother Ji, are you an orphan?" As soon as these words came out. Shi Honghu and Li Yunxian glared at Zhang Fengmao. Zhang Fengmao realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly covered his mouth while hurriedly explaining, "I'm sorry, Brother Ji, I didn't mean that, Zhang Fengmao's hands dropped, and he shook his head like a rattle, his expression flustered. Ji Churan didn't blame him. After all, he was a time traveler, and logically, he didn't belong in this world at all. Being alone was normal. Since he was here, he naturally chose to do something. After all, he didn't want to waste his time. His goal was to help the people here and drive out all invaders. Ji Churan waved his hand lightly and smiled indifferently. It's okay, I'm not angry, and I'm used to it. Seeing this, Zhang Fengmao felt even more guilty. He thought to himself, Brother Ji must be very noble. His current appearance must be a mask. Brother Ji must have suffered a lot in the past. Was it miserable? In a way, it was indeed miserable. Without the gym, it felt a bit lifeless. Time passed slowly as they chatted, and the freshmen around them gradually woke up. Their first reaction was silence, followed by helplessness. Under Chen Wen's arrangement, the freshmen who died in the illusion were able to learn all the truth, and also learned that they had failed the first round of training. None of them expected that even if Instructor Su released a large sea as cover, they still could not withstand the attack of the Sea of Fire and lost their lives early. For the next 2 weeks, Instructor Su demonstrated what it meant to be a ruthless and strict teacher. After the first death battle, he immediately began special training for everyone. His training program was so strict and terrifying that the freshmen nicknamed him Devil Instructor. On the first day, Instructor Su put everyone through a physical, endurance, and strength training program. The intensity was so intense that many freshmen fainted from exhaustion. Even Ji Churan felt like his lungs were about to explode after the training. Although he didn't have a mana bar, he did have a stamina bar. The next day, Instructor Su asked everyone to release their superpowers at full strength to confirm their reserves. Most of the new students had average reserves, with only Li Yunxian having slightly more, which surprised Instructor Su and the others. However, what happened next made everyone wonder if they were dreaming. Ji Churan actually released his supernatural power for 2.5 hours straight, with no sign of exhaustion. If Instructor Su hadn't called for a stop, he might have continued to release it for another 2.5 hours. In the end, Instructor Su confirmed Ji Churan's reserve of supernatural powers is absolutely amazing. No wonder he could unleash his powers so freely during the college entrance exams. It turns out his reserves are truly top tier. Upon hearing this news, the other freshmen flashed with envy. A lightning-type Esper possessing immense reserves of superpowers, what does that signify? It signifies the birth of the ultimate killing machine. A lightning-type Esper with vast reserves of superpowers is like a Gatling gun, armed with hundreds of millions of rounds of ammunition, an absolutely lethal weapon. After confirming Ji Churan's exceptionally high reserves, Instructor Su stopped training him on these reserves and instead focused on endurance training. This proved incredibly tiring for Ji Churan, who was truly exhausted. Under Instructor Su's guidance, Ji Churan and the others underwent training in endurance, strength, speed, superpower reserves, superpower cultivation, boxing techniques, and various weapon techniques. They also underwent close-quarters combat, which didn't require superpowers, and underwent psychological pressure training. The training method, naturally, involved applying pressure and harsh reprimands to strengthen their mental fortitude. Theoretical knowledge was not neglected either, and Instructor Su also gave everyone a systematic theoretical course. In this way, everyone went through this arduous but fruitful 2-week training. On the day when the 2-week training ended, Instructor Su brought the freshmen back to the square of the Department of Natural Sciences. At this time, a large number of people had gathered around the square. Some were standing outside the shops, and some even climbed onto the roofs of the shops. These people were sophomores and juniors from Sichuan and Chongqing Yining University, who came here specifically to watch the performance of the new batch of juniors. In the past, there were not many senior students coming to watch at this time, but this year was different. Among the freshmen this year, there was a rare top scorer in the military college entrance examination with a perfect score. Instructor Su stood in the middle of the square, and the freshmen lined up behind him. The seniors around saw this scene and started talking about it. Have you seen Ji Churan? I haven't seen him for a long time. Where are you looking? Behind. Your IQ is a bit problematic. With Ji Churan's strength, how could he stand at the back? He must be standing in the front, in the C position. Oh, I see. The seniors all looked to the front of the crowd and immediately saw Ji Churan, who stood out from the crowd. He was wearing a black robe with layers of patterns on it, and black boxing gloves on his hands, exuding a sharp aura. The moment they saw Ji Churan, everyone had only one thought in their minds. He is like a spear, sharp and piercing. Instructor Su looked at the freshmen with a brand new look, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. Now they are no longer as naive as when they first entered school. Although there is still some clarity and childishness in their eyes, they already have the aura that a superpower should have. The change is huge. Instructor Su swept his eyes over the crowd and said, "Everyone, the 2-week training has ended. The rest of your journey in martial arts will depend on you. Tomorrow is is the freshman competition. I hope you can show your full potential and shine brightly on the field. However, even though you will most likely only be able to secure second place, you still have to work hard. Instructor Su spoke with a playful smile, hoping to stir up the freshmen's spirits, create a competitive atmosphere, and cause trouble for Ji Churan. He resorted to a series of remarks, implicitly implying that the freshmen were no match for Ji Churan and could only be suppressed by him, undoubtedly putting immense pressure on them. The result was just as Instructor Su had predicted. Every freshman was a proud and conceited genius. Having been admitted to Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers, every one of them was filled with pride and arrogance. What's so great about you being the top scorer in the martial arts exam? So what if you're an S-class supernatural? Well, you're truly remarkable. The freshmen' spirits were piqued, their blood boiling, but then they gradually lost their composure. After all, the gap was too great. If Ji Churan hadn't crushed 2 waves of small beasts in the college entrance exam, they might have had a fighting chance. But Ji Churan's performance was simply too dazzling, so dazzling that they had no idea how to compete. Who dared to withstand Ji Churan's thunderballs? What's the difference between this and using your body to resist a cannonball? Furthermore, the strength this guy displayed during training was truly insane. He possessed a vast reserve of superpowers. His lightning powers were incredibly violent, and combined with his own strength, he was a formidable prodigy who crushed his peers. Butting him with his head? That's simply courting death. So, the freshmen immediately lost their nerve. Forget it, let's just fight for second place. Instructor Su hadn't expected the freshmen to be so discouraged so quickly. Faced with this situation, he didn't know what to say. Helplessly, he could only casually say a few words and dismiss the group. Afterward, the freshmen headed to their dormitories in 2s and 3s. Ji Churan was no exception, heading straight for his own dorm. Everyone prepared to rest well and be in top form for tomorrow's freshman competition. However, when Ji Churan left, many seniors came to him to ask for his contact information, and some even directly invited him to join their club so that they could carry out tasks together in the future. But Ji Churan politely declined, and now he has no plans to join the club. After returning to the dormitory, Ji Churan jumped onto the soft bed, stretched out his body in a big shape, and fell into the gentle land. Before going to bed, he opened the system panel. Template progress, 19.07%. Just a little short of 20%? Ji Churan muttered to himself. His template progress had already reached 19%, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate twilight realm. His ability, strength had increased significantly compared to the college entrance exam. I wonder what will happen after reaching 20% progress. He clenched his fists, a tinge of anticipation welling up in his heart. The freshman competition within the department finally arrived. The freshmen got up early in the morning and headed to the battlefields of their respective departments. Ji Churan was no exception. After washing up, he went to the battlefield of the Natural Science Department alone. The Natural Science Department's battle arena was located on the northern playground of the academy. In the center of the playground stood a platform constructed from an unknown hard stone. Its surface was rough and charred black, as if it had endured countless trials and tribulations. Freshmen from the Department of Natural Sciences stood on the periphery of the playground, their eyes fixed on the central arena. The stands surrounding the playground were packed with sophomores and juniors, seniors from the Department of Natural Sciences who had come specially to watch their juniors' exciting duel. When Ji Churan arrived, many freshmen were already waiting outside. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ji Churan turned and saw that it was the fat man Jiang Fengmao. He was standing next to Shi Honghu, waving and shouting at Ji Churan. Hearing the call, Ji Churan walked towards the two of them. Shi Honghu didn't say anything when he saw him coming, just glanced at him and then looked away. Ji Churan had expected this, having already understood Shi Honghu's personality during the training camp. He was arrogant, liked to pretend, and in short, he loved to show off. Is everyone here? Suddenly, another familiar voice came from Ji Churan's side. Ji Churan and Jiang Fengmao turned around and saw Li Yunxian, wearing a golden robe and holding a sword in his left hand, walking towards them. Li Yunxian seemed particularly confident today, as if he was full of confidence in the departmental freshman competition. Wow, you look a little different today. Jiang Fengmao looked at Li Yunxian and couldn't help but marvel at it. What's the difference? Li Yunxian responded with a smile, as if he wanted to show off, and he opened his arms and turned around. Even more showy, Jiang Fengmao said frankly without any concealment. Li Yunxian's smile froze, and the smile on his lips froze. As the saying goes, a smile never disappears, it just shifts. Li Yunxian's smile froze, while Shi Honghu's smile brightened. Jiang Fengmao seemed to notice this scene, turned around and said sarcastically, "What are you laughing at, pretender?" The next second, Shi Honghu's smile froze, and he turned his smile to Ji Churan. Ji Churan finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, mainly because Jiang Fengmao's words were so funny. Seeing Ji Churan laughing, Jiang Fengmao turned his head and looked at him. Seeing this, Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu immediately showed anticipation on their faces. faces. It seemed as if he was observing how Jiang Fengmao was going to refute Ji Churan. However, what the two of them did not expect was that the fat man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Jiang Fengmao, actually showed a flattering smile. "Oh, Brother Ji, you look so handsome when you smile. You are worthy of being the number one in our department." These words completely hit the bottom line of Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu. "Damn fatty, what do you mean by this?" Shi Honghu pointed at Jiang Fengmao angrily and shouted, "Why don't you mention Ji Churan and just us?" Li Yunxian didn't curse, but his eyes were full of contempt for Jiang Fengmao, and he had already cursed him in his heart. Jiang Fengmao listened, but looked at Shi Honghu with a concerned look and said lightly, "Why, haven't you thought about the reason? Who is stronger, Brother Ji or you? In everything, you must first reflect on yourself and see if you've trained seriously and if your reserves of supernatural powers have improved. My personality hasn't changed in all these years, so what has changed?" Password. The boy's cheeks flushed, explaining everything. Shi Honghu's face was also red, as his anger was about to explode. "Little pervert." Chen Meng's familiar voice came from a distance. Ji Churan looked back and saw Chen Meng and a kind old man standing not far away, looking at him. After Ji Churan gestured to Li Yunxian and others, he walked towards Chen Meng. After 2 or 3 steps, he came to Chen Meng and greeted him. "Good morning, Lao Chen." Chen Meng's face froze, he clenched his right fist and put it to his mouth, coughing twice artificially. "Ahem, you have to shout, oh, forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you." He wanted to ask Ji Churan to call out his job title, but when he thought of his mouth, he gave up the idea. Then, he turned sideways and introduced the old man next to him. "This is the dean of your natural science department, Dean Wei." Ji Churan clasped his fist slightly and said respectfully, "Hello, Dean Wei." Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan with a smile, and was obviously in a good mood. "You little brat, you're not nervous anymore, are you? If you don't get first place in the department, just behave yourself." Chen Meng said this seriously. Ji Churan rolled his eyes helplessly. "Old Chen, look at my current state." Chen Meng raised his eyebrows and immediately checked Ji Churan's realm. Unexpectedly, he was shocked when he saw it. Chen Meng exclaimed, "How did you get down to the weird light realm? Weren't you at the bottom 2 weeks ago?" Ji Churan chuckled. "Surprise? Accident?" Chen Meng was speechless for a moment. Forget the twilight realm. With Ji Churan's strength, even at the lower spiritual perception realm, he could easily crush the current group of naturalists. After all, most freshmen of this time period had only just reached the lower spiritual perception realm, with only a handful reaching the middle spiritual perception realm. And Ji Churan was a monster at fighting across boundaries. Leaping over a minor stage was as easy as sprinkling water. His immense reserves of supernatural powers had already destined him to extraordinary status. "Forget it, just treat it as my worrying." Chen Meng waved his hand helplessly. There was nothing he could do, because Ji Churan was a pervert. Dean Wei on the side kept looking at the two of them with a smile, without interrupting, as if he thought this atmosphere was quite good. "Student Ji." Dean Wei suddenly spoke. "Hello, President Wei." Ji Churan responded respectfully. "You have great talent." Dean Wei walked forward slowly and said, "So great that even I am amazed." "Thank you, President Wei, for your approval." Ji Churan replied with a smile. "Ha, you have great talent, so you must make the most of it." Dean Wei patted Ji Churan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "My requirements are not high. How about first in the whole school? Remember, it's the whole school, that is, first in the 6 major departments." Ji Churan was stunned. "No confidence?" asked Dean Wei. "No." Ji Churan shook his head and grinned. "I just feel that Dean Wei is not very confident in me." "Oh?" Dean Wei was slightly stunned and asked, "What do you mean? What's the point of being the best in the school?" Ji Churan grinned more confidently and proudly. "I want to be the best in the country. No, I want to be number 1 in the world. With a system, how could one lack confidence? Wasn't SSS level lightning power enough? Wasn't a perpetually cultivating villain enough? Wasn't having multiple template powers enough? If these weren't enough, who would dare to claim to be the best in the world?" Dean Wei was stunned for a moment, as if shaken by Ji Churan's words. He carefully examined the handsome young man with a resolute face, his gaze lingering for a long time, and a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Wasn't he also so high-spirited and energetic when he was young? At this moment, Dean Wei was a little dazed and it took him a while to come back to his senses. "Ha ha ha ha." He laughed heartily twice, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. "You're ambitious. Young people should be so energetic. Since you have such lofty ambitions, I will wait patiently for the day when you become the strongest in the world. By then, I'm afraid I can only respectfully address you as Senior Ji." Ha ha ha. Ji Churan quickly waved his hands and said with a smile, No, Dean Wei, you are praising me too much. You are the elder and I am the junior. It is not appropriate to address you in reverse order." "Fuck you. Then why don't you call me Teacher Chen? One thing at a time." "I return the password." "Ahem." Ji Churan said seriously, "Old Chen, you are different." "Fuck you. How am I different?" Chen Meng complained. "The strength is different." Ji Churan suddenly replied. "You put, Chen Meng's words suddenly got stuck at his lips, and he changed the subject, not knowing how to respond. "Ha ha 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 ha. Dean Wei suddenly laughed, thinking Ji Churan was really interesting. He glanced at the frustrated Chen Meng with interest, then turned to look at Ji Churan and said, "Student Ji, if you need anything in the future, just come to the dean's office and find me." Chen Meng's eyes widened. He knew the weight of Dean Wei's words. Dean Wei's words meant that he fully recognized Ji Churan and was willing to devote his energy and resources to him. It also meant one thing: Ji Churan had Dean Wei's support behind him. Every dean of Sichuan and Chongqing University of supernatural powers is no simple character. With such a backer, those so-called big families outside will have to think carefully if they want to find trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Meng immediately gave Ji Churan a few glances, and Ji Churan immediately understood what he meant. He hurriedly bowed to Dean Wei and said, "Thank you, Dean Wei." Dean Wei smiled and patted Ji Churan on the shoulder. At this time, a teacher trotted over, first looked at Ji Churan, then glanced at Chen Meng, and finally looked at Dean Wei and said, "Dean Wei, the competition is about to begin, and now we need you to give an opening speech." Dean Wei nodded, patted Ji Churan's shoulder again, and turned to leave. Ji Churan and Chen Meng watched Dean Wei walk away. After Dean Wei walked away, Chen Meng turned around, raised his fist and gently hit Ji Churan on the back, and said with an excited smile, "You're finally getting better." Ji Churan spread his hands and said in a tone that sounded like he wanted a beating, "There's nothing I can do. Geniuses are like this. You little bastard." Chen Meng gritted his teeth and hit Ji Churan lightly on the head. Bang! Hiss! Ji Churan covered his head and thought to himself, Chen Meng must have turned into steel again. I can't beat him now, remember this. Chen Meng laughed out loud upon seeing this. Ha ha ha. Ji Churan rolled his eyes at him but was too lazy to retort. After a moment, Chen Meng stopped smiling, and Ji Churan had been staring at him speechlessly for a long time. Chen Meng ignored Ji Churan's gaze and looked at the volunteers in the distant stands who were busy organizing the speaking equipment. He calculated the time and saw that there was still some time, so he decided to talk about that matter now. He said, "Little pervert, do you still remember the beast tide you encountered during the college entrance examination?" Ji Churan nodded and said, "Of course I remember. Didn't teacher Wang say that it was done by beggars and that demons were involved?" Well, that incident was indeed caused by the beggars and the demons. Chen Meng's face became slightly serious, but this time the situation has suddenly become tricky. Ji Churan glanced sideways slightly, frowning. "The beggar has been found," Chen Meng said, "but he has committed suicide." What? Ji Churan was stunned. The teachers at the North City Military Academy started looking for beggars after the college entrance exam, Chen Meng continued. But you also know that beggars' ability to hide is simply abnormal. Those beggars who caused the beast tide hid for over a month before being found. It was Wang Jiu who found them, but before he could interrogate them, the three beggars chose to commit suicide. Three? Ji Churan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Have you confirmed that they were the ones who caused the beast tide?" "Yes, it's confirmed," Chen Meng said. "First, they were found in North City. Second, they were found with bottles of beast madness powder, as well as used empty bottles. These crazy guys actually want to start a beast tide." Chen Meng said this, clenching his fists tightly, full of anger. Beast madness powder, a powder that can make strange beasts become violent, was developed by a pharmacist in the past. It was originally used to test the attack power of strange beasts when they were violent. But later, some smart person spread it among the beasts, which directly triggered a beast tide and broke up countless families. The pharmacist was subjected to groundless accusations and angry verbal abuse. In fact, beast madness powder was originally just a tool to test the violent strength of alien beasts. Until now, the data on the strength of strange beasts when they are in a frenzy in textbooks are all based on the function of the beast madness powder at that time. After that incident, the production of beast madness powder was completely banned, and the pharmacist disappeared without a trace. Ji Churan frowned and asked anxiously, "Where is the demon?" "No," Chen Meng said with a slightly unhappy expression. "There's no demon among candidate number 47. This means the demon's purpose isn't to infiltrate humans. Then why did the plucked body rabbit appear?" Ji Churan asked, "Could it be that the demon wants the skin of the strange beast?" "I can't explain it clearly." Chen Meng shook his head. "There are too many doubts here, and there are also many problems on the bright side. Why would beggars be so frenzied? Why would they bring the plundering rabbit? Why would they create a beast tide? Is it just to disrupt the college entrance exam? If the purpose was to kill the new generation, they shouldn't have chosen a time like the college entrance exam. After all, the college entrance examination is, to some extent, the safest moment for the new generation. Besides, if there was no profit motivation, why would those beggars take the risk to do such things?" "Yeah." Ji Churan frowned, feeling that this matter was not simple at all. Who is responsible for this matter now? Chen Meng's face changed immediately and he was silent for a long time. Ji Churan could tell at a glance who was in charge. "It's your nemesis, old Chen, Teacher Li Yi, right? If you can't speak, then don't talk nonsense." Chen Meng glared at him, but it is indeed Li Yi who is handling this matter. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. After all, demons are involved. Strange beasts, demons, and all kinds of races. These threats are like swords weighing on the heads of humans. As long as they exist, humans will have no peace and will not be able to relax. relax. Chen Meng exhaled heavily and turned to look at Ji Churan. The future ultimately depends on you, the younger generation, to protect it. The freshman natural science department competition is about to begin. Please return to your seats. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed throughout the playground, and all the students looked towards the stands, including Ji Churan. I saw a teacher in the stands speaking into the microphone. Please go to the stands. The seats with your names on them are your seats. Please take your seats according to your ability type. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan looked towards the stands. He saw several students in volunteer uniforms scattered across the stands, holding up signs representing various abilities. Ji Churan's gaze immediately focused on the dark blue lightning sign, its lines gleaming with the light of thunder. He assumed that this was the seat reserved for those with awakened lightning abilities, but there was only one seat for those with lightning abilities. This meant that Ji Churan was the only one among all the freshmen in the school with lightning abilities. It was truly amusing. Other departments had dozens of seats, but only one for the lightning department? Ji Churan's mouth twitched slightly, but he continued walking towards the lightning ability area. Chen Meng didn't follow Ji Churan to the spectator seats, but headed straight for the stands. He was the referee this time. In the past, he usually watched the games in the enhancement department since he was a member of that department himself, but this year was different. As the representative of the natural science department, Ji Churan naturally focused on that department. Even though he usually never refereed, he made a rare move this year. Ji Churan approached the volunteer holding the lightning-related sign. The volunteer smiled and nodded. Mr. Ji, please take a seat, the volunteer said, putting down the sign and leading him to his seat. After all, he was only meeting Ji Churan, so there was no need to hold up the sign. Respect is mutual. If others respect him, Ji Churan will not be arrogant or rude. Ji Churan smiled politely in response, and the volunteer nodded. After watching Ji Churan sit down, he left and walked towards the stands, seemingly to get something. Ji Churan looked at him and saw a volunteer take down a black box from the stands and quickly ran towards him. The volunteer came to Ji Churan with the box and said, "Student Ji, please draw your number." Ji Churan nodded slightly and reached out to draw a number from the box. It seems that the number here corresponds to the opponent in the competition. The competition of the Department of Natural Science adopts a one-on-one system. The contestants go on stage in the order of their numbers to decide the first place. Due to the large number of people, the one-on-one competition naturally takes a long time, resulting in a relatively long competition in the Department of Natural Science, but a large number of one-on-one battles also allows students in the Department of Natural Science to learn more, especially after the exhaustion of superpowers. The battles that rely solely on physical skills and weapon proficiency are more exciting. The exhaustion of superpowers is a problem that every superpower user may encounter, so the importance of physical skills is self-evident. Even Ji Churan is studying boxing diligently. Of course, he learns boxing mainly to enchant his fists. After all, a pair of fists flashing with thunder should be able to make people cry with one punch. Ji Churan reached into the dark box and felt a number of round spheres, about the size of ping-pong balls, in his hand. Could there be space within the box? A spatial ability? He frowned slightly, then casually pulled out a white sphere. He spun it halfway, revealing a black number. 11, he muttered to himself. The volunteer looked at it, nodded, and said, "Yes, Ji, you are number 11, the 11th to go on stage." Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, but senior, I have a question. Does this box contain any spatial abilities?" The volunteer was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Ji Churan to ask this question, but he still answered patiently, "Yes, these boxes are made by teachers from the special department. All boxes are connected to two spaces, so the number drawn by each person is unique." "I understand. Thank you for your answer, senior." Ji Churan nodded in thanks. "Okay, Mr. Ji, please take a break. The game will start soon." After the volunteer said this, he walked towards the stands. Ji Churan sat quietly in his seat, thinking, who drew the same number as me? At this time, Jiang Fengmao, who was in the earth element position, said to the people around him with a smug look on his face, "You don't know, Instructor Su's flames were really fierce that day. But, Brother Ji and I worked together seamlessly and put out Instructor Su's sea of fire." The boy with pockmarks on his face said with admiration, "Brother Jiang, you are so amazing. Even Instructor Su couldn't do anything to you." Jiang Fengmao wiped his nose proudly and said, "Of course, to be honest, Brother Ji is a little stronger than me, but if we really fight, it's a 50-50 fight." "Really?" The pockmarked boy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Fengmao as if he were looking at an idol. However, some of the boys around him didn't believe it and spoke with sarcasm. "Humph, bragging." When Jiang Fengmao heard this, he immediately became unhappy and retorted, "Hey, you still don't believe it? Then just wait and see." As he spoke, he held up his number 11 and said proudly, "Look, how I can hang this number 11 up and beat him. No matter who he is, I can defeat him without any injury." As soon as the words fell, the pockmarked boy admired Jiang Fengmao even more, and the boys who had mocked him just now also began to feel insecure. After After all, Zhang Fengmao was indeed the one who survived Instructor Su's attack, and he was too confident in what he said, so confident that it was hard to tell whether it was true or not. Generally speaking, there are only two possibilities for such confidence. One is that he is really strong and has the confidence, the other is that he is good at talking, but in fact his whole body is soft and weak, and the only thing that is hard is his mouth. Even his second brother is not as tough as him. The Mocking Boys couldn't tell which one Zhang Fengmao was at the moment, and could only wait and see the result. While thinking, he glanced at the number in his hand, 10. Let us thank Dean Wei for his speech. Next, the competition officially begins. The two contestants who drew number 1, please come on stage. As soon as Dean Wei finished his speech, the competition officially began. Ji Churan, who had been dozing off, immediately perked up and looked towards the field. After all, although Dean Wei was a nice person, he was indeed a hypnotic tool when he spoke, especially when he was sitting and listening. Just as Ji Churan was secretly complaining in his mind, a figure stepped onto the stage. Seeing this, his attention was instantly focused. A student, dressed in a battle robe and holding a long sword, stepped onto the stage with a determined look on his face. Those who could enter Sichuan and Chongqing Yineng University were no ordinary people. You know, the admission score for Sichuan and Chongqing Yineng University this year was over 2,800 points, which is extremely high. Other top universities are generally around 2,000 points, and the top 5 universities are only around 2,500 points. This year, it has even risen to 2,800. Ji Churan looked around, trying to see who the other contestant was. He looked down and saw Li Yunxian approaching the ring. Ha! Li Yunxian drew number 1. Ji Churan was immediately intrigued. After all, Li Yunxian had performed exceptionally well in the previous training camp and was someone worth keeping an eye on. His superb swordsmanship was proof enough of his extraordinary abilities. Li Yunxian, wearing a golden robe and holding a sword, came to the bottom of the ring. He jumped lightly and landed steadily on the stage. After entering the stage, he clasped his fists and said, "Please give me your guidance." The opponent's expression also grew serious. It was obvious that he also knew that Li Yunxian was one of the survivors of the training camp. He clasped his fists cautiously and responded, "Please give me your guidance." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the sword with his right hand. "I didn't expect you to use a sword." Li Yunxian smiled slightly, and with his left thumb, he gently lifted the scabbard, revealing a hint of the blade. His originally calm demeanor now became sharper. "In that case, let's see whose swordsmanship is more exquisite." The opponent's eyes fixed, and he whispered, "Get up." The next moment, water ripples emerged from his right arm, flowing towards the sword. In an instant, the sword was enveloped by a circle of water ripples. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, rushed forward by inertia, and slashed at Li Yunxian with his sword. Li Yunxian smiled faintly, slightly turned sideways, and easily avoided the attack. The opponent's pupils shrank slightly, and then he swept his sword across and slashed towards Li Yunxian. However, Li Yunxian still took a step back and steadily avoided the attack. Dean Wei shook his head slightly and said, "You're still a little immature. Although you've gotten the hang of swordsmanship, your time spent studying is too short." "Mr. Wei, do you know Li Yunxian's swordsmanship level?" a teacher asked. Dean Wei smiled slightly. "Hada, Yunxian is a low-key person, so it's normal that you don't know him well. However, I can tell you that Yunxian is from the Li family." The teacher's eyes widened, and his aura became a little strange. "Mr. Wei, are you talking about the Li family in the imperial capital?" "Yes." Dean Wei nodded. "It's the Li family in the imperial capital. And I have to tell you, Yunxian is the eldest son." The teacher was stunned and stammered, but Li Yunxuan's awakening is nature. Hasn't the Li family always been a family of enhanced psychics? Alas, something unexpected happened after all. Dean Wei shook his head helplessly and said, "However, the younger generation has its own blessings. Just wait and see. Yunxian is about to win." Upon hearing this, the teacher immediately turned to look at the stands. He saw Li Yunxian constantly dodging his classmates' attacks, whether stabbing, slashing, or slashing, he handled them with ease. The student across from him was sweating profusely, the water ripples on his sword beginning to become unstable, but Li Yunxian remained relaxed and at ease. While dodging, Li Yunxian smiled and said, "Do you know the difference between you and me?" The classmate ignored him and just shouted, "Waves are coming." He used all his strength to activate the supernatural powers in his body, and the water ripples on the sword in his hand gradually spread out, like a surging tide. "Is this your final blow?" Li Yunxian murmured softly, "If so, then I respect you." After saying this, Li Yunxian took 2 steps back and gently pushed the long sword with his left thumb again, revealing the sharp blade. With his right hand, he gently grasped the hilt and whispered, "Concentrate." The next moment, the previously calm Li Yunxian suddenly became incredibly sharp. His gaze was like a sword, his aura like a blade about to be unsheathed. His opponent, as if sensing this sharp edge, immediately stepped back, sword in hand, on guard. He shouted, and ripples of water appeared before him, forming a barrier of water waves. Li Yunxian slowly approached, bowing slightly to lower his center of gravity. A flash of sword light flashed, and a sudden sound of metallic collision echoed. Instantly, the water ripples shattered, sparks flying everywhere. A look of astonishment crossed his opponent's face, as if the water barrier had been split smoothly in two by a sharp metal blade. Li Yunxian was already standing behind his opponent, dancing with his sword as he sheathed his long sword. As the sword was sheathed, his aura instantly subsided, his sharp edge transformed into a calm one, all his sharpness completely contained. Sharp when unsheathed, calm when sheathed. You lost. Li Yunxian turned around and smiled. The student's eyes widened, and he reached out his left hand tremblingly, touching his neck. By this time, his neck had completely hardened into steel, as if it were covered in a layer of steel. At that moment, he finally understood he had lost. You are indeed very strong, having mastered the swordsmanship to the basic level in such a short time, Li Yunxian said, but I am even stronger. My swordsmanship is mastery. You, the classmate turned around in disbelief. You've only. No. Li Yunxian shook his head. Swordsmanship is not something that can be mastered overnight, and the same is true for cultivation. It took me 14 years to reach the level of mastery in swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, boxing, spearmanship, and so on. All types of weapons have their own proficiency levels. Similar to combat skills, weapon proficiency levels are categorized into 5 levels: entry-level, proficient, masterful, sophisticated, and unified. Generally speaking, an average person can only cultivate a weapon to the peak entry level in their lifetime, and true proficiency is extremely rare. However, once a superpower is awakened, their understanding of weapon cultivation is greatly enhanced. Superpowers are like genetic locks. The stronger the superpower, the more thoroughly the genetic lock is awakened. Many people who initially lack understanding suddenly become fully enlightened upon awakening their superpowers. This is a common example. Furthermore, weapon cultivation is extremely arduous, making it difficult for an average person to even reach the entry level in their lifetime. Therefore, many choose to wait until their superpowers are awakened before selecting a weapon that suits them. This way, their training efficiency increases exponentially. But Li Yunxian was different. He was born into the Li family in the imperial capital, a family of swordsmen whose legacy has been the strengthening sword ability for generations. Therefore, he chose the sword as his weapon from a young age. He began learning swordsmanship at the age of 4, gained proficiency at the age of 6, and finally reached proficiency after awakening his ability. This progress was extremely rapid, as most people at his age would find it difficult to even get started. Li Yunxian was indeed a genius in swordsmanship, but his ability had gone astray. Instead of awakening the strengthening sword ability, he awakened the natural ability. Although he was also A-level, the gap was huge. Keep doing your best. You have a great talent for swordsmanship, Li Yunxian said, finally offering his consolation before walking off the stage. A flicker of emotion crossed the student's eyes, and he sighed, slowly walking off the stage, sword in hand. Chen Meng withdrew his hand, gently swung it, and murmured, as expected of me, even turning others into steel is a skill I've mastered. After Li Yunxian won the first match, the rest of the group followed suit. Number 2, number 3, number 4, students faced off in pairs until a winner emerged. Since their strength and progress were nearly equal, and they were all talented individuals from all over the world, several matches became protracted battles. After exhausting their superpowers, the final battle came down to pure physical skill and weaponry. Punches clashed, blades clashed. Fortunately, with Chen Meng present, no one had to worry about fatal injuries. With the assistance of several healing teachers outside the ring, no one was afraid of injury. The game continued like this, and finally came to number 10. Next, please invite the 2 contestants who drew number 10 to come on stage. At the teacher's call, a student from the earth element stood up. It was the boy who had taunted Jiang Fengmao earlier. He stood up and reached for a nearby weapon, an extremely strange one. It was a pitch-black stick with a sharp black iron tip, shaped like a farmer's hoe. The taunting boy grabbed the hoe and walked straight onto the stage. Seeing this, Jiang Fengmao immediately looked around and saw a familiar figure from the fire element standing up. He smiled and waved at the mocking man, saying, "Come on, buddy, hold on for me." The mocking man snorted coldly, remaining silent. He stepped onto the stage and turned to look at the figure approaching him. The man, wearing a red battle robe and flaming red hair, was none other than Shi Honghu. Shi Honghu leaped forward, firmly planted in the center of the ring, and arrogantly stared at the mocking man, saying, "You're my opponent? Why do you look so weak?" The mocking man frowned slightly, naturally recognizing Shi Honghu's identity. To be more precise, he remembered everyone who had survived Instructor Su's attack. However, he had no idea how they had managed to survive. But he was also a proud man, and would never give in easily. He snorted coldly in response, "Weak or not, we'll find out after we try. Don't let it happen that you can't even withstand a single blow from me." "Ha!" Shi Honghu responded arrogantly, "Then let me see whether you really have the ability or it's just talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Honghu raised his hand, and a small, blazing fireball instantly condensed and formed, flying towards the mocking man. The mocking man's eyes fixed, raised the hoe in his hand, and whispered, "Not." The next moment, layers of dirt and rock appeared on the hoe in his hand, quickly enveloping the tip of the hoe like a layer of hard rock armor. armor. He raised the rock hoe and smashed it hard at the flying fireball. Bang! The fireball collided with the hoe. Sparks flew and dust flew. Oh, Shi Honghu sneered, interesting. With that, he thrust his right hand, unsheathing the longsword. With his roar, a blazing fire instantly erupted from the blade, like a blazing flaming blade. The scorching heat caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. The next moment, Shi Honghu, gripping the longsword tightly with both hands, slashed through the air at the Mockingman. A flaming slash instantly emanated, hurtling straight towards the Mockingman. Seeing this, the Mockingman stomped his right foot hard, a fierce look on his face, and shouted. The next moment, rocks flew up from the ground, rapidly flying towards the taunting man. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in a thick layer of rock armor. Boom! The flame slash instantly impacted the rock armor, exploding immediately. Countless sparks danced and burned on the rock armor, but it did not cause the taunting man any harm at all. The sarcastic man sneered and said, "Oh, I thought you had some real skills, but it turns out you're just a harmless trick." Shi Honghu sneered in response, lowered the blade slightly, and slowly extended his left hand. "Boy, do you know what my ability is called?" The mocking man was stunned. Shi Honghu grinned. "My ability is called Burning Fire." So, terror filled the mocking man's eyes, and he quickly manipulated his powers, trying to loosen the rock armor. But it was too late. Explode! Shi Honghu shouted, and the countless small flames attached to the mocking man's rock armor suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and the temperature rose rapidly. Continuous explosions resounded throughout the ring, rocks flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and thick smoke quickly enveloped the entire arena, making it impossible for people outside to see what was happening on the ring. No wonder he was able to survive Instructor Su's hands. He's definitely not a pushover. He should have reached the middle spiritual perception realm, right? The students present all looked towards the arena, wanting to see if the mocking man could withstand the blow. Even Ji Churin showed curiosity, looking at the smoke-filled arena and muttering in wonder, "Is it the law of smoke, no damage?" You know, some laws sound absurd and bizarre, such as the law of no harm when there is smoke and the law that the left side of the wave loses since ancient times, which are really laughable. As the smoke rolled in, a teacher, seemingly feeling his vision obstructed, stepped forward from the stands and, in the blink of an eye, flew over the ring as if teleporting. He waved his arm lightly, and a gust of wind instantly blew away the thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, the scene on the ring gradually emerged. Shi Honghu was still slowly waving his left hand, coughing, but when he saw the smoke dissipate, he immediately stopped and resumed his arrogant attitude. Others might not have noticed this detail, but Ji Churin saw it clearly. Shi Honghu was fine, but the situation of the taunting man on the other side was quite different. He was lying on the ring, his body charred black, and the fragments of his rock armor were also stained black. It was obvious that he was knocked unconscious by the explosion. Seeing this, a teacher from the auxiliary department immediately stepped onto the stage and offered treatment to the mocking man. Meanwhile, Chen Meng announced Shi Honghu as the winner. Shi Honghu snorted coldly and walked off the stage as if it was a matter of course. Zhang Fengmao spread his hands helplessly and said, "Alas, it seems he still can't beat my brother. But I can't blame him, my brother is indeed very powerful." The pockmarked boy quickly asked, "Brother Jiang, do you know him?" "Of course," Zhang Fengmao said proudly, "he and I are good brothers. In private, he has to call me brother." "Is this true?" the pockmarked boy said with admiration. "Brother Jiang, you are amazing." Zhang Fengmao was flattered by the praise. He stood up, patted his chest, and said confidently, "Of course. Watch out, I'll show you how I can kill my opponent without getting hurt. I don't care who number 11 is. Even if Ji Churin comes, I can easily kill him." Zhang Fengmao's words were filled with confidence and high spirits, and he was so proud that he was almost flying. The pockmarked boy immediately admired him and said, "Wow, Brother Jiang, you are so amazing. Even Ji Churin can't beat you." Zhang Fengmao smiled triumphantly, but was secretly calculating in his heart. Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu had both been defeated by him, and they appeared first. Then number 11, could it not be Ji Churin? As long as it is not Ji Churin, he still has some confidence. After all, he has now reached the middle level of spiritual perception. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengmao could not hold back, and immediately stood up and stepped onto the ring in a few steps. As one of the four-man team under Instructor Su, he must not let himself lose face too badly. Besides, Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu were both defeated by him. Who else can defeat me? Could it be that my luck is so bad that I drew Ji Churin? I might as well go buy tofu and die. Zhang Fengmao stood on the stage, pointed his finger at the sky, and shouted loudly, "Who is number 11? Come up and get killed." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him was stunned. "Oh my god, this fat guy is too arrogant. Number 11, come out. I'm going to kill him. This is too outrageous. Don't talk nonsense. What if this fat guy is really capable? He's the only one who survived under Instructor Su." That's right, there is some truth to that. Zhang Fengmao arrogantly glanced around at the fire element, then at the water, wood, and metal elements. He didn't even need to look at the earth element, as he had already confirmed that no one had drawn number 11 before going on stage. "Number 11, come up and die." He yelled again, then began to look look around. The more he looked, the weirder it became. Why were the fire, water, metal, and wood elements sitting like they were on the benches, completely motionless? Damn it! Move! Jiang Fengmao already had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't dare to believe it. That would really mean death, not only physical death but also social death. He immediately put away his arrogance, shrank his neck, and looked cautiously in the direction of the lightning, as if he wanted to confirm something. Ji Churan noticed Jiang Fengmao's little move, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, unable to suppress his smile. This little fat guy probably didn't expect that his opponent was me, right? Ji Churan stopped teasing, slowly stood up and walked towards the ring. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Churan. Jiang Fengmao was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, how could this happen? Why did this chance happen to me? That was Ji Churan, the guy who could crush a horde of beasts with a single thunderball. He wanted to cry but had no tears. The surrounding audience also began to gloat. Ha ha ha, you were so arrogant, are you behaving now? Your opponent is Ji Churan, ha ha ha. As expected, the wheel of fate will turn. Talking nonsense will always be punished. It's not the right time to report it, it's just the right time, ha ha ha. Justice will never be absent. This is why I support Ji Churan the most. The Earth-type students were all gloating, except the pockmarked man. Why do you say that? Didn't Brother Jiang say that he and Ji Churan are evenly matched? The pockmarked face retorted. The boy who had just mocked Jiang Fengmao came back covered in dust and dirt. When he heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? Do you understand the value of a perfect score in the martial arts exam? Honestly, I really doubt how you managed to get into Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers with your IQ. Although the pockmarked face was scolded, he still insisted. You all look down on Brother Jiang and think he will lose, but just wait and see. Brother Jiang will definitely defeat Ji Churan without any injury. You all look down on Brother Jiang, but Brother Jiang is the most ambitious. The students around him curled their lips speechlessly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Ji Churan, wearing a black battle robe, stepped forward, surrounded by thunder, and slowly landed on the ring. After entering the ring, Ji Churan looked at the embarrassed Jiang Fengmao with a smile and said calmly, "Fatty, I'm here to die." Jiang Fengmao touched his head awkwardly and said in a low voice, "Brother Ji, you are kidding me. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to tell you to die." Ji Churan smiled slightly but did not respond. Jiang Fengmao had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Brother Ji, be gentle." Then, he took a fighting stance. Ji Churan smiled and shook his head, then asked, "Are you ready?" Jiang Fengmao swallowed his saliva, gripped the war hammer tightly, nodded and said, "I'm ready." "Brother Ji, you." Before he could finish his words, Ji Churan vanished, leaving behind only a trail of lightning. Instantly, the lightning ripped through the ring and struck Jiang Fengmao. With a bang, the lightning flashed across the entire arena, sending Jiang Fengmao flying out of the arena. Chen Meng rushed forward in time, catching Jiang Fengmao firmly to prevent him from falling. Looking down at Jiang Fengmao, whose hand had been numbed by the electric shock, he smiled helplessly. Jiang Fengmao's hair stood on end, his face dark, white smoke continued to emerge from his mouth, his body trembling slightly, and traces of residual lightning flickered on his body. Seeing this, Chen Meng immediately took him to a teacher with healing abilities. He then turned around and announced that Ji Churan had won. One strike, instant kill. The whole audience suddenly erupted in thunderous applause. As expected of a top scorer in the martial arts exam, he's truly amazing. He's the only one worthy of mocking me. Even the seniors found it a little unbelievable when they saw Ji Churan. "So strong," exclaimed a senior student. Beside him, the senior with green hair and casual clothes nodded and said, "Indeed, he has mastered his abilities very skillfully, worthy of being the top scorer in the martial arts department." The pockmarked face was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Fengmao, whom he had always admired, would be killed in an instant. Seeing this, the mocking man on the side immediately laughed and said, "Ha, see, this is the strength of Brother Jiang you mentioned. No, it shouldn't be like this. Didn't Brother Jiang say that he could defeat his opponent without getting hurt?" the pockmarked man said in panic. The mocking man asked back after hearing this, "It is indeed uninjured. Ji Churan is not injured." The pockmarked man was speechless, because what the mocking man said was absolutely right. Ji Churan really was not hurt at all. Students from other directions also laughed, and even Shi Honghu couldn't help laughing out loud. Li Yunxian, who was in the gold element, rubbed his forehead helplessly. This fat guy had to put on airs, and now he's gone too far. Let alone Jiang Fengmao. Even if he met Ji Churan, he would probably have no chance of fighting back. Unless he could kill Ji Churan instantly with a single blow, but the probability of that happening was extremely small. After all, the lightning ability gave Ji Churan extremely fast speed, and coupled with the boxing skills he had mastered to a proficient level in just 2 weeks, his threat naturally increased greatly. That's right, at this moment, Ji Churan's boxing skills have reached a proficient level. This is all thanks to his serious efforts and hard work. Don't you think so, the villain in your mind? After Ji Churan's match ended, he lost interest in the subsequent matches. There was no way, he was too weak. Although the students behind him also used their special abilities to fly around the field, they were still too weak for Ji Churan. After all, the superpowers of this group of people can only last for 2 or 3 minutes before being exhausted. The superpower reserves of the spiritual perception realm are really limited and cannot sustain long-term battles, especially the natural and strengthening types, which are consumed faster than other types. Of course, there are also some special abilities in the special system that are consumed very quickly, such as rare special abilities such as space abilities. In short, the stronger the superpower, the more energy it consumes. As night fell, the last competition officially ended. The preliminary examination of the Natural Science Department competition has also come to an end, and the list of qualified candidates has been determined. Of the 4 people who survived Instructor Su's attack, 3 successfully advanced. The only one who was eliminated was because he met Ji Churan. At this time, Jiang Fengmao was sitting in the earth element, his face full of helplessness and tears. Everyone was suspicious of him, and his luck was the worst. At this point, only Jiang Fengmao became the world that was hurt. After dinner, Ji Churan went straight back to his single-family dormitory, ready to do something big. Actually, it was training. Geniuses are like this, working hard when others are resting, working hard when others are eating, and working even harder when others are sleeping. Villain, practice for me. Today is the second day of the Natural Sciences Department competition, and it's also the promotion match. The rules for this battle have changed. Due to the uneven number of participants, today will determine the top 8 teams, and tomorrow will determine the strongest team. In other words, over the next 2 days, everyone will face continuous battles and must allocate their superpowers wisely. Otherwise, it's likely that one match will be a battle of superpowers, while the next will be a battle of pure physical skills. To avoid this, everyone has to make careful adjustments to ensure that their superpowers don't run out in a single match. The school also took into account the students' need for adjustment and specially provided food made from the meat of nocturnal beasts to help everyone recover. With the draw complete, the competition began again. Ji Churan drew number 6 today. Dramatically, Li Yunxian unexpectedly drew number 1. As expected, the student was instantly defeated by Li Yunxuan's swordsmanship, whose sword, of course, also possessed a subtle golden power. The following matches were relatively uneventful. Perhaps due to the need for multiple matches, the contestants restrained their powers somewhat, fearing exhaustion. However, this didn't save much energy, as once one player sensed they were about to lose, they would inevitably unleash their powers in a desperate struggle. With the previous match concluded, it was Ji Churan, number 6, who took the stage. Students who drew number 6, please come on stage. As the teacher finished speaking, Ji Churan stood up. He was the only one in the lightning element position, and with his reputation, almost all the students' attention was inadvertently focused on him. As soon as Ji Churan stood up, he was discovered by the students next to him. Number 6 is Ji Churan. It's so bad for the one who drew number 6. The only one who refuses to surrender after drawing number 6 is this guy, thumbs up. That's me, thumbs up. After Ji Churan stood up, he didn't rush to move. Instead, he stood still, his mind moving. As he activated his supernatural power, crackling lightning echoed around him. The next second, a flash of lightning flashed, and Ji Churan transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing on the field in an instant. His speed was so astonishing that it shocked the other students. Damn, that's fast. Faster than I thought. After Ji Churan arrived on the field, he ignored the comments and casually adjusted his gloves. Chen Meng stood outside the ring, his mouth twitching. No way, this kid really knows how to pretend. Is this appropriate? Ji Churan stood in the center of the arena, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The surrounding students followed his gaze, eager to see who he was fighting against. Finally, in full view of everyone, Shi Honghu stood up. Shi Honghu's face was gloomy, and even his steps were hesitant. He had never expected to meet Ji Churan in the second round. Although he had known that they would meet sooner or later, he didn't expect it to happen so soon, and he couldn't help but feel panic. It wasn't that he was timid, but Ji Churan was too strong. If it were anyone else, he could still fight hard. Even Li Yunxian could resist a few moves. Oh, what a coincidence. Jiang Fengmao had the same idea yesterday. Finally, Shi Honghu took a deep breath, took 2 steps, and stepped onto the stage in a flash. Ji Churan looked at Shi Honghu, smiled faintly, and said, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. I didn't expect that either. Shi Honghu gripped the scabbard tightly, his expression solemn. But now that I've encountered it, I will never back down. Before he finished speaking, Shi Honghu drew his long sword, holding it in his right hand, with the tip of the sword pointed directly at Ji Churan. No matter how strong the opponent is, I will draw my sword and fight. Ji Churan's fists clashed lightly, making a bang sound, and at the same time, there was a flash of lightning between his fists. ZZ. He stretched his neck and jumped lightly twice. Not bad, very energetic. In that case, Ji Churan danced lightly, his hands in a free fighting stance. Then I won't be polite either. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body flashed with lightning, and his figure appeared and disappeared. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, Ji Churan appeared in front of Shi Honghu in an instant. Shi Honghu's heart tightened. Zzzz. Violent thunder exploded in his ears, and he hurriedly raised his knife to block it. Bang! The fist and the long sword collided violently, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Ji Churan's right fist flashed with lightning, and the moment it collided with the long sword, the lightning quickly spread along the blade and spread throughout Shi Honghu's body. Zzzz. Shi Honghu suddenly felt stiff, as if he was being controlled. He gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead, and roared, "Explode!" In an instant, Shi Honghu's entire body burned like a bomb ready to explode. Seeing this, Ji Churan pushed off the ground with his right foot, transforming into a flash of lightning and rapidly retreating. In a flash of lightning, he had retreated 10 meters. As he stepped back, a fiery flame erupted from Shi Honghu's body, and a violent explosion erupted from the center, sweeping across the arena with scorching heat and destructive momentum. The shockwave made Ji Churan's robe buzz, and thick smoke filled the air, obscuring Shi Honghu's figure. Ji Churan stared at the thick smoke silently, without moving. Trying to use oneself as explosives to blow oneself up is indeed a feasible method, but the cost is too high. The smoke cleared, revealing Shi Honghu covered in blood. His face was smeared with blood and dirt, a terrifying sight. He knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. A sweet, fishy taste welled up in his throat, and he coughed twice, spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head with difficulty, looking at Ji Churan, who was safe and sound and calm not far away. He smiled bitterly and murmured weakly, "I still dodged. If I hadn't been paralyzed, I would have hugged you." Cough cough. Shi Honghu spat out a mouthful of sweet and fishy blood again, and then fell into a coma. The teachers quickly stepped onto the stage to treat Shi Honghu. Ji Churan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he watched the scene. While Shi Honghu's move was certainly powerful, it also posed a threat of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of his own. If Shi Honghu were stronger, perhaps the damage could be mitigated. However, he was currently only at the spiritual perception realm and couldn't withstand such an explosion. Shi Honghu chose to fight so desperately, probably because he wanted to seize the opportunity to strike a fatal blow after being paralyzed by himself. After all, if he was prepared, he would not be able to get close at all. A small change, Ji Churan Shang. Chen Meng changed his words in time to avoid saying those words. Following Chen Meng's announcement, the students around him started discussing again. "I didn't expect Shi Honghu to lose like this. There's no other way. If Shi Honghu hadn't done that, he would have been electrocuted by Ji Churan. Lightning abilities are indeed insidious. But don't lightning-type espers' powers deplete particularly quickly? No, buddy. Look at Ji Churan. Does he look like someone whose powers would run out? He used his powers for hours during the college entrance exam, and he didn't show any signs of running out. I just hope I don't run into Ji Churan and Li Yunxian. I can still handle the others." At this time, the freshmen were praying in their hearts that they would not be drawn to play against Ji Churan or Li Yunxian, otherwise they would definitely not be able to beat them. In the stands, a man wearing a blue and black jersey and chewing something was staring at the field with great interest. "This class of students seems to be extraordinary," the man whispered softly. Suddenly, a voice came, "Senior Ma, why are you here?" The man was stunned, and hurriedly took out his mask and put it on in a panic. Then he grabbed a pair of sunglasses out of thin air and put them on his eyes. Shhhhhhhh. A clear whistle came out of his mouth. "Senior Ma, stop trying to hide it, it's too obvious," a handsome man in casual clothes said, "and Senior Ma, your battle robe has almost become your trademark. You never change it." After hearing this, Senior Ma stopped whistling, rubbed his forehead, and said helplessly, "Oh, I didn't expect you to come to watch the game." The handsome man smiled and said, "Senior Ma, I am from the Department of Natural Science after all, so of course I have to come and see how the younger students are doing." "But Senior Ma, aren't you from the special department? Why are you in the natural science department?" Senior Ma scratched his head and looked at Chen Meng on the court and said, "Not really. I mainly want to see what kind of person is the one that even Teacher Chen cares about. Besides, who wouldn't want to see a top scorer in the martial arts exam with a perfect score?" "Look." Senior Ma pouted and gestured to the handsome boy to look around. "Look, don't the faces around here look familiar? They're all from other departments. For example, your good brother Gosong, the beautiful Su Yinshi, and even the humanoid weapon Han Chan and the gutter boy Zhugashu are here. All these guys are here, so what's so strange about me coming here?" After hearing this, the handsome boy looked around and saw many familiar faces. He couldn't help but sigh. TSK, I never thought our natural science department would be so lively one day. Don't get complacent. Think about how to defeat Han Chan at the end of the semester. That guy's gun has no eyes. Senior Ma rolled his eyes at the handsome boy and said casually. The handsome man smiled bitterly. "Han Chan, what do you think of the top scorer who scored full marks?" A young man holding a feather fan, wearing light blue clothes, with his eyes narrowed into a line asked with a smile. Next to him was a boy wearing a black battle robe, standing as straight as a spear. The boy was carrying an unidentified stick-like weapon wrapped in black bandages. He calmly looked at Ji Churan, who had sat down again, and said, "He's very strong, and he's only just started school, but he's already reached the lower twilight realm. He shouldn't be underestimated." The young man with the feather fan gently fanned the feather fan fan in his hand and asked, "Then do you know what level his boxing skills belong to?" "I can't tell." Han Shen shook his head, "But at least it's entry level." "Tisk, TSK, TSK." The young man with the feather fan squinted his eyes and exclaimed in admiration, "What a terrifying junior fellow. I wonder what kind of existence he will grow into in the future." Zhuge Shu. Han Shen turned to look at the young man with the feather fan and said calmly, "Can't you figure it out?" Zhuge Shu looked a little helpless, waving the feather fan in his hand and said, "You think too highly of me. I'm not at that level yet. However, I can infer that he will definitely be a member of our Republican team in the national competition in a few months." Han Shen was stunned. Given his strength, there's no room for him in the first group. Zhuge Shu gently waved his feather fan, looking calm, as if everything was under his control. When Han Shen heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ji Churan in the stands, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. In the following time, the competitions continued one after another. Interestingly, Ji Churan did not meet Li Yunxian, but fought with other classmates. These opponents did not arouse Ji Churan's interest at all. The only person who made Ji Churan slightly interested was a girl. Don't get me wrong, Ji Churan didn't pay attention to the girl because of her appearance, but it's because of her strength. The girl's name is Oyu, and she is a wind-type mutant. At first, Ji Churan didn't take it seriously, he just felt that she looked familiar. But as soon as the game started, Ji Churan realized that her strength was extraordinary. At least compared to other freshmen, this girl is already a strong one, because the wind wall she created could actually weaken the power of Ji Churan's fist. That's right, 1/3 of Ji Churan's evasive punch was offset by Oyu's wind wall. Ji Churan is definitely not the kind of person who relaxes because his opponent is weak. Even a lion fighting a rabbit will go all out, not to mention that they are students of Sichuanchongqing University of Special Abilities. Therefore, Ji Churan would never judge people by their appearance. No matter whether your opponent is a man, a woman, an old man or a child, as long as you step onto the battlefield, you must be prepared to sacrifice at any time. The best way to respect your opponents is to defeat them thoroughly. Therefore, Ji Churan used all his strength in that dodgy punch without reservation. Although Oyu fainted due to exhaustion of her supernatural power after releasing the wind wall, she did indeed weaken Ji Churan's punching power. This aroused Ji Churan's slight interest. As night fell, the last competition came to an end and the final winner was decided. The list of the quarterfinals was finally confirmed, and Ji Churan and Li Yunxian were on the list. The remaining 6 people are 5 men and 1 woman. After the list of the top 8 was determined, everyone returned to the dormitory to rest and adjust. Only by recovering well can we face tomorrow's ultimate competition in the best possible condition. The content of the competition varies from department to department, so the competition time also varies. For example, the strengthening department, their competition is simple and rough, focusing on physical strengthening, so they adopt a melee style. Hundreds of freshmen directly enter the battlefield and fight to determine the first place. Therefore, the competition time for the reinforcement system is the shortest. Other departments each have their own competition methods, and the speed is relatively fast. At Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers, only the competition in the Department of Natural Sciences was progressing the slowest. Today is the day to decide the top scorer among the freshmen in the Department of Natural Sciences. Many students from other departments who had finished their competitions came to watch the game, and the auditorium was packed with people. Whether you are from the strengthening department or other departments, as long as you have free time, choose to watch today's competition. Not only freshmen came, but also some well-known sophomores and juniors came. The most typical ones are Zhuge Shu and Han Shen. Both of them were the top students in their respective departments in the previous session. At this moment, the two were sitting in the front row of the audience. No one knew when they arrived, let alone how they managed to get the precious seats. You know, some students stayed here all night and even slept here in order to get the best viewing spots. Zhuge Shu waved his fan and looked around, saying with a smile, "There are so many people here. Shen, what do you think of my choice of position?" Han Shen did not answer, but just looked at the area on the playground that represented the direction of the thunder element. There, Ji Churan sat alone with a faint smile on his face. At this time, there are only 8 contestants left. The seats for the quarterfinals were also moved from the audience seats to the playground, and the seats became more gorgeous and domineering. For example, Ji Churan's chair is a chair with a large backrest, which is black and purple in color. The back of the chair is inlaid with thunder patterns, and it flashes with black and purple light. The other students' chairs also changed to new styles, but they were far less gorgeous than Ji Churan's. Because Ji Churan's chair was personally selected by Dean Wei, it was said that it was specially made by a blacksmith commissioned by Xiao Ting when he graduated. Xiao Ting's original idea was to allow this chair to absorb the power of thunder, store it, and then release it. Unfortunately, the blacksmith's ability is limited and he is unable to complete this design. So Xiao Ting had to settle for the next best thing and ask the blacksmith to make the chair even more elegant. Although the blacksmith's abilities were limited, one had to admit that the chair he crafted was indeed quite handsome. So handsome that even Ji Churan couldn't help but be amazed. Li Yunxian, who was standing next to Ji Churan, was stunned. He first stared at his own gleaming metal chair, then turned to look at Ji Churan's imposing thunder battle chair, and suddenly fell silent. "De Guo, why is your chair better looking than mine?" Li Yunxian muttered to himself. Not only him, but the other 8 contestants were also stunned. "Dude, there's something wrong with your chair. Can I sit on it?" They looked at each other in confusion. As everyone was looking at each other, Chen Meng walked onto the stage. He looked around and saw the huge crowds of people in the audience, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Damn it, there are so many people here." Chen Meng coughed lightly, then shouted loudly. In an instant, the originally noisy playground became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Ji Churan looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel surprised. He thought to himself, it turns out that Lao Chen's majesty is so intimidating. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Chen Meng began to announce the rules. "Next, we'll have the quarterfinals of the Natural Sciences Department. The competition will still be a one-on-one match. However, the rules have changed this time. It's not a draw, it's free selection." As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately started talking. Ji Churan was also surprised. Self-selection? In other words, the 8 people, including himself, can choose their opponents on their own? If this is true, who would dare to choose him? Ji Churan is not arrogant, but his strength and experience are indeed intimidating. A rare top scholar in the martial arts department with full marks in a century, an S-level Thunder-type ability user, and an ability reserve far beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, he has reached the Twilight Realm. With such strength, who dares to challenge him easily? Ji Churan's guess turned out to be correct. After Chen Meng announced the rules, the other 8 contestants turned their eyes away from Ji Churan. They didn't dare to choose Ji Churan as their opponent, and were even more afraid of being chosen by Ji Churan. Everyone shifted their gaze, but one person remained steadfast and didn't look away. That person was Li Yunxian. Not only did Li Yunxian not avoid his sight, but he stared at Ji Churan with sharp eyes, full of fighting spirit. Ji Churan felt the sharp fighting spirit, turned his head slightly, and met Li Yunxian's eyes. "Please give me your guidance." Li Yunxian spoke frankly. "Please give me some advice." Ji Churan responded with a smile. At this moment, the 2 men's gazes seemed to be matched, and their fighting spirits intertwined. When Chen Meng saw this scene, he nodded secretly and felt relieved. "It seems that this Li Yunxian is indeed quite good. In this case, I will help you, so that you won't be dissatisfied with the little pervert in the future." The next moment, Chen Meng suddenly announced loudly, "Oh, let me add one more rule." The teachers in the stands were stunned for a moment, then quickly turned back to look at Dean Wei and said anxiously, "Dean Wei, why don't you stop Teacher Chen?" Dean Wei still had a kind smile on his face. He waved his hand and said, "No need. Chen Meng knows what he's doing." Chen Meng said in a startling tone, "One more rule, we can have round-robin battles." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. "What?" A handsome boy in the audience suddenly stood up, his face full of confusion. "Why did Teacher Chen add this rule? This is different from the past. Don't be impatient." Senior Ma, who was sitting next to him, gently pulled the boy and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhan, don't be so impatient." Xiao Zhan turned around, his face full of confusion. "I just think that such rules are right. Isn't it unfair to Ji Churan?" Senior Ma interrupted him. Xiao Zhan nodded. "Fairness? Where is true fairness in this world? If there really was fairness, there wouldn't be so many broken families and so many couples separated." Senior Ma sighed and said slowly, "Especially in this world. You said that Teacher Chen's rule is unfair to Ji Churan." Senior Ma said calmly, "That's because you only see the surface. You only see the surface of Ji Churan being targeted by the rules. Have you ever seen the deeper truth? Do you know how many resources Ji Churan has secretly obtained that ordinary people can't even touch? For example, as far as we know, Ji Churan joined our academy because Teacher Chen personally recruited him using a supernatural crystal. This is no longer a secret, right?" Xiao Zhan was stunned for a moment and nodded stiffly. "Just because he gave me the supernatural crystals on the surface, do you think he gave me less in private?" Senior Ma continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Ji Churan must have learned more than one combat technique. Do you remember the attack he unleashed during the college entrance exam? That was one of Mr. Chen's few offensive combat techniques, Starfall Storm. By the way, I'd like to remind you that Starfall Storm is an A-level combat skill. Teacher Chen taught it to Ji Churan long before he took the college entrance examination. Do you understand what I mean?" Xiao Zhan nodded woodenly, then slumped down on the bench. Senior Ma extended his right hand, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "So, don't overthink it. Carrying the title of a genius, you should do what a genius should do, withstand the pressure that a genius should bear, and do what you deserve based on the money you earn. This is the eternal truth. You are just too naive." Senior Ma patted Xiao Zhan's shoulder again, shook his head gently, and his gaze fell back on the playground. At this time, on the playground, upon hearing Chen Meng's words, the girl sitting on the water seat immediately stood up and said in a loud voice. Her voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Li Yunxian and Ji Churan. Everyone's eyes turned to her. The girl faced everyone's gaze without panic and spoke calmly. "Everyone, before I speak, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jing Qinshin, and I'm a water-based mutant. I'm standing up today in the hope that everyone can reach a consensus. At this point, Jing Qinshin stretched out her hand, pointed at Ji Churan, and said sternly, there is only one goal, and that is to defeat him. Seeing this, Ji Churan did not respond, but just put on a smile on his face, then crossed his legs and watched the show quietly. I love hearing other people's plots the most, especially those that I hear. Everyone, I don't need to say much about Ji Churan's strength. Who dares to be confident that they can definitely defeat him? Jing Qinshin glanced at everyone and continued speaking. No one has the courage because he is so strong. Jing Qinshin pointed at Ji Churan with a serious expression. Ji Churan sat on the bench and scratched his cheek lightly. I'll just take this as a compliment. Since they are a strong enemy, we should unite as one. Jing Qinshin continued. Teacher Chen said that we can fight in rotation, which means we can take turns challenging Ji Churan at the same time. So I suggest that we challenge him one by one in order. I don't believe his superpowers will be inexhaustible. As she spoke, Jing Qinshin looked at Ji Churan with a firm gaze and said bluntly, Ji Churan, I'm not afraid of you eavesdropping. To tell you the truth, my strategy is to use delaying tactics to deal with you. I don't believe the seven of us can't kill you. Ji Churan nodded thoughtfully. You're killing me, Poochie. Ji Churan suddenly couldn't help laughing. Jing Qinshin frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Ji Churan waved his hand, suppressing his laughter and said, I just remembered something funny. You won't be able to laugh anymore from now on. Jing Qinshin crossed her arms across her chest, her face grim. Ji Churan spread his hands, suppressing a smile on his face, and completely ignored Jing Qinshin's threat. Because there was no need for him to take action at all, some people had already begun to question Jing Qinshin's plan. Hey, you've been talking for a long time. Who will fight in the first battle? Asked a student with fire ability. Yes, now the key is to determine who goes first and who goes last. Another student with fire abilities added, we can't waste Ji Churan's abilities in vain and then have you finish the job, right? Wouldn't that mean we've worked in vain? That's right. An Earth-type psychic said dissatisfiedly, if you really want us to lead the charge, you should at least give us a suitable reward. That's right. Several other students echoed. Jing Qinshin frowned suddenly and asked, what's wrong with you? Am I the only one responsible for dealing with Ji Churan? If you don't eliminate Ji Churan, there's no way you can win. This isn't just my business, it's yours too. We're just discussing cooperation now, and you're already calculating profits. Will you still discuss profits when a real enemy invades? Jing Qinshin's face was stern, and she seemed to exude an invisible aura of authority that was hard to ignore. Ha, you're quite good at using moral blackmail. The fire type student didn't buy it at all, and directly retorted, everything in the world revolves around profit. If it weren't for profit, would you choose to become a psychic? If it weren't for the benefits, would you be here making these so-called high-sounding speeches? Would you be gushing endlessly for the first place prize and fame? In the final analysis, it's all about profit. No one is superior. You. Jing Qinshin's cheeks turned red instantly, and she pointed at the student with fire-type abilities and was speechless for a moment. Ha! The fire-type student shrugged and said nonchalantly, we won't be the first to go into battle anyway. If we have to go, you guys should go first. You, okay, if that's the case. Jing Qinshin didn't expect this group of people to have such an attitude. She gritted her teeth and shouted, then I'll do it. Suddenly, Li Yunxian raised his hand to interrupt her and said, I can't let a girl rush to the front yet, so I'll be the first one to go into battle. After all, before Teacher Chen even explained the rules, I already made it clear that I wanted to challenge Churan. No! To Li Yunxuan's surprise, Jing Qinshin actually retorted, you can't go first, because you are the one who finishes it. Because you are the only one who can fight Ji Churan when his superpowers are exhausted. Jing Qinshin pointed at the others and said flatly, they can't. Jing Qinshin's words immediately angered the other 5 people. As if they had reached a consensus, they all cursed in unison. What do you mean, woman? Can't we defeat Ji Churan, whose superpowers are exhausted? That's right. Who are you looking down on? Our fighting ability is not bad either. Humph, you look down on people with your dog eyes. Really? I'm looking down on you. Jing Qinshin crossed her arms over her chest, her face stern. If that's the case, then you, the master, will go first? The classmate opened his mouth, turned to look at Ji Churan who was full of interest, and finally closed his mouth. Humph, Jing Qinshin said bluntly, since you don't dare, then don't say anything. After she finished speaking, she turned to Li Yunxian and said, I'll be the first one to go, and you'll be responsible for finishing it. Li Yunxian frowned as he looked at Jing Qinshin, secretly lamenting her cunning and difficult to fathom. However, he had his own plans, so he shook his head and said calmly, no, I'll go first. He glanced at the other 5 people around him, a complex light flashed in his eyes, and he said earnestly, I don't want you to change anything. I just hope that you can continue to challenge Ji Churan as planned. I will fight the first battle. I will do my best to consume Ji Churan's superpowers. The rest depends on you. As for the issue of interests you mentioned, it's very simple and can be resolved with 2 words. These 2 words are called equal divide. Seeing that everyone seemed to want to argue, Li Yunxian said directly, stop wondering why you should share the reward equally with others. Now you should think about how you can get the reward. You can't even distinguish between the primary and secondary issues. You are really stupid. Li Yunxuan's words pierced everyone's hearts like a sharp knife, leaving them speechless. Even the fire-type student who had initially voiced his disapproval fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, their understanding evident, though silent. As the saying goes, sometimes actions speak louder than words. Seeing that everyone understood, Li Yunxian said no more and prepared to take action. He looked up at Chen Meng, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and said in a deep voice, "I challenge Ji Churan." Chen Meng closed his eyes and nodded, then turned to Ji Churan and said, "Go on stage." Ji Churan nodded gently, slowly stood up from the thunder battle chair, and then disappeared from the spot with a swish, leaving only a trail of thunder. Everyone looked towards the ring following the trail of thunder, only to see Ji Churan standing on the ring, his hands behind his back, his expression calm. The freshmen in the surrounding audience were stunned. Wow, lightning abilities are so cool. But I have to admit that the speed of lightning-type abilities is quite fast, even faster than wind-type abilities. Humph, let him pretend. Listening to the discussions around him, Ji Churan had no expression on his face, but he was already very happy in his heart. Well, it feels so good to show off. Chen Meng looked at the arrogant Ji Churan on the stage and felt extremely anxious. If it weren't for you, would this kid really have become so arrogant? Li Yunxian stared at Ji Churan with a determined gaze, full of fighting spirit. He gripped the sword beside him tightly, leaped onto the stage, and stood still. The two men faced each other, one with his hands behind his back, the other with his sword pointed forward. The arena seemed to be shrouded in an invisible aura. Wow, this atmosphere is really heavy. There's a sense of tension that a storm is about to break out. Li Yunxian clasped his fists again and said, "Please give me your guidance." Ji Churan gently stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Please give me some advice." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunxian immediately launched an attack. He suddenly rushed towards Ji Churan, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, his momentum full, like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed. Li Yunxian is extremely fast, but in front of Ji Churan, who has awakened his thunder ability, he seems pitifully slow. In Ji Churan's eyes, Li Yunxuan's movements seem to be in slow motion. Ji Churan clearly saw Li Yunxian draw out the long sword and activate the gold-based supernatural power to attach to the sword body, making it extremely sharp. Li Yunxian wants to kill with one blow. He approached at an extremely fast speed, drew his sword when he was only 1 meter away from Ji Churan, and shouted softly, "Draw the sword and slash." Sword draw is Li Yunxuan's powerful combat technique, only mastered by experienced swordsmen. Combining speed, power, and precision, it unleashes astonishing devastation in the blink of an eye, a truly unique skill in swordsmanship. One sword decides life or death. Li Yunxian drew his sword, and his sharp sword energy instantly burst out. A golden light flashed on the ring, and a crisp swish sound resounded throughout the arena. Everyone held their breath and watched, wanting to see if Ji Churan could block the sword. On the ring, Li Yunxian still maintained his sword drawing posture, standing behind Ji Churan. Ji Churan still had his hands behind his back, facing away from Li Yunxian. The next moment, Li Yunxian gently waved his sword and put the sword into the sheath. A bright smile appeared on his face and excitement flashed in his eyes. He knew in his heart that the sword had hit the target. Ji Churan was unharmed, and the only explanation was that Chen Meng took action. Chen Meng's move meant he had one. Li Yunxian slowly turned around, clasped his fists and said, "Thank you." Offstage, Jing Qinshin asked doubtfully, "Just, that's how we won?" The student with fire abilities nearby was stunned and muttered, "Is it that simple?" Then Sister Jing, why are we putting so much effort into acting? Jing Qinshin was also stunned, feeling something was wrong. If it was really such an easy victory, how could Ji Churan get full marks in the college entrance examination? Moreover, the speed of thunder-type abilities is so fast that Ji Churan could easily dodge Li Yunxuan's sword just now. But why is there no cheering? Jing Qinshin suddenly looked towards the audience and saw that the students below were all looking up at the sky, as if something strange had occurred. An ominous premonition surged into Jing Qinshin's heart, and she whispered in disbelief, No way." Jing Qinshin stiffly moved her neck and looked up at the sky. At that glance, she seemed to see the figure of a god. Under the scorching sun, a figure with a faint glow of thunder was suspended in the air, like a thunder king in the sun. Li Yunxian also felt a little surprised. The Ji Churan in front of him was really abnormal, even weird and unbelievable. At this moment, Ji Churan still had his back to him, standing with his hands behind his back, but he wasn't breathing. Li Yunxian has been practicing swordsmanship since he was young and is extremely sensitive to breathing rhythms. Even the faintest breaths can be detected by him. However, at this moment, he did not feel a trace of breath from Ji Churan. There are only two possibilities in this situation. First, Ji Churan is already dead. Second is, Li Yunxian didn't dare to think further, as an invisible pressure swept over him in an instant. Cold sweat involuntarily seeped out of my forehead. Sizzle S. The black robe on Ji Churan suddenly changed. The originally pitch-black robe gradually turned into azure blue. In a moment, Ji Churan on the ring completely turned into a Thunderman formed by thousands of thunders. At this moment, Li Yunxian was completely stunned. stunned. It's actually a clone. How is that possible? He quickly took a step back, his right hand resting on the hilt of his long sword, his face filled with astonishment. When on earth did it appear? At this time, Li Yunxian no longer cared about anything else. He kept looking around, trying to find Ji Churen's true identity. When exactly was the clone summoned? Cold sweat rolled down his head. He was certain that the Ji Churen in front of him was just a clone, but he had no idea when Ji Churen had created it. No. Where on earth is it? Where on earth is it? Li Yunxian kept looking around, but still couldn't find Ji Churen's real body. The invisible pressure grew heavier, making his entire body drenched in sweat. It felt like being tightly wrapped by a python, making breathing increasingly difficult. I can't find it. Could it be? He swallowed and gripped the sword with his right hand even tighter, as if only by holding the hilt tightly could he feel a sense of security. He slowly raised his head and finally saw the tall figure in the sky. The figure was bathed in sunlight, and its body was constantly flashing with crackling lightning. When Ji Churen saw that Li Yunxian finally noticed him, a faint smile appeared on his face. You were careless. Yes, I lost. Li Yunxian smiled bitterly and closed his eyes helplessly. The right hand that was tightly gripping the hilt of the sword gradually relaxed, and the whole person seemed to have completely accepted defeat. Ji Churen was stunned. That's not right. I clearly said that you were careless, so how did it become that you lost? Shouldn't you just pretend you didn't lose and then we can have another fight? What's going on? Why isn't this happening? Ji Churen was completely bewildered, but Li Yunxian smiled wryly and said, Mr. Ji's strength is indeed strong, so strong that even I didn't realize that the person on the stage was just a clone. If it was a fight to the death, I'd probably be a corpse by now. After saying that, he waved his hand with a wry smile and slowly walked to the edge of the ring. I lost. As soon as Li Yunxian finished speaking, he jumped off the stage. Ji Churen was confused and scratched his head, bewildered. Didn't Li Yunxian want to drain my superpowers? Why did he give up before the protracted battle even began? Ji Churen slowly landed from the air and stood back on the stage. He looked around at the thunder clones beside him, waved his hand lightly, and the thunder clones disappeared instantly. That's right, Ji Churen can already create a thunder clone that is exactly the same as himself, but its strength is slightly weaker and it is not yet able to fight effectively. Simply put, it is just a form without a soul. Fortunately, when Ji Churen was practicing energy reshaping, he unexpectedly discovered that he could use his mental power to drive his supernatural powers and thus achieve flight. This also explained why he could soar in the air at the stage of the Twilight Realm. Initially, Ji Churen had only wanted to test whether his thunder clone could trick Li Yunxian. In his mind, he knew that regardless of whether he succeeded in deceiving Li Yunxian would definitely fight him. But now, for some reason, Li Yunxian had chosen to simply admit defeat, leaving Ji Churen somewhat bewildered. Li Yunxian's current behavior is completely different from what he said before going on the stage. Li Yunxian stepped down from the stage and cast his gaze towards Jing Qinxin and the others. Jing Qinxin and the others also took a half step back. Li Yunxian saw this, but he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he spoke. I already know that you're using me as a tool, but I don't intend to embarrass you. After hearing this, Jing Qinxin's pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked at Li Yunxian in shock. Li Yunxian walked back to his seat and said, because I volunteered to be that gun. He glanced at Jing Qinxin and the others and continued. After the last battle, I collected information about the winner, including some that you are all familiar with. This wouldn't have been very useful originally, but the new rules teacher Chen suddenly introduced gave you new ideas. You reacted quickly and your acting was seamless. Both your words and expressions were impeccable. But I don't care about that. Even if you don't act, I will choose to be the first one to go on stage. The student with fire abilities couldn't help but take another half step back and whispered, so, not only did you not expose us, but you actually followed our plan and accomplished your goal? Li Yunxian nodded slightly, his eyes fell on Ji Churen on the stage, and said with a smile, because classmate Ji has already seen through your plan. He saw through you from the moment of your initial conflict. Ji Churen on the stage was stunned. Huh? Did he really see through them? Li Yunxian looked at the students with fire abilities and continued. From the moment you first refuted Mr. Jing, Ji Churen saw through you. I know you are acting, so I have been observing Mr. Ji during your performance. I saw him frown with my own eyes, and then he smiled a little bit. What is this? This is the expression you would have if you saw through everything. Li Yunxian's words were sonorous and powerful, and his face was full of confidence and determination, which made Ji Churen fall into deep thought. Did I really see through it? He frowned at that time because he felt that the fire-type mutant was a little abnormal, and the smile seemed to be because he couldn't help but show it when he heard Jing Qinxin's words, exhaust yourself. So, does this mean you see through it? Putting the facts aside, I did see through their plan. Below the stage, Jing Qinxin and the others were completely dumbfounded. They looked at Ji Churen in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. Jing Qinxin's lips trembled constantly as she murmured softly, so, it was seen through from the very beginning? Looking at Ji Churen, who remained calm on the court and even had an uncontrollable smile on his face, Jing Qinxin finally understood. She had lost, and it was due doomed from the beginning. Their plan was useless in front of Ji Churan, completely transparent. Even if the plan was effective, it would not cause any harm to Ji Churan, because just now, Ji Churan could have taken advantage of the moment when Li Yunxian was distracted by his clone and defeated him with one blow. But he didn't. What does this mean? It means Ji Churan is very confident. He was so confident that he could win without a sneak attack. At the same time, he was also conveying a message to himself and others. Your plan is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Only someone like this is worthy of being called the number one in the Department of Natural Sciences. At this moment, Jing Qinxin was completely convinced, and not only her, but students from other departments also admired her. The look they gave Ji Churan was filled with admiration and awe. Chen Meng looked at Jing Qinxin and others in the audience and asked, "Are there any of you who want to challenge Ji Churan?" Jing Qinxin looked up and met Chen Meng's gaze, revealing a hint of helplessness as she said, "Teacher Chen, we won't challenge Ji Churan anymore." She suddenly stretched out her hand, pointed at Li Yunxian, and said, "We want to challenge Li Yunxian." Wait! Li Yunxian suddenly raised his hand and asked in surprise, "What did you just say?" Jing Qinxin tucked the tip of her hair behind her ear with her right hand and replied with a smile, "I say, we challenge you." Li Yunxian was stunned, pointing at himself with his eyes wide open. "Yeah." Jing Qinxin nodded and smiled. "After all, we already knew we couldn't beat Ji, so we definitely wouldn't get first place. We can only fight for second place. So you changed the target of the round-robin battle to me?" Li Yunxian asked. "Yeah." Jing Qinxin nodded again. "You?" Li Yunxian pointed at Jing Qinxin and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it in the end. Thousands of words swirled in his mind, but in the end, they only condensed into one sentence. "If that's the case, then you must be prepared to lose." "We have been prepared for defeat since last night," Jing Qinxin said calmly. Then, she turned her head to look at the classmate with fire ability behind her and nodded slightly. Seeing this, the student with the fire ability looked up at Chen Meng and said, "Teacher Chen, I challenge Li Yunxian." No need to notify them again. Li Yunxian jumped onto the stage, raised his sword in his left hand, pointed at the audience, and said, "Come on one by one. Even if you guys fight me in turns, I'm not afraid." In the stands, Dean Wei nodded with satisfaction and said with relief, "Yes, Yunxian has finally matured. A sword wielder should have a fearless heart. That heart is called." On the ring, Li Yunxian roared angrily, pointed his sword at the audience, and his momentum was like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Opposite him was a classmate with fire-type abilities whose neck had been completely turned into steel. His face was filled with astonishment, and he touched his neck in disbelief. Yes, his throat was cut by a sword, but the cut part was saved by Chen Meng. As Li Yunxian roared, students from other departments in the audience turned to Jing Qinxin. Jing Qinxin also looked at the classmate with wind-type abilities. The student with wind-type abilities swallowed hard and mustered up the courage to step onto the stage. Seeing this, the student with fire ability gritted his teeth and jumped off the stage. After he landed, the first thing he saw was Ji Churan sitting on the thunder battle chair with a look of delight on his face. When Ji Churan saw him, he smiled slightly and nodded to him. The student with fire ability suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly looked away. Ji Churan no longer looked at him and turned his gaze to the ring. At this time, the students with wind-type abilities on the ring seemed to have completely followed Jing Qinxin's tactics and started a war of attrition with Li Yunxian. After all, Li Yunxian has gold-type abilities, so his speed is not that fast. The only combat skill he is most proficient in now, which can defeat the enemy with one blow, is sword draw, because sword slash can be trained without the support of superpowers, while other combat skills are more or less inseparable from the assistance of superpowers. This means that this is the only combat skill that Li Yunxian currently has that is truly lethal. The student with wind-type superpowers took advantage of Li Yunxian's slow speed and used his superpowers to fight with him. At the same time, he kept throwing out small wind blades to interfere with Li Yunxian. Although the damage is not great, even Li Yunxian would feel exhausted if he took a few hits. What's more, the student with wind-type abilities was always flying in the air, making it impossible for Li Yunxian to find a suitable opportunity to attack. This is the shortcoming of Li Yunxian's supernatural power. After continuous consumption, the student with wind-type superpowers finally exhausted all the superpowers in his body. Flying and constantly releasing small wind blades consumes a huge amount of his supernatural powers. Soon, the supernatural power in his body was exhausted and he slowly fell back to the ring. After the student with wind-type abilities landed, Li Yunxian approached step by step. With a hint of anger on his face, he looked at his classmate with wind-type abilities who was slumped on the ground, drew out his sword, and pointed the tip of the sword at him. The tip of his sword was only a centimeter away from the face of the wind-type student. The wind-type student's face turned pale, and he murmured with a wry smile, "I give up." Seeing this, Li Yunxian retracted his sword, glanced at the audience, and said in a cold voice, "Next." On the ring, Li Yunxian was full of vigor and ambition. The tip of his sword pointed directly at the last person below the ring, Jing Qinxin. At this moment, the other opponents had all been defeated by Li Yunxian, and only Jing Qinxin had yet to enter the ring to compete. He stared at Jing Qinxin, his gaze piercing. Jing Qinxin met his gaze, her eyes flickering. Though Li Yunxian remained high-spirited, his face had paled slightly. The intense competition and frequent use of his supernatural powers had rapidly depleted his stamina and supernatural powers, like a crossbow bolt nearing its end. You are tired. Jing Qinxin stood under the ring and spoke bluntly. Li Yunxian on the stage frowned and responded coldly. So what? Even if my powers are exhausted, I can still kill you with the sword in my hand. Are you angry? Jing Qinxin lifted her hair slightly and smiled sweetly. Is it just because I schemed against you? She had indeed plotted against Li Yunxian, from initially forcing him to consume Ji Churen to later attacking him in unison. Every move Jing Qinxin made today was, intentionally or unintentionally, aimed at Li Yunxian. But this wasn't her original intention. Her target was Ji Churen. It was just that Ji Churen was too strong, so she had no choice but to target Li Yunxian instead. Li Yunxian did not answer, but asked directly, are you going to fight or not? You're fussing like a girl. Explain yourself. When Jing Qinxin saw Li Yunxuan slip of the tongue, she couldn't help but chuckle. You're so funny, she said with a smile. I've done so much. Wouldn't it be a loss if I don't fight? Just as Jing Qinxin was about to issue a challenge, Ji Churen suddenly interrupted her. Li Yunxian on the stage and Jing Qinxin in the audience turned to look at him, full of confusion. The other students and people in the audience also turned their eyes to Ji Churen. Ji Churen slowly stood up from the thunder battle chair, first looking at Jing Qinxin, then at Li Yunxian. Finally, he grinned and cast his gaze at Chen Meng in the sky. Teacher Chen, according to the rules, I can also choose someone to challenge, right? Chen Meng in the sky was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Hey, you finally called me. Ahem, well, according to the rules, you can indeed choose someone to challenge. Chen Meng immediately stopped smiling and returned to a serious expression. After hearing Ji Churen's question and Chen Meng's answer, Jing Qinxin seemed to have a sudden realization and hurriedly wanted to speak, but it was too late. In that case, I challenge Jing Qinxin. I challenge. Jing Qin was stunned in the middle of her words. She was obviously a little slow, and her face was full of panic and anxiety. She looked at Ji Churen in panic, and the latter grinned. Rotary battles, that's my favorite. Li Yunxian on the stage was stunned, his eyes full of confusion, obviously not understanding why Ji Churen came to his aid. Ji Churen looked back at him and said with a smile, what are you looking at? Come down. Li Yunxian came back to his senses, nodded, jumped off the stage, walked to Ji Churen, and nodded gently in thanks. Thank you very much. Ji Churen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, you're welcome. After all, you're one of the few people I recognize. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Churen kicked the ground and leaped onto the stage, his momentum and domineering aura radiating. He stared at Jing Qinxin below the stage and said sternly, go up on stage. Jing Qinxin gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly. She was so close to defeating Li Yunxian and taking second place, but she never expected that Ji Churen, who was firmly in first place, would personally intervene to disrupt the situation. The situation she had painstakingly planned was ultimately broken. What on earth was this? In the face of absolute power, all plans seemed utterly powerless. Jing Qinxin clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and finally decided to step onto the ring. She took 2 consecutive steps, and leaped onto the ring. Even if her plan failed, even if her final opponent was Ji Churen, she would never choose to escape, let alone become a deserter. A superpower, never give up. Standing on the stage, Jing Qinxin glanced at Ji Churen with her bright eyes, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Student Ji, please give me some advice. Ji Churen had a calm expression, his left hand behind his back and his right hand gently open. Please advise. The air suddenly tensed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds. More than 10 seconds passed and neither side moved. Ji Churen's face remained calm, his expression of indifference unchanged. But Jing Qinxin's face was already covered in sweat, and she felt as if she was tightly surrounded by an invisible pressure. This pressure, Jing Qinxin thought to herself, how can such a strong sense of oppression be emitted just by standing there? Damn it! I can't just sit there and wait for death, or my mind will be broken. With cold sweat pouring down her forehead, Jing Qinxin gritted her teeth and decided to take the initiative. Since Ji Churen was so powerful, he must have the pride of a strong man. The strong usually give the weak a chance to strike, so if that was the case, she would unleash her strongest attack. She clasped her hands together and whispered. The next moment, a few transparent drops of water appeared from thin air, slowly gathering between her hands before condensing into a transparent mass. This mass exuded a faint sense of pressure. She gathered her power very slowly, a rather long prelude. It took so long to start? Then I have to seize the opportunity. Ji Churen murmured in a low voice and raised his right hand slightly. Zzz. Azure lightning began to gather between his fingers. Immediately afterwards, a violent aura emanated from him. Jing Qinxin blushed, feeling anxious. Where is the demeanor of a strong man? Why doesn't he follow any rules? She was a little flustered and shouted loudly, you are so strong, don't you dare to take my attack? Ji Churen was stunned. No way, this isn't the national server. Ji Churen said nothing, only lightly bending and flicking his fingers. In an instant, a bolt of lightning the size of a fingertip flew towards Jing Qianxin, carrying with it a violent and destructive force. Chen Meng was already prepared. As long as Jing Qianxin didn't dodge, he would choose to turn her into steel. However, Jing Qianxin reacted quickly. She decisively gave up on charging her energy and swung the half-formed water ball in her hand, causing it to collide with the lightning that Ji Churen had casually released in the air. She originally thought that the water ball she had accumulated for a long time could at least offset Ji Churen's random thunder attack. However, something unexpected happened. Not only did her water ball fail to offset the thunder, but it was assimilated by it. In the air, Jing Qianxin's water ball collided with Ji Churen's thunder, and instantly the water ball seemed to be eroded and turned into a ball of water and electricity. And this ball of hydroelectricity is rapidly approaching Jing Qianxin. Jing Qianxin did not dare to be careless. She immediately waved her right hand, and a wave of water shot out from her hand and hit the ground. The powerful impact force and inertia carried her quickly in the opposite direction. The hydroelectric ball narrowly missed her and hit the ring behind her. Snap, sizzle, the water ball shattered, and the sounds of thunder explosion and flashing thunder intertwined, indicating the extraordinary power of this hydroelectric ball. Jing Qianxin looked at the charred arena behind her, feeling terrified. She gasped for breath and thought to herself, what kind of thunder is this? It can actually assimilate my superpowers directly. Even my most powerful attack can be assimilated easily. Jing Qian knew in her heart that the gap in strength between herself and Ji Churen was too great, but she never expected that the gap would be so great that she couldn't even see the slightest hope of victory. She stared at Ji Churen, gritting her teeth, but Ji Churen didn't care. He stretched out his right hand, gently bending his fingers, and motioned for her to continue. Go on. Jing Qianxin did not launch an attack immediately, but asked, do you dare to take my strongest attack? Ji Churen looked at her strangely, as if he was looking at a madman. Looking at his expression, Jing Qianxin knew that her idea might fail, but she still didn't want to give up easily. She stared at Ji Churen and said loudly, a person as powerful as you can't even take a single blow from someone else? I'll only use one move, and if it doesn't hurt you, I'll admit defeat. She said this because she was well prepared. She knew very well that when the strong heard such words, they would often play with it and let the weak deliver the strongest blow. Isn't that what happens in TV dramas? She was just trying to take advantage of this. But what she didn't expect was that Ji Churen didn't follow the usual path at all. He glanced at her strangely and said, are you crazy? Why do you want me to take your blow? Can't you just take my blow? Jing Qianxin was stunned. Now the initiative is in my hands. I won't make things difficult for you. Just take my attack. If you succeed, you win. Ji Churen spread his hands and said lightly. But Jing Qianxin wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Ji Churen. But, what but? Are you still bargaining with me? Remember, you only have one chance to choose. Ji Churen stretched out a finger and said calmly, I'm giving you this opportunity because we're classmates. If you refuse, I'll start attacking. Li Yunchuan's eyes sparkled in the audience, and he felt even more that Ji Churen on stage was so cool. He could actually act so cool. He didn't take anyone else's move, but instead made them take his. What a great move. I have to learn this from now on. Jing Qianxin knew she had no choice, so she shouted, alright, I'll take your move, but you have to keep your word. As long as I take it without Teacher Chen making a move, then I win. Her voice was loud, as if this was the only way to encourage herself. Ji Churen smiled mysteriously. Okay, then you have to catch it. Chen Meng in the sky suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh my god, this kid doesn't really want to. Ji Churen laughed softly, bent his body slightly, and countless thunders in his body exploded at this moment. Oh my god. Li Yunxian instantly recognized the pre-swing movement. He had watched Ji Churen's college entrance examination video more than 10 times. After learning the moves Ji Churen was about to release, he immediately picked up his sword and walked away from the ring without looking back. He and several other top 8 students quickly activated their supernatural powers to escape, but soon discovered that they were still depleted. With no other choice, they abandoned their powers and ran at full speed, their speed astonishing. Even the students closest to the field panicked, hesitating whether to retreat. This is... Jing Qianxin was stunned as she looked at the extremely familiar action in front of her, her eyes wide open. She never expected that Ji Churen would use this trick. Chen Meng in the sky was even more confused. Oh my god, are you going to destroy this place? He looked at Jing Qianxin, who was still confused on the stage, and felt so anxious that he almost exploded. Surrender now! Surrender now, damn! Seeing that Ji Churen was about to explode, Chen Meng couldn't help but shout loudly, hey, are you still fighting? At this moment, Jing Qianxin finally came to her senses, her eyes determined. She gritted her teeth, veins on her forehead bulged, and shouted, superpowers, never give up and run away. Chen Meng couldn't contain himself anymore, cursing Jing Qianxin in his heart. Never give up, that's the slogan you shout when you're facing a dead end. Can't you just tactically retreat when you can still run? How can you be so stubborn? Back then, I tactically escaped Li Yi for 3 days and 3 nights. Isn't it just to make Li Yi continue to tire himself out? Can't you just give in and admit defeat? But there was no other way. Chen Meng couldn't delay any longer. He pointed his hands at Jing Qinqin and shouted, "Ironization!" On the ring, Ji Churan suddenly thrust his hands apart and countless bolts of lightning converged into one. Thunder roared, and thousands of thunderbolts erupted simultaneously. In an instant, a gigantic ball of lightning appeared on the ring, as if it wanted to devour everything, extremely violent. Jing Qinqin gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on the exploding thunderball, and was stunned. Am I going to die? Instantly, the earth trembled, and countless violent auras spread out in all directions. Some students in the audience, still terrified, stood up and prepared to retreat. Han Chen, who was sitting in the first row, frowned slightly, calculating in his mind. Just as he was still wondering whether the thunderball would affect him, Zhuge Xu said, "It can't spread. According to my calculations, Junior Ji's attack won't reach us." Zhuge Xu gently waved his feather fan and said with a smile, "With me here, you don't have to worry about the calculations, classmate Han." "Don't tell me you still don't trust my ability to calculate?" Han Chen glanced at Zhuge Xu and said nothing. Thunder erupted in the ring instantly. Dean Wei in the stand stroked his chin lightly, then gently waved his right hand. "We still have to stop it," Dean Wei murmured softly. Suddenly, a turquoise wind wall rose from the air around the ring. It quickly enveloped the ring from all sides, and the violent aura instantly vanished. Dean Wei's wind wall was like a barrier that isolated everything, bringing an incomparable sense of security. Boom! Suddenly, Ji Churan's lightning ball collided with Dean Wei's wind wall. As the two made contact, the lightning ball, as if encountering an insulator, rapidly weakened. The thunder in the sky was gradually dispersed by the wind wall and slowly dissipated. The students in the audience noticed this scene and immediately started talking about it. Dean Wei has taken action. Dean Wei's wind wall is still so handsome and full of security. Of course, Dean Wei is a role model for wind-type psychics. Seeing Dean Wei take action, the students immediately calmed down. After all, no matter how strong Ji Churan was, he couldn't break through Dean Wei's defenses. If that was the case, what was the point of studying? They might as well just go straight to the 10,000 races battlefield. Han Chen, who was sitting in the first row, looked at Zhuge Xu strangely and asked, "Have you figured this out?" Zhuge Xu waved his feather fan, his hand stiffening slightly, but quickly regaining its composure. He narrowed his eyes, his expression completely under control. "Yes, Mr. Han, this is also part of my calculation. To be honest, well, I still don't understand Dean Wei's strength." Under Han Chen's repeated questioning, Zhuge Xu frankly said that he had indeed not expected Dean Wei to attack and had only calculated that the thunder ball would not reach him. After hearing this, Han Chen no longer paid attention to Zhuge Xu and turned his gaze to the thunderball that was still making a sizzling sound on the ring. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he thought secretly in his heart, "Sizzle." The thunderball flashed for a full 8 seconds before slowly dissipating. As the thunderball vanished, the scene on the ring reappeared. The arena was charred black, like a piece of burnt wasteland. Fortunately, the arena was made of high-quality materials, otherwise Ji Churan would have blasted it into ruins long ago. On the charred arena, the sizzling sound of residual thunder could be seen everywhere, like small lightning snakes slithering around. At the same time, wisps of burning smoke slowly rose, accompanied by a strong burning smell. Ji Churan was unharmed, not even a sweat, and just stood casually on the ring, like a god of war. After the thunderball dissipated, Ji Churan's first glance fell on the emerald green wind wall surrounding him. He looked at it carefully for a few times and murmured softly, "Whose teacher's special ability is this that can completely cover my thunder? Could it be the wind type?" Ji Churan muttered softly to himself again, his gaze turning to face him. Before him lay a metal-clad humanoid creature. It was none other than the motionless Jing Qinqin. At this moment, Jing Qinqin's entire body was encased in steel, gleaming faintly in the sunlight. Her steel-clad form appeared incredibly smooth, with no trace of injury on her surface, as if Ji Churan's attacks hadn't harmed her at all. There was a heavy thud, followed by Chen Meng's signature cry, "Fuck! Are you too stubborn?" Chen Meng landed on the stage with an unhappy look on his face. He glared at Ji Churan and cursed. "He starts the competition with a big move. What kind of thing is that?" Then, he turned to the fallen Jing Qinqin and cursed, "You're such a stubborn person. You know you can't eat it, but you still insist on taking it." The next moment, Chen Meng simply scolded the two of them in one breath. "You two are really one extreme over the other." Looking at Chen Meng's expression, Ji Churan spread his hands helplessly, as if to say, "There's nothing I can do." Chen Meng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and turned to walk towards Jing Qinqin. At this time, the steel in Jing Qinshin's body was gradually dissipating, and she stared at the sky with a dull look, her eyes empty and lifeless. "Is this heaven?" she whispered softly. "No, it's a password." Chen Meng interrupted her, walked straight to her, pointed at her and shouted, "Why are you so stubborn? You can't catch it, so why do you insist on doing it?" Jing Qinshin was stunned, still dazed, but she reacted instinctively. Those with special abilities will never abandon or flee. Chen Meng was stunned for a moment, unsure how to respond. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. His gaze first fell on Jing Qinshin, then took in her dazed expression, and his tone softened. softened. This isn't the battlefield of all races. This is just a small competition. You don't have to fight to the death. Jing Qianxin still responded instinctively. Those with special abilities will never abandon or flee. Chen Meng frowned, and his tone became stern again. A person with special abilities never gives up. Flight means to fight to the death when there is absolutely no way out, not to fight meaninglessly. Those with special abilities will never abandon us. What the hell? Do you have to fight to the death even if you're fighting a guerrilla war? Do you have to fight to the death even if you're using tactics? Chen Meng pointed at Jing Qianxin and roared. He noticed that she was a little extreme. At this time, Jing Qianxin gradually regained her sanity and slowly sat up. Her clear and beautiful eyes stared at Chen Meng intently, and her voice was low and firm. Those with special abilities will never abandon us. Hearing this, Chen Meng fell silent. He looked at Jing Qianxin, his eyes filled with both admiration and worry. What he admired was that Jing Qianxin's awareness was far higher than that of ordinary people, but the worry is that her awareness is too extreme, even a little paranoid. Never abandon those with superpowers is indeed the oath of the human race since ancient times, but it also depends on the occasion. If you can retreat and recharge your energy, never fight to the end. After all, sometimes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If everyone were as extreme as Jing Qianxin, the human race would have been wiped out long ago. Being able to adapt to changing circumstances is also a kind of wisdom. Chen Meng had already made up his mind that he must correct Jing Qianxin's extreme ideas. Otherwise, she will definitely not be able to learn the tactics lessons in the future. If she didn't change, Chen Meng would probably see a student who fought to the end in a guerrilla war. No, absolutely not. He had to find a person with special abilities who was proficient in psychology to help her adjust her thoughts. However, before that, the competition between the natural science departments must be concluded first. Then, Chen Meng looked at Jing Qianxin again, looked her in the eyes seriously, sighed softly, turned to face the audience, and announced loudly, "I declare the Natural Sciences Department's freshman competition over. The leader, Ji Churan." As Chen Meng finished speaking, the audience erupted in excitement. Someone exclaimed, "It's over. Ji Churan is indeed the leader of the Natural Sciences Department." Nonsense, that's an S-level expert. The last S-level expert was from the Imperial capital. He suppressed all the top experts of his generation. Damn, looking at it this way, isn't our class particularly domineering? Not only does we have an S-class like Ji Churan, but we even have an SS class one. I don't know. I can only try my best to practice. Although I don't think I can compare with geniuses like Ji Churan, at least I can fight against those bastards of the 10,000 races. Yes, practice hard. Eliminate all the races. In the first row of the audience, Zhuge Shu narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Student Han, do you think Student Ji will join your club? He doesn't use a gun. Rules are dead, but people are alive." Han Shen crossed his arms and said calmly, "I would invite someone like him even if he didn't use a gun. Besides, the school doesn't stipulate that a student can only specialize in one weapon. What if classmate Ji also wants to learn guns? In that case, I can only wish you the best." Zhuge Shu bowed slightly, with an unfathomable smile on his face. Seeing this, Han Shen ignored Zhuge Shu. He knew his character. No matter what Zhuge Shu was thinking, he always had a smile on his face. At this moment, no one knew what Zhuge Shu was thinking. At this moment, in the middle of the audience, a beautiful girl wearing a white dress, with flowing long hair, stared at Ji Churan on the stage. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, as if she was making some kind of decision. Suddenly, a girl next to her, about 5 feet tall and with baby fat on her face, came over and asked mysteriously, "What's wrong, Miss Su? Are you interested in this junior?" Before the girl in the white dress could speak, the chubby girl giggled and said, "Indeed, he's an S-level superpower and a handsome junior who got a perfect score on the martial arts exam. His future is definitely bright. Miss Su, you're quite a match for him." The chubby girl said this while giggling adorably. The girl called Miss Su rolled her eyes at her, patted her in annoyance, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just thinking about something." Thinking about when to be together. The chubby girl suddenly approached, her eyes sparkling and her face full of curiosity. "Oh, Mingming, stop teasing me." The girl in the white dress blushed and gently pushed her away. Seeing this, the chubby girl became even more proud and gossipy. The two played like this, and the boys around them were all watching intently. Even though there were girls sitting next to them, it didn't stop the boys from peeking at them from across the seats. The game was exciting, so of course they had to watch carefully. Of course, there were also a few freshmen who curiously asked about their identities. Senior, who are they? They are so beautiful." "Hey, junior, you might not know this, but they are the most beautiful girls in our class. The one in the white dress sitting on the left is Su Yanqi, and the one on the right is Yu Mingming. They both belong to the auxiliary department, and are A-level psychics. What do you think? They are beautiful, right? I really don't know which one will win their favor in the future. I know this. Senior, I'm Huang Mao, let me do it. Even your colorful hair won't do, because Su Yanqi has been spotted by a junior, and that senior has announced that anyone who dares to do anything bad to Su Yanqi will be dragged dragged into the ring. Is that junior student good? Nonsense. That's Su Yinha. His strength has reached the lower level of Lingxi realm. His combat power is stronger than many seniors. He is the main force of our Sichuan University team. Wait, is he Su Yinchi's brother? The names seem very similar. We thought so at first, but what brother would pursue his sister? And the sister looked disgusted, so it must be just a coincidence. Well, it looks like there's no hope for me. After the competition, the awards ceremony immediately followed. The Sichuan University awarded the winners of the Natural Science Department and the top 8 finalists badges, symbolizing their individual strength and status. These badges not only represent recognition of their skills, but also indicate the number of points they can earn. The higher the ranking, the more points they earn. Of course, the rankings are not fixed. If a student believes they are strong enough, they can challenge a higher ranked competitor. If the challenge is successful, the rankings will be exchanged, but the points will remain the same. If the challenge fails, the points will be paid to the winner. At Sichuan University, money is useless. The only thing that counts is points. Everything from daily necessities to combat equipment can only be redeemed with points. Each student can only be challenged 3 times per month. Yes, there's no limit on how many times you can initiate challenges, but the number of times you can be challenged is limited to 3 times per month. In the stands, Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, and Jing Qinxin stood side by side, becoming the center of attention. Dean Wei, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth, slowly approached them. Everyone in the audience cast longing glances at them. Shi Honghu sat in the audience, fists clenched, eyes filled with resentment. He certainly couldn't defeat Ji Churan, but he knew in his heart that he wouldn't lose to Li Yunxian and Jing Qinxin. It was just bad luck. If he had been luckier, he would definitely be among the 3 people standing in the stands. He stared at the badge symbolizing his identity with a fiery gaze, secretly making up his mind. Dean Wei came up to Jing Qinxin and looked at her with a smile on his face. Jing Qinxin looked serious and looked at Dean Wei. Well, water controller, you have a heart as firm as stubborn water. Keep up the hard work. Dean Wei nodded with satisfaction and took the badge on the red cloth plate. The emblem, clad entirely in copper and shaped like a shield, symbolizes protection. In the center is a red 5-pointed star, representing the nation. Each of its sharp corners symbolizes unstoppable power. A golden 3 is engraved within the star. Surrounding it are silver olive branches, symbolizing peace and wisdom and the unity of strength and harmony. The reverse side of the shield features a deep night sky dotted with tiny white stars, symbolizing hope and dreams. Copper wavy patterns circling the edge of the emblem represent the fluctuations of psychic power and the drive that drives psychics forward. Jing Qinxin looked down at the badge, her eyes filled with pride. Come on, Dean Wei said softly. Jing Qinxin nodded heavily, yes. Dean Wei walked towards Li Yunxian with a smile, and Li Yunxian immediately became serious and straightened his body. Well, that's right. A sword bearer should forge ahead courageously. Dean Wei nodded with satisfaction and spoke slowly. The sword tip kills the enemy, the scabbard protects the people, and the sword protects the country. This is the highest pursuit of a sword bearer. I hope you don't let your talent go to waste. I understand. Li Yunxian nodded heavily, his bright eyes full of determination. Dean Wei stared at him silently, then revealed a satisfied smile. Li Yunxian nodded heavily in response. Afterwards, Dean Wei took out a silver badge from the red cloth plate. The appearance was similar to Jing Qinxin's, but the color was different, and the number in the middle of the 5-pointed star had also changed to a golden 2. After putting the badge on Li Yunxian, Dean Wei turned and walked towards the last person, Ji Churan, the top student in the Department of Natural Sciences, the top scorer in the century-old martial arts college entrance examination, and an S-level psychic. Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan with a smile, and Ji Churan also looked serious and looked at him. A Thunder Master should possess a heart of lofty ambition. Fear no powerful enemies, no danger, no battle. Forge ahead. Dean Wei patted Ji Churan's shoulder. I look forward to the day when you become the world's #1. A smile appeared on Ji Churan's face and he nodded firmly. Dean Wei smiled and patted his shoulder again, then took out the badge that symbolized the strongest person in the Department of Natural Sciences. Compared to the previous 2 badges, this one was similar to them, but with significant differences. The position of the 5-pointed star shifted, transforming from its original symbolic olive branch into a ring of black thorns. This symbolizes challenge and difficulty. The greater the glory, the greater the suffering. Bearing the name of genius, one must do the deeds of a genius and shoulder the challenges of a genius. Of course, these black thorns also have another meaning. Once you pass through this layer of thorns, endless golden light awaits you. It symbolizes the wearer's determination to withstand pressure and forge ahead. Dean Wei held the badge and gently pinned it on Ji Churan's battle robe. When the golden badge was hung on Ji Churan's black battle robe, his momentum suddenly became more sharp. Keep doing well. If you have any questions, come to the dean's office to find me anytime. Dean Wei patted Ji Churan's shoulder with an exhortation in his tone. Ji Churan nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Dean Wei closed his eyes and nodded, then turned to look at the audience audience and announced loudly, "I declare, the Natural Science Department freshman competition is officially over." As Deanway finished speaking, warm applause broke out around him, which lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. After the applause completely stopped, Deanway waved his hand, turned to face Ji Churan and the other two, and said with a smile, "Go ahead, kids." As soon as he finished speaking, Deanway left the stands, and Ji Churan and others also left one after another. After the competition, there will be a 3-day break, after which classes and training will officially begin. During these 3 days, students are free to do as they please, check out clubs, find their favorite teams, and, of course, explore the campus. The only restriction is that they cannot leave the campus. Because the student list is publicly available, leaving without reporting the incident could result in trouble with beggars. Beggars are a presence that must be guarded against. As soon as Ji Churan came down from the stands and walked onto the playground, he saw many people gathered in the distance, secretly watching him, but they seemed to be afraid and did not come forward. Their eyes occasionally cast to Ji Churan's right, which made him slightly curious. Who on earth could make these people so afraid? He turned slightly and saw 2 people approaching from his right. One was tall and imposing, wearing a patterned red robe. On his back was a long, black, bandaged staff, its contents difficult to discern. His face was stern, as if he were completely unfazed by the world. The other man, wearing a light blue battle robe, squinted his eyes with a smile, gently waving a feather fan in his hand. Ji Churan stared at the 2 men approaching, his brows slightly furrowed. He didn't mind the cold man, but those squinting eyes, why did they always make me feel uneasy? As we all know, squinty eyes are often a sign of being sinister and untouchable. Wait, what if I become squinty-eyed too? Thinking of this, Ji Churan couldn't help but squint his eyes, only to find that he couldn't see clearly. The originally bright world suddenly became dim, and even when he forced himself to squint, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch wildly. Forget it, I can't squint anymore. Not far away, Zhuge-Shu was stunned when he saw Ji Churan suddenly squint and his eyelids twitch wildly. This junior, why does he feel a little strange? Why is he squinting suddenly? Wait, let me calculate. Zhuge-Shu narrowed his eyes, gestured lightly with his left hand, and began to calculate. Soon, he discovered, the calculation was surprisingly clear, even smoother than calculating other things. You know, calculating people is far more complicated than calculating things. When calculating other people, he could only get a rough outline, but calculating Ji Churan was incredibly smooth. According to my calculations, classmate Ji will take the initiative to come forward and talk to us next. Zhuge-Shu thought to himself, with a confident smile on his lips. He gently waved his feather fan and looked at Ji Churan with a smile, looking forward to his next move. However, contrary to Zhuge-Shu's expectations, Ji Churan did not walk up to them to talk, but turned around and prepared to leave. This left Zhuge-Shu confused. No, that's not my calculation. Shouldn't you take the initiative to talk to us? Zhuge-Shu was somewhat bewildered. He hurriedly calculated again, realizing that no matter how many words he calculated, Ji Churan always approached them to engage in conversation. His calculations had been incredibly smooth, a different outcome was impossible. But why did he turn and leave? Did my calculations fail on Ji Churan? At that moment, Zhuge-Shu's smile froze, his narrowed eyes widening in astonishment. Han Chen was also stunned for a moment, then hurried forward at a trot. Ji Churan glanced back and immediately quickened his pace. One had a cold face, the other had narrowed his eyes. The one with the narrowed eyes walked along, his left hand constantly pinching his fingers, as if casting a spell. Anyone who saw it would find it strange. We have to go, no matter what. Ji Churan ran faster and faster, and Han Chen followed him closer and closer. The 2 of them ran one in front and one behind, leaving Zhuge-Shu standing there in a daze, his heart full of doubts. The calculation was so smooth that there was no second possibility, so why did the result turn out so differently? What was going on? The other students also stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, looking a little at a loss. Just run away like that? Did Han Chen also go after him? That's not right. Isn't Han Chen's club dedicated to firearms? Don't all G students practice boxing? Child, geniuses are always treated specially. In the crowd, Su Yinchi and Yu Mingming also looked at Ji Churan, who was running out. Yu Mingming gently touched Su Yinchi and said with a smile, "Miss Su, it seems that you will not be able to meet this handsome junior today. If you keep doing this, I'll be angry." Su Yinchi glared at Yu Mingming and said calmly, "Stop talking nonsense and let's go back." After that, she turned and left. Yu Mingming smiled, nodded, and followed Su Yinchi. At that moment, a chase was unfolding within the Department of Natural Sciences. Ji Churan was running at full speed, with Han Chen close behind. The two relied solely on physical strength, without utilizing any supernatural powers. Clearly, even without using supernatural powers, Ji Churan was still significantly faster than Han Chen. After all, the speed of a lightning-type supernaturalist was no joke. The two of them ran one after the other, attracting the attention of the students around them. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, that's Han Chen, right? Who's that guy running ahead? Did he offend Han Chen? Wait, why do I think the person person in front looks a bit like Ji Churan. Oh my god, it's not just a resemblance, he is Ji Churan. Come on, let's follow and see what's going on. During the chase, a swarm of classmates swarmed over like sharks, eager to witness the excitement. Some who couldn't keep up even activated their special abilities. After all, a top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam being chased by a prodigy from the same school and class was bound to be a huge topic of discussion. Someone in the news agency even had a headline ready: shocking, top scorer in the martial arts college entrance exam is being chased and bullied by a senior. Is this a sign of moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Please follow the Sichuan and Chongqing Special Ability University News Agency for real-time coverage. Inside the Department of Natural Sciences, Ji Churan and Han Shen were still chasing each other. Actually, if Ji Churan wanted to, he could easily shake off Han Shen by activating his special abilities, but he didn't need to. After all, he also wanted to see what Han Shen was up to. Since Mimi Yen hadn't caught up, it shouldn't be a big deal. So, Ji Churan slowed down, stopped slowly, turned to look at Han Shen, and asked, "What do you want to do?" Han Shen saw Ji Churan stop, and he also stopped not far away, and said, "Don't be nervous, classmate Ji, I have no ill intentions, I just want to talk to you." Chat? Ji Churan was a little confused, and then he suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. Sorry, senior, I don't have a campus card." Han Shen was about to step forward when he suddenly stumbled. Damn, how abstract is this campus card, man? Han Shen wiped the inexplicable sweat from his forehead and said, "I'm not applying for a campus card." Is that a driving school? I don't. Oh, I see. Swimming and fitness training, right? Senior, I really don't want to apply for a membership card. You, 6. Han Shen was completely speechless, and everything he wanted to say was finally reduced to a number. Ah, I'm just kidding, senior. Ji Churan said with a smile, since we want to talk about serious matters, shouldn't you take me to a quieter place? After all, I don't really like being watched while talking. Plotting out loud can easily lead to being targeted. Han Shen listened, glanced sideways, and saw that many students had gathered around to watch the fun, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's find a quiet place to talk. Let's go to the tea house." Go to a restaurant? That's great. Senior, how did you know I was hungry? Let's go. I trust your taste. Before Han Shen could finish his words, Ji Churan interrupted him with a grin. At this moment, Han Shen completely understood Ji Churan just wanted to eat for free. At this time, Ji Churan and Han Shen were sitting in a private room in a high-end restaurant next to the square in the Department of Natural Sciences. The waiter came in with a menu and seemed to recognize Han Shen, so he handed it to him first. Han Shen's purpose was to invite Ji Churan to join his club, so he pointed at Ji Churan and said, "He orders the food." The waiter responded and handed the menu to Ji Churan. Ji Churan took the menu and said with a smile, "Don't worry, senior, I can't eat too much." Han Shen nodded coldly. The next second, Ji Churan glanced at the menu and pointed at two dishes, this bloody ox stomach soup and this nightcat urine tea. This junior has a really strong taste. Seeing Ji Churan flipping through the menu, Han Shen's heart tightened. Could it be that he only eats strong flavors? However, this restaurant only has these two strong flavor dishes, which is acceptable. Just as Han Shen was mentally preparing himself, Ji Churan nodded with satisfaction, closed the menu, and said proudly, "Except for the two dishes just now, I will bring you all the others." Han Shen was stunned. "No way, buddy. Are you serious?" He looked at Ji Churan in astonishment. His heart seemed to be bleeding. The waiter was also stunned and asked uncertainly, "Student, are you sure?" "Of course." Ji Churan said with a smile, "Senior is paying the bill today, so I have plenty of money." The waiter glanced at Han Shen as if to confirm. Han Shen gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. Seeing this, the waiter didn't delay any longer and crossed out the two strong flavored dishes on the menu, silently noting, "Except these two, all others will be served." After writing, the waiter confirmed again, "Are you sure? If you are, let's get ready now." Han Shen looked at Ji Churan with blood in his heart and asked, Junior brother, are you really sure?" "Of course." Ji Churan nodded slightly. Han Shen gritted his teeth and said, "Junior, didn't you say you couldn't eat too much?" "You know, senior." Ji Churan said seriously, "This is not much." "That's not a lot? We've already ordered everything on the menu and it's not a lot?" Han Shen took a deep breath and finally waved to the waiter and said, "Go and prepare, just do as my junior ordered." The waiter nodded and left the room. Han Shen's heart was bleeding. He had almost used up all his points on training supplies, so there really wasn't much left. After this meal, his points were almost gone. It seemed he had to challenge Zhuge Shu to a duel and get some of his points. Thinking of this, Han Shen's mood improved slightly. On the other side, Zhuge Shu, who was looking for Han Shen and Ji Churan, suddenly felt his nose itchy. "Akiyu." Zhuge Shu touched the tip of his nose lightly and murmured, "Who is talking about me?" "No, I have to count." He paused and began to calculate. The next second, his eyes suddenly opened, his face full of surprise. "Good for you, Han Shen. He looks like a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he actually has such evil thoughts in his heart. I really hate it." In the restaurant's private room, the waiters brought delicious dishes to the table one after another. Looking at the table full of exquisite dishes. Ji Churan couldn't help but shed tears again. Not only that, Han Chen's eyes also sparkled. Oh my god, this smell is so tempting. Thinking back to when I used to save money for cultivation, what were all those coarse grains worth? It seems like it's okay to indulge once in a while. After all, I have Zhuge to back me up. As soon as the last dish was served, the table was already full. Can we start now? Ji Churan asked symbolically. It should be fine. Han Chen swallowed and responded. Shall we eat? Etc. Just as the two were about to start eating, a figure suddenly rushed in. It was Zhuge Shu, and behind him, the waiter who had just walked out, looking embarrassed, followed closely. The waiter scratched his head and said shyly, I'm sorry, both of you. I couldn't stop him from barging in, which gave you a bad dining experience. We'll make it up to you. Let's kick him out now. He first apologized to Ji Churan and Han Chen, then shouted downstairs, save. Wait, no need. Han Chen quickly stopped the waiter and said, we know him, you go ahead and do your work. The waiter was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion. Know him? If they knew him, why would they barge in? He left, full of doubts, without mentioning compensation again. Han Chen did not ask any further questions, but just looked at Zhuge Shu and asked, Zhuge, how did you find this place? Thanks to you. Zhuge Shu smiled meaningfully and said, if someone hadn't wanted to steal my points, I really wouldn't have been able to find you. Your ability can even calculate this? Han Chen asked in confusion. I don't know why, but my calculations are particularly accurate today. Zhuge Shu pushed Han Chen away, sat down, and started eating without saying a word. My points are almost gone. How can I not eat more to make up for it? This table of delicious food was ostensibly Han Chen's treat, but in reality, it was all paid for with Zhuge Shu's points. Han Chen was stunned, turned around and shouted, wait, it's not open yet. He was about to speak when he found that there were bones of all sizes piled in front of Ji Churan. It turned out that while the two were talking, Ji Churan had already started eating, even before Zhuge Shu picked up his chopsticks. Oh my god, you guys are so insidious. Han Chen cursed inwardly and quickly returned to his seat to start eating. If you don't start eating, you won't be able to eat anything later. At this moment, there were no more words between the three of them, only the sound of chewing delicious food echoed. Only delicious food cannot be let down. After more than 10 minutes, the three of them had eaten up all the dishes on the table. Ji Churan slumped in the chair contentedly, rubbed his stomach gently, and said with enjoyment, it's so satisfying. Zhuge Shu also ate his fill and said, it's incredibly delicious. Han Chen was the same, with oil stains on the corners of his mouth. He looked at the dining table, then at Zhuge Shu, thinking about something in his mind. Okay, Mr. Han, stop trying to challenge me. Zhuge Shu didn't even look at him and said directly, I've already paid the points. This time, it's my treat. After he finished speaking, Zhuge Shu stood up with the help of the chair and walked outside. This squinty-eyed guy seems to be different from what he remembered. Shouldn't the person with squinting eyes be an old man with gloomy eyes? Han Chen was also stunned, looking at Zhuge Shu's back, with complicated light flashing in his eyes. Is there something wrong with me? It was clearly his own treat, but he was still thinking about taking advantage of Zhuge Shu's points. Zhuge Shu's points were clearly hard-earned. Classmates, who will pay the bill? Suddenly, the waiter came in, staring at Ji Churan and Han Chen and asked. The two were immediately confused. Han Chen pointed to the door and asked in surprise, just now, didn't that student just now already pay? No. The waiter also looked puzzled and said, he said you guys should pay the bill, and he still has to go to the ring. Wait, what kind of competition are we having? Han Chen stood up suddenly and asked anxiously. A boxing match, replied the waiter. Oh my god, Han Chen exclaimed and rushed out immediately. As soon as he rushed out, he realized something was wrong and immediately stopped, took out his student card, handed it to the waiter and said, swipe this, and when you're done, ask that classmate to return it to me. After saying that, Han Chen ran out without looking back. Ji Churan was confused and thought, Han Chen's behavior, could it be that he was tricked by Zhuge Shu? Oh my god, those squinting eyes are really sinister. The waiter was surprised and muttered to himself, the people I met today are really weird, one weirder than the other. Thinking of this, he took out his student card and swiped it lightly on the card reader, then looked up at Ji Churan and asked, student, what's the password? Ji Churan, who was still picking his teeth, was stunned. What password? Password? Every student card has a password. Didn't that student tell you? Senior actually tricked me. At this moment, Han Chen, who was running out, was suddenly stunned. It's over. I seem to have forgotten to tell Ji Churan the password. When he was about to turn back, ding dong, Han Chen's bracelet suddenly rang. He raised his left hand in confusion, and a thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, a light screen similar to a mobile phone interface flew out of the bracelet. Han Chen opened, message, and saw a new message. Dear Han Chen, your student card spent 18,780 points at 7:23 and 43 seconds p.m., leaving a remaining balance of 130 points. Is this payment information? Han Chen was stunned. That's not right. How did Ji Churan know my student card password? Could it be? Damn it. Oh my god, Senior Zhuge, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have to stay here and work as a dishwasher today. At this moment, outside the restaurant, Ji Churan looked at Jugashu with gratitude, while Jugashu squinted his eyes, smiled, and waved his feather fan in high spirits. It's okay, we are all classmates, we should help each other. Jugashu gently picked up Han Chen's card and said, "Let me return this card to Mr. Han for you." "Okay, thank you very much, Senior Juga." Ji Churan nodded in thanks. Just as Ji Churan was about to pay, Jugashu returned and revealed Han Chen's student card password, saving Ji Churan's life. At that moment, Jugashu seemed to be radiant with a dazzling light. Who said squinting eyes were sinister? This squinting eye is simply amazing. By the way, classmate Ji, what do you think about what I just said? Jugashu turned his head and asked. "I'm sorry, Senior Juga, I don't have any plans to join the club for now, but I can promise you that if I want to join in the future, I will definitely come to you first," Ji Churan said seriously. "In that case, I won't force you," Jugashu said with a smile and handed Ji Churan a piece of paper. Ji Churan took the paper, looked down, and found that it was a string of numbers. "This is my ring number. Your freshman communication bracelets are usually delivered to the dorms a few days after the freshman competition. When you receive the communication bracelet, you can save my number or add me as a friend so that we can contact you in the future." Hearing this, Ji Churan nodded and put the note with the number on it into his pocket. "I understand, Senior Juga." "Okay." Jugashu smiled, "Then I'll take my leave first." Ji Churan nodded and responded, "Goodbye, Senior Juga. I wish you Wulongchang." Wulongchang. Jugashu nodded slightly and said with a smile. Then, the two of them parted ways outside the restaurant. After Jugashu and Ji Churan separated, they didn't go back to the dormitory directly. Instead, they took a leisurely stroll in the square of the Department of Natural Science. He looked left and right and couldn't help but take a few more glances at anything new and interesting. "This natural square is indeed somewhat different from my spiritual square," Jugashu murmured softly, then took out his communication bracelet, sent a message to Han Chen, and continued to wander aimlessly. Han Chen, who had already arrived at the restaurant, was stunned because Ji Churan and Jugashu were not in the restaurant at all. He was wondering where they had gone when his bracelet suddenly vibrated again. Han Chen quickly raised his left hand and summoned the screen. "Squinting eyes, your card is in my hand. If I want to take it back, I will change the note you gave me. Lord Han, the invincible number one in the universe, impossible. Squinting eyes, I think I can buy something with these last 130 points. Lord Han, the universe's invincible number one, stop. I'll change it. Tell me, what notes do you want? Squinting eyes, the only Zhuge master in the world. Lord Han, the invincible number one in the universe, impossible. The only Zhuge master in the world. This E-level battle robe looks pretty good. Lord Han, the invincible number one in the universe, changed. Poor Han Chen was eventually defeated by the cunning Jugashu. After the farce ended, Jugashu Kai told Han Chen where he was. Han Chen also arrived there within 2.5 minutes. Seeing Jugashu from afar, he walked quickly forward and stood in front of Jugashu after a few steps. "Juga, here's my student card." Han Chen stretched out his hand and said. Jugashu smiled slightly and handed over the student card. Han Chen suddenly pulled out the card and put it away tightly as if it were a treasure. Jugashu smiled helplessly and said, "Tell me, why would you harm your junior for no reason?" Han Chen rolled his eyes at him and replied dissatisfiedly, "You were the one who tricked me first. I couldn't react for a moment." Jugashu shook his head and didn't want to argue any further. Alright, you don't act like a senior like this. What's the use of style?" Han Chen retorted. "Then is your cold look in front of others your second personality?" Jugashu asked with a smile. This question left Han Chen speechless. "You are a reserved person," Jugashu said with a smile. They met in their freshman year. In the school competition, Jugashu, who ranked first in the psychology department, and Han Chen, who ranked first in the strengthening department, teamed up. From then on, the gears of fate began to turn. At first, Han Chen was cold, cool, and powerful, and his enhanced ability made his combat power extremely strong. Jugashu originally thought that he was a cold and ruthless person like an iceberg, but as his contact deepened, he found that he was completely wrong. Han Chen's indifference and arrogance are all disguises. He is actually a complete and utter sullen person. The corners of Han Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. Jugashu seemed to understand Han Chen's thoughts, and he waved his feather fan and said with a smile, "Okay, stop sighing. I've already asked classmate G for you." "You asked for me?" Han Chen looked up in surprise and asked anxiously, "What did he say?" Jugashu shrugged and said, "He said he has no plans to join the club for the time being, and said that if he has any ideas, he will tell me the first time." "Really?" Han Chen whispered to himself, thinking slightly in his heart. After a moment, he said, "Then we can only wait." Jugashu gently fanned himself and asked, "Why don't you say hesitation is rejection anymore?" Cough. Han Chen coughed lightly. "He is different." As soon as Ji Churan walked to the door of his dormitory, he saw a box flashing with a faint white light. Next to the box, Chen Meng was standing and sending a message. "Old Chen?" Ji Churan stepped forward and called out. After hearing this, Chen Meng turned his head slightly, glanced at Ji Churan Churan casually and said calmly, "Oh, you're back? Come get your things." Ji Churan touched his head, confused for a moment. "Have you awakened your second personality?" "Hey, that's exactly what I want," Chen Meng replied. Ji Churan chuckled and his eyes fell on Chen Meng. Chen Meng sighed helplessly. "I'm really impressed by you. You've destroyed the aura I worked so hard to cultivate." "Old Chen, why do you want to cultivate such an aura for no reason?" Ji Churan was puzzled. "You know shit," Chen Meng cursed. "Don't you think it's really cool to cross your arms, stare at your opponent silently, without saying a word?" After saying that, Chen Mengjin crossed his arms over his chest, with a serious expression on his face, like a hermit. But Ji Churan didn't see anything handsome about him. He just felt that the fat on Chen Meng's face was too conspicuous and had nothing to do with handsome. "Besides, you are already past the age for this." Ji Churan sighed helplessly and did not choose to attack Chen Meng. "As long as you like it." After saying that, he turned his attention to the white box, bent down slightly, picked it up, looked around, and asked, "Old Chen, what's in this?" "Your necessities, a communication bracelet, a student card, a class schedule, and some daily clothes." Chen Meng put aside his pride, took out his bracelet, and continued to send messages while saying, "I bought you everyday clothes. You definitely have good taste." "Really?" Ji Churan said, holding the box. "Then I'll go back and take a closer look." After saying that, he carried the box and walked towards the dormitory. "Okay, you sort it out first." Chen Meng stared intently at the virtual screen that appeared on the bracelet and kept sending messages. "I'll come back to you after I finish this. Don't close the door yet." Ji Churan looked at Chen Meng curiously, wondering who he was chatting with so intently. Unfortunately, the halo screen could not be seen by others without the owner's permission. He shook his head helplessly, holding the box and pushing the door open. He entered the single dormitory. Strengthen the department. A large training ground standing in the square of the strengthening department. Because the points for freshmen have not been distributed yet, there are no queues in the training venue. Of course, the lack of points cannot stop the curiosity of the freshmen. I saw a group of freshman reinforcement students wandering around the training ground. Due to the large number of people, the training ground was divided into 9 floors, each floor equivalent to the area of 7 football fields. Not only that, each training room is endowed with special abilities by a powerful space-based psychic. In other words, each practice room has a space the size of a football field. There is no need to worry about the practice room being crowded. There is no hierarchy among the 9 floors, and each floor has a training room and a lounge. Combat skills, weapons and realm training can all be completed in the training room. In other words, a practice room can almost meet all the students' practice needs and has extremely complete functions. At this moment, the reception area of the training ground was surrounded by students. Their eyes were focused on the flashing virtual screen on the wall. The screen is showing the rental price of the training room. It's so expensive. Renting a training room for a month costs 2,000 points. I saw the announcement and I only have 3,000 points a month. Yes, if you rent a training room, you won't be able to change your combat skills, weapons, or robes. Yeah, that's totally unreasonable. A large group of freshmen stared at the screen on the wall and complained. Hearing the chattering around them, several sophomores couldn't help themselves. They looked at the crowd and said, "What are you thinking?" The monthly points earned were already determined after the freshman competition. If you feel that your points are too low and you're not satisfied, then go and challenge yourself. If you lack confidence, then take on the tasks on the school's official website. There are many ways to earn points in school, but none of them are free. If you want to become stronger, you have to work hard on your own. The sophomores' words spread so widely that even the freshmen heard them. After hearing them, they chose to remain silent because the seniors' words were indeed impeccable. What happened up ahead? In the distance, a girl in a white dress asked another girl not far away. The girl was slightly surprised when she saw the newcomer, but she quickly regained her composure. It seems the freshman complained about the high cost of the training room and was lectured by a sophomore. Is that so? The woman in the white dress nodded slightly and then said, "Thank you. You're welcome." The girl smiled and replied, "It's my honor to answer the beautiful young lady's question." The woman in the white dress chuckled and walked towards the front desk. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of the freshmen and several sophomores. She seemed accustomed to this and walked to the front desk calmly, saying, "Hello, please call Su Yenha for me." The lady at the front desk nodded, glanced at the light screen in front of her, and then dialed the number of a training room. A few seconds later, the call was connected and a slightly tired male voice came. "What's going on?" The lady at the front desk immediately responded, "Hello, Su, a classmate is looking for you." She glanced at the woman in the white dress, who said, "Su Yenshi." The lady at the front desk relayed that classmate said her name was Su Yenshi. The man on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then said, "Let her in." After hanging up the phone, the receptionist put down the receiver and smiled professionally. "Student Su is in room 9430. You can go find him." Su Yenshi nodded gently and said thankfully, "Thank you." Then he walked towards the elevator. After she left, the freshmen were like crazy fans, asking, "Senior, who is that senior? She's so beautiful." "Yeah, when I saw her I was reminded of my first love." After hearing this, Several sophomores immediately poured cold water on the idea. Her name is Su Yenchi, and she's in the support department. Don't even think about it, she's already been officially announced, and the person who announced it is none other than Su Yenha, who was mentioned by the front desk just now. Anyone who wants to pursue Su Yenchi must first pass Su Yenha. Su Yenha is a senior in his junior year. He is very strong and one of the school's main fighting forces. Don't dream. The freshmen were stunned, but someone noticed something suspicious. That's not right. Su Yenchi and Su Yenha sound like brother and sister, don't they? The sophomore shrugged and said, we also thought they were brother and sister at first, but after Su Yenha publicly expressed his pursuit of Su Yenchi, we no longer saw it that way. After all, what brother would pursue his sister? It's just strange. Didn't Su Yenchi dislike Su Yenha before? Why did she suddenly come to him today? This is the 9th floor. Su Yenchi walked out of the elevator and arrived at the door of training room 9430. The door was wide open, obviously opened in advance. Without thinking, she gently pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as she entered the door, Su Yenchi saw Su Yenha with his bare chest waving a long spear. In the huge training room, Su Yenha was shirtless, with clear lines of strong muscles. He wore white trousers and waved a pitch-black halberd in both hands. The halberd looked heavy, but in Su Yenha's hand it was so light that it seemed weightless. Su Yenha continued to swing his halberd, leaving a dark trail in the training room, accompanied by a whirring sound. As if sensing Su Yenchi's approach, he paused after a final thrust of his halberd. Boom! Su Yenha held the halberd in his right hand and slammed the end of the halberd into the ground, making a dull thud. Just from the heavy stomping sound, one could feel the weight of the halberd in his hand. He looked at Su Yenchi and said. Su Yenchi nodded slightly. Why do you have time to come to me today? Su Yenha put the halberd back on the weapon rack, clapped his hands, and asked with a smile, is someone bothering you again? Do you want me to help you solve it? Come on. Su Yenchi rolled her eyes and said, ever since you insisted on making that official announcement, no one dares to harass me. He. Su Yenha smiled and said proudly, how about it? Isn't this trick of brother pretty good? It directly made those ungrateful guys quiet down. Su Yenchi glared at him again and said coquettishly, but if you just say you are my brother, you can scare them away. That's different. Su Yenha obviously had his own plans. I said I'm pursuing you, so those blind guys have to think carefully about whether they can be better than me. Because love rivals always have some comparisons with each other. But if I say I'm your biological brother, then things will be different. Why is it different? Su Yenchi asked. Su Yenha smiled slightly and said, if I say I am your brother, there will still be some ignorant guys who come to harass you. Because they don't need to compare themselves with me. They even directly include me in their plan to capture you. After all, if I really said that, they would only regard me as their brother-in-law, not as their opponent. Tell me, if it were you, would you rather pursue a girl with an outstanding brother or a girl with outstanding suitors? After hearing this, Su Yenchi thought about it carefully and found that the girl who had an outstanding brother was indeed easier to pursue. Because my brother is not an opponent at all, and sometimes he can even be a teammate. So, Su Yenha said with a smile, becoming your pursuer is the best way to prevent others from being unrealistic. Okay. Su Yenchi nodded slightly, convinced by Su Yenha. That's good to know. Su Yenha nodded in satisfaction and asked, so why did you suddenly come to see me today? Su Yenchi was silent for a while, then looked up at Su Yenha and said solemnly. Ji Churan was stunned. Brother, I think I've found someone who can enter the secret realm with me, but I'm still a little unsure. Su Yenha's smiling face suddenly froze. He looked at Su Yenchi with some uncertainty, and his tone became serious. Tell me more about it. In the independent dormitory of the Department of Natural Sciences, Ji Churan was checking the contents of the white box. There weren't too many things inside. Apart from the necessities distributed by the college, the rest were clothes given by Chen Meng. Ji Churan picked up an exquisitely packaged box and opened it. After opening it, what comes into view is a light blue communication bracelet and a white and blue student card with some patterns and the Chuan logo engraved on it. Ji Churan first looked at the communication bracelet and then tried to put it on his left hand. As Ji Churan put it on, a light curtain suddenly appeared on the light blue communication bracelet. This is a bit magical. Looking at this light curtain, Ji Churan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I don't know how long it took for this type of mobile phone to appear in my previous world. Ji Churan came back to his senses and looked at the light curtain. I saw a few lines of words flashing on the screen. Student's name, student ID number, student department, fill in the information? Ji Churan murmured, then stretched out his right hand and began to point at the light a few times. Student name, Ji Churan. Student ID, 4684-070-3001. Student department, Department of Natural Science. Start binding. As Ji Churan clicked to start binding, the bracelet began to emit a faint light, and a most annoying loading circle also appeared on the light screen. Fortunately, the loading circle did not appear for too long. It disappeared after about 2.5 seconds. What appeared instead was a welcome message. Welcome student Ji Churan to use the communication bracelet. After the welcome message disappeared, the light curtain changed and became very clean. There is very little software on the light curtain. There is nothing else besides communication software, student card store, school forum and information. Ji Churan opened these softwares out of curiosity and found that they gave him a sense of familiarity. The communication software is a bit similar to the green bubble in the previous life, but some of its functions are more advanced. The student card store is similar to the bank card store in the previous life, except that here, the student card store can purchase weapons, uniforms and combat skills, which is similar to online shopping. There is no need to say much about the school forums and information. Those who understand will understand. It's just, is there something missing? Ji Churan murmured, I feel like there's a fruit app missing. Well, I was thinking the wrong way. Ji Churan quickly suppressed his safe thoughts and began to bind his student card. He picked up his student card, pointed it at his communication halo, and lightly touched the two. With just a sizzling sound, the student card was bound. If Ji Churan wanted to pay later, he could use the communication bracelet to pay. If the communication bracelet can be used for payment, then why did Senior Han give me a bank card that day? Ji Churan murmured in confusion. Because he wanted to look cool? Ji Churan was a little confused, but he didn't intend to dwell on it. He clicked on the student card store on the screen, and then looked at his points. 100,000. 100,000 points, that's the monthly points for the top student in the Department of Natural Sciences. To be precise, the first place in each department will get 100,000 points every month. But if you are the first in the same class in the whole school, then the points per month will become 200,000. It can be said to be extremely rich. Normally, other students only get 3,000 points per month. Even if they are second in the department, they only get 70,000 points per month. And the first one is a full 30,000 more. It can be said that the gap is huge. One step slow, every step slow, one step weak, every step weak. Ji Churan said with emotion, talent is something, it's really hard to predict. Although there are many talented geniuses in this world. But, Ji Churan smiled slightly and looked at the system screen on the other side of him. Template progress, 23.18%. The template has now broken through the 20 mark, and the thunder in Ji Churan's body seems to have undergone some terrifying changes. However, how it changes specifically still needs to be tested later. After Ji Churan turned off the system, he paused for a moment and looked at the little man in his mind who was still practicing combat skills and boxing techniques. You're just a genius. How can you compare to a hard-working person like me? Even geniuses need to sleep, right? Even geniuses need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate, right? No matter how hard you practice, you still need to rest a little, right? Since you're resting, how can you possibly beat me? I'm practicing hard all the time. Talent determines the lower limit, while hard work determines the upper limit. I will definitely blaze a trail that no one has ever taken before and no one will follow after me. Until then, genius is just the threshold to meeting me. Try harder, try harder, try harder. Little man, practice for me. Ha ha, kid, have you put on the clothes I chose? How is it? Does it look good? Chen Meng laughed and pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, his smile froze. You're not wearing anything? Old Chen, you are really confused. Ji Churan said speechlessly. I must bind the bracelet and student card first. I can wear clothes when I have time. It seems so. Chen Meng touched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I want to see what these clothes look like on you. Wait. Ji Churan suddenly grasped the key point. Have you ever worn all these clothes? How is that possible? Chen Meng immediately explained, I bought all these new ones. It's just what? It's just that these clothes were bought according to what I wear. When Ji Churan heard this, he felt like the sky was falling. Broken, ruined. Because the clothes Chen Meng wears are not only not beautiful, but can even be said to be abstract. He wore a pair of tight-fitting pants on the lower body and a figure-hugging vest and a black jacket on the upper body. The combination is extremely abstract. Ji Churan no longer held much hope at this time. He looked at the white box with great concern and took out a piece of clothing tremblingly. As soon as he picked it up, Ji Churan discovered, hey, that's not right. This looks quite nice. But, old Chen, this dress doesn't suit your style at all. Ji Churan turned his head and looked at Chen Meng and asked. Chen Meng heard this and said with emotion, this is how I used to dress. Ji Churan took off his battle robe, revealing his white tactical underwear. He waved his hands and put on the white windbreaker that Chen Meng bought. Don't say that, don't say that. This white windbreaker looks extremely handsome on Ji Churan. At this moment, Ji Churan no longer seemed like a sharp weapon of war, but rather like a graceful and polite nobleman. Ji Churan came to the mirror and looked at himself, then said with some surprise, Old Chen, you're right. You have good taste. Ha 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 ha. Chen Meng laughed loudly and said proudly, I told you, my taste is not bad. But what are you doing now? Ji Churan suddenly pointed at Chen Meng's clothes and asked in confusion. Chen Meng's smile froze and he opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. Well, it's a long story. Then tell me more about it? Ji Churan said. Chen Meng opened his lips slightly when he heard this, as if he wanted to tell something about the past, but he quickly reacted, frowned, and said, don't ask questions about adults' affairs, little brat. Beep, beep. Suddenly, Chen Meng Meng's communication bracelet rang. He raised his hand to summon the light curtain and checked the information. After reading the information clearly, Chen Meng retracted the light screen, then looked at Ji Churan and said, "I've brought you something today. Please use your points wisely and don't waste them recklessly. Once you use up all your points, you can only earn more through the arena and missions. You kid, take care of yourself. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Chen Meng left Ji Churan's dormitory without looking back. Ji Churan scratched his head and became even more curious. What kind of person could call Chen Meng away directly? Could it be? Forget it, it's not good to pry into other people's privacy. It is more practical to follow directly. Ji Churan took a few steps and walked out of the house, but as soon as he came out, Ji Churan found Chen Meng is missing. Oh my god, did old Chen just use his supernatural powers to explode and fly away? Ji Churan looked around and became even more curious about the person who sent the message to Chen Meng. But since Chen Meng has already left, I am too lazy to look for him. Go to sleep and go to the training room tomorrow. Ji Churan muttered something, then turned around and went back into the house to rest. In the training place of the Department of Natural Sciences, a large number of freshmen are queuing up to rent a training room. Although these 2 days are still a rest time and the formal classes will start the day after tomorrow, this cannot stop the freshmen from being so eager. This group of freshmen didn't want to rest, and as soon as the points were distributed, they went directly to the training site to rent a training room. The main focus is one volume. However, this phenomenon is what many teachers want to see. The harder the younger generation works, the easier it will be for the human race to fight against invaders such as all races, strange beasts, and demons. In the practice place, many sophomores were slightly shocked by the scene before them when they entered the training site. Oh my god, shouldn't they be resting today? Why are they all here practicing? Just roll it up. After all, they have Ji Churan on their heads. Yes, the pressure on their class is indeed a bit great. Ji Churan is pressing on them, and there is also an SS-level person in the imperial capital. The pressure is really on them. But speaking of which, this is the first time that S-class and SS-class appear in the same class, right? Indeed, it has never happened before. I don't know what happened this year. No matter what happens, as long as they are all human, that's enough. The sophomores chatted with each other and then walked towards the training room they rented. Because the practice room is very large, it can be shared in principle. Therefore, many ordinary students choose to share a house, which will be cheaper. Of course, if you like a quiet environment or like to practice alone, it is better to rent a room alone. As soon as Ji Churan stepped into the training place, he was stunned. I was confused in my sleep? Ji Churan rubbed his eyes and looked at his communication bracelet. September 15th. Yes, today is a day off. Aren't classes officially starting on September 17th? Why are there so many people queuing at the practice site today? Even Jiang Fengmao was in the queue. Oh my god, they are all the lottery kings? Ji Churan sighed softly, then ignored the people in line and walked forward. Ji Churan didn't need to queue because he had already rented a training room in advance. To be precise, it was Chen Meng who rented the training room. Before the college entrance examination, Ji Churan had already arrived at Sichuanchongqing University of Special Abilities, and Chen Meng also rented a training room for Ji Churan for full years on loan. In other words, during his 4 years in college, Ji Churan did not have to spend any points to rent a training room. As long as he comes, he can directly enter the practice room to practice. For 4 years, that training room was Ji Churan's exclusive training room. This is how geniuses are treated. There is no such thing as fairness in the world. Resources will always be tilted towards those with better talents. There is only one way for ordinary people to obtain resources: fight at all costs. Ji Churan walked towards the elevator step by step, and the freshmen in line also looked at Ji Churan. Not to mention the freshmen, even the sophomores looked at Ji Churan. There was no way. At this time, Ji Churan had a lot of acquaintances not only in school but also outside. Another top scholar with full marks in a century. The gold content is huge and the exposure it has received is also huge. Of course, the pressure is also enormous. Expectations and disappointments are directly proportional. The greater the expectations, the greater the despair and disappointment. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. However, is Ji Churan afraid of these? Of course he is not afraid. No matter which way the wind blows, it's all northwest wind in my mouth. Among the people queuing, Jiang Fengmao also noticed Ji Churan. He didn't care about the eyes around him, stretched out his hand and waved, shouting, "Brother Ji, here, here." Ji Churan glanced sideways when he heard this and responded with a smile. Jiang Fengmao asked with a grin, "Brother Ji, are you here to rent a training room as well? Come here, I'll go to the back of the line." Jiang Fengmao left an empty seat for Ji Churan while he made a move to walk to the back. The pockmarked boy next to him pulled Jiang Fengmao and said, "Brother Jiang, how about I let Brother Ji do it? I'm not in a hurry." "How can that be?" Jiang Fengmao immediately said with a stern face, "Since I have accepted you as my younger brother, I absolutely cannot let you down. Besides, it was me who wanted to let Brother Ji go. Why should I let you go to the back? You better stay here." Ma Zi's face was filled with emotion. "Brother Jiang, you are so good to me." Jiang Fengmao waved his hand and said with a smile, smile, of course I should. Then he looked at Ji Churan and said with a smile, come on, brother Ji, I volunteer. Ji Churan smiled and waved his hand, saying, no, you can continue to queue up. My training room has already been rented out. After saying that, Ji Churan waved his hand and walked towards the elevator. At this moment, Jiang Fengmao, the pockmarked boy and the others around him were stunned. Didn't the points get distributed today? When did Ji Churan rent the training room? Could it be yesterday? That's not right. We were here yesterday, but we didn't see Ji Churan. The training room that Chen Meng rented for Ji Churan is located on the 9th floor, 9001. That's right, Ji Churan's training room is the first room on the 9th floor. At the same time, it is also a room inside the 9th floor. After getting out of the elevator, he went straight to his training room. After arriving at 9001, Ji Churan raised his eyes slightly and looked at the iris recognition device next to the door. With a beep, the door of the training room opened with a click. Ji Churan gave a gentle push and walked into the training room. The training room where Ji Churan is located is fully equipped. There are mechanical dolls, various E-class weapons, which cannot be taken away, as well as massage rooms, lounges, toilets, entertainment rooms and virtual battle rooms. Basically, a practice room can be considered a qualified living place. The purpose of the academy's design is to enable students to practice better. The virtual battle room is a bit more interesting. It was only recently tested and put into use. To be precise, only the 5 major universities were installed in advance. After testing, the virtual battle room was first chosen for use by 5 prestigious universities. It may take some time for other ordinary schools to use it. The function of the virtual room is to use virtual images to simulate strange beasts to train the user. The virtual battle room was created by a special psychic. It can be said that this psychic was involved in the creation of many virtual items. He is a groundbreaking supernatural being, and this virtual battle room is the product he has been researching over the years. I just don't know how proficient my combat skills are now. Ji Churan tidied up his battle robe and weapons, and walked directly towards the virtual combat room. He wanted to try out what this virtual battle room was like. Because the training room is bound to the student's personal information, the virtual battle room inside the room also has the student's personal information. This means that Ji Churan does not need to bind it again and can use it directly. He slowly pushed open the door and stepped into the virtual battle room. The interior of the virtual battle room is quite sci-fi, with both the walls and the floor filled with a futuristic sense of technology. The gorgeous patterned walls and floors made Ji Churan slightly amazed. It's quite exciting. I wonder if there will be mechas later. Ji Churan murmured, if a mecha appears, hiss. Scientists, come on. Ji Churan could only silently cheer for the scientists and support them ideologically. Ji Churan came to the center of the room. In the center of the room is a black and gold dome with a white light emanating from the middle. Above the light, a pair of high-tech headphones is quietly placed there. Headphones? Ji Churan picked up the headphones and looked at them doubtfully. Could this be the tool to connect to the virtual battle scene? Ji Churan looked around uncertainly and found a blue, white and black rest cabin on his right. There are some flow lines on the surface of the rest chamber, and blue light is constantly flowing and flashing above the lines, which looks very technological. Is this a virtual warehouse? Ji Churan was confused again. At this moment, he was just like Granny Lu when she entered the Grand View Garden, knowing nothing. The most important thing is that this thing doesn't come with an instruction manual. Ji Churan looked left and right but couldn't find the instruction manual. In the end, he reluctantly put on the high-tech headphones, wanting to try whether he could lie directly into the virtual cabin and enter the virtual scene. But when he put on the headphones, a voice silenced him. Welcome to the virtual battle room feature. I'm your virtual battle assistant. You can name me. Next, I'll provide the instructions. Please check them carefully. A mechanical voice sounded in Ji Churan's ears, making Ji Churan fall into silence. So after all this time, this headset is the instruction manual? Then what did I just spend half a day doing? It's ruined. I've become a clown. Ji Churan's mouth twitched wildly. He rubbed his forehead helplessly before starting to read the instructions. As Ji Churan's mind moved, the headphones he was wearing suddenly changed. A small light screen suddenly popped up from the earphones and appeared in front of Ji Churan's left eye, like a monocle. Ji Churan looked at the instructions on the light screen. This virtual product is dedicated to providing a good training venue and opportunity for those with special abilities. The figures and data of the various beasts, demons, and races are all from the official website. The specific values are based on reality, so please do not use them as a reference. This is... Ji Churan murmured in surprise. Disclaimer? Are you worried that someone might take the virtual beast's strength seriously and then go out and fight the real beast in reality? Good boy, it's not impossible. Ji Churan murmured, then continued reading. How to use. The user enters the virtual warehouse and wears the equipment according to the instructions in the virtual warehouse. Friendly reminder, remember to wear the instruction headphones, otherwise you will not be able to communicate with the assistant. Is it just so plain and simple? Ji Churan was a little confused. Are the instructions for using this virtual battle room so plain and simple? Okay, Okay, I like it. Ji Churan closed the light curtain and reached out to open the virtual warehouse. Click, whoosh, a switch sound was heard and Ji Churan opened the virtual warehouse. As the virtual warehouse opened, what came into Ji Churan's sight were 5 relatively thick, thread-like mechanical lines. 4 of the mechanical wires have flat suction cups similar to magnets, while the one in the middle has a wearable device similar to a ventilator. The virtual warehouse is very large, and it seems that in order to take into account the comfort of the users, the size of the virtual warehouse is designed to accommodate 3 people. Ji Churan stepped into the virtual warehouse, and a light curtain appeared before his eyes. It is the instruction manual. After reading the instructions, Ji Churan finally understood. It turns out that the 4 suction cup-shaped mechanical wires are used to absorb the limbs, while the one with a mechanical wire similar to that of a ventilator is used to be worn on the face. As for its use, it is not mentioned in the manual. However, Ji Churan's own understanding is that these 5 mechanical lines are used to simulate human muscle movements. After Ji Churan put on the 5 mechanical wires according to the instructions, he lay down in the virtual warehouse, and then an idea came to his mind. Enter a virtual battle. The next moment, Ji Churan felt his head dizzy and his vision blurred. When Qingming Festival came again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This is an area surrounded by blue, similar to the initial creation interface of the game. There is nothing else except the endless technological blue. Ji Churan looked around, then gently raised his hand and moved his legs. Ji Churan suddenly stretched out his right hand and lightly punched himself in the chest. A muffled sound was heard, accompanied by an impact and pain. It's actually so real? Ji Churan felt it was a little unbelievable, because at this moment he really felt that he had come to another world. Ji Churan wanted to laugh at himself. He shook his head, put aside unnecessary thoughts, and looked up at the light screen in front of him. There are 5 major items on the light curtain. Teaching by famous teachers, combat simulation, weapon testing, combat skills testing, multiplayer battles, pending testing. Ji Churan looked at the 5 major items and had a rough guess in his mind. When famous teachers teach, they usually preload the combat skills of some powerful superpowers into the virtual combat system for students to learn. The practice of combat skills is indeed easier to learn under the guidance of a teacher. But Ji Churan is an exception. A good teacher may not be as fast as him, the villain. However, I don't know if there is any practice method. Normally, the cultivation methods are taught on the first day of school, which is the first class in college. They are taught by professional college teachers, and the cultivation methods taught are also the ones that are consistent with the general public. Supernatural bodybuilding method. This technique was released by the chief 100 years ago. It can be said to be the technique with the widest audience and is very suitable for public practice. Although there are other techniques, they are either difficult to learn or not as powerful as the superpower bodybuilding method, so they are relatively useless to learn. In addition, as the chief of the realm King Realm, he himself practiced this technique, so this technique became a common technique in universities across the country. Even Chen Meng, Xiao Ting, and Li Yi are learning this technique. Of course, you can learn more exercises. After all, some unique exercises are quite good to learn. Now Ji Churan actually has a method of practicing martial arts. This cultivation method is the energy reshaping taught to him by Li Yi. Energy reshaping is both a combat skill and a martial art. It can cultivate spiritual power. Now Ji Churan did not practice any martial arts, but he still reached the lower level of the Glimmer realm, mostly because of his combat skills. Because when combat skills are practiced to a certain level, one can also improve his cultivation. Sure enough, only by practicing hard like me can I surpass the others. Ji Churan murmured with a smile, then chose the combat simulation. He wanted to see how advanced his fighting skills had become now. Following Ji Churan's choice, the light curtain suddenly floated and then changed. The next moment, the light curtain turned into wisps of starlight and dissipated in the air. The space around Ji Churan also began to become blurred. Before Ji Churan could react, the space around him had completely changed. The surrounding area turned into grassland. The fresh air, warm sunshine, and gentle breeze make people feel as if they have really arrived on the grassland. Ji Churan looked around in amazement and was very surprised. This is a little too real. Could it be that the person who created this virtual system is a traveler from another world? Does he think we are the 4th calamity? No, this isn't a real world, so is it really a virtual world? Fuck, this is so exciting. As a person of the new era, Ji Churan was still amazed when he first experienced the virtual scene. At this moment, he really seemed to have traveled to another world, which was surprising. But where is the testing machine? Ji Churan looked at it in confusion and muttered, "Does the tester need to start the test?" Suddenly, the voice of the assistant came to his ears. Ji Churan then remembered that he hadn't named it yet, so he said, "Yes, Gooden, I'll start the test. Robotic puppet has been released." The assistant was silent for a while before speaking. The next moment, a mechanical doll similar in shape to Ji Churan appeared 10 meters away from him. There are some differences between mechanical dolls and real mechanical dolls. The mechanical puppets here are made up of small blue blocks, similar to data blocks, nice and look very fantastic. Ji Churan didn't think too much about it, but instead thought about which combat skill he should test first. Let's try Meteoric Storm first. Ji Churan slowly came to the front of the mechanical doll and began to bow slightly. Ji Churan suddenly stopped halfway through the bow. Wait, can I control the explosion of thunder now? Gather the thunder balls together, then throw them out and detonate them. Hiss. Buddha's wrathful thunder? Okay, let's do it. As Ji Churan thought about it, his eyes lit up. He immediately retreated and came to a distance of 50 meters from the mechanical puppet. Ji Churan's mind moved, and thunder instantly erupted around his body. He controlled himself with his mind and made himself fly. After flying in the air, Ji Churan began to gather thunder towards his arms. Countless thunders exploded crackling on Ji Churan's body and rushed towards Ji Churan's right hand at a rapid speed. The atmosphere also became heavy at this moment. Thunder continued to gather in Ji Churan's right hand, and a ball of thunder was also produced on his right hand. From small to big, getting bigger and bigger. Big thunder. If a man wants to play, he should play with big thunder. At this moment, Ji Churan's eyes flashed with thunder, lightning surrounded his body, and a huge ball of thunder gathered in his right hand, just like a thunder lord. Meteoric Storm, go. Ji Churan muttered softly, then waved his right hand and threw the huge thunder ball in his hand out. The thunder ball flew towards the mechanical puppet as if it was equipped with a tracking device. In an instant, the thunder ball hit the mechanical doll. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Thunder flashed instantly, and the mechanical puppet began to shake and tremble continuously. The virtual cubes of the mechanical doll also began to flow rapidly at this time, as if it was calculating something. The thunder ball kept attaching to the mechanical doll and flashing, like a dogskin plaster. It's not over yet. Ji Churan snorted softly. Explode it for me. Suddenly, Ji Churan detonated the thunder ball in the distance. The thunder ball was like a remote-controlled bomb, exploding as Ji Churan detonated it. In an instant, countless thunders raged. At this moment, a huge, all-consuming ball of thunder also spread in all directions. The wind was blowing violently and thunder was heard instantly. The grass on the grassland was also blown around by the strong wind generated by the explosion. A violent and terrifying aura instantly swept out from the grassland and spread in all directions. Ji Churanfai raised his hand slightly in the sky to block the wind and waves caused by the explosion of the thunderball. After a full 10 seconds, the thunderball that shot up into the sky slowly dissipated into the sky, revealing the horrific remains of war. Ji Churan looked in the direction of the mechanical doll. At this time, with the mechanical doll as the center point, the grassland on the ground had disappeared within a distance of several hundred meters. Instead, there were patches of charred land and bursts of thunder that were still flashing. Meteoric Storm, so terrifying. Ji Churan took a deep breath and found it a little unbelievable. It was just a sudden thought, but I didn't expect the power it displayed would be so great. Moreover, the destructive power was too terrifying, completely beyond Ji Churan's expectations. The most terrifying thing is that Ji Churan didn't consume any supernatural powers at all. If it were anyone else, they would probably faint after this attack. However, Ji Churan has no blue bar. No, he is cheating. Sure enough, only hard work is the real way. My dear, you must do your best. Ji Churan flew to the front of the mechanical doll and wanted to see his combat skills data. At this time, the mechanical puppet stood on the charred ground, and the small virtual cubes on its body were spinning rapidly, as if it was calculating something. About 8 seconds later, the robot responded. Strength, Lower Twilight Realm. Combat skill, Meteoric Storm, Offensive type. Power, Final Energy Realm, overdraws all-out attack. Proficiency, Subtle, Overall Evaluation, SSS. Has the power reached the level of a full-strength attack from overdrawing supernatural powers at the lower energy level? Ji Churan clenched his fists and muttered to himself. The Yuanning realm is where the psychic builds a pool of Yuanning in the body, which can provide the psychic with additional powers. It can be said that as long as a psychic enters the Yuanning realm, his psychic power reserves will increase significantly. The energy reserve of the Yuanning realm is 3 times that of the Weiguang realm, and one can imagine how powerful a full-strength attack that can make an energy realm overdraw all its supernatural powers is. You know, Ji Churan is only in the Twilight realm at this time. A full-strength attack from the energy realm, using overdrawn supernatural powers from the Glimmer realm. The most important thing is, Ji Churan didn't feel any consumption of his supernatural powers at all. In other words, at this moment, Ji Churan can completely fight against multiple people of lower energy realm by pulling and pulling. A true fighting monster. And the most shocking thing is, at this time, Ji Churan had already mastered Meteoric Storm to a high level. Just one more step and his Meteoric Storm will reach the level of Unity Proficiency. Hang up, cough cough, hang up brother. It's so scary. Ji Churan let out a long breath and suppressed his excitement. Isn't it just the power of one strike at the Yuanning realm? It's not enough, not enough. I am only at the Yuanning realm, not even qualified to go to the battlefield of all races. I still need to work hard. Ji Churan looked at the mechanical doll and thought about something in his mind. Can a mechanical doll test energy reshaping? After all, the energy reshaping reshaping that Li Yi taught him was essentially just creating clones and enhancing mental strength. The strength of the clone is also linked to the proficiency, so, can the mechanical doll be tested? Forget it, let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Ji Churan took a step back and his mind moved. Sizzle, crackling. As thunder suddenly appeared on Ji Churan's body, a thunder clone formed by thousands of thunders appeared beside Ji Churan. The next moment, the thunder clone began to gradually solidify and finally turned into a clone that was exactly the same as Ji Churan. Ji Churan looked at his clone and nodded with satisfaction. Don't tell me, this clone is exactly like me. It perfectly shows my handsomeness. Ji Churan murmured with a smile, then stepped back slightly and began to control his clone with his mind. With the control of the original body Ji Churan, the clone Ji Churan began to act. Ji Churan turned his head to look at the mechanical doll, then raised his right hand and clenched a hollow fist. Then, thunder suddenly appeared around his body, and countless thunders gathered towards Ji Churan's right hand, and finally gathered into a thunder spear in his right hand. Ji Churan held the thunder spear and threw it out. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning flashed. A powerful sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a trail of thunder streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the thunder spear hit the mechanical puppet, causing it to tremble and shake rapidly. The small blocks on the mechanical doll also began to flow rapidly. Ji Churan waved his hand slightly and took back the thunder clone. At this moment, Ji Churan only felt dizzy and accompanied by bursts of pain. Ji Churan didn't feel anything if he maintained his clone and prevented him from attacking. But once he controlled his clone to attack, his head would hurt badly. What's going on? Could it be that his mental power couldn't allow his clone to attack? But if he couldn't allow his clone to attack, then what was the point of this combat technique? Ji Churan shook his head and tried to suppress his discomfort as he tried to get closer to the mechanical puppet. But the next second, he fainted and fell in front of the mechanical doll. It hurts, it hurts. It was unknown how long it took before Ji Churan opened his eyes in a daze. At this time, he still felt a little pain in his head. He slowly sat up and calmed down. After about a minute, Ji Churan slowly stood up and looked around. He was surrounded by a strange place where scorched earth and grassland met. Am I still in the virtual battle scene? Ji Churan murmured, then turned his head to look at the mechanical puppet. This sight made Ji Churan stunned. I saw that the mechanical doll was displaying a piece of data at this time. Strength, lower twilight realm. Combat skill, energy reshaping, spiritual type. Power, lower soul realm, overdraws mental power to strike with full force. Proficiency, mastery, overall evaluation, unknown. Am I dazzled? Ji Churan rubbed his eyes and then gently hit his head. Look carefully again. Oh my god, an overdraft attack from a lower level soul control realm? Ji Churan opened his mouth wide, somewhat unsure. My own clone's attack, is it an attacking spirit? I always thought that the clone's attack was an ordinary physical attack, but now it seems that I was wrong. I actually made a mistake while playing with my energy recast. My energy recast is not a useless skill at all, but it's the real trump card. An attack that penetrates the lower level of the Soul Guardian realm with one strike. What is the concept? In the realm of Lingxi, the use of supernatural powers is meticulous, which can better bring out the effectiveness of supernatural powers. Above the Lingxi realm is the Yuhuan realm, where supernatural powers and souls begin to fit together and can begin to release mental shocks. It can make others dizzy, paralyzed, or even lose consciousness for a long time. On the battlefield, any moment of distraction can be fatal. Some psychics, after possessing powerful mental powers, can even shatter the enemy's consciousness with one blow. In other words, as long as the mental strength is strong enough, it can crush the enemy and even kill with a single glance. And now, with the strength of the Weird Light realm, Ji Churan can use his mental power to kill a lower-level soul control realm cultivator. What a concept! Could it be because I'm a time traveler? So my mental strength is much stronger than others? Ji Churan murmured, still feeling a little dreamy. I originally thought that I was only at the Twilight realm, so I should be humble and modest and not be too arrogant. It would not be good if someone held a grudge against me. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But now it seems, I'm being modest to you. Respecting others is, to some extent, putting yourself at a disadvantage. I want to be extremely rampant. We are friends in private, but once we are on the battlefield, on the competition stage, we are enemies. When facing the enemy, I just act recklessly. Is the school competition next? Things are getting interesting. Finally, Ji Churan was ready to test his last combat skill again. Ji Churan recalled Xiao Ting's Rai Qi. A very violent and sharp lightning strike was launched from a long distance, with extremely strong power. However, Ji Churan discovered a flaw in Raikiri that is easy to dodge. Is there any way to make Raikiri more powerful and more accurate? Ji Churan thought of a perfect method in an instant. The main reason why Raikiri is not accurate is because it is too far away. If I use Raikiri face-to-face at close range, how will you respond? If I throw a close-range Raikiri attack in front of you, won't you explode? If I stuff a meteoric storm directly into your mouth, won't you explode again and again? Thinking of this, Ji Churan immediately realized a new level and a new realm. Sure enough, only the one that is close to the face is the strongest. The gun is indeed very fast at a distance of 7 steps, but isn't it also fast and accurate within 7 steps? Therefore, the closer the distance, the greater the power. Output close to the face, and use the maximum power close to the face. This is the right way. This is the law. After understanding the correct way to use Raikiri, Jichuren was ready to start trying it. He first asked the assistant, "Gooden, can this mechanical puppet move?" The next second, Gooden's voice was heard. "Can move, but cannot attack. Does the user want to activate the movement mode? If so, please select the movement level of the mechanical puppet." "Can I choose my realm?" Jichuren murmured. If he could really choose randomly, he would like to choose the King Kai realm. He wants to see how terrifying the speed of the King Kai realm will be. Yes, but you can only choose a movement level that is one major realm higher than your own. That means I can only choose the lower energy realm at most? Jichuren asked in surprise. Listening to Gooden's reply, Jichuren became a little depressed. It seems that my idea of trying to see the speed of the King realm is no longer feasible. This is probably the reason why the creators want students to practice down to earth instead of aiming too high. You have to take one step at a time, otherwise you will easily get into trouble. Eat your meal one bite at a time, otherwise you may choke easily. However, how fast you walk and how much you eat depends on your personal talent. In that case, I will choose the mobile mode and the realm of lower energy, Jichuren said. As Gooden finished speaking, the mechanical doll not far away from Jichuren immediately began to flash, and then in the blink of an eye, the mechanical doll disappeared from its original place. So fast. Jichuren was suddenly startled and quickly began to look for the mechanical doll. After searching for about half a second, Jichuren finally saw the figure of the mechanical doll. The mechanical puppet was seen flashing rapidly across the grassland as if teleporting. Every time it flashed, it would leave a blue trail on the ground. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. "Is this Thunder Element?" Jichuren murmured. "Yes, in mobile mode, the ability selection is completely random. Congratulations to the student who randomly got the lightning ability. Then I am really lucky." Jichuren licked his lips with a smile, his eyes fixed on the rapidly moving mechanical puppet. The next moment, thunder began to crackle on Jichuren's body, and his eyes also flashed with thunder at this moment. Thousands of thunders surrounded his body, making him look extremely powerful. Jichuren looked at the mechanical puppet and decided to see the difference between having it attached to the face and not. So he focused his attention and brought his hands together in the distance. Countless bolts of lightning converged in his hands, and the azure lightning threads made a sizzling sound. Jichuren shouted softly, then suddenly opened his hands. A thunderbolt formed by countless thunders flew towards the mechanical puppet with an extremely terrifying momentum. For this attack, Jichuren concentrated all his energy and kept judging the landing point of the mechanical doll in his mind. The purpose is to ensure that his Raikiri attack will hit the opponent steadily. But obviously, he still failed. The mechanical puppet fell exactly as he had expected. However, the mechanical puppet in the lower energy realm managed to dodge the attack with its supernatural powers. Although he was hit by the thunder around him, the power was not very great. Seeing this, Jichuren stood up straight, shook his head and murmured, "Sure enough, you still have to stick to your face." After he finished speaking, a flash of lightning appeared in Jichuren's eyes. The next moment, the thunder around his body began to riot, and he turned into a ray of lightning and flew towards the mechanical puppet. The extremely fast speed drove the green grass on the grassland, causing the grass to bend down for Jichuren. Seeing Jichuren rushing towards him, the mechanical puppet also kept retreating. However, the lightning ability simulated by the mechanical puppet is most likely A-level. How could an A-level ability possibly compare to his S-level ability? What's more, his S-level ability has now transformed and can be regarded as the top among the S-level. It won't even take long before his S-level ability will transform into SS level. By then, my strength will be even more terrifying. On the grassland, Jichuren was getting closer and closer to the mechanical doll, and the mechanical doll's computing power knew that it could not outrun Jichuren. Then the robot actually started to move in an S shape. However, this is not a problem at all for Jichuren. You can do the S shape, so why can't I? Finally, after chasing for a while, Jichuren caught up with the mechanical doll. Looking at the mechanical doll so close to him, Jichuren grinned. His hands had already gathered together the Raikiri, and he was waiting for this moment. Jichuren shouted softly and opened his hands. Countless lightning bolts gathered together and were released directly onto the face of the mechanical doll. There is no need to even fire. As soon as it is gathered, it will directly chop the mechanical puppet, which can be said to be an explosive output at close range. Suddenly, thunder appeared. A terrifying sizzling sound and a huge blue flash appeared above the grassland. The robot puppet seemed to be paralyzed and stopped running away. There were constant crackling sounds of lightning all over its body, and at the same time, its body was constantly shaking and smoking, just like a real person being hit by Raikiri. After Jichuren hit the robot face with Raikiri, he retreated 10 meters away and watched the robot tremble quietly. In fact, if he he were facing a real person, Ji Churan could still launch a Starfall Storm at this time. It is difficult for a real person to move when he is paralyzed by thunder. Therefore, if I were to use a meteoric storm at this moment, the enemy would be killed. Even if you don't die, you will still give me a layer of skin. The mechanical puppet trembled for about 10 seconds before slowly calming down. After calming down, the mechanical puppet immediately began to calculate. The small cube in its body kept spinning and floating. 2.5 seconds later, Ji Churan's attack was tested. Strength, Lower Twilight Realm. Combat skill, Raikiri, attack type, dot. Power, Middle Energy Realm, overdraws all-out attack. Proficiency, proficient, overall rating, SSS+. A strike from the middle level of energy? Ji Churan murmured. So, only if you deal full damage at close range can you be comparable to the middle level of energy? If anyone knew what Ji Churan was thinking, they would simply call him a pervert. You know, the mechanical puppet's calculation method is to overdraw all the superpowers in one blow. An ordinary psychic might launch an attack with a power that is even lower than his own realm. For example, an ordinary upper-level Twilight Realm cultivator might only be able to launch an attack with the power of a full-strength attack launched by a lower-level or middle-level Twilight Realm cultivator who has overdrawn his supernatural powers. Because the way the mechanical puppet judges is to overdraw its supernatural power and attack with all its strength. If an ordinary psychic wants to hit an attack of the same level as his own, he can only do so by overdrawing his psychic power and making a full-strength attack. And what about Ji Churan? A Starfall Storm is comparable to an overdraft attack from the lowest level of energy realm. A Raikiri attack is comparable to an overdraft attack from a mid-level energy realm. You know, after using these two skills, Ji Churan didn't feel tired at all, as if these two skills were just normal attacks. A normal attack is equivalent to someone else's full-strength attack, which shows how terrifying Ji Churan's fighting power is. The only thing that might make Ji Churan feel tired is ability reshaping. But energy reshaping can actually deliver an overdraft attack at the lower level of the soul realm. It's a life-saving skill. It can be said that Ji Churan today is a living weapon of war. But Ji Churan himself is still not satisfied. I still need to work harder. Ji Churan murmured. My attack is still too weak. I need to work harder to become stronger. My dear, you must work hard on your training. We are too very strong. Ji Churan looked at the little man who was constantly practicing in his mind and nodded with satisfaction on his face. We are really awesome. However, with my current strength, Ji Churan looked at his fist and squeezed it slightly. I should be able to act arrogantly in the school competition, right? Ji Churan briefly calculated the time. 2 months later, around November 10th, the school-wide competition will begin. The overall score in the school was divided into 2 camps. One is the freshman camp, whose main purpose is to select the main members of the first group and students who will participate in the elite training camp. The opponents of the freshman camp are all freshmen. In the competition 2 months later, Ji Churan faced students from the same class as him. The other camp is the Republican group, which is composed of sophomores and juniors. The purpose is to select the main students of the Republican group in order to prepare for the national competition. As for the seniors in their senior year, they have already left school and started working on missions across the country. It is worth mentioning that freshmen can also participate in the national competition, and their opponents are all freshmen. But the Republican group is different. Not only will they meet sophomores and juniors, they will even meet seniors who stay on campus. The water is deep. My current goal is to get first place in the school competition and then participate in the elite training camp to beat the talents from other schools. Finally, I'll try to find a way to get into the Republic group and compete against sophomores and juniors from other schools. Ji Churan murmured. I don't know if the supernatural bodybuilding method will have much effect on me. I'll wait and see when school starts the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Ji Churan subconsciously asked, by the way, Gooden, what time is it now? September 17th, 8:59 a.m. September 17th, that's still early, we can still test it. Gooden, what number did you say? September 17th, 9 a.m. Oh my god. Ji Churan was stunned. I was unconscious for so long, but why don't I feel hungry or thirsty at all? This virtual product can provide first-time users with 7 days of free energy replenishment, which is enough for users to spend 7 days intact. If you want to replenish energy after 7 days, you need to purchase energy using your points. Do you need some energy? A 7-day energy supply only costs 3,000 points, or 10,000 points a month. No need to add anything for now. Ji Churan was in no mood to add anything. If it was any other time, he would have skipped class. After all, in the world of geniuses, teachers would not interfere too much. But the problem is that today is the day to teach the superpower bodybuilding method. How could this be possible? Class starts at 8:30, and I'm only half an hour late, so I should still be in time. Thinking of this, Ji Churan immediately exited the virtual combat mode and climbed out of the virtual warehouse. After turning it over, Ji Churan really didn't feel any hunger or thirst, not even tired. This virtual combat mode is really a good thing. Ji Churan muttered something, then ran out of the training room at a rapid speed. However, what Ji Churan Churan did not expect was that as soon as he opened the door of the training room, he saw Chen Meng standing outside the door. "Old Chen?" Ji Churan braked the car and shouted in surprise. "Hey, you little brat, you finally made it out." Chen Meng saw Ji Churan coming out and said unhappily, "Come on, you little pervert, what were you doing in there? You even forgot the first day of school." Ji Churan touched his head embarrassedly and said awkwardly, "I was practicing and then testing the power of my combat skills, but I accidentally over-tested it." "Ha!" Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan and said, "So what are the results of the test?" "It's not very ideal." Ji Churan sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Chen Meng patted Ji Churan's shoulder gently and comforted him. "It's okay. It's normal for the power tested to be lower than your own level. After all, the algorithm of the mechanical puppet is, the falling starstorm has barely reached the power of the lower energy realm, while the thunderblade only has the power of the middle energy realm." Ji Churan sighed and said, "Alas, I'm still not working hard enough." Cough cough cough. Chen Meng felt choked by his saliva before he could finish his words. His tiger eyes were as big as copper bells, looking at Ji Churan in disbelief. "What did you just say? What realm of power?" Chen Meng grabbed Ji Churan's arms and asked again in disbelief. "The last level of energy realm and the middle level of energy realm," Ji Churan said. "What a pervert the password is." Chen Meng cursed. "What is talent? What the hell is talent? A lower level Twilight Realm cultivator can use combat skills that are comparable to an overdraft attack from the last and middle level energy realm cultivators. Is this called talent? What's the difference between this and opening it?" 666. This is not even salty. Chen Meng took a few deep breaths and felt extremely regretful. "I regret not bringing any quick-acting heart pills." He felt that if he continued to stay with Ji Churan like this, his worldview would collapse one day. Is this a world of geniuses? It took Chen Meng a long time to recover. He looked at Ji Churan, his lips slightly opened, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Ji Churan smiled slightly and chose to change the subject. "Old Chen, what are you doing here? Don't you have to go to class?" "Hey, you little brat." Chen Meng didn't want to continue to argue, and said, "I'm the dean of teaching after all. Why do I need to teach general skills?" "Then you wait here for a while, I'm going to class first." Upon hearing this, Ji Churan nudged Chen Meng and prepared to run out. Chen Meng pulled Ji Churan aside and said speechlessly, "Are you sick? I'm already here. Why are you still going to class?" "You?" Ji Churan also reacted and looked at Chen Meng and said, "So, old Chen, you are here specifically to teach me martial arts?" Chen Meng released Ji Churan's hand and said, "Yes, your homeroom teacher came directly to inform me when he saw that you didn't come to class." At this point, Chen Meng glared at Ji Churan angrily and said, "You little pervert, do you know how important you are now? You know, if you don't come to the classroom, your homeroom teacher won't teach you the exercises in advance. You could say your entire class is waiting for you." This, Ji Churan touched his head awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "Can't the class start earlier?" "What the hell?" Chen Menghu glared and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you before? Geniuses are always treated specially, and you are a true genius right now. Don't even mention the whole class waiting for you. If the whole school goes out to participate in a competition one day and you don't show up, the whole school will have to wait for you." This, Ji Churan was stunned. He didn't expect that he had become so important without realizing it. But it makes sense when I think about it. The talent and strength I have shown so far are indeed terrifying. Whether it is the strength of being in the Twilight Realm at the beginning of school or the ability to reserve high-level supernatural powers, it is worthy of the school to treat him in this way. It seems that sometimes, you really have to be awesome to cheat. So, you better pay attention to your sense of time in important situations. Chen Meng continued, especially on the battlefield. In some battles, a difference of milliseconds can cost lives. I understand. Ji Churan nodded heavily. Although he did not want to be late this time, he was indeed late. All I can say is that energy reshaping is still too much and too supermodel. All of a sudden, all the mental energy in my brain was drained away. It seems that I need to deal with the use of energy reshaping carefully in the future. There would be no problem if you just summoned an ordinary clone without attacking. But if you want to let the clone attack, you have to think carefully. Alright, you little brat. Chen Meng patted Ji Churan's shoulder gently and said, "Come into the training room. I'll teach you the technique. I have already informed your homeroom teacher in advance. Your class has already started teaching, so you don't need to go. I will teach you personally, and with your talent, you can probably learn this technique just by reading it once. There's no need to waste time." Ji Churan nodded when he heard this, and returned to the training room with Chen Meng. Because this training room will be Ji Churan's training room for the next few years, everything he needs has already been placed in the room. Sofas and other things must be complete. After Chen Meng found a place to sit down, he took out a martial arts book from his pocket. It looked relatively new and had 5 large, ancient characters written on the cover. Supernatural Bodybuilding Method. Created by the chief, this is a practice suitable for the general public with special abilities. Its function is to continue to spread the supernatural powers into the body during the process of cultivating supernatural powers, so that the body can also get the necessary exercise. This allows the physical strength and supernatural power strength to match, so as to cope with more difficult battles. Ji Churan took the martial arts book, flipped through it and began to read. As Ji Churan read, the little man in his mind began to act. What surprised Ji Churan was that the little man in his mind was no longer the same as before. After acquiring a new combat skill, he began to train intermittently. In the past, no matter how many combat skills a villain had learned, it would always be trained in an interspersed manner. That is, the little man will train Meteoric Storm once, then train Raikiri once, and then train Energy Reshaping once, and so on. Each combat skill is practiced once, with the main goal of treating everyone equally. But when it came to practicing the skills, the villain changed. It split from a little man into two little men. That's right, there is one more villain in Ji Churan's mind. The one on the left is still interspersed with training combat skills, but the one on the right started to be slightly dazed, probably because Ji Churan had not finished reading the superpower bodybuilding method, so the little guy on the right did not start to act. Ji Churan ignored his shock and quickly finished reading the superpower bodybuilding method. As he finished reading the supernatural bodybuilding method, the little man on the right side of his mind moved. He saw the little man on the right side of his mind sitting down cross-legged on the spot, and lightning began to flicker around his body, as if he was practicing. Surprisingly, as the little man on the right side of his mind practiced, Ji Churan actually felt the surge of supernatural power in his body. In other words, at this moment, Ji Churan is practicing. Ji Churan was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What's wrong? Chen Meng thought that something unexpected had happened to Ji Churan, so he immediately stood up and asked in confusion. Ji Churan's expression was still extremely shocked. He looked at Chen Meng, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chen Meng panicked when he saw this. He quickly grabbed Ji Churan's arms and said anxiously, "Oh my god, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." But as Chen Meng and Ji Churan came into contact, a strange feeling made Chen Meng stunned. Chen Meng widened his eyes and looked at Ji Churan in disbelief. He wondered if he was wrong, so he immediately concentrated his mind and began to investigate the changes in Ji Churan's body. Finally, after making sure that he was not wrong, Chen was shocked. "You can even practice automatically?" That's right, Chen Meng felt the surge of supernatural power in Ji Churan's body. This situation only occurs during cultivation. But at this time Ji Churan was not practicing at all. He was looking at himself with a look of shock. Not only Ji Churan was shocked, but Chen Meng was also shocked. Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan as if he were a monster, and no one knew what was going on in his mind. At this moment, he even doubted whether Ji Churan was the reincarnation of the Emperor in the novel. At worst, he is the so-called child of destiny. Could this guy be a time traveler like in the novels, and also have a system inside him? No, it's impossible. How could this be possible? I must be getting senile. If what is presented in the novel is true, then we would have been safe long ago. How could there be a so-called foreign invasion? Alas, let's be realistic. It's not good to scare yourself, but this kid is really a genius. No, it's a pervert. The most perverted of perverts. Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan with shining eyes, unable to stop admiring him. It can be said that as long as Ji Churan is protected better, he will definitely become a powerful force against all races in the future. Maybe even become the new pillar of mankind. Little pervert, you are awesome, you are this. Chen Meng laughed and gave Ji Churan a thumbs up, his eyes full of uncontrollable excitement. Ji Churan also calmed down a little at this time. It seems that my golden finger is indeed a bit strong. A template system that can continuously upgrade superpowers, a villain that can practice tirelessly, and the villain can also split and has a physique similar to an infinite mana bar. How many golden fingers do I have? Are these all system capabilities, or are they abilities I possess myself? Who cares? It's yours as long as it's yours. Ji Churan couldn't suppress the smile at this moment. Others have to choose between practicing combat skills and practicing martial arts, and they can't practice while sleeping, eating, going to the bathroom, or dating. But I am different. I practice combat skills and cultivation techniques at the same time, and continuously. It's like being a god by hanging up. Sure enough, hard work is the only way to victory. You see, because of my own efforts, my little man has become 2. I have to work harder to make the number of villains in my mind 3. Ji Churan grinned, his heart filled with joy. Chen Meng didn't care about being excited at this moment. He had to report Ji Churan's matter to his superiors. Ji Churan is so special. It is even said that he is the only person in such a situation in hundreds of years. Such people must not be lax in their protection. It is true that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But if I surround the wood with some windbreaks, how will you deal with it? A dead genius cannot really be called a genius. But what if the genius didn't die? Ji Churan, he has the aura of a Kai King. Little pervert, wait here for a while. I'm going to go out for a while. Chen Meng didn't want to delay any longer and said directly, from now on, as long as I don't come back, you don't leave the training room. Wait for me here obediently. Ji Churan seemed to realize something after hearing this, so he nodded and said, okay, I understand. Upon hearing this, Chen Meng immediately rushed out of the training room. After leaving the training room, Chen Meng was still a little worried, so he turned around and hit the door of the training room with his fists, turning it into an invincible iron door. Unless you are a psychic with a higher level than yourself, don't even think about opening the door of the training room. As for the surrounding walls, don't worry about them, because the walls do not lead to the training room at all. Because the training room is a different dimension, created by that powerful person with special abilities. That one superpowered person could be said to be the one with the best chance of survival. Even if the myriad races were to invade Blue Star and all the people on Blue Star were to perish, that one person would not be able to die. After all, that person is the king of the survival world. This time Chen Meng was very fast and went downstairs directly. No elevator, no stairs. He jumped. After landing, Chen Meng flew directly towards the office of the Dean of the Department of Natural Sciences. In just a few seconds, Chen Meng arrived outside the Dean's office. Chen Meng was so panicked that he didn't even knock on the door. Chen Meng turned himself into steel and broke into the room. Dean Wei, who was still looking at something inside the door, was so frightened that he even raised his right hand to prepare to launch an attack. But when he saw it was Chen Meng, he stopped. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" Dean Wei asked in confusion. Chen Meng didn't waste any time and shouted, "Dean, great news!" Dean Wei frowned when he heard this, and suddenly his expression changed drastically as if he had thought of something. "But is it about classmate Ji?" Chen Meng nodded. "Who is so bold? How dare they attack our students?" Dean Wei was furious and roared, "Is it the beggars or those bastards from abroad? A powerful enemy has invaded. Could it be that those people are planning to start an internal fight? No, that's not it." Chen Meng knew that Dean Wei was wrong, so he quickly explained, "Dean Wei, Ji Churan is not injured, and those foreign guys are not making any moves. Besides, didn't we already sign a joint agreement to face the outside world? Those guys wouldn't be so blind to the overall situation. Then what are you trying to say in such a panic?" Dean Wei was quite confused when he saw this. Chen Meng took a deep breath and began to explain to Dean Wei what he had discovered today. At the same time, it also explained to Dean Wei some of Ji Churan's talents that far surpassed those of Superman. The more Chen Meng spoke, the more shocked Dean Wei's expression became. S-level supernatural powers, the comprehension to learn combat techniques in one go, a body with a super strong reserve of supernatural powers, and a physique that can be continuously cultivated independently. If any one of these abilities is taken out alone and attached to a person with special abilities, he can be called a genius. And now, all these abilities actually appeared on one person at the same time. This is not a genius at all. This is the answer to the version. This is simply the legendary man of destiny. This is simply the Superman among supermen. It can be said that what Ji Churan is currently showing is something that no one has been able to do in the past few hundred years, except for S-level abilities. S-level psychics have appeared in the past few hundred years, and there are quite a few of them. It is even said that an S-level mutant appeared 3 years ago, but Ji Churan's other abilities have never appeared before. There have indeed been people with high comprehension abilities in the past, but it is impossible for them to master combat skills in just one go. In the past, there have been psychics with relatively high energy reserves, but they couldn't release dozens or hundreds of S-level combat skills in succession without running out of energy. There have been people with special abilities who cultivated at a relatively fast speed in the past, but it is impossible for them to cultivate automatically. It can be said that at this moment, Ji Churan's body has gathered the abilities of all geniuses, even abilities that no genius has been able to achieve. This is the true son of destiny, destined by fate. Dean Wei didn't care about being surprised anymore and immediately took out a pitch-black bracelet from the drawer. It's said to be pitch black, but if you look closely, you can still see the stars twinkling on the bracelet. It's like outer space. Dean Wei was originally very anxious, but after taking out the black bracelet, he unexpectedly stopped. He looked at the black bracelet, his eyes flickering, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. The black bracelet lay quietly on his hand, flashing black light like the starry sky. Dean Wei's expression changed, and finally he just sighed heavily, raised the black bracelet, and made the call. At this time, on the battlefield of all races, which was unknown how far away, in an extremely bright and vast galaxy, there are countless planets here, located in the silent and dark universe, brilliant and strange. Surprisingly, the planets in this galaxy have only two colors defined by humans: white and black. The planets here are either completely white or completely black, and there are no other colors. The planets in this galaxy are crisscrossed and appear chaotic at first glance, but if you look at it from outside the galaxy, you will find that the pattern of this galaxy. It's the Tai Chi diagram. That's right, all the planets in this galaxy are intertwined and chaotically, forming an extremely grand Taoist Tai Chi diagram. This is the frontline battlefield used by the human race to resist the invasion of some of the myriad races. It was created by Zhou Min, a powerful special ability user. With his attainments in formation, he transformed the entire galaxy into a formation, forming the current Tai Chi star field. On a completely black planet in the Taiji star field, it was dark and lifeless here. Even above the planet, there were hurricanes and violent black rain. Because there is no sun, the temperature here is extremely low. It can be said that such a planet is not suitable for any human survival. Even some low-level psychics would find it difficult to survive on this planet. But on such a lifeless and even murderous planet, there is a human being sitting cross-legged at a certain location on the planet. He closed his eyes tightly, and unknown runes and inexplicable energy kept flashing around his body. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of his heart echoed on this dark planet, and it was extremely loud. Even on the other side of the planet you can hear his heartbeat. Suddenly, the black bracelet on the man's left hand began to flash. The pitch-black light is inconspicuous in this dark land, and even blends in with the dark color of the planet. The sound of the black bracelet was also drowned out by the man's terrifying heartbeat. In this case, it is almost impossible to detect any abnormality in the bracelet, but the man noticed. The man's horrible heartbeat gradually died down, and his eyes, which had been closed for who knows how long, slowly opened. He looked at his black bracelet in surprise, and an idea came to his mind. The next moment, the communication was connected. On Blue Star, Deanway fell silent again after seeing the communication connected. He looked at his black bracelet for a long time without saying a word. The person on the other end of the bracelet was also silent and didn't speak. Chen Meng was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. He even wanted to rush up and shout, but he still held back, simply because he couldn't win. Finally, the person on the other end of the bracelet spoke first. It was a voice full of energy. Old Wei. After hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Deanway finally smiled bitterly and sighed heavily, as if relieved, and said, Old Zhou. Deanway's voice was hoarse and full of emotion, like the voice of an elderly man who was about to die. After hearing this voice, the person on the other end of the bracelet fell silent again. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, the powerful voice spoke again. Still failed, Heaven and Earth Realm. Deanway seemed to have completely let go of his worries at this time, and his tone gradually became a little more relaxed. Yes, in this vast world, there is no place for me after all. Old Wei, don't try to persuade me, Old Zhou. You should know that my potential has been completely exhausted. There was silence again on the other end of the bracelet. Time is, after all, a gap that is difficult to cross. Even those who have awakened special time-related abilities will eventually succumb to time. If you don't enter the realm of heaven and earth, you will never be able to adapt to heaven and earth and will eventually fall into heaven and earth. In the Taiji star field, the man who had practiced safely on such a terrifying planet also showed an extremely sad expression at this time. He was silent for a long time, his lips opening and closing. At this moment, it seemed as if all words had lost their meaning. The silence, deafening. Inside the planet, the man sighed heavily and said with both sadness and emotion, Time, in the end, it can't defeat time. Old Wei, why don't you give it another try? I still have 2 undead energy crystals here. I can ask someone to send them to you. Although the chances are slim, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must try. Deanway fell silent after hearing about the 2 undead energy crystals. After a full 7 seconds of silence, he finally asked, Old Zhou, do you think that low-level psychics can comprehend energy crystals? The person on the other end of the bracelet was stunned and retorted, How is that possible? Not to mention low-level psychics, even those at the Dharma realm might not be able to comprehend it. The universe is vast, and everyone has different perceptions of what they say, do, and say. Only when one truly understands the meaning of the universe, and the meaning of oneself can one truly enter the realm of communication between the universe and step into the realm of the universe. Old Wei, even you yourself haven't realized the significance of your own existence yet, so how can you make a person with special abilities understand the significance of their own existence? Do you expect? Suddenly, the man on that terrifying planet fell silent. He seemed to have discovered something and asked tentatively, Old Wei, tell me, what kind of genius appeared? What kind of genius could make you ask such a question? SS level? Or the legendary SSS level? Deanway on the blue side smiled bitterly and said, It's S rank. S rank? Can an S rank allow you to ask such a question? Old Wei, you are really getting old and confused. But if I say that this S rank user is a natural lightning type Esper, and that his own Esper reserves allow him to release his Esper for a day or even multiple days without running out of Esper energy. Moreover, now that school has just started, he has already reached the lower Twilight realm. His talent is top-notch, and he also possesses the comprehension to fully master combat techniques after just one look, and a physique capable of automatic cultivation. Oh, and just to add a little more, he's the only top scholar in the past century to get a perfect score, and he got 5,000 points because the full score is only 5,000. We have done the calculations, and if the score is not capped, his score would be around 37,440. And most importantly, he only took the exam for 6 or 7 hours. In this case, am I still considered old and confused? The man on the terrifying planet was stunned. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. An S-rank lightning-type psychic with a score of 30,000 in the martial arts college entrance exam. Did he kill the entire tide of beasts? It's been too long since I've been back to Blue Star. Am I disconnected from Blue Star? Also, just reading it once can give you the understanding of entry-level combat techniques, as well as the physique that can be cultivated automatically. Is this really a human being? Even the most terrifying and mysterious demon clan among all the clans probably does not have such a terrifying talent. Is this really a human? The man unconsciously doubted Ji Churen's identity, but no one has a talent like Ji Churen, even among all the races. Moreover, if such a talented person really existed, how could those guys from the 10,000 races send him as an undercover agent? He must be protected like a treasure. So, the genius that Lao Wei mentioned can only be a human. When he thought of this, the man's expression became excited. He quickly said to the bracelet, "Old Wei, quickly protect that genius, no, that child of destiny. I'm leaving right now. I know what you want to say. I will bring back one of my comrades. He is very suitable for hiding and protecting. He is the best choice as a secret guardian. 3 days. No. 2.5 days. No. 1 day. I'll be back in school in a day. Until then, you have to keep an eye on that guy. Also, he's from our school, right?" Dean Wei on Blue Star smiled and said, "Yes, he was recruited by Chen Meng with 3 exotic beast crystals and some other benefits. Oh my god, you guys got a huge bargain. Give Chen Meng a raise. Wait for me. I'll set off immediately." Dean Wei was stunned and asked quickly, "Old Joe, the front line." "Don't worry, Old Wei. There's no problem on the front line. Just wait patiently." After saying that, the black bracelet was hung up. It was obvious that the man was very excited and panicked. Dean Wei saw this and shook his head with a helpless smile. Still so impatient, really. In the Tai Chi star field, on the terrifying planet, the man didn't bother to practice anymore. He immediately stood up and communicated with the black bracelet. "Moyu, come to planet 778 quickly." As the black bracelet was issued, the man began to wait anxiously. His face was full of excitement and he couldn't stop smiling. "Alive! The human race is alive." The man kept muttering, although they had not met yet, but he could tell from Lao Wei's words that this man was definitely the son of destiny. King Realm, I'm afraid this is just his starting point. It can be said that as long as there is no premature death, the lower limit is the realm of King of the Realms. With such talent, the man simply couldn't believe it unless he reached the realm King Realm. What he has to do now is to vigorously support the new generation that Lao Wei mentioned. Even the man was a little skeptical at this time, whether S-level was the limit of the new generation that Lao Wei mentioned. You know, S-level superpowers are not worthy of such talent. Is it possible that my realm is too weak and my talent hasn't fully awakened? There have indeed been examples in the past where talents have not been fully awakened, but they are rare, even rarer than S-level abilities. It may take 10 years to produce such a product. Anyway, as far as the man knows, there haven't been any examples of incompletely awakened superpowers in almost 20 years. If we calculate based on big data, we will definitely get one. So, the new generation that Lao Wei mentioned is most likely someone with an incompletely awakened constitution. If they were all S rank before they were fully awakened, what would a full awakening be like? Could it be SS level? SSS level, the man muttered unconsciously, his expression becoming more and more excited and nervous. Suddenly, the dark ground beside the man began to wriggle. In an instant, the space twisted, and a man wearing a black battle robe and a terrifying black mask on his face appeared beside the man. "Commander Zhou, MOU is here." Upon hearing this, the man immediately turned around and asked anxiously, "MOU, do you still have the swordfish heart in you?" MOU was stunned. He never expected that Zhou Min, who was always known for his calmness, would be so panicked. What exactly happened? Although MOU was confused, he still replied, "Commander Zhou, the fish heart is still there." "That's good, that's good." Zhou Min's face was full of excitement. The fish heart is still there, so we can test whether the person Lao Wei mentioned is a person with unawakened superpowers. The heart of the swordfish has the ability to detect its own unawakened superpowers and awaken its own unawakened superpowers. It can be said to be a very powerful thing. It's quite dramatic to say that the swordfish's fish heart ability was discovered because of a battle that would have resulted in a disastrous defeat. In that battle, the swordfish clan could be said to have deployed all their high-end combat forces in order to kill a genius of the human race, and that genius was also stubborn. He fought against the high-end combat force of the swordfish tribe alone. That battle was so fierce that the sky was dark and the stars were shattered. However, a person is only a person after all. Even a genius of the human race cannot withstand the collective attack of the high-end combat power of the swordfish tribe. However, hope often breaks out in the midst of despair. During one attack, the human genius, after giving a swordfish his heart, discovered that the swordfish's heart had an inexplicable attraction to him. Just by holding the swordfish's heart, he could feel the supernatural power in his body constantly surging and flowing. So, he instinctively swallowed the fish heart. And at this moment, a miracle happened. As he swallowed the fish heart, he, who originally only had A-level superpowers, awakened to S-level superpowers. It became an S-level superpower in one fell swoop. The power of the S-level superpower was beyond his imagination. Relying on the power of the S-level superpower and his own understanding of the superpower, he fought his way out of the encirclement of the swordfish tribe. tribe. At the same time, this important news was reported. In order to verify the authenticity of the matter, the human race decided to carry out extermination of the swordfish tribe. The other 10,000 races got the news from somewhere and actually started to surround and kill the swordfish tribe. It was for this reason that the swordfish clan had to withdraw from the battlefield of all races, becoming the first race to completely disappear from the battlefield of all races. As to whether there are any remnants, no one can tell. However, the human race also confirmed one thing. That is, the heart of the swordfish clan does have the ability to detect powers that have not been fully awakened, and the ability to stimulate powers that have not been fully awakened. It is precisely because of the generous sacrifice of the swordfish tribe that the human race has gained several top combat forces. But as time passed, the hearts of the swordfish were gradually consumed, and there are very few of them left. The most fundamental reason is not because of the human race, because there are too few people in the human race who have not fully awakened their abilities. It can even be said that they are rarer than S-level people. The main reason why the swordfish tribe has fewer fish hearts is because of the Wancher tribe. For the human race, the swordfish's fish heart is used to awaken the superpowers of the rare people who have not fully awakened their superpowers. But for the Wancher tribe, the swordfish tribe's fish hearts are used as food. Even every fish heart can increase their strength and physique. It can be said to be a tonic. This led to the Wancher tribe constantly searching for the hearts of the swordfish tribe, and once they found one, they would snatch it and devour it. The reason why the battlefield of 10,000 races is called the battlefield of 10,000 races is because there are tens of thousands of races fighting on this battlefield. In other words, the 10,000 races is not an alliance, but a general term for races. They did not gather to invade the blue planet, but to fight for resources and interests in the starry sky. To put it simply, the battlefield of all races is the law of the dark forest. At the same time, it can also be said that there is a melee on the battlefield of all races, because the human race has developed. As a result, no race wants to fight the human race directly, because the human race also has the realm of King of Realm. Once one race chooses to fight to the death with the human race, other races will choose to reap the benefits. No race wanted to cook this dish of fish. They all want to be anglers. This gave the human race time to develop gradually, and this is also the reason why the human race has survived to this day. But even so, the human race faces many battles and crises and dares not relax at all. Relying on the concerns of others for survival is not a long-term solution. Only when we have real power in our hands can the human race completely control its destiny. Therefore, the cultivation of the new generation is essential. Of course, the frontline defense must also be supported. Although the fish hearts of the swordfish family are now very rare, fortunately, Mou still had one in his hand. It was the spoils obtained after assassinating a high-end fighter of the evil Tiger clan. Mou, come back to Blue Star with me. I have something important for you to do, Zhou Min said to Mou seriously. Although Mou was very confused, he still nodded and chose to obey the order. Okay, let's go now. Zhou Min spoke upon seeing this, then waved his right hand, and the space beside him immediately began to distort, looking extremely weird. The surrounding planets also began to rotate rapidly, as if they had received some instructions. If you look from outside the galaxy, you will see an extremely shocking picture. Tai Chi star territory started to turn. A Tai Chi galaxy picture formed by countless stars began to rotate slowly at this time, gorgeous and magnificent in this silent and dark universe. Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities. Ji Churan lay on the massage chair in the training room, enjoying relaxing his muscles. At the same time, he was thinking about what had just happened. Based on his many years of experience in reading novels, Chen Meng's behavior just now was most likely to report to his superiors, because he also knows that the talents and abilities he currently displays have never appeared before. It can be said that my current self is completely a transcendental existence. Even if we compare the best geniuses from past generations with the current Ji Churan, their talents cannot compare to Ji Churan. Take Li Yi as an example. In his time, Li Yi was considered to have crushed many geniuses. Even Chen Meng, a psychic with explosive defense, was chased and beaten by Li Yi. However, when Li Yi was Ji Churan's age, his strength had only reached the upper spiritual perception realm, and his combat effectiveness was far inferior to Ji Churan's. It can be said that if Li Yi and Ji Churan were the same age, Li Yi would also be killed instantly by Ji Churan. This is the gap between strength and plugins. It seems like I have too many cheats, but what's the matter? If it's not closed, it's open? Ji Churan thought secretly in his heart and made plans for the future. But he didn't know how many senior executives knew about his talent, and whether there were spies among the senior executives. Ji Churan doesn't know all this at the moment. All he can do is trust Chen Meng and trust Chen Meng's choices and judgments. While Ji Churan was still thinking, he suddenly felt a surge of supernatural power in his body. The next moment, he felt his whole body was unobstructed, he felt refreshed, and his sense of strength began to surge. This is... Ji Churan lay on the massage chair, looked at his hands in confusion, and murmured, breakthrough? Ji Churan felt it slightly and found that his realm had really broken through and reached the middle level mystical glimmer realm. After confirming his breakthrough, Ji Churan nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, hard work never lies. Although he was lying in the massage chair and enjoying himself, the little man in his mind was not lazy. My body is resting, but my spirit is cultivating. When a person is not afraid of hardships and practices hard, a breakthrough is inevitable. Villain, come on. Just as Ji Churan changed his posture slightly and lay down in a more comfortable position, the door of the training room suddenly opened. Snap! As the door of the training room opened, Ji Churan in the lounge also learned the news. He saw the image of the training room door through the screen in the lounge. Chen Meng is back. To be precise, it was Chen Meng who brought Dean Wei with him. Seeing this, Ji Churan immediately stood up and walked out of the lounge. As soon as Ji Churan opened the door, Chen Meng ran over quickly, took Ji Churan's hands with both hands and laughed. Hey Churan, have you rested enough? Do you want to rest for a while longer? Chen Meng's expression was very strange, both ferocious and a little flattering, which made Ji Churan even feel a little physically uncomfortable. Old Chen, calm down. I'm a little scared. Ji Churan quickly pulled Chen Meng's hand away, looking a little panicked. However, Chen Meng did not feel any frustration, and even directly hooked his arm around Ji Churan's neck and said cheerfully, Churan, are we brothers? Aren't we teacher and student? Ji Churan asked in surprise. Teacher and student? Chen Meng's expression changed slightly and he thought for a moment. Soon, as if he had made up his mind, he said with a fake smile, how can we be considered a teacher-student relationship? We are brothers. From now on I'll call you brother, and you'll call me brother too. Let's go our separate ways. No, old Chen, what's wrong with you? Ji Churan looked at Chen Meng strangely. He always felt that Chen Meng was very strange at this moment. Then, when Ji Churan was confused, Chen Meng suddenly said in a mean way, Churan, your brother, I have something I want to ask you. Ji Churan looked at Chen Meng, then looked at Dean Wei in the distance, who seemed a little excited but had not spoken a word, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Look, we are brothers now. If a brother is in trouble, we have to help him, right? Hearing this, Ji Churan seemed to already know what Chen Meng was going to say. Before he could react, Chen Meng continued, Churan, when you grow up, can you help me beat up that rat Li Yi once? Just once is enough. As long as I can see him get beaten, I'll be satisfied. Ji Churan was immediately ashamed. Sure enough, this was what Chen Meng requested. Ji Churan now realized that Chen Meng's obsession was to see Li Yi suffer a defeat. After so many years, Chen Meng's feelings towards Li Yi are still the same, which shows how deeply Li Yi hurt Chen Meng back then. It's not even a shadow anymore. It's almost becoming a natural enemy. Ji Churan's mouth twitched wildly, not knowing how to answer. Okay, Xiao Meng, stop making things difficult for classmate Ji. Dean Wei on the side spoke up to stop him. Seeing this, Chen Meng let go of Ji Churan. Dean Wei stepped forward and said to Ji Churan, Student Ji, let's go to the lounge and chat. Ji Churan nodded and followed Dean Wei back into the lounge. The three of them each found a chair and sat down. Chen Meng sat next to Ji Churan, and opposite Ji Churan sat Dean Wei. Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan with a serious face, and the atmosphere became a little heavy for a moment. Seeing this, Ji Churan couldn't help but sit up straighter. At this moment, he seemed to be back in elementary school when he was caught by the teacher for a private talk. Nervous. Chen Meng also noticed that the atmosphere was not right and became serious. Finally, Dean Wei spoke first to break the heavy atmosphere. Student Ji. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan sat up straighter. Dean Wei said seriously, we also know about your story, and your talent is beyond our imagination. Your talent can even be said to be unprecedented throughout history. Therefore, we can promise you that as long as you want something, we will do our best to provide it for you. But before that, I have a few questions for you. At this point, Dean Wei's expression became extremely serious. He said word by word, Student Ji, please make sure you are telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan's expression became firm and he nodded seriously. Dean Wei, please ask. Dean Wei nodded and asked the first question word by word. Student Ji, are you loyal to the human race? Ji Churan was stunned, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said. However, what Ji Churan did not expect was that Dean Wei's face changed drastically after hearing this answer. Dean Wei was stunned at first, then his body stiffened and he paused for a moment as if he was confirming something. When he was sure that the answer was correct, his expression changed. He looked at Ji Churan in disbelief, his face turning blue and purple. Finally, he couldn't help it and suddenly stood up and pointed at Ji Churan and shouted, No, Feng told me you were hiding something. Only half of what you said was true. Chen Meng, who was standing by, was shocked. He stood up in disbelief and exclaimed, What? Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan in disbelief, his face full of surprise. Ji Churan was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the situation to be like this. Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan and shouted, Student Ji, I need you to speak your mind. Ji Churan paused when he heard this. My own inner thoughts? He murmured something and finally sighed slightly and said, Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. Ji Churan looked up at Dean Wei and Chen Meng and said word by word, I am loyal to the human race, but not to any individual. Faced with the general trend of the race, I will naturally not choose to flee. However, if someone provokes me, I will not show mercy. I'm human, but that that doesn't mean I'm going to lose my life for a bunch of strangers. I'm selfish, and I want to live. Also, the people I want to protect are only those I cherish, only those I recognize, and only those I want to protect. As for other people, I will selectively protect them if I can. But if the situation is not right or if a stranger is being used as a hostage to threaten me, I can only say sorry. Of course, if you ask me to protect a bunch of bastards, a bunch of scum, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. I might even go to the extreme of sending them to death. But Dean Wei and Old Chen, don't worry. I will always be a human, and I will only be a human. Even in the future, I will become the second pillar of the human race. Dean Wei and Chen Meng were stunned. Chen Meng looked at Dean Wei as if asking a question. Dean Wei was also stunned and murmured, "The wind told me that is the truth." Upon hearing this, Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan with shock in his eyes. Ji Churan naturally noticed the actions of Chen Meng and Dean Wei. He smiled helplessly and said, "That's what I think, but I can assure you that I hate intruders and scum who spy on my home. If I have the chance, I want to kill all the invaders. I will slaughter all the invaders who spy on my home one by one." As Ji Churan finished speaking, the expressions of Chen Meng and Dean Wei changed significantly, from tangled and angry expressions to helplessness. Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan, opening and closing his lips, but still didn't know what to say. "You say Ji Churan is selfish, but this is human nature. If you say that Ji Churan is ambitious, it just so happens that Ji Churan's talent matches his ambition. Saying that Ji Churan has no morals, it turns out that he really has no morals." For a moment, Dean Wei and Chen Meng didn't know what to say. The two of them looked at each other and fell into silence. Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan and then at Dean Wei and asked, "Dean Wei, Xia Bian, is what Ji Churan just said true?" Dean Wei nodded slightly, then frowned suddenly and remained silent as if he was confirming something. Seeing this, Chen Meng turned his head and looked at Ji Churan again. You've got guts." Chen Meng also gave Ji Churan a thumbs up. "Since you have such thoughts, then you must work hard. If you want to become the second pillar of humanity, you must reach the level of King Kai. After all, without such strength, how can you become the second pillar of the human race? Since you have ambition, then work hard and strive to match your strength with your ambition," Chen Meng said as he gently patted Ji Churan's shoulder. Ji Churan smiled slightly and nodded. "Here, there is only one pillar of the human race, which can be said to be pitifully few. It can be said that if it were not for this pillar of the human race, the blue planet might have been destroyed in the war. After all, the realm of King of Realms is the foundation of a race." "No, that's not right." Dean Wei suddenly frowned, shook his head and said, "Something's still wrong. You still lied in one sentence. Tell me, do you really want to become the second pillar of humanity?" Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan seriously, which made Ji Churan's scalp tingle. "No, Dean, you can tell it's a lie? This doesn't make me modest at all." Helpless, Ji Churan could only smile bitterly and tell the truth. "Well, I really don't want to be the second pillar of the human race." Ji Churan paused at this point, looked at Dean Wei, and said word by word, "I want to become the strongest among humans." Dean Wei paused slightly when he heard this. Wind. A breeze suddenly appeared in the closed training room, blowing gently past the sides of several people. "That's right, it's right this time." Dean Wei finally nodded, muttering to himself. He took a deep breath to calm himself down a little. If someone told him that he wanted to become the strongest among humans, he might not believe it. But if it was Ji Churan who said it, he would actually be looking forward to it. After all, Ji Churan's talent destined him to be extraordinary. His talent is so terrifying that even the current chief's talent cannot catch up with Ji Churan. Ji Churan's talent is absolutely unique throughout history. The strongest human race. I'm really looking forward to it. On the battlefield of all races. As the Taiji star field rotated, an unknown star field not far from the Taiji star field began to become restless. In an unknown star field, on a planet that is completely fiery red, there is lava and boiling magma everywhere, and the magma flows slowly on the cracked hard red soil, as if it wants to burn everything. The terrifying heat caused the surrounding space to begin to distort, and the scorching temperature would burn ordinary people at the slightest touch. Not only that, there is a large area of gray unidentified matter floating around the planet, making the visibility of the planet extremely low, not even exceeding half a meter. Volcanoes can be seen everywhere here, and even the planet is erupting horrific lava every minute and every second. The whole planet is like a hell, and it makes people feel their scalp tingling just by looking at it. But even on this planet with such a harsh environment, there are actually some strange-looking civilized buildings. These buildings are very strange, as if they were built randomly with countless red rocks, with no pattern at all. Irregular buildings stand in disorder on this extreme planet, making people feel extremely weird. At this time, in one of the largest and most bizarre buildings on the planet, several strange creatures were sitting around an irregular red rock table. A strange creature with a strange appearance, a blood-red body, a hideous and irregular face, and about 3 meters tall roared in a very strange language. "Damn it! What the hell is that old bastard Zhou Min trying to do? Why is the Tai Chi star region spinning? Does he want to start a war?" Automatic translation, you're welcome. There are 7 wriggling, disgusting-looking tumors on the back of this strange creature. Every time it spoke, the tumor on its back squirmed, making people feel physically uncomfortable when watching it. As the strange creature finished speaking, another strange creature next to it, which also had 7 wriggling flesh balls, spoke up. Don't worry, there's no news from the front line yet. What if Zhou Min doesn't want to start a war? Annoying. You're still the same. There's no such thing as luck in war. The strange creature called Disgust pointed at the irregular head of Fan and cursed. If it were you, I'd say we should just charge straight into the Taiji Star region. It's just a formation. With all our combined might, how could we not be able to take down a small Taiji Star region? Another strange creature on the side spoke. As soon as it finished speaking, another strange creature immediately refuted it. Evil. You're too radical. The Taiji Star region is just a part of the human race. Do you want our entire race to attack just one part of the star region? You know, there's more than one race watching us. Evil looked at the strange creature with displeasure and retorted angrily. Sang, you're becoming more and more cowardly. If we can't even take over a star field, then what's the point of? Evil, shut up. Suddenly, a strange-looking creature with 8 wriggling tumors on its back interrupted from the top of the strange table. Evil, war is not about impulse. Your thoughts will kill us undead. We must attack the Taiji Star region, but definitely not now. As for why Zhou Min wants to activate the Taiji Star region, we need to wait for the intelligence from the front line to arrive. After seeing this strange creature speak, Evil obviously gnashed its horrible teeth and its ferocious expression looked very unhappy. Although it is very unpleasant, Evil cannot refute it, because it is one of the few high-end combat forces of the undead, Wrath. But what if Zhou Min really wants to start a war? Yen couldn't help but ask this question. Wu did not answer, but looked at the top of the table, where there was a chair made of piled red rocks, and the chair was currently empty. If Zhou Min really wants to start a war, Anger's ferocious expression twisted together. Then fight. Of course, we can't take the initiative to attack. If we want to fight, Zhou Min must come out of the Taiji Star region to fight us. But I don't think I'd dare to fight that old turtle Zhou Min. Angry continued, once we leave the tortoise shell of the Taiji Star region, Zhou Min won't be a threat anymore. But what if Zhou Min doesn't leave the Taiji Star region? Yen continued, he's been holding us back for 10 years. I know. News suddenly roared ferociously. It tugged at its huge blood-red arms, its strange eyes filled with hatred and anger. Wait a little longer. Just wait until the king comes out. When the king comes out, it will be the time when the people of Zhou die. Only him. He must die. The more he spoke of anger, the more blood-red his body became, and a majestic aura emanated from him uncontrollably, making the distorted space around him even more distorted, horrible and weird. In the training room of Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers, Dinwei, Chen Meng, and Ji Churan chatted for a whole night. That night, Ji Churan also knew his future development path and what he would face in the future. First of all, it is his resources. From now on, Ji Churan's resources have multiplied exponentially. As long as it is a resource he wants, Dinwei will find ways to get it for him. The second thing is his background. From this moment on, there is no longer no one behind Ji Churan, but the entire Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers. Anyone who wants to harm Ji Churan must ask Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities for consent. Dinwei will solve the problems that Ji Churan cannot solve, and Din Zhou Min will solve the problems that Dinwei cannot solve. If Din Zhou Min can't solve the problem, then the chief will solve it. After all, Dinwei has a good relationship with Zhou Min, and Zhou Min has a good relationship with the chief. So to a certain extent, the chief is standing behind Ji Churan. At this moment, no family on Blue Star can suppress Ji Churan by force. If they do, sorry, we will suppress you too. Ji Churan was a little confused for a moment after hearing the news. After all this time, I became the crown prince? Hey, you little brat. Chen Meng laughed dryly and scolded, if you can't use a metaphor, don't use one. Ji Churan chuckled and did not refute. Dinwei watched the scene with a smile and did not interrupt. Suddenly, a vibration sound came from Dinwei's black bracelet. Dinwei raised his hand slightly and looked at his black bracelet. The caller was Zhou Min. Dinwei did not hesitate and directly chose to connect. A mechanical connection sound was heard in the lounge, followed by an urgent voice. Old Wei, where are you now? Dinwei was very surprised when he heard Zhou Min's words. Didn't you say it would take a day? Why did you only come back after half a day? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Dinwei said. Ha, you haven't contacted me for 10 years, and now you come to pick me up? Zhou Min laughed and scolded. Don't bother me, just tell me where I am and I'll come find you. Besides, I can't leave the front line for too long. This matter needs to be resolved quickly. Seeing this, Dinwei said no more and immediately said, Natural Science Department Training Hall, Training Room 9001. Zhou Min finished speaking and then decisively hung up the phone. The lounge fell silent for a moment. Ji Churan looked at Dinwei, as if he had something to say. Dinwei seemed to know what Ji Churan wanted to ask, so he said, the person who just communicated with me is our school's principal, Zhou Min. At the same time, he is also one of the 6 generals of our Longyuan kingdom. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan nodded slightly and fell into thought. As one of the 5 major countries on Blue Star, Long Longyuan kingdom must be very powerful. One of them, 6 generals and 12 kings, is particularly popular on Blue Star. The first one naturally refers to the one who possesses the strength of the realm King Realm, one of the 5 pillars of the human race, and the chief of the Longyuan kingdom. The 6 generals refer to powerful men from the Longyuan kingdom who have reached the realm of heaven and earth like Zhou Min. The 12 kings are powerful men from the Longyuan kingdom who have reached the peak Dharma realm. They can all be regarded as the high-end combat force of the human race against all other races. And now, Zhou Min, one of the 6 generals, has temporarily left the front line and returned to Blue Star. Ji Churan didn't even need to think about the purpose, it could only be for himself. There's no way around it. Geniuses are always like this, being noticed from many sides. Just as Ji Churan was thinking, the space in the lounge suddenly began to distort, looking very strange. Ji Churan couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw this scene. You know, the training room is a space specially built by the school for those with space-related abilities. Ordinary people can't even find it, let alone enter it. But now, the space where Ji Churan and the others are located has been found. This made Ji Churan nervous, but when he turned around, he found that Dean Wei did not look nervous at all, and neither did Chen Meng. Seeing the two of them like this, Ji Churan's nervousness dissipated a little. It seems that the person who distorted this space is most likely his principal Zhou Min. It turns out that my principal is a person with space-related abilities. Phew, you scared yourself. As the space in the lounge became more and more distorted, a figure emitting a faint sense of oppression appeared in front of the 3 people. The man lightly stepped on his right foot and walked out of the twisted space. This person was wearing a green battle robe, which, combined with his own temperament, made him look even more mysterious. There are several patterns like formation runes engraved on his battle robe, which looks very mysterious. This person is Zhou Min. As Zhou Min stepped out of the space, the distorted space disappeared. As soon as Zhou Min arrived at the training room, he saw Ji Churan. Without saying a word, he took 2 steps forward and instantly arrived in front of Ji Churan. Ji Churan was shocked. Don't be nervous. Be quiet. Zhou Min put his right hand on Ji Churan's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Ji Churan wanted to say something, but suddenly he felt that his body was completely out of control, as if he had lost control of his body. He looked at Zhou Min in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Is this the realm of heaven and earth? He didn't even release his pressure, just a hand on him made him completely frozen. This feeling, it's so frustrating. Ji Churan hated the feeling that his life and destiny were not in his own hands. After all, it's still too weak. Zhou Min, who was investigating the fluctuations of Ji Churan's supernatural powers, suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at Ji Churan, his eyes full of surprise and excitement. It's actually true. Genius. No, this is not genius at all. This is simply perverted. That's right, Zhou Min felt it. He felt the growing fluctuations of supernatural powers in Ji Churan's body. This kind of fluctuation would only appear when practicing supernatural bodybuilding methods. But now, Ji Churan was not practicing at all. This situation occurred entirely because his body was practicing on its own. In other words, Ji Churan doesn't need to practice at all. As long as he is alive, his cultivation will continue to increase. As for the bottleneck, if what Dean Wei said was true, then judging from the fact that Ji Churan had learned combat skills on his own, it was highly likely that Ji Churan would not encounter any bottlenecks. He is a total Superman. No, he is more superhuman than Superman. Zhou Min waved his hands and turned around a few times excitedly, his fists clenched and waved constantly, as if he had received some great news. Dean Wei smiled and said nothing. Humph, making a fuss out of nothing. You are still as clumsy as before. After turning around a few times, Zhou Min suddenly grabbed Ji Churan's arms, with an unstoppable smile on his face. Tell me, what's your name? Upon hearing this, Ji Churan said softly, Ji Churan. Ji Churan, Ji Churan. Zhou Min muttered, his smile growing even brighter. What a good name. What a good name. As he spoke, Zhou Min even clapped his hands, which Ji Churan couldn't handle. Dean Wei standing by rubbed his forehead helplessly. This guy is still the same as before, he can't even praise others. Is this a good name? Why don't you tell me what's good about it? You don't know how to praise people, but you still force it. You're not calm at all. Zhou Min became excited again. This is the future. This is the fucking future. Zhou Min couldn't stop laughing, as if he was crazy. Ji Churan looked at Chen Meng in confusion and asked in a very low voice. Old Chen, has our principal always been like this? Chen Meng touched his head, also looking confused. I don't know, this is the 3rd time I've seen the principal. Zhou Min was excited for a long time before he calmed down. With his experience, he would not be shocked or excited by ordinary things. The main reason is that Ji Churan is too special, so special that even he finds him terrifying. He could even imagine that if a genius like Ji Churan appeared from another race on the battlefield, he would definitely fight to the death to kill him. Even dying together with a genius like Ji Churan is fine. There is no way. Ji Churan's upper limit is too high. It can even be said to be unlimited. Zhou Min took a deep breath and calmed himself down a little. But because he was so happy, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he took a deep breath. Zhou Min tried to suppress his laughter while forcing himself to be serious. However, doing so made him look even more unreliable. Ji Churan looked at this scene, and a voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Why is your head pointy? Cough cough cough. Fortunately, Jomin finally adjusted himself and said to Ji Churan, Ji Churan, I want to apologize to you in advance, but this is a serious matter and we cannot be careless. Hearing this, Ji Churan straightened his face slightly and nodded heavily. At this time, he was ready to be investigated by Zhou Min. After all, Zhou Min didn't know himself, so it was normal for him to suspect that he was an undercover agent. I have an S-rank control combat skill book here. Well, S-level exploration. Wait, S-level combat skills? Not investigating me? Ji Churan was stunned. He originally thought that Zhou Min would investigate him, but he never expected that Zhou Min would give him S-level combat skills right from the start. This good person. He is worthy of being our good principal and one of the 6 generals of Longyuan country. Very good, very good. The corners of Ji Churan's mouth couldn't help but rise at this moment. Who would complain about having too many combat skills? Some people may complain, and the reason why people complain about having too many combat skills is because they don't fully understand them. But who is Ji Churan? He is a true hard-working genius. Zhou Min ignored Ji Churan's raised mouth corners, but took out an ancient combat skills book with countless white runes flashing on it from his black bracelet. Zhou Min waved the ancient combat skills book at Ji Churan and said, This combat skill is called Heaven Control Chains. Its function is to allow the psychic's powers to converge into chains with extremely strong controllable abilities. It will be difficult for the person locked up to break free, and this Heaven Controlling Chain will absorb the enemy's supernatural power and feed it back to the releaser. In other words, the Heaven Control Lock can allow psychics to fight continuously. And the most special thing about this combat skill is that it can form a formation. Ji Churan was slightly stunned when he heard this. That's right. Zhou Min nodded heavily and said, Formation. When you master the Heaven Control Lock, you will be able to comprehend the formation within it. As for the power of the Heaven Control Lock formation, I can't explain it to you clearly. You will naturally understand it when you reach that level. After saying that, Zhou Min stretched out his hand and handed the ancient combat skills book to Ji Churan. Ji Churan did not act pretentiously and directly took the ancient combat skills book from Zhou Min's hand. I heard you have the comprehension to learn combat techniques after just one look. Zhou Min said, It's a good opportunity for me to open my eyes today. Ji Churan said nothing, just flipping through the ancient combat skills book. As Ji Churan flipped through the pages and read, the little figure in his mind who was practicing combat skills stopped moving, as if on standby. This is the special feature of Ji Churan's villain. Every time he learns a new combat skill, the villain in his mind will stop practicing and concentrate on preparing to practice the new combat skill. Ji Churan flipped through the ancient combat skills book bit by bit, while Zhou Min watched quietly from the side. Dean Wei and Chen Meng stood with Zhou Min, looking at Ji Churan. Seeing Ji Churan's serious look, Zhou Min couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Old Wei, can he really learn combat techniques just by watching them once? Dean Wei nodded, then shook his head and said, I heard about it from Xiao Meng, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Hearing this, Zhou Min turned his head and looked at Chen Meng. Before he could say anything, Chen Meng said directly, Principal, I saw it with my own eyes. This kid learned my A-rank offensive skill, Starfall Storm, after just one look. It took me a long time to learn it back then, too. And from his martial arts exam video, it can be seen that he was absolutely proficient in the Starfall Storm at that time. Even Xiao Ting's Raikiri was learned by Ji Churan in one go. Chen Meng said it so sincerely, there was nothing he could do. The person standing in front of him was not only one of the 6 generals of Longyuan Kingdom, but more importantly, he was his immediate superior. Listening to Chen Meng's words, Zhou Min chose to remain silent. His silence seemed profound to Chen Meng, but only Zhou Min himself knew that he had not watched Ji Churan's martial arts exam video, so he remained silent. But from Chen Meng's words, Zhou Min learned that Ji Churan had a very high level of comprehension. I just don't know if Ji Churan can learn the S-level combat skills that I taught him in one go. If it is really possible, then I will have to shamelessly find a way to accept Ji Churan as my apprentice. At this time, the lounge was silent. The only sound was the sound of Ji Churan flipping through the ancient combat skills book. Sand, sand, sand. After about a few minutes, Ji Churan finally finished reading the ancient combat skills book. As Ji Churan closed the combat skills book, the voice that Chen Meng was expecting came out. How's it going, little? How's it going, classmate Ji? Have you learned it? Chen Meng almost slipped up, but luckily he adjusted himself in time. Zhou Min and Dean Wei were also staring at Ji Churan at this time, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Ji Churan looked at the 3 of them one by one, and then a confident smile appeared on his face. I lived up to everyone's expectations and got in by chance. You've really gotten started? Zhou Min couldn't hold back any longer after hearing that. He took a step forward and asked in disbelief, Are you sure you've learned it? Ji Churan smiled and nodded, then raised his right hand slightly. In an instant, Ji Churan's right hand flashed with violent thunder. As the thunder in Ji Churan's hand flashed, 3 chains formed by thousands of thunders rose out of thin air and locked toward towards Joe-min. Joe-min's pupils shrank, and he didn't move at all, just staring at the scene in shock. Three chains flashing with thunder locked onto Joe-min. As they approached Joe-min, transparent ripples rippled lightly in the air. As the thunder chain and the ripples in the air converged together, the thunder chain seemed to be blocked by something transparent and could no longer move forward. Seeing this, Ji Churan loosened his right hand slightly and stopped using his supernatural power. At this moment, the thunder chain also dissipated in the air with a bang, leaving only a tiny trace of thunder falling to the ground. Really, I've gotten started. Joe-min widened his eyes and looked at Ji Churan with shock. Hearing it from others is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. It's like someone is describing the process to you, and you have to imagine the actual scene yourself. It's definitely not as exciting as seeing it with your own eyes. Even though Joe-min was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he actually saw Ji Churan perform the introductory combat skills. You know, this fighting skill is S-level. Once you master the S-level fighting skill, you can't become so powerful even if you are born in the womb. Joe-min swallowed his saliva, feeling uncontrollably excited. Genius. A true genius. Joe-min couldn't help but praise him twice, then took another deep breath and began to adjust his mood. Next, he has one more thing to verify. If this thing is really verified successfully, then I dare not think about it. I simply dare not think about it. Joe-min took a deep breath, looked at Ji Churan, and said with some excitement, "Student Ji, let me ask you, are you ever dissatisfied with your own abilities?" Ji Churan was stunned. Not satisfied? Still not satisfied with SSS level? I'm quite satisfied. Although Ji Churan was puzzled, he still nodded and said. Joe-min also knew that he might not have expressed himself clearly. After all, he was not satisfied with the S level, so how could he be satisfied? So Joe-min changed his approach and asked, "What I mean is, do you feel that the superpowers in your body are somewhat suppressed? That is, you feel that the superpowers in your body have not been fully released? It's as if only a portion of your supernatural power has been activated." When Joe-min said this, Chen Meng and Dean Wei widened their eyes, as if a heavy hammer had hit their heads. "Principal, you mean?" Chen Meng couldn't help but ask. "Ji Churan hasn't fully awakened yet?" Joe-min nodded, his tone still full of excitement. "That's right. I really can't imagine how an S-rank could possess such talent. For an S-rank to possess such talent is like a flower stuck in cow dung." As if feeling something was wrong, Joe-min immediately explained to Ji Churan, "Of course, I'm not talking about you, classmate Ji. You are the flower, and the S-level ability is the cow dung." Ji Churan's mouth twitched. "Thank you, Principal AO." Chen Meng swallowed and didn't know what to say for a moment. S-level talent is cow dung, then my A-level talent is... Dean Wei's breathing also began to rapid. Yes, with such talent, how could he be only S-level? You know, to be worthy of such talent, one must be at least SSS level, not even SS grade. But if you do the math, an incompletely awakened physique appears every 10 years on average, and it hasn't appeared for 20 years now, so it should be this year's turn at least. So, putting aside other factors, from a probabilistic point of view, Ji Churan really could be it. Student Ji. Thinking of this, Dean Wei could no longer suppress his emotions and immediately asked, "Do you have that feeling?" Ji Churan looked at Dean Wei and had no intention of hiding it. From the moment he awakened the template system, he had no intention of hiding it. "Since you have talent, why don't you exchange it for supplies and strength instead of developing it yourself? It would be fine if my system provided me with materials for cultivation, but my system was just an empty template shell. Apart from the template abilities, it provided me with nothing else. Our own system is not like a wholesale system at all, but rather a free-range system." "Yes, President Wei, I do feel this way." Ji Churan was not going to hide it and spoke frankly. "I didn't feel this way when I first awakened, but as my realm gradually improved, I found that my abilities were also slowly evolving. If I have to say, the strength of my current superpowers can even surpass the strength of my superpowers when I first awakened." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air in the room. It's a pity, though, because they are in another dimension and can't contribute to global warming. Purely a joke. Doghead saves life. It's right. Everything is right. Joe-min couldn't help it anymore. He muttered a few words excitedly and then took out something directly from the black bracelet. Something that was beating boom, boom. This beating thing is blue all over and looks rather strange. It looks a bit like a banana, but is a little more curved than a banana. It is slightly smaller than a human palm, and is covered with very thin blue lines, somewhat similar to blood vessels. These lines are densely packed and intertwined, making this thing look extremely weird. The heart of a swordfish? Dean Wei recognized the item at a glance and exclaimed. Chen Meng also widened his eyes. He didn't expect that he would actually see the heart of a swordfish. "Isn't this thing almost gone? How come my principal still has one? It can't be a robbery. A just dedication, a just dedication." After the swordfish's heart appeared, Ji Churan felt a restlessness in his body. The gudong beating sound that sounded normal to Joe-min and the others sounded different to Ji Churan. It was clearly a normal heartbeat, but it had a great attraction to Ji Churan. It was as if when he heard this sound, Ji Churan felt the surge of supernatural power. At this time, a voice kept coming from Ji Churan's heart. Eat it, eat it. The swordfish hearts, which were originally a bit disgusting, now became delicacies from mountains and seas in Ji Churan's eyes, and were extremely attractive. Ji Churan swallowed his tears, and tears of shame flowed from his mouth. Zhou also noticed Ji Churan's abnormality and immediately asked excitedly, "You feel it?" Ji Churan nodded and said honestly, "Yes, I do feel it, and I can't wait to eat it." "That's great, that's great." Zhou was immediately excited when he heard this. Who says having feelings is bad? It's great to have feelings. Not only was Zhou not afraid that Ji Churan had feelings, he was actually afraid that Ji Churan had no feelings. The heart of the swordfish is like this, extremely tempting to those whose physique has not been fully awakened. If you are a normal person, not only will you not be interested in the hearts of the swordfish, you may even find them disgusting. But for those whose constitution has not yet been fully awakened, the swordfish heart will become an extremely tempting delicacy. It has an extremely strong attraction, because this is the supernatural power that is being attracted. As mentioned before, awakening superpowers is like opening a genetic lock. When superpowers are attracted, it means that genes are attracted. This attraction even goes beyond instinct. For people, such attraction is extremely powerful. Zhou no longer hesitated and directly handed the swordfish heart to Ji Churan. Ji Churan didn't act pretentiously. He took the swordfish heart and opened his mouth. As Ji Churan opened his mouth, the swordfish's heart turned into a stream of light and flowed into Ji Churan's throat. This confused Zhou. How come he didn't know that the swordfish's heart had this function? Aren't they all eaten raw? Is it dangerous? Zhou was a little panicked, fearing that there was something wrong with the fish heart, and immediately began to check Ji Churan's body. But then he discovered that not only was there nothing wrong with Ji Churan's body, but he was starting to grow gradually. Obviously, this is a sign of awakening superpowers. But if there was no problem, then how could the fish heart transform into a stream of light and enter? No, that's not it. Psychic types can't escape their own perception. So, what's going on? While Zhou was constantly thinking, Ji Churan was also constantly observing the progress of the system. In fact, the reason why the fish heart turned into a stream of light was not because of Ji Churan, but because of the system. For others whose constitutions have not been fully awakened, eating fish hearts can activate their unawakened supernatural powers. When Ji Churan ate the fish heart, the system grew. What is this? A power-up hack? But I have to say that the swordfish's heart is really great, because at this time Ji Churan's template progress, it reached a terrifying 52.69%. At this moment, Ji Churan also felt the energy in his body constantly rioting, surging, and excited. The massive surge of superpowers made Ji Churan unable to control his own superpowers. In an instant, unprecedented powerful thunder erupted from Ji Churan's body. Crackling, countless thunders burst out from Ji Churan's body, and the azure thunders flashed in the training room as if to destroy everything. Zhou exclaimed when he saw this scene, this energy fluctuation, SS level. Dean Wei opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with shock. Chen Meng's eyes widened, his heart already filled with turmoil. I didn't just recall a genius, I recalled the future. Who said that this supernatural crystal is a loss? This supernatural crystal is amazing. Should ESS level? Can you unleash your powers without limit? Can you learn combat techniques all at once? Can you cultivate automatically? You can do it, you can do it. At this time, Chen Meng was completely excited. Don't those guys in the imperial capital like to show off? Let's see how you show off during the national competition. And that old witch likes to pretend. You will regret it when the national competition comes. The thunder in Ji Churan's body became more and more violent, and the thunder released became more and more terrifying. Zhou also noticed this, so he immediately stretched out his right hand, crossed his index and middle fingers, and muttered softly. In an instant, all kinds of teacups, tea sets and some other small objects in the training room flew up and kept moving in the air, as if they were looking for a place. The next moment, these objects suddenly stopped moving and emitted a trace of white light. With a loud boom, white light curtains appeared instantly, wrapping up the area where Ji Churan was, like a formation. As the formation took shape, Ji Churan's violent thunder could only bombard the white light curtain and could not break through it at all. When Dean Wei saw this scene, his eyes flickered, as if he was recalling the past. At that time, old Zhou was still an idiot about formations, and he still had to be protected. But now, the formation idiot has transformed into a formation master of the human race. The son of wind at that time is now an old and frail son of wind, abandoned by the world. It's fate. At this moment, no one knew what Dean Wei was thinking, and no one knew what decision he had made. But at this moment, Dean Wei's eyes changed when he looked at Ji Churan, becoming extremely serious. As time passed, the violent thunder in Ji Churan's body was gradually suppressed, and everything returned to calm. After calming down, Ji Churan saw the white light curtain around him and various tea sets and small items flying in the air at first glance. Is this a formation? Ji Churan murmured, feeling very shocked. Using tea sets and other items as tools for formations, how powerful must one's attainments in formations be to be able to do this? That's right, this is the formation, and it's also my special ability, Zhou said to Ji Churan with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Churan was stunned and asked in surprise, "Principal, is this your special ability?" "That's right." Jomin nodded and said with great dominance, "I have an S-level special ability called Everything is a Formation. Everything in the world can become the medium of my formation. Even if it's a planet, it's fine." Upon hearing this, Ji Churan took a breath, not because Jomin could form a formation using planets as a medium, but because Jomin did not actually have space-type abilities. If Jomin doesn't have a spatial type of ability, then where did the spatial fluctuations come from in the first place? Could it be a formation? Or maybe, there are other people in this space. For a moment, Ji Churan looked around his training room in surprise. However, apart from these few people, Ji Churan could not see anything wrong with anything else. Could it be that person is hiding in space? Mou, who was hiding in the space he had created in the training room, was stunned for a moment when he saw Ji Churan looking around vigilantly and muttered, "Have you guessed that there are space-type mutants?" Mou was very interested in Ji Churan, firstly because of Ji Churan's talent. He had just heard about Ji Churan's talent in the secret space, and secondly, he had also seen Ji Churan's talent. He had never seen such talent from ancient times to the present, and the most terrifying thing was that Ji Churan's physique was not fully awakened. The second reason was Ji Churan's intuition. Mou probably knows her future mission now. She will probably have to protect Ji Churan's growth in the future. After all, a talented genius like Ji Churan cannot survive without someone to protect him, and other people's protection certainly cannot be achieved as without leaving any trace as mine. Not only is he a first-class assassin, he is also a first-class protector. Mou is so confident. Jomin noticed Ji Churan's actions and was slightly surprised. It's okay that his talent is unique in the world, but is his intuition also so strong? Jomin also guessed at this time that Ji Churan had discovered something wrong, but he didn't intend to say it. It would be better for Ji Churan not to know about the existence of Mou. "Student Ji, how do you feel now?" Jomin decided to divert Ji Churan's attention. Ji Churan also knew that Jomin was trying to divert attention, but he did not intend to expose him. At this time, Ji Churan had already guessed that there was another space-based mutant here. Because the arrangement of the formation requires a medium, even if it is a space teleportation formation, there must be an object as a medium. When Jomin appeared, there was no object here that could serve as a medium. There was only one possibility for all the spatial distortions, and that was that there was another person with spatial abilities here. "I feel pretty good." Since Jomin didn't intend to say anything, Ji Churan didn't ask any more questions, but there's still something wrong. Ji Churan glanced sideways, clenched his fist, and said shockingly, "I feel like the superpowers in my body haven't been fully released yet." "Principal, do you still have the same heart as before?" Ji Churan didn't intend to hide it. "Since you have items that can make the template system grow, I will directly detonate my talent and see if I can consume a few more items that can make the system grow. In this way, your second template, that is, your second superpower, will come faster." "What did you say?" Jomin was stunned. He quickly grabbed Ji Churan's shoulders and said in shock, "You said you feel that the supernatural power in your body has not been fully released?" Ji Churan nodded. At this moment, Jomin was confused. Not only him, but also Dean Wei and Chen Meng were confused. SS level, not fully released. Doesn't that mean SSS level? At this moment, Jomin and others showed shocked expressions in their eyes. "It's nothing. Ji Churan is just too terrifying." Jomin took a deep breath. At this moment, he didn't want to wait any longer. "Student Ji, I want to ask you a question." Jomin said in a deep voice, "Would you like to be my disciple? Is there a prize for becoming a disciple?" Ji Churan asked. Jomin was stunned, then quickly said, "Yes. Master, please accept my disciple's greeting." Ji Churan bowed quickly and said, "The teacher of one of the 6 generals will definitely provide training resources that he cannot obtain at the moment. I haven't grown up yet, so it would be great to have a teacher. You can learn from a teacher at the level of a 6th general and have plenty of resources. Anyone can do this kind of business." Okay. Jomin laughed and said okay 3 times in a row. He looked at Ji Churan and said seriously, "I don't have the swordfish heart for the time being, but I will do my best to help you find it. I can't stay any longer. I may have to return to the 10,000 races battlefield after I finish explaining things, but before that, I will give you a gift." After Jomin finished speaking, he took off the black ring on his middle finger and handed it to Ji Churan. "This ring contains supplies I selected for you. The supplies inside can fully support your cultivation." Ji Churan took the ring and probed with his mental power, weapons, battle armor, and fighting skills. There was also a large pile of miscellaneous training materials, and some of them were flashing with unknown bloodlight, which looked very dangerous. You can find explanations for all the supplies here on the official website. Remember to look up the information when you want to use them, because some supplies may not be understood at your current stage. Remember, never aim too high, take one step at a time to achieve success. Jomin's face was stern as he instructed Ji Churan word by word. Ji Churan nodded heavily. "I understand." Jomin felt relieved after hearing this. He turned his head and looked at Dean Wei. Dean Wei also nodded in understanding. "Don't worry, he'll be fine with me here. Okay. Jomin nodded, then took a step back. The next moment, the space began to distort, as if it was about to break. The distorted space slowly swallowed up Jomin, and then continued to ripple for a while before returning to calm. At this time, only Ji Churan and the other two were left in the training room. Dean Wei looked at the place where Jomin had just been, sighed slightly, and then turned to look at Ji Churan. He stretched out his hand, pointed his black bracelet at Ji Churan, and said, "Student Ji." Ji Churan understood what he meant and stretched out his hand to touch his bracelet with Dean Wei's black bracelet. Then the two people's wristbands vibrated, indicating that they had added each other as friends. "If you have any problems, just message me, whether it's in school or outside of school, and I'll take care of it." Dean Wei spoke the most arrogant words in the calmest language. Ji Churan smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Dean Wei." "Still calling me Dean Wei?" Dean Wei raised his eyebrows and said, "From now on, just call me Elder Wei. There's no need to refer to my position in school." Upon hearing this, Ji Churan glanced at Chen Meng. The corner of Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that he will not be able to hear Ji Churan calling him Teacher Chen anymore. Alas, what a sin. Helpless, Chen Meng had to wave his hands and said with emotion, "Come on, yell all you want." At this moment, Ji Churan and Dean Wei looked at each other, and then they both chuckled at the same time. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. The freshmen at Sichuan and Chongqing University also began to practice madly in the past few days. This is because tomorrow is the school's freshman competition, and it is an important day to determine the top freshman. Although most people think that the top freshman has already been chosen, but the second place didn't. After all, second place gets a lot of points. If I can't get first place, can I still strive for second place? While others were still studying hard and practicing hard, Ji Churan finally came out of the practice room. That's right, Ji Churan spent these 2 months in the training room. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just that the virtual room is so cool. Others who enter the virtual room can only choose to cultivate superpowers or combat skills. But Ji Churan is different. He doesn't need to choose at all because he can practice automatically. In 2 months, Ji Churan not only cultivated his realm to the peak of the Twilight Realm, but also greatly improved his combat proficiency. If Chen Meng hadn't told him that the competition was about to start, Ji Churan would probably have had to remain in seclusion. There was no change in Ji Churan after he walked out of the training room, because the virtual warehouse would automatically help the user to regulate his hair and body. In other words, Ji Churan's hair and body are maintained by the virtual warehouse almost every day. It can be said that Ji Churan came out of the virtual warehouse the same way he entered it. In Ji Churan's exclusive dormitory, Chen Meng sat on the sofa in the room with a swagger, eating skewers in his hands. Ji Churan was also sitting on the sofa, eating roasted kidneys. Speaking of Lao Chen, Ji Churan asked while eating, "Tomorrow is the freshman competition for the whole school, and I don't know the rules yet." "Rules?" Chen Meng took a bite of the barbecue and said nonchalantly, "What rules are there? You freshmen just form your own teams and draw lots to fight each other. The team that wins first place will then have their scores calculated by the teachers to determine the first place freshman." That's right, for the freshman competition, students have to find their own team members. They can look for people from the auxiliary department, the beast taming department, or the special department. Anyway, you just have to find people yourself. A team can have a maximum of 6 people and a minimum of 1 person. The winning team will be judged by scores based on the teachers and the dean, and the team with the highest score will be ranked first among the freshmen. In this way, even if he is in the auxiliary department, as long as his rescue points or other scores are high enough, he can still become the number 1 freshman. In battle, auxiliary psychics are also very important. After all, they can help you recover from injuries and restore your abilities, and even provide some other special help. Wait, Ji Churan froze while eating meat? Team up? Well, what's wrong? Chen Meng took a bite of barbecue and said nonchalantly, "It's about teaming up. Generally speaking, it's best for a team to have 6 different types of people. After all, it's easier to coordinate." "What about my teammates?" Ji Churan asked doubtfully. "You still need teammates?" Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan strangely. Ji Churan twitched his lips helplessly, then started eating the barbecue indifferently. "Indeed, I don't need teammates now. 1 person is a team." The central courtyard of the 6 major departments is still crowded with people. In addition to the freshmen, sophomores and juniors also came to the scene, and even some seniors in their senior year returned to the school just to witness this year's freshman competition. Although the popularity of freshman competitions has been very high in the past, it is definitely not as high as this year. After all, this year, a genius came to Sichuan and Chongqing University of supernatural powers. "Wow, there are so many people here." A man wearing sunglasses murmured. "There's nothing we can do, Senior Ma. It's because Junior Ji is so popular," Zhang Hongji said while standing aside. "That's right," Senior Ma said. "It's S rank after all." Han Chen and Zhu Geshu also arrived and found a place to sit down. "He hasn't contacted you yet?" Han Chen asked with a cold face and no emotion in his tone. This appearance made the other students around feel a little pressured. Han Chen's temperament is still so cold. "There's nothing I can do about it. After all, he he locked up last year's top freshman with just a spear. It's normal for a genius to be a little cold and ruthless. Jugashu gently waved his feather fan and replied with narrowed eyes. No, let alone contact. He seems to have not come out since entering the training room. I understand. Han-chan responded coldly. Jugashu held his forehead helplessly. He was sure that Han-chan was absolutely emo dead at this moment. Because there is a floating island in the center of the 6 courtyards, and the audience seats where Han-chan and others are sitting are small pieces of land floating in the air. That's right, the center of the 6 courtyards. In the sky, Ji Churan and other freshmen are now standing on the floating island. When Ji Churan returned to his class, many people looked at him curiously. After all, they hadn't seen Ji Churan for more than a month. Ji Churan disappeared after the departmental competition. He didn't even come to the first class teaching the exercises at the beginning of the school year. This made the students very curious, but because of Ji Churan's popularity, they were all hesitating whether to go up and talk to Ji Churan. They were hesitating, while Jiang Fengmao was taking action. The moment Jiang Fengmao saw Ji Churan, he pounced on him. Brother Ji. Ji Churan shuddered as he looked at Jiang Fengmao, who was becoming more and more plump. He quickly turned sideways to avoid Jiang Fengmao's pounce. Jiang Fengmao also fell straight to the ground. Ji Churan thought there would be a bang sound, but the reality surprised him a little. Jiang Fengmao fell straight to the ground, and the ground where he fell miraculously sank, as if it was not the ground, but a trampoline. The ground dented and then bulged, bouncing Jiang Fengmao back. Jiang Fengmao tried his best to control his balance in the air, and finally landed heavily on the ground, barely standing firm. Hey, Brother Ji, what are you doing? Ji Churan raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Jiang Fengmao, and said jokingly, Fatty, what kind of fighting skills do you have? They're quite amazing. Jiang Fengmao's expression suddenly became proud when he heard this, and he said, my fighting skills are really powerful. What I just did was just a small thing. It's like I'm really showing off my power. Before Jiang Fengmao finished speaking, a voice that exposed the truth came out. Don't listen to his boasting. Fatty can't learn A-level combat skills. He chose to learn B-level combat skills and is just getting started. Shi Honghu chose to expose it without mercy. This made Jiang Fengmao very embarrassed, and his face turned red visibly. At this moment, Jiang Fengmao had already cursed Shi Honghu in his heart. What are you talking about, bro? Did I learn B-rank skills because I couldn't master A-rank skills? I learned this B-rank combat skill because I thought it was more practical than A-rank combat skills. Jiang Fengmao tried his best to defend himself, completely ignoring the laughing faces of his classmates around him. Ji Churan also couldn't hold it in any longer. I have to say, Jiang Fengmao really has a great show effect. Chu Rin, have you found the team? Suddenly, Li Yunxian walked to Ji Churan's side and asked. Today, Li Yunxuan's golden robe fluttered, a long sword was slung at his waist, and he was as powerful as a rainbow. The change compared to when school started was very obvious. Li Yunxuan's question is also the question that other students want to ask. After all, if that team had Ji Churan, it could basically be said to have fallen out of the top 10. Because the competition is calculated based on scores, even if a team wins first place, if the score is too low, it still cannot achieve a high ranking. Therefore, if you want to get a high ranking, you must make contributions, and the prerequisite for making contributions is that the team must be strong. If the team is weak, what can we contribute? There is not even room for error. Yeah, Brother Ji, do you have a team? Jiang Fengmao came forward with a smile, rubbed his hands and said with a sly expression, if not, you can join our team. Our team only has 5 people. As if afraid that Ji Churan didn't know, Jiang Fengmao pointed at Shi Honghu and Li Yunxian and said, there are 3 of us in the team, me, Li Yunxian, and Zhuanggu. There are also 2 other people. One is a reinforcement type, and the other is a support type. We've reserved the last spot for you, Brother Ji. How about the 4 of us, the science department, just fight our way through the school? Jiang Fengmao chuckled and looked forward to Ji Churan's answer. Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu did the same, looking at Ji Churan and waiting for his reply. They had planned to invite Ji Churan to join the team a long time ago, but they could not find Ji Churan, so they simply chose to form a team of 5 and left the last spot to Ji Churan. Even if classmates and other students who came here because of their reputation wanted to join them, they chose to refuse. In their opinion, only Ji Churan can have this last position. Yes, even though they are a team composed of 4 natural types, 1 enhancement type and 1 auxiliary type, they can still kill everyone. As the crowd looked on expectantly, Ji Churan smiled slightly and said, I already have a team. When these words were spoken, Li Yunxian and others were stunned. The other students in the class were also stunned. They all knew that Li Yunxian and others rejected others in order to save a place for Ji Churan. They even unanimously believed that Ji Churan would join Li Yunxuan's team. After all, they were in the same department and class. Ji Churan even helped Li Yunxian out during the departmental competition. But unexpectedly, Ji Churan actually joined other teams in the end. Li Yunxian was also confused. He looked at Ji Churan and didn't know how to start for a moment. They did reserve a place for Ji Churan, but everything they did was what they wanted to do. To put it simply, what they do can be considered self-satisfaction. Since he was moved by himself. He could not blame Ji Churan for the mistake. So Li Yunxian sighed slightly and asked with some regret, Chu Rin, can you tell me which team you joined? Which departments are your teammates from? Which team? Ji Churan raised his eyebrows and said, if I have to count, it's my team. As for my teammates, I don't have any teammates. I'm the only one on the team. What? Shi Honghu exclaimed, you plan to participate in the freshman competition alone? Yes. Ji Churan nodded and said calmly, I do plan to participate in the freshman competition alone. You? Shi Honghu was stunned, his tone beginning to falter. Are you crazy? Although you are very strong, participating in the freshman competition alone is a bit too arrogant, isn't it? Arrogant? Ji Churan tilted his head and said in confusion, this is just the beginning. If this is considered arrogant, then when I become truly arrogant and rampant, I'm afraid I'll scare you. Shi Honghu gritted his teeth and wanted to say something, but Li Yunxian stopped him. Forget it, Honghu. Everyone has the right to choose. We can't force them. Seeing this, Shi Honghu's arms trembled slightly as if he wanted to raise his hand to question, but he held the words back when they came to his lips. Because what Li Yunxian said is correct, everyone has the right to choose, and we cannot force others to make choices. Of course, except for the fight to the death. There is no choice but to fight to the death. Ji Churan looked at Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu, and only then did he realize something was wrong. Because at this moment, on Shi Honghu's jersey was the badge of the third place in the Department of Natural Sciences. This badge was hung on Jing Qinshin more than a month ago. Ji Churan looked around. He had looked at the class schedule before and knew that Jing Qinshin was in the same class as him, but now Ji Churan didn't see Jing Qinshin, not even in other classes. What's going on? Ji Churan was a little surprised. Normally, everyone had to participate in the freshman competition, so it was impossible for Jing Qinshin not to participate. Could it be that she is dead? No, that's not right. If Jing Qinshin was dead, the class atmosphere wouldn't be like this. It seems that she must have other things to do. Suddenly, a person appeared out of thin air in the sky of the island, and appeared there in an instant, as if teleporting. Because the students on the island were all paying attention to each other, they didn't notice the person in the air. Only the seniors in the audience noticed. The teacher is here. It looks like the competition is about to begin. Yeah, I really want to see which team can defeat Ji Churan. I'm afraid we can't defeat them. Alas, Ji Churan's teammates are more comfortable. If nothing unexpected happens, they can even win all the way and score points. In the audience, Han Shen looked at Ji Churan on the island and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he seemed to have noticed something. Zhuge, Han Shen shouted. What's wrong? Zhuge Shu asked with a smile, waving his feather fan. Han Shen, want to make a bet? Zhuge Shu, what are you betting on? Han Shen, how many teammates does Ji Churan have? How many teammates do you want to bet on? Zhuge Shu was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Shen, why do you want to bet on this? Intuition, Han Shen said decisively. Is that so? Zhuge Shu narrowed his eyes and thought silently in his heart. Generally speaking, a team must have 6 people, so normally, Ji Churan should have 5 teammates. But Han Shen's bet made Zhuge Shu a little confused. Could it be that Han Shen has some inside information? Zhuge Shu thought about this and began to calculate in his mind. No insider information. You're making a bet like this with me? Do you really think my powers are just for show? Zhuge Shu muttered to himself and then began to calculate. He counted lightly with his left fingers, then activated his special ability to start calculating. After a moment, he came up with his answer. 2 people, including Ji Churan. His team has a total of 3 people. Zhuge Shu said with a smile. So, Chen, what is your answer? 0. Han Shen said without hesitation. Such an answer made Zhuge Shu stunned. 0? How did you come up with that answer? Intuition. Han Shen replied decisively. The intuition between strong people. Hearing this, Zhuge Shu narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Because his mental calculations were a bit messed up at this moment. Ji Churan noticed the moment the teacher appeared in the air. He turned his head to look at the sky, at the teacher. The teacher also immediately locked onto Ji Churan's gaze and met his. Seeing that Ji Churan instantly noticed his presence, the teacher murmured in surprise. As expected of an S rank, very astute observation. After exchanging glances with Ji Churan, he shifted his gaze and opened his mouth slightly. The next moment, a loud voice suddenly spread throughout the entire path. Quiet! The sound was so loud that all the students on the island were stunned. Some people are even suspicious and directly used the national quintessence. However, the effect was also very obvious. The freshmen quieted down after a while of noise and looked up at the teacher in the sky. After everyone quieted down, the teacher continued. The freshman competition is about to begin. Please find your teammates and head to the registration office to register your team. Register your teams and line up your numbers. The competition will start in 30 minutes. Now, start preparing. After the teacher finished speaking, he disappeared from the air again, causing the freshmen on the island to exclaim wow. Looking at the teacher who disappeared in an instant, Ji Churan touched his chin and compared it secretly. If he bursts out with all his strength, he can also disappear instantly like the teacher just now, but he will leave a trail of lightning in the air. But it doesn't matter. matter. Even with a thunder trail, others can't catch up with me unless they are much stronger than me. After the teacher announced the start of preparations, students from each class dispersed and began to reunite with their teammates. Li Yunxian and others were no exception. After announcing their preparations, they went to the reinforcement and auxiliary departments to look for their teammates. Ji Churan walked directly towards the registration office. He had no teammates, so he didn't need to look for people from other departments' teams. When Han Shen saw everyone start to act, his eyes were fixed on Ji Churan. Zhuge Shu did the same, staring at Ji Churan with narrowed eyes. Not only them, but many people in the floating audience seats focused their eyes on Ji Churan. In the distance, Su Yenha, dressed in a smart battle robe, and Su Yanqi, dressed in a white dress, were sitting in the audience. The appearance of the two attracted the attention of many people around them. They were all wondering what was going on with Su Yenha and Su Yanqi. Although some people speculated that the two were siblings, no one dared to confirm it directly until it was completely confirmed. After all, which brother would publicly announce that he is pursuing his sister? Su Yenha and Su Yanqi also focused their eyes on Ji Churan. Is he the S-level freshman you mentioned? Su Yenha stared at Ji Churan and asked Su Yanqi beside him. Su Yanqi nodded and said, yes, he is very powerful and should be able to protect me from the secret realm. As she was talking, Su Yanqi turned her head to look at Su Yenha and asked, brother, don't you believe that he can protect me? Su Yenha's expression was serious, and his eyes were fixed on Ji Churan on the island. He was very shocked. He shook his head and said very seriously, no, it's not that I don't believe he can't protect you, but I'm not sure. I'm a little unsure if you and him can enter the secret realm. Can you really get those cultivation supplies? You mean? Su Yanqi was stunned and said, he will steal my supplies? No. Su Yenha shook his head and said solemnly, it may not be necessary to rob him. What I am afraid of is that some inheritances will choose him on their own. You've never entered a secret realm, so you don't know. The most precious thing in a secret realm isn't cultivation supplies, but inheritance. Inheritance? Su Yanqi murmured in confusion. That's right, inheritance. Su Yenha said in a deep voice, there are many inheritances of our ancestors in the secret realm. These inheritances of our ancestors are all based on selection, and choosing means that one party will be abandoned. Have you ever thought about this? You do have talent, but if you enter the secret realm with him. Su Yenha turned to look at Su Yanqi and said seriously, will those inheritances really choose you? And, Su Yenha pointed at Ji Churan, with shock in his pupils, I can't see through him. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that his realm has surpassed mine, and the other is that he has something on him that can hide his cultivation. Hidden objects are extremely rare. If he already possesses one of these after only 2 months of school. Su Yanqi instantly understood what Su Yenha meant and exclaimed, you mean? Yeah. Su Yenha nodded heavily. Either the school completely tilted the resources towards him, or he has an extremely powerful family behind him. Whatever the reason, it all shows that he's not simple. Ji Churan ignored the gazes of others along the way and walked straight towards the registration office. During this period, many people bravely came forward to ask Ji Churan if he wanted to form a team, but Ji Churan rejected them one by one. There was no way. Ji Churan was determined to compete alone. During this period, Ji Churan also saw a group of strange beasts, and even saw a nocturnal tiger sleeping next to a person. Obviously, these people are students of the beast taming department. There are not many students in the beast taming department this year. Most of the students who have awakened to the beast taming department went to the North City Military Academy. After all, there is a big stage for exotic beasts there, so one can better choose the exotic beasts to contract. The big stage for exotic beasts, come even if you don't have money. This sentence even became the admissions motto of the North City Military Academy. Ji Churan arrived at the registration office without stopping at all. Because Ji Churan did not go looking for his teammates, he was also the first one to arrive. He went directly to the registration office and said to the registration teacher, Teacher, I'm here to register. The registration teacher looked at Ji Churan and said with a smile, Student Ji, if you want to register, the whole team must be present. My entire team is here. Ji Churan said. The registration teacher was stunned. He stood up, stretched his neck, and looked behind Ji Churan. After discovering that there was no one hiding behind Ji Churan, he became even more confused. He looked up at the sky and found that there was no one there. He then looked at the ground and found that there was nothing unusual there either. Ah ha ha. The registration teacher seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, So, Ji has found a classmate who can become invisible. Great, great. I wonder if this classmate can stop using his special ability. Ji Churan looked at the registration teacher strangely and said, Teacher, I am the only one in my team. The registration teacher's smile froze, and he no longer cared about his teacher's demeanor. He directly released his mental power and began to sense his surroundings. But then he discovered there was no one around. To be more precise, there wasn't any supernatural power fluctuations around. Even Ji Churan did not show any supernatural power fluctuations. It can be said that if Ji Churan did not stand up, he might not be able to sense Ji Churan just by looking looking at his perception. After discovering this, the registration teacher's face suddenly changed, and his expression when looking at Ji Churan became horrified. You know, he is at the soul control realm. His soul control realm perception was so high that he couldn't even sense Ji Churan's supernatural power fluctuations. Even now he couldn't know Ji Churan's realm. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that Ji Churan's realm is higher than his, and the other is that Ji Churan has something hidden in himself. It is absolutely impossible that someone's realm is higher than mine, so the only thing I can do is to hide something from myself. The registration teacher swallowed and looked at Ji Churan with some fear. Great horror, great background. How could such a magical item be given by someone other than a wealthy family? It seems that this genius has a complicated background. The registration teacher was feeling emotional. At this point, he no longer felt that there was anything wrong with Ji Churan being on the team alone. However, adhering to professional ethics, he still gave him a reminder. Student Ji, have you decided to form a team by yourself? Ji Churan nodded. It's confirmed. I understand. The registration teacher replied, and then registered Ji Churan's team. After registering, the registration teacher took out a number plate and handed it to Ji Churan, and said, remember your number and go to the waiting area to prepare. Your opponent and venue will be determined after the draw. Ji Churan nodded slightly, took the number plate and looked at it. The number plate in his hand had the big word 1 written on it. Ji Churan shook the number plate and thanked him softly. Thank you very much. After saying that, Ji Churan turned and left, preparing to go to the waiting area. Ji Churan had just taken 2 steps when he passed by a very strange person. How strange was this person? Even Ji Churan couldn't help but look back. This man was nearly 2 meters and 3 meters tall, with sunken cheeks and wearing a mixed color battle robe. He stood there like a bamboo pole, falling down at the slightest touch, and looked malnourished. He hunched over, lowered his head, and looked nowhere except at the ground, as if he had autism. There was no one else around him. That is to say, he is also a one-man team. Such a special person made Ji Churan pay attention to him. It seems that this person is also very confident. Ji Churan thought secretly in his heart and became slightly interested. I wonder how many punches this person can withstand from me. After looking back, Ji Churan stopped paying attention and continued walking towards the waiting area. After arriving at the waiting area, Ji Churan looked around carefully. The waiting area can also be called the battlefield, because there are spectator seats all around him, and there is a sunken area in the center, and in the sunken area, there is a super large arena. The material of the ring was also very strange. It seemed to be made of high-strength steel of various colors, which mixed together to form a pattern. And this pattern is the school emblem of Sichuanchongqing Yining University. After Ji Churan took a look around the arena, he found a seat and sat down, waiting for the freshman competition to begin. The rules for the freshman competition are also different from the department rules. The first match was not 1v1, but 1v1v1. That's right, the first game started with 3 teams competing in a melee, and the winning team would be decided in advance. The qualified teams will move on to the next round. That is to say, in Ji Churan's first game, he will face 2 teams, or 12 people. However, Ji Churan was not worried about this. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, I can still defeat them with my elbow strikes. As time slowly passed, the teams composed of students chose to enter the venue one after another. What surprised Ji Churan was that the skinny guy who had registered after him was the last one to enter the venue. This made Ji Churan a little confused. However, it's just a doubt. After all the freshmen had registered, the teacher who had appeared in the sky before appeared out of thin air again. This time, he did not hesitate, but shouted directly in the air. Next up, the freshman competition. It officially begins. Now, please ask Xiaoyu to divide the groups. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice came from the air. Only then did Ji Churan notice that there was a white spherical object floating above the arena. As the mechanical female voice sounded, the spherical object began to change. Suddenly, its spherical body began to open, revealing a pitch-black lens. The next moment, a huge light curtain suddenly appeared above the ring, attracting everyone's attention. Along with the appearance of the light curtain, the content on the light curtain also emerged at this time. It's a lot of data. These data are densely divided into many small windows, and the numbers on these small windows are still jumping rapidly, as if they are drawing lots. Ji Churan looked around, wanting to see what number his opponent was. The data on the light screen kept jumping, and then suddenly stopped at the same time. After the data stopped, Ji Churan began to look for his own numbers. Han Chen and others in the audience were also looking for Ji Churan's number, because most of them came to watch the game today just for Ji Churan. After a moment, Ji Churan found his number. His number is located in the small window in the upper left corner, and there are 2 more numbers next to his number. They are 2 and 30 respectively. Number 2 and number 30? Ji Churan murmured, his eyes unconsciously looking at the thin man in the distance who was also looking at the light curtain. Although Ji Churan didn't know why the skinny guy was the last to enter the waiting area, he was most likely number 2. The numbers are arranged according to the order of registration, and the bamboo man was the second one to arrive at the registration office, so he is most likely number 2. As for the 30th, Ji Churun is still unaware of it. Please quickly find your own number and identify your opponent's number, the teacher shouted loudly in the sky. Next, let's draw lots in order. As the teacher finished speaking, the light curtain in the sky began to spin rapidly. After spinning for a moment, the light stopped, and the previous small window was completely disrupted. Originally Ji Churun's number was located in the upper left corner of the window, but now it has moved to the middle position, and there was a number 13 written on his number window. Number 13? Ji Churun murmured. Looks like I can just be a spectator and watch the show for now. My window number is 13, which means that my group is the 13th to go on stage to compete. The teacher in the sky looked at the digital window on the screen, then shouted, please invite number 4, number 7, and number 11 to the stage. Are numbers 4, 7, and 11 going to play the first game? Ji Churun murmured, then looked at the waiting area around him, wanting to see who the players were on the teams with these numbers. Soon, more than 10 people stood up in the waiting area and walked towards the stage. Among these dozen people, there are Li Yunxian and others. Ji Churun couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene, and murmured with a smile, I didn't expect them to be the first one. I just don't know what their numbers are. I didn't expect that we would be the first to go. It seems that we are quite lucky. Zhang Fengmao carried his war hammer and walked towards the arena with Li Yunxian and others while smiling. Shi Honghu held his long sword, still arrogant. Since this is the first battle, let's fight it beautifully. Li Yunxian smiled and said softly. At the same time, he slightly turned his head and looked at a man in a silver robe beside him. The man in the silver robe seemed to know what Li Yunxian was going to say and nodded slightly. The man had a grim expression, as if to keep strangers away. Li Yunxian was not surprised by this. After making sure that the man in the silver robe understood what he meant, he looked at a girl next to him. When the girl saw Li Yunxian looking at her, she nodded heavily and said, I will always pay attention to your condition. He, don't worry, sister. Suddenly, Zhang Fengmao stepped forward and said in a mean way, brother will always protect your safety. I, your brother, am your strong backing. The girl's mouth twitched wildly, and she quickly moved towards Li Yunxuan's position and away from Zhang Fengmao. Shi Honghu held his forehead with his left hand, grabbed Zhang Fengmao with his right hand and pulled him towards him, saying, Fatty, be quiet. Zhang Fengmao broke free from Shi Honghu's grasp and said unhappily, none of your business, pretending to be a big shot. Shi Honghu, you fat bastard. Zhang Fengmao, you are such a pretentious guy. Shi Honghu, fatty. Zhang Fengmao, pretend to be a brother. Seeing the two quarreling as usual, Li Yunxian held his forehead helplessly. These two enemies. As Li Yunxuan's team stepped onto the ring, members of the other two teams looked at Li Yunxian and others, as if they were looking at something. Li Yunxian and others were also looking at them. First is the team on the left. Behind the team on the left stands a black cat and a monkey with a green face and fangs. Li Yunxian determined the species of the two strange beasts at a glance. Shadow cat and green-faced monkey. The species of the two strange beasts are so different that it is obvious that they have two different owners. In other words, there are at least two beast-taming psychics in the left team. There is no exotic beast in the team on the right, but this does not mean that the other side does not have a beast-taming psychic. After all, some beast-tamers have very strange ways of taming beasts. How to fight? Zhang Fengmao asked it this time. Li Yunxian thought for a moment, and finally said, hit the ones on the left first. There are at least two beast-tamers among them. Hit them first. As he was speaking, Li Yunxian turned his head slightly to look at the man in the silver robe and said, Li Hong, please hold off the team on the right for a while. Honghu, fatty, and I will finish this quickly. Li Hong had no expression on his face and nodded indifferently. Shi Honghu glanced at him sideways, then frowned slightly and asked Li Yunxian, can he do it? Li Yunxian smiled and said, trust Li Hong, he is very strong. Seeing this, Shi Honghu stopped talking and focused his attention on the team on the left. The team on the left seemed to have noticed the gazes of Li Yunxian and others, and became alert. Shadow cat and green-faced monkey also turned their attention to Li Yunxian and others. The atmosphere became solemn. In the sky, the teacher watched the three teams on the field. After confirming that all three teams were ready, he said loudly, the first competition begins. Following the teacher's order, Li Yunxian no longer hesitated and shouted loudly, superior. The next moment, Li Yunxian, Shi Honghu and Zhang Fengmao released their special abilities and rushed towards the team on the left. The team on the left had already made preparations and took defensive actions as soon as the game started. Two of the students immediately took 2 steps back after the game started, while shouting, green-faced monkey, come on. Shadow cat, stop it. Following the instructions of the two classmates, the green-faced monkey and the shadow cat immediately began to rush towards Li Yunxian and others. The other students on the left team also started to move. 2 of them stepped back slightly and stood guard beside the 2 beast-taming students. The remaining 2 students stepped out and rushed towards Li Yunxian and others. Fighting also started on the other side. Due to the rush of Li Yunxian and others, only Li Hong and the girl remained in the team. The team on the right, Team 11, immediately locked onto the 2 of them and launched an attack. Heh, I thought they were really good at fighting, but I didn't expect the team hasn't even gotten used to each other and there are still two people who haven't made it out yet. A tall and strong man in Team 11 laughed. Who knows? Another boy with an afro laughed jokingly. Several people rushed towards Li Hang at a rapid speed. Li Hang, on the other hand, had no expression on his face. He slightly turned his body to the side, holding the sword in his left hand and placing his right hand on the sword grip. His whole aura changed, etc. Suddenly, a boy in a yellow jersey from Team 11 braked his car. Seeing the man in yellow robe brake, the man with afro and the tall and strong man also stopped. The other three people in the team did the same and stopped. What's wrong? Asked the only girl in Team 11 in confusion. The others also looked puzzled. The yellow-robed man's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, I always feel something is wrong. He looked at Li Hang's figure and met Li Hang's eyes. He didn't look panicked at all. He was even ready to fight us. Isn't that better? The afro-haired man asked in confusion. We're 6 against 1, and that girl on the other side is obviously a support type. We're not to be feared at all. 6 against 1, the advantage is on our side. No, the yellow-robed man said in a deep voice, I have a bad feeling, maybe the other side isn't out of sync. Li Hang frowned slightly when he saw team number 11 stopped in front. Not going anymore? He turned his head to look at Li Yunxian and found that Li Yunxian had begun to gain the upper hand and victory was only a matter of time. So Li Hang decided to go straight ahead. Since you're not coming over, Li Hang murmured expressionlessly, then I'll go over. After saying that, Li Hang kept holding the sword and walked towards team number 11 step by step. Walking towards us? The guy with the afro was stunned by this scene and said in disbelief, there are 6 of us, and not only is he not scared, he's even walking towards us? Who does he think he is? The afro man felt as if he had been humiliated, his face full of dissatisfaction. Even Ji Churan wouldn't dare to do this. Captain, are we going to fight or not? The afro-haired man turned to look at the yellow-robed man. He's alone, and he's already provoking us like this. Do we really need to retreat? The man in yellow robe gritted his teeth upon hearing this. He was indeed more cautious. After seeing that Li Hang did not look panicked at all, he instinctively thought that there was something fishy going on. But now it seems that there is no such thing as fraud. The reason why Li Hang dared to walk towards him and others was probably because he was very confident in his own strength. But there are 6 of us on our side. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat the 6 of us directly. You're not Ji Churan. Thinking of this, the yellow-robed man no longer hesitated and said sternly, gritting his teeth, Superior, I'd been waiting for this. The man with the afro grinned and rushed towards Li Hang. The same goes for others. A melee also broke out on Li Yunxuan's side. The green-faced monkey and shadow cat attacked Li Yunxian and others at a rapid speed. Seeing this, Li Yunxian decisively chose to fight back on his own. He held the long sword in his right hand and shouted softly. The next moment, a flash of sword light appeared on the ring, and a sword light carrying an extremely sharp momentum slashed towards the green-faced monkey. But the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. After the sword light came into contact with the green-faced monkey, it passed through the green-faced monkey's body without any obstruction. It was as if the green-faced monkey was just a shadow. Be careful! Shi Honghu suddenly shouted, and flames suddenly appeared in his hand, blasting towards the shadow cat in front of him. He wanted to open Shadow Cat and then go to support Li Yunxian. However, what Shi Honghu didn't expect was that Shadow Cat actually dodged. Meow! Shadow Cat's eyes turned fierce, and he twisted his body in the air to avoid Shi Honghu's punch, and he also flew towards Shi Honghu. Shi Honghu was shocked and his body began to emit a scorching heat. The next moment, violent and scorching flames erupted from his body. The rising flames stopped Shadow Cat's attack. In order to avoid the flames, Shadow Cat kicked Shi Honghu's arm in the air and then jumped to the side. Want to run? However, what Shadow Cat did not expect was that Shi Honghu actually grabbed Shadow Cat's tail in midair. The scorching temperature and pain made Shadow Cat scream suddenly. Meow! From behind Team 7, Shadow Cat's owner suddenly shouted in worry. Shadow Cat! Ha ha! I finally caught you! Shi Honghu grinned with rising flames burning in his mouth like a demon in the blazing fire. Then, in the face of Shadow Cat's horror, Shi Honghu grinned and shouted, For me! Strengthen, strengthen, strengthen! However, before Shi Honghu could finish his words, he heard a hurried muttering in his ears. Before he could react, a sharp pain spread across his face. Then there was another crisp muffled sound. Shi Honghu only felt that his face was hit by something heavy hammer, and then his body flew to the side uncontrollably. The violent impact caused Shi Honghu's grip to loosen. Shadow Cat also took this opportunity to escape from Shi Honghu's hands. The first thing Shadow Cat did after escaping was to roll on the ground, trying to extinguish his flames. While attacking Honghu, the boy from the reinforcement department was also constantly slapping his right fist, trying to extinguish the flames. He slapped and murmured, Fortunately, we made it in time. Just as the green-faced monkey was about to attack Li Yunxian, a wall of earth suddenly appeared behind Li Yunxian, blocking the green-faced monkey's attack. The moment the earth wall appeared, a voice suddenly came out. A sneak attack? Master Mao, I'm a professional. Zhang Fengmao suddenly jumped out from the earth wall, tall, holding a huge hammer high in both hands and bending his waist. From a distance, he looked like a moon. The fat moon, of course. The green-faced monkey had no time to react. Under its terrified gaze, Jiang Fengmao swung the giant hammer down with all his might. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Fengmao's attack once again passed through the green-faced monkey's body without any hindrance, and hit the ring heavily, making a loud noise. No! Whose superpower is this? It's a mirror image. Jiang Fengmao couldn't help but curse. His mood was extremely bad. What was originally an extremely handsome and brilliant scene was turned into a clownish scene by this special ability. In the distance, a boy raised his hands, smiled slightly, and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. All the things that happened just now were caused by him. Because his ability is very special, it is an A-level special ability, mirror image. It can create a mirror image and hide the real body not far from the mirror image. His mirror image can not only work on himself but also on others. Li Yunxian also noticed this at this time, so he immediately picked up his sword and rushed towards the mirror man. Seeing this, the mirror man immediately let go of his hands and ran to the other side. After all, others are coming to attack you with swords in hand. If you don't run away, you will die. However, what the mirror man did not expect was that Li Yunxian actually used a fake move. On the surface, he was rushing towards the mirror man, but in fact, his real target was the 4 people behind him. That is, rushing towards the direction of the beast-taming psychics. Seeing this, the 2 psychics standing in front of the beast-taming psychic immediately became alert and prepared to start fighting. As the mirror man escaped, Jiang Fengmao seized the opportunity and rushed towards the green-faced monkey with a warhammer. The green-faced monkey did not choose to escape but instead chose to fight Jiang Fengmao head-on. It was very fast and arrived in front of Jiang Fengmao in an instant, and stretched out its claws to grab Jiang Fengmao. Jiang Fengmao did not make any move at all, but raised his warhammer high. Seeing this, the green-faced monkey smiled in a humane way. In its view, Jiang Fengmao's action was equivalent to completely exposing his weakness to it, which was a completely suicidal move. So, the green-faced monkey grabbed Jiang Fengmao without holding back. But the next second, the green-faced monkey was stunned, because a set of homemade armor suddenly appeared out of thin air on Jiang Fengmao's body. All of its attacks landed on the armor. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Fengmao raised his warhammer high and grinned. Finally, I'd been fooled. At this moment, the green-faced monkey only felt a dangerous breath coming. However, it was too late to escape. Then, in front of the green-faced monkey's horrified gaze, Jiang Fengmao smashed down with a hammer. It hit the green-faced monkey hard, and a terrifying loud noise was heard. Bang! Oh my god! Jiang Fengmao shouted, and the warhammer in his hand almost slipped out of his hand, because he felt that the blow he just made was as if he had hit a piece of steel. Jiang Fengmao originally thought that this was someone else's special ability, but when he looked down, he found that it was Chen Meng who took action. At this time, the green-faced monkey's whole body was turned into steel, exactly the same as Chen Meng's supernatural power. Jiang Fengmao looked up at the sky and saw Chen Meng nodding to him expressionlessly. Seeing this, Jiang Fengmao no longer hesitated and went to support Li Yunxian with a huge hammer. Ji Churan also noticed Chen Meng's figure. To be more precise, he also noticed Ding Wei's figure. Looks like everyone's here, he muttered, then continued watching the game. Shi Honghu was still lying on the ground, his whole body shaped like a big character. Not far from him, there was a boy who was patting the flames burning on his right hand, and under the boy's feet, Shadow Cat was constantly rolling over, trying to extinguish the flames. The boy didn't feel anything at first, but when he found that the flame could not be extinguished, he became anxious. How could this happen? The flame can't be extinguished. The boy swung his right hand violently, trying to extinguish the flame, but the flame showed no signs of dying out, and it even grew bigger. Damn it! How could this happen? The boy panicked and kept muttering, strengthen, strengthen, strengthen. As the man kept muttering, his arms grew bigger and bigger, until they were twice as big as before. But even so, the flame on his right arm showed no signs of going out. The man's expression became more and more panicked, and his movements of beating the flames became faster and faster. But as the man slapped his hands, his left hand also began to burn with flames. The Shadow Cat under his feet was also constantly being burned, and there was no way to extinguish the flames. He. Suddenly, Shi Honghu, who was lying on the ground, laughed. The man looked at Shi Honghu in horror and watched Shi Honghu slowly stand up. Shi Honghu's whole body was burning with flames, and his right palm was constantly flashing with red light. The raging flames continue? The man immediately understood the fighting technique used by Shi Honghu and shouted out unconsciously, "It seems that you have a good education." Shi Honghu continued to raise his hand and grinned. The man's face was grim at this moment, and he said, "Humph, so what if the flames continue? I don't believe your supernatural power will not be exhausted. My superpower will indeed run out." Shi Honghu grinned and said, "But, do you know what my superpower is called?" The man was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, Shi Honghu laughed and said, "My special ability is called Exploding Fire. Ha 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 ha, explode for me." The loud explosion resounded throughout the arena, drawing everyone's attention. The man in the mirror image broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the thick smoke produced by the explosion in horror, and shouted worriedly, "Xiao Liuzi, you're distracted." The next moment, Jiang Fengmao's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Mirror Man, and he raised his warhammer and smashed it down at the Mirror Man. The Mirror Man's face suddenly turned pale. He didn't care about De Zhuang's life or death, and immediately activated his supernatural power to turn himself into a mirror. Jiang Fengmao's warhammer once again pierced through the Mirror Man's body and hit the ground heavily, making a roaring sound. Jiang Fengmao didn't care about it at all. He picked up the warhammer again and turned to look at the Mirror Man, who was slumped on the ground. At this time, the Mirror Man's face was pale, his lips were bloodless, and he looked at Jiang Fengmao with horror. Jiang Fengmao carried the warhammer and walked slowly towards the Mirror Man, smiling. "Hey, you, old six, your powers are exhausted, right? Let me, Master Mao, mirror you and see." Jiang Fengmao put the warhammer down from his shoulder, dragged it closer to the Mirror Man step by step, and said, "Admit defeat, or I'll start attacking." The Mirror Man gritted his teeth and began to tremble all over. He tried to release his superpowers, but found that they had been completely exhausted. In the end, out of desperation, the Mirror Man finally chose to admit defeat. "I give up." After saying this, the Mirror Man collapsed on the stage as if all his strength had been drained away. After the Mirror Man admitted defeat, Jiang Fengmao stopped caring about it and picked up the giant hammer again and ran towards Li Yunxian. "Damn, what was that just now?" the guy with the afro exclaimed, his expression becoming extremely ugly. To his right was a cloud of thick black smoke, the appearance of which made them completely unaware of what was happening over there. "Don't worry about those things for now. Get rid of him first. He's too troublesome." The tall and strong man roared at this time, and at the same time raised the long knife in his hand and slashed towards Li Hang. Li Hang's expression remained calm as he dodged the tall and strong man's attack by leaning to the side. He then grasped the sword in his right hand and muttered coldly, "One sword, ringing." The next moment, Li Hang drew out the sheathed sword in his hand, and in an instant, a crisp sword sound resounded throughout the venue. Clang! Draw the sword and slash. Along with the clear sound of the sword, Li Hang's calm and emotionless voice also came out. The tall and strong man didn't even have time to react before he saw a flash of white light before his eyes. With a clang sound, Li Hang disappeared. The tall and strong man stood there in a daze, touching his neck in disbelief. His right hand trembled as he touched his neck, and he felt a hardness. "Steel, steel." The tall and strong man had a dazed look on his face and murmured in disbelief, I lost." The next second, the tall and strong man knelt down on the ground weakly, as if he had lost his soul. Li Hang stood behind the tall and strong man, sheathed his sword, raised his eyes to look at the man with the afro and others, paying no attention to the tall and strong man. "Killed, in an instant?" The guy with the afro opened his mouth wide, his face full of shock. He could never have imagined that the tall and strong man would be defeated instantly by Li Hang. They didn't even see what moves Li Hang made. "Next, it's your turn." Li Hang spoke to the 5 people in a very expressionless and calm manner. The afro's face immediately turned red, and he roared angrily, "You must be joking. You're just one person." "Ha, it seems that I am not too late, Master Mao. There are still 5 people here." Suddenly, Jiang Fengmao's voice came from the thick smoke. The man with the afro and the others turned their heads and saw 3 figures. The 3 figures were a little blurry, and only the colors of gold, red and brown could be vaguely seen. But as the 3 figures got closer, they began to become clearer. Li Yunxian was seen with his golden robe fluttering, holding a sword in his left hand, walking out of the thick smoke step by step, exuding a sharp aura. The state of peak spiritual perception was no longer concealed at all. Beside him was Shi Honghu, whose whole body was burning with flames. At this moment, Shi Honghu was completely a little fireman, and only his facial features could be vaguely seen. Shi Honghu's realm is surprisingly also the peak spiritual perception realm. The last one is Jiang Fengmao. Jiang Fengmao was seen carrying a warhammer, with a lewd smile on his face, walking out of the thick smoke step by step. At this moment, he did not hide his realm, the upper spiritual perception realm. "Excuse me, there are 4 of us." Li Yunxian smiled slightly and looked at the 5 people with afro hair. With the appearance of the 3 people, a commotion began in the waiting area. "Oh my god, is this team so strong?" 3 of them instantly wiped out one team, and another team was stopped by one person. "Yeah, especially that man in the gold robe. He killed all 4 people from the left team in one blow." "That's right, just now." Li Yunxian broke into the rear of team number 7 alone. Facing the attacks of 2 enhancement systems, Li Yunxian completely defeated them with just 2 swords. After the 2 reinforcement type students were defeated, the remaining 2 beast taming type students stopped fighting and simply chose to admit defeat. After all, their beasts were already considered dead. The green-faced monkey died under Jiang Fengmao's hammer. Shadowcat died in Shi Honghu's explosion. In Team 7, 3 people surrendered and 3 people died. Moreover, they didn't even cause any harm to Li Yunxuan's team. Shi Honghu, the only one who was hit in the face, was not injured at all. After all, in order to refine his self-destruction skills to the extreme, Shi Honghu has been honing his physical strength every day. It can be said that Shi Honghu has the strongest physical strength in Li Yunxuan's team. The yellow-robed boy's face had begun to turn turn pale. He looked at Li Yunxian and the others as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and murmured in shock. 2 peaks, 1 on top. How could this happen? The boy in yellow robe bit his lips tightly. You know, even he is only at the middle level of spiritual perception realm now. Not to mention fighting against someone at the peak of the spiritual perception realm. Even if he were to fight Zhang Fengmao one-on-one, he wouldn't be able to beat him. 2. Was that wrong? Suddenly, a voice was heard. Suddenly, Zhang Fengmao's despicable voice was heard, causing Afro and others to unconsciously look at Zhang Fengmao. There are more than 2 people at the peak of the spiritual perception realm in our team, Zhang Fengmao said with a grin. He then pouted at Li Hang and said, he is also at the peak of the spiritual perception realm. What? A boy from Team 11 exclaimed, then looked at Li Hang in disbelief. Not only him, but everyone else also looked at Li Hang unconsciously. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Li Hang no longer concealed himself and calmly released his state of mind. The peak spiritual perception realm. When Li Hang's realm exploded, the boy in yellow robe was already upset. There are 3 peak masters, one is on the upper level, and there is also a female whose cultivation level is unknown, but it doesn't matter what the female classmate's cultivation level is. After all, there are already 3 peak spiritual perception realms and 1 upper spiritual perception realm. What else do you need? And the most important thing is that these people's abilities are all of the attack type, either the natural system or the strengthening system. At this moment, the boy in yellow robe already knew the fate of his team. He exchanged glances with his teammates, then raised his hands with a wry smile and said dejectedly, "We admit defeat. Team 11 surrenders. Team 4 advances." As soon as the man in yellow robe admitted defeat, the teacher shouted loudly, announcing the victory of Li Yunchuan's team. In an instant, the waiting area began to discuss. So strong, they won just like that. This wasn't just a melee, this was a complete sweep. Yes, 3 peak spiritual perception realm masters and 1 upper spiritual perception realm master. This is simply a luxurious lineup. What I'm most afraid of now is the girl on their team. Although she looks like a support type, is it possible that she is also a big shot? No, buddy, you've read too many novels. I know that girl. She's from our support department and is only at the middle level of spiritual perception. I don't know how she joined this team. I really want to get some points. Oh my god, now that you mention it, I'm a little envious. Ji Churan looked at the people leaving the field, touched his chin and murmured, it's a bit surprising that you've reached the peak of the spiritual perception realm so quickly. But that girl, what's her use? Is she really just cheating? Ji Churan looked at the girl in Li Yunchuan's team and fell into deep thought. The girl stood there without moving from the beginning to the end. She was just there to act as a standing machine. Why would a girl like this join Li Yunchuan's team? Is she Li Yunchuan's girlfriend? Ji Churan was a little confused about what Li Yunxian was thinking, but it didn't matter. After all, everyone has their own ideas, and others can't control or understand them at all. The competition then continued, and the next few games were somewhat ordinary. Most of the students were in the middle level of spiritual perception, and there were very few in the upper level of spiritual perception. The only student who reached the peak of spiritual perception appeared in the 9th round. The classmate's weapon was a long stick. As for his special abilities, Ji Churan was not very clear, because as soon as the game started, the classmate rushed out with a long stick, and what was very strange was his teammates. His teammates consisted of 1 woman and 4 men. After the woman came on the court, she looked exactly like the woman in Li Yunchuan's team. She just stood there in a daze. However, Ji Churan could feel that the female classmate was releasing supernatural powers. The other 4 male students all used bows as weapons. That's right, 4 archers. The man with the long stick rushed into the other teams with his long stick, while the 4 archers kept shooting arrows from behind. Unexpectedly, the 4 archers had an extremely high hit rate. It could even be said that they hit the target every time. Anyway, Ji Churan has never seen the 4 archers fail. As for the special abilities of the 4 archers, they are most likely of the enhanced type. As for what they are specifically, Ji Churan doesn't know. As for the girl's special ability, Ji Churan guessed that it was an auxiliary one, the kind that could provide benefits to others. Otherwise, how could the man with the long stick be so fierce? He just raised the long stick and ignored everyone's attacks and started a head-on fight. And every time the man with the long stick swings his stick, it will bring with it a strong gust of wind, and his momentum is extremely strong. Alas, I really need to learn some culture. Ji Churan held his forehead helplessly and murmured, otherwise, I won't be able to tell what other people's abilities are for a long time. What Ji Churan suffers most from now is culture. There's nothing I can do. After all, the buff of wanting to sleep as soon as I read won't disappear even if I travel across time. Finally, after waiting for so many games, it was finally Ji Churan's turn to compete. The teacher's loud voice resounded throughout the sky. Number 1, number 2, number 30. On stage. It's finally my turn. If it weren't for me, I would have been paralyzed. Ji Churan stretched slightly and stood up. As Ji Churan stood up, dense gazes were directed at him. After all, Ji Churan's reputation is so great that almost everyone in the school knows him, especially the freshmen. You know, the wonderful moments of Ji Churan's military college entrance examination are still circulating on the internet today. Ji Churan has become immune to these gazes. Except for being a little restrained at the beginning, he gradually got used to it. Ji Churan ignored these gazes, stretched himself, and then activated his special abilities. The next moment, there was a flash of lightning in the waiting area. Before the students could react, they realized that Ji Churan had disappeared. Oh my god, where's the person? He disappeared in the blink of an eye? Where are you looking? Look at the ring. Ji Churan is on the ring. Only then did the students turn their heads and look at the arena. At this time, Ji Churan was already standing on the ring, with thunder still crackling around his body. So fast. The classmates were stunned after seeing this scene. They knew that people with lightning abilities were very fast, but Ji Churan was too fast. It disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It's like teleportation. The teacher in the sky was also a little surprised at this time, and murmured, how could it be so fast? As Ji Churan appeared, a team in the waiting area who had just stood up was stunned. Our opponent seems to be. A boy in a flowery robe said, it seems to be Ji Churan. It's not like that. It's that. A boy with a mushroom haircut beside the boy in the flowery robe said in a panic, why is our luck so bad? Ji Churan is the one who gets matched up in the first match. I'm really impressed. What kind of matching mechanism is this? A long-haired girl murmured in confusion. She turned her head and looked at the girl next to her. The girl had beautiful features and jet black hair. She was wearing a black and white battle robe with many black crane patterns on it, which looked extremely gorgeous. The long-haired girl asked, Sister He, what should we do now? The girl called Sister He frowned slightly and turned her head to look at other places in the waiting area. With just one glance, Sister He noticed someone who was different from the others, because he was the only one standing in the battle zone at this time, and his body shape was also very strange. He was very tall, but his body was extremely thin, like a bamboo pole. And this person was the bamboo man that Ji Churan had met before. Ji Churan on the ring also noticed the bamboo man and looked at him. The bamboo man stood up, lowered his head and hunched his body, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. He moved slowly in the waiting area, as if he was afraid of blocking other students. The bamboo-skinned man moved out of the waiting area step by step, then looked up at the specific location of the ring, and then continued to walk towards the ring with his head down. Ji Churan looked at the strange bamboo man and seemed to have a guess in his mind. Could he be autistic? Of course, it could also be social anxiety. This also explains why the bamboo man was the last one to enter the waiting area. Maybe he was a little afraid that if he went in first, others would keep watching him. Sister He looked at the thin man walking onto the stage, and an idea came to her mind. She would not let her guard down just because of someone's appearance, not to mention that the boy obviously had no teammates. It is definitely unacceptable to dare to participate in the competition alone without any strength. You know, even though Li Yunxian and his friends are at the peak of spiritual perception, they have chosen to form a team. You can imagine how strong this session is. Of course, the main reason for increasing the intensity of this session is Ji Churan. Sister He made a decision and said to her teammates, after you go on the court, try to stay back and let Ji Churan and that boy play first. After all, that boy dared to compete alone, which shows that he is very confident in his own abilities. The long-haired girl looked at the man who was hunched over with his head down on the stage and said uncertainly, Sister He, are you sure He? Xiao Li, don't let your guard down because of someone's appearance, and don't be blinded by what's in front of you. Sister He looked at the long-haired girl and said, hasn't your own ability told you this yet? The long-haired girl was speechless, not knowing how to refute. In the end, she could only nod and say, I understand, Sister He. In that case, Sister He waved her right hand gently and said, then let's go on stage. The teammates behind Sister He shouted in unison and walked towards the ring. Ji Churan looked at Sister He's team, which was number 30. Team number 30 consists of 4 women and 2 men. As for what their special abilities are, Ji Churan doesn't know yet. Team number 2 consisted of only the bamboo man. If you dare to participate in the competition alone, it means you are very confident in your own abilities. However, Ji Churan always felt that the bamboo man was a bit contradictory. He was confident enough in his abilities to compete alone, but he lacked the confidence to stand tall. How is this possible? Unless he didn't go looking for his teammates because of his social anxiety. If that's the case, Ji Churan's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know what to say. Game 13. Begin. Suddenly, the teacher in the sky shouted loudly, now, the game begins. As the game began, except for Ji Churan, the other 2 teams took action. I saw Team 30, which was Sister He's team. The 6 of them immediately retreated to the edge of the ring, as if they wanted to stay away from the battlefield and let Ji Churan and the bamboo man fight. The bamboo man also retreated tremblingly, as if he wanted Ji Churan and Sister He to fight each other. At this moment, both teams chose to avoid Ji Churan's attack. Such a scene made Ji Churan a little at a loss. No, if you don't take action, it will be difficult for me to choose who to hit first. After all, I have difficulty making choices. Ji Churan scratched his head and looked around. Many seniors laughed out loud when they saw such a dramatic scene. Wow, is this what dignity is? I finally understand understand why sometimes I choose to retreat when I hear someone's name. Is it really okay to be afraid of fighting before even starting? Tactical retreat. You know nothing, you reckless man. How dare you call me fat tiger and a reckless man? I'll beat you. Han Chen showed a barely perceptible smile on his face, as if he was very happy about something. Zhuge Xu beside him looked a little worried. There was no way out. He lost the bet and had to pay the points directly. Zhuge, let's make another bet? Han Chen suddenly said. Zhuge Xu immediately refused upon hearing this. No way, no way. As someone with special deduction abilities, you don't dare to bet with me, a mere enhancement type person? Han Chen suddenly became sarcastic. Zhuge Xu gritted his teeth and looked like he was about to make a bet. Yes, that's it, come and bet with me. Han Chen looked at Zhuge Xu's expression and felt very excited. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he was sure that Zhuge Xu's ability could not predict Ji Churen's future. In other words, if you bet with Ji Churen, it all comes down to intuition. Ji Churen's behavior is sometimes similar to Han Chen's, so Han Chen is confident that he will win the bet against Ji Churen. Just as Han Chen was waiting for Zhuge Xu's response, Zhuge Xu's expression suddenly changed from gritting his teeth to a calm one. Zhuge Xu also waved his feather fan and smiled. Seeing this, Han Chen was stunned and asked quickly, "You don't want to gamble anymore?" Zhuge Xu, yes, no more gambling. Han Chen, why? Zhuge Xu, I figured out what you were thinking. Han Chen was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. How could I have forgotten this? Zhuge Xu certainly couldn't figure out Ji Churen, but he could figure out me. Ruined, the points plan is ruined. Ji Churen scratched his head and shouted, "Hey, you guys aren't coming up?" Sister He naturally heard Ji Churen's call. She nodded and responded, "Yes, classmate Ji, our strength is limited, so we choose to retreat temporarily." As she spoke, Sister He looked at the bamboo man standing beside her, pointed at him and said, "That student is also participating alone. He's obviously a very strong person. I think his initial target might be you, Ji. So we want to see what a top-level battle looks like. So we chose to leave the battlefield for you." Ji Churen's mouth twitched when he heard this. "No, sister, you are so good at talking. If you want to be the fisherman, just do it. You can find such an excuse." After being named, the skinny guy hurriedly raised his head and wanted to explain, but the words were on the tip of his tongue but he couldn't say them. Finally, he bit his lip lightly and lowered his head again. It seemed as if he had experienced this situation countless times. It seemed as if all his excuses were of no effect. Ji Churen of course saw the bamboo man's actions. He frowned and shouted, "Hey buddy, do you really think so? Are you really coming for me?" Ji Churen was sure at this moment that the bamboo man was definitely not coming for him, and the reason why bamboo man formed a team alone was probably because he didn't dare to look for his teammates. After listening to Ji Churen's words, the bamboo man raised his head again and wanted to defend himself, but when his eyes met Ji Churen's, he once again chose to retreat. That's right, he lowered his head again and chose to remain silent. "Are you so lacking in confidence?" Ji Churen suddenly shouted. "You don't even dare to answer?" The bamboo man lowered his head and his body trembled. After a moment, he slowly raised his right hand. Ji Churen thought that the bamboo man was going to start to refute, but what Ji Churen didn't expect was that the bamboo man actually, "I give up." The hoarse and tiny voice of the bamboo man came out, but this tiny sound was heard clearly by everyone in the ring. What the hell? Sister He was stunned. She never expected that the skinny guy would choose to admit defeat. The teacher in the sky was also stunned for a moment and said in confirmation, "Number 2, are you sure you want to admit defeat?" The bamboo man lowered his head and moved it slightly, as if nodding. Another voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz was heard. Seeing this, the teacher said nothing more and announced loudly, "Number 2 admits defeat." As the teacher finished speaking, the bamboo man slowly turned around and walked off the court. Countless puzzled looks were cast towards the bamboo-skinned man, but he seemed to have been accustomed to it and walked off the stage with a slight trembling body. Ji Churen looked at the bamboo man and felt a little bad. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he always felt a familiar feeling towards the bamboo man. It was as if he had seen the bamboo man somewhere before. Ji Churen wasn't sure where he had seen the bamboo man. If he wanted to confirm, he could only wait until the game was over and ask him privately. Since the bamboo man has admitted defeat, Ji Churen doesn't plan to waste any more words. He turned his head and looked at Sister He's team. Sister He also looked at Ji Churen. Student Ji. Just as Sister He was about to speak, she saw a small ball of thunder flashing with terrifying thunder suddenly gathered in Ji Churen's right hand. Seeing this scene, Sister He's pupils shrank, and without caring about anything else, she shouted directly, "Summon the Beast Master." As soon as Sister He finished speaking, before they could summon their own beasts, Ji Churen turned into a bolt of lightning, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Sister He and the others in an instant. Afterwards, Ji Churen mercilessly threw the thunderball gathered in his right hand right in the center of Sister He's team. Because the speed was too fast, and Ji Churen threw the ball right in his face, Sister He and the others had no time to react. Sizzle S. In an instant, a terrifying ball of lightning rose from the edge of the ring and grew rapidly. Its terrifying aura is even more terrifying terrifying than the thunderball released by Ji Churan during the college entrance examination. The people in the audience and waiting area looked at the terrifying thunderball on the field with their mouths wide open. It can be said that they themselves have no confidence in surviving this thunderball. The most important thing is that Ji Churan did not stop after throwing out a thunderball. Instead, it once again transformed into a blue lightning and flashed to the center of the ring. Then, Ji Churan's left and right hands began to flash with thousands of thunders. Ji Churan began to swing his left and right hands at the same time, and dozens of lightning blades continued to chop towards the thunderball. This is exactly the S-level offensive combat skill that Xiao Ting taught Ji Churan. Ever since Ji Churan knew that his superpowers would not run out, he made a decision. If you can cover something with firepower, you must never let your guard down. Insurance, always the best. If it was allowed on the battlefield, Ji Churan would like to use Raikiri to perform an autopsy. I'm afraid even Xiao Ting couldn't imagine that someone would throw out more than a dozen thunder slashes in a row, not caring at all whether his supernatural power would be exhausted. On Sky Island, in the exclusive viewing area for teachers, Chen Meng's eyes had already widened. The look he gave Ji Churan became incredible. No way, buddy, it's okay to just throw one thunderball, but you also need to add more than 10 Raikiri? Are you playing like this by trying to dig up your ancestors' graves? Even if I'm made of steel, I can't withstand such a beating. Chen Meng wanted to scold Ji Churan at this time. Originally, he only needed to turn into steel for a while, but after Ji Churan's commotion, he had to continue turning into steel again. Isn't my ability really a superpower? I could have just gone to work and been done with my job, but Ji Churan forced me to work overtime. You can really do it. After throwing out more than 10 lightning strikes, Ji Churan stopped attacking. He shook his hands slightly to get rid of the remaining thunder in his hands. Looking at the thunderball that was gradually dissipating in the distance, Ji Churan murmured, "We should be done now. How about playing it safe and firing a few more Raikiri?" Seeing that Ji Churan's arms began to flash with thunder again, Chen Meng could no longer sit still. He immediately took over the teacher's report and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The game is over. Ji Churan wins." Chen Meng's voice soon resounded throughout the arena. Ji Churan, who was originally planning to continue releasing Raikiri, also stopped at this time. Since Lao Chen has declared himself the winner, there is no need for him to release Raikiri anymore. After confirming his victory, Ji Churan did not stay any longer. With a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning again and returned to the waiting area in an instant and sat down again. After Ji Churan sat down, the students around him looked at him with shock and envy. On the floating island, Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ji Churan stop. "Fortunately, I stopped, otherwise I would have to work overtime. But this little pervert was too ruthless. Ha, it seems that classmate Ji is a very cautious person." Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from behind Chen Meng. Chen Meng was startled and turned his head to look. The person who was speaking was a middle-aged woman with three-dimensional facial features. She must have been a beauty when she was young. The most noticeable thing about her was her hair. There is a strand of white hair in her long black hair, which makes her look a bit like an immortal. "Hisuruo, you can't have any other ideas." Chen Meng frowned slightly and said, "Other ideas? What ideas?" Hisuruo looked at Chen Meng in surprise and said, "Are you afraid that I will do something bad to classmate Ji?" "Please, Chen Meng, I already have a daughter. The one on the stage just now was your daughter, right?" Chen Meng continued, "You shouldn't have the idea of beating the younger to get the older one." "Oh, are you worried about that? After all these years, you don't even know what my personality is like?" Hisuruo laughed sarcastically, looked at Chen Meng strangely and said, "My daughter can't beat Ji Churan because she is not as skilled as him. Why would I attack Ji Churan? If I have to take action against everyone who offends my daughter, won't I be exhausted to death? What's more, I care more about the survival of our human race than personal feelings. Ji Churan has great talent. Just for this reason, I won't hurt him. Not only will I not hurt him, I will even protect him." Hisuruo's face was full of seriousness. She was not the kind of person who couldn't understand the situation. On the high seat, Dinwei slowly withdrew his gaze from Chen Meng and Hisuruo. "I don't have such an idea. It's best not to have such an idea, so that I don't have to do it myself." Dinwei closed his eyes slightly and began to rest. As for what happened on the ring, he no longer paid attention to it. For him, the only person worth paying attention to in school now is just one person. That is Ji Churan. Although others have their merits and are important, they are definitely not as important as Ji Churan. "Ha ha, you're worthy of being sister he. You're so broad-minded." Chen Meng had a serious face 1 second, and then he was grinning in the next, changing his expression even faster than that. "Just now, brother, I was just mumbling casually. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." Hisuruo rolled her eyes and was speechless towards Chen Meng. "Humph, so in your mind, I'm such a stingy person. If I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have lent you the sharp-winged eagle." Chen Meng scratched his head and quickly said with a smile, "Oh, sister he, I was wrong, brother, I will treat you to a meal after this is over. Goodbye." Hisuruo waved his hand. "I don't have that kind of luck. After all, you, Chen Meng, are really amazing." "Oh, sister he, please don't embarrass me. If you really can't make it work, I'll treat you to 2 meals. Chen Meng was in a dilemma at this time. If he had known it would be like this, he shouldn't have mentioned it that much. Several people were talking. Team 30 was also pulled down for treatment. After the treatment, the entire team fell silent. Sister He, are we lost already? A girl with a bun-haired hairstyle had a dazed look on her face, still unable to believe the outcome. Sister He, also known as Hishui, is the daughter of Hisuruo. At this time, Hishui's face was full of silence. She sat blankly in the waiting area, as if she was doubting her life. Her team was made up of 5 students from the beast taming department and 1 student from the psychology department, all of whom were carefully selected by her. And each of them has pretty good fighting skills. In other words, as long as they cooperate with their beast taming, it is like 11 against 6. Her own beast is also a very powerful beast, with the strength of the peak spiritual perception realm. Moreover, her beast can hide in her clothes and launch a sneak attack at any time. Almost no freshman can withstand a sneak attack from the peak spiritual perception realm. She was confident that even if Li Yunxian and the others came, they would lose their ability to fight if they were attacked by her beasts. She originally planned to have a conversation with Ji Churan and then let the Beastmaster launch a sneak attack when Ji Churan let his guard down. After all, this is the only way she can deal with a player like Ji Churan. But she never expected that Ji Churan would not play according to the routine. Before she could even call out Ji Churan's name, Ji Churan teleported over and attacked. In this case, let alone a sneak attack, she couldn't even summon a beast. And because Ji Churan moved so quickly, the psychic in her team didn't have time to use his abilities. They were well prepared, but in the end they succumbed to Ji Churan's attack. The late emperor passed away before he could complete his career. Why is my luck so bad? I met Ji Churan in the first round. Hishui had a worried look on her face and sat listlessly in the waiting area, feeling extremely bad. Subsequent competitions are also in full swing, but Ji Churan had no interest in watching these games at all, because the ones fighting are students at the middle level of spiritual perception. The fight between these classmates made Ji Churan drowsy. If he could, he would have jumped onto the ring and shouted something like, "Come on all of you." But there was no way, because Chen Meng had reminded him before. If he does this, there is no way to tell the second place, because it is understood that most of his classmates came to compete for the second place and never thought about competing for the first place. In this case, even if Ji Churan went on stage and shouted, "Come on all of you together," it would be of no use at all. Helpless, Ji Churan had to follow the competition obediently. After finally making it to the evening, Ji Churan just got up and went back to the Natural Science Academy to prepare for dinner, but was stopped by 2 people again. "Classmate Ji, how are you?" Zhugeshu held a feather fan and looked at Ji Churan with a smile. Han Chen crossed his arms and looked at Ji Churan with a cold expression. The 2 men stood in front of Ji Churan, one on the left and one on the right, looking like they were forcing a conversation. Ji Churan looked at the 2 of them in surprise and said, "Senior Zhuge, Senior Han Chen, why are you here?" "Of course we're here to watch the game," Zhugeshu said with a smile. "But classmate Ji, you really gave me a shock. It's truly terrifying that you possess such terrifying fighting power at such a young age." No, it's just average," Ji Churan responded with a smile. Seeing this, Han Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, he knows how to be humble and is a good junior. It's just average, 3rd in the world," Ji Churan continued to add with a smile. Han Chen stumbled suddenly, and even lost his stern expression. He pointed at Ji Churan and shouted, "You're not humble at all." "Humility?" Ji Churan murmured doubtfully. "Can humility be eaten?" Han Chen's mouth twitched wildly and his eyebrows began to twitch crazily. He had no idea what to say. "But 2 seniors, isn't it a bit abrupt for us to chat here?" Ji Churan rubbed his hands with a smile. "How about we find a restaurant to talk?" "Ah ha ha." Zhugeshu suddenly put away his feather fan, raised his head to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said, "I calculated that it looks like it's going to rain tonight. I'm going back to the dormitory to pack my clothes. Bye." After saying that, Zhugeshu turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Han Chen immediately recalled the meal that day, and in an instant, his saliva, oh no, tears started to flow. "Sorry, classmate Ji, I have to go help Zhugeshu pack his clothes." In order to save his points, Han Chen also chose to turn around and run away. Seeing this, Ji Churan hurriedly shouted, "It's my treat." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhugeshu and Han Chen stood in front of Ji Churan again as if they had teleported. Zhugeshu opened the feather fan once again and began to shake it slowly, while saying with a smile, "Oh my, the supernatural is a bit chaotic today. Even the weather was miscalculated. It should be sunny tonight." "Zhuge, what's wrong with you?" Han Chen immediately responded, "You can't even figure out such a small matter. How come you keep getting worse and worse?" Sorry, Zhugeshu replied with a smile. Although he was apologizing, judging from his expression, he did not feel any apology at all. Ji Churan looked at the 2 seniors and felt that they were more and more unreliable, especially Zhugeshu. Listen to what he said. "Evening, sunny day? It's a sunny night. The left brain speaks and the right brain refutes, right? Why is your head pointy?" Department of Natural Science. science. Ji Churan still chose the old restaurant and the old private room. Even the waiter was the same one from before. When the waiter pushed the door and entered the private room, he asked subconsciously after seeing Ji Churan and the other two. Still the same as before? Yes. Ji Churan nodded and said, same as last time. Okay. The waiter made an okay gesture and then left the private room. At this time, only Ji Churan and the other two were left in the private room. I never thought that one day I would be able to have a meal treated by my junior fellow student. Zhuge Xu said with a smile. Han Chen was thinking about something. It's a small question, just a meal. But Senior Zhuge, I have a question I want to ask you. Ji Churan said with a smile. What's the problem? Zhuge Xu said with a smile, just tell me. I can tell you anything I know. Suddenly, Zhuge Xu looked at Han Chen with a smile, and then said to Ji Churan, your senior, Han Chen, even knows which girls are the prettiest in the academy. Oh, Ji Churan was immediately amused. He hadn't expected that Han Chen actually had some research in this area. Does Senior Han Chen really know? Of course, Zhuge Xu said directly and mercilessly. Your senior Han Chen secretly investigated it when he was a freshman. At that time, he would run around to other departments with a stern face every day, and as a result, almost every time he went to a department, there would be several people who chose to challenge him. After all, he had a stern face during his freshman year and was always asking for a fight. Until now, everyone in other departments thought he was just looking for a fight during his freshman year. But I'm the only one who knows that when he went to other departments during his freshman year, he actually went to see beautiful female classmates. Zhuge Xu. Han Chen's face flushed immediately, and he shouted, shut up. Zhuge Xu glanced at Han Chen with a smile, then immediately sat down next to Ji Churan and whispered in his ear. He even ranked the pretty girls. Oh my god, really? Ji Churan's eyes flashed. That's too lifelike. Zhuge Xu, I will kill you. Han Chen stood up suddenly and ran towards Zhuge Xu. Oh, at night, guns, tut tut. Zhuge Xu suddenly raised his head and said something incomprehensible. But what was surprising was that it was Zhuge Xu's surprised words that made Han Chen suddenly stop. Han Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Zhuge Xu with a red face. He pointed at Zhuge Xu tremblingly, and steam began to come out of his head. You're so cruel. Han Chen gritted his teeth, squeezed out these few words from between his teeth, and then sat back on his bench. This stunned Ji Churan. It seems that this Senior Zhuge still has something on Senior Han Chen. Sure enough, the squinting eyes are still too bloomy. Okay, it's just a joke. Zhuge Xu smiled and sat back in his seat. He asked, so, classmate Ji, do you have any questions for us? Snap, the food is here. The waiter pushed in the dishes ordered by Ji Churan and others on a cart, and then placed the dishes on the table for Ji Churan and others. After doing all this, the waiter left the private room and closed the door. Eat and talk while eating. Ji Churan picked up the chopsticks and pointed at the table, indicating that they should eat first. Zhuge Xu and Han Chen didn't hesitate and picked up their chopsticks to start eating. During the meal, Ji Churan asked a question he had always wanted to ask. Senior Zhuge, I'd like to ask, what are the requirements for joining the Republic group? Join the Republican group? Zhuge Xu's eating movements froze slightly. He gently put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and asked with interest, why did you want to join the Republic group during your freshman year? Ji Churan also slowly put down his chopsticks and said, because I want to fight against the strong. Zhuge Xu looked at Ji Churan with a smile and said, tell the truth, Junior Ji. Ji Churan was stunned, then smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and said, well, I didn't expect that I couldn't hide it from Senior Zhuge. Actually, I was bored and wanted to see the strength of the seniors from other colleges, so I wanted to ask if I could join the Republic group. Is there no one who interests you in your freshman year? Zhuge Xu asked strangely. No more. Ji Churan nodded and said, after all, I am now at the peak of the Twilight Realm. What? Zhuge Xu exclaimed suddenly, and his squinting eyes were now as big as copper bells. Even Han Chen, who had been eating hard, raised his head and looked at Ji Churan in shock. The freshman competition was at the peak of the Twilight Realm. You know, even he, who ranked first in the last freshman competition, was only at the peak of spiritual perception during Ji Churan's time. To be precise, the school has been around for so long, and basically during the freshman competition, the students' overall strength is at the spiritual perception realm. In his class, there were several students who had reached the peak of spiritual perception, but they were all defeated by him. Han Chen is confident that he can be invincible in the same level. He originally thought that Ji Churan was also an invincible existence at the same level as him, but he never expected it. How could Ji Churan be invincible in his level? He was attacking from a lower dimension. Zhuge Xu and Han Chen looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Han Chen put down his chopsticks at this time, looked at Ji Churan with a serious face, and said, Ji Xueti, are you ready? Ji Churan looked at Han Chen strangely. What kind of preparation do you need to have to join the Republican group? Don't you need to be prepared? You know, the Republican team's opponents aren't just sophomores, they also have juniors and even seniors. Han Chen said seriously, word for word, among those guys, quite a few are at the spiritual resonance realm. Are you sure you're ready? Han Chen stared at Ji Churan with sharp eyes, as if to confirm Ji Churan's determination. Ji Churan thought secretly in his heart. Can the Lingxi realm withstand 10 or so of my Raikiri attacks? You know, the power of the Raikiri that he threw out with his peak Twilight realm strength has reached the overdraft attack of the bottom spiritual resonance realm. Since it is an overdraft attack, its power can be imagined. Even a lower-level Lingxi realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand Ji Churan's continuous lightning attacks. If that's the case, then what am I afraid of? I'm ready. Ji Churan nodded and said to Han Chen with the same seriousness. Talk alone is not enough. Han Chen looked at Ji Churan coldly and said word by word, since I want to confirm your determination, I must fight with you. Fighting is the best way to confirm a person's determination. Fight? Ji Churan asked doubtfully, with whom? Han Chen slowly stood up at this time, his sharp eyes full of fighting spirit. He looked at Ji Churan and said word by word, and you, Senior Han Chen? Ji Churan murmured while sitting on the bench. Junior Ji, although you are very strong, Chen is not weak either. Zhuge Xu said with a smile, after all, Chen is also the top freshman in our class. If nothing unexpected happens, you will also become the #1 freshman in your class. It's normal for the first to be the first. That's right. Han Chen nodded coldly and said, if you feel this is unfair, Junior Ji, I can suppress my realm to the same level as yours, which is the peak of the Twilight realm. Wait, that's not what I meant. Ji Churan quickly waved his hand and asked in a questioning tone, I want to ask, Senior Han Chen, what realm are you in now? The peak of Yuan Energy realm. Han Chen said arrogantly, as if he was very proud of his own realm. But Han Chen should be proud. After all, there are very few people who can reach the peak of Yuanning realm in their sophomore year. Even some juniors have only reached the upper and peak Yuanning realms. Having reached the peak of Yuanning realm at such a young age, Han Chen can be called a genius. Peak Yuannong realm? Ji Churan murmured, then smiled, and said, then Senior Han Chen, you don't need to suppress your realm anymore. Han Chen frowned slightly and said, are you really so confident? Ji Churan smiled and nodded. In that case, I will do as you wish. Since Ji Churan said so, Han Chen no longer considered the social etiquette and agreed directly. Thank you, Senior Han Chen. Let's eat first. Ji Churan said with a smile, then picked up the chopsticks and continued eating. Zhuge Xu, who was standing aside, had already started eating frantically on the dinner table. Seeing that both of them started to eat like crazy, Han Chen didn't bother to pretend to be cool anymore. He just sat down and picked up the chopsticks and started eating like crazy. For a moment, there was no other sound in the private room, only the sound of chopsticks colliding with bowls, and chewing, and swallowing, because any words will slow them down in eating. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they set off directly to the training ground in the strengthening department. The strengthening department is the only department among the 6 major departments that has prepared a private arena. After all, most people in the strengthening department are battle maniacs, so fighting is essential. But some people don't want to be treated like monkeys, and just want to fight alone with their friends. Therefore, the training grounds of the strengthening department have prepared private arenas for students to train for combat and to compete in friendly matches with friends. Han Chen took Ji Churan and Zhuge Xu, registered directly, chose the ring, and then went to the ring in one go. Even the front desk staff seemed accustomed to it, as if Han Chen came here often. When heading to the private arena upstairs, Zhuge Xu noticed Ji Churan's slight surprise and explained. Chen is a battle maniac and often drags others to train in battle, so don't be too surprised. These are all basic operations, but you can learn more from Chen. He has a lot of combat experience. At this time, Zhuge Xu was like a gentle elder brother, patiently explaining to Ji Churan. After hearing this, Ji Churan also had a plan in mind. Since Senior Han Chen has rich combat experience, why don't I take this opportunity to improve my combat experience? If the effect is really good, then I will treat Senior Han Chen as a fixed partner in the future. Well, a fixed sparring partner is also pretty good. Several people walked along and stopped after reaching a room. Han Chen pointed his bracelet at the identifier outside the room, and then with a ding sound, the door opened. As soon as Ji Churan entered the private arena room, he saw an open space that was still about the size of a football field, as well as various weapons and mechanical dolls on both sides of the door. At the same time, Ji Churan also saw a pitch-black sphere floating in the air on the ceiling. Zhuge Xu looked at the pitch-black sphere in the sky and explained to Ji Churan with a smile. That ball is a protection ball. Protect the ball? Ji Churan asked doubtfully. Yes, the protective sphere, Zhuge Xu explained. This protective sphere contains abilities such as query, analysis, iron body, and healing. It was developed by the school's teachers using new age technology, allowing students to compete with confidence. Once there is an injury that cannot be sustained, the protection ball will be used to protect it, and treatment will also be provided during the protection process. But the protection balls are a bit expensive. One protection ball costs 20,000 points. After using one, you need to spend 20,000 points to replenish it. So many students still bear it. After all, it's too expensive. But don't worry, Junior G, I'll help you with this protection ball. Jichuran nodded slightly when he heard this. It seems that Senior Zhuge still doesn't quite believe me. But that's true. After all, Senior Zhuge and Senior Hanshan have been together for a long time, and Senior Hanshan is at a higher level than him. It's normal for him not to believe in himself. After all, for ordinary people, it is considered a genius to kill an enemy by crossing a small realm, let alone a whole large realm. Get ready, Hanshan said coldly, then pulled out a spear from the weapons at the door, and slowly walked to the center of the venue to wait for Jichuran. Seeing this, Jichuran also turned his head to look, took out a pair of boxing gloves from among the weapons and put them on his hands. You can actually use your own weapon. Hanshan gently touched the spear and said coldly, I just took my weapon for maintenance, so I had no choice but to use the D-level weapon that comes with the arena. Upon hearing this, Jichuran thought about it for a moment, but in the end he still chose to wear the boxing gloves hanging in the private ring room. Seeing this, Hanshan said no more and waited quietly for Jichuran to come on stage. However, what he didn't expect was that after putting on the boxing gloves, Jichuran took out a spear from among the many weapons and held it in his hand. Ha? Hanshan asked in surprise, you can use a gun? Jichuran smiled without saying anything, just holding the gun in one hand and performing a gun dance easily. In fact, Jichuran didn't pick up the gun on a whim, but he really knew how to use it. After all, his predecessors all died from guns, so it's normal for him to be able to use guns. To be precise, Jichuran's physique is somewhat special. During his previous training, he found that no matter what weapon he used, he felt very comfortable with it, as if he was born with the ability. This led to Jichuran practicing some conventional weapons during his previous training. However, only 3 kinds of weapons have been practiced for the longest time: boxing gloves, guns, and swords. After all, he can punch with fists and elbows, kill enemies with guns, and he looks cool with swords. Since I have talent, what's wrong with practicing more? Hanshan frowned. The layman watched the excitement, while the expert watched the details. As a gun user, Hanshan clearly felt the calmness in Jichuran. He definitely knows how to use a gun. Thinking of this, Hanshan became more and more excited. It's good to use guns. If you want to use guns, then join my club. My club is in need of talents like you. Hanshan had already decided at this time that after he defeated Jichuran, he would directly invite Jichuran to join his club. As long as Jichuran joins my club, I can teach him every day. Jichuran also came to the venue with a spear and stood face to face with Hanshan. The two people's eyes met in the air, as if invisible sparks were flying. Zhugeshu outside the field gently waved his feather fan, found a safe place to sit cross-legged, and began to watch. Hanshan was full of vigor, holding a spear, and said loudly, please advise. Jichuran held the spear in his right hand, with the tip of the spear touching the ground, and his whole body was sharp. Please advise. In an instant, Hanshan chose to attack first. He held a spear in his hand, not hiding his cultivation at all, and released his peak Yuanling realm strength without mercy, pressing towards Jichuran. In battle, people with higher realms have such advantages, but releasing their own realms will suppress people with lower realms, thereby weakening the opponent's strength. Hanshan's cultivation suddenly swept over Jichuran, causing Jichuran's body to stiffen instantly. How could this be? I actually got suppressed. Jichuran was shocked. He never expected that he would actually be suppressed by someone who was at a higher level than him. Although Jichuran's actual combat power is higher than his own realm is still the peak of the Glimmer realm. When encountering an opponent of a higher level, they will still be suppressed by that level. This had already appeared when I first met Zhou Min and was unable to move. Damn it, how sinister. But this is not the time to worry about those things, because Hanshan is already coming. Hanshan's face was grim, and he held the spear in his right hand and stabbed Jichuran. Jichuran did not hesitate and immediately swung the spear in his hand upwards. I saw a black trail passing through the air, and then I heard a clang sound. Hanshan's spear thrust was neutralized by Jichuran's spear with a clang, and after neutralizing Hanshan's attack, thunder began to surge around Jichuran. The next moment, Jichuran mercilessly grasped the spear, turned around, and swept the spear. With the blessing of thunder, a crackling gun flashing with thunder swept towards Hanshan. Hanshan didn't expect at this time that Jichuran could actually fight back like this even though he was suppressed by his realm. So he immediately stuck the butt of the gun on the ground, making a bang sound, and then held the spear with both hands, one high and one low, ready to meet Jichuran's gun sweep. At this moment, Hanshan suddenly discovered that Jichuran, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly smiled. In an instant, Hanshan had an ominous premonition in his heart. The next second, Jichuran, who was originally sweeping with his gun, suddenly loosened his wrist and threw the sweeping spear away. At the same time, he immediately retracted his right fist and began to gather his supernatural powers. In an instant, thousands of thunders appeared and gathered on Jichuran's right hand to form a fist made of thunder. Hanshan's pupils trembled violently, and he was about to retract the spear that was stuck on the ground, but it was too late. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Jichuran's right fist, which was filled with thousands of thunders, hit Hanshan's chest almost mercilessly. Thousands of thunders also erupted at this moment, cracking towards Han Chen. In an instant, Han Chen flew backwards at a rapid speed. While flying backwards, Han Chen immediately used the spear in his hand to poke the ground. Suddenly, a harsh friction sound was heard on the field. Finally, Han Chen stopped dozens of meters away from Ji Churan. At this time, Han Chen only felt a pain in his chest. After the severe pain, he felt a burning and numbness in his chest. After the pain and numbness, he felt a little breathless. He quickly brushed off the remaining thunder on his chest and looked up at Ji Churan. Ji Churan also retracted his fist and looked at Han Chen. Han Chen stood up straight, danced a little with his gun, and said in a deep voice, "Why did you stop?" Ji Churan stood there without saying anything, but continued to look at Han Chen. Han Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this and continued, "Do you know that in battle, any arrogance will lead to failure? Why didn't you continue to attack after repelling me?" Ji Churan remained silent, standing there and looking at Han Chen. Han Chen's brows furrowed even tighter at this moment. He always felt that something was wrong. Could it be that? Zhuge Xu opened his eyes and stared at the scene. His face was stern and he muttered, "Clone combat skills." Suddenly, Han Chen's heart began to beat violently, as if there was some danger. A slight sound of thunder instantly reached Han Chen's ears, startling Han Chen. Behind the scenes, Han Chen didn't care about anything else and shouted immediately. In an instant, Han Chen burst out with an extremely violent momentum, and his entire temperament underwent a drastic change at this moment. At this moment, Han Chen seemed to be in peak condition, with great momentum. He immediately turned around and lunged forward based on his instinct. And the place where he stabbed was where Ji Churan was. Ji Churan didn't expect that Han Chen's reaction would be so quick. But even so, Ji Churan did not intend to stop. Ji Churan twisted his body forcefully, dodging Han Chen's spear as best he could, and his right hand struck Han Chen's face. In an instant, Ji Churan's right hand hit Han Chen's face, and a round lightning ball the size of a palm burst out. The round ball of lightning exploded directly on Han Chen's face, causing Han Chen to fly backwards again. This is the fighting skill that Chen Meng taught Ji Churan, Meteoric Storm. Nowadays, Ji Churan has more ways to use Meteoric Storm. He can release Meteoric Storm while elbowing others, making it explode on them. However, due to the lack of charging, the explosion damage of Meteoric Storm is not very high, but it cannot withstand Ji Churan's high attack frequency. Although it's a little bit slow, it can't withstand the high attack speed. After knocking Han Chen away, Ji Churan immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued him. He took a step forward, quickly approached Han Chen, and began to swing his fists. Han Chen also reacted quickly and began to wave the spear in his hand to resist. Every time Han Chen's spear collided with Ji Churan's fists, an explosion would occur. To be precise, Ji Churan added the Starfall Storm to each of his attacks. Every time Ji Churan swings his punch, there will be an explosion. The vibration caused by the explosion and the paralysis caused by the residual thunder will make the opponent more and more stiff. This is the advantage of thunder ability. However, what Ji Churan did not expect was that Han Chen showed no signs of being paralyzed at all, as if the paralyzing effect of thunder had no effect on him. Han Chen is indeed a man with rich combat experience. After resisting Ji Churan's punches for several times in a row, he got used to Ji Churan's attack rhythm. While defending, he began to look for opportunities. Finally, Han Chen seized the opportunity. Han Chen snorted coldly, kicked his right leg, and instantly distanced himself from Ji Churan. Then he turned around and swept the butt of his gun towards Ji Churan fiercely. In an instant, a giant dragon condensed at the end of Han Chen's gun, with a ferocious momentum. The dragon opened its mouth wide and attacked Ji Churan. The sudden change of tactics prevented Ji Churan from reacting, and he took the blow from Han Chen's gun. Ji Churan hummed in agreement, then flew backwards. It fell to the ground and rolled several times before it came to a stop. Han Chen retracted his spear and looked at the protective ball in the sky. It didn't start. Han Chen frowned. The protective ball was not activated, which meant that the attack just now did not cause fatal damage to Ji Churan. How is this possible? Han Chen suddenly exclaimed. How on earth did you do it? Zhuge Xu outside the field was also stunned. He stood up suddenly and stared at the field with wide eyes. You know, the gun sweep just now was not an ordinary gun sweep. That is Han Chen's most powerful fighting skill so far. Sweep the enemy with the butt of the gun. The power is so strong that it can ignore the enemy's defense and hit directly inside. Even if someone's realm is higher than his, as long as his physical body is not strong, he will be seriously injured if he is swept by Han Chen. You know, when Han Chen was testing it before, Tail Dragon had reached the overdraft attack of the last level of Lingxi realm. Ji Churan, who was at the peak of the Twilight realm, took a blow from the last level of the Spiritual Resonance realm. How could this not shock Zhuge Xu? Han Chen no longer cared about pursuing the victory. He just wanted to know how Ji Churan did it. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Ji Churan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly covered his chest and kept muttering. At this moment, Ji Churan felt as if his chest was hit by a truck and it hurt a lot. How on earth did you do that? Han Chen said in shock. Your body can't possibly be at the level of Lingxi realm. Ji Churan rubbed his chest and stood up unsteadily. bluntly. It hurts, it really hurts. If I had known earlier, I would not have gotten close to Han Chen. After all, my physical strength was only at the weak light realm, and facing Han Chen, whose physical strength was at the Yuan energy realm, I still found it a bit difficult to cope. If it weren't for that defensive fighting skill, I would probably have lost. Ji Churen's expression was a little distorted at this time. He never expected that Han Chen's attack would be so painful. Hiss. Ji Churen took a breath and looked at Han Chen and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you going to continue chasing?" "No." Han Chen shook his head and said, "Now I just want to know how you did it. If you don't continue to pursue me after I recover." Ji Churen kept rubbing his chest to help himself recover quickly. "I will not show mercy anymore." Han Chen frowned. "No mercy? Didn't you use your full strength before? How is this possible?" Han Chen suddenly remembered the dozens of thundercuts that Ji Churen had thrown out on the ring before. Is that his trump card? But even if that is his trump card, what can it do? It is impossible that his Raikiri can reach the power of Lingxi realm, right? A peak-level Twilight Realm cultivator unleashed the power of a spiritual resonance realm cultivator, and he did so more than 10 times in a row. Do you think this is a movie? If you can really throw it out, then every throw will drain all your supernatural powers. So how can you throw more than 10? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Han Chen no longer hesitated and said bluntly, "No need, now I just want to know how you did it." Okay. Since Han Chen said so, Ji Churen didn't say anything more. Since Han Chen has given him the opportunity, Ji Churen will definitely seize it. Senior Han Chen's attack just now was indeed very powerful. If I hadn't used a defensive combat skill at the last moment, I might have lost by now, Ji Churen said honestly while recovering himself. Defensive combat skills? Han Chen asked. What defensive combat skills can withstand the attacks of the Lingxi realm? That's it. Seeing that Han Chen still had doubts, Ji Churen gathered his special abilities and used that defensive combat skill. As soon as Ji Churen finished speaking, thousands of thunders began to gather on Ji Churen's body, and in an instant, a defensive armor composed of thunder was formed. Han Chen exclaimed after seeing the armor that appeared on Ji Churen. "It's Teacher Chen Meng's wall of protection." Senior Han Chen knows? Ji Churen asked doubtfully. "Of course I know," Han Chen said in shock. "I saw Teacher Chen Meng use this move before. It was when he was dealing with a Dharma realm demon. Teacher Chen Meng used this very ability to withstand all the attacks of that demon. But didn't Teacher Chen Meng say before that this move would significantly deplete the user's supernatural powers? Even Teacher Chen Meng himself can only use the body wall a few times. It consumes the user's superpowers significantly?" Ji Churen murmured, then fell into recollection. Did old Chen say that? Ji Churen kept recalling it, but he still had no impression. He only remembered that after Chen Meng taught him this move, he left silently, and it seemed that he went to drink in the end. Didn't they tell me that it would consume a large amount of my supernatural powers? Ji Churen touched his head and said, "Well, maybe I'm a little special. My body wall can be used more times." "How many times?" "It seems that when I first learned it, I released it more than 10 times in a row." Han Chen swallowed, tightened his grip on the spear, and his expression began to become serious. He knew that Ji Churen had a high reserve of supernatural powers, but he didn't expect it to be so high. From the current point of view, Ji Churen's body protection wall can completely withstand the full force attack of the last Lingxi realm, and can be released multiple times. In other words, in terms of defense alone, Ji Churen can now directly face a person at the bottom of the Lingxi realm. Han Chen took a deep breath and felt a little regretful. Why didn't I just press on and pursue the victory? That's good now. He will be really obedient if the car overturns later. However, once words are spoken and water is poured out, Han Chen cannot take them back. So he gripped the spear again and said, "Tell me when you're recovered. I won't take advantage of others." "I've recovered," Ji Churen said. At this time, his chest no longer hurt and he had obviously recovered. Han Chen nodded, gently pointed the tip of his gun, and prepared to attack. "I'm on it." After saying this, Han Chen suddenly kicked forward and shouted. In an instant, Han Chen's condition reached its peak and he rushed towards Ji Churen. Ji Churen was not at all panicked by this. Lightning began to burst out around Ji Churen's body, and the next second, he turned into a bolt of lightning and teleported 100 meters away from Han Chen. Seeing this, Han Chen immediately braked the car and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Ji Churen, who was 100 meters away, smiled lightly and shouted loudly, "Hey, Senior Han Chen, do you remember what types of common lightning-type users are?" Han Chen was stunned, and memories began to come to his mind. "A regular thunder-type mutant," Han Chen muttered, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. "A regular lightning-type esper. It's a ranged attack." Han Chen remembered it at this time. He remembered everything. Because of Ji Churen's special nature, and the fact that this was a competition, Han Chen suddenly forgot that normal lightning-type ability users all had long-range output, and Ji Churen was 100 meters away from him at this time, that is to say. "Ha, I didn't expect Senior Han Chen still remembered it." Ji Churen laughed and said, "When facing someone with a higher realm than me, I can only pull. After all, adaptability is a virtue." As Ji Churen Churan spoke, he gathered fierce thunder in his hands. He looked at Han Chen with a smile and began waving his arms. In an instant, dozens of lightning bolts flew towards Han Chen as if they were free. Looking at the dozen or so lightning bolts flying towards him, Han Chen's heart was already filled with turbulent waves. He didn't feel it clearly in the audience before, but now, when he faced the Raikiri released by Ji Churan himself, he felt it. He felt it thoroughly. These 10 or so lightning strikes. Shockingly, it has reached the power of the Lingxi realm. This is a person? Han Chen was confident that he could withstand some attacks from the Lingxi realm, but how could he possibly withstand dozens of attacks from the Lingxi realm? And most importantly, what kind of pervert is Ji Churan? He has the strength of the weird light realm, but has the combat power of the spiritual resonance realm. This has never happened in the S-class before. Dozens of lightning bolts carrying terrifying thunderous power flew towards Han Chen at a rapid speed. Han Chen's battle robe and hair were blown up by Raichi's terrifying airwave. His expression was serious and his whole body was tense. Han Chen shouted angrily, then turned around quickly and fired a shot. A giant dragon appeared out of nowhere and collided with the first lightning bolt that was flying towards it. The moment the two interacted, an extremely terrifying airwave suddenly erupted in the air. The powerful blast of energy made Zhuge Shu outside the field stare in amazement. Han Chen cursed softly and felt his hands become extremely numb. Although his tail dragon offset the first Raikiri, the paralyzing effect brought by the lightning ability still could not be completely offset. Han Chen shouted again, and the paralyzing effect on his hands disappeared instantly, and he seemed to have returned to his peak state. However, his face and lips had begun to turn pale, and he looked very bad. You know, this is just a lightning strike. Behind this lightning strike, there are more than 10 lightning strikes thrown by Ji Churan. The dozens of lightning strikes behind him seemed to be precisely calculated and attacked Han Chen collectively, leaving Han Chen with nowhere to escape. Han Chen knew he couldn't escape, so he made up his mind and chose to fight hard. Come on! Han Chen had a ferocious expression, his hair was flying, his battle robe was whistling, and he looked like a speck of dust in a storm. Tail dragon! Han Chen roared angrily, concentrating all his special abilities and focusing all his attacks on this one strike. In an instant, a huge dragon began to hover over Han Chen, majestically. The giant dragon roared, opened its mouth wide, and collided with the dozens of lightning strikes. A huge thunderous explosion resounded throughout the private arena. The huge waves flew in all directions like an explosion, creating huge winds and waves. Zhuge Shu immediately raised his hands to cover his eyes, but his heart was very uneasy. What kind of monster is this? Zhuge Shu knew that Ji Churan was very strong and abnormal, but he really couldn't imagine that Ji Churan would be so abnormal. The gap between the Yuanning realm and the Lingxi realm is not a little bit. Only after mastering the supernatural power to the finest detail can one enter the realm of spiritual resonance. The state of Lingxi represents the freedom to use supernatural powers as one pleases. Whatever the mind thinks, the supernatural powers will come out. A person with superpowers at the Lingxi realm can control his superpowers at will with just a thought, and can even compress his superpowers to a single point for a concentrated burst. For ordinary psychics, one person at the Lingxi realm can be worth 5 people at the Yuanning realm. Han Chen is a genius, but even a genius like Han Chen can only practice a combat skill to the power of the final Lingxi realm when he is at the peak of the Yuanning realm. But what about Ji Churan? He was at the peak of the weird light realm and had directly crossed over to the Yuan energy realm, possessing defense and attack comparable to the Lingxi realm. Is this really something an S-class can do? Zhuge Shu was already beginning to doubt his life at this point. After the storm, Ji Churan looked at the scattered thunder in the distance, the scattered spears, and Han Chen lying motionless on the ground, and fell into deep thought. He looked up at the protective ball above his head. It was not triggered, which means that Han Chen really took on his own 10-in-1 Raikiri attack. His current lightning strike has reached the overdraft level of the last level of Lingxi realm. Han Chen actually took on 10 combined attacks. I have to say, Han Chen is a genius. Senior Han Chen is really amazing. Ji Churan murmured and stood there without moving. It's just a friendly match, there's no need to make up for it. If it was in a competition or a real battle, Ji Churan's autopsy Raki would have already thrown it away. Peek, peek. Han Chen, lying on the ground, shouted tremblingly, but this time, his body never recovered to its peak, and even began to decline rapidly. It's broken, Zhuge Shu exclaimed. Shen's supernatural power has been exhausted. As he spoke, Zhuge Shu rushed into the field. Ah! Han Chen suddenly screamed in pain. The protective ball in the sky seemed to be activated at this moment, flying rapidly to Han Chen's head and beginning to release light green mist. As the light green mist sprayed out, Han Chen's screams gradually stopped and his breathing began to slowly become normal. Ji Churan was a little confused at this time. He turned his head in surprise and asked, Senior Zhuge, what did you mean by that? Has Senior Han Chen been using his supernatural powers just now? What? Zhuge Shu was stunned and said in a confused tone, you didn't even know Chen used his supernatural powers? Ji Churan smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and then nodded. Yeah, what's your cultural score? Zhuge Shu was stunned. You can't have never never taken any cultural courses. Ji Churan smiled awkwardly again and nodded sheepishly. Yeah, Zhuge Xu was speechless at this point. Sure enough, God is fair. When you open a window for Ji Churan, you also close a window for him. The strength is very strong. Well, it is exchanged for culture. Alas, it seems I need to brush up on your cultural skills. Zhuge Xu helplessly held his forehead and said, otherwise, you won't be able to distinguish the enemy's abilities or powers in future battles. Let me tell you, Chen has been using his supernatural powers, Zhuge Xu said. Do you remember the word peak that Chen kept shouting? Ji Churan nodded and said, remember. That's Chen's ability, Zhuge Xu said. Chen's ability is an A-level enhancement ability, peak, which allows him to instantly restore himself to peak condition. As long as the superpowers remain, you can always be at the peak, Zhuge Xu said. But now Chen is still unable to master his superpowers in detail. This can be considered his bottleneck. Now, once Chen receives any negative status, he must use his supernatural power again to eliminate it. Zhuge Xu said, this is also the reason why he used his supernatural power again when he was paralyzed by your thunder. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan immediately recalled the scene of the battle just now. Every time his thunder ability attacked Han Shen would shout peak. It turns out that he was using supernatural powers. No wonder he couldn't paralyze Han Shen's body. This will also lead to a huge consumption of Chen's supernatural power. Zhuge Xu continued, if Chen can master his supernatural power to the finest detail, he will be immune to any negative state. Once you activate your superpowers, you can always be at your peak. After hearing this, Ji Churan couldn't help but sigh. That's truly a terrifying ability. It can restore one's peak state in any situation, and even turn defeat into victory in battle. Yes, but there is still a price to pay. Zhuge Xu smiled and pointed at Han Shen on the ground and said, that is, after the superpower is withdrawn or exhausted, all damage received in the battle will be instantly returned to Chen. That's so sour and refreshing. It's exciting just thinking about it. Zhuge Xu said this with a smile, an expression of enjoyment on his face. Ji Churan couldn't help but shudder after seeing this scene. This senior Zhuge, could he have any weird quirks? Thinking of this, Ji Churan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But suddenly, a wave of curiosity surged in his heart. What kind of special ability does this senior Zhuge have? It can't be that kind. Senior Zhuge. Ji Churan swallowed hard and chose to ask, what is your special ability? Me? Zhuge Xu squinted his eyes and smiled. I have an A-level psychic ability called calculation. I can predict the future. Really? Ji Churan widened his eyes and said excitedly, then Senior Zhuge, can you predict what kind of person I will be in the future? Zhuge Xu's face suddenly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Seeing this, Ji Churan immediately understood. Alas, it seems Senior Zhuge can't figure it out. Ji Churan spread his hands with a helpless expression. Ahem, who said that? Zhuge Xu coughed twice and forced an explanation. I'm not strong enough at the moment. I can only calculate a few possibilities in the short term. Really? Ji Churan asked doubtfully, then can Senior Zhuge guess what I'm going to do? What do you mean by guessing? That's called calculating. Zhuge Xu corrected him, and don't underestimate me. My calculations are not to be underestimated. Wait. After Zhuge Xu finished speaking, he immediately began to calculate with his fingers. But the more he calculated, the more cold sweat he broke out in. I can't figure it out. Why can't I figure it out? Zhuge Xu was already starting to get anxious, because he couldn't figure out Ji Churan's future at all. The calculations before were very clear but incorrect, and now I can't calculate it at all. The last time this happened was when I was counting people dead. Is Ji Churan dead? Obviously not, because Ji Churan was standing right in front of him. But what is going on? Even people with higher realms than oneself can give a rough estimate, but facing Ji Churan, they can't figure it out at all. It was as if Ji Churan no longer existed in this world. Zhuge Xu did not doubt that Ji Churan was an undercover agent of the demons or the myriad races, because even if he was a demon or the myriad races, he could be counted. It seems that Ji Churan can only be blamed on his special physique. After all, people in the weird light realm who are as powerful as those in the spiritual resonance realm have appeared, so it is normal that I cannot figure it out. How's it going, Senior Zhuge? Did you figure it out? Ji Churan also looked at Zhuge Xu with a smile, which made Zhuge Xu feel overwhelmed. It turns out that squinting eyes are so annoying. Zhuge Xu gritted his teeth and chose the common sense. Ahem, I figured it out. Zhuge Xu coughed lightly and said, you're going to eat next, right? Ji Churan was stunned and looked at Zhuge Xu strangely. After seeing this expression, Zhuge Xu knew that he had guessed right, so he immediately showed an unfathomable expression. Ji Churan was looking at Zhuge Xu and muttering to himself, you figured I should go eat? But I'm not hungry now. I'm supposed to go home and sleep. Ji Churan scratched his head and chose to remain silent. Looking at Senior Zhuge's expression, he must think that his calculation is correct. I should not undermine his self-confidence. After all, it has already hit a senior. As Ji Churan thought about it, he turned his head and looked at Han Shen. At this time, Han Shen had already sat up, lowered his head and looked at the floor, with an expression that looked like he was doubting his life. Seeing this, Zhuge Xu slowly came to Han Shen, waving his feather fan, and said, "Shen, are you okay?" Han Shen didn't say anything and still chose to remain silent. Zhuge Xu frowned, calculated lightly with his left hand, and then frowned even more tightly. So Zhuge Xu turned his head slightly and said to Ji Churan, "Junior Ji, your strength has reached the standard of joining the Republic Group, but if you really want to join the Republic Group, you still have to discuss it with Dean Wei. After all, he is the manager of those of us who are going on the expedition." Ji Churan nodded and said, "I understand, Senior Zhuge. I will go to see Dean Wei first." Ji Churan knew very well that the reason Zhuge Xu told him this now was because he wanted him to leave and find Dean Wei. As for why he wanted to be sent away, Ji Churan had already guessed it. Zhuge Xu looked at Ji Churan with a smile, waved his hand gently and said, "Go. Then I'll be leaving first, Senior Zhuge and Senior Han Shen." Ji Churan nodded and turned to leave. Zhuge Xu looked at Ji Churan's back, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and thought to himself, "This junior, although his education level is not very good, his emotional intelligence is still good." After Ji Churan left the private arena, Zhuge Xu looked down at Han Shen and asked, "Shen, are you okay?" "Zhuge, I lost." Han Shen's whole body was trembling, and his voice was clearly choked with sobs. Zhuge Xu sighed slightly, squatted down, patted Han Shen's shoulder gently, and said, "Shen, victory and defeat are common in the military. One failure doesn't mean anything. But, Han Shen still lowered his head, his voice choked with sobs as he said, "I'm a whole realm higher than him. I'm the top student in the reinforcement department. I'm the top freshman." Han Shen roared and raised his head. As Han Shen looked up, Zhuge Xu was stunned, because Han Shen was already in tears at this time, and the tears were falling like beans, as if they were free. It was the first time that Zhuge Xu saw Han Shen like this. In his impression, although Han Shen is a little bit introverted, he is always the high-spirited and vigorous Han Shen in the ring. How could Han Shen be like this now, with tears streaming down his face, like a stray dog? "Chun." Zhuge Xu slowly sat down and said soothingly, "You are indeed the top freshman in our class. You have indeed defeated all the opponents who challenged you. You are indeed a genius. But have you ever thought that Ji Churan is the same?" Han Shen was stunned and looked at Zhuge Xu in surprise. Zhuge Xu smiled slightly and continued, "Do you remember Ji Churan's college entrance examination score?" Remember. Han Shen nodded with a choked voice, full marks." "Yes, full marks." Zhuge Xu consoled him, "I remember the last full mark was about 100 years ago. Also, Ji Churan's full score is different from the one he got 100 years ago. This time, he got it during the Little Beast Tide. Besides, Ji Churan has S-level abilities. Tell me, is he a genius?" Han Shen was silent for a moment before he nodded woodenly. "Shen, let me tell you the truth." Zhuge Xu slowly stood up and looked at the two spears scattered on the ground. "If it were me, let alone Laikiri, I might not even be able to withstand Ji Churan's meteoric storm. You also know that the power of Ji Churan's Thunderblade has reached the level of Lingxi realm." Zhuge Xu slowly turned around, looked at Han Shen, and said word by word, "You, at the peak of the Yuan Nang realm, withstood several attacks from the Lingxi realm. Isn't that impressive? Ji Churan is incomparable. He is completely different from ordinary people." Zhuge Xu grabbed Han Shen's shoulders and said in shock, "You know what? I can't figure him out. I can't figure him out at all. It's as if he doesn't even exist in this world. Shen, Ji Churan is very special, so special that I have to be careful in dealing with him. There is no need for you to feel depressed after losing to such a person. Remember, Shen, you have no obligation to prove yourself to others. You are you, and wherever you stand, you are the best." Han Shen was stunned. He looked at Zhuge Xu in astonishment, feeling as if his heart had been enlightened. "Yes, why do I have to care so much about what others think? Why do I have to pretend to be cold and make others think that I am not simple? You don't need to prove yourself to others. As long as you exist, that's the best. As long as I exist, I am the best. It's the upright Han Shen." Snap! Suddenly, a wall that makes it impossible to hear, see, or touch appears at this moment. Broken. Ji Churan was walking towards Dean Wei's office. As he walked, he silently prayed for Han Shen. "I hope Senior Han Shen won't be discouraged by me. After all, his strength is earned through hard work. Only hard work can lead to progress. I hope Senior Han Shen can cheer up, work harder, and strive to become stronger." Ji Churan once again checked the progress of his little man's cultivation. Sure enough, what the ancients said makes sense. Reflect on yourself 3 times a day. Ji Churan checks his body 3 times every day to make sure he is working hard every day. Boom boom boom. Ji Churan walked to Dean Wei's office door with ease and knocked. Dean Wei's voice was heard from inside the door at this time. Click. Ji Churan gently pushed open the office door. Dean Wei in the office also slowly raised his head and looked towards the door. Ji Churan opened the office door and rushed in. Dean Wei, long time no see." Ji Churan smiled and came to Dean Wei, sitting on the sofa beside him with ease. When Dean Wei saw that the person coming was Ji Churan, his originally stern face relaxed and he revealed a kind smile. "It's Xiao Ji. You came to see me today. Did you run into any trouble?" Dean Wei slowly stood up from his office chair, walked to the sofa, and sat down next next to Ji Churan. Tell me and I'll help you solve it. Dean Wei always kept a kind smile on his face. For him, Ji Churan was the top priority at this stage. Therefore, as long as it is Ji Churan's business, it is Wei Chun's business. It's not really a problem. Ji Churan smiled a little embarrassedly, touched his nose and said, "It's Mr. Wei, I want to join the Republican group." "Want to join the Republican group?" Dean Wei was slightly startled, then sat up straight and asked, "Why did you suddenly have this idea? Isn't it good to be in the first grade?" "Hey, Mr. Wei, the main reason is that I feel that the first batch is a bit boring." Ji Churan scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "So I want to see how strong the seniors from other colleges are. It's a good opportunity to see the world." Dean Wei laughed when he heard this and said, "First graders are boring, but you're really interesting, kid. However, I still have to remind you that fighting is no joke. Always maintain awe of combat and war, understand?" "I understand," Ji Churan said seriously. "When facing invaders like demons and myriad races, I will never let my guard down." "That's good." Dean Wei nodded slightly, then changed his sitting position again, looked at the table in front of him and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Ji Churan was confused for a moment and didn't know why Dean Wei reacted like this. "Dean Wei," Ji Churan asked with some doubt, "is there anything difficult?" "No." Dean Wei shook his head and said, "I believe you are strong enough to gain a foothold in the Republic group. As for joining the Republic group, it's just a matter of a word from me. However, I am considering a possibility." "A possibility?" Ji Churan asked in surprise. "What possibility?" "Little Ji, let me ask you." Dean Wei turned his head and looked at Ji Churan, asking, "Do you want to join both the freshman group and the Republican group at the same time?" Ji Churan was stunned. Joining both the freshman group and the Republican group at the same time? Ji Churan adjusted his sitting position, touched his nose, and asked, "But don't freshman group and the Republican group compete at the same time? My current clone isn't proficient enough yet." He. Dean Wei suddenly laughed, leaving Ji Churan a little confused. "Did I say something wrong? Although I have a low level of cultural literacy, it doesn't mean I'm stupid, nor does it mean I have a bad memory. I clearly remember that the freshman group and the Republican group competed at the same time." Dean Wei laughed, reached out and gently patted Ji Churan's shoulder, and said kindly, "You're right. The freshman group and the Republican group are indeed competing at the same time. But what if I let the freshman group and the Republican group compete separately?" "Ah?" Ji Churan was stunned. The system of separate competitions for the first and second year groups has been in place for many years and can be said to have become common sense. But listening to what President Wei said, it seems that he can directly carry out the reform. "What?" Dean Wei said with a smile, "Just tell me if you want to join both groups at the same time." "This." Ji Churan scratched his head and became a little hesitant. "The rewards will be given out," Dean Wei said bluntly. "I want to." Ji Churan's face changed immediately when he heard that. "You little brat." Dean Wei couldn't help laughing out loud, gently hit Ji Churan on the head, and said with a smile, "Do you still need these rewards? Just tell me what you want. I will give you everything I can." Ji Churan then realized that he didn't seem to be short of cultivation resources at the moment. After all, there were still a lot of cultivation supplies in the ring given by Zhou Min that he hadn't used. Thinking of this, Ji Churan scratched his head embarrassedly and said awkwardly, Sorry, I didn't react for a moment." "From what I see," Dean Wei chuckled and pointed at Ji Churan, "you're just a little money grubber." Ji Churan laughed twice and said nothing. "Okay, you can go now." Dean Wei waved his hand gently and said, "Leave the rest to me, an old man." After hearing this, Ji Churan stood up and said, "Thank you, Dean Wei." It's okay. Dean Wei waved his hand and said with a smile. Seeing this, Ji Churan no longer hesitated and left the office. Dean Wei watched Ji Churan walk out of the office with a smile and considerately closed the door for him. After Ji Churan left, Dean Wei slowly stood up, walked to his desk and picked up the teacup. He blew gently on the teacup, causing the hot tea to create slight waves. Then he took a sip and put the teacup back on the desk. He turned his head to look out the window, muttering, "New era, new reforms, that's pretty good." Dean Wei put his hands behind his back, turned slowly, and walked towards the door, muttering again, "I hope my words are still useful." After leaving Dean Wei's office, Ji Churan did not choose to go back to the dormitory immediately, but wanted to inquire about someone. As for who he was inquiring about, the answer was obvious. It was naturally the skinny man from before. But when Ji Churan looked up slightly, he found that it was completely dark, so he gave up the idea. It's more or less inconvenient to meet someone at night. So, Ji Churan chose to go back to the dormitory to rest, no, to be more precise, to practice. The cultivation of a villain is also cultivation. After washing up, Ji Churan lay on his big bed and began to roughly analyze the freshman competition. Currently, there are only two teams that Ji Churan is slightly interested in. One team was Li Yunchuan's team, and the other team was the team of the man with the long stick and 4 archers. Only these two teams have caught Ji Churan's attention and made him slightly interested. However, Ji Churan still has a question at the moment, that is, where did Jing Qingqing go? Also, where did the wind-type girl who had previously neutralized the force of his elbow go? There are only a few people in the Department of Natural Sciences who leave a slight impression on me, and there are few few boys, let alone girls. So far, the only two girls that Ji Churan can remember are these two. He doesn't even know the name of one of them, but only remembers her face. Alas, I've only been in seclusion for over a month, and so much has happened in the outside world. Ji Churan sighed slightly and decided to think about these things later. His current goal was, on the island where the freshman competition was held, the qualified freshmen arrived at the waiting area early to wait and prepare for the competition. On the surrounding floating islands, almost all the seniors also came and chose to watch this year's freshman competition. As for the eliminated freshmen, they were also arranged to watch on a floating island. As soon as He Shui arrived on the island, she began to look around. She wanted to see where the skinny guy was. At this moment, she still had a lot of questions she wanted to ask the Bamboo Man. She wanted to ask the Bamboo Man why he wanted to participate in the competition alone and why he chose to admit defeat during the competition. But after watching for a long time, she found that there was no Bamboo Man on the island at all. Sister He, are you looking for someone? A girl next to He Shui asked. The girl's name is Yao Li. She is He Shui's teammate and one of the people who ate Ji Churan's thunderball alive. Nothing. He Shui shook her head and said, I was just wondering why that skinny guy didn't come. A thin boy? Yao Li was puzzled for a moment, then she recalled the student who had given up before. But when she thought of that student, a figure flashing with thunder appeared in her mind unconsciously. Yao Li shuddered all over at the thought of that thunderous figure. Don't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. Yao Li would never want to try that kind of terrifying thunder again. On the highest island, Chen Meng, Hisuruo and other teachers and leaders also arrived, ready to watch the competition. Chen Meng walked over to his seat and sat down, while turning his head to look at the seat belonging to Dean Wei. After seeing that Dean Wei was not there, Chen Meng asked with some doubt, Hey, where's Dean Wei? Logically speaking, as long as Ji Churan is at the game, Dean Wei will come very quickly. I don't know. Su Chang sat next to Chen Meng and shook his head. Maybe something delayed him. After all, Dean Wei has a lot on his plate. It's just a freshman competition, so it's okay if he doesn't come. There are so many things to do. Why don't you come and watch the freshman competition? If it were in the past, there would be no problem. But this year is different. There is a Ji Churan this year. Dean Wei knows Ji Churan's special nature, so he will definitely not miss any of Ji Churan's games. Unless the front line is broken, no matter how important the matter is, Dean Wei will still come. No, I have to make a phone call and ask. Chen Meng was still a little worried and decided to make a phone call to ask what was going on. Chen Meng did it right away. He raised his bracelet and started calling Dean Wei. At this time, a major event is taking place in a heavily guarded, imposing, and majestic building. Wei Chun, do you know what you're doing? An elderly man in a Mao suit with white hair slammed his hands on the conference room table, glaring. This rule has been in place for decades. How can it be changed just this year? The old man in the Zhongshan suit glared angrily, stretched out his right hand tremblingly, pointed at the other three old men around him, and shouted, If you don't believe me, ask them. Will they agree? Wei Chun closed his eyes, sat upright in his seat, holding the teacup in his right hand and blowing gently on the hot tea, without any panic. The other three old men sat in their chairs and fell into deep thought. Finally, it was an old man with a white beard who spoke first. Yes, Wei Chun, after all, this rule has been in place for over a decade. Changing it so easily, it's a bit too much trouble. Yes, old Wei. Another old man in a plain white shirt also agreed at this time. It's been so many years, you can't just change it. Upon hearing this, Wei Chun continued to drink his hot tea calmly. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the last old man, who was the only one who had not spoken yet. The old man noticed Wei Chun's gaze and suddenly trembled. The old man gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the other old men. The other old men also winked at this old man. Seeing this, the old man had no choice but to grit his teeth and said, Old Wei, I also think it's better not to reform. After hearing the old man's words, Wei Chunkai took a sip of tea and then put it back on the table. The old man in the Zhongshan suit who was standing also sat back on the bench at this moment and shouted, Wei Chun, none of us four support reform. After all, this isn't something you can just say and change. The actual situation is much more complicated than you're saying. So, Wei Chun gently straightened his robe and said calmly, You want to ask me for some favors? The old man in the Zhongshan suit froze and immediately said, Wei Chun, how can you talk like that? When did I ever ask for anything in return? When? Wei Chun still had his eyes closed, his tone extremely calm, but his entire aura had changed dramatically. I see that you all are asking for benefits from me in your words and deeds. Since when did you all start to feel that? Wei Chun said slowly, I have been discussing this with you? In an instant, an extremely violent gale suddenly gushed out from Wei Chun's body, blowing the entire conference room with a rumbling sound and shaking. The four old men could no longer sit still, and they all stood up and activated their special abilities to resist the strong wind. Wei Chun, don't be so arrogant. The old man in the Zhongshan suit was shining with golden light. He raised his hands to cover his face and shouted, You are only at the Dharma realm. Wei Chun suddenly chuckled, and the whole person seemed unrestrained at this moment. What are you laughing at? The old man in the Zhongshan suit yelled, feeling insulted. Yan Shu. Wei Chun slowly opened his eyes and laughed. You are really getting worse as you grow older. When did it start? Dean Wei slowly stood up. The fierce and violent hurricane blew even more fiercely at this time. The supernatural powers released by the four old men also became stronger at this moment. Yan Shu, the old man in the Zhengshan suit, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment, and was extremely horrified in his heart. Why? They are both at the peak of the Dharma realm. Why is there such a huge gap in strength? When did it start? Wei Chun said coldly. You think you can defeat me? Whoosh whoosh. The wind suddenly erupted like a murderous sword. The fierce wind had even begun to grow sharper, cutting several small wounds on Yan Shu's body. Dharma realm. There is still a gap. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, four screams were heard, followed by the sounds of four figures falling heavily to the ground one after another. Only after hearing four screams did Wei Chun stop releasing his supernatural powers. The wind stopped. The conference room was already in a mess at this time, as if it had been destroyed by something, and against the wall of the conference room, four old men were slumped. There were several small cracks on the bodies of these four old men, and these small cracks were mixed with traces of wind-related supernatural powers, making it impossible for them to recover quickly. Wei Chun, the instigator of all this, just glanced at them lightly, then sat down again on his bench. The most shocking thing was that the conference room was already a mess, but the tea in front of Wei Chun, not a drop was spilled. Wei Chun gently picked up his teacup, touched the teacup lightly with his palm, nodded slightly, and said softly, "Well, the tea is cold." Yan Shu slumped on the ground, feeling as if his body was being cut by countless sharp blades. At this time, his battle robe had been cut by the wind blades and was full of small holes, and his body was covered with wounds as if they had been cut by sharp blades. Scarlet blood continued to flow out of the wound. You know, he is at the peak of the Dharma realm. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Wei Chun's bracelet began to vibrate. He gently put down the teacup in his hand and then chose to answer the call. As soon as the bracelet was connected, Chen Meng's unique rough voice came out. Dean Wei, where are you now? Upon hearing this, Dean Wei said gently, outside, doing something. Is it important? The voice came again from the other end of the bracelet. Wei Chun glanced at the people who had slowly stood up and said softly, it doesn't matter. I'll be back soon. After he finished speaking, Wei Chun hung up the phone, picked up the teacup on the table again and took a sip. He was like the only calm sailboat in the huge waves. He gently put down the teacup, his expression extremely calm. Without even looking at the crowd, he spoke lightly. I've brought my notice. The rest is up to you. After saying this, Wei Chun gently put down the teacup and slowly stood up. He patted his robe lightly, as if he wanted to brush away some unlucky things. After doing all this, he turned around and prepared to leave. Why? We're both at the peak of the Dharma realm. Why are you so strong? Yan Shu couldn't help it any longer, so he stood up and roared. Ever since he was young, he has never been able to defeat Wei Chun. Even now, when Wei Chun has reached the peak Dharma realm, he still has no power to fight back. Wei Chun paused slightly, turned his head slightly, looked at Yan Shu, and said the most domineering words in the calmest tone. There's a gap between the Dharma realms. Yan Shu, you're still the same as before, without a single change. As soon as he finished speaking, emerald green waves began to slowly rise from under Wei Chun's feet. The waves spun rapidly and began to slowly wrap around Wei Chun. A whirlwind passed by, and when it calmed down, Wei Chun had disappeared from the spot. In the messy meeting room, only four old men were left staring at each other. Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities. Chen Meng sat in his seat and slowly put down his left hand. Su Chang, who was standing by, poked his head out curiously and asked, how's it going? Where has Dean Wei been? I don't know. He told me it wasn't very important. Chen Meng shook his head, still a little confused. But if it wasn't important, why would he be absent? Maybe, the game hasn't started yet. Maybe Dean Wei was really delayed by something. Su Chang coughed lightly and said seriously. Seeing this, Chen Meng scratched his head and said in surprise, hey, what's so important that it can't compare to? Cough cough cough. Su Chang suddenly started coughing violently, and his movements looked extremely exaggerated. Seeing this, Chen Meng's body suddenly stiffened and he had a guess in his mind. Hey, Xianzi, you're right. After all, Dean Wei is in a high position, so it's normal for him to be busy. Ha 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 ha. Chen Meng quickly changed his words, patted Su Chang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Su Chang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Meng react. Chen Meng patted Su Chang's shoulder and looked back cautiously. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a familiar figure. The moment he saw this figure, Chen Meng stood up suddenly and laughed wildly. Ah, Dean Wei, you didn't even tell me when you came back? We were just praising you. The wind told me that you lied. Dean Wei smiled gently and said calmly. The corner of Chen Meng's mouth twitched, and his smiling face suddenly froze. Oops, I forgot that Mr. Wei has this ability. Alright, sit down. Dean Wei didn't mean to blame Chen Meng. He waved his hand gently and said, the competition is about to begin. Chen Meng nodded repeatedly, like a little chick. Su Chang, who was standing aside, had his back to Chen Meng, his face flushed red. It was obvious that he was about to lose his temper. Artificial intelligence Xiaoyu also quickly divided the students students in the waiting area into groups. After the artificial intelligence Xiaoyu divided the groups, Ji Churan also knew his opponent. Ji Churan's opponent is team number 15. And this team is exactly the one that Ji Churan is interested in, that is, the team of 4 archers. After knowing that his opponent was this team, a smile quickly appeared on Ji Churan's face. The direction of team number 15. A man wearing a black battle robe and carrying a black staff with gold and silver patterns on his back looked up at his team's opponent's number and said, "Number 1 is Ji Churan." The man with the long stick frowned and his expression suddenly became serious. "Did we meet so soon? I didn't expect to run into Ji Churan in the second round." A woman in a brightly colored battle robe next to the long stick man said seriously, "I thought we would run into team 4 first, but since we've met, we can only fight." The woman said seriously, "Sun Xingyu, we still need you to temporarily entangle Ji Churan when the time comes." "I know." Sun Xingyu, also known as the man with the long stick, frowned and said, "But I'm afraid he will simply ignore me and attack you." "It's okay, brother Sunday. Our close combat is not bad either." One of the boys in a white robe laughed. "You?" Sun Xingyu was silent for a moment, and then he said a word. "Are you sure you want to say in front of Ji Churan that you are good at close combat? Have you forgotten what kind of fighting weapon he is?" The white-robed man's smile suddenly froze. "What happened to me just now? Was I crazy? How could I say such hilarious things?" The man in white robe scratched his head embarrassedly and said awkwardly, "Sorry, brother Sun, I was a little distracted just now and made a fool of myself." "Alright, get ready," the girl suddenly said. "Everyone, be alert for the competition later." "Okay, Sister C." The 4 boys spoke at the same time. Only the man with the long stick nodded slightly without saying anything. In the sky, the teacher saw the groups and without hesitation shouted, "Number 1, number 15, please come on stage. Let's go." Sister C shouted, then stood up first and walked towards the field. Sun Xingyu on the side slowly stood up, stretched his wrists, and walked onto the court side by side with Sister C. At this time, the 4 boys also picked up their longbows and followed behind Sister C and Sun Xingyu. Li Yunxian looked at Sun Xingyu and others with a serious expression. "They're coming," Li Yunxian said. "I wonder if they can withstand Chu Ren's attack. Are you interested in them?" Shi Honghu asked in surprise as he wiped his long sword. Facing Shi Honghu's question, Li Yunxian just nodded slightly and said, "Because they have the second and third best reinforcement specialists on their team." "What?" Zhang Fengmao suddenly popped his head up, somewhat surprised. "The second and third place finishers in the enhancement department are among them? Then why don't they have badges?" "You can wear a badge or not, it depends on personal preference," Li Yunxian said. "Look at Chu Ren, he didn't wear one, and now I don't really like walking around with a badge." Zhang Fengmao nodded in satisfaction when he heard this, then glanced at the third place badge on Shi Honghu's chest and pouted. "It's good to be low-key, unlike some people who carry it around every day." "Fatty, who are you talking about?" Shi Honghu's face turned red and he shouted with his fists clenched. "Whoever is in a hurry is the one being talked about," Zhang Fengmao said with a lewd smile and spread his hands. "You're looking for death." Shi Honghu immediately jumped up, as if he was going to beat Zhang Fengmao. The girl next to him immediately grabbed Shi Honghu and shouted, "No, no, no, don't argue with him, calm down, calm down." Shi Honghu blushed, but for the sake of the beauty, he chose not to argue with Zhang Fengmao. Zhang Fengmao was not worried at all about being beaten. Instead, he touched his chin and looked at the court. Judging from their appearance, the guy with the long stick on his back looks a bit like the second place winner. As for the third place winner, he looks a bit like the girl. Of course, the third place winner could also be one of the 4 boys. After all, pretending to be a pig can eat the tiger. "Fatty, are you sick?" Shi Honghu's head was furious and he immediately cursed. "Isn't Li Hang the best in the reinforcement department? He's sitting right next to you, and you didn't ask?" "Oh, right." Zhang Fengmao suddenly realized what was happening. He clenched his right fist and gently tapped his left hand with his palm. He suddenly realized, Li Hang is the best in the reinforcement department. I can just ask him directly. "Oh, that's not right. Who are you calling fat, brother? Whoever admits it is it." Shi Honghu crossed his arms and chose to retort directly. "You, TSK, forget it, I won't bother with you." Zhang Fengmao didn't want to pay any more attention to Shi Honghu at this time. He just wanted to know who was the second and third in the reinforcement department. "Hey, Li Hang, tell me." Zhang Fengmao rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Tell me who are the second and third place in your department." Li Hang said with a blank expression and without any emotion in his tone. "Xile is second, and Sun Xingyu is third." Zhang Fengmao scratched his head, opened his palms stiffly, and said, Can you tell me the person's characteristics? I don't recognize him just by his name." "The woman is second, and the man carrying the stick is third," Li Hang added coldly. "Ha!" Zhang Fengmao was stunned. He placed his left hand on Li Hang's leg and pointed at the girl on the field with his right hand and said, "She's second? What's her special ability?" Li Hang's veins suddenly popped up. He pushed Zhang Fengmao's hand away, then closed his eyes and chose to ignore Zhang Fengmao. Zhang Fengmao withdrew his hand and didn't know what to say for a moment. He swore that he was definitely not gay, he just put it there accidentally. Li Yunxian Churen saw this, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. He held his forehead helplessly and said, "Okay, let me tell you. That girl's name is Seele." When Ji Churen saw that Seele and others had already come on stage, he no longer hesitated and slowly stood up. Then, in the eyes of everyone, Ji Churen once again turned into a bolt of lightning, teleported from the waiting area to the field in an instant, and stood face to face with Seele and others. Seele's expression was serious, and she exclaimed in her heart, "So fast, is this the lightning-type Esper?" Sun Xingyu also took off his long stick and stared at Ji Churen with his eyes, his expression extremely serious. What he feared most was people with speed-type abilities like Ji Churen, because his current cultivation level was not enough to allow him to move quickly. It is easy to be kite-ed when encountering a speed-type mutant. Although he has 4 archers behind him to make up for his current shortcomings, what if the 4 archers are instantly eliminated by Ji Churen? Ji Churen has no teammates, he forms a team by himself, but it is this one person who brings a sense of oppression to Sun Xingyu and others that far exceeds that of a team of 6. Is this the horror of a perfect top scorer? Are you ready? In the sky, the teacher looked at the people on the field and shouted. Everyone on the field nodded, indicating that they were ready. In that case, the teacher said loudly, "The competition begins now." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, team number 15 immediately took action. Sun Xingyu rushed towards Ji Churen, waving the black gold long stick in his hand, and shouted, "Ji Churen, come and fight." Seele, who was behind Sun Xingyu, was retreating rapidly with 4 archers, as if they were moving away from the battlefield. Ji Churen, who had watched the match of team number 15, certainly would not think that they wanted to avoid fighting. He knew very well that Seele and the others retreated because they wanted to attack him from behind and consume him. Most people might bypass Sun Xingyu and attack the 4 archers directly. After all, in a team battle, the archers should be killed first. But who is Ji Churen? He is Ji Churen. With a defensive skill like Body Wall, Ji Churen is still afraid of sneak attacks? You know, up to now, Ji Churen's wall of protection has never stopped being used. Even when he was sleeping, Ji Churen was constantly using the wall of protection. Perhaps only Ji Churen could use the protective wall continuously. Even Chen Meng wouldn't dare to play like Ji Churen. After all, although the wall of protection combat skill does have strong defensive power, its energy consumption is also really high. Ji Churen was ready to fight Sun Xingyu head-on and ignored the archer's attacks. But Sun Xingyu didn't know that he was still worried about how to prevent Ji Churen from attacking the 4 archers. After much deliberation, Sun Xingyu decided to provoke Ji Churen and force him to confront him head-on. "Ji Churen, I know you're strong, but if you face me, you might get hurt." Sun Xingyu shouted, his words full of pride. Since I scolded Ji Churen like this, he will definitely be very angry and want to confront me head-on. Ji Churen was completely bewildered. He couldn't tell whether Sun Xingyu was praising him or mocking him. He scratched his head and murmured, "Is this a challenge to hold back laughter? Okay, I lose." Just as Ji Churen's mouth corners rose, Sun Xingyu also came to Ji Churen's side and swung the long stick in his hand. "Gang Chi!" Sun Xingyu roared, swung his long stick and hit Ji Churen, shouting at the same time, "Watch out for the stick." In an instant, white energy immediately attached to Sun Xingyu's long stick and it attacked Ji Churen with a trail of airwaves. Ji Churen didn't make any movement, but just tilted his head slightly, so that Sun Xingyu's long stick hit his neck instead of his head. "My head is not a good one. It can't make the duang sound. My neck is still solid." There was a loud bang on the field. A huge wave erupted from between Sun Xingyu and Ji Churen, attracting everyone's attention. Seele, who had just arrived at the backcourt, was stunned and said in disbelief, "Not hiding? Choosing to withstand Sun Xingyu's stick? Sister C, it seems he didn't just withstand Brother Sun's stick." The archer man beside him said, "He doesn't seem to be injured." Sun Xingyu's face was full of surprise. Holding a long stick in his hand, he looked at Ji Churen in disbelief. His staff hit Ji Churen's body, but Ji Churen was not injured at all. What kind of physical strength is this? Zhuge waved his feather fan with a smile and said, "Junior Ji's body wall is as strong as that of a spiritual resonance realm cultivator. If a spiritual perception realm psychic could harm Junior Ji, it would truly be the end of the world." Li Heng's eyes widened when he saw that Ji Churen actually chose to resist the stick with his body. How could it be? Hiss. Zhang Fengmao was also shocked, and said in disbelief, "The body can resist the stick? Old Li, you can't be exaggerating just now, right? How is that possible?" Li Yunxian exclaimed immediately, "I'm not exaggerating. I'm telling you all about their abilities. That brother Ji is so terrifying. He is resisting the—" Zhang Fengmao took a breath, his face full of shock. Just before the game started, Li Yunxian explained the special abilities of Sun Xingyu and Seele to Zhang Fengmao and others. Sun Xingyu's special ability is the A-level strengthening special ability Ganwu Liguan, which can allow stick-type weapons to be attached with Gangchi, making them sharper and harder. In other words, although Sun Xingyu seems to be using a stick, after being attached with the sharpness of his stick is comparable to that of a long sword and a sharp blade. Gangchi is known to be violent and fierce. The combination of the stick's strike and the sword's sharpness makes its attack power extremely powerful. powerful, coupled with the blessing of the Sun Xingyu's melee ability is abnormal. But even Sun Xingyu, who has such abnormal close combat ability, did not hurt Ji Churan at all with just one stick. This shows how abnormal Ji Churan's defense is. On the highest floating island, Su Chang seemed to have noticed something and turned around with a look of surprise and asked, "Old Chen, did you give the body protection wall to Ji Churan?" "That's right." Chen Meng nodded and said proudly, "After all, Ji Churan is still my buddy. Student, I must teach him my strongest defensive skills. How about it? This move of mine is not bad, right? I know the body wall is pretty good," Su Chang said, "but isn't there something wrong with the body wall Ji Churan released? I noticed his body wall seems to be always very hard. It's completely unlike you. It's only hard when you first activate the body wall. After a while, the body wall softens." This, Chen Meng's face froze, as if he had eaten shit. He hesitated for a long time before speaking intermittently. "Have you ever thought about Ji Churan constantly releasing the protective wall?" "What?" Su Chang was stunned and said in disbelief, "Could it be that his ability cannot?" Su Chang was about to ask Ji Churan if his superpowers would be exhausted, but he quickly thought of Ji Churan's performance in the college entrance examination, so he fell silent. The two of them were silent at the same time. Their silence is deafening. After Sun Xingyu discovered that his attack had not worked, he immediately jumped back and exclaimed, "You're not hiding? You can't hurt me. Why are you hiding?" Ji Churan moved his neck and said indifferently. Sun Xingyu was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to answer. Because there is indeed nothing wrong with what Ji Churan said. "By the way, are those teammates behind you still shooting arrows?" Ji Churan looked at the 5 teammates behind Sun Xingyu and asked. Sun Xingyu thought Ji Churan was going to attack his teammates, so he immediately panicked and said, "Shoot. Of course I shoot. But don't you dare let them come. When they come, you fight me. You can't run away. Are you a child?" Ji Churan scratched his head, looked at Sun Xingyu in surprise, and said, "How can you make others fight according to your ideas? Do you think you are the director or the author? However, I really don't want to attack them right now. Since you want to confront me head-on, then come on." Ji Churan grinned, and countless lightning bolts suddenly flashed around his arms. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at Ji Churan, whose arms were flashing with terrifying thunder, Sun Xingyu's face suddenly became serious. Just as he was about to swing his long stick to attack, he found that Ji Churan disappeared in front of him in an instant. "What?" Sun Xingyu's heart trembled, and he looked around quickly. Where did he go? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning whizzed past from Sun Xingyu's right side. Its speed was astonishing. The sound waves produced by the thunder continued to explode in Sun Xingyu's ears, making his eardrums a little painful. Sun Xingyu may not have seen it clearly in the front court, but Si Yao could see it clearly in the back court. "I saw trails of lightning constantly passing around Sun Xingyu, accompanied by terrifying momentum and strong thunder sounds, which was extremely terrifying." Si Yao even dared to assert that Ji Churan didn't even need to punch, he only needed to use his current speed to hit Sun Xingyu, and Sun Xingyu might not be able to defend himself. Damn it, is he kidding? Si Yao's face looked grim and she clenched her fists tightly. She can accept her own failure, but she cannot accept being fooled by others. Sister C. A boy next to Si Yao spoke intermittently. "Don't talk, I'm looking for Ji Churan. Otherwise, without my special ability, your arrows won't be able to hit Ji Churan." Si Yao frowned and said sternly, Sister C, you. However, the boy still spoke hesitantly. "Didn't I tell you to stop talking?" Si Yao turned around suddenly, wanting to see what was wrong with the boy. As a result, when he turned around, he saw a boy with a panicked face and a man in a black robe next to him. This man is Ji Churan. Ji Churan touched his chin, looked at Si Yao and murmured, "Lock on me? Does your ability allow your teammates' attacks to accurately hit the enemy you've locked on? You, when did you come here?" Si Yao looked terrified and took 2 steps back unconsciously. She pointed at Ji Churan and exclaimed, "Aren't you with Sun Xingyu?" Si Yao suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of Sun Xingyu, and found that the terrifying trail of thunder was still lingering around Sun Xingyu. "That one, you mean?" Ji Churan also looked in the direction of Sun Xingyu. He looked at the thunder roaring around Sun Xingyu and said, "That's actually one of my fighting skills." As Ji Churan spoke, he slowly raised his left hand, spread out his 5 fingers, gently began to bend them, and slowly made a fist. As Ji Churan clenched his fist, the thunder around Sun Xingyu began to move towards Sun Xingyu. After Ji Churan clenched his fist completely, the thunder around Sun Xingyu turned into thunder chains similar to chains, completely binding Sun Xingyu. How could it be? Sun Xingyu cried out in shock, feeling that he could not move his whole body, and he also discovered that there was something wrong with these thunder chains. It was as if it was absorbing his supernatural powers. Si Yao, who was in the backfield, saw this scene and couldn't help but mutter, "Those thunderbolts, are they just combat techniques? It's still a control-type combat technique." "No, that's not right." Si Yao's eyes suddenly widened and she looked in the direction of Sun Xingyu. The energy around Sun Xingyu's body was rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye, which meant that Sun Xingyu's supernatural powers were being consumed at a rapid rate. "That is to say, your fighting skills." Si Yao turned her head with horror, looked at Ji Churen, and said in disbelief, "You can absorb the superpowers of superpowers?" "That's right." Ji Churen snapped his fingers lightly and said with a smile, "It seems that your culture is indeed very good, but before that, shouldn't you answer my question? Does your ability have a locking function?" As soon as Ji Churen finished asking, chains made of thunder shot out in an instant and completely tied up the 4 archers behind him. The 4 archers were locked up before they even had time to react. Moreover, these thunder chains are still absorbing their special powers, making their bodies increasingly weak. Seeing this scene, Siyao smiled bitterly, her face full of worry. At this time, she already knew that her team had no power to fight back against Ji Churen. You know, the fighting skills that Ji Churen is currently displaying are ones she has never seen before. Just a control-type combat skill caused the 5 members of her team to lose their combat ability. What if Ji Churen uses offensive combat skills again? Siyao remembered very clearly that Ji Churen was a terrifying psychic who possessed the Starfall Storm and Raiden fighting skills. As long as Ji Churen wanted to, he could throw out a few lightning strikes or a few Starfall Storms, and they would all have to lie down and be carried away. Helpless, Siyao sighed heavily and chose to accept her fate. "You're right, my ability does have the ability to lock onto others. My ability is called Tracking Order. It's a rank. I can shoot tracking arrows, and I can also lock onto an enemy, causing them to also shoot tracking arrows." Hiss. Ji Churen touched his chin, nodded unconsciously and said, "Then your ability has a bit of auxiliary meaning." "Oh, no, you can also shoot tracking arrows, but you're..." Before Ji Churen could finish his words, Siyao in front of him suddenly became furious. She pulled out a small crossbow from the sleeve of her battle robe and shot an arrow at Ji Churen's face. After shooting the arrow, Siyao's face began to turn pale visibly. With this arrow, she used all her supernatural powers, just to kill with one strike. Don't blame her for the sneak attack. If you want to blame someone, blame Ji Churen for being too arrogant. However, Siyao never expected that her arrow, which contained all the supernatural powers, would be so easily. On the field, Ji Churen reacted quickly and took action in an instant. And the action he made was no action. Because the wall of protection took action, Siyao's attack suddenly hit Ji Churen's chest, and then a flash of lightning appeared. With a click, the arrow fell down helplessly as if it had hit some terrifying steel plate. Siyao's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She had never imagined that an arrow that contained all her supernatural powers could be so easily. He managed to pull it off so easily? His clothes weren't even torn. "You," Siyao said hesitantly. "Alas, it seems you can't do it." Ji Churen shook his head helplessly. He had known about the hidden arrow in Siyao's sleeve from the beginning. The reason why he locked up the others but not Siyao was because he wanted to see what Siyao's attack would be like. But now it seems that Siyao's attack was still a little lacking in intensity. In that case, there's no need to hold back. It's time to leave this team that I'm slightly interested in. Ji Churen slowly closed his eyes, stretched out his right index finger and gently pushed it upwards. Threads of thunder instantly swirled around Ji Churen's index finger. In an instant, several lightning chains appeared out of thin air and completely tied up Siyao, making her unable to move at all. After being tied up by Ji Churen's thunder chains, Siyao did not give up directly. Instead, she gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength, trying to break free from Ji Churen's control. But she soon discovered that no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from Ji Churen's thunder chains. She also discovered that the more she struggled, the faster her strength was depleted. Just like a swamp, the more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Ha! Siyao was sweating profusely, her hair instantly soaked with sweat. Did the chains start to drain my energy because my superpowers were depleted? What a terrifying fighting skill. Siyao smiled bitterly, looked at Ji Churen unwillingly, and said word by word, "You are very strong. I lost this time, but the path of martial arts is full of unknowns. Who will be stronger in the future is still unknown." When Siyao finished speaking, she found that she didn't even have the strength to speak. Her physical strength was being absorbed too quickly. "Well, that's very well said." Ji Churen nodded with his eyes closed, and said casually, "Don't say it next time. The path of Iwu is indeed full of unknowns, but haven't you heard a saying? In practicing Iwu, if you are slow in one step, you will be slow in every step. I can defeat you now, and I will be able to defeat you in the future. You can chase me, but in the end you will find that you can't even see my back." Ji Churen spoke slowly, word by word, and then walked towards the edge of the ring without looking back. Sun Xingyu and the other 4 archers had fainted from exhaustion and lost their ability to fight. And Siyao is almost there. Siyao only felt that her eyelids seemed to be fighting each other and were extremely heavy. She looked at Ji Churen's back, and felt that Ji Churen's back was becoming more and more blurred, until in the end, Ji Churen's back was so blurred that she could not see it clearly at all. She, exhausted. In the sky, the teacher also announced the results of the competition at this time. The competition is over. Number 1 Ji Churen wins. As the teacher finished speaking, warm applause broke out in the audience. The students in the waiting area fell silent. Too strong. Ji Churen is really too strong. So strong that they don't know how to face Ji Churen. Even Li Yunxian and others fell silent at this moment, not knowing what to say. Li Yunxian fell silent as as he looked at the thunder chains that had disappeared from the ring, and Si Yao and others who were being carried off the stage by the healing teacher. Brother Ji is too strong, Zhang Fengmao said with admiration. The second and third reinforcement department masters couldn't withstand a single move from Brother Ji. Moreover, Brother Ji didn't dodge their attacks at all. He just took them head-on. Fatty, now is not the time to praise. Shi Honghu clenched his fists and said angrily, now is the time to think about how to face Ji Churan. Hey, Brother Strong, think about how to face Brother Ji? Zhang Fengmao rolled his eyes at Shi Honghu and said, instead of thinking about this, I think you should think about how to get second place. Brother Ji is not a normal person at all. If you fight him head-on, you have to first consider whether you can withstand a meteor storm. Fatty, Shi Honghu blushed and cursed, what kind of fighting spirit is this? Will you be like this on the battlefield in the future? You have no fighting spirit at all. Fighting spirit? If you ask me to kill guys like the demonic tribe, I will fight harder than anyone else. Zhang Fengmao immediately retorted, but now we are not facing the demonic tribe, we are facing the genius of our own tribe. It's still a difficult prodigy to defeat. In my opinion, we should follow Brother Ji's footsteps and work hard to cultivate and kill the myriad races, instead of thinking about how to fight even though we know we can't win. Isn't this asking for trouble? You, Shi Honghu wanted to refute, but the words could not come out of his mouth. There's nothing wrong with what Fengmao said, Li Yunxian said at this time, but Fengmao's theory cannot be implemented at this time. Now is the school's freshman competition. We are indeed not fighting against invaders such as the myriad demons, but we are now fighting for our own cultivation and our own future. Chu Ren is indeed very strong. Normally, I would choose to follow Chu Ren's footsteps, but not now. Now we are his rivals, we are his competitors, and we must fight him. We are fighting for ourselves. Li Yunxuan's eyes were full of fighting spirit and his tone was extremely stern. It could be seen that Li Yunxuan's awareness at this moment was deeper than Zhang Fengmao's. Zhang Fengmao was listening to Li Yunxuan's words and was about to speak when he heard the sound of a sharp sword being drawn from its sheath. Li Hang suddenly drew out his sword and put it on Zhang Fengmao's neck, saying coldly, if you object again, I'll take action. Zhang Fengmao swallowed and looked at Li Hang's cold eyes. He knew that if he kept talking nonsense, Li Hang would definitely take action, so he gritted his teeth and closed his mouth. Seeing this, Li Hang stopped making any further moves and put his sword back into the scabbard. Li Hang put away his sword, clasped his arms around his chest and held the sword, his face full of indifference. Zhang Fengmao pouted and said in a very low voice, Humph, I don't know what you're so proud of. Brother Ji is so strong, but he's not as arrogant as you. Zhang Fengmao's voice was very soft, barely audible to others. That's a bit too much. Li Yunxian patted Li Hang's shoulder and said, the sword tip is facing outward, not inward. Li Hang is arrogant in front of other people, but he is very respectful to Li Yunxian. After hearing Li Yunxuan's sermon, Li Hang's expression immediately changed and he said, sorry, I understand. Apologize. Li Yunxian patted his shoulder gently and at the same time pointed at Zhang Fengmao to Li Hang, indicating that Li Hang should apologize. Li Hang was also very obedient and immediately turned around to apologize to Zhang Fengmao. Zhang Fengmao was also a little confused at this time. He never expected that Li Hang would listen to Li Yunxian so much. This. Zhang Fengmao scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Li Hang thought Zhang Fengmao was still a little dissatisfied, so he took out a power stone from his arms and said, accept my apology. When Zhang Fengmao saw the supernatural stone, his eyes began to glow slightly. The supernatural stone is a crystal stone used for supernatural practitioners to practice. The way to obtain it is to kill supernatural beasts and obtain their crystal stones. Because there is a high probability that alien beasts will drop energy stones after their death, energy stones have become the main training resource for most aliens. However, since Zhang Fengmao and his friends are currently in school, they cannot kill strange beasts to obtain power stones. Their main way to obtain power stones is still through point exchange. There are too many places in school that require points, so you need to calculate carefully when exchanging for power stones. For those students with high rankings and many points, the power stone is nothing, but for Zhang Fengmao who eats and drinks well every day, the power stone is also a good thing. Now that Li Hang has taken out a special stone and asked for his forgiveness, what should he do? Of course I forgive him. Ahaha, how can I be so embarrassed? Zhang Fengmao took the power stone and said with a smile, hey, look at it, I'm even offering an apology. We're brothers, there's no need for so much pretense. As Zhang Fengmao spoke, he put the power stone into his pocket, looking like a money grubber. Li Hang didn't want to get involved in this matter. After making sure that Zhang Fengmao had forgiven him, he stopped talking. The subsequent games continued, and the results were similar to what Ji Churan had guessed. It doesn't matter to Ji Churan who wins or loses the other teams, because the only team Ji Churan is currently interested in is Li Yunxuan's team. Ji Churan was not interested in other teams at all. The competition lasted for 3 days. In 3 days, Ji Churan played 3 games, and in these 3 games, Ji Churan resolved the battle with a meteor storm. It is worth mentioning that during these 3 days, Ji Churan did not meet Li Yunxuan's team. As the 3 days of competition passed, the final arrived as scheduled, and today is the last last day of the freshman competition, which is also the last game. The opponent of the game is also obvious. Ji Churan will face Li Yunchuan's team. Today is the final day, and Ji Churan has been looking forward to it for 3 days. He got up early, which was rare for him, and went to the center of the 6 courtyards very early, ready to wait for the game to start. But unexpectedly, even though Ji Churan arrived early, he was still considered late, because when he arrived at the waiting area, Li Yunxian and others had already gone up to the ring and started warming up. The auditorium was also packed with people, almost filling up the multiple floating islands. Ji Churan was also a little confused after seeing this scene. I got up early enough today, but why am I still later than them? The competition starts at 10 o'clock, because at this time, after the competition is over, the ranking is completed and the awards are given, we can go directly to eat. In order to arrive at the scene early today, Ji Churan woke up at 9:30. But even if I wake up so early, is it still too late? When the teacher saw Ji Churan had arrived, he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "The game is about to begin, please come on stage." Upon hearing this, Ji Churan did not delay any longer and once again transformed into a bolt of lightning and teleported onto the stage. When Zhang Fengmao saw Ji Churan, he immediately laughed and waved his right hand, making a duong-duong movement, which looked very funny. "Brother Ji! Brother Ji!" Zhang Fengmao waved his right hand and shouted with laughter. Seeing this, Ji Churan nodded and smiled politely. After seeing this scene, Zhang Fengmao immediately shouted, "Brother Ji, please show some mercy. You have to take care of me, your little brother." I cough cough cough. Before Zhang Fengmao could finish his words, the teacher in the sky suddenly coughed twice. Zhang Fengmao looked up and his eyes met the serious gaze of the teacher in the sky. In an instant, Zhang Fengmao shuddered, shrank his neck, and silently retreated behind Shi Honghu. The teacher in the sky said seriously, "Respect the game. Don't try to be clever." Then, the teacher turned his head to look at Ji Churan, blinked his eyes slightly, and his intention was very obvious. Ji Churan nodded, and his response was obvious. He doesn't discriminate. Seeing this, the teacher nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Then, not wanting to delay any further, he shouted loudly, "Both parties, get ready. Competition, start." Following the teacher's order, Li Yunxian immediately shouted loudly. Then, 3 figures rushed towards Ji Churan. Li Heng held his sword in his left hand, with a grim expression, and rushed towards Ji Churan from the left with a fierce momentum. Shi Honghu held his long sword, with a serious expression, and rushed towards Ji Churan from the right with high momentum. Li Yunxian held a sword in his left hand with a serious expression, and rushed towards Ji Churan from the middle with great momentum. The 3 of them approached Ji Churan at a rapid speed, as if they wanted to kill him with one blow. Ji Churan looked at the 3 people in surprise, not knowing what to say for a moment. 3 people rushed straight towards him. Did they really think that his lightning ability was just for show? If I were to dodge to the back of the ring and unleash a few lightning strikes, wouldn't you be blown away? Looking at the people rushing towards him, Ji Churan sighed slightly. Well, give them a chance. Ji Churan shook his head slightly and stood there waiting for the attack from Li Yunxian and the other 2. Seeing that Ji Churan didn't move, Li Yunxian frowned slightly. This time, the tactic of letting Zhang Fengmao control the situation from behind was a bit hasty. If Ji Churan didn't move, there might be a chance if Zhang Fengmao came forward to attack together. After all, no matter how strong Ji Churan's defense is, it is impossible for him to reach the defense of the lower energy realm, right? As long as Ji Churan's defense has not reached the lower energy realm, Li Yunxian is confident that the 3 of them can break Ji Churan's defense. However, I am afraid that what if Ji Churan exceeds the defense of the lower energy realm? In that case, the attack of the 3 of them would be a bit insufficient. However, now is not the time to hesitate. It's about to start. Li Yunxian shouted loudly, and placed his right hand on the grip of his sword. His whole temperament became sharp, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. Clang! Li Heng on the left also shouted softly, and his whole aura became astonishing. Crisp sword sounds whistled out and resounded throughout the arena. The sound of swords seemed to be declaring Li Heng's fighting spirit, which was extremely high. Shi Honghu on the right was not willing to be outdone, and his entire body instantly burst into flames. The terrifying flames completely enveloped Shi Honghu, making him look like a fireman. The terrifying flames emitted a scorching heat, burning and distorting the surrounding air. Chen Meng watched the scene with a smile, pointing at Shi Honghu, who had turned into a fireman on the field, and said with a smile, "Xianzi, did that kid learn this from you? He turns into a fireman as soon as he fights, and he doesn't retain any of his superpowers at all. So what?" Su Chang crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "This is the correct way for us fire-type psychics to play. If we want to fight, we must fight with all our might." "Oh, so this is why you lost the protracted battle with Xiao Ting?" Chen Meng chuckled. "A fire-type esper actually lost to a lightning-type esper in terms of endurance. I have to say, you are a genius in some ways." When Su Chang heard this, his face suddenly turned dark. His veins bulged and his mind kept recalling Chen Meng's embarrassing moments. Soon, he remembered it, and the first thing he did was to retort to Chen Meng, "Ha! It's better than you being trampled by an armored bull for half an hour during the martial arts exam. Hey, doesn't this just prove that I have strong defense defense and a high reserve of supernatural powers? Chen Meng didn't buy it at all. Now that Ji Churan was gone, he didn't need to care about his image as a master. Can you be trampled by an armored bull for half an hour? No way, after all, your supernatural powers can't withstand it. You, Su Cheng pointed at Chen Meng, gritted his teeth and said nothing for a long time. There is no way. Chen Meng's defense is really strong. Even if his supernatural powers are burned out, he may not be able to burn Chen Meng. Helplessly, Su Cheng finally chose to give up. Okay, you win. After saying that, Su Cheng stopped talking and chose to remain silent. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Looking at the three people rushing towards him, Ji Churan planned to straighten his body to meet the collective attack of the three. But when he moved his feet, he suddenly found that his feet seemed to be entangled by something and could not move. Ji Churan looked down. Wow, it turned out that there were two pairs of hands made of mud grabbing my feet. Ji Churan knew without hesitation that this was the work of Jiang Fengmao. Good boy. The original plan was to prepare 1 for control and 3 for strong offense. Ji Churan murmured something, and then he was attacked collectively by Li Yunxian and the other two. Draw the sword and kill. Explosive flame slash. 3 loud voices rang in Ji Churan's ears at the same time, followed by a series of terrifying crackling sounds. As the sound was heard, a blazing fire instantly spread throughout Ji Churan's body. Then, collapse. A huge explosion resounded throughout the arena, and a small mushroom cloud emerged from where Ji Churan was standing. Thick black smoke mixed with dust began to spread over the ring. Shi Honghu quickly moved away from the explosion area, staring intently at the place where Ji Churan had just stood, and said in a deep voice, "Did it work?" Li Yunxian did not answer immediately, but looked up at the teacher in the sky. After seeing that the teacher in the sky did not react at all, Li Yunxian knew their attack didn't work. No, be alert! Li Yunxian shouted and immediately raised his sword. Li Hong and Shi Honghu also became alert at this moment. Jiang Fengmao ran to the three of them, carrying a huge hammer. He was sweating and said in a panic, "Everyone, bad news. Brother Ji just broke free from my control." "What?" Shi Honghu exclaimed. "When did this happen?" "Just when you ignited the fire." Jiang Fengmao responded immediately. "Be alert." Li Yunxuan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He immediately looked around and shouted, "Churan might have dodged our attack just now." Han Chen sneered disdainfully after hearing Li Yunxuan's words, and said, "Such an attack can't even break my defense, let alone Ji Churan's defense." As if echoing Han Chen's words, a voice slowly came from the center of the black smoke on the ring. "Don't worry, I didn't hide away." The voice was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. After Ji Churan's voice was heard, Li Yunxian and others immediately became alert and stared at the center of the black smoke. The girl behind the ring stretched out her hands towards Li Yunxian and the others and began to release her special abilities. The girl's name is Lin Han. Her special ability is called Energy Recovery, which can restore the special abilities and physical strength of teammates. It is a very powerful auxiliary special ability. As Lin Han released his superpowers, Li Yunxian and others soon felt that their superpowers were constantly replenishing. The supernatural power that had just been released with all its strength was restored at this moment. This also means that at this moment they have once again regained their strongest combat effectiveness. Several people looked at the black smoke vigilantly, their bodies tense, as if they were afraid that a bolt of lightning would suddenly burst out from it in the next second. Jiang Fengmao gripped the giant hammer again and swallowed. To be honest, if possible, Jiang Fengmao really didn't want to face Ji Churan. So, that girl's ability is a recovery type. Suddenly, a figure slowly and vaguely emerged from the black smoke. In the black smoke, blue light would occasionally burst out from around the blurry figure, flashing like an arc, which was as spectacular as lightning. Li Yunxian and others immediately took a fighting stance after seeing this blurry figure. "Judging from your condition, your superpowers seem to have been restored as well. It seems that it is a superpower that can restore superpower reserves." The blurry figure gradually solidified, revealing Ji Churan's tall and straight figure. From time to time, strands of thunder flashed around Ji Churan's body, making him look extremely domineering and terrifying. Ji Churan walked out of the black smoke without a single wound on his body. In other words, the attack from Li Yunxian and others just now did not cause any harm to Ji Churan at all. Li Yunxian also understood this and was suddenly shocked. The collective attack of the three of them reached an overdraft attack close to the lower Twilight Realm. But even so, Ji Churan didn't suffer any harm at all. What kind of defense does Ji Churan have? Looking at the few people who were wary of him, Ji Churan showed an amiable smile on his face. "Don't be so nervous, buddy." As soon as Ji Churan finished speaking, violent thunder quickly emerged from his right arm. Thousands of thunders instantly condensed on Ji Churan's right arm, and Ji Churan swung his right arm, swinging all the thunders out. After Ji Churan swung out thousands of thunders, a crescent-shaped arc of electricity formed in the air. Li Yunxian shouted quickly, then quickly dodged to the side. He didn't dare to take it because his heart kept telling him that if he took it, he would die. Li Hong and Shi Honghu reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Shi Honghu even swung his left hand, throwing a fireball towards the ground, and then then used the recoil of the fireball to quickly hide to the side. He learned this move from Su Chang during freshman training, because at that time Su Chang also avoided Ji Churan's attack at a critical moment by using the recoil generated by releasing flames. Li Yunxian and others reacted quickly and at a very fast speed. After all, they were using swords and knives, which were not too heavy weapons. But Jiang Fengmao is different. Not only is he physically strong, but the weapon in his hand is also strong. Jiang Fengmao's brain reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. Even when Jiang Fengmao threw the war hammer in his hand, he was unable to dodge the attack quickly and was still hit by Ji Churan's Raikiri. The power that could tear everything apart and the bombardment of endless thunder exploded on Jiang Fengmao in an instant. In just a moment, Jiang Fengmao's body turned into steel and then he lost consciousness. A second before he lost consciousness, Jiang Fengmao was still cursing in his mind. Is this Dubro? Dubro throws Raikiri away the moment he needs me? Dong! Jiang Fengmao, who had turned into steel, fell to the ground in an instant, with a loud bang sound. Jiang Fengmao's steel body is indeed quite strong. Since Jiang Fengmao has turned into steel, it means that Jiang Fengmao is already dead, which means he has lost the qualification to compete. In order not to hinder the continuation of the game, a wind-type psychic teacher on the floating island waved his right hand and took the steel-like Jiang Fengmao off the field. In fact, at the beginning, in order to simulate a real battlefield, the school would leave the corpses of the eliminated students on the field. The main reason why the corpse was later cancelled was because of a classmate. That classmate was very smart. He used his teammate's corpse to withstand wave after wave of attacks from the opponent, and finally consumed all the opponent's superpowers to win. It is indeed possible to do so. It is indeed possible to make reasonable use of everything on the battlefield. In an extremely critical situation, it is also possible to use the bodies of comrades to save your life. After all, life is more important than anything else on the battlefield. Of course, this can only be done in extremely critical situations. After all, letting comrades return to their roots is the normal way to clean up the battlefield. But the problem is, this is a competition. Everyone else is unconscious, and you are still carrying their corpses and taking several waves of attacks. No normal person can handle it. So out of helplessness, the school had to cancel the rule of leaving the corpse on site. Seeing that it was Jiang Fengmao who was hit, Ji Churan couldn't help but scratch his head. I just flicked it, and I didn't expect it to hit the fat guy. This is not my fault. Boom boom boom. As soon as Ji Churan finished speaking, he heard the sound of burning flames in his ears, and he could also feel the temperature around him constantly increasing. Ji Churan turned his head and saw a fireball coming towards him quickly. Looking at this fireball, Ji Churan could clearly feel that this fireball was very weak. It is so weak that it may not even have the power of the upper spiritual perception realm. So, Ji Churan casually waved his left hand and shattered the flying fireball in the air. While smashing it, Ji Churan was still thinking in his heart, why are Shi Honghu's attacks becoming increasingly weak? He can actually throw fireballs with such little power. While thinking, Ji Churan turned his head to look at Shi Honghu. Upon seeing this, Ji Churan discovered something was wrong, because Shi Honghu had still exited the state of the fireman, and was still laughing wildly on his face, with flames and firelight burning on his arms. Before Ji Churan could figure out what was going on, Shi Honghu roared, "The flames continue!" Ji Churan was stunned, and then he felt the temperature around him suddenly rise, and his eyes were quickly covered by flames, making him unable to see the surrounding situation. The eyes were covered by flames, the ears could only hear the blazing flames, and the senses could only sense the rising temperature. In a sense, continuation of flame also has the ability to shield the opponent's perception. But, spirit, it is not counted among the five senses. Although Ji Churan could not see, hear, or sense anything at this time, he could release his mental power to sense his surroundings. A spiritual halo that ordinary people could not see radiated from around Ji Churan's body, sweeping across the entire court. Even teachers like Chen Meng and Su Chang didn't notice this situation. Only teachers who specialize in psychiatry discovered this. When the teachers saw the ripples unique to the spiritual system emanating from Ji Churan, their eyes widened. Wei Chun on the floating island couldn't help but be surprised again. Zhuge Shu looked at this scene in disbelief and exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Han Chen asked puzzledly. Zhuge Shu opened his eyes full of shock. He stared intently at Ji Churan, who was covered in flames on the field, and said in a deep voice, "Spiritual fluctuations." Spiritual fluctuations? Han Chen turned his head sharply, as if wanting to confirm, and asked again, "Are you talking about the spiritual fluctuations that are unique to high-level psychic abilities?" Mental fluctuations are a special type of ripple that can only be released by people with strong mental abilities. This kind of ripple can sense, predict, and even kill enemies. When the mental fluctuations reach a certain intensity, one can even use mental power to kill. That is what is called killing with thoughts. This is also the highest realm pursued by many psychics, and of course, it is also the most terrifying ability of psychics. However, it was this spiritual fluctuation that many spiritual-type psychics failed to cultivate, but now it was emanating from Ji Churan of the natural type. Isn't this shocking? meaning. Since he can use mental fluctuations, this also represents the strength of Ji Churan's mental power. That's right, Zhuge Xu said seriously, word by word, I sense spiritual fluctuations in Ji Churan. Han Shen swallowed his saliva when he heard this and looked at the field in disbelief. A freshman of the natural system, at the peak of the Twilight Realm, possesses such a powerful spiritual power. Is this really a human? This is even more superhuman than Superman. Shi Honghu didn't know that Ji Churan had already seen through him completely without him being able to see. At this moment, he was grinning, and the supernatural power in his body was released rapidly. His pair of fiery eyes stared at Ji Churan firmly, as if he wanted to burn Ji Churan to death. Li Yunxian was standing aside at this time, and turned to Li Hong and shouted, "Don't be stunned, keep attacking. Churan won't be defeated that easily." Li Hong nodded when he heard that, held the sword upright in his hand, closed his eyes and began to mutter something. Seeing this, Li Yunxian no longer hesitated and put the sword back into his scabbard. Then he stood with his feet apart, slightly bent his body, and his whole body was in a state of accumulating strength. Lin Han in the back was also not idle, constantly restoring Shi Honghu's superpowers. Because she was constantly restoring the energy reserves for several people, her own energy reserves began to decrease rapidly. But even so, she did not hold back at all and continued to restore the superpowers for several people. She knew that her only role at this moment was to restore the supernatural power reserves for Li Yunxian and others. Once Li Yunxian and others lost, she would have no choice but to admit defeat. All the freshmen were watching the game, wanting to see how Ji Churan, who had turned into a fireman, would break through. Li Heng's eyes suddenly opened, and he shouted loudly, "One sword!" The sharp edge roars. Clang! As Li Hong finished speaking, the sound of a sword echoed throughout the arena. The sound was so clear and loud that it made people feel extremely sharp just by hearing it. Li Hong swung his sword, and then there was another sound of sword ringing, followed by a ripple of sword energy that slashed out and flew straight towards Ji Churan, who had turned into a man of fire. Li Yunxian also shouted softly, and his whole body was like a spear being thrown out, fast and terrifying. Li Yunxian instantly came in front of Ji Churan, drew off the long sword in his hand, and slashed out with this sword. On the stage, a flash of sword light appeared, extremely gorgeous. On the ring, the sounds of swords ringing, swords striking, and flames burning mixed together, making this battle extremely exciting. After Li Yunxian and Li Hong finished their attacks, Shi Honghu followed closely behind, with the supernatural power in his body surging rapidly, concentrating at one point and exploding quickly. "Give it to me!" Shi Honghu's face flushed red, his fiery eyes filled with blood, and he roared, "Explode!" In an instant, an explosion even more violent than the one at the beginning suddenly sounded, shaking the arena. A black mushroom cloud instantly rushed up, completely blocking the scene of the ring, making it impossible to see the specific content. On the highest floating island, a wind-type teacher waved his hand again, ready to blow away the black smoke above the arena and show the content to everyone. Members of the waiting area and the audience area all focused their attention, wanting to see what the result would be. The black smoke slowly dissipated, and the scene on the ring appeared in front of everyone. I saw a person lying on the ring, and this person is none other than. Due to the large-scale restoration of everyone's superpowers, and Shi Honghu's final unreserved ignition of the fire, Lin Han had to increase the recovery of Shi Honghu's superpower reserves. Doing so also caused her own supernatural powers to be exhausted. To be precise, she used the exhaustion of her own supernatural powers in exchange for the possibility for Shi Honghu to fight again. Because if she hadn't replenished Shi Honghu with that last bit of supernatural power, Honghu would have fallen into a coma. She was not sure whether Ji Churan would be defeated by this combined attack, and she did not dare to gamble. She only knew that before she could achieve complete victory, she had to prepare the team well. She knew very well that she had no fighting ability, so she gave the last chance to fight to Shi Honghu. Except for Lin Han, who fainted, everyone else was still standing on the field. However, Li Yunxian and others were not in a very good condition. The three of them were breathing heavily, and their breathing was very weak. The reserves of supernatural powers in the spiritual perception realm are still too small after all, and every attack they make is with the intention of killing with one blow. This also leads to a huge consumption of their supernatural powers. Li Yunxian was very clear about Ji Churan's reserves of supernatural powers, so they didn't want to fight a protracted war from the beginning. Fighting a protracted war with Ji Churan was like a baby running a race with a professional long-distance runner. It was incredibly stupid and idiotic. Li Yunxian and the other two were in very bad condition, but Ji Churan's condition was different. Ji Churan's condition was in stark contrast to that of Li Yunxian and the other two. There was no scar on Ji Churan's body, not even a speck of dust on him. He just stood quietly in the center of the ring, watching Li Yunxian and the other two who were still standing on the field. The black battle robe fluttering in the wind made Ji Churan look extremely domineering. How could it be? Shi Honghu covered his chest and looked at Ji Churan in disbelief, his mouth trembling. Even such an attack? Are you unharmed? Li Yunxian also widened his eyes, his pupils trembled, and his heart was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Ji Churan's defense was so strong. Even Li Han, who always had an icy icy face showed a look of horror at this moment. You know, the move he just made, the sound of the sword, is already his most powerful fighting skill so far. Its power was almost enough to reach the overdraft power of the last Glimmer Realm, and coupled with the combined attack of Li Yunxian and others, its power definitely reached that of the lower Glimmer Realm. But even so, Ji Churan was not hurt at all. Ji Churan looked at the status of several people and seemed to know that they had already given it their all, so he said, "It seems that this is your strongest attack." After listening to Ji Churan's words, the expressions of Li Yunxian and the other two changed visibly. Li Yunxian also knew at this time that the three of them had already lost the game. After hesitating for a long time, Li Yunxian still wanted to ask the questions in his mind. "Chu Ren, can you tell me?" Li Yunxian said. "What realm are you in now? What is my current realm?" Ji Churan looked at Li Yunxian and said with a smile, "Peak Twilight Realm." "What?" Shi Honghu screamed, his face full of horror, and he didn't even care about the pain in his body. "You have reached the peak of the Twilight Realm?" Shi Honghu's face was full of disbelief. He really didn't expect that Ji Churan had already reached the peak of the Twilight Realm. You know, up to now, no one has reached the final Twilight Realm since freshman year, and just reaching the peak spiritual perception realm is considered a genius. But what about Ji Churan? He actually reached the peak of the shimmering state at this stage. Is he practicing all the time? How is this possible? Shi Honghu widened his eyes, his lips trembling, not knowing what to say. Li Hong standing by also stood there in a daze, as if his worldview had been shocked. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Li Yunxian, and found that Li Yunxuan's state and expression were almost the same as his, both in a state of shock and confusion. Ji Churan's voice was very low, but it echoed throughout the arena like a bombshell. Because of Shi Honghu's exclamation, all the students in the waiting area and the audience knew Ji Churan's current realm. At this moment, the waiting area and the audience seats were in an uproar. The freshmen in the waiting area were all stunned, and they and their classmates looked at each other in shock. "Just now, that person said, Ji Churan's realm is the peak of the Glimmering Realm? I heard it too. This is too scary. Why are there so many differences between people? I'm only at the middle level of spiritual perception, but Ji Churan is already at the peak of the Glimmering Realm." In the waiting area, Sial opened her mouth slightly, looking at Ji Churan, who was full of energy on the field, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Now Ji Churan has reached the peak of the Twilight Realm, which means that Ji Churan's talent can be said to crush his peers. Is it really possible for me to catch up with such a genius? Sial, who has always had confidence and hope in herself, is now in deep self-doubt. He Shui, who was far away, was also stunned after learning about Ji Churan's realm and could not believe her ears at all. At the peak of the Twilight Realm, no wonder his team couldn't even hold out for a single encounter. Not to mention the peak Twilight Realm, even if they are at the bottom Twilight Realm, they may not be able to win easily. Not only were the freshmen in the waiting area shocked, but even the seniors in the audience were stunned. Han Chen and Zhu Geshu were not surprised because they knew Ji Churan's true strength from the beginning. Han Chen was even defeated by Ji Churan, who was so powerful, so they didn't react too much. But it's different for other seniors. "No way, peak Twilight Realm? I'm only in the middle Twilight Realm right now. This is too unbelievable. Bad luck, kids. Now I can't beat not only those who are older than me, but also those who are younger than me." Su Yanqi and Su Yanha looked at each other at this time, and saw shock in each other's expressions. Gurgle. Su Yanqi swallowed her saliva, her pretty face showing obvious shock. She asked with a hint of inquiry, "Brother, when you were this age, what realm were you in?" Su Yanha's eyes were filled with solemnity, and he said in a heavy tone, "The last rank of the Twilight Realm. At that time, I was the only one in the entire school who had reached this realm. The main reason for this was the resources provided by my family. Without those resources, I might not have been able to reach the last rank of the Twilight Realm." Then, Su Yanqi still hadn't recovered from her shock and asked, "Then what about Ji Churan's situation?" "Genius," Su Yanha said in a deep voice, "a true genius. If nothing unexpected happens, he might really lead this era." Su Yanha's expression was extremely serious. He also knew very well in his heart that Ji Churan was a true genius. A genius is someone who can make good use of the resources around him and everything about himself to make himself stronger. And in Su Yanha's heart, Ji Churan is just such a person. Su Yanha stared at Ji Churan on the field, thinking constantly in his mind. He is now very conflicted about whether or not he should find Ji Churan and explain the situation of the secret realm to him. If he said that, he was a little afraid that the inheritance of the secret realm would go directly to Ji Churan, and then his sister might get nothing. But if he didn't tell her, he wouldn't be able to find anyone else who could enter the secret realm with his sister Su Yanqi. Although Li Yunxian and others are also very good, they may not be able to protect his sister. After all, the secret realm is full of dangers and one must be fully prepared before entering. You know, when he and the people he chose entered the secret realm, they were in danger of death. If it weren't for the accessories his father gave him at the last moment, he might have died. However, although the secret realm is dangerous, the opportunities are also very great, which is why he insists on entering the secret realm. Su Yanha sighed softly and finally made up his mind. "What's wrong?" Su Yanqi saw her brother suddenly sigh and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No." Su Yinhe shook his head and said, "I just decided on something." "Oh." Su Yinchi didn't ask any more questions after hearing that and continued to shift her attention to the court. A senior student in the audience smiled and praised, "Oh my, peak Twilight Realm, amazing." "Senior Ma, why do I feel like you're gloating?" a sophomore asked in confusion. Senior Ma smiled, waved his hand and said, No, Xiaozhan, you're wrong, watch the game. As Senior Ma spoke, he took out a bucket of popcorn from somewhere and started eating. Seeing this, Xiaozhan sighed helplessly and continued to look at the field. On the stage at this moment, Ji Churan also knew that the few people had no strength to fight back, so he gently raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger to flick it lightly. The next moment, chains made of thunder appeared out of thin air and locked onto Li Yunxian and the other two. Naturally, the three of them didn't want to admit defeat, so they picked up their weapons and attacked Ji Churan's thunder chain. Li Hong raised his sword and swept it across the thunder chain. Li Heng's sweep was accompanied by a loud sword sound. The sound of the sword was followed by the crisp sound of thunder. Sizzle! Li Heng's sword collided with a thunder chain, and a strong electric light burst out. Li Hong underestimated the strength of Ji Churan's thunder ability. You know, Ji Churan's thunder ability is now SS level. The power of SS level superpowers is more than just a simple talk. Li Heng also noticed something was wrong at this time, because he felt his arms starting to feel numb. The lightning from the thunder chain actually began to spread throughout his body along with his sword. His body began to become stiff and his arms gradually became numb and lost consciousness. Not only that, Li Heng also felt that the limited supernatural powers in his body were rapidly dissipating. Finally, Li Heng's hands lost sensation, and his grip completely disappeared at this moment. The long sword also slipped out of his palms and fell straight onto the ring, making a crisp sound. The other thunder chains also locked Li Heng at this moment, making his already numb body unable to move. At this moment, Li Heng felt dizzy and as if his consciousness was leaving his body, feeling extremely heavy. Li Heng knew that he was about to be eliminated. Before he died, Li Heng relied on his consciousness to shout out a sentence loudly, "Don't touch the chain." After saying this, Li Heng completely fainted and lost his ability to fight. Li Heng's starting point was good. His purpose was to let Li Yunxian know that there was something wrong with the chain so that he could continue fighting. However, Li Heng shouted out these words relying on his instinct and consciousness when he was about to fall into coma. He completely forgot the most important point, which is, Li Yunxian and others attacked the thunder chain at the same time as him. In other words, Li Yunxian and others chopped at the thunder chain at the same time that Li Heng chopped at the thunder chain. At the same time, they also experienced the same feeling that Li Heng had just experienced. Sour, numb, and then syncope. The three of them were tied up by Ji Churan's thunder chains and fell into coma. The only one still capable of fighting on the field was Ji Churan. Li Yunxuan's team was defeated. The teacher in the sky couldn't help but sigh with emotion, feeling sorry for Li Yunxuan's team. If it were in the past, Li Yunxuan's team would have a high chance of winning the championship. After all, the lineup of three people at the peak of spiritual perception realm, the upper spiritual perception realm and an auxiliary psychic with recovery ability can be said to be extremely luxurious. If we just need to find a beast-taming classmate or other psychic who can defend and protect the auxiliary class, the team lineup will be completely complete. Li Yunxuan's team is generally good, but the only shortcoming is the auxiliary ability users, because there is no one in their team to protect the auxiliary ability users. Jiang Fengmao can certainly protect auxiliary ability users, but Jiang Fengmao's combat style is generally more inclined towards attack. Asking him to defend is simply a waste of a large attack point. Fortunately, Ji Churan did not directly attack Lin Han and their team, otherwise they would not even have the chance to recover their superpowers. I can only say that Ji Churan is still too powerful. The teacher in the sky couldn't help but put himself in the situation and wonder how he should deal with it if he met an opponent like Ji Churan when he was a freshman. The teacher thought for a long time and finally came up with only one possibility. That is, defeat. There was no way. At this time, Ji Churan was like a boss who was impossible to deal with during his freshman year. Among the freshmen who are all at the middle level of spiritual perception, there is a person at the peak level of Twilight. This is just like a giant over 2 meters tall appearing in an elementary school basketball game. No matter how he plays, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. Fear, Ji Churan wins. This year's freshman competition is over. The teacher in the sky shouted loudly, officially announcing the end of the freshman competition. The students in the waiting area and the seniors in the audience area stood up and applauded Ji Churan, and also applauded this year's freshman competition. Ji Churan smiled on the stage and clapped softly. The therapeutic teachers also ran onto the stage at this time and carried Li Yunxian and others off the stage for treatment. After Li Yunxian and others wake up, the formal award ceremony and ranking announcement will begin. Ji Churan was also arranged to sit back in the spectator seats, waiting for the ranking to be announced. However, Ji Churan was not worried at all, because there was no suspense at all about his first place ranking. However, what surprised Ji Churan was that the position he was assigned to was right next to the skinny guy. Ji Churan had always wanted to find the bamboo man, but he never had the chance. Now, the bamboo man is right next to him. Ji Churan turned his head to look at the bamboo man, waved his hand and said with a smile. The skinny guy lowered his head, his body trembled a little, and he looked at Ji Churan cautiously. After seeing Ji Churan smile, he turned his head and looked around. He found that the classmates around him were looking at him with great interest, which made the skinny guy even more nervous. So much so that the bamboo man's body began to tremble even more violently. But even so, the bamboo man still didn't look up again. Ji Churan was stunned when he saw this. Under normal circumstances, he would not communicate with such a person, but the bamboo man is really too special. Ji Churan always felt that he seemed to have met the bamboo man somewhere. So Ji Churan spoke again. This time, the bamboo man's body trembled again, and he raised his head staggeringly and looked at Ji Churan. The skinny man was wearing very thick clothes that almost completely covered his body. Even his fingers were tightly wrapped in gloves, leaving no skin except his head exposed. He raised his hand in disbelief and pointed at himself in disbelief, as if asking if Ji Churan was calling him. Ji Churan nodded and said, "I'm calling you, can I get to know you?" The bamboo man still looked up in disbelief and looked around. After finding that Ji Churan was indeed talking to him, he nodded cautiously and said in a very small voice, "Hello." After the bamboo man finished speaking, he retracted his head. However, he was over 2 meters tall, and even with his head retracted, he was still very conspicuous. When Ji Churan saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This person is really socially anxious. The students in the waiting area were stunned when they saw this scene. They had no idea why Ji Churan chose to talk to the bamboo man. In fact, many students in the waiting area know bamboo man. After all, he has his own characteristics and is even more distinctive in the competition. So far, bamboo man is the only player who chose to give up before the game even started. This behavior made many of his classmates in the waiting area remember him. "What's your name?" Ji Churan chose to ask it this time, because he always felt that the bamboo man was a little special. This time, the bamboo skin man did not choose to look up, but continued to lower his head and uttered a word in a voice as thin as a mosquito. "Guru eyes." The bamboo man's voice was so soft that Ji Churan had to listen carefully to hear it. "Guru eyes," Ji Churan murmured, always having a strange feeling in his heart. This was the first time Ji Churan heard the name Guru eyes, but he always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. This sense of familiarity made Ji Churan feel a little strange. Could it be that Guru eyes had some connection with his predecessor? However, his predecessor's memories contained no memory of Guru eyes at all. So, what is going on? Could it be that I was reborn? But I clearly traveled through time. Ji Churan was full of doubts at this time, but there was nothing he could do. Ji Churan could only choose to let nature take its course. He turned his head to look at Guru eyes, and knew in his heart that he might need to communicate more with Guru eyes in the future. He always had a feeling in his heart that Guru eyes was not that simple. However, now that Ji Churan saw that Guru eyes looked socially anxious and unwilling to communicate, Ji Churan chose not to ask any more questions, because at this time, more and more people are paying attention to him. For a socially anxious person, such a lot of attention is a complete disaster. In order to avoid embarrassing Guru eyes, Ji Churan finally chose to change positions. He stood up and went to where Li Yunxian and the others were sitting. Li Yunxian and others have recovered and have been arranged to sit in empty seats. There happened to be empty seats around them, so Ji Churan got up and went to their side. Li Yunxian and others were sitting on the bench in silence. It was obvious that they had not yet recovered from the blow they had just suffered. The only one who came to his senses was Zhang Fengmao. "See, I've already told you, Brother Ji is no match for us." Zhang Fengmao sat next to Shi Honghu, his hands clasped behind his head, and said with an expectant expression, "Brother Ji is simply Superman. It's normal for us to lose. Just let it go." "Ah, Fatty is right." Li Yunxian sighed slightly at this time, as if relieved, and said, "Churan is indeed far superior to us. He is very strong. He's so strong that while we're still worrying about when we'll break through to the last rank of the Twilight Realm, he's already preparing to enter the Yuannang Realm. This gap is truly..." As Li Yunxian spoke, his expression became depressed again. Zhang Fengmao was stunned. "Why is this getting more depressing the more you talk? Shouldn't you say something encouraging?" Zhang Fengmao didn't know what to say for a moment. He looked around and found that Shi Honghu and others were also listless. Shi Honghu slumped weakly in the chair and fell into deep silence. Li Hong also held his sword, lowered his head, closed his eyes and said nothing. In the entire team, the only better ones were Zhang Fengmao and Lin Han. "Brother Ji." When Zhang Fengmao was still thinking about how to comfort Li Yunxian and others, he suddenly saw Ji Churan walking towards him and others. Zhang Fengmao's shout was heard by Li Yunxian and others. They all raised their heads and looked towards the place where Zhang Fengmao was shouting. When he looked up, he saw Ji Churan's figure. Ji Churan came very quickly. Almost as soon as they turned their heads, Ji Churan was already in front of them. Ji Churan smiled, said hello and said, "Fatty and Yunxian, how are you guys?" As Ji Churan spoke, he naturally sat down next to Li Yunxian. Alas. Li Yunxian smiled bitterly and said, I'm a bit shocked. Are you so shocked already? Ji Churan said, this is just the beginning. If you can't stand it now, I'm afraid you will be even more unbearable in the future. What Ji Churan said was indeed the truth, because so far, his first template has not yet reached 100%. After the first template reaches 100% and the ability evolves to SSS level, the second ability will follow. By that time, the gap between him and Li Yunxian and others will only get bigger. Li Yunxian was stunned after hearing Ji Churan's words, and didn't know what to say for a moment. But then he chuckled, and even laughed out loud later. Ha 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 ha. Li Yunxuan's laughter attracted the attention of several people. Both Li Hong and Shi Honghu turned their attention to Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian smiled and slowly stopped, saying with relief, yeah, if you can't even handle this little bit of a blow, then what's the point of me practicing medicine? The path of Yiwu is about facing difficulties and disparity. A truly strong person should face difficulties in himself directly, not getting lost in failure or the past. Brother Ji, thank you. I understand now. I was obsessed with appearances. At this moment, Li Yunxian only felt that his mind was clear, as if an invisible barrier had been punctured. The next second, Li Yunxuan's aura suddenly changed, and it became even more terrifying than the previous second. He broke through. The last glimmer of light. Shi Honghu and Li Hong looked at Li Yunxian in shock. They never expected that Li Yunxian would break through the Twilight Realm at this time. Lin Han also opened his mouth and looked at the scene in surprise. Zhang Fengma was petrified in his seat. That's not right, buddy. Weren't you depressed in the last second? How come you broke through in the next second? Is this Brother Ji's way of talking? At this moment, Zhang Fengma looked at Ji Churan with even more admiration. After Li Yunxian knew that he had made a breakthrough, he grabbed Ji Churan's hand with great gratitude, his face full of joy. Ji Churan was confused and didn't know what he was doing. Didn't he just say something casually? How could it have directly led to Li Yunxuan's breakthrough? No, am I not following the invincible style? I am following the Dihua style? Brother Ji, you are indeed a true genius, a true strong man. Whether in strength or state of mind, I am far behind you. Li Yunxian held Ji Churan's hand tightly, his face full of excitement and gratitude. Ah ha ha. Ji Churan smiled awkwardly but not without being polite, not knowing how to respond. He subconsciously glanced at Li Heng's figure, so Ji Churan quickly shifted his attention and asked, this is... Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian immediately introduced Li Hong to Ji Churan. This guy's called Li Heng. He's my cousin. Li Yunxian looked at Li Hong and introduced him to Ji Churan. His ability is a strengthening ability, called Sword Chant. It's A level. After activating this ability, every time he swings his sword, it emits a crisp chime, and its power is greatly enhanced. While Li Yunxian was introducing, Li Hong nodded slightly to Ji Churan. Out of politeness, Ji Churan also smiled and nodded. I see. Ji Churan said, I was wondering why the whole match was filled with the sound of swords. Feelings are your special ability. Yes, that is Li Heng's special ability. Li Yunxian nodded, then looked at Lin Han, the auxiliary girl in his team. Her name is Lin Han, Li Yunxian introduced. She possesses an A-level auxiliary ability called Energy Recovery. It can restore a user's physical strength and energy reserves. It's a very powerful auxiliary ability. Following Li Yunxuan's introduction, Ji Churan looked at Lin Han. Lin Han also smiled and greeted Ji Churan. Ji Churan nodded slightly in response. Lin Han's ability is indeed very strong, to the point where people with special abilities would chase after him and ask him to form a team. After all, in battle, the reserve of superpowers is very important. Take the Thunder-type mutants as an example. They are notoriously poor in kidney. Their ability reserves are small. A Thunder-type psychic would run out of power after using almost all of his strength to attack. However, if the Thunder-type psychic brought Lin Han with him, he could attack another set, or even several more sets. This auxiliary ability of restoring superpower reserves is a panacea and is popular everywhere. But for Ji Churan, it is a bit useless. The only use of it is to restore physical strength. Ahem, be quiet for a moment. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in the sky, and a rough voice was heard. Whether it was the freshmen in the waiting area or the seniors in the audience, they all looked up at the figure in the sky at this moment. And the figure in the sky was Chen Meng. Chen Meng was seen holding a large notebook in his left hand and an illusory loudspeaker in his right hand, as if it was created by some psychic. After seeing Chen Meng's appearance, Ji Churan and others turned their attention to Chen Meng. They all knew that Chen Meng was about to announce the rankings. Now, I'll announce the rankings for this freshman competition. Chen Meng shouted through the illusory loudspeaker. This ranking was calculated by multiple teachers. It's absolutely fair and just. If you have any questions, hold them to yourself. Chen Meng's last two words were so loud that they even shook several floating islands. Even Ji Churan couldn't help but cover his ears and sighed. This disclaimer is too overbearing, and that speaker must have been made by a Sonic-type mutant. The sound is too loud. On the highest floating island, Su Chang shrank his neck when he heard Chen Meng's words, feeling very confused. That's not right. This is what's written in the script? Shouldn't you just ask questions if if you have any. Why are you holding it in? Mungzi, you can't hold it in. What if you get hurt? The freshmen in the waiting area were also a little confused. Although they knew that Chen Meng was a bit careless, this was a bit too careless. Some students in the audience who knew Chen Meng began to laugh secretly. But Chen Meng didn't care about it at all and continued to announce the rankings. Next, I'll announce the rankings of the school's freshman competition. This ranking will last for 1 semester. If you want to improve, you'll have to wait until next year. The freshmen sat up straight when they heard this. After all, the ranking of the school-wide freshman competition was different from the ranking of the departmental freshman competition. The department rankings can be challenged and improved at any time, but the school ranking cannot be improved. It can only be improved through the annual school-wide competition of the same class. First place, Ji Churan, Chen Meng said loudly, his expression full of uncontrollable pride, as if Ji Churan was himself. The students in the waiting area and the audience seats applauded after hearing Chen Meng's words and were not surprised. Anyone who is not a fool knows that Ji Churan is definitely the first place. There is no reason to explain it. The only one that makes sense is the second place. After all, Li Yunxian and Li Heng's performances were also quite impressive. To be precise, everyone in Li Yunchuan's team was quite impressive. Shi Honghu, Jiang Fengmao, and even Lin Han have all made due contributions. The question now is who will be the second place in Li Yunchuan's team. Next, it's the second place. He is. Chen Meng also suddenly had a bad taste and tried the old-fashioned heavy breathing trick. Everyone was staring at Chen Meng at this moment, waiting for his next words, especially Li Yunxian and others. After Chen Meng took a deep breath, he no longer kept the suspense and announced the identity of the second place. Second place, Shi Honghu. After Chen Meng finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment and then applauded. For most people, it doesn't matter who comes in second or third because it's not them anyway. But for Li Yunxian and others, it is somewhat important. Li Yunchuan's expression clearly showed a bit of frustration, but he still applauded Shi Honghu. He is not the kind of person who gets jealous when he sees others doing well. Congratulations, Honghu. Li Yunxian smiled and applauded Shi Honghu, but it was obvious that there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. When Li Hong heard that Shi Honghu was second, he clenched his fists tightly, but when he saw Li Yunxian applauding Shi Honghu, he loosened his fists and applauded Shi Honghu as well. Shi Honghu was very surprised. He looked at Chen Meng in disbelief and had not yet recovered from the fact that he was second place, because he always thought that Li Yunxian would be the second place. After all, he had never won when he competed with Li Yunxian before. But why am I second this time? Although Shi Honghu had many doubts in his heart, he did not show them on the surface. Even though he was extremely excited, his expression was still arrogant, as if it was natural. Lin Han also sincerely applauded Shi Honghu and was happy for his teammates' good results. Ha? No. Why? I'm afraid the only one in the team who couldn't accept it was Jiang Fengmao. Jiang Fengmao stood up, pointed at Shi Honghu, and asked with a funny expression on his face, why did this strong brother get second place? Seeing Jiang Fengmao complaining about him, Shi Honghu no longer cared about maintaining his coolness. He stood up with a red face and retorted, Fatty, what do you mean? Afterwards, the two started quarreling again as usual. Ji Churan was sandwiched between the two of them, smiling bitterly, not knowing how to start. There was no choice. Ji Churan had to move his butt quickly and sit in Shi Honghu's seat. Shi Honghu was also very capable. While arguing with the fat man, he made room for Ji Churan and then sat in Ji Churan's seat. When Jiang Fengmao saw Shi Honghu sitting down, he sat down too, and the two of them sat face to face, spitting at each other. Ji Churan's mouth twitched wildly, and he asked Li Yunxian beside him softly, have they always been like this? Li Yunxian smiled bitterly, nodded, and said helplessly, yes, like enemies. Chen Meng in the sky seemed to have also started to watch the show, looking at Jiang Fengmao and Shi Honghu as if he was having fun. Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by Chen Meng's ears, accompanied by a cough. The coughing sound seemed to be carried by the wind, and only Chen Meng heard it. Chen Meng shuddered when he heard the familiar cough. He turned his head and met Dean Wei's eyes. Seeing this, Chen Meng immediately turned his head back and said loudly. After Chen Meng finished speaking, Shi Honghu and Jiang Fengmao finally quieted down. Ahem. Chen Meng looked at the notebook in his hand and said loudly, since some students have objections, I will explain it again. Student Shi Honghu made full use of his special abilities in the finals, causing continuous damage and large-scale explosive damage to student Ji Churan. He also effectively trapped student Ji Churan's perception, making him unclear about the outside world, providing convenience for students Li Yunxian and Li Hong to attack. Therefore, he won the second place. Ji Churan's mouth twitched. He didn't know what Chen Meng meant by all this. Also, did Shi Honghu really trap me? That doesn't mean I don't want to move. There's no point in worrying about these things. To put it simply, Shi Honghu gained damage points, support points, and control points. Li Yunxian and Li Hong only received damage points, so Shi Honghu's score was higher. The main reason is that Shi Honghu's continuous damage and explosive damage are also not low. Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu each have their own characteristics. In a one-on-one fight, Li Yunxian is indeed stronger than Shi Honghu. However, in team battles, Shi Honghu's role is much stronger than Li Yunxuan's. Okay, let's announce the third place next. Chen Meng continued to announce the ranking. Third place, Li Yunxian. Fourth place, Li Hong. Fifth place, Zhang Fengmao. Sixth place, Lin Han. Seventh place, number 140. How can this still be there? Zhang Fengmao wanted to cry but had no tears. His arms were clapping numbly and he felt like he had lost all desire to live. I don't know either. Li Yunxian also looked tired and clapped numbly. Very boring, extremely boring. Ji Churan had never felt such a boring moment. Because Chen Meng was like a sick person, he forced himself to read out the names of more than 140 students one by one. Ji Churan didn't get tired of fighting or boxing, but he got tired of clapping. It's simply unique. Not only Ji Churan was tired, but the other students were also stunned. They couldn't believe that Chen Meng had actually ranked more than 100th one by one. Zhuge Xu smiled at the hopeless expressions of his junior classmates and said, "Chen, do they look like us last year?" Han Chen's forehead suddenly darkened and he nodded. That's right, Han Chen and his team were also controlled by this segment last year. That day, Han Chen didn't even know that his hands didn't clap out the bottom drum. He only knew that his hands seemed to not belong to him that day. But this year is better. This year it was the younger students who applauded and watched. Yes, this is the old tradition of Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities. After the school-wide freshman competition is over, the students' names and rankings will be read out one by one for the sake of a sense of ceremony and motivation. When the rankings are read out, freshmen are responsible for applauding themselves and their classmates. This is a mandatory requirement. But the sophomores and juniors don't need to do that. They applaud depending on their mood because they have already experienced it. It's just like military training. When you are training, you feel like you are dying, but when others are training, it's like they are as delicious as kitchen soy sauce. The 150th chapter. Chen Meng seemed to be tired of reading. He looked at the notebook in his hand and felt impatient. Ahem, ah. Suddenly, Chen Meng coughed several times and then said, "Sorry, students, my voice is a little off. Your teacher Su Chang will announce the next rankings." After saying that, Chen Meng flashed in front of Su Chang and handed the notebook to him. Su Chang's gloating smile stopped at this moment. He looked up at Chen Meng in disbelief, as if asking. Chen Meng ignored Su Chang, stuffed the notebook into his pocket and sat back in his seat. Su Chang stood up unconsciously with the notebook in his hand and looked back at Dean Wei at a loss. Dean Wei smiled, waved his hand and said, "Go, Xiao Su." After hearing this, Su Chang didn't know what to say. He had to control his supernatural power to fly out and reluctantly began to announce the next ranking. The classmates were also amused by this little episode, and the originally dull scene became lively again under Chen Meng's operation. When Su Chang was reading out the rankings, Chen Meng on the floating island looked at Dean Wei cautiously. When he found that Dean Wei had his eyes closed and ignored him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, a breeze blew by. Chen Meng suddenly shuddered, sat up straight, and looked obedient. Dean Wei still had his eyes closed, as if oblivious to the world. In the eyes of other teachers, Dean Wei was waiting for the ranking to be announced. But it's not the case with Chen Meng, because there was always wind blowing past Chen Meng's ears. And these winds have something to say. Those are all Dean Wei's words. Finally, thanks to Su Chang's unremitting efforts, the school's freshman competition finally came to an end. The award ceremony also took place. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, Ji Churan and others went on stage to receive the medals corresponding to their freshman ranking. Ji Churan has one more medal as the number 1. After the award ceremony, Chen Meng kept Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, Li Hong and Shi Honghu and took them to the conference room of the Department of Natural Sciences. After arriving at the conference room, Chen Meng said to Ji Churan and others. Ji Churan sat down without any hesitation, as if he was back home. Li Yunxian and others nodded politely to Chen Meng before sitting down. "The main reason I'm looking for you today is something." Chen Meng didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. "The elite training camp will begin soon, and the talented students from various universities will be there. And you are the ones selected by our school to participate in the elite training camp." "The 4 of us?" Li Yunxian looked around and asked in surprise. "But don't the 5 universities only have 3 spots in the elite training camp?" As a member of the Li family, Li Yunxian had naturally heard of the elite training camp, and he also knew the rules of the elite training camp. The elite training camp, as the name suggests, invites elites from all over the country to come for training. As one of the 5 major academies of Longyuan country, they naturally have multiple places, but even so, each of the 5 major academies only has 3 places. The other colleges only have 1 spot. Hearing Li Yunxuan's question, Chen Meng just grinned and said nothing. Just when Li Yunxian was puzzled, a breeze blew gently through the conference room. The next second, a kind voice was heard. "Don't worry about it, just go ahead and do it." As the sound spread, a whirlwind emerged in the conference room. What was strange was that a tornado clearly appeared in the conference room, but Li Yunxian and others could not feel any wind. It was as if this whirlwind was just a model. The next moment, the whirlwind slowly disappeared, and a kind figure appeared in everyone's eyes. He. Dean Wei chuckled and slowly walked to Chen Meng's side. Chen Meng immediately stood up and said to Dean Wei with a flattering smile, "Ah, Dean Wei, please sit down, please sit down." Li Yunxian and others also stood up at this moment and shouted politely, "Dean Wei." Ji Churan was stunned for a moment. When he saw several people stand up, he also stood up and shouted. Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan with a smile and said, "You're still using all this nonsense?" Ji Churan chuckled and sat down again. "You guys sit down too." Dean Wei waved his hand gently, motioning Li Yunxian and others to sit down. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian and others sat down obediently, waiting for Dean Wei to speak. Dean Wei did not speak immediately, but looked at everyone with a smile, as if he wanted to remember a few of them. Dean Wei stared at everyone for nearly a minute, which made Shi Honghu feel creepy. Shi Honghu even wondered if he had done anything to offend Dean Wei. "The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared." Dean Wei finally spoke. He sighed with a smile, then looked at everyone and said with a smile, "You are all the future." Shi Honghu finally breathed a sigh of relief after Dean Wei finished speaking. "Next, let me answer your questions." Dean Wei waved his right hand lightly, and 6 cups of tea were brought over by a breeze. The tea flew very fast and landed in front of several people in almost an instant. But even with such a fast flight, not a single drop of tea spilled out. After the tea flew over, Dean Wei gently picked it up and took a sip, then said with a smile, "I don't know your tastes, so I can only use my favorite tea instead. We like it very much, very much." Shi Honghu waved his hands quickly to show that he really liked drinking it. "Are you kidding? You have to drink the tea given by Dean Wei even if it is bitter." Li Yunxian and others thought so too. Only Ji Churan looked bitter. It's not that he doesn't want to drink, but that he has drunk it. Dean Wei's tea is completely different from other people's tea. Other people's tea may be bitter, fragrant, or even bitter before becoming fragrant. But Dean Wei is different. His tea, not only bitter, but also sour. Ji Churan didn't even know what kind of tea could produce a sour taste. Now that he has experienced it, Ji Churan will definitely not experience it again. So he did not choose to drink the tea on the table, but turned his attention to Li Yunxian and others, wanting to see how Li Yunxian and others would react. Li Yunxian also noticed Ji Churan's gaze at this time. He stopped slightly and cast a look asking what was wrong. Ji Churan smiled without saying anything, just looking at Li Yunxian quietly. Li Yunxian was confused for a moment and looked at Ji Churan strangely, then slowly raised the teacup and brought it close to his mouth. Seeing this, Ji Churan's smile became even more obvious. Ji Churan's actions naturally did not escape Dean Wei's eyes, and Dean Wei also knew what Ji Churan wanted to do. He had a doting smile on his face and shook his head helplessly. Blamed Ji Churan himself. In fact, Dean Wei did not give the tea to Ji Churan at the beginning. It was Ji Churan himself who asked to drink it. Since it has been proposed, Dean Wei must be satisfied, so he poured Ji Churan a new cup of tea. Then a famous scene appeared, a famous scene where Ji Churan put on a mask of pain. Back to the meeting room. Shi Honghu was the first to drink the tea. Although he had never studied tea, he had definitely heard of it. For first-time tea drinkers or those who are not good at drinking tea, the tea may taste a bit bitter. But for Shi Honghu, a little hardship is nothing to be afraid of, because this is something given by Dean Wei. So Shi Honghu picked up the teacup and took a sip. After the tea entered Shi Honghu's mouth, Shi Honghu's eyes suddenly widened. Sour, bitter, astringent. Is this really tea? In an instant, Shi Honghu thought of all the happy things, just to control his expression and prevent it from becoming distorted. Although I have prepared tea, there is something wrong with this tea. When Ji Churan saw Shi Honghu's expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, with an expression of gloating. Li Yunxian, who had been paying attention to Ji Churan, immediately realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't ask directly in front of Dean Wei. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out in the conference room. It was Li Hang's. After Li Hang spoke, everyone looked at him. Ji Churan, who was just watching the fun, asked a question without thinking about the trouble. Li Hang endured the discomfort and spoke hoarsely. "No, it's okay." When Li Yunxian saw this scene, he suddenly became panicked. He looked at the tea in his hand as if he were looking at a devil. However, this tea was given by Dean Wei, and it would be very impolite not to drink it. So, Li Yunxian made up his mind and took a sip of the tea. After taking this bite, Li Yunxian felt that his taste buds were challenged and destroyed. Good news, we knew the enemy's attack was powerful, so we made preparations for defense in advance. Bad news, the enemy's attacks really hurt. After Li Yunxian finished drinking the tea, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly and his face kept twitching, as if his expression control would collapse in the next second. He put down the teacup unsteadily and chose to remain silent. Phew, you scared yourself. Dean Wei watched this scene with a smile, and suddenly felt a sense of schadenfreude. It turns out that teasing these young people is so interesting, but no matter how much fun we have, we still have to do our work. Dean Wei put the tea in his hand back on the table and began to answer everyone's questions. Yunxian just wanted to know why we have 4 spots this year, right? Li Yunxian nodded. It's actually very simple. Dean Wei smiled and said, I asked for an extra spot. 1 too many? Li Yunxian was confused. The elite training camp has always been famous for its strictness and fairness. There have always been so many people people in previous sessions. Why do they have to accept one more this year? That's right, I asked for one more. Dean Wei smiled and said calmly, after all, as an old man, I still have some influence on Blue Star. You don't have to worry. You just need to train hard in the training camp, practice hard, and strive to get a good ranking. I won't put too much pressure on you, as long as you do your best. Dean Wei's words were very friendly, and people couldn't help but feel close to him when they heard them. After hearing this, Li Yunxian and others nodded heavily, indicating that they would not let President Wei down. Ji Churan looked at this scene with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wei, we will definitely not let you down. We finished talking about them, now it's your turn." Dean Wei suddenly changed the subject and looked at Ji Churan. Ji Churan was stunned and asked doubtfully, "My business?" "That's right, your business." Dean Wei nodded and said, "I won't put too much pressure on them. I just need them to do their best. But it's different for you. I want you to crush all the geniuses from other academies in the elite training camp. That is to say, after the elite training camp is over, your score must be number 1. As soon as Dean Wei finished speaking, the conference room suddenly became quiet. Li Yunxian and others looked at Dean Wei in surprise, not knowing what to say for a moment. You know, the elite training camp will gather talents from colleges all over the country, and almost all of them are the number 1 and number 2 in the school. You can imagine how difficult it is to get first place among these people. What's more, there is an SS-level psychic this year, which makes it even more difficult. But suddenly, Li Yunxian and others remembered Ji Churan's realm and ability combat performance. At this moment, they suddenly felt that Dean Wei's request did not seem too excessive. The only unknown may be the SS-level mutant. First place? Ji Churan murmured, then grinned. "Don't worry, Mr. Wei, I will definitely get the first place back for you." "Okay, I believe you." Dean Wei nodded with a smile, then slowly stood up. When several people saw Dean Wei stand up, they all stood up as well. "The departure time is in 5 days. You can make some preparations during these 5 days." Dean Wei said gently, "Now, you can leave." Hearing this, several people nodded and said politely, "Goodbye, Dean Wei." Dean Wei smiled and waved his hand in response, "Goodbye." Li Yunxian and Ji Churan looked at each other, then reached a consensus and walked out of the meeting room together. Li Hong and Shi Honghu followed suit and left the meeting room. In the conference room, Dean Wei and Chen Meng looked at the backs of several people, as if thinking about something. After they walked out of the meeting room, the first thing they did was to find a place to eat. Their realm is not very high now, and they still have needs for food. Only when one reaches a higher level can one reach the level of fasting. However, Ji Churan did not intend to practice fasting. After all, among all things in the world, food is the only thing that should not be wasted. Let's go eat. I know a restaurant that serves delicious food. Ji Churan saw several people looking around as if they were looking for a restaurant, so Ji Churan prepared to take Li Yunxian and others to the restaurant he used to eat at. After all, the food there is indeed delicious. Okay, then we'll follow you, Churan. Li Yunxian nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan waved his hand and said, "Let's go, follow me closely." Several people marched towards the restaurant in a mighty manner. On the way, a man suddenly stood in front of Ji Churan and others. Ji Churan initially thought the man just happened to block him, so he was about to move aside, but suddenly, the man said, "Ji Churan." Ji Churan was stunned and looked at the man who was blocking the road. The man has a good appearance, a determined look in his eyes, and a temperament that reveals a hint of intimidation. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the man is a strong man, and this man was Su Yanhe. Li Yunxian and others stood beside Ji Churan, frowning and staring at the man intently. The students passing by also stopped in their tracks. It was obvious that they recognized Ji Churan and Su Yanhe's identities and were ready to have a look. Some students even started taking out their communication bracelets to send messages to their good brothers and sisters. The top student in the junior year and the top student in the freshman year are competing against each other, which is really a hot topic. Although Ji Churan didn't know Su Yanhe, judging from the performance of his classmates, Su Yanhe should be very famous in the school. For a moment, Ji Churan recalled the classic scenes from his previous life's novels. Could it be that I will encounter the same thing too? In an instant, Ji Churan recalled all the classic illusions. Just when Ji Churan was excitedly preparing to show off and slap himself in the face, the man's words made Ji Churan stunned. "Can we chat?" Su Yanhe asked with a hint of inquiry. Ji Churan was confused. "That's not right. The script shouldn't be like this. You should be arrogant, even looking down on others, pointing your finger at me and arrogantly saying, 'Oi kid, you're the one who made the girl I love fall in love with me? I've been feeling a bit hot lately, come over here.' Then after you finish speaking, I pretend to be drunk and get slapped in the face, and then your goddess falls in love with me completely, and I completely reject her. However, your friendly and inquiring attitude makes me feel a little overwhelmed." Ji Churan scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. He had prepared all the pretentious quotes, but he didn't use them. "Can we chat for a while?" Su Yanhe asked again. "Ah, yes." Ji Churan reacted at this time and nodded. "It's our first meeting and there's no grudge between us. Since the other person is polite, why not chat with him?" An idea suddenly popped up in Ji Churan's mind. "Since the man in front of me is very famous, that points this. He, cough cough cough. Ji Churan couldn't help laughing as he thought about it, but he quickly adjusted himself back to his normal expression. He said, "Are you looking for me to discuss something?" "Yeah, that's right." Su Yenha nodded and said, "I do have something I want to tell you." "In that case, let's find a restaurant to talk," Ji Churan said with a smile, while thinking in his heart how to lure Su Yenha into paying. "Okay, since I need your help, I'll treat you to a meal." Su Yenha nodded and said generously. But Su Yenha looked at Li Yunxian and others. His intention was very obvious. Li Yunxian also understood Su Yenha's meaning instantly, so he said to Ji Churan, "Churan, you guys go talk about business. We can just find a place to eat." "Thank you very much," Su Yenha said, "but since I took your friend away, I will naturally compensate you. I will also treat you to a meal." After saying that, Su Yenha waved his hand gently, and the next second, "What's wrong?" The next second, a boy ran out from the crowd, came to Su Yenha and shouted. Su Yenha nodded slightly, then said to the boy, "Please accompany these students and meet their needs." The boy nodded and said respectfully, "Okay, Sugo." Li Yunxian waved his hands repeatedly and said, "No need, we actually have points ourselves. I'm treating you, senior." Su Yenha said, "Give me some face." Ji Churan scratched his head. "What is this? Face fruit?" Li Yunxian and others looked at each other, and finally nodded without refusing. Seeing this, Su Yenha smiled, then turned to Ji Churan and said, "Let's go, classmate Ji, let's eat and talk." Okay, this is what Ji Churan was waiting for. He immediately took Su Yenha to the restaurant they had been to before. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the waiter looked at the person next to Ji Churan. After seeing that the person next to Ji Churan was Su Yenha, the waiter immediately shouted to the kitchen, "Except for the bloody ox stomach soup and the night owl earring tea, I'll give you one portion of everything else." As the waiter finished speaking, an angry voice came from the kitchen. "That stinky brat is here again?" The waiter shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. Don't blame him, because Ji Churan has become a regular customer in their store. Even the waiter knew Ji Churan's habits. As long as Ji Churan comes alone, you have to ask Ji Churan what he wants to eat, because if Ji Churan comes alone, he can only order a few dishes at most. But if Ji Churan comes with people, then he will order all the dishes except those two heavy-tasting ones. Especially when you bring someone famous from the school with you. Hey, hey, hey. Ji Churan also heard the voice from the kitchen, so he shouted loudly, "Uncle, please." The kitchen staff immediately responded, "Go sit down." Okay. Ji Churan responded, then turned to Su Yenha and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you to the best private room." Su Yenha was stunned for a moment, feeling a bad premonition. I won't be cheated, right? In the private room, Su Yenha fell into deep thought as he looked at the table full of dishes. Obviously, he was cheated. Eat, senior. Ji Churan ate while motioning Su Yenha to eat as well. Su Yenha's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head gently, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. While eating, Su Yenha began to say, "Junior Ji, I came here today because I need you to do me a favor." "Senior, just tell me." Ji Churan said while eating, "As long as it's not too outrageous, I will definitely help." "Something too outrageous?" Su Yenha asked. "What kind do you mean?" "The kind that sells buttocks," Ji Churan said jokingly. Su Yenha was stunned, then couldn't help laughing. No, actually, the favor I need you to help me with is very simple." Su Yenha said this, gently put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Ji Churan seriously, and said, "I need you to protect someone." Ji Churan also stood up slightly at this time, raised his eyes to look at Su Yenha, and asked, "Who to protect, and for how long?" "It won't be long. I know you will be attending the elite training camp in 5 days." Su Yenha said, took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Ji Churan, saying, "I only need you to protect her for 2 days." Ji Churan took the photo and looked at it. The photo shows a girl, about 15 or 16 years old, and looks rather young. Her name is Su Ranran, and she's my cousin. Su Yenha introduced to Ji Churan, "Tomorrow her school will organize them to go to the number 8 Beast Ruins in North City." Wait a minute. Ji Churan suddenly raised his hand and asked, "At 16, your superpowers haven't awakened yet, right? Why would you go to the exotic Beast Ruins if you haven't awakened your superpowers?" Su Yenha smiled bitterly upon hearing this and said, "It's mainly because of their school's arrangement. Their school believes that letting them experience the pressure and habits of exotic beasts in advance will help them achieve better results in the college entrance examination. Since it is organized by the school, there must be someone in the school to protect it." Ji Churan still had some doubts. "The school will indeed provide protection," Su Yenha explained, "but we always have to be prepared for the worst. I'm afraid of some accidents." And the school also stated that if possible, students should find a psychic who can protect them. Ji Churan rolled his eyes upon hearing this and complained, without being completely sure of protecting people, they still took them to the ruins of alien beasts. Is this school really that stupid? Just in case. Su Yenha smiled and said, "Junior Ji only needs to protect him for 2 days. Maybe he's going to have fun for 2 days. After the matter is completed, I will give Junior Ji a satisfactory reward. Please let me go." Ji Churan agreed in an instant, with a look of righteousness. Su Yenha was stunned by Ji Churan's sudden change of expression, but he quickly reacted, smiling smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, junior brother Ji." After finishing their meal, Su Yenha and Ji Churan went back to their respective homes. Ji Churan went home to pack up and head to North City. Su Yenha was preparing to return to the dormitory to carry out his next plan. That's right, he planned to become a sneak attacker to see if Ji Churan could protect his cousin. If Ji Churan can protect his cousin well, then he can let Ji Churan and his sister enter the secret realm with confidence. Although the inheritance in the secret realm is likely to be attracted to Ji Churan, it is better than dying in the secret realm. As long as his sister can get some opportunities in the secret realm, this trip to the secret realm will not be a waste. Su Yenha returned to his dormitory and took out a black cloak. This cloak is called the stealth cloak. Once you put it on, it will hide your breath and achieve the effect of assassination. He planned to put on the stealth cloak and go to the number 8 ruins in the North City to try out Ji Churan's protection ability. "I'm sorry, Junior Ji." Su Yenha picked up the stealth cloak and murmured, "Although it's unfair to you, I'm also concerned about my sister's safety. If you truly protect my cousin, the opportunity in the secret realm will be your reward." Su Yenha murmured to himself, "But if you fail to protect my cousin, I will find someone else to enter the secret realm." After saying that, Su Yenha put away the stealth cloak and walked out of the school. After Su Yenha left the dormitory, the space he had just been in suddenly twisted and then returned to normal. After Ji Churan returned to the dormitory, he saw a familiar figure. Chen Meng leaned outside Ji Churan's dormitory door, his arms folded across his chest as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Hey, old Chen." Ji Churan waved his hand and greeted him with a smile. After hearing the familiar voice, Chen Meng raised his head and looked at Ji Churan. "Wow, little pervert, you're back? Are you planning to go to North City now?" Chen Meng suddenly asked. Ji Churan was stunned, looked at Chen Meng in surprise, and said, "How did you know?" "How should I know?" Chen Meng said with a straight face, "In this school, there is nothing that I, Chen Meng, don't know." "What color is Li Yunchuan's underwear?" Ji Churan suddenly asked. "You." Chen Meng was suddenly speechless. He stared at Ji Churan with a ferocious face and roared, "How could I possibly know this? You don't even know this and you're still bragging." Ji Churan pursed his lips and complained, "Okay, you're awesome. Then tell me what color his underwear is." Chen Meng shouted, "I don't know." Ji Churan spread his hands and said, "Then why are you talking about me?" Chen Meng asked with a red face. "You're the one bragging." Ji Churan chuckled and said, "I didn't say I knew everything about school." Chen Meng slapped his forehead hard, feeling that his heart could not bear it anymore, and he didn't even know what to say. You. Chen Meng stretched out his right hand and pointed at Ji Churan. After hesitating for a long time, he finally put his hand down, took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, I won't talk to you about this anymore. Let's talk business first." Chen Meng's expression suddenly became serious. He asked, "Do you really want to help Su Yenha protect his cousin?" "Yes." Ji Churan nodded and said, "After all, protecting a little girl is very simple, and their school teachers are here too. I might just be away for 2 days." "You're such an idiot." Chen Meng shook his head helplessly and asked, "Do you know that you're not going out to have fun this time?" "I know." Ji Churan restrained his smile and his expression became serious. "If my guess is correct, that senior will also go to North City. As for the purpose, it's probably to attack me, right?" "Hey!" Chen Meng was stunned, and his eyes turned to Ji Churan in shock. "You little brat are so smart?" "Of course." Ji Churan raised his head proudly, feeling very proud. After all, that's how it's written in novels. The senior is dissatisfied with himself, but he can't attack him directly in school, so he takes him outside so that he won't be discovered if he kills him. That's how all novels are. I am invincible as I am familiar with all kinds of routine novels. Ji Churan already had a plan at this time. He would take Chen Meng to North City tonight, and then go to find Wang Jiao after arriving in North City. Tomorrow he would take Wang Jiao and Chen Meng to ruins number 8. As long as Su Yenha attacks him, he will join forces with Wang Jiao and Chen Meng to kill Su Yenha. 3 against 1. The advantage is mine. You are still a little naive to plot against me. Since you already know Su Yenha's thoughts, then you should pay attention to protecting that little girl. Chen Meng said, "As long as you protect that little girl, your opportunity will come." "Don't worry, I'm sure." "Wait a minute." Ji Churan was suddenly stunned. He looked at Chen Meng in confusion and asked, "Protect the little girl? Shouldn't we just kill Su Yenha directly?" "What the hell?" Chen Meng was stunned. He quickly patted Ji Churan on the head and shouted, "How can you be so murderous, you little brat? Su Yenha was just testing you, and you want to take someone else's life?" Test? Ji Churan was confused. "What test? Didn't you say you knew?" Chen Meng was even more confused. "What on earth do you know?" Ji Churan was stunned and knew that his guess was wrong. "Hurry up and tell me," Chen Meng shouted. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan had no choice but to speak out what he was thinking. This made Chen Meng confused. Chen Meng's eyes turned caring when he looked at Ji Churan. In the end, he even said to Ji Churan in a caring tone, "You little pervert, your imagination is quite rich. The whole thing is not what you think." Chen Meng suddenly yelled and began to explain Su Yenha's behavior to Ji Churan. "Listen to me now. Su Yenha is from the Su family in the Magic City. He is studying at our academy, and he has a younger sister, Su Yanqi, who is also currently studying at our academy. The Su family has a secret inheritance realm, which contains the inheritance of their ancestors. This secret realm only allows those with special abilities who are 20 years old or younger to enter. Those over 20 years old cannot enter. 2 people can enter the secret realm every year, and Su Yanha entered it last year. This year, it should be his sister who enters. The secret realm is a little special. In it, there are beings called voids. These voids are also very special. They will not attack others, but only those with the Su family's bloodline. So, anyone with the Su family's bloodline who enters the secret realm will become a target of attack, but other people with special abilities won't be targeted. So the Su family sent a member of the Su family to bring someone they trust to the secret realm. Obviously, Su Yanha found you. Chen Meng told Ji Churan the rules of the Su family's secret realm, and Ji Churan now understood the reason. After all this time, I realized I was overthinking. If that's what you said, then the opportunity Su Yanha told me about is this secret realm? Ji Churan touched his chin and asked doubtfully, but, would the Su family choose an outsider to inherit the secret realm? Ah, I thought you were going to say something, but that's it. Chen Meng laughed heartily and said with a gloating look, you don't have to worry about that, because the Su family's secret realm inheritance will mostly choose people with better talents. In the past, all the Su family members who entered were male, and they were also very talented, so they were able to obtain 1 or 2 inheritances. But this year is different. The Su family member who will enter the Su family secret realm this year is a girl. Besides, they chose you as their companion. With your perverted talent, are you afraid that the inheritance won't choose you? As Chen Meng spoke, his eyebrows fluttered, and he looked very gloating. Ji Churan touched his chin when he heard this and murmured, since the inheritance will choose people with better talents, then what's the point of them choosing me? Hey kid, you still don't understand. Chen Meng chuckled and explained to Ji Churan, this year, the Su family obviously wants Su Yanqi, Su Yanha's sister, to gain some opportunities. But, Su Yanqi herself is a support-type psychic. You know the abilities of support-type psychics. Do you expect a support-type psychic to fight against the voids of an entire secret realm? They chose you because they need you to protect Su Yanqi. As long as Su Yanqi, a member of the Su family, enters the secret realm, he will definitely receive a legacy. This is also the special feature of the Su family secret realm. Otherwise, why would they open the secret realm? Once they have obtained 1 inheritance, the rest will depend on fate. Ji Churan pondered for a moment after hearing this, and murmured, so, they just want to take a guaranteed meal? After taking the guaranteed meal, they'll make a profit by taking another one? Smart. You could say that. Chen Meng nodded and said, but I feel like they might have another meaning. What? Ji Churan asked in surprise. To win you over. Chen Meng's expression became serious as he analyzed the situation for Ji Churan. Almost everyone in Longyuan country knows about your existence. Many big families have also taken a fancy to your talent and want to win you over. After all, just the achievement of being the top scorer in the martial arts exam with a perfect score is enough for them to win you over. So that's how it is. Ji Churan scratched his head awkwardly and said, what do you think, old Chen? Do you want to go with me? Of course I will follow, but I won't show up. Chen Meng thought for a moment and said to Ji Churan, after all, you are very special now. Okay then. Ji Churan nodded and asked, when do we set off? Now, Chen Meng said. As soon as he spoke, a loud eagle cry was heard in the sky. Ji Churan only felt the sky darken, and then he looked up at the sky. In the sky, a sharp-winged eagle with sharp feathers and extremely sharp eyes descended from the sky and slowly landed not far from Ji Churan's dormitory. This sharp-winged eagle is exactly the one that Ji Churan rode when he took the college entrance examination. The appearance of sharp-winged eagle attracted the attention of many passing students, and on the back of the sharp-winged eagle, there was a middle-aged woman standing. After the eagle stabilized, the woman jumped lightly and jumped off its back. After landing, the woman walked gracefully in front of Chen Meng and Ji Churan, raised her eyes slightly and looked at Ji Churan, and said with a smile, hello, classmate Ji. Ji also knew that the middle-aged woman was a teacher, so he politely called out, hello, teacher. I've heard of you so many times. The middle-aged woman said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet you in person today. After saying that, the middle-aged woman took out a small notebook from her pocket and said with a smile, student Ji, can you sign an autograph for me? Ji Churan was completely confused by the middle-aged woman's question and he didn't react for a moment. Chen Meng was also confused and quickly interrupted. Sister He, what are you doing? Are you asking for his autograph? That's right, this middle-aged woman is Hisuruo. Hisuruo smiled and nodded, saying, yes, is there any problem? This is a serious problem. Chen Meng couldn't help but say, how can a teacher ask for a student's signature? Xiao Meng, why are you more old-fashioned than me? Hisuruo asked with a smile, classmate Ji is very talented. Who knows, one day, he will grow to a level that we all need to look up to. I want an autograph now so that I can show off to my sisters in the future. If it's not Sister He, where did your sisters come from? Chen Meng slapped his forehead and asked helplessly. But just as Chen Meng finished speaking, Hisuruo hadn't said anything yet, but the sharp-winged eagle started to cry out first. Boo! The sharp-winged eagle cried and flapped its wings a few times, seeming to be quite dissatisfied. Some wind and waves also surged towards Chen Meng. Chen Meng shuddered and said, "Why is she crazy?" He. Hisuruo smiled and said, "My sister is unhappy." Chen Meng was stunned for a moment before he realized that Hisuruo mistook her beasts for her sisters. "Come on, classmate Ji." Hisuruo handed the notebook and pen to Ji Churan and said, "You can't even agree to a fan's small request, right?" Ji Churan's mouth twitched wildly. He stretched out his hands to take the notebook, signed his name in a dreamy manner, and then handed it back to Hisuruo. Hisuruo took the notebook with a smile, and then took a look at it. When he saw it, Hisuruo was stunned. She held the notebook close to her face, as if wanting to be sure. But the more she looked, the more confused she felt. In the end, she even turned the notebook over, pointed at the strange symbols on it and asked, "Is this your signature?" "Yeah." Ji Churan scratched his head, smiled awkwardly and said, "Isn't it hard to recognize?" Hisuruo was stunned for a moment, then turned the notebook over again and started reading. I can't make out what the word is. Where the hell did this Martian language come from? I can't understand it at all." He. Hisuruo laughed awkwardly twice and said a little embarrassedly, It's worthy of being a genius's signature. It's really like this. Different, yes, different. Hisuruo really had no choice but to convince himself. "Sister you see, she signed it, right?" Chen Meng rubbed his hands and walked forward with a smile, a flattering smile appearing on his ferocious face. Hisuruo rolled his eyes at Chen Meng and said with disdain, "When have I never helped you?" After saying that, Hisuruo waved his hand, and the next moment, the sharp-winged eagle let out a long cry and flapped its wings again. The wind and waves hit Chen Meng again, making his clothes whistling. "Be good to my sisters." Hisuruo turned slightly, glanced at Chen Meng, and said coldly, "If you come back and let me hear my sisters complain again, you will die." At this moment, Hisuruo seemed to have become a different person. If the Hisuruo just now was extremely gentle, then the Hisuruo now was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex about to explode. Ji Churan shuddered when he saw this. Is this the Sichuan-Chongqing Tyrannosaurus? Even the locals of Sichuan and Chongqing find it a little difficult to adapt to it. Chen Meng was frightened by Hisuruo's momentum and nodded repeatedly to assure. "Don't worry, sister just be at ease." Hisuruo snorted coldly when he heard this, then gave Ji Churan a kind smile and left. Chen Meng looked at Hisuruo's back with a flattering smile on his face. Only after Hisuruo disappeared did Chen Meng breathe a sigh of relief. "Come on, little pervert, let's go." After Chen Meng recovered, he gently patted Ji Churan's shoulder and then walked towards Li Ying. Ji Churan also followed Chen Meng's footsteps and walked towards Li Ying. The two of them jumped onto the back of the sharp-winged eagle and then found a comfortable place to sit down. Seeing that Ji Churan was already seated, Chen Meng gently patted Li Ying's back, and Li Ying understood and began to flap its wings. Violent winds and waves arose at this moment, and some dust was also brought up by the wind and waves. The next moment, the sharp-winged eagle took off and headed towards the sky. Destination, North City. North City, Xuanyu 3rd High School, girls' dormitory. Huff. A girl who just took a shower is playing with a virtual bracelet while waiting for the smart hairdryer to blow her hair. The girl was happily browsing interesting things on the internet, and the next second, a phone call came in. The girl was slightly stunned and murmured, "Why did my cousin call me?" The girl clicked the answer button suspiciously and asked, "Hey cousin, what's wrong?" The voice of the woman's cousin soon came from the other end of the phone. Ran, what are you doing now?" The voice of the girl's cousin was very familiar. If Ji Churan were here, he would definitely recognize the owner of the voice. The owner of this voice was none other than Su Yinha, and the woman was Su Yinha's cousin, Su Ran. "I'm blow-drying my hair now," Su Ran replied. "You are going to the ruins of the number 8 alien beast tomorrow, right?" Su Yinha asked on the other end of the phone. "Yes," Su Ran replied. "Okay, cousin, I've found someone to accompany you to the beast ruins." "Ah, cousin, I've found someone myself. You don't have to help me. Besides, I don't like being with boys. I've found a senior from our previous school to accompany me. So cousin, you are still. The man I'm looking for is called Ji Churan." "Ahem. Cousin, you know, your sister and I are almost adults, so..." Su Ran's expression in the dormitory changed instantly, with a blush on her face. "So, cousin, when will brother Ji Churan come to meet me?" After Su Ran finished speaking, Su Yinha's voice did not sound for a long time, as if he was silent. "Hey cousin, hey, are you still there? Hello?" Seeing this, Su Ran hurriedly urged, fearing that Su Yinha would go back on his word. At this time, Su Yinha was looking at the communication bracelet in silence, wondering if there was something wrong with his plan. "Why do I feel like my cousin might?" But Su Yinha changed her mind and thought that Ji Churan was very talented. If he was really with his cousin, it's not impossible. "Ahem, Ran, Ji Churan will meet up with you tomorrow. I've already informed him of your meeting location. Just wait for him at the meeting point," Su Yinha said with a slight cough. "That's great, cousin. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a big meal when I come home during the holidays." Su Ran was so excited at this time that she was even so excited that that she hung up Su Yenha's phone directly. Oh, and before Su Yenha could finish her words, a series of beeping sounds were heard on the other end of the phone. Su Yenha looked at his communication bracelet helplessly and murmured, "What an impatient person. Never mind. If you don't know my plan, it will allow me to better explore Ji Churan's protection ability." After Su Yenha finished speaking, he turned off the communication bracelet and walked towards the hotel he had booked in advance. That's right, Su Yenha has already arrived in North City, waiting for tomorrow's plan. However, what Su Yenha didn't know was that after he left, the space where he had just been suddenly distorted, and a faint voice came out from that space. A test for the younger generation of Lingxi realm? Just don't go too far. The sound was extremely weak, as faint as the sound of a mosquito. After the sound was heard, the distorted space returned to peace again. In a hotel in North City. Ring, ring, ring. An alarm clock rang out, making everyone extremely annoyed. The next second, a hand reached out and turned off the alarm. The owner of the arm slowly sat up after the alarm went off, yawned, and murmured, "Is it 9 o'clock? It's time to leave." Ji Churan looked at the time, then quickly put on his clothes and went to wash up. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ji Churan smiled again. As expected of me, the agreed meeting time was 9:20, and I got up at 9 o'clock. As expected, I am a punctual person. North City, outside the entrance to the number 8 Beast Ruins. A group of 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls gathered here, talking and laughing, full of energy. There are many adults around them, protecting them at all times. In front of them, there were several teachers in formal attire. These teachers were talking to the commander guarding the entrance to the number 8 Beast Ruins. "Comrade, this is our certificate of entry into the abyss." A teacher came to the guard and handed over the entry certificate he had prepared in advance. Anyone entering the ruins of strange beasts needs a certificate of entry before they can enter, and the person leading the way into the ruins must be a person with special abilities at the middle level of the spiritual realm. This is to prevent accidents. What we are guarding against here is not strange beasts, because relevant personnel will regularly explore the ruins of strange beasts to ensure that no strange beasts beyond the Lingxi realm will be born. We are on guard against beggars here. Because the beggar's ability to hide is so strong, even if the ruins of the strange beasts are guarded from many sides, beggars will still sneak in, and the authorities have no good countermeasures for this. Moreover, the beggar's ability to evade detection is first class, making him a true rat among rats. The guard took the certificate of entry from the teacher and began to examine it carefully. First of all, it depends on the level of the person leading the group. Well, the middle level of Lingxi realm, that meets the requirements. Then it's time to look at the date and official signature. The last step is to check the stamp. Officially stamped, compliant. Okay. The guard put away the certificate for entering the ruins, stood firm, and said to the teacher, "Your certificate is correct. Once you have adjusted yourself, you can enter the Beast Ruins. Remember, the Beast Ruins are full of dangers, so be sure to pay attention to safety." Okay. The teacher nodded, smiled, then turned and walked towards the students. At this time, the students are in a certain position. A girl looked at Su Ranran and saw that there was no one beside her, and asked doubtfully, "Ranran, hasn't the senior sister you're looking for arrived yet?" Su Ranran nodded, then shook her head and said, "I told that senior sister not to come." Ha! The girl was confused and asked doubtfully, "Why? If there's no one to protect us, something unexpected might happen." The girl looked a little worried, because there were people who had accidents before because they didn't have anyone to protect them. After all, it is normal for some strange beasts that are good at sneak attacks to appear in the ruins of strange beasts. "I know." Su Ranran smiled sweetly and said mysteriously, "I found another person to be my protector, and this person is very special." "Very special?" The girl tilted her head and asked in confusion, "How special?" Su Ranran raised her head slightly, tapped her lips lightly with her right index finger and thought for a moment. When she thought that it was Ji Churan who came to protect her, a sweet smile appeared on her face and a blush appeared on her face. Seeing Su Ranran suddenly in a daze, the girl stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her eyes, saying, Ranran, what's wrong with you?" Su Ranran was brought back to her senses by the girl's shout. She trembled slightly, and the blush on her face became more obvious. "No, it's okay. Anyway, you, my protector, will definitely be surprised if you see it." "Really?" The girl was skeptical. She looked at her bracelet and said, "But it's already 9:29, and there's only 1 minute left until 9:30. Why is your protector?" Pa. Suddenly, there was a sound of clapping from the front. The teacher came to the front of the crowd while clapping and said loudly, "Classmates, get ready. We are about to enter the ruins of the alien beasts. After entering the ruins of the alien beasts, please follow the teacher's steps and make sure your protector is by your side. Remember not to run around, safety is everything. Finally, you guys have to work so hard to protect people. Once you get out, don't rush to leave. We have a big meal waiting for you." Upon hearing this, the students raised their hands and laughed loudly, shouting. The protectors also applauded and smiled. "Okay, then we will. Wait a minute, teacher." Suddenly, Su Ranran raised her hand and shouted. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Ranran. The teacher also looked at Su Ranran, Churan, the member of the Su family. As a teacher, he was very clear about Su Ranran's identity. After all, everyone had heard of the Su family's name. What's wrong, Su? The teacher asked with some confusion. Su Ranran felt a little shy under the gazes of the crowd. Her face flushed for a moment, and she whispered, My protector hasn't yet. Am I late? Before Su Ranran finished speaking, a somewhat surprised voice came from behind her. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the owner of the voice. The same is true for Su Ranran. Ji Churan looked at his bracelet and saw that the time was 9:30, so he said awkwardly, Hiss, it's already 9:30. I should have known not to be greedy for that bowl of braised chicken and rice. Ji Churan shook his head helplessly, then raised his head and met everyone's gaze. Because he was often stared at in school, Ji Churan had long been accustomed to this kind of group gaze. He did not feel uncomfortable at all and even raised his hand to say hello. Hello everyone. The students were stunned for a moment. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes. It was not until one of the boys wiped his eyes and looked at Ji Churan again that he said in disbelief, Ji Churan? The boy's words were like putting a burning fuse in a pile of bombs, instantly setting off all the bombs. It's really Ji Churan. Exactly the same as on the internet. Oh my god, I saw a real top scorer with perfect scores. Mom, I want to get perfect scores too. The students were instantly excited and rushed towards Ji Churan. The younger students surrounded Ji Churan like fans and asked some strange questions. Senior Ji, how did you awaken your S-level superpower? Senior Ji, do you usually use your left hand to wipe your butt when you go to the toilet? Senior Ji, do you pee standing up or squatting when you take a shower? Ji Churan felt a little uncomfortable being surrounded by a group of people, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch constantly. Moreover, the questions asked by this group of people are also very strange, such as whether to wipe the butt with the left hand or the right hand. I definitely use paper to wipe my butt. And the one who asked whether you should pee standing up or squatting in the shower. You are simply an elementary school student. A real man would pee standing up, of course. Ji Churan felt a little uncomfortable with the student's enthusiasm because he found that he seemed to be greased. Why is someone touching me? You can't touch here. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and at this time, the teacher showed his anger. Be quiet. Come back here. A huge sound wave instantly echoed outside the entrance of the number 8 Beast Ruins, causing all the students to stiffen. Students naturally feel a sense of fear when facing their teachers. Of course, this does not apply to players who changed their jobs to Huangmao in the early stage. After all, Huangmao is still too strong in the early stage. After hearing the teacher's call, the students, although very reluctant to leave, still chose to return to their previous positions and stand. The teacher stared at the students with wide eyes and said with dismay, How many times have I said this? How many times? It's okay to be a fan, but it also depends on the occasion. Is now the time for you to be a fan? Teacher, we are not star chasing. We just want to ask for some advice from Senior Ji. A boy raised his hand and retorted, Yes, teacher, we are asking for your experience. Yes, teacher, you misunderstood us. After the boy finished speaking, many other students joined in the rebuttal. Excuse me, the teacher immediately scolded him. When I ask about experience, do you ask whether you pee standing up or squatting? When I ask about questions, do you ask whether you wipe your butt with your left hand or your right hand? The teacher's words made the students who had just retorted lower their heads in embarrassment. Ji Churan nodded. You're speechless. Seeing this, the teacher scolded even more harshly. Asking for advice is asking for advice. Chasing a star is chasing a star. Don't confuse the two. The students did not speak and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, the teacher said no more, but slowly walked in front of Ji Churan, smiled, stretched out his hand and said, Hello, classmate Ji. Student Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a teacher who could control the situation, otherwise he would have had a headache for a while. Hello, teacher. Ji Churan stretched out his hand and shook hands with the teacher. During this shaking, Ji Churan found something wrong, because he felt something round, long, and hard. He looked down and found that it was a pen and paper. Ji Churan looked up at the teacher with a confused look on his face. Then he saw the teacher made a hushing gesture and said in a very low voice, Student Ji, please sign your name. My youngest son likes you very much. If you sign now, I will help you block their sight. The teacher's words were like a heavy hammer, which stunned Ji Churan. Love, do you want it yourself? Ji Churan complained slightly, but still signed his name for the teacher. After seeing Ji Churan's signature, the teacher immediately put it away, as if he was afraid that it would be lost. After doing all this, the teacher smiled again and asked, Mr. Ji, are you here today to hunt exotic beasts? There was a hint of certainty on the teacher's face. After all, why would a top scorer come to the ruins of strange beasts other than to hunt strange beasts? Thinking of this, the teacher looked behind Ji Churan, wanting to see who was protecting him. But the teacher was a little surprised the next second, because there was no one following Ji Churan, as if Ji Churan came alone. This made the teacher a little confused. I'm not here to hunt exotic beasts. But the next second, Ji Churan's answer made the teacher even more confused. Ji Churan just shook his head and said, I came here to protect someone someone at the request of a boy who was giving away money. Of course, he gave me a meal and then gave me a secret realm. Isn't he a boy who gives money away? The boy who gives away money? The teacher looked puzzled. What kind of nickname was this? In recent years, has there been a nickname called the money scattering boy? By the way, I want to ask. Ji Churan suddenly asked, who is Su Ranran? Because there were too many people on the field, Ji Churan couldn't spot Su Ranran at the first time. Su Ranran? The teacher exclaimed, are you here to protect Su Ranran? Yes. Ji Churan nodded. What's wrong? So, the boy who distributes wealth is. The teacher hesitated and said cautiously, Su Yen. Su Yen, huh? What's wrong? Ji Churan looked at the teacher in surprise and spoke out. The teacher swallowed his saliva at this time, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Ji Churan became strange. I'm afraid that on Blue Star, Ji Churan is the only one who dares to call Su Yenha a money-giving boy. But the Su family is really powerful. They can actually let Ji Churan be their protector. I just don't know what price they paid. The teacher doesn't believe that the president of Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers and Dean Wei would let Ji Churan join the Su family. He was certain without a doubt that Dean Wei was definitely standing behind Ji Churan. As long as Dean Wei is around, the Su family can forget about getting involved with Ji Churan. At best, we can only be friends. Since classmate Ji is the protector today, I wish us a happy cooperation, the teacher said to Ji Churan with a little respect. At the same time, he turned around and pointed at Su Ranran for Ji Churan, saying, that one is Su Ranran. Ji Churan also shifted his gaze to a pretty girl wearing a patterned battle robe with a slight blush on her face. Thank you, teacher. Ji Churan responded politely, then slowly walked towards Su Ranran, walked in front of her, politely extended his hand and said, hello, I'm here on your brother's behalf. Su Ranran lowered her head shyly, with a blush on her face. She shyly stretched out her hand and held Ji Churan's hand. Hello, my name is Su Ranran. Su Ranran's voice was so soft, like the sound of a mosquito. Ji Churan replied casually, then withdrew his hand. Su Ranran's body trembled, and she quickly withdrew her hand as if she had received an electric shock. Her face became even redder, and she secretly said in her heart, his hands are so big and so warm. The students around looked at Su Ranran with envy, especially the female students. They wished they were the ones standing in front of Ji Churan at this moment. The boys also looked at Su Ranran with some envy. If it was them who just shook hands with Ji Churan, then if they awakened their superpowers later, would they also awaken to S level? Even if I can't awaken to S level, I can just get some Ji Churan's aura, make the awakening steel jam, and awaken a thunder type ability for myself. However, this is impossible. After all, you can only rely on yourself to awaken your superpowers. You said so, Tonzi. Okay, everyone come back to your senses. Let's get ready to enter the ruins of the strange beasts. The teacher returned to the front and shouted loudly. The students also came to their senses and prepared to follow their teachers to the ruins of the strange beasts. Let's go now. The teacher shouted and started walking towards the ruins of the strange beasts. The students followed the teacher's steps and walked towards the ruins of the strange beasts. Ji Churan walked among the crowd and followed the crowd into the ruins of the strange beasts. After all, this was Ji Churan's first time entering the ruins of the strange beasts from the door. The last time he entered the ruins of the strange beasts, he flew in on a strange beast. However, what Ji Churan did not expect was that when Ji Churan was about to enter the entrance of the strange beast ruins, the guard actually stopped him slightly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Ji. Ji Churan stopped in surprise and looked at the guard in confusion. The classmates also stopped and looked at Ji Churan. The guard took off the badge on his chest and handed it to Ji Churan, saying respectfully, please bring your medals, Mr. Ji. All S-level psychics or psychics with exceptional talents can receive our guard's badge before entering the beast ruins. The badge will connect you to a map, similar to the tactical glasses you wore during the college entrance exam. You can follow the map and act accordingly. Also, if you encounter danger, the badge will provide you with a protective shield comparable to the Soul Guardian realm and send a signal, prompting someone to come and help you. I wish you growth in the ruins of strange beasts. The guard saluted Ji Churan respectfully, then returned to his post. Ji Churan was stunned for a moment, then saluted the guard and turned around to continue walking. The other students looked at Ji Churan with envy. I envy Ji Churan's privileges. At this moment, they all knew a privilege called genius. Only at this moment did Ji Churan truly understand the reality. When a person is truly talented, the rules may change slightly around him. And all of this is for only one purpose, a purpose to allow geniuses to truly grow. Ji Churan shook the badge in his hand, feeling mixed emotions. Whether it is Dean Wei, Chen Meng, or the current guard, they all provide protection and privileges to me because of my talents. The only thing I can do now is to practice hard and realize my talent. I swear to take my talent to the starry sky. The ruins of strange beasts are worthy of being called the ruins of strange beasts because there are almost no complete buildings here. Ji Churan followed the crowd, looking at the vast ruins around him and the traces of human presence here in the past. Perhaps many people lost their lives here at that time, and perhaps someone saved others here before. However, everything slowly faded away with the passage of time. This place was no longer the city where humans once lived. It was now just a ruined place where strange beasts lived. Ji Churan looked around, thinking in his mind, wondering where Su Yanhe would launch the attack. An armored bull from the ruins of the number 8 strange beast was slowly moving in an abandoned town. Every time it took a step, it would howl in pain towards the sky. Its howling was extremely loud, as if it had suffered some extremely horrific torture. If someone saw this armored bull at this time, they would be very surprised to find that the ironclad bull's belly is very strange. The belly of this armored bull is extremely large, and it is constantly expanding and contracting, as if something is trying to get out of it. Anyone who has studied the lore of exotic beasts knows that when an armored bull is pregnant, its belly only grows a little bit, and it is impossible for it to grow this big. In other words, there is something else in the armored bull's stomach that is trying to break out. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo. The next second, the armored bull's stomach suddenly exploded violently, and countless flesh and blood flew all over the sky, looking extremely disgusting and terrifying. The armored bull also howled in pain because of the explosion in its stomach, and then collapsed weakly. The huge body of the armored bull fell to the ground with a loud bang, splashing dust all over the sky. He. Suddenly, a voice that sounded extremely terrifying, making people's scalps tingle just by hearing the laughter, suddenly rang out in the ruins. Everyone, pay attention. The teacher suddenly stopped and said, looking at a strange beast in front of him, there's a nocturnal beast in front of us that you've all seen many times in books. It's a night tiger. The teacher pointed to a nocturnal tiger 100 meters ahead and introduced it to the students. Upon hearing this, the students looked in the direction the teacher pointed. They saw a huge nocturnal tiger lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. Ji Churan looked at the nocturnal tiger and unconsciously recalled the hind leg meat of the previous nocturnal tiger. Although it doesn't have much taste, the heads are quite a lot and quite stiff. For a moment, Ji Churan's tears flowed out of his mouth unconsciously. Sure enough, I am still too kind. Su Ranran looked at Yi Xinghu and asked Ji Churan in a low voice, Brother Ji, can you kill that nocturnal tiger with one punch now? As Su Ranran spoke, her cheeks turned slightly red. At this moment, she felt her heart was still pounding. Me now? One punch? Ji Churan looked at Su Ranran in surprise and said, it might not even be able to withstand a single strike from me. Really? Su Ranran said in surprise, Night Tiger can't even handle Brother Ji's thunder? Looking at Su Ranran's reaction, Ji Churan felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. He even felt that Su Ranran was forcing a topic out of nothing. When he was taking the college entrance examination, he was able to knock the Night Tiger away with one punch. Now he can defeat the Night Tiger with a thunderbolt, which is really shocking. Also, what the hell is that name for Brother Ji? Be more normal, I'm scared. Ji Churan said helplessly, you can call me Brother Ji, or you can just call me by my name. There's no need to call me that. Su Ranran nodded awkwardly, blushing and saying, I understand. The girl next to Su Ranran was also a little anxious at this time. My best friend is too straightforward. Is it really because she doesn't interact with boys that she can't speak? Damn it. My military advisor can't just go on the field right away. While the few of them were talking, they had already come to a place not far from the nocturnal tiger, and were able to observe it up close. A huge nocturnal tiger lay in the ruins, its mouth wide open and its back floating rhythmically, apparently asleep. Everyone, be careful. The teacher whispered to the students, try not to talk as much as possible and observe the nocturnal tiger quietly. The students nodded and observed the nocturnal tiger from a distance. But even when the night tiger fell asleep, the aura unique to the ferocious beast continued to emanate. Such an atmosphere made these students who had not yet awakened their special powers very uncomfortable. Some students even started to feel palpitations and began to sweat. The teacher seemed to know that this situation would occur, so he did not lead the students too close. After all, strange beasts are strange beasts, creatures that ordinary people cannot face. After all, ordinary people would be nervous when facing a sleeping tiger in the wild, let alone a terrifying monster. Okay, now let's slowly leave the nocturnal tiger's territory. Seeing that the time was almost up, the teacher whispered, leave quietly and don't disturb the nocturnal tiger's sleep. Having said that, the teacher led the students to leave quietly. The students were also very obedient and followed the teacher quietly, and there was no such bloody plot. At this time, not far from the students, a man in a black robe was quietly watching everyone. The man in black robe was Su Yanhe, who came to North City. Su Yanhe first looked at Ji Churan and Su Ranran in the crowd, and always felt something was wrong. Does this count as letting a wolf into the house? Using my sister to make a nest? Why does it feel a little wrong? Forget it. If Ji Churan and Su Ranran really get together, then Su Ranran will get the upper hand. Su Yanhe stopped thinking about those trivial things and turned his gaze to look at the nocturnal tiger who was taking a nap, while he kept calculating in his mind. First of all, he needed to test Ji Churan's reaction and protection capabilities in emergencies, so he had to launch a sneak attack. The current condition for a sneak attack is to divert Ji Churan's attention to another target. There is currently a ready-made solution for this goal. That's the night tiger. The second is that among Su Ranran's group of people. There are many protectors in the Yuanning realm, so even if the night tiger wakes up, it will not cause any harm to the classmates. In that case, let's start implementing the plan. Su Yanha made up his mind and turned to look at the sleeping nocturnal tiger. He hooked a stone on the ground with his foot and then waited twice. Su Yanha shouted softly, and the next moment he raised his right hand and threw the stone in his hand towards the night tiger. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the next moment, a dark beam of light flew towards the night tiger. In an instant, the dark beam of light hit the night tiger's hind legs. The moment the stone hit the nocturnal tiger, it felt a sharp pain. The intense pain woke it up from its sleep and it howled to the sky. Seeing this from a distance, Su Yanha nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he controlled the strength quite well, only causing pain to the night tiger without breaking its leg. In fact, with Su Yanha's strength, if he threw the stone with all his strength, the night tiger's hind legs might have been pierced and exploded. The long howl of the nocturnal tiger made the students turn around, their faces full of fear. Night, the night tiger has woken up. A boy trembled and pointed at the nocturnal tiger that was still howling and exclaimed. The teacher was also stunned at this time, and had no idea why the night tiger woke up. Isn't this just adding to your workload? The night-walking tiger howled in pain, then looked around with red eyes. After seeing his classmates, the night-walking tiger determined that they had attacked him. So, the night tiger roared again and rushed towards the classmates. Among the classmates, Ji Churan looked at Yi Xinghu in a daze. No, Huzi, are you really that brave? Even if you're a little grumpy when you wake up, you can't play like this. Not to mention yourself, the protectors in this crowd alone are definitely not something a little night-walking tiger like you can touch. Ji Churan twitched his lips speechlessly and had no intention of taking any action at all, because the teacher in front has already taken action. Alas, I thought I could stay out of it. The teacher in front shook his head helplessly, slowly took off his glasses, then looked up at Night Tiger and murmured, "Light." The next second, the teacher's eyes burst into an intense light, so dazzling that the charging Night Tiger couldn't help but close his blood-red eyes. The moment the Night Tiger closed its eyes, a beam of light passed directly through its body. The students saw a flash of light, and the ferocious Night Tiger stopped, and the teacher in front disappeared. When the students started looking for the teacher, they found that the teacher was already behind Night Tiger. A blood hole about the size of a human shoulder also appeared on the Night Tiger's body. Big droplets of blood gushed out of the Night Tiger's body like they were free. Although Ji Churan had killed many strange beasts in the martial arts exam, he had never seen a scene like today. This is a scene where blood gushes out like a fountain. The huge body of the Night Tiger fell heavily to the ground as if it had lost its support, and bright red blood flowed on the somewhat yellow ground. The strong smell of blood continued to spread in the air at this moment. It was the first time for the students to see such a bloody scene. They couldn't hold back their nausea for a moment and began to feel nauseous. The same was true for Su Ranran. Her face turned pale and her whole body was trembling. She tried hard to suppress the nausea. However, this nausea was ultimately beyond her control. Although it was the first time that Ji Churan saw this kind of scene, for some reason, he did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable with it. There's even a sense of familiarity. However, he still likes the feeling of directly electrocuting the opponent's internal organs, and he doesn't like the blood spurting method very much. After all, having blood splattered on your body is too dirty. Look, there is an example right in front of me. Others may not be able to see it clearly, but Ji Churan can see it clearly. After emitting a dazzling light, the teacher turned into light the next moment and passed through the Night Tiger's body. That's right, it went through. Ji Churan looked at the teacher behind Yi Xinghu, or to be more precise, the teacher whose body was covered in blood and some internal organs. Oh, it's too dirty. The teacher took out a towel from his pants and kept wiping his face and other parts of his body. Looking at the teacher's appearance, Ji Churan was sure that this was definitely not the first time he had done this, and this teacher perfectly avoided the large and small intestines of the Night Tiger. So, those who understand will understand. But, why hasn't Su Yanha taken action yet? Did he make a wrong judgment? Wasn't it Su Yanha who woke up the Night Tiger? Ji Churan was quite puzzled and muttered in his heart. The other side at this time. Su Yanha, who was always on Ji Churan's mind, was about to explode, because when he was about to attack, he was stopped by a pitch-black creature. Su Yanha was very familiar with this pitch-black creature. This is a demon. Damn it! Su Yanha, who was wearing a black robe, knocked the dark creature dozens of meters away with a halberd, and he himself quickly retreated dozens of meters away from the demon. After Su Yanha retreated, he looked at the demon in the distance with hatred on his face and said in a deep voice, "Damn it, it's actually a fighting demon." Fighting demons are a type of demons. These demons are good at fighting and can gain combat experience in battle, becoming stronger with each battle. The fighting monster in the distance gradually revealed its true face. The fighting monster was tall, at least 3 meters tall, but its sides were very thin, about the size of a wooden board, only slightly wider than Su Yanha's halberd. Its face is sharp and prismatic. Its arms are also very long and slender, and it can even touch the ground when standing. Its nails are also very sharp, which are its best weapons for attacking. The fighting monster has eyes, but their eyes are not on their head, but on their chest. He 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 he. A strange sound suddenly came from Do Yao's brain, like a call from the Nine Netherworld. I didn't expect that I would meet someone of the best flesh and blood right after I was born. He he he. Spiritual resonance realm. Su Yanha ignored the demon fight and began to analyze the situation. I just don't know which level of the spiritual resonance realm this is. He he he. Are you trying to guess my realm? Do Yao didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack Su Yanha. Instead, he started chatting with Su Yanha. You can't guess my realm, but I can guess yours. The flesh and blood of the lower level Lingxi realm. This is a top grade ingredient. He 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 he. The fighting demon suddenly burst into laughter. The sound was extremely strange and loud. The laughter of Do Yao reached Ji Churen's ears in the distance in an instant. Not only him, but others also heard this strange laughter. What kind of laughter is that? It's so weird. A classmate shrank his neck and murmured softly. The teacher who was wiping his body at this time was also stunned for a moment, frowned, and noticed something was wrong. As a teacher, he was sure that there was absolutely no such cry among strange beasts. In other words, this cry did not come from any strange beast. And in the ruins of strange beasts, there are only two kinds of creatures that can make this kind of sound. One type is a beggar. One kind is a demon. The teacher's expression tensed up, and he immediately shouted to the students, "Classmates, hurry and return the way you came. That sound, it's most likely a demon." Demon? Demon? Suddenly, a frightened voice was heard from the crowd, and then the students looked at each other and hid behind their protectors. Ji Churen looked into the distance with a serious look, and a hint of thunder flashed in his eyes. The next second, his eyes penetrated the distance and looked quickly ahead. This is another ability that Ji Churen gained after his supernatural power evolved. Watch from a distance. As Ji Churen observed from a distance, he soon saw a scene. A strange-looking creature was fighting with a man in a black robe wielding a halberd. Judging from the battle scene, the man in black robe was clearly at a disadvantage. Ji Churen was sure that the man in black robe was Su Yanha. Seeing this, Ji Churen no longer hesitated. He retracted his gaze, looked at the teacher, and said, "Teacher, please take the students away from the beast ruins and explain the situation to the commander." That laugh just now was that of a demon. "No," the teacher said seriously. "Since you're a demon, there's no way I'm going to keep you here. Although I can't see through your realm right now, you're definitely no match for a demon right now. You are a perfect top scorer, and you will definitely be the pillar of our human race in the future. I will never let you fall into danger. Have you forgotten this?" Ji Churen pointed to the badge on his chest and said with a smile, "The commander gave me this badge. Even if I haven't fought in it, I can rely on it until you come." "It still doesn't work," the teacher said seriously. "I can't entrust everything to a medal." "Actually, teacher, I have someone to protect me, so I'm not afraid," Ji Churen said again. "Still not," the teacher said firmly, "unless you ask your protector to come and talk to me." At this moment, Ji Churen was a little at a loss. It was the first time he met such a determined person. "In that case, we have no choice but to let Chen Meng out." Just when Ji Churen was about to let Chen Meng out, a magical scene happened. The teacher, who had been extremely determined at the beginning, suddenly changed his mind. "I understand, classmate Ji, you go ahead." The teacher changed his mind in an instant and said to Ji Churen, "I will take the students out first. You must be careful." When Ji Churen saw this scene, his brows suddenly frowned. Something is wrong. 19 points out of 10. How could the teacher, who had originally been very resolute, change his mind before Chen Meng even showed up? There is definitely a big problem here. Wait. Ji Churen suddenly stopped the teacher. When he was about to question the teacher, a gust of wind passed by Ji Churen's ears. "Let him go." Hearing the familiar voice of Dean Wei, Ji Churen quickly reacted. The teacher suddenly changed his mind because Dean Wei had arrived. "But I didn't expect that Dean Wei would follow me to North City. I am really touched." "What's wrong, Ji?" the teacher asked with some confusion. The students around him also looked at Ji Churen with expressions of fear and confusion. "Ah, it's okay, it's okay." Ji Churen waved his hands awkwardly to indicate that everything was fine. Seeing this, the teacher stopped asking questions and quickly took the students away from there. At this time, above the ruins of the number 8 monster, Dean Wei and Chen Meng were looking down at the overall situation. "President Wei." Chen Meng rubbed his hands with a smile and asked cautiously, "Why are you here?" "Humph." Dean Wei snorted coldly, glanced at Chen Meng indifferently, and said in a deep voice, "If this old man doesn't come with you, are you going to take Chu Ren flying around everywhere?" Isn't this for Chu Ren to get the opportunity of the Su family?" Chen Meng murmured cautiously. "The Su family's opportunity is great, but what if you encounter a powerful demon or other powerful traitor who wants to kill Ji Churen?" Dean Wei said coldly to Chen Meng with a stern face. Chen Meng, you have to remember, on Blue Star, you are not invincible. There are many people on Blue Star who are stronger than you. Remember, if Ji Churen wants to leave school, you must notify me, because on Blue Star, I am invincible." Dean Wei's words were very domineering, with a hint of irrefutable momentum. Facing Dean Wei's aura, Chen Meng could only reply honestly, "I understand. That's good to know. It won't happen again." Dean Wei stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, overlooking the earth, watching the duel between the fighting monsters monster in Su Yanhe. A fighting demon from the middle level of the spiritual resonance realm, Su Yanhe, how would you respond? Dean Wei murmured, then turned his attention to Ji Churan. After all, Ji Churan is his treasure and the apple of his eye. In the ruins of the number 8 strange beast, Su Yanhe was still struggling with the fighting monster. The fighting monster with a strange body took a quick step and instantly crossed hundreds of meters to come in front of Su Yanhe. It also raised its strange claws and grabbed Su Yanhe fiercely. Su Yanhe's reaction was also very quick. He waved the halberd in his hand and attacked the fighting monster. When Do Yao's claws collided with Su Yanhe's halberd, huge sparks were produced. A violent impact force also swept out at this moment, knocking the two back several steps. The fighting demon stabilized its body after retreating dozens of steps. It stretched out its sharp claws and approached its head. The next moment, its head suddenly split apart, and a black tongue covered with black barbs slowly stretched out from the middle of its head. The black tongue gently licked the blood on the claws, revealing a satisfied look. He, such vibrant blood. As long as I eat you, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Su Yanhe in the distance slowly stood up and gently stroked his chest. There was a long and hideous wound on his chest, which was caused by the attack of the fighting demon's claws. Blood continued to drip from the wound, causing the black robe on his body to become sticky. Oh, what's going on? Su Yanhe smiled helplessly and took off the black robe. I originally came here to test others, but I didn't expect that in the end I would be the one being tested. Su Yanhe took off his black robe completely, revealing his whole body. Su Yanhe's upper body was naked, and he was wearing a pair of white pants. The hideous scars not only did not make him look ugly, but added a touch of handsomeness to him. He gently waved his halberd, looked at the fighting monster with a sharp gaze, and shouted softly. Su Yanhe swung his halberd and rushed towards the fighting monster, saying what he had not finished. To the final chapter. Oh, so it's a strengthening type. No wonder its blood and energy are so full. He. Do Yao laughed strangely twice and said, my favorite is the flesh and blood of the strengthening type. The fighting demon roared strangely, then rushed straight towards Su Yanhe. After the two got close, they immediately launched their attacks. Su Yanhe was seen waving a long spear in both hands, without holding back at all, attacking the fighting demon's body. Do Yao was also a fighting maniac. He used his sharp claws to fight Su Yanhe without any blind spots. In an instant, sparks flew, dust rose, and a terrifying aura continued to spread throughout the area. The strange beasts nearby, after sensing this terrifying aura, chose to stay away. Biological instinct made them stay away from the battlefield. At this moment, on the battlefield, only Do Yao and Su Yanhe were fighting hard. Su Yanhe and Do Yao were fighting each other, both attacking each other's vital points. Although Do Yao is a fighting maniac, Su Yanhe's fighting skills are not exaggerated. Su Yanhe suddenly seized a flaw in the fighting monster, quickly pulled back the long spear in his hand, and then swung it towards the fighting monster. Half moon slash. Su Yanhe shouted softly, and the long spear in his hand was like a crescent moon, carrying a black tail and blasting towards the head of the fighting monster. The terrifying long spear attacked Do Yao. Even though Do Yao raised his hands at the last moment, he was unable to completely block Su Yanhe's attack and quickly retreated several steps. The fighting demon retreated several steps and raised his claws tremblingly. At this time, several of Do Yao's right claws had fallen off, and a black, foul-smelling liquid was still flowing from the broken claws. The fighting demon was trembling all over, as if he was filled with boundless anger. The eyes on its chest looked at Su Yanhe like a carnival wolf. Su Yanhe gently pulled the halberd out of the ground, and then stuck the tail of the halberd into the ground. Wisps of white smoke also slowly emerged from Su Yanhe's body. Su Yanhe looked at the fighting monster and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that your strength has not yet reached the upper spiritual realm. Do Yao's body suddenly trembled at this moment, and he felt a dangerous aura from Su Yanhe. Why do I feel this way? Why would a person with low-level spiritual power, such as me, a demon in the middle-level spiritual realm, feel threatened? Oh, it seems I'm not late. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from behind Su Yanhe. Upon hearing this voice, the fighting demon shuddered all over, and felt that his soul began to tremble, as if the owner of this voice was a great terror. Su Yanhe was not surprised when he heard the voice behind him. He just tilted his head slightly and said, "Here you are, Junior Ji." Hey. Ji Churan looked at Su Yanhe and asked with a smile, "Senior Su, why are you here today? Don't tease me, Junior Ji." Su Yanhe smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Actually, you should already know, right?" "What do you mean?" Ji Churan became interested at this time. He wanted to know why Su Yanhe knew that he knew it. "From your expression of no surprise just now, I know that you already know about me," Su Yanhe said with a wry smile, "but I still have to say sorry to you first. After all, she is my biological sister. No need to say more, Senior Su." Ji Churan raised his hand to interrupt what Su Yanhe wanted to say, and said with a smile, "As a brother, I can understand that you are a little worried about your sister. I don't blame your Senior Su, so just relax. After all, how can I blame the rich man who gave me the opportunity?" Thank you so much for being so open-minded, classmate Ji. Su Yanhe chuckled and then said, "But now, let's deal with this fighting monster first." ha ha ha. The fighting monster suddenly screamed, stretched out its sharp claws and pointed them at Su Yanha and Ji Churan, shouting, "You are bullying the monster too much." Although Do Yao sensed a sense of terror from Ji Churan at first, the feeling disappeared soon after, because it found Ji Churan only has the strength of the peak Twilight realm. In other words, Ji Churan is completely an ant, a person at the glimmering light realm, a person at the lower spiritual resonance realm. How dare you bully me? The fighting demon roared, "Fight it, fight it, fight, fight." As Do Yao finished his words, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body, as if it had been strengthened. "Here it comes." Su Yanha saw this and immediately said seriously, "The fighting monster's innate skill, Burning Soul." Soul burning is a skill that burns one's own soul to greatly enhance one's combat effectiveness. It is an innate skill for fighting monsters, that is, a skill that one is born with. After using the Burning Soul, the demon fighting Kai is like activating his ultimate move. His IQ drops to 0, but his courage reaches the maximum. "Junior G, step back. I'll stop him." Su Yanha shouted and picked up the halberd to prepare for defense. But the next second, he felt his eyes blurred and heard the sound of whistling wind in his ears. When he came to his senses again, he found that the place where he was standing had completely changed. The demon that was originally very close to him was now nearly hundreds of meters away from him. This is... Su Yanha was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. "No, Senior Su, why are you acting like a reckless man?" Ji Churan said slowly, "Since we know that fighting demons can burn souls, why should we fight them? Just kite him and use up all his energy." Ji Churan said to Su Yanha with a look of disappointment, secretly thinking that Su Yanha's combat awareness was not as good as his. Su Yanha was stunned and immediately retorted, "How can it be flying a kite? Do you know how fast a fighting demon can go after activating the Burning Soul?" Before Su Yanha could finish his words, he felt his vision blur again. When he came to his senses, the position where he was standing had changed again, and the position where Do Yao was standing at this moment was exactly where they had just stood. Quick! Su Yanha was stunned, watching the fighting demon rushing towards him angrily, and then his eyes blurred. When he came to his senses again, the fighting demon rushed towards him angrily again, and his eyes blurred again. This went on, but the fighting monster was unable to attack him and Ji Churan at all. At this moment, Su Yanha's brain had completely crashed, because in the past, when fighting demons and activating the soul burning method, it always foreshadowed the coming of a fatal battle. Some people have tried to pull the fighting monster before, but they soon found that they couldn't pull the monster at all. After activating the soul burning technique, the fighting demon becomes extremely fast, and even wind-based abilities are difficult to match. Only those with thunder and light abilities can compete with fighting monsters in speed. However, users with thunder-type abilities are notoriously prone to kidney deficiency, while users with light-type abilities are notoriously prone to scraping. This resulted in the people behind no longer even thinking about fighting the monster. But now, you tell me, a person with lightning ability is pulling a fighting monster? Not only Su Yanha was confused, but Do Yao also couldn't hold back anymore. Every time it rushed towards Ji Churan and Su Yanha, Ji Churan would turn into a bolt of lightning and take Su Yanha away from it. At first, it was dismissive. After all, the lightning-type mutant was pulling it. Isn't this a trick used by a boy with kidney deficiency to find a succubus? The bag was drained of its own energy and then devoured by itself. However, as time passed, Do Yao discovered something was wrong. Why is this lightning-type psychic in front of me? The supernatural power is not exhausted yet. Superpowers will never run out. What a joke. This kind of thing simply cannot exist. This kid must have used some props that can store superpowers, otherwise it would be impossible for him to use superpowers like this. People with thunder-type abilities should have kidney deficiency. Do Yao comforted himself in his heart and tried to cheer himself up. The fighting demon roared angrily and shot out again, rushing towards Ji Churan at a speed that was astonishing. However, even such a fast-fighting monster seemed a little slow in Ji Churan's eyes. After all, the strength of SS-level lightning abilities is not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. Ji Churan grabbed Su Yanha with his right hand again, and his whole body turned into a thunder again, distanced himself from the fighting monster, and stopped hundreds of meters away from the monster. In fact, if Ji Churan wanted to, he could completely escape from the fighting monster's attack range, but he refused. He just needs to stay within the fighting monster's attack range at all times to consume the monster's soul-burning energy. It's like flying a kite, but if the string is too long, it will be difficult to fly it. Damn it! The fighting demon's attack missed again. This time, it really couldn't bear it anymore. It stood there with its fangs and claws bared, questioning Ji Churan in a strange voice. "Human, is all you can do now is run away? Silly." Ji Churan spread his hands nonchalantly and said, "Can you only talk big? You." The fighting demon stretched out its claws and said angrily, "You are only at the Twilight Realm. How dare you speak to me like that?" "Ha!" Ji Churan sneered. "Where do you get the confidence to talk to me like that?" Ji Churan's tone was very confident, so confident that Do Yao didn't know who was in the Lingxi realm for a moment. "Are you in the Lingxi realm or am I in the Lingxi realm? Human, you are too." Before Do Yao could finish the word arrogant, he found that Ji Churan's arms suddenly flashed with thunder. Before it could react, several bolts of lightning flew towards it with terrifying momentum. As a fighting demon in the middle level of Lingxi realm, it is able to clearly understand the opponent's realm during battle. At the same time, it can also clearly know the power of the enemy's combat skills. When it fought against Su Yanha before, it knew Su Yanha's realm very clearly, and now, it also clearly knows the power of Ji Churan's Thundercut. Absolutely the right state of telepathy. But how is this possible? How could a human at the Twilight Realm possibly launch an attack from the level of the Spiritual Resonance Realm? This is totally unscientific. The fighting demon was a little panicked at this time. It felt like it had hit a wall today. Raikiri attacked the fighting demon at a rapid speed. The fighting demon knew that it could not withstand it head-on, so it immediately burst out with amazing strength and dodged to the side. Although it didn't know who Ji Churan was, it was sure that Ji Churan was definitely a threat to the demon clan. A person at the Glimmer Realm could unleash an attack from the Spiritual Resonance Realm. This was simply not something an ordinary person could do. No, for the sake of the demon clan, even if I die today, I will kill this human right here. After Do Yao dodged the Raikiri, he swore softly. Just as it adjusted its posture and prepared to rush towards Ji Churan, it was surprised to find, in front of my eyes, dense swarms of Raikiri attacked him as if they were free, completely blocking the space around him. Dozens of lightning strikes comparable to those of the Lingxi realm. You told me you were at the Weird Light realm? The fighting demon was furious at this moment. It really couldn't understand why a human being could achieve such a level in the realm of Twilight. Do Yao also knew that under the coordinated attack of dozens of lightning strikes, he definitely could not dodge and could only take it. As for whether it can withstand it, it is still an unknown. Wow, wow, wow. Dozens of lightning bolts broke through the air and rushed straight towards the fighting monster. Ah! The fighting demon roared and immediately wrapped his long arms around himself in defense. Crackling, sizzling, dozens of lightning strikes attacked the fighting monster as if they were free, and a dazzling and deafening sound erupted. Thousands of thunders scattered on the ground like flowers, and on the body of the fighting monster, traces of thunder continued to flash, continuing to attack the fighting monster. Sizzle! The fighting demon's body was continuously flashing with undisturbed thunder, and the fighting demon also kept wrapping his arms around himself and did not take the next step for a long time. In the distance, Ji Churan looked at the fighting monster and murmured, "Is this defended? It seems my attack is not enough against the middle-level Lingxi realm. No, not qualified?" Su Yanhao on the side widened his eyes and looked at Ji Churan's back in disbelief. Dozens of lightning strikes comparable to the Lingxi realm are actually not enough? Do you know that the attack you used in those few seconds was higher than the attack I used to use for such a long time? Su Yanhao was completely confused at this time. Test Ji Churan yourself? Can it really be tested? Moreover, can he really launch a sneak attack on Ji Churan? After all, the speed that Ji Churan just showed was something that Su Yanhao couldn't catch up with at all. Su Yanhao had to admit that the lightning ability was indeed terrifying in terms of speed. But the main problem now is, does Ji Churan really not suffer from kidney deficiency? Although he had demonstrated a high reserve of supernatural powers during the martial arts exam, he was only at the spiritual perception realm at that time. Now that Ji Churan has reached the Twilight realm, does he still have so much energy reserves? Moreover, Ji Churan's attack is too supermodel. Senior Su, did you say it's dead? Ji Churan asked without turning his head. Su Yanhao opened his mouth slightly, but did not say the words because he was not sure whether Do Yao was dead or not. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a sound came from the fighting monsters in the distance, attracting the attention of Ji Churan and the others. The fighting demon suddenly fell to his knees, and the arms around him fell down weakly. Damn, humans! The fighting demon muttered a few words intermittently, and then collapsed to the ground powerlessly, as if dead. This is... Ji Churan murmured with a hint of uncertainty after seeing this scene. Dead? Not sure. Su Yanhao shook his head slightly and said, but I think he is dead. After saying this, Su Yanhao relaxed visibly. When facing the monster, his heart was lifted up. After all, monsters are something that can kill you if you're not careful. However, what Su Yanhao never expected was that in the end, it was Ji Churan who saved his life. Although he has not reached a desperate situation, his own strength is indeed not as good as that of the fighting monster. If Ji Churan had not come, he might have really died at the hands of Do Yao. Su Yanhao thought that Do Yao should be dead, but Ji Churan was skeptical about this. After all, it's not often that you see scenes of people pretending to be dead and then launching sneak attacks on TV. So, it's better to be cautious. Thinking of this, Ji Churan raised his right hand slightly, and thousands of thunders gathered in Ji Churan's right hand again, forming a cutting blade with unparalleled momentum. Ji Churan once again threw out dozens of lightning strikes and flew towards the place where the monster was fighting. At this moment, Do Yao panicked. I'm already pretending to be dead. Why do I still have to use Raikiri from a distance? Come closer. If you come even a little closer, I can launch a sneak attack. According to the script, shouldn't you let down your guard after seeing me die? How could this happen? Fighting the demon collapsed. It knew that it could not avoid these dozens of lightning strikes. Even at full strength, it couldn't dodge dozens dozens of lightning strikes, let alone its current broken body. Ah, human, you are a beast. What Ji Churen didn't expect was that after he swung out more than a dozen lightning strikes, the fighting demon that was already dead suddenly stood up, howled at Ji Churen a few times, and was then bombarded by dozens of lightning strikes. Along with the bombardment of Raikiri, the fighting demon's body was cut into countless pieces like paper. Its remains were blown everywhere by Ji Churen's lightning, and traces of residual lightning were still flashing on these remains. Oh, so you were really pretending to be dead. Ji Churen showed a bright smile on his face. As expected, Raikiri's autopsy is indeed the best way to confirm death. I am really cautious. Su Yanhao widened her eyes and didn't know what to say. How many lightning strikes did Ji Churen release? At least hundreds of them. Even if there weren't hundreds of Raikiri, it was definitely close. Hundreds of spiritual lightning strikes, let alone fighting the monster. Even if they were added together, I couldn't withstand it. At this moment, Su Yanhao had made a final decision. Ji Churen, don't make enemies, only make friends. Otherwise, Su Yanhao was afraid that Ji Churen would secretly give him dozens of lightning strikes that day. At that time, I'm afraid that even my entire body won't be left behind. Dean Wei witnessed the entire battle between Ji Churen and the others. He nodded with great satisfaction, and couldn't stop smiling on his face. Not bad, not bad. When facing the enemy, you know how to make good use of the terrain, use your own advantages, and be very cautious. Not bad, not bad. Dean Wei was generous with his praise, and even felt that Ji Churen had done a perfect job in this battle. If he had the same ability as Ji Churen when he was young, he would probably have gone up to fight the fighting monster head-on the moment he saw it, instead of choosing to fly a kite like Ji Churen. I have to say that Ji Churen's ability to adapt to changing circumstances during battle is quite good. Although Chen Meng didn't say anything, the smile on his face showed his happiness. To be fair, based on Chen Meng's understanding of Ji Churen, in the previous battle, even if Ji Churen rushed up and fought the fighting demon with fists, Chen Meng would not be surprised. After all, Ji Churen's fighting ability is too exaggerated. But, just as Chen Meng was still chuckling, Dean Wei's serious voice suddenly rang out. Why did a demon appear in the number 8 beast ruins? How did it sneak in? Chen Meng also restrained his smile and began to think about Dean Wei's question. Could it be? Chen Meng suddenly thought of a possibility and said, could it be a beggar? No, not really. Dean Wei frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, although the ruins of the strange beasts are quite vast, it's not like those rats can just sneak in. Then this. Chen Meng was confused for a moment. Dean Wei frowned, constantly thinking about the possibility of demons sneaking in. In the end, he still felt that it would be more appropriate to find someone with a matching professional background. Go to the North City Military Academy and find the dean of the psychiatry department, Du Chao, and tell him that I invited him over. Dean Wei turned to Chen Meng and said, ah, me? Chen Meng pointed at his face, looking a little hesitant. Don't worry, Li Yi is not in the college. Dean Wei seemed to know what Chen Meng was worried about and said helplessly, fine. Elder Wei, just wait for my good news. When Chen Meng heard that Li Yi was gone, his entire body instantly returned to full strength as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He patted his sturdy chest and said, I promise to call Dean Du to you. After Chen Meng finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. After Chen Meng left, Dean Wei stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the ruins of number 8, and whispered, demons, myriad races, in the ruins of the number 8 monster. Su Yanhao was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this time, and told Ji Churen all his previous plans. Although he knew that Ji Churen already knew his thoughts, he still chose to tell Ji Churen again. Ji Churen did not spoil the fun and listened patiently to Su Yanhao finish his plan. Junior Ji, I apologize to you for everything I wanted to do before. Su Yanhao stood up at this time and formally apologized to Ji Churen. Ji Churen also stood up and said with a smile, Senior Su, it's okay, I understand. How can I not understand? After all, they have spent their money on me, so how can I blame them? But, when can I enter the secret realm? I can't wait any longer. Several trails passed through the sky, attracting the attention of Ji Churen and Su Yanhao who were talking. Ji Churen looked up and saw 4 armored guards appear in the sky. They looked around quickly in the air, as if they were looking for something. Suddenly, they saw Ji Churen and Su Yanhao. After seeing that they were fine, the leading guard breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the 4 guards flew towards Ji Churen and Su Yanhao. When the 4 guards came in front of Ji Churen, 3 of them immediately became alert, and the leading guard saluted Ji Churen and said, Student Ji, are you okay? Ji Churen smiled, waved his hand and said, it's okay. That demon can't hurt me. Upon hearing this, the guard reacted immediately and asked in a deep voice, by the way, where is the demon? Where is it now? What realm is it in? Where did it escape to? After all, the demons are foreign invaders with strong combat power. Although he also knows that Ji Churen is a genius, Ji Churen is only at the Twilight Realm now, so it is still a bit difficult for him to deal with the demons. So the defenders subconsciously thought that the demon had escaped from here. Escape? Ji Churen murmured in surprise, then pointed at the pitch-black unidentified objects scattered in the distance and said, well, where did did they escape to? Upon hearing this, the 4 guards immediately looked in the direction Ji Churan pointed. When they saw this, they were surprised. One of the guards quickly came to the pitch-black unidentified object, squatted down, and picked up the pitch-black unidentified object with his gloved hands. As a defender, he was naturally very clear about the characteristics of demons. He knew very well that the unidentified black object in his hand was the remains of the demon. Captain, it's the remains of a fighting demon. The crouching guard turned his head in surprise and said, and, it's the remains of a fighting demon from the Lingxi realm. What? The captain was startled and quickly came to the guard. He took the remains of the fighting monster handed to him by the guard and felt it gently in his hand. It really is the remains of a demon from Lingxi realm. Moreover, the remains of the fighting monster were also rich in the smell of burning electricity, which was unique to those with lightning abilities. At this moment, there was only one person with thunder-type abilities present. That is, Ji Churan. The captain looked at Ji Churan in astonishment, totally unable to believe it. A person in the Twilight realm killed a demon in the spiritual resonance realm, and it was a good fighter. What kind of perversion is this? The captain swallowed and had only one evaluation of Ji Churan in his mind. Genius. A true genius. Perhaps in the near future, I and others will witness the birth of a legend. Whoosh whoosh. The sudden gust of wind startled everyone. Before they could react, a laugh that Ji Churan was extremely familiar with came from the sky. When Ji Churan heard the voice, he was slightly stunned and looked up at the sky. Su Yinha's whole body stiffened, and his neck seemed to be frozen. He raised his head stiffly. The 4 guards also raised their heads and looked at the sky with vigilance. Dean Wei's figure slowly emerged in the sky. With a kind smile on his face, he slowly descended from the sky. Mr. Wei. Ji Churan was also a little surprised when he saw Dean Wei. Dean Wei. Su Yinha swallowed and looked a little ugly. After all, Dean Wei appeared here, which meant that Dean Wei also knew what he was thinking. When the 4 guards saw Dean Wei, their faces became as serious as if they had seen a general. The 4 guards stood up straight, saluted respectfully to Dean Wei, and shouted, "Meet Dean Wei." Dean Wei smiled kindly and raised his hand slightly to signal them not to do this. Upon seeing this, the 4 guards stood up respectfully again. Not bad, not bad. Dean Wei praised the 4 guards with a smile. Unexpectedly, Dean Wei's praise made the 4 guards look excited as if they had obtained a treasure. Ji Churan was a little confused when he saw this scene. Is Mr. Wei's praise so great? The captain of the 4 guards stepped forward at this time. Although he was somewhat restrained, the excitement on his face could not be wiped away. He tried his best to control his emotions so that he could speak out his words completely. Dean Wei, the fighting demon has been eliminated by Ji. Please instruct us on the next step. Stay where you are for now. Dean Wei looked up at the sky, then into the distance, and said with a kind smile, let's wait until that guy arrives. Yes. The 4 guards saluted and then became alert to their surroundings, like 4 bodyguards. Dean Wei turned around slightly, waved his hand lightly, and created 3 chairs. The seats are made up of green winds that are constantly flowing, looking very gorgeous. Please sit down. Dean Wei sat down first, and then motioned Ji Churan and Su Yinha to sit down. Ji Churan and Su Yinha looked at each other and did not sit down immediately. Su Yinha thought that Ji Churan was just like him, and that they didn't sit down because they were afraid of Dean Wei. But he was a little confused. He was afraid of Dean Wei's punishment because his plan had caused harm to Ji Churan. But what is Ji Churan afraid of? What Su Yinha didn't know was that Ji Churan was not afraid of Dean Wei at all. The reason why he didn't sit down immediately was that he was just thinking about a problem. That is, does this seat made of wind scratch your butt? If not, will it make your butt cold? This made Ji Churan a little curious. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past and the next second, Dean Wei's voice came out. Ji Churan. Ji Churan was startled and turned to look at Dean Wei. He saw Dean Wei showing a malicious smile. The wind tells me that you are thinking about things you shouldn't be thinking about. Ji Churan trembled all over. He didn't expect that Dean Wei actually knew what others were thinking. As expected of the Dean, he can use a natural ability like this. Dean Wei was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to make a joke and said something casually to tease Ji Churan. However, Ji Churan's expression. Why does it look like I guessed it right? Is he really thinking about things he shouldn't be thinking about? Ji Churan didn't think much about it and just sat down and waited. Although I don't know what I'm waiting for, but since Dean Wei asked me to do this, there must be a reason for it. Fortunately, the waiting time was not too long, probably only about 10 minutes, and 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky. 2 streams of light, one black and one white, quickly landed next to Dean Wei. Ji Churan and Su Yinha looked to the side curiously, wanting to see who was coming. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, Chen Meng's rough laughter rang out. Dean Wei, I brought the person here. Chen Meng had a ferocious smile on his face, looking extremely scary. Fortunately, Ji Churan has become completely immune to this, and can even later on discern Chen Meng's emotions through his hideous smile. However, what made Ji Churan more curious was the person behind Chen Meng. Behind Chen Meng was a fat man wearing glasses and with a bulging belly. The fat man was sweating on his head, and he kept wiping the sweat off his head with the handkerchief in his hand, as if he had just finished a marathon. After seeing Dean Wei, the fat man hurriedly trotted over to Dean Wei, smiled ingratiatingly, and said, "Hey, Mr. Wei, why did you suddenly come to North City? Look, I came here in such a hurry that I didn't bring any gifts." Facing the fat man's flattery, Dean Wei simply waved his hand and said, "Okay, stop with all that nonsense. I came here with you today just for one thing. You tell me what you want to say." The fat man chuckled and said quickly, "As long as you ask me, don't mention just one thing, 10 things, 100 things, I'll agree to it." "Oh?" Dean Wei glanced at the fat man jokingly, revealing a mysterious smile. "Really?" When the fat man saw Dean Wei smile, his expression suddenly froze and he had a bad feeling in his heart. But the words have been spoken, and he can only pretend to be strong. Of course it's true when. It was obvious that the fat man was a little unconfident when he said this. "That's great." Dean Wei suddenly smiled and said, "I just happen to have 100 things I need your help with." "Ha?" The fat man was stunned. "Are there really 100 things? I'm just being polite." "Wei, Mr. Wei, I. The fat man felt a little regretful at this time, regretting that he shouldn't have said those words. "Can't do it?" Dean Wei asked back. At this time, the fat man dared not pretend anymore and could only nod obediently. "Oomph, if you can't do it, then don't make such a big fuss. I don't like those empty words," Dean Wei said with a stern face. "Word by word, I only like the real thing." I understand. The fat man nodded repeatedly with cold sweat on his head. "I'm glad you understand." Dean Wei said in a deep voice, "Actually, I came here with you today for one thing." Dean Wei raised his hand slightly and pointed at the corpses of the fighting monsters scattered on the ground in the distance. "I need you to figure out how this fighting demon got in here." "A fighting monster?" The fat man was slightly startled and turned to look in the direction that Dean Wei pointed. When he saw the remains of the fighting monster, he suddenly exclaimed, "It really is the body of a fighting monster." The fat man quickly came to the body of the fighting monster, picked up a piece of the monster's body and looked at it. TSK. It was actually cut by the lightning. Miserable, really miserable. The fat man clicked his tongue twice, then pulled the remaining corpse of the fighting monster hard, slowly closed his eyes and stood still. Ji Churan sat on the wind chair and asked curiously, "Master Wei, does this senior have the ability to make calculations?" "Calculation?" Dean Wei smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "No, he doesn't have the ability to calculate, but to restore." "Restore?" Ji Churan murmured in surprise. "That's right, restoration." Dean Wei patiently explained to Ji Churan, "His name is Du Chao, the dean of the psychiatry department of the North City Military Academy. His ability is called truth. For him, the dead are easier to talk to than the living. He can use his supernatural powers to reconstruct the deceased's actions before his death, thereby achieving the purpose of revealing the truth." Dean Wei might be a little impatient with other people, but with Ji Churan, he has nothing but patience. "There is such a supernatural power?" Ji Churan couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, Du Chao's ability is indeed special. He can restore his life experience through corpses, which means that Du Chao can know all the murders or other conspiracy theories. As long as it's a corpse, he can use it to find out all the information he wants to know. He's totally an intelligence expert. Any conspiracy to kill people will be discovered in front of him. He is even more famous than any other detective. However, what made Ji Churan even more curious and surprised was that Du Chao was actually the dean of the psychology department of the North City Military Academy. Since he is the dean, why does he respect Mr. Wei, who is also the dean of the Natural Sciences Department of Sichuan and Chongqing University of Specialties, so much? Could it be that Mr. Wei has some more legendary stories? This made Ji Churan very curious. Asterisk and percent and UN asterisk /#. Suddenly, Du Chao started muttering some incomprehensible words, like bird language. As Du Chao recited the bird language, a magical scene happened. Du Chao suddenly raised his right hand and threw out something that looked like a player. The player quickly floated in the air and then began to emit a faint starlight. The starlight quickly gathered in the air and finally formed a screen similar to a light curtain. Ji Churan was even more shocked when he saw this scene. There is actually such an operation? It turns out that Du Chao can not only see the deceased's experiences before his death, but he can also let others see them? But come to think of it, it is much better to let other people see the picture than to let Du Chao see it alone. Because of the special nature of Du Chao's ability, if other people cannot see the picture, then Du Chao's words are sometimes the truth. In other words, Du Chao can turn a happy event into a sad event, or turn a sad event into a happy event. At that time, no one could refute Du Chao. They could only question Du Chao, because they didn't know whether what Du Chao saw and what he said were the same thing. But now, there is no need for them to doubt whether what Du Chao said is true or not, because they can see what happened. Soon, the screen summoned by Du Chao started to work, and Ji Churan and others also watched it attentively. Because Du Chao's ability can only review the scenes of the previous 3 months, the scenes played on the screen are from 3 months ago. Screen playback screen. In a dark, enclosed space, several very faint voices of conversation were heard. Are we really going to spread the beast madness powder into the examination room on the day of the college entrance examination? If we do that, won't we be shut up for For the sake of Master Pseudo-Demon's plan, our death will be glorious. That's right. For Master Pseudo-Demon, I can give up anything. Dean Wei frowned slightly after hearing these words. Judging from the current situation, they were the ones who created the beast tide when Ji Churan was taking the college entrance examination. Also, a fake demon appeared. Dean Wei frowned, feeling that things were starting to get a little tricky. Pseudo-demon is a type of demon, and also the most difficult one to deal with. As their name suggests, pseudo-monsters are extremely good at disguise. Not only can they disguise themselves as humans, but they can also disguise themselves as exotic beasts, various races, and even inanimate objects. His abilities are even more terrifying than the fake people that Ji Churan knew in his previous life. Damn, they're actually fake monsters. Chen Meng gritted his teeth and said angrily, these damn monsters are even more abominable than those damned 10,000 races. Ji Churan and Su Yanha also frowned, thinking that something was wrong. On the screen, the picture continues to run. You three are quite aware. You are worthy of being the loyal allies of our demon clan. The sound of fighting monsters that Ji Churan was very familiar with was heard at this time, but for some reason, the picture was still pitch black, and I could only hear sounds but not see any human figures. Fight the demon master. Master fighting demon. Several exclamations were heard. It was obvious that Do Yao's words made them ecstatic, even more servile than a lackey. You guys just do your best. As long as you can survive this time, we, the demon clan, will not treat you unfairly. Of course, even if you die, we, the demon clan, will use secret methods to keep you alive. Any normal person would find the talk of fighting monsters ridiculous. After all, how could a dead person be resurrected? However, those beggars seemed to believe it, even believed it firmly. That's great, Master Do Yao. We will definitely work hard. Yes, Master Do Yao, we will definitely follow in your footsteps. Hearing the respectful words of several people, Do Yao couldn't help laughing. After that, there was no more sound from the screen, and it just remained black. It's still a black screen. Ji Churan frowned and murmured, and said with a hint of suspicion, are they underground? It's no wonder that Ji Churan made such a guess. After all, only when you are underground will there be no light at all. Beggars cannot live in houses in towns and can only survive in deserted villages or other wilderness areas, and there can be no enclosed space in a deserted village. So Ji Churan subconsciously thought of the underground. After all, when a natural Earth-type mutant reaches a certain strength, he can take others with him to escape underground. After listening to Ji Churan's judgment, Dean Wei did not refute it. In his heart, he also thought that Do Yao and these beggars were hiding underground. However, a scene that soon appeared refuted all the ideas of Dean Wei and Ji Churan. They never expected that Do Yao and these beggars were not hiding underground, but hiding in the belly of a strange beast. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in the picture. Since everyone was using the corpse of the fighting monster to restore the scene, the perspective was also the first-hand perspective of the fighting monster. Suddenly, a white light appeared in Do Yao's perspective. Everyone looked in the direction of the white light and saw abandoned towns. Obviously, this is the ruins of a strange beast. The reason why the white light appeared was because the fighting demon had cut a big hole in the belly of the strange beast with its sharp claws. Do Yao and the three beggars crawled out of the monster's belly and stood on the monster's ruins. The three beggars didn't care about the sticky liquid in bright red blood on their bodies. They didn't even hesitate and turned to Do Yao and said respectfully, Master Do Yao, let's go get ready. The fighting demon laughed twice, turned around, and took something out of the stomach of the strange beast. To be precise, a creature was taken out. Ji Churan was very familiar with this creature because someone had told him about it before. That's right, this creature is the plucked body rabbit. The fighting demon picked up the rabbit and threw it to the three beggars. Then he said in his extremely strange voice, for the next few days, you should disguise yourselves with the skins of exotic animals to avoid being caught by the patrol. The three beggars held the rabbit carefully. Although the rabbit looked very strange and scary, it looked as cute as a treasure in their eyes. One of the beggars touched the rabbit with a smile on his face and then said with a solemn oath, don't worry, Master Do Yao, we will definitely complete the mission. Do Yao smiled evilly and said nothing. Seeing this, the three beggars simply bowed to the fighting monster again, then left with the rabbit in their arms. After watching the three beggars leave, Do Yao laughed hee again. Humans are really interesting. The fighting demon stuck out its pitch-black tongue, then turned and looked at the corpse of the strange beast lying on the ground. The next second, a horrifying scene that is difficult for normal people to adapt to was presented. The fighting monster was tearing the corpse of the strange beast into pieces and devouring its body in big mouthfuls. The scene was extremely bloody, and people felt physically uncomfortable just by watching it. However, for everyone present, these are all commonplace. After all, bloody scenes are just commonplace for them. People didn't care about Do Yao's behavior of eating alien beasts raw. What they cared about was how Do Yao moved from the alien beast ruins where Ji Churan took the college entrance examination to the current alien beast ruins. You know, the two strange beast ruins are far apart, and it is impossible for the fighting monster to move silently. Unless, the picture on the screen screen is still going on. After the fighting monster completely devoured the strange beast, a magical scene happened. The screen went black again, and before anyone could react, the screen went black. After the screen went black, Do Yao's strange laughter could be heard again. Dean Wei frowned when he saw this scene. He was swallowed again? Chen Meng said in surprise, but why would a strange beast choose to swallow a demon? The smell of a demon will make strange beasts choose to stay away from it. What Chen Meng said was indeed correct, and everyone present had the same doubt at this time. Dean Wei also frowned, feeling that something was a little strange. Ji Churan looked at the screen and gently touched his chin. The fighting demon first crawled out of the belly of a strange beast, released the 3 beggars and the rabbit, and was then swallowed by another strange beast. Strange beasts, devouring, fighting monsters, and the fake monster master as the beggar calls him. A possibility suddenly flashed through Ji Churan's mind. He looked at Dean Wei and said tentatively, could this strange beast that devoured the fighting demon be a fake demon? Ji Churan's words were like a huge rock falling into the calm water, splashing huge water and causing layers of ripples. Dean Wei's eyes flashed, and he felt that Ji Churan's guess was very likely correct. Ordinary strange beasts will indeed stay away from demons, but fake demons are different. Fake monsters can disguise themselves as anything, and it is very common to disguise themselves as strange beasts. Therefore, it is possible that this strange beast is actually a fake demon. Hey, it's really possible. Chen Meng clenched his right fist and made a palm with his left hand, then brought the 2 hands together. He said with an expression of sudden enlightenment, it's really possible. Su Yanha didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Ji Churan was full of admiration. Ji Churan is not only powerful, but also has unconventional ideas. Ji Churan actually imagined something that even he couldn't imagine. Such people are truly terrifying. I guess Ji Churan must have a good cultural background as well. It must be a perfect culture, as expected of a perfect champion, both civil and military, so terrifying. Although they only guessed that the fake monster was pretending to be a strange beast, they could not relax. When facing demons, we would rather kill them by mistake than let them go. Dean Wei, who was well aware of the threat posed by the demon clan, immediately said to the 4 guards, go report to your superiors. There's a suspicion of fake monsters infiltrating the ruins of the alien beasts. A full inspection is required. The 4 guards also knew the seriousness of the matter. They nodded sternly and then flew away. They knew that in the next few days or even weeks, a large number of inspectors would appear at the alien beast ruins. Dean Wei watched the 4 guards leave and then once again shifted his attention to the screen. Ji Churan and others are no exception. As time passed, something finally went wrong in the picture. A ray of light appeared in the picture. In the light, everyone vaguely saw a smooth, silvery glowing object that looked like steel. The light only lasted for 3 seconds before it turned into darkness again. What is this? Steel? Ji Churan asked doubtfully. Could it be that Do Yao really found a completely enclosed steel space? Dean Wei frowned slightly. He had never seen this kind of steel before. Besides, normal steel would never be straight and curved. Suddenly, Chen Meng's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Ji Churan, Dean Wei, and Su Yanha all turned their heads to look at Chen Meng. Chen Meng's face flushed instantly, and he pointed at the screen and said intermittently, Then, Xiao Chen, do you know what this is? Dean Wei asked with a smile, if you know, please tell me. Chen Meng's old face flushed red, as if he had something unspeakable. He opened and closed his mouth, and even looked towards Su Yanha frequently, as if he was having some kind of psychological struggle. Su Yanha saw that Chen Meng kept looking at him and thought he was being suspected, so he quickly waved his hands and explained in panic, Mr. Chen, I have never done anything to offend the human race. I know. Chen Meng yelled with a red face, I just. Chen Meng began to breathe intermittently again, while continuing to take deep breaths. Finally, Chen Meng made up his mind and shouted as if to cover up his embarrassment. That image is the belly of an armored bull. The belly of an armored bull? Dean Wei was slightly stunned. Yes, doesn't the ironclad ox have a body made of steel? Although its belly is also made of steel, its belly is still a little softer after all. In other words, the fighting demon just entered the belly of the armored bull? Dean Wei murmured, and then he felt more and more that his guess was correct. He looked at Chen Meng with a smile, patted his shoulder and said, Xiao Chen, you're not bad. Who said you don't study? Look, you can even tell the belly of an armored bull at a glance. You must have put in a lot of effort. Chen Meng's old face turned red when he heard this, his mouth kept twitching, and he didn't know what to say. Oh, yes, I remember now. Ji Churan finally remembered that Xiao Ting had told him before that Chen Meng was trampled under the feet of the armored bull for a full half-hour during the college entrance examination. In other words, Chen Meng had been watching Ironclad Bull Trike for half an hour. No wonder Chen Meng is so familiar with the belly of the armored bull. The feelings were forged by being stepped on. Cough. Chen Meng suddenly started coughing violently, while constantly winking at Ji Churan. Ji Churan also understood and slightly extended a finger. Seeing this, Chen Meng nodded suddenly. It's just a meal. It's my treat. Just when Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief, Ji Churan suddenly made the gesture of making 2 zeros with his hands. Chen Meng's face suddenly suddenly turned dark, but in order to protect his face in front of Su Yenha, he could only grit his teeth and nodded. There is no way. If Su Yenha knew about his affairs, then all the students in the school might know about it. After all, Su Yenha looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he actually has a big mouth. He may not say it himself, but he will definitely call on his followers to say it. Are you two exchanging secret signals? Dean Wei suddenly asked with a smile. Seeing this, Chen Meng and Ji Churan waved their hands and said with a smile, No, we were just joking. Yeah, just kidding. Dean Wei smiled but said nothing. He also recalled what happened many years ago, because during the college entrance examination, he was the invigilator in Chen Meng's examination room. It is indeed memorable that a student who has just awakened his superpowers can withstand the trampling of the armored bull for half an hour. Su Yenha showed a surprised expression at this time. What did I not understand? Why did Teacher Chen, Dean Wei, and Ji Churan seem to know something and reach an agreement? He. Suddenly, the strange laughter of the fighting demon was heard again in the screen, attracting everyone's attention. This time, everyone saw the light completely, because the armored bull's belly exploded. In the picture, flesh and blood were flying everywhere, and the entire dust was covered with flesh and blood, which looked extremely bloody and terrifying. The fighting demon crawled out from the belly of the armored bull and licked the blood of the armored bull with its terrifying tongue. Ugh! Do Yao suddenly retched and said unhappily, such low-quality chi and blood. I don't even have the desire to eat it. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard in the picture. The roar was quite far away from the fighting monster, so the sound was relatively weak. Ji Churan was very familiar with this figure. It was the sound of the night tiger. At that time, the night-walking tiger seemed to be awakened. It turned out that the fighting demon had already come out at that time. Sniff! Suddenly, Do Yao seemed to sense something, sniffed a few times, and showed an expression of enjoyment. A superpower, the breath of a superpower with sufficient chi and blood. Wait. The fighting demon was stunned for a moment, then its entire head split open, revealing its terrifying fangs. It looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. So much flesh and blood. So much flesh and blood. Ha 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 ha. The fighting demon suddenly laughed as if he was crazy, then took a step forward and rushed forward at a rapid speed. Everyone watched the scene and witnessed Do Yao attacking Su Yenha from behind, and then witnessed Ji Churan flying a kite at Do Yao. When everyone saw Ji Churan launching dozens of saturation-type lightning strikes at the fighting monster, the screen suddenly blurred. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Du Chao. Only then did they see that Du Chao was trembling all over, as if he had seen something terrifying. Du Chao, who was using his supernatural powers at this time, was completely confused. Is there really no problem with my restoration? A person in the Twilight Realm can kite fly the erupting fighting monster and launch dozens of saturation attacks comparable to those in the Lingxi realm. Is there something wrong with my ability? At this moment, Du Chao was somewhat suspicious whether there was something wrong with his body, otherwise how could he see such a ridiculous scene? So, Du Chao activated his special ability and began to move backwards, wanting to watch the battle between Do Yao and Su Yenha from the beginning. At the same time, I also want to check if there is anything wrong with my body or mind. Just when Du Chao was halfway back, Dean Wei's voice came out. No need to go back, just keep playing. Du Chao's body trembled. Are you still going to continue playing the pictures you are showing even though they are all wrong? Ji Churan is Dean Wei's student, and Dean Wei must be aware of his strength. And Dean Wei asked me to continue. Doesn't that mean? Is this true? Is there really someone in the Twilight Realm who can unleash an attack from the spiritual harmony realm? No. Is this scientific? Is this something a human can do? This can't be open. Du Chao suppressed his shock and continued to restore the scene. As the scene continued, Du Chao was completely shocked. He originally thought that Ji Churan's release of dozens of lightning strikes comparable to the Lingxi realm was already his limit, but he never expected it. Ji Churan could actually release dozens of lightning strikes to perform an autopsy. Normal people would throw out an attack when performing an autopsy, the main purpose of which was to check whether the enemy was dead or not. If not, they would continue to attack. After all, you have to save some of your supernatural powers, otherwise if you use all your combat skills to perform an autopsy and the enemy dodges them, won't you be blown up? Therefore, normal people will launch a tentative attack when performing an autopsy. If the enemy does not respond after the tentative attack, they will launch a high-intensity killing move. How can this be called a saturation attack autopsy? Aren't you afraid of running out of energy? However, what Du Chao didn't expect was that Ji Churan's saturation attack was really effective, because Do Yao couldn't dodge at all. He could only endure Ji Churan's dozens of lightning strikes, and then died with hatred. The scene also completely ended after Do Yao died. Du Chao opened his eyes at this time, his eyes wide open, looking at Ji Churan with disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. Dean Wei and Chen Meng smiled when they saw Du Chao's expression. Roar! They both like to see others who have never seen the world. Little did they know that they were no different from Du Chao at the beginning. But this does not stop them from laughing at others. You. Du Chao swallowed his saliva. He had countless questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Ji Churan, but for some reason, he just felt that his mouth was not his zone at this moment. After talking intermittently for a long time, Du Chao finally asked the question he wanted to ask most. Aren't you afraid of running out of energy by fighting like this? Exhaustion of superpowers? Ji Churan tilted his head, thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm scared. Ah, are you afraid that you will still fight like this? Du Chao was very confused. Rather than being afraid of my superpowers running out, I'm more afraid of demons wreaking havoc on our homeland. Ji Churan smiled and said, facing demons, all I can do is fight with all my might. Even if my superpowers are exhausted, I will still fight. After hearing Ji Churan's words, Du Chao was in a trance for a moment. He seemed to see the shadow of a person in Ji Churan, and that person is now the pride of Longyuan Kingdom and the pillar of Longyuan Kingdom. He now has an even more dazzling title. Name is Chief. Du Chao looked at Ji Churan and felt touched. He took a deep breath, bowed slightly to Ji Churan, and said, sorry, I'm old-fashioned. At this time, Du Chao had completely recognized Ji Churan. Not only did he recognize Ji Churan's strength, but he also recognized Ji Churan's spirit. With such spirit, you will definitely succeed. Chen Meng's mouth twitched wildly, and he didn't know what to say as he looked at Du Chao's actions. He dared to bet that what Ji Churan just said was absolutely just a polite remark, because Ji Churan's supernatural powers will never be exhausted. These are just a few dozen lightning strikes. You know, Ji Churan can throw hundreds of lightning strikes in a row without his supernatural power running out. This little pervert is just pretending. The most important thing is that he really pretended to be me. Not only Du Chao was scared by him, but even Su Yanhe was scared by him, because at this moment, the look in Su Yanhe's eyes when he looked at Ji Churan was only one of admiration and respect. The corners of Chen Meng's mouth kept twitching, and he looked at Ji Churan with helpless eyes. Why do I feel so upset when I see this little pervert pretending to be nice? Why is it that this little pervert always gets what he wants, while I always get busted when I try to pretend? This is not fair. Okay, now we have something important to do. Dean Wei said, now we need to find the armored bull that was ripped open by the fighting demon. Then, through the perspective of the iron armored bull, lock onto the strange beast transformed from a pseudo-demon. Although the fake demon may have transformed into something else by now, we still need to investigate to prevent it. Xiao Ji and Xiao Su, you two stay together, and the others will search in different directions. Now, let's go. After Dean Wei finished speaking, Du Chao and Chen Meng nodded, then activated their special powers to soar into the air and fly in the opposite direction. Dean Wei also stood up slowly, and the wind lifted him up and flew to the side. Seeing this, Ji Churan also stood up from the wind chair, patted the corner of his clothes and said with a smile, then let's go too, Senior Su. Su Yanhe stood up from the wind chair, his upper body naked, and carried his halberd on his shoulder. He nodded and said, let's go, Junior Brother Ji. After the two finished reading, they also flew up and flew to the side. Su Yanhe is now in the Lingxi realm and can completely achieve the effect of flying through his supernatural powers. However, he is an enhancement system after all. Even if he is in the Lingxi realm, his speed is still not as fast as Ji Churan, who has SS-level Thunder System supernatural powers. Therefore, in order not to waste time, Ji Churan chose to take Su Yanhe with him during the flight. This also allowed Su Yanhe to once again experience what it meant to be as powerful as thunder. When Ji Churan turned into thunder and flew, Su Yanhe's eyes were dazzled, let alone checking the corpse. Even after Su Yanhe had adapted a little and could see things again, he only saw streaks of water passing by in front of his eyes. I can't see anything at all. Su Yanhe really wanted to tell Ji Churan to fly slower, but because of her own face, she never said it. Helplessly, he could only be caught by Ji Churan and fly in the sky. As for checking the corpse, forget it and leave it to Ji Churan. Su Yanhe felt helpless, thinking back to the time when he was a favored student who dominated the academy, but just over a year later, he was repeatedly beaten down by a new student. Alas, the gap between people is so huge. From the perspective of the demon fighter, the body of the iron armored bull is not far from here, and it can be found by flying around for a distance. As for why we need to look in 4 directions, the main reason is because the direction is uncertain. Because when Do Yao flew towards Su Yanhe, it was flying in a circle. That's right, it's flying in a circle. The fighting monster made it impossible for the group to tell the direction, so they could only use the simplest method and search in all directions. Fortunately, the armored bull's body was found quickly because the distance was not far. It was found by Chen Meng. After finding the body of the armored ox, Chen Meng immediately called Dean Wei and Ji Churan. As for Du Chao, Chen Meng didn't have his ring number, so he could only send the location to Dean Wei and Ji Churan, and then go to the direction where Du Chao had just flown to look for Du Chao himself. After receiving the news, Dean Wei and Ji Churan turned around and flew towards Chen Mengfa's location without any hesitation. To be precise, Ji Churan flew there, while Dean Wei was directly wrapped by a whirlwind, and then appeared at the location where Chen Meng was located the next second. The speed is extremely fast, it can even be said to be teleportation. Not long after Dean Wei arrived at the positioning point, Ji Churan also flew over. After Ji Churan arrived, he first nodded to Dean Wei, and then looked at the ground. Although he was mentally prepared, Ji Churan was still slightly shocked by the scene before him. On the ground, ground, the internal organs of the armored bull were scattered all over the dim dust, and countless pieces of flesh and blood were scattered around like snowflakes. At the same time, there was a lot of blood that had turned black, covering large areas of the ground, making it look extremely disgusting. The body of the armored bull collapsed to the ground, its mouth wide open, its eyes filled with fear and despair, as if it had suffered endless torture. The huge corpse of the armored bull also attracted countless mosquitoes, which frantically sucked the blood of the armored bull that had not completely dried up and devoured the flesh and blood of the armored bull that had already softened. There was also a foul smell in the air that made people want to vomit as soon as they smelled it. Ji Churan, Dean Wei, and Su Yanha all frowned and chose not to speak. They just floated quietly in the sky, waiting for Du Chao and the others to arrive. Soon, two streaks of light flashed in the distance and flew towards Ji Churan and the others. The people who came were Du Chao and Chen Meng. Du Chao arrived at the scene and took a look, but was not surprised, because he had seen more disgusting scenes than this. "Thank you for your help," Dean Wei murmured softly. "No trouble." Du Chao shook his head and flew towards the armored bull on the ground. As Du Chao landed, he released a little of his own pressure. After Du Chao released the pressure, the mosquitoes surrounding the body of the armored bull fled rapidly, as if they had encountered some terrifying natural enemy. After Du Chao released his imposing aura to drive away the mosquitoes, he dug out a piece of flesh from the armored bull without any disgust, then pulled it hard and closed his eyes. As Du Chao released his supernatural powers, a curtain of light appeared again. Ji Churan and others fell from the sky, and then once again sat on the wind chair made by Dean Wei, watching the pictures presented by Du Chao. On the sand dune, the armored bull looked up to the sky and mooed loudly, seeming to be in a good mood. It was obvious that it had just woken up from its sleep. After waking up, he was naturally hungry, so the iron bull stood up and walked towards the place where he usually ate. As the armored bull was moving, it discovered that it had actually met its own kind. That's right, it encountered an armored bull on the road. The iron bull was very happy to see its own kind. It greeted its own kind happily, as if it wanted to make friends with them. The iron armored bull seemed to have received the call and responded with a long moo. When the iron bull saw that his own kind had replied to him, he happily trotted towards them. "I didn't expect that I would meet one of its kind today. I must take it out to eat delicious food." Just as the iron armored bull ran over happily, the other iron armored bull, which it regarded as a member of the same species, suddenly attacked. The iron armored bull suddenly lowered its head and hit the iron armored bull, causing the bull to be overturned instantly by the huge force that the bull could not resist. The iron bull never expected that its fellow would suddenly attack it with such great strength. Before the iron bull could get angry, it felt a sharp pain in its stomach, as if something had broken it open. The next second, the iron bull felt as if something was drilling into its stomach. It wanted to stop it, but it was lying on the ground and had no power to stop it. It could only let the unknown thing drill into its body. When the iron armored bull finally turned over, he found that the previous iron armored bull had disappeared, and all he saw was dust. Before the armored bull could react, it felt a sharp pain in its stomach, as if something was piercing its stomach. The armored bull howled in pain, then rolled on the ground in pain, but this behavior still could not relieve the pain. During this time, it tried to hit the rocks and also tried to use its belly to push the rocks. However, no matter how it tried, the stomach cramps still could not be relieved, and even became worse. This kind of colic causes the armored bull immense pain, and even makes it lose the desire to eat. In this way, the armored bull walked casually while suffering from the colic. It walked and bumped along the way, and tried every way it thought could relieve the pain, but nothing worked. It didn't know where it was going, nor did it know what had entered its stomach. All it knew was that it might die. "I might be in so much pain that I die." In this way, the armored bull was tortured for 3 full days. Finally, on a sunny morning, fatigue, despair, pain and other negative emotions converged in the armored bull. Finally, freed. On the light screen, the last scene of the image was a scene of blood, flesh, and internal organs exploding out of the body. This is the last scene of the picture, and also the last scene of the iron armored bull. It witnessed the last moment of its stomach exploding. However, it never knew until its death what was the thing that caused it to suffer so much pain and even costed its life. It only knows. "Oh, you can have a good rest now." As the scene ended, Du Chao released the flesh in his hand, turned his head to look at Dean Wei and said, "Dean Wei, this is everything restored." Du Chao's mood did not change at all. It was obvious that the life of a strange beast could not cause any emotional fluctuations in him. Similarly, the death of a strange beast would not cause any emotional fluctuations among Ji Churan and others. After all, no less than 10 armored bulls died at the hands of Ji Churan. However, there is indeed some truth to the saying, "Kill but do not abuse." Sometimes, a quick death is much better than a torturous life. After listening to Du Chao's words, Dean Wei stood up and said with a serious expression, Check all the armored bulls and other strange beasts in the strange beast ruins. At the same time, investigate all personnel who have entered or exited the alien beast ruins one by one. We can't let the fake monsters take advantage of any opportunity. Du Chao, you are responsible for this matter." "Yes." Du Chao nodded with a serious expression. He can indeed be held responsible for for this matter, because his identity is not just the dean of the North City Military Academy. As for Chen Meng, take Xiao Ji and Su Yanha back to school. Dean Wei turned his head to glance at Chen Meng and said, Xiao Ji will attend the elite training camp in a few days. This elite training camp has introduced new things, so there can't be any delay. Okay. Chen Meng nodded, then asked doubtfully, that's not right, Dean Wei, aren't you going back with us? Dean Wei rolled his eyes at Chen Meng and said, I'm going to look for Li Yi. Why, do you want to switch with me? Then I'll send Ji Churan and the others back, and you go find Li Yi to investigate this matter? When Chen Meng heard the name Li Yi, his whole body trembled violently. Let him talk to Li Yi? Absolutely impossible. Aha, forget it, forget it. Chen Meng quickly revealed a flattering smile and said with a grin, Master Wei, you should go. You should go. I'm not qualified enough, so I'd better not get involved. You go ahead and do your work. Chen Meng laughed repeatedly, then stealthily moved a few steps towards Ji Churan and the others, and then he grabbed Ji Churan and Su Yanha and ran away with lightning speed. As for saying goodbye, what the hell? Besides, I'm going to see Li Yi later. This Li Yi, I can't see him. Absolutely can't see him. At least, before Ji Churan grows up, he must not be seen. Looking at Chen Meng, who was running for his life, Dean Wei showed a faint smile on his face. You go too. He turned his head to look at Du Chao and said softly. Du Chao saluted and said, then I'll be leaving first, Dean Wei. After saying that, Du Chao floated in the air and flew away. After Du Chao left, Dean Wei was ready to start his own work. He wants to find Li Yi. Dean Wei looked up at the sky with a calm expression. The next second, a breeze began to blow around him. A series of emerald green whirlwinds formed in an instant, floating beside Dean Wei. The whirlwinds slowly wrapped around Dean Wei bit by bit until Dean Wei's figure completely disappeared. After the whirlwind completely enveloped Dean Wei, it slowly dissipated in the air. Disappearing along with it was Dean Wei's figure. On the battlefield of all races, a pitch-black planet is floating quietly in the boundless universe. Depressing and quiet. This pitch-black planet is very special, or to be more precise, its surroundings are very special. There are no stars or even other planets around it. It is the only planet floating there alone, which is very weird. And this planet is the habitat of the Shadow Clan, one of the myriad clans. There was no light on this dark planet, not even a trace of anything emitting light. However, there is life on such a planet. When we focus our attention on the planet, we will find that there are many dark shadows living normal lives on this planet. The black shadows were of strange shapes, some looked like humans, while others looked like other strange creatures. Very unique, but understandable. Above the Shadow Clan planet, in a pitch-black open space, a dozen Shadow Clan members were gathered in a circle, talking about something. Among them, there are several performing Shadow Clan members to liven up the atmosphere. They are all high-end combat forces of the Shadow Clan, and the content of their conversation also concerns the future of the Shadow Clan. Due to the peculiarities of themselves and their planet, they do not have houses, for the Shadow is their home. No house means no meeting room. Whenever they have something to discuss, they will choose an open space to sit around and then start discussing. Simple and crude. However, what is surprising is that among this group of shadow people, there is a creature that is out of place. That's a human. Moreover, Ji Churan was very familiar with this human. It was Li Yi. Li Yi was also seen sitting among the high-end combat forces of the Shadow Clan, chatting happily with several members of the Shadow Clan beside him. Next, there is automatic translation. Li Yi, thank you humans for your help. You humans are our Shadow Clan's eternal friends. A Shadow Clan member sitting next to Li Yi said gratefully, you're welcome one. After all, you have helped us before. Li Yi smiled and replied to the man from the Shadow Clan. Li Yi's special ability is related to darkness, so he can still see things clearly in a dark place. Ha ha. One patted Li Yi's shoulder gently and said, the best thing our Shadow Clan has ever done in our lives was saving you that time. Yes. Li Yi's eyes flickered, and he said with emotion, if it weren't for you, I might have died. Li Yi is very grateful to the Shadow Clan. It's not just because the Shadow Clan saved Li Yi's life, but also because of the help the Shadow Clan gave to Li Yi. The Shadow Clan was born in darkness and integrated into darkness. In terms of attainments in darkness, the Shadow Clan can be said to be the best among all clans. But it is this dark race that is at the bottom among all races. There is only one main reason for this, and that is that there is no one in the Shadow Clan who can truly take the lead. To put it simply, there is no one at the Realm King level in the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan only likes to stay in the dark. They don't like light, not even a trace of light. This also makes them have no intention of aggression, because other races have more or less some light, which they don't like at all. They just like to stay in their own little piece of land. But there is no way. The trend of the battlefield of all races is too big. If they don't invade others, others will choose to invade them. Because the Shadow Clan's planet is special, most of the other races don't have much interest in them, but there is one exception. That is the Light Clan. The Light Clan, as the name suggests, lives on a planet where there is only light. The homeland of the Light Clan is also very special. For some unknown reason, their planet can remain bright for a long time and there is no trace of darkness. The long-lasting light also made the Light Clan extremely disgusted with darkness. They wanted to eliminate all darkness in the world, so they invaded one race after another under the pretext of clearing away all darkness. The Shadow Clan is one of the invaded races, and Li Yi back then was hunted down by the Light Clan. At that time, Li Yi had just stepped into the battlefield of all races. Relying on his special abilities, he assassinated enemies again and again and achieved many successes for the human race. However, because of Li Yi's special abilities, he was targeted by the Light Clan. The Light Clan is determined to eliminate all darkness, and in their eyes, Li Yi's supernatural power is darkness. So, in a battle, a member of the Light Clan at the peak of the transformation realm targeted Li Yi and hunted him down. At that time, Li Yi had just entered the final stage of transformation. How could he possibly be a match for someone at the peak stage of transformation? You know, starting from the soul control realm, every small realm is a chasm that is impossible to cross. Li Yi was also seriously injured in that battle. Fortunately, Li Yi's mental strength was strong, and coupled with the peculiarity of his own abilities, he managed to escape from the hands of this peak transformation level member of the Light Clan. However, after escaping, Li Yi fell into a coma outside the planet where the Shadow Clan was located due to his serious injuries. At first, the Shadow Clan was wary of Li Yi, but when they felt the disgusting breath of the Light Clan on Li Yi's wound, they dispelled their doubts. Later, the upper echelons of the Shadow Clan, namely One, brought Li Yi back to the planet, and their leader, namely Yi, made the decision. As soon as he saw Li Yi, he recognized Li Yi's identity, or to be more precise, recognized Li Yi's race. The reason why he knew the human race was because he had witnessed an unprecedented battle before. That battle, you will never forget. After that, Yi also had some other thoughts. It wants to make friends with humans. There is no other reason. In this battlefield where all races compete for supremacy, the Shadow Clan has no advantage at all. They can only survive by making allies. Now it's just the Light Clan that's eyeing them covetously. But what about the future? What if another race as crazy as the Light race appears in the future? Therefore, Yi planned to use Li Yi as a matchmaker to make friends with the human race. The other members of Shadow Clan had no objection to Knight's plan. Afterwards, the Shadow Clan rescued Li Yi and discovered the specialness of Li Yi's supernatural powers. Because Li Yi's abilities are extremely similar to theirs, and their training methods also have an effect on Li Yi. Therefore, the Shadow Clan passed their training methods to Li Yi and cultivated Li Yi's understanding and application of darkness. This also greatly improved Li Yi's strength, making him an important combat force of the human race. After Li Yi returned to the human land, he also brought the Shadow Clan's words of wanting to make friends with the human race to the chief. After the chief confirmed that the Shadow Clan had no intention of playing any tricks on Li Yi, he agreed to the alliance with the Shadow Clan. As to whether it is a true Iron Alliance, only the chief himself knows. Because the Shadow Clan had no intention of expansion, they completely gave the area around their planet to the human race. The human race did not waste any time and set up a defense line around the Shadow Clan planet far away. Li Yi is also a member of this defense line. To be precise, Li Yi is the commander of this defense line. By the way, Li, to what extent do you control the darkness now? Tu suddenly asked. The people of the Shadow Clan have no names. To be precise, only their leader has a name. Except for Yi, other members of the Shadow Clan are referred to by numbers. The stronger the person, the smaller the number. The one who spoke at this time was the second strongest person in the Shadow Clan besides the leader Yi. I'm gradually becoming proficient in it. Li Yi smiled and said, I believe that soon, I will be able to truly master the darkness. Well, that's good. Tu said with emotion, after all, if you want to enter the realm of heaven and earth, mastering darkness is absolutely indispensable. Call. Suddenly, a faint breeze blew through the clearing. On the blue planet, this breeze is not worth mentioning at all, and no one would even pay attention to it. However, on this Shadow Star, this breeze will make all the members of the Shadow Clan alert, because, on this Shadow Star, there is no wind at all. Who? Number 1 roared suddenly, his whole body emitting a terrifying aura. This momentum instantly erupted in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. The other members of the Shadow Clan also became alert and began to emit their own aura. They do this, firstly, to bring their own condition to its peak, and secondly, to sense the presence of other creatures around them. Li Yi was also shocked by the reaction of one and other members of the Shadow Clan, and immediately stood up and became alert. However, Li Yi also had a slight guess in his mind at this time. Being able to appear here unnoticed and still be related to the trend. Could it be? Ha, you're quite alert. Suddenly, a voice that was extremely familiar to Li Yi slowly came out. Li Yi showed a surprised expression the moment he heard this voice. Mr. Wei? A turquoise whirlwind suddenly emerged in the open space, bringing with it a very faint turquoise light. But even with this tiny glimmer of light, the Shadow Clan felt disgusted. They really hate light. Fortunately, the emerald green whirlwind only appeared for a short while before disappearing. After the whirlwind disappeared, Dean Wei's figure emerged. It's worthy of being the Shadow Star. There's not even a bit of light. Dean Wei only felt a sudden darkness in front of his eyes at this moment, and he couldn't see anything at all. He didn't like this feeling, so Dean Wei activated his special ability and made a slight change in his eyes. Suddenly, a green light appeared in Dean Wei's Wei's eyes. Although the light was very weak, it was particularly bright in this dark place. After seeing this ray of light, one felt very unhappy. It was not unhappy with Dean Wei, but unhappy with the light. However, judging from Li Ye's reaction, Dean Wei must be a human. Their own race has formed an alliance with the human race, so naturally they will not quarrel with the human race over a little light. In addition, when Dean Wei appeared before, one only knew that there were people around, but could not lock the specific location. This also means that Dean Wei's strength is even stronger than one. The combination of several conditions makes it impossible for one to choose to offend President Wei. I'm sorry, strong human, one said at this time. I was rude just now. That's all right. Dean Wei smiled softly and said, after all, I'm here uninvited, so it's normal to be a little cautious. Seeing that Dean Wei did not blame him, one finally breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way. Although they are allied with the human race on the surface, they all know that they are somewhat dependent on the human race. I wonder what brings you to our Shadow Star today, senior human? One asked respectfully, does the front line need our Shadow Clan's help? If it is truly necessary, we can immediately summon our race and contribute our strength to the friendly human race. One's words were sincere. No need to trouble you. Dean Wei waved his hand and explained, I came here today just to ask Li Yi something. Li Yi. Dean Wei turned his head to look at Li Yi and said, follow me. Li Yi nodded upon hearing this and said to the Shadow Clan, everyone, I'm going to talk to Mr. Wei first. We'll get together again when we're free. One nodded and said, okay, you guys go take care of yourselves first. If you need anything, you can come to us and we will do our best to help. Okay. Li Yi nodded, feeling quite touched, and said with a smile, thank you. It's okay. One gently waved his black arm and said, we are eternal allies. Yes. Li Yi nodded heavily, we are eternal allies. After Li Yi finished speaking, two emerald green whirlwinds rose out of nowhere and completely enveloped Dean Wei and Li Yi. The next second, the whirlwind dissipated, and the figures of Li Yi and Dean Wei also completely disappeared from the Shadow Star. At this time, in the outer space of the Shadow Clan, many man-made mechanical spheres and mechanical platforms were floating in the silent universe. This is the defense point created by the human race, and it is also the defense measure they use to resist other races. The mechanical spheres and mechanical platforms are arranged in an alternating manner to form a good defense circle, and at the innermost part of this defense circle, there is a mechanical platform floating there. This is the core point where Li Yi and his team are located, which can also be said to be the command center. At this time, Dean Wei used a whirlwind to bring Li Yi to the outermost edge of the defense line. After all, his tornado is not of the space type. Others think he is teleporting, but in fact he is using speed to achieve the effect of teleportation. There are professional detection machines inside the defense line. Even the space type ability will be detected by the machines, not to mention him, a natural type and wind type ability user. However, since Li Yi is the commander of this line of defense, he naturally has the authority. After the defense machine detected that it was Li Yi, it opened a passage for Li Yi and Dean Wei. The space in front of Dean Wei and Li Yi suddenly began to fluctuate and distort. The next second, a space channel appeared in front of Dean Wei and Li Yi. Without hesitation, the two stepped into the space channel. When they came out of the space channel, they had already arrived at the center of the defense line, which was the central mechanical platform. Li Yi took Dean Wei into a quiet meeting room with ease and made a cup of tea for him. Dean Wei also sat down directly without any hesitation. Mr. Wei, can you tell me what you want to talk to me about? Li Yi also sat down at this time and asked, did something happen in the Beast Ruins? Li Yi has a heavy burden because he is not only the commander of this line of defense, but he also has a position on Blue Star. He is in charge of the personnel who inspect the ruins of strange beasts every week. The ruins of the strange beast number 8. Dean Wei took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice, demons have appeared, and there are even fake demons mixed in. What? Li Yi stood up suddenly and exclaimed, the fake demon actually came out of the crack? Yeah. Dean Wei nodded gently and said in a deep voice, although I don't know how they did it, this is the fact. Has anyone been sent to check the cracks? Li Yi asked hurriedly. Du Chao has already arranged for the guards to check. Dean Wei continued, the most important thing now is to find the trace of that fake monster. It had previously disguised itself as a strange beast and brought 3 beggars and a fighting demon into the strange beast ruins. 3 beggars and a fighting monster? Li Yi widened his eyes and realized the seriousness of the matter. It was already a dereliction of duty for him to have a fake demon sneak into the ruins of the alien beasts, not to mention fighting demons and begging for food. Are they the 3 beggars who caused the beast tide before? Li Yi asked. Yes. Dean Wei nodded and said, from the footage Du Chao reconstructed, the 3 beggars brought in are the ones who caused the beast tide. Du Chao? Li Yi was stunned for a moment and asked, what did he use to restore it? The corpse of the fighting monster. Dean Wei said, Ji Churan killed it. What? Ji Churan is involved in this matter? Li Yi's forehead suddenly broke out in sweat. During the previous martial arts exam, the tide of zombies caused by the 3 beggars had already made him feel the pressure, and now there are fighting monsters and fake monsters. It's bad enough that there are fighting monsters and fake monsters, but now Ji Churan is involved as well. No wonder Dean Wei came to visit. It seems there's something else going on. Li Yi gritted his teeth, knowing that this matter would definitely involve some blood. Judging from Dean Wei's current attitude, Ji Churan's talent and strength should have been recognized by Dean Wei. Oh, what is going on? I came here after receiving compensation for the martial arts exam, and now I need compensation again. And the most important thing is that I have no idea how these monsters got in. Who can I go to for justice? But there was no way. After all, Dean Wei's identity was there, and Li Yi couldn't pretend to know nothing. So Li Yi had no choice but to promise Dean Wei, "Mr. Wei, I will take care of this matter." After saying that, Li Yi gritted his teeth, stood up and walked towards his room. Then he took something out of the room, a palm-sized piece of blood-red steel. This is blood seal steel, which can be used to make A-level combat weapons. Li Yi handed the blood seal steel to Dean Wei and said with some pain, "Churan and I hit it off right away. Please give it to him, Dean Wei." Li Yi bit the meat and muttered with blood dripping in his heart. You know, even he spent a lot of effort to get this piece of blood seal steel. I haven't even had time to build a weapon, but I have to give it away. He. Dean Wei smiled when he saw the blood-sealed steel. He took the blood-sealed steel with ease and said with a smile, "Xiao Li, you are too polite, but I still want to thank you on Xiao Ji's behalf." Dean Wei placed the blood-seal steel into his space ring and said with a smile, "Xiao Ji's current strength is not enough to use an A-level weapon, so I will keep this blood-seal steel for him for now." Okay. Li Yi showed a fake smile and nodded stiffly. Then Mr. Wei, you, it's okay. Dean Wei patted Li Yi's shoulder with a smile and said, "Actually, the main reason I came here today was to chat with you and tell you about the fake monster. Now that our goal has been achieved, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave the rest to you." Li Yi smiled bitterly and nodded. The goal has been achieved. Of course, they stole my blood seal steel, so the goal has been achieved. Li Yi was very helpless, and finally saw Dean Wei turned into a whirlwind and left here. He stood there with a complicated expression, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Suddenly, the door of Li Yi's room was opened. A tall figure in a battle robe walked in and asked with a hint of doubt, "Li Yi, that aura just now, was it Elder Wei?" "Yeah." Li Yi nodded and said helplessly, "It's Mr. Wei." The tall figure was puzzled and asked, "Why did Mr. Wei come to see you? Did something happen?" Li Yi took a deep breath, turned his head to look at the man, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Ren, a future has appeared on Blue Star." What? A cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the mechanical platform outside the Shadow Clan. Inside the mechanical platform, a tall man was looking at Li Yi in disbelief, as if he had just heard earth-shattering news. "Are you sure he learned your energy reshaping in just one try?" the man exclaimed, still a little bit unable to believe his ears. "Yeah." Li Yi nodded. "I only met him once, but that time, he shocked me." The man swallowed and calmed himself down. Based on his understanding of Li Yi, it is impossible for Li Yi to lie about such a thing. In other words, the Ji Churan that Li Yi mentioned is really a pervert. His talent can be said to be unmatched among all his predecessors. Not to mention seeing it, the man had never even heard of such a situation. Learning spiritual combat skills at once, what a joke on the universe. Moreover, the top scorer in the martial arts exam who scored full marks is also a user of thunder-type abilities, and his reserves of these abilities are terrifyingly high. Is this really talking about people? Why does it feel like a joke? The man took a deep breath and didn't know what to say for a moment. He really wanted to meet Ji Churan now and see if Ji Churan was the same as what Li Yi said. However, his identity did not allow him to leave the battlefield privately, so he had to give up this idea. But it's okay. If Ji Churan's talent is the same as what Li Yi said, then it won't be long before he can see Ji Churan on the battlefield of all races. By that time, he will know whether Ji Churan is the future of the human race. Time flies. After Ji Churan came back from North City, he was just about to take a rest, but he was caught by Dean Wei that night. Dean Wei asked him to attend classes these days. To be precise, you must take cultural classes. Ji Churan can skip classes like combat, fighting skills, or training, but he must attend cultural classes. I guess Dean Wei has also discovered Ji Churan's shortcomings at this time. That's cultural slang, very bad. Not to mention guessing the enemy's abilities, Ji Churan still hasn't recognized all the strange beasts. This really gave Ji Churan a hard time. Studying in my previous life was hard enough, and now I have to study again after traveling through time. It's a disaster. Why? Why didn't my predecessor study hard? After integrating his memories, all he had in his mind was delay, and there was no knowledge at all, only postures. Is this what a normal person should think? My previous life didn't study hard, so I ended up having to learn all over again after traveling through time. Fortunately, these days didn't last too long, because the time to join the elite training camp had arrived. On this day, Ji Churan arrived at the gathering point early, but when he arrived, he found that Li Yunxian and others in Chen Meng, who took them to the elite training camp, had been waiting for a long time. Behind them, there was a sharp-winged eagle napping on the ground, so after all this time, he was still the last one. "Are you here?" Chen Meng rolled his eyes at Ji Churan and looked down at his time. "Well, beautiful. We agreed to meet at 9 o'clock, so Ji Churan arrived at 9 o'clock, not a minute more or less." Chen Meng was speechless at this time, but he still didn't say much, because Ji Churan was indeed not late. He. Ji Churan smiled awkwardly and said, "You guys came quite early." Li Yunxian held his forehead helplessly, not knowing what to say. All right. Chen Meng didn't want to delay any longer, so he patted Li Ying's head and said, "All of you come up, we're ready to go." Okay. Everyone nodded and followed Chen Meng. The sharp-winged eagle was also awakened by Chen Meng at this time. It opened its mouth slightly, shook its body, and then spread its wings. At this moment, waves of wind and wind were rolling in all directions. Several people were already accustomed to this kind of scene. They jumped onto the back of the sharp-winged eagle with ease, and then found a comfortable position to sit down. Okay. After seeing everyone seated, Chen Meng patted Li Ying gently and said, "Let's go." The sharp-winged eagle let out a long cry, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Similar scenes to those of Ji Churan and his friends were also happening in other colleges. In the imperial capital University of Supernatural Powers, Zhao Xinyu smiled sweetly as she looked at the three boys in front of her. These three were the new generation of their academy. "Next, you guys have to work hard. This year's training camp is not easy." The three boys nodded heavily, their expressions somewhat serious. Now that we're ready, let's go." Zhao Xinyu chuckled, then led the three boys out of the school. In the Magic City University of Supernatural Powers, Guo Tianlu looked at the two men and one woman in front of him with a serious expression, and cheered them on. "The competition this year is very fierce, and I heard that the training method has also been changed this year, so you will be under a lot of pressure. But it doesn't matter." Guo Tianlu suddenly smiled and said, "Just keep performing. Even if you lose or come in last, you are still the pride of our Magic City Ability University." The three students in front of Guo Tianlu nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, teacher, we will do our best." Okay. Guo Tianlu smiled and said, "Then let's set off." In Zhongzhou Supernatural University, Li Fei looked at the two girls and one boy in front of him with a serious expression. He first looked at the two girls and said sternly, "My expectations of you are not very high." The next second, Li Fei turned his head to look at the boy and said in a very stern tone, "But I will have very high expectations of you." Upon hearing this, the man immediately tensed up and looked a little nervous. "As for what my request is," Li Fei snorted and said, "you'll know later. Now, let's go." After Li Fei finished speaking, a big hole suddenly appeared in the ground where they were, and the three students didn't even have time to react. The three students fell to the ground with a whoosh and then disappeared. In the North City Military Academy, Wang Jiu and three classmates sat on the Fengping bird and gave instructions to the three classmates while they were on their way. At this moment, Wang Jiu didn't look like a teacher, but rather like a mother sending her children on a long journey, nagging a little. The imperial capital, the training ground for the elite training camp. At this time, the elite training camp has gathered many people with special abilities. Most of them are elite training camps where one teacher brings one student to participate. Because of the special nature of the elite training camp, except for the 5 major colleges which have 3 places, the other colleges only have 1 place, so most of them come one-on-one. Since the elite training camp had not yet started, everyone was waiting outside the camp. The students waiting outside had different expressions. Some were full of fighting spirit, some were full of confidence, and some were extremely worried. But no matter what, they are the most talented in their school. In the crowd, a teacher was giving instructions to his students. "You must practice well in there. Not everyone has the opportunity to practice in an elite training camp. Of course, if we can fight for it, then let's fight for it. No matter who your opponent is, as long as you can fight, then fight." In the world of martial arts, success doesn't come from being humble. The student looked serious and nodded heavily. "I understand, teacher. I will definitely work hard." "Yes." The teacher nodded with satisfaction and said, "Ruzi is teachable." Tap tap tap. Suddenly, several heavy footsteps were heard, accompanied by the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. The teachers and students who were still waiting around all looked towards the owner of the footsteps. Following everyone's gaze, you can see Zhao Xinyu leading 3 boys towards the door. At the entrance, there are 5 rest areas specially set up for the 5 major colleges to rest. Although teachers and students from other schools can also take a break, the rest scene is definitely not as good as that of the 5 major colleges. Although everyone was envious of this, no one showed any intention of refuting it. As I said, in the world of martial arts, strength is everything. If they are strong, they can also obtain privileges. Everyone looked at Zhao Xinyu and the others, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and unwillingness. In response to this, Zhao Xinyu and her 3 classmates did not react at all and went straight to the rest area belonging to their Imperial Capital Ability University. Everyone had different expressions, and before they could react, they felt the ground shaking, like an earthquake. The students in the crowd who were experiencing this kind of scene for the first time inevitably looked a little panicked. The teachers, on the other hand, had no expression on their faces and seemed to be used to it, because teachers who often bring students to elite training camps know that when the ground in the elite training camp begins to shake, it means that Li Fei from Zhengzhou Supernatural University has arrived. Sure enough, in the next second, a huge crack appeared in the ground. At the deepest part of the crack, 4 figures jumped out and stood firmly on the ground. With the appearance of 4 figures, the cracked earth miraculously returned to its original state. After Li Fei came to the ground, his expression was serious. He just glanced around calmly, and then without looking back, he took his students to the rest area of his academy. Like the Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Powers, they had no interest in the teachers and students around them. That's too contemptuous of me. Suddenly, a student in the crowd muttered something in a low voice. The teacher beside him sighed and said softly, "Alas, child, you have to get used to it. This is how the martial arts world works. If you don't have the strength, then others will have no reason to respect you. The strong prey on the weak. That is the truth of the martial arts world." The teacher looked up at the sky and said with emotion, "Just like all the other races, when we were weak, they killed, injured, robbed, and committed all sorts of evil against us. But when we became strong, they would weigh the pros and cons and not want to be exploited by others. This is true for all races, and it is also true for us humans. If one day you become so powerful that everyone respects you, and seeing you is like seeing a god, then you will have truly succeeded." The student's eyes flashed, as if a fighting spirit was bursting out. "Die, teacher. I will definitely become someone respected by others. I will prove to others that I, Hai Wenbin, am no worse than others." The teacher's eyes flickered as he looked at Hai Wenbin meaningfully. When he was young, he was just like Hai Wenbin, full of fighting spirit and determined to carve out a place for himself in the field of foreign martial arts. However, ideals are just ideals after all, and reality will only give him a heavy blow. In the field of strange martial arts, he has seen too many monsters and too many geniuses. However, even those monsters and geniuses he saw at that time, they still had to respect that person as a genius. He still remembers that the genius who defeated him with one move was finally defeated by that genius with just one finger. The huge gap almost made him unable to recover. And now, isn't it the same as their era? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a few waves passed by, once again attracting the attention of the people who were resting. When they turned around, they saw Guo Tianlu arriving at the scene with students from his college. Just like the previous 2 academies, Guo Tianlu did not hesitate at all after arriving at the scene, and directly took his students to the rest area representing the Magic City Supernatural University. Shortly after Guo Tianlu left, 2 bird calls were heard in the sky. Everyone looked up again and saw 2 flying monsters in the sky, the sharp-winged eagle and the wind-blown roc. Looking at this iconic beast, everyone knew the identity of the visitor. Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities in Beicheng Military Academy. As expected, after the sharp-winged eagle and the wind-ping bird landed, the leading teachers and students of the 2 academies jumped down one after another. Chen Meng looked at Wang Jiao with a smile, as if they hadn't seen each other for decades. He put his arm around Wang Jiao's shoulder and said with a smile, "Oh my, isn't this Wang Jiao? What a coincidence, we arrived at the same time." Wang Jiao smiled and replied, "It's quite a coincidence. Maybe I didn't read the almanac correctly this morning." Chen Meng's expression froze when he heard this. "What are you talking about? You don't want to see me and Ji Churen, right?" Wang Jiao immediately waved his hand upon hearing this. No. Before Chen Meng's expression changed, Wang Jiao continued, "I just simply don't want to see you. I prefer meeting classmate Ji." Chen Meng froze when he heard this. The next second, an unstoppable laugh suddenly broke out. Hearing the familiar laughter, Chen Meng's face turned red. He turned his head and shouted, "Little Ji Churen, you actually laughed at me." No. Ji Churen smiled and waved his hands, saying, "I'm not laughing at you, old Chen. I just thought of something happy." Upon hearing this, Chen Meng helplessly held his forehead and decided not to argue with Ji Churen. Chen Meng turned his head slightly, looked at the 3 students behind Wang Jiao, and asked, "Is this the student you brought to the elite training camp this year?" "Yes." Wang Jiao slightly turned his body to avoid blocking his students, and said at the same time, "They are our best students this year." "Oh?" Chen Meng looked at the 3 students and asked with a smile, "Would you please introduce yourself to me?" The 3 students did not respond immediately, but looked at their teacher, Wang Jiao. After getting Wang Jiao's affirmative nod, they began to introduce themselves to Chen Meng. The first one was the tallest and most muscular of the 3 students, whose stature was almost as tall as Chen Meng. He took a step forward and said, "Hello, teacher. My name is Chen Pijuan, and I have an A-level enhancement ability." As Chen Pijuan walked forward, the 2 classmates behind him also said their names. "Hello, teacher. My name is Fan Tian, and I have an A-level beast taming ability." "Hello, teacher. My name is Feng Huayu, and I have an A-level beast taming ability." Fan Tian is a male, and Feng Huayu is a female. After hearing several people's self-introductions, Chen Meng nodded slowly. As expected of the North City Military Academy, there are many students in the beast taming department. After they introduced themselves, it was Ji Churen and the others' turn. Chen Meng turned slightly sideways and said with a smile, "Come on, Churen, it's your turn." Ji Churen smiled bitterly and suddenly started introducing himself. Am I not following the channel? But there's no way around it. Everyone has introduced themselves, so I can't just say nothing. Just as Ji Churan was about to step forward to introduce himself, Chen Pejuan suddenly said, "No need, we all know Ji Churan, no need to introduce him further." Chen Meng was slightly stunned, looked at Chen Pejuan, and met Chen Pejuan's firm eyes. He saw the desire to fight in Chen Pejuan's eyes. Hey, does this kid regard Ji Churan as his opponent? Hiss, are you really not afraid of being hit? Others may not know, but Chen Meng knows it very well. This little pervert Ji Churan is now at the peak of the Twilight Realm. His strength is even comparable to that of the Lingxi realm. Chen Pejuan's current strength is only at the peak of the spiritual perception realm, and there is no way he can defeat Ji Churan. If you consider Ji Churan as your opponent, then that is really. Chen Meng didn't say anything, and didn't know what to say. He could only silently cheer Chen Pejuan up in his heart. As for the rest, sorry, he was powerless to do anything. Ji Churan, who was standing by, thought, hey, no need to introduce yourself, that's great. He really didn't want to introduce himself. After hearing that there was no need to introduce himself, Ji Churan took a step back and handed the stage to Li Yunxian and others. Li Yunxian and others were quite helpless and had to introduce themselves one by one. After both parties introduced themselves, they got to know each other. Several people followed Chen Meng and Wang Jiu to the rest area of their academy, waiting for the elite training camp to begin. At the same time, inside the elite training camp, several men were sitting and discussing while watching the surveillance footage outside the camp. One of the men said with emotion, "This year's new generation is quite impressive. Ji Churan, the S-level martial arts exam champion with a perfect score, and Chu Choyun, an SS-level special ability user, are not simple characters." The other man nodded and agreed. Indeed, the freshmen this year are even more intense than last year, and the training methods have also been reformed this year, so we are under greater pressure. After hearing the man's words, everyone present couldn't help but nodded. At this time, a tall man asked a question. "By the way, does this machine really work? Will there be any problems?" As soon as the tall man finished speaking, a handsome man in a white robe and gold-rimmed glasses explained, "Don't worry, this virtual device was first developed by the doctor. All functions have been perfected and have been tested by humans. There won't be any problems." The tall man said nothing more after hearing this, nodded and said. At this time, a middle-aged man sitting on a chair looked at the time and then said softly, "It's time for the training camp to begin." Clang! Hey, it's starting! At this moment, the gate of the elite training camp suddenly made a sound and slowly opened. Many students looked towards the gate, their eyes full of anticipation. When the teachers saw the gate open, they patted their students gently, signaling them to enter the elite training camp for training. The students nodded and said goodbye to their teachers before entering the elite training camp. In the exclusive rest area of Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers, Chen Meng's ears moved slightly, and he said softly, "The door is open." Ji Churan looked outside and saw many classmates entering the elite training camp one after another. He said, "Yeah, the door's open. Go ahead." Chen Meng lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Go and let those guys see your strength." Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, and others smiled when they heard this, and then said. Several people stood up, said goodbye to Chen Meng, and walked towards the elite training camp. Chen Meng looked at the backs of several people, his eyes flickering, making it impossible to tell what they were thinking. At this time, above the sky of the elite training camp, Dean Wei was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the backs of Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, and others. A kind smile appeared on his face, and his thoughts gradually drifted away. As the new generation becomes stronger, the human race will become more prosperous. The new generation will lead a new world and make the new world more prosperous. Young generation, come on, the pressure on you is not small. All we can do for you now is pave the way. As soon as Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, and others entered the gate of the elite training camp, they were shocked by the scene before them. What they saw at this moment was a breathtaking dragon statue. The statue is pitch black, like a ghost in the night, exuding a deep and mysterious atmosphere. It is perched on a huge pillar in an extremely realistic posture, as if it may take off into the sky at any time. Looking closely at the black dragon, the scales on its body are clearly visible, each of which is gleaming with a faint light, like stars inlaid in it. The sharp claws grasped the pillar tightly, as if to tear the giant pillar apart. The ferocious dragon head was raised high, its bloody mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs, which made people shudder. Those eyes were even more piercing, revealing a sense of majesty and dominance, as if they could see through everything. TSK, this sculpture is truly majestic. It was the first time that Li Yunxian had seen such a lifelike sculpture. He couldn't help but sigh. I just wonder which senior carved it. Why? Ji Churan chuckled and asked, do you want someone to carve one for you too? Li Yunxian smiled sheepishly and said, actually, I have something I'd like to find a senior who's proficient in carving willing to help me carve. Ji Churan was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Yunxian actually wanted to carve something. Li Yunxuan's words aroused Ji Churan's curiosity, and Ji Churan couldn't help but ask again, "Can you tell me what it is?" Li Yunxian smiled and shook his head, saying mysteriously, "This is a secret." Seeing this, Ji Churan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at the dragon sculpture and continued walking forward. Since the elite training camp has just opened, they need to go to the registration office to collect their accommodation keys for easy accommodation. The elite training camp lasts for a total of 2 months. After the training, there will be a national competition. During the training period, they will stay in the training camp according to the requirements of the training camp and are not allowed to go out without special circumstances. Just when Ji Churan and others came to the registration office to collect the keys, a slightly familiar voice made Ji Churan slightly stunned. "Hey, brother Ji." Ji Churan heard a voice as soon as he got the key. He turned his head in confusion, wanting to see who was calling him. When Ji Churan turned his head, he saw 2 familiar figures, and these familiar figures were none other than Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing, with whom he had encountered during the martial arts exam. Lin Yifeng was wearing a green robe and holding a folding fan, with a gentle smile on his face, while Li Tianqing was wearing a white robe, with a long sword hanging from his waist and a look of indifference on his face. The two of them are almost the same as they were during the martial arts exam, with not much change. The only change may be their aura. Compared to when they took the martial arts exam, the two of them were indeed much more powerful. However, what caught Ji Churan's attention was the person between the two. Standing between Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing was a gentleman wearing a blue-black robe with many strange symbols on it and with light blue hair. The man looked at Ji Churan and smiled slightly, then stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Hello Ji Churan, my name is Chu Choyun." Although Ji Churan was a little confused, he still stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Chu Choyun, and said. Ji Churan's hand and Chu Choyun's hand were clasped together. As soon as they shook hands, Ji Churan realized something was wrong. Because he had just shaken hands with Chu Choyun's face turned pale. This surprised Ji Churan a little. Why did this person's face turn pale just after shaking hands? At this moment, Chu Choyun's expression changed and she loosened her handshake with Ji Churan. He was sweating slightly on his head and looked at Ji Churan in surprise, as if he was looking at something wrong. But he soon came back to his senses, revealed a faint smile, and said, "Although this is the first time I meet you, I have heard your name several times from Tianqing and Yifeng." "Ha ha." Ji Churan smiled slightly and said modestly, "Then I am really flattered. I hope we can get along well during this training camp." Chu Choyun said with a smile again, "We definitely will." Ji Churan replied with a chuckle. After saying that, Ji Churan put away the key and walked away. Li Yunxian and others also followed Ji Churan's steps and walked towards the dormitory. However, Li Yunxian and Li Hang stopped when they passed by Li Tianqing. Li Yunxian looked at Li Tianqing with his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he still didn't speak, but left here with a strange expression. Li Hang glared at Li Tianqing fiercely, then followed Li Yunxian and left. Li Tianqing naturally noticed this scene, but he did not say anything. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and then released his fists. Lin Yifeng, Li Tianqing's good brother, sighed slightly, patted Li Tianqing's shoulder gently without saying anything. Chu Choyun, who was in the middle of the two, looked at Ji Churan's back meaningfully, and no one knew what she was thinking. Ji Churan was following the staff to his dormitory. During this time, Shi Honghu raised his own questions. "Is that Chu Choyun the one who awakened the SS-level superpower?" "That should be the case." Ji Churan nodded, playing with the key in his hand, and said, "Didn't it report before that the SS-level psychic who awakened entered the Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Powers?" Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing are also from the Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Powers. The only person who can attend the elite training camp with them is the one who has awakened SS-level supernatural powers, Chu Choyun. "I just don't know what Chu Choyun's special ability is." Ji Churan spoke as he walked, his tone very casual. For Ji Churan, what's the big deal about being at SS level? He wasn't afraid when he was at S level, let alone being at SS level now. "No matter what special abilities you have, when we meet, I'll just hit you with 2 Raikiri shots and that's it." After hearing this, Shi Honghu stopped talking and fell silent, as if he had something on his mind. Li Yunxian and Li Hang have been silent since they got the keys, without saying a word. "Yunxian, what's wrong with you?" Ji Churan noticed that something was wrong with Li Yunxian, so he asked. After hearing Ji Churan's voice, Li Yunxian trembled all over like a frightened rabbit and came back to his senses. "No, nothing." Li Yunxian had just finished speaking when he met Ji Churan's suspicious gaze. Helplessly, Li Yunxian had to say again, "I was just thinking about one thing, an important thing." Although Ji Churan was full of doubts, he did not ask any more questions. Sometimes, if others are willing to talk, you can listen. If others are unwilling to talk, you're asking too many questions will only make them feel disgusted. "You are right, my friend." Chu Choyun and the others also followed the staff to their dormitories. On the way, Lin Yifeng gently waved his folding fan and asked with a smile, "How about it, Choyun? Did brother Ji Ji surprise you? Yes. Chu Choyun did not choose to hide it but expressed her feelings. I can't see through him, but I can feel the power contained in him. That kind of power is not possessed by ordinary psychics. He is very strong. It's just. Chu Choyun paused, then smiled, and said, he doesn't seem to be very sensitive to time. Could it be? Lin Yifeng's pupil shrank, and he looked at Chu Choyun and said, you just. Yeah. Chu Choyun nodded and said without hiding anything, I just accelerated myself. But Ji Churan didn't react at all. At first I thought maybe he wasn't paying attention to me, so I changed my mind later. Chu Choyun turned her head slightly, looked at Lin Yifeng solemnly, and said, I accelerated Ji Churan. This. Lin Yifeng was a little surprised and asked quickly, even in this situation, Brother Ji didn't react? Yes, but also no. Chu Choyun said, what do you mean? Lin Yifeng asked quickly. Ji Churan didn't react. Chu Choyun's face was heavy and his tone became more serious, but his body did react. I can feel that when I'm speeding him up, his aura has become even stronger, and most importantly, Chu Choyun looked at his right hand and said in a deep voice, in that instant, I lost 2/3 of my supernatural power. Hearing this, Lin Yifeng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in disbelief, 2/3 were lost in an instant. This. It's no wonder that Lin Yifeng was so shocked, because Chu Choyun's ability is very special. It is an SS-level special ability time flow, which can accelerate and decelerate its own time, and can also accelerate or decelerate the person it locks on. Crackle. This kind of acceleration and deceleration is not ordinary. Let's take the simplest example to illustrate it. The psychics who are accelerated by Chu Choyun will also be accelerated when practicing. In other words, as long as Chu Choyun is strong enough, he can speed up his own time and make it faster than others. What takes others 1 minute to practice is 2 minutes for Chu Choyun. If the speed is accelerated even more, it can even reach 10 minutes. Its ability is very abnormal. In the past, when Chu Choyun used her supernatural powers on him and Li Tianqing at twice the speed, they could last for 7 to 8 minutes, making their speed twice that of others. But once it acted on Ji Churan, 2/3 of it was consumed in an instant. How could this not be shocking? His strength may have surpassed ours. Chu Choyun said in a deep voice. Choyun, you. Lin Yifeng wanted to say something at this time, but after thinking about it, he closed his mouth again. Saying something like that before the fight actually starts will more or less affect the mood. Let's just forget it. Ring, ring, ring. Get up. Everyone, get up. A day's plan begins in the morning. Children, it's time to get up and practice. Don't wait until others surpass you to feel sad, and don't wait until others defeat you to feel hurt. If you don't work hard now, you will only be weaker than others in the future. Early in the morning, a series of shrill bells mixed with the instructor's strong voice rang throughout the dormitory area. All the students were woken up by the noisy sounds, including Ji Churan. Ji Churan sat up from the bed weakly at this time, his face full of helplessness. No way, buddy, why didn't anyone tell me that I had to get up at 6 o'clock for this training camp? Although Ji Churan's current level has enabled him to remain energetic even without sleeping for a long time, sleeping is so comfortable that he can't help it. Ji Churan looked around and found that Li Yunxian and others had already started putting on their clothes. Wow, that's really fast. Thinking of this, Ji Churan immediately got up, waved his right hand, and a set of pitch-black battle robe appeared on Ji Churan's body. Directly skipped the dressing step. You have 1 minute to get to the playground. If you don't, you will suffer the consequences. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, a series of ah sounds were heard, but these sounds were quickly retorted by the instructor. Oh shit, you still have 50 seconds. No one said anything more about this. They all put on their clothes and started running. The same is true for Li Yunxian and others. Ji Churan shook his head slightly and slowly walked out of his dormitory. As soon as he left the dormitory, he looked at Chu Choyun who came out from the opposite door. Ji Churan was stunned and asked, aren't you in a hurry? Chu Choyun smiled slightly and said, aren't you in a hurry? Ji Churan and Chu Choyun suddenly reached some kind of consensus and slowly walked out of the dormitory building. You have 20 seconds. The instructor's voice sounded again. Ji Churan turned his head to look at Chu Choyun and said with a smile, I'll go first. Chu Choyun nodded. The next second, Ji Churan turned into a bolt of lightning and flew to the playground with a crackling sound. All the running students noticed this scene, and at this moment they remembered that they could use their superpowers. So, the journey from the dormitory building to the playground began to become strange. Along the way, some people with wind-type abilities swept their roommates and ran, some people with fire-type abilities turned into firemen and ran howling, and some rode their own beasts and rushed to the playground. In short, they used everything they could to hurry on their way, and the scene was both chaotic and somewhat strange. After Ji Churan arrived at the playground, he found that the students who had left early were already standing there waiting. Li Yunxian and others were also standing in a place waiting for Ji Churan. Li Yunxian noticed Ji Churan's figure, so he raised his hand and shouted, Chu Rin, here. Ji Churan also noticed Li Yunxian at this time. He walked towards Li Yunxian and the others, while looking back. He wanted to see how Chu Choyun would get to the playground. At the same time, he was also curious about what Chu Choyun's SS level ability was. Ji Churan looked back, and the next second, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his sight. Chu Choyun didn't know what was going on, but she teleported to the playground in an instant with a slight smile on her face. Ji Churan was a little surprised, wondering what kind of supernatural power could allow Chu Choyun to reach the playground in an instant. Was it space-related? Ji Churan was very confused, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that Chu Choyun's face was a little pale. Chu Choyun also noticed Ji Churan's gaze at this time. He smiled slightly at Ji Churan, then turned and walked towards Lin Yifeng and Li Tianqing. Seeing this, Ji Churan no longer paid any attention and stood beside Li Yunxian and others. Although we can't guess it now, we will definitely know what Chu Choyun's special ability is later. At this moment, on the high platform in the playground, a tall man in a black and green robe pressed the stopwatch in his hand. Then he raised his eyes and glanced at everyone present. As the tall man's gaze swept across the field, everyone on the playground felt a strong sense of oppression, as if there was endless momentum in the tall man's eyes. Ji Churan also felt this inexplicable sense of oppression, but it did not have much impact on him. The tall man glanced at everyone one by one, focusing his gaze on Chu Choyun and Ji Churan. After all, these two were not simple people. One who awakened an S-level superpower and also won the first place in the martial arts exam, there is no doubt that he has talent. The other one has awakened SS-level superpowers. Although he has not yet fully demonstrated his strength, his talent is definitely top-notch. With two top talents participating in the training camp, coupled with the reforms to the training camp this year, the pressure on him is quite heavy. The tall man narrowed his eyes, opened his lips, and a loud voice came out of his mouth. Very good, very good. No one exceeded the allotted time. Judging from this, you are much better than the last class. The students on the playground couldn't help but feel happy after hearing what the tall man said. First, let me introduce myself. The tall man put his hands behind his back, his eyes staring at everyone like an eagle, and said, in a loud voice, my name is Zhong Ju, and I am the chief instructor of your training camp. You can call me Instructor Zhong. I know that you are all the most outstanding students in your school. I also know that you are very talented. There are even some S-level or even SS-level psychics among you. But, when it comes to me, everyone is equal. All rules must be strictly enforced. If violated, the consequences will be at your own risk. Did you understand everything? Zhong Ju roared angrily, staring at everyone with his eyes, making the students on the playground feel their scalps tingling. I understand. The students shouted. Didn't you eat? Zhong Ju roared. I understand. Very good. The voice, huh? Zhong Ju was about to praise when he heard something wrong. Who was right just now? Zhong Ju roared with a red face. He scanned everyone with his eyes and found that no one dared to admit it, so he roared again. Who said that just now? You dare not admit it? Ji Churan was a little curious at this time, wondering who was so brave to go straight ahead at this time. This shows that you are really not afraid of being punished. Chu Choyun also looked around curiously, wanting to see which warrior had done this. You don't admit it? Zhong Ju sneered and shouted. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the training camp. We can see your every move. Do you think you'll be safe if you hide now? I'm telling you, it's impossible. If you let me check the surveillance footage later and find out, hee. After hearing Zhong Ju's words, everyone had different expressions and the atmosphere became strangely quiet for a moment. Zhong Ju also stood with his hands behind his back, staring at everyone without saying a word, as if he was giving that classmate one last chance. Cuckoo guzzle. At this moment, a sound of stomach growling was heard, which was particularly obvious in this quiet atmosphere. Everyone looked at that person, and that person blushed, raised his hand tremblingly, and said awkwardly, Instructor, I really didn't eat. Zhong Ju narrowed his eyes, looked at the man, and did not speak immediately. At this time, Ji Churan also saw this classmate and looked a little surprised, because he had seen this classmate before. It was Zhou Zimo whom he met during the martial arts exam. I didn't expect Zhou Zimo to represent the school in the elite training camp. Doesn't he have C-level abilities? Zhong Ju narrowed his eyes, jumped down from the platform, and slowly walked in front of Zhou Zimo. Zhong Ju was a head taller than Zhou Zimo, so when he came in front of Zhou Zimo, he slowly lowered his head and looked down at Zhou Zimo. Zhou Zimo swallowed and didn't dare to look up. He didn't know what happened to him just now. He replied subconsciously, which made him feel very embarrassed. Raise your head, Zhong Ju said coldly. Zhou Zimo swallowed, his eyes rolled wildly, and he raised his head stiffly. But I don't know if it was because Zhong Ju's aura was too strong, or Zhou Zimo was really scared. After Zhou Zimo raised his head, he closed his eyes and didn't dare to look at Zhong Ju at all. Open your eyes, Zhong Ju said coldly. You dare not take responsibility for what you did? Are you a woman? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zimo gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, and looked at Zhong Ju. What kind of eyes are these? Zhou Zimo was trembling all over at this time, and his eyes showed fear when he looked at Zhong Ju, because Zhong Ju's eyes were too terrifying, even more terrifying than some ferocious beasts. It seemed as if in Zhong Ju's eyes, he had no secrets at all, and his whole body was as if stripped naked, allowing Zhong Ju to scan him. Gurgle. Zhou Zimo swallowed hard, then collapsed to the ground with a look of horror. Zhong Ju still looked down at Joe Zemo, his eyes slightly narrowed, and then he snorted coldly and said, "This won't happen again." After saying that, Jong-ju turned and walked towards the platform. He did not make things difficult for Joe Zemo because he saw inside Joe Zemo's body that Joe Zemo was indeed very hungry at this moment, as if he had not eaten for more than a week. After Jong-ju left, Joe Zemo instantly deflated. Sweat kept dripping down from his forehead, and even his back was soaked with sweat. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and his mood did not calm down for a long time. Ji Churan was also a little surprised after seeing this scene. Instructor Jones' special ability must be extraordinary. Jong-ju returned to the podium and said loudly to the people below, "Alright, now everyone, get ready. Morning practice is about to begin." Hearing this, everyone perked up. Joe Zemo was also helped up by several classmates around him. He took deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. "I'm sure some of you have heard about it," Jong-ju said with his hands behind his back. "There have been reforms in this year's training camp. As for the content of the reform, do you know?" The students shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Some of them didn't even know that the training camp had been reformed this year. "It's okay, you'll know soon." Jong-ju showed a mysterious smile, slowly turned around, and said loudly, "Next, follow me, we're going to the Science and Technology building." Then, Jong-ju jumped off the platform and walked towards a building in front of him that looked very technological. The classmates looked at each other, and finally they all caught up with Jong-ju's pace. The playground was not far from the Science and Technology building, and everyone arrived there quickly. The students looked at this high-tech building with a look of surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Even Ji Churan was surprised. It was the first time he saw such a magnificent building. The building is blue all over, with many black and white lines on it, and blue light beams constantly flowing through the lines, making it look very technological. There are also several strange-looking rocks floating outside the building, and it is not clear what they are used for. Even the gate is different. The gate of the Science and Technology building is blue-black in color, with many flowing lines shining on it. As Jong-ju approached, the gate gradually became blurred and then disappeared from its original position, revealing the scene inside the building. The students followed Jong-ju into the building and were once again shocked by what was inside. The interior decoration of the building is blue and white, with a futuristic mecha placed in the middle. To their right is a blue and white dome, and to their left is a blue and black dome. In front of them was a straight passage with many closed doors on both sides of the passage. What you're looking at now is the interior of the Science and Technology building. Jong-ju began to introduce the interior to the students. To your right is the round platform elevator. That goes up to the upper part of the Science and Technology building, and to your left is the round platform elevator that goes down to the lower part of the Science and Technology building. Currently, you don't have permission to use the round platform elevator, so you don't have to worry too much. You are currently restricted to the first floor of the Science and Technology building. Now, I will take you to the training ground. After Jong-ju finished speaking, he led his classmates towards the passage ahead. Ji Churan and others also looked at the circular elevator curiously, and then followed Jong-ju to the passage. When they arrived at the first room in the corridor, Jong-ju opened the room for everyone. The room was emitting a blue and white light, and there were 4 rectangular unidentified objects inside. Ji Churan was very familiar with this rectangular unidentified object. It was the virtual warehouse that Ji Churan had experienced in the training room at school before. These 4 are virtual warehouses. Jong-ju pointed at the 4 virtual warehouses and said, "Some of you should have experienced virtual warehouses and learned about them, so you should know how to use them. If you don't know how to use it, you can follow the instructions later or ask someone who teaches you how to use it. Now, I will focus on telling you what you need to do after using the virtual warehouse. First, the virtual warehouse has 5 functions, namely." Jong-ju explained the functions of the virtual warehouse to everyone one by one. What he said was almost the same as the functions in Ji Churan's memory. However, the only difference is the multiplayer battle. Finally, it's the multiplayer mode. Jong-ju said, "If I'm not mistaken, the virtual warehouse you used before shouldn't have opened the multiplayer mode." As Jong-ju spoke, he turned his gaze to everyone. Of course, his focus was still on Ji Churan, Chu Choyun, and others. Ji Churan and others nodded unconsciously when they heard this, because they had discovered when using the virtual warehouse that multiplayer duels were not open. But here, it's different. Jong-ju grinned and said, "Here, the multiplayer duel has already begun. In other words, in the next 2 months, you will be in the virtual warehouse to have a battle of life and death." Jong-ju grinned and continued to introduce the functions to everyone. In the virtual warehouse, you don't have to worry about dying. You can unleash your abilities and demonstrate your strength. In battle, you all have only one goal: kill the opponent. No matter what method you use, no matter what dirty tricks you use, as long as you can kill the opponent, it's a good trick. So, be prepared, everyone. In the next 2 months, you will no longer be friends or classmates, but enemies. This is an enemy we'll fight to the death with once we meet. Jong-ju's words echoed in the ears of all the students, shocking everyone. Is this reform? The classmates looked at each other, and for a moment no one could could react. After all, they were classmates and peers 1 second and became mortal enemies the next. No matter who it is, it would be difficult for them to react to such a thing. However, Jong-ju did not give the students much time to prepare. He just waved his hand and a list appeared in his hand. Now, those whose names I call out will go to their corresponding rooms to use the virtual warehouse. Room 1, Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, Shi Honghu, Li Hang. Room 2, Chu Choyun, Lin Yifeng, Li Tianqing, Chen Pujuan. Room 3, Jong-ju read out the names of his classmates and their rooms one by one. Since each room only had 4 virtual warehouses, 4 students entered the room in a group. According to convention, Ji Churan and his classmates should also share a room with a classmate from another school. However, thanks to Dean Wei's operation, they had one more place, making it 4, so naturally, the 4 of them were in the same room. After Jong-ju finished reading out everyone's room numbers, he asked the students to enter the room and prepare to start virtual practice. Ji Churan and others also went to the corresponding room to use the virtual warehouse. Ji Churan and the other 3 had all used the virtual warehouse at school, so they were not unfamiliar with its use. They skillfully connected the virtual warehouse's robotic arm to their bodies and then started the virtual warehouse. After a dizzy moment, they arrived at the preparation interface of the virtual space. Only the preparation interface is different this time. In the past, they were the only ones in their preparation interface, but this time, there were many people on their preparation interface. Ji Churan looked around and found that not only Li Yunxian and others were standing beside him, but also Chu Choyun and others. The students who are proficient in the virtual warehouse have already entered the virtual warehouse and are in the same preparation interface as Ji Churan and others. Chu Choyun looked around with some curiosity in her eyes. I didn't expect that the preparation interface can be communicated with others. It's quite interesting. Yeah. Lin Yifeng also looked around with a smile and said, I used to think that only one person could prepare the interface. Perhaps the virtual warehouse we're using at school is just a preview product. Chu Choyun looked around again and expressed his guess. And the virtual warehouse in the training camp is the official version. After all, didn't instructor Zhong just say that these virtual warehouses have opened a multiplayer mode? I think you are right. Lin Yifeng nodded, feeling that there was nothing wrong with what Chu Choyun said. While Chu Choyun and Lin Yifeng were talking, Chen Pujuan began to look at his body. Chen Pujuan is tall and sturdy, with muscles all over his body. From a distance, he looks like a giant bear. He is only slightly smaller than Chen Meng. He first touched his arm, then pounded his chest with his hand. Bang bang. As 2 muffled sounds were heard, Chen Pujuan frowned slightly. It feels so real, like entering a new world. This is what Chen Pujuan felt in his heart. He had never experienced the virtual warehouse when he was in school, and just practiced in the practice room. The reason why he was able to enter the virtual world so quickly was because of Lin Yifeng's friendly help. At this time, Ji Churan also looked in the direction of Chu Choyun and the others, thinking about something in his heart. As time passed, more and more students entered the virtual space. They looked at this virtual space curiously, their eyes full of curiosity and expectation. As they were looking on with curiosity and expectation, Jong-ju's figure suddenly appeared in the virtual space. When Jong-ju appeared, the students were all startled and quickly stood up and looked at Jong-ju. There was no way, the pressure from Jong-ju was too great. Jong-ju glanced at everyone lightly and nodded slightly. Very good, everyone is here. After making sure no one was left behind, Jong-ju said loudly, Alright, everyone, be quiet. Jong-ju shouted, and then continued, Now, you are in the preparation interface of the virtual space. You only need to silently recite the option in your mind, and 5 mode selections will appear. You can try it now, but remember, you are not allowed to click on the mode without my permission. As soon as Jong-ju finished speaking, many students who had never entered a virtual scene began to experiment. As their minds moved slightly, 5 mode option interfaces that could only be seen by themselves emerged. Such a magical scene surprised them very much. Oh my god, it really exists. This is amazing. This is the elite training camp. It's full of things we haven't seen before. The students were talking about it, and it was obvious that they were very surprised by this virtual mode. However, Ji Churan and others did not react at all because they were already accustomed to virtual space training. It's amazing, right? Jong-ju showed a mysterious smile and asked everyone. Everyone nodded and said affirmatively, amazing. Ji Churan didn't answer because he found something was missing. Where is my own virtual elf Gooden? Will the virtual elf also change after changing the virtual warehouse? But it seems so. After all, Gooden is a virtual elf in his school, so it is normal that he is not here. It's just a pity that without Gooden's virtual scene, it still lacks some flavor. I miss you, Gooden. Now, I need everyone to click on a mode together. Jong-ju raised the corner of his mouth and said loudly to everyone, please, everyone, click on the multiplayer mode together. As Jong-ju finished speaking, the students clicked on the multiplayer mode one after another. As the students clicked, the 2 patterns emerged again. Heads up mode, leaderboard, team mode, standards. Do you see the 2 modes in front of you? Jong-ju asked at this time. I saw it, the students replied. Now, let me introduce these 2 modes to you in detail. Zhongju raised the corner of his mouth and said, Single duel mode, as the name suggests, is a one-on-one duel. When you choose single duel mode, the system will match you with a corresponding classmate for a duel. In single combat mode, there are no rules, only how to kill your opponent. No matter what dirty tricks you use, or what methods you use, as long as it can kill the opponent, it is a good move. As for the group mode, there is something to discuss. Zhongju continued. The team mode is divided into several major sections, and it is more complicated than the single-player mode. In group mode, you can form a team to fight against the phantoms of all races provided by official data, or you can fight against the phantoms of demons or exotic beasts provided by official data. You can even fight against the beast tide. The team mode is very rich. You will understand once you experience it. But I must make it clear here that the phantoms of the myriad races and even the demons and beasts in the virtual space are all made up of data, and there is definitely a difference between them and reality. So don't think that after defeating the myriad races, demons and beasts in the virtual space, you can roam around freely in reality. Remember, when practicing martial arts, you must maintain a respectful attitude. Even a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. I don't want you to be defeated one day by your arrogance and underestimation of your enemies. Did you understand everything? Zhongju roared angrily, staring at everyone with his eyes wide open, making everyone feel their scalps tingling. I understand. The students quickly stood at attention and replied, That's all I understand. Zhongju said, Now, you can use the virtual space mode. As for the mode, you can decide for yourself. For the next 2 months, you will spend time in a virtual space. Don't worry about nutrition. The virtual warehouse will deliver nutrient solution to maintain your health. However, to maintain your competitive spirit, we've preserved your basic needs. So, you'll still feel hungry and thirsty. To satisfy these needs, you can either spend points to exchange for food, or defeat the alien beasts in virtual battles and devour their flesh and blood. As for how you process the alien beast meat and whether it tastes good or not, that's none of my business. Of course, you don't have to worry about your training being useless in the virtual space. In the virtual space, the combat skills and realms you cultivate will have an effect on your body. You just need to treat the virtual space as a place for cultivation. Next, I will open the standings for you. The leaderboard is divided into individual duel leaderboards and team leaderboards. The higher the score, the more rewards you will receive after the training camp. Now, begin your journey of training and fighting. Zhongju laughed heartily, then waved his right hand, and 2 scoreboards appeared in the entire virtual space. What's even more amazing is that the virtual space that was originally empty with only endless blue suddenly turned into a bustling city. There are also many open restaurants, drink shops, and even supermarkets in the city. You can even see people moving around inside, as if it really is a second world. It seems that these shops are the places where the instructors let us spend points to exchange for things. Ji Churen murmured, then looked at the scoreboard in the sky. The standings are quite interesting. Chu Ren. Li Yunxian stepped forward and asked, Are you planning to try out the single-player mode or the group mode? If it's group mode, let's go together. Li Yunxian smiled and said, I just checked. The group mode can only have 20 people in total. This is the maximum number of people allowed, and it seems to be used to fight against the beast tide. 20 people, a tide of beasts? Ji Churen touched his chin and thought secretly in his heart. During the military exam, he once encountered a beast tide. Although he was only facing a small beast tide, he was still able to fight it with ease. So, want to try solo play? If you can really do it solo, then you can try speed farming or nuclear explosion. After all, Chinese people only have a few pursuits when playing games: solo, speed, no damage, nuclear explosion, etc. However, at the moment, what interests Ji Churen is the one-on-one mode. Because Zhongju said that in a one-on-one duel, no matter if it is a dirty trick or any other trick, as long as it can kill the enemy, it is a good trick. Does this mean that the duel here is different from the duel elsewhere? Somewhat different? This made Ji Churen a little curious. Yunxian, don't worry about the team mode for now. Ji Churen said, I'm more concerned about the single-player mode now. I want to see what the differences are between this one-on-one mode and other one-on-one modes elsewhere. Li Yunxian was slightly stunned. Really? If that's the case, then I'll try the one-on-one mode as well. Okay, let's go together. Ji Churen said with a smile. After saying that, Ji Churen clicked on the multiplayer battle and chose the one-on-one mode. Following Ji Churen's choice, 2 more modes popped up. Purebred duel, hard power battle, comprehensive duel, comprehensive strength competition. Comprehensive duel, comprehensive strength? Could it be? Ji Churen murmured and had a guess in his mind, so he directly chose the comprehensive duel. The next second, the scene in front of Ji Churen changed. His eyes suddenly went dark and he came to a dark place. In the dark place, there was only a text showing that it was matching and nothing else. Ji Churen waited quietly. After about 2 seconds, the text changed. The match was successful. Your opponent is Jin Huaqing. Jin Huaqing? Ji Churen murmured. Who is this person? Before Ji Churen could finish his words, the scene before his eyes changed again. The dark place where he was changed instantly. A series of extremely familiar buildings rose up, making Ji Churen Churan feel dazed. Before he could come to his senses, a familiar voice was heard. "Hey little pervert, what are you doing here?" Ji Churan was startled and turned around and exclaimed, "Old Chen?" "That's right, the owner of this voice is Chen Meng." Chen Meng grinned, patted Ji Churan on the shoulder, and said in surprise, "Little pervert, what's wrong with you? You're so surprised to see me. Is there something different about me today?" Ji Churan swallowed, still a little stunned. Comprehensive single challenge, comprehensive single challenge. Could it be that background is also considered a type of comprehensive duel? No wonder Zhang Ju said that any method could be used, even if it was a dirty trick. I might not have figured it out before, but now, I understand it completely. Jin Huaqing fell silent after seeing his opponent. Is this matching mechanism really correct? Jin Huaqing was a little confused. Why was he matched with Ji Churan in his first match? Is this really true? But what exactly does this comprehensive duel mean? Why is he not on the ring but in the school? Could it be that the map for this duel is my own school? Jin Huaqing was still a little unresponsive at this time. After all, no normal person would have thought that background could be used in a one-on-one fight. Only someone like Ji Churan, who is familiar with novels and has a somewhat jumpy mind, would think of using the background for a one-on-one fight. After all, Zhongju said that a move that can kill the enemy is a good move. In reality, there may be an agreement that the older generation will not attack the younger generation, but it is different in the virtual space. After all, the virtual space is just a virtual one. As long as the older generation can be convinced, it will naturally become a good way to kill the enemy. Obviously, Jin Huaqing still hadn't reacted at this time. He was even in the school, wary of Ji Churan's sneak attacks while looking for Ji Churan. Ji Churan had already come to Dean Wei's office with a smile on his face and was talking to Dean Wei. "You mean, you want to kill a man named Jin Huaqing?" Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan in surprise. Ji Churan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Wei." Ji Churan initially came to see Dean Wei with the mentality of giving it a try. After all, the training camp might not know the relationship between him and Dean Wei, so if the virtual Dean Wei was lukewarm towards him, Ji Churan could understand. But what Ji Churan didn't expect was that the virtual Dean Wei was so similar to the real Dean Wei, which made Ji Churan a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. Of course, there are still some concerns. Ji Churan is a little worried that the virtual space is created by reading memories. In that case, wouldn't his system be? But such worries disappeared after a while. After all, how could a system that allows him to possess such powerful superpowers be read so easily by a virtual space? Instead of worrying about nothing, it is better to practice well. "You are right, my little man. I understand." After confirming Ji Churan's thoughts, Dean Wei replied directly, "I will help you." Ji Churan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Dean Wei would agree without even asking. This made Ji Churan a little confused. "Mr. Wei, don't you want to ask the reason?" Ji Churan asked hesitantly. "No need." Dean Wei closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, "You are someone I recognize, and I believe in your character. Since you want me to kill Jin Huaqing, it means that he does have some qualities that could harm the human race. For you, for the human race, this is a necessary sacrifice." Dean Wei sighed slightly, and he seemed to have aged a lot. In fact, he had a lot of questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Ji Churan, and he was also a little hesitant as to whether Ji Churan would really consider the human race. But he still didn't ask. He chose to believe Ji Churan, the young man who amazed him. Since this stunning young man wanted his help in killing someone, how could he refuse? Ji Churan also noticed the changes in Dean Wei, and he also understood Dean Wei's mood at the moment. In Dean Wei's heart, he was a talented young man who would fight for the safety of the human race in the future. But now, this talented young man wanted Dean Wei to kill someone, and he didn't even have any reason to kill someone. Such behavior would indeed make Dean Wei feel something was wrong. However, what moved Ji Churan the most was that Dean Wei still chose to believe in him and chose to stand on his side. Even though he wanted to kill someone for no reason, Dean Wei chose to help him. How could Ji Churan not be moved by such behavior? "Mr. Wei." Ji Churan was a little dazed at this time, as if the person sitting next to him was not a string of data, but a real living person, the real Dean Wei. "All right." Dean Wei slowly stood up and said in a calm tone, "I will send you Jin Huaqing's head. I just hope you can remember what happened today, and I hope you can really think about the human race." Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan very seriously, and then a whirlwind wrapped around him. The next second, Dean Wei disappeared. Ji Churan stared at the scene blankly, his heart was in turmoil. But soon, Ji Churan came back to his senses, smiled bitterly and said, "Really? It's just a virtual space, but why? I always feel so bad inside." Ji Churan raised his head slightly and murmured, "Could it be that I am really such a good person that I can't live with my conscience? No, that's not right. If I were to kill a member of the myriad races, a demon, or even a traitor to the human race, I wouldn't have any negative emotions. But killing a fellow race member whom I've never met before, alas, my mentality is still a little bit not adjusted." Ji Churan sighed, then stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window of Dean Wei's office. Wind. At this moment, in a conference room of the Real Elite Training Camp, Zhong Ju was looking at his classmate's virtual battle interface. The screen is divided into at least 100 small screens. Normal people would feel tired after just looking at 2 or 3 of them, but for Zhongju, looking at 100 at the same time is just basic operation. At this time, he also saw the duel scene between Ji Churan and Jin Huaqing on the screen. When he saw Ji Churan entrusting Dean Wei to help kill Jin Huaqing, he was stunned. This kid, is his thinking so quick? He immediately figured out the true meaning of a comprehensive duel. But, is this comprehensive duel really okay? After all, using your background to pressure someone, wouldn't it? You're too sensitive, Instructor Zhong. At this moment, a man wearing a white robe and gold-rimmed glasses spoke from behind Zhongju. Sometimes, external forces can be considered part of one's own strength. Moreover, in a comprehensive duel, the difficulty isn't defending against the opponent's background. The difficulty lies in using your own background to help kill the opponent. The white-robed man said calmly. The virtual space uses the user's memories to create virtual characters, and the personalities of the virtual characters are almost identical to those of real people. In real life, the older generation doesn't interfere with the younger generation's disputes, and this also happens in the virtual space. So, in a comprehensive duel, the most difficult thing is how to convince your umbrella to kill the opponent. If you can't convince them, you can only use your own strength or other moves to deal with and defend against the enemy. What shocked me most about this scene was Ji Churan. A hint of surprise flashed in the calm eyes of the white-robed man. How could someone of Elder Wei's status help a junior so unconditionally? Even if Ji Churan had an S-level ability, it's impossible for Wei Lao to kill Jin Huaqing without even asking for a reason. This surprised me. Could there be something wrong with the virtual space? Zhongju asked doubtfully. Impossible, there won't be any problems in the virtual space. The white-robed man shook his head and said, Old Wei can't be the kind of person who would kill people without knowing right or wrong. Therefore, all the problems lie with Ji Churan. He must have some secrets, or some special characteristics that made Mr. Wei so concerned. After all, didn't Elder Wei in the virtual space also say that he killed Jin Huaqing for the future of the human race? In other words, Elder Wei saw the future of the human race in Ji Churan. What do you mean? Zhongju's pupils shrank and he murmured uncertainly. The white-robed man's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, I never doubt Mr. Wei's vision, so Ji Churan may really become the future of the human race. We may not be able to help him elsewhere, but in training camp, we can help him. You mean, we should open the back door? Zhongju exclaimed at this time. No. The man in the white robe shook his head and said, the elite training camp is fair and just, and no one can violate it. However, under special circumstances, we can still open it. For example, in terms of settlement rewards. If Ji Churan wins first place, we can give him an extra reward, a personal reward. The man in the white robe said calmly, it's always better to help when it's needed than to add icing on the cake, isn't it? Zhongju was slightly stunned and fell into silence for a long time. Seeing this, the man in white robe didn't say much. He closed his notebook and slowly left the meeting room. Zhongju's eyes were fixed on Ji Churan, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time in the virtual space, the comprehensive duel between Ji Churan and Jin Huaqing is still going on. But at this time, Jin Huaqing seemed to have understood the concept of comprehensive duel. Look, he has already gone to the dean's office to look for Li Fei. That's right, Jin Huaqing is not an ordinary person. He is a member of the elite training camp representing Zhongzhou Supernatural University. At this time, Jin Huaqing had already arrived at Li Fei's office and knocked on Li Fei's door. Li Fei's stern voice came from the office. When Jin Huaqing heard this voice, he felt his whole body trembling. He walked into the office cautiously, looking a little restrained. Li Fei looked at this outstanding student with a stern face and asked calmly, what's up? Jin Huaqing swallowed and kept giving himself psychological hints. He is fake, he is fake, this is just a virtual space, this is just a virtual space. However, no matter how much psychological hints Jin Huaqing gave, his body was still shaking. Because the Li Fei in front of him was so real that he wondered if he had returned to reality. What's the matter? Li Fei frowned and said coldly, if there's nothing else, go back. Jin Huaqing swallowed, finally made up his mind, and said what he wanted to say. Teacher, I want you to help me kill someone. What? Li Fei frowned suddenly, and his whole body was furious. He slammed his right hand on the table and roared, help you kill someone? Do you know what you are talking about? Now demons are everywhere, all kinds of races are eyeing us covetously, and strange beasts are wreaking havoc on the border. If humans take one wrong step, they will step into the abyss. You want me to help you kill someone? Why don't you just let me kill you? Li Fei's eyes were wide open with anger, and his whole body was like an erupting volcano, emitting a terrifying aura. Jin Huaqing's whole body was shaking, and his lips began to tremble constantly, as if he was frightened. At this moment, he regretted his decision very much. How could he be so stupid as to come and see the teacher? After all, no one would ask a teacher for help in killing someone. However, if he didn't find a teacher, he wouldn't be able to defeat Ji Churan, so he would lose and die anyway. Jin Huaqing was completely desperate. In his first duel, he was matched with a big boss. How could he beat him? Before I even left the novice village, I encountered an insurmountable mountain. It was a disaster. Now, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my office. Li Fei pointed at the door and said, suppressing his anger. 3. Upon hearing this, Jin Huaqing didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly turned around to leave the office. But the next second, a green whirlwind suddenly appeared in Li Fei's office. Li Fei was stunned when he saw this familiar whirlwind. Before he could react, Ding Wei appeared in the office and stood in front of Jin Huaqing. Li Fei ran out quickly and asked, Mr. Wei, what's the matter with you coming here? Ding Wei looked a little indifferent, and there was a hint of melancholy in his indifference. He looked at Jin Huaqing, then at Li Fei, and asked, young man, can you tell me who you want Li Fei to kill? Ding Wei looked at Jin Huaqing, and the melancholy in his eyes disappeared slightly. He wanted to confirm one thing. Jin Huaqing was dumbfounded at this moment. How could he not know the famous Ding Wei? But why did Ding Wei from Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities come to his side? Could it be? Jin Huaqing swallowed and didn't dare to answer. Ding Wei frowned and his tone became a little heavy. Junior, tell me, who do you want Li Fei to kill? Li Fei also realized that something was wrong at this time. He glared at Jin Huaqing and shouted, Jin Huaqing, who do you want me to kill? Jin Huaqing began to tremble all over at this time. There was Ding Wei in front of him and Li Fei behind him. If he said that he wanted to kill Ji Churan, then he would not be able to leave his body intact. Jin Huaqing was completely stunned at this time. At the same time, he also knew that he absolutely could not say that the person he wanted to kill was Ji Churan, so he can only make up one, and make it more fair. Therefore, Jin Huaqing immediately adjusted his mindset and replied, I want Teacher Li to help me kill a beggar. Li Fei was stunned when he heard this. You want me to kill beggars? Do you know where the beggar is? Jin Huaqing's heart skipped a beat, forgetting the most serious question. Beggars are the best at hiding like rats. How could I possibly find them myself? But now is not the time to hesitate. I must trick Ding Wei over. So Jin Huaqing said quickly, I know. You. Li Fei was silent for a moment after hearing this. He did not ask any more questions, but looked up at Ding Wei. Ding Wei's expression was cold, and the melancholy in his eyes had completely disappeared. There was only boundless calmness, as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Jin Huaqing didn't dare to look directly into Ding Wei's eyes. He lowered his head and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The next second, Ding Wei broke the solemn atmosphere. The wind tells me you're lying. Ding Wei's words were very calm, but they seemed to contain countless murderous intentions, making Jin Huaqing sweat all over. At this time, Jin Huaqing was trembling completely, as if something was strangling his throat. Ding Wei looked at Jin Huaqing calmly and said lightly, the person you want Li Fei to kill is Ji Churan, right? As Ding Wei finished speaking, Li Fei widened his eyes and looked at Jin Huaqing in disbelief. You want me to kill Ji Churan? You really want me to die? Not to mention that Ji Churan is an S-level mutant. Just from the fact that Ji Churan scored full marks in the martial arts exam, it is impossible for him to kill Ji Churan. Whether for the sake of the human race or for his own selfish desires, he would never kill Ji Churan. With Ji Churan's talent, he will definitely be a high-end combat force of the human race in the future. I have no grudge against Ji Churan. How could I kill Ji Churan for a student? Killing Ji Churan would not benefit me in any way and would even put me in danger. Even if I became a fool after getting hit on the head, I would never kill Ji Churan. Junior, answer me. Ding Wei continued to ask calmly, but a strong aura began to emanate from around his body. Even Li Fei could hardly bear this momentum. Even Li Fei couldn't withstand the momentum, so how could Jin Huaqing possibly withstand it? Jin Huaqing suddenly knelt down on the ground, with his knees making heavy contact with the floor. At the same time, a clanging sound was heard. This is the sound of bones breaking. Jin Huaqing's knees were broken because of this kneeling, but Jin Huaqing did not wail, because something more painful than a broken knee was waiting for him. Answer me, Junior. This time, Ding Wei's tone was no longer calm, but became angry. No, no. Jin Huaqing gritted his teeth and chose to lie. However, the person he lied to was wrong. The wind tells me you're lying. Ding Wei was angry, and his eyes seemed to contain boundless murderous intent. He stared at Jin Huaqing intently, as if he wanted to tear Jin Huaqing into pieces. He originally thought that Ji Churan asked him to kill Jin Huaqing just for his own selfish desires, and he even felt a little disappointed with Ji Churan. However, for the sake of the human race, he will still choose to help Ji Churan. However, he never expected that Jin Huaqing, whom Ji Churan wanted to kill, actually also wanted to kill Ji Churan in his heart. In this way, he has indeed found a way to die. He had seen Ji Churan's talent, so for Ji Churan, he could help Ji Churan get rid of all those who had bad intentions towards him. And today, the first person with evil thoughts appeared. Jin Huaqing suddenly felt as if something was strangling his neck, and his body began to gradually float in the air. When a person is strangled, his first reaction is definitely to grab the thing that is strangling his neck with both hands to resist. Those with special abilities are no exception. Jin Huaqing instinctively reached towards his neck with both hands, trying to fight against the thing that was grabbing his neck. But when he reached out with both hands, he suddenly realized that he had missed. There was nothing in front of his neck, as if his neck was being strangled by a gust of wind. Jin Huaqing's face turned red and he felt more and more suffocated. He couldn't breathe and felt like he was going to die. Isn't this a virtual duel? Why does death feel so real? Is this not a virtual space at all, but the real world? Am I really going to die? Why did the system match me with Ji Churan? Why did I really want to compete with Ji Churan? Am I a fool? I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. The feeling of death is too horrible. The feeling of death is too horrible. Mom, I want to go home. Jin Huaqing's consciousness became increasingly blurred at this time. He seemed to see his mother waving at him, and he seemed to see his childhood waving at him. Mom, I'm here to accompany you. Jin Huaqing's struggles gradually became less and less. In just a few seconds, his violent struggles subsided, and his limbs and head drooped weakly, and he lost all life. Dean Wei did not show any emotion, but just looked at the scene coldly, as if he had just killed not a person, but an ant. Dean Wei looked at Li Fei without any emotion and said coldly, "Didn't you ask me what I'm doing here? Now, do you understand?" Li Fei's expression was grim, and his eyes became complicated when he looked at Jin Huaqing. Thousands of emotions and words were left unsaid, and only turned into one sentence. "I see, I know, that's good." Dean Wei replied coldly, then waved his right hand, and a strong wind blade passed across Jin Huaqing's neck. At this moment, Jin Huaqing's head fell from his body. As Jin Huaqing's head fell, Ji Churan, who was far away at Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers, also received a broadcast from the virtual system. "Congratulations to Ji Churan for winning this comprehensive duel, and 100 bonus points." As the virtual system's voice fell, Ji Churan's eyes blurred again. When he turned around, Ji Churan found himself in the virtual town, which was the place where Ji Churan had just stood when he chose the duel mode. Around him, the figures of Li Yunxian and others had disappeared. "Is this the end?" Ji Churan murmured, scratching his head in confusion. "It seems that Dean Wei is really quick. I just sat there for a short while and the duel was over. However, this duel is indeed somewhat different from previous duels. After all, who can call for someone for a one-on-one fight? It's really like either we all challenge you, or you challenge us all. Interesting, really interesting." Jin Huaqing also withdrew from the virtual battle, and at the same time, Jin Huaqing's consciousness was restored at this moment. "Mom, are you here to pick me up, Mom?" Jin Huaqing lay on the ground, his eyes closed, his lips moving as he muttered to himself. It was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the death he had just experienced. The two female classmates who were from Zhengzhou Ability University with Jin Huaqing were stunned for a moment and were a little at a loss. One of the short-haired girls turned to a girl in a blue robe and asked, "Xiaolin, what's wrong with him?" The girl in the blue robe covered her mouth and chuckled, jokingly saying, "Qing Yun, he's calling your mother." The short-haired girl blushed when she heard this and quickly spoke to stop him. "Ah, Xiaolin, get out of here." The girl with short hair gently hit the girl in blue robe with her hand, making the girl in blue robe laugh. At this time, on the other side, Xu Qiuyun also finished a duel. When he appeared at his original position, he looked up at the standings. The rankings have appeared on the points table, among which Ji Churan's name is ranked third. The first place is Chen Pejuan, and the second place is Li Tianqing. My ranking is 8th. Among them, Chen Pejuan scored 300 points, Li Tianqing scored 200 points, and the remaining 3 to 12 places all scored 100 points. After seeing this scene, Xu Qiuyun whispered, "If the points are the same, is the ranking calculated based on time?" First place, Chen Pejuan, 300 points. Have we already had 3 duels so quickly? As soon as Xu Qiuyun finished speaking, the numbers on the scoreboard changed again. Chen Pejuan's points became 400 points, while Li Tianqing's points became 300 points. Before he could react, Li Tianqing's figure appeared before his eyes. "Is it out?" Xu Qiuyun smiled slightly and said to Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing turned his head to look at Xu Qiuyun, nodded slightly, then looked up at the scoreboard. After seeing Chen Pejuan's name on the standings, he frowned and disappeared from the spot the next second. Xu Qiuyun watched Li Tianqing disappear and smiled helplessly. "It's really curly." Xu Qiuyun slowly looked at the standings, his eyes locked on Ji Churan's name, and murmured, "When are you going to exert your strength?" At this time, Ji Churan, who was being thought about by Xu Qiuyun, was still thinking about what to play next. Should we continue with the comprehensive duel or the purebred duel? Ji Churan had already experienced the comprehensive duel and knew its content, but he had not tried the pure duel yet. So, this time Ji Churan chose a pure one-on-one fight. With Ji Churan's choice, the scene in front of him changed instantly. The familiar dark place, the familiar loading bar, the familiar matching success. Great, the fight is about to begin. Ji Churan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked ahead of him. At this moment, a sentence appeared in front of Ji Churan. "Match successful. Your opponent is Chen Pejuan. Start selecting a map now." Map selection completed. Welcome to the Stormy Sea. Ji Churan narrowed his eyes slightly, but before he could react, the scene in front of him changed completely. The dark place that was originally as dark as the eternal night has undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. It suddenly transformed into a vast ocean with raging waves and majestic momentum. The raindrops as big as beans fell down with with a crackling sound, interweaving with the surging waves, forming a deafening symphony. The sound of the rain was like the galloping of thousands of horses and the beating of war drums, while the roar of the rolling waves was like the roar of a giant beast, which was terrifying. These two sounds came one after another, without stopping, like the sound of magic piercing his ears, constantly echoing in Ji Churan's ears. Ji Churan, who was in such a harsh environment, was standing on a dilapidated boat. The small boat was swaying precariously in the violent storm and rough sea, rocking left and right, as if it might be overturned by a huge wave at any time and sink into the bottomless abyss. Every impact of the waves caused the boat to tremble violently and make a creaking sound, as if telling people about its fragility and powerlessness. Ji Churan stood on the rocking boat with some excitement, his expression filled with surprise and excitement. Interesting, so interesting, this virtual scene is really interesting. The rain is so real, the sea is so real, it feels like being in a real world. Ji Churan grinned and was about to go into the sea to take a look at the bottom of the sea when he felt a different aura coming towards him. A sneak attack? Ji Churan muttered softly, then turned his head slightly and saw Chen Pejuan bursting with internal energy, attacking him like a cannonball. The momentum is strong, but a little slow, Ji Churan said casually, and then his mind moved, and the whole person turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the boat in an instant. The small boat that Ji Churan was on was torn into pieces in an instant, turning into countless fragments and sinking into the surging sea. Damn, it's too fast. Chen Pejuan, whose whole body was flashing with internal energy, frowned and cursed softly. As the attack failed, Chen Pejuan dived into the sea without any hesitation and hid himself completely. Ji Churan was flying in the air, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said with great interest, "I didn't expect that Chen Pejuan, with such a body, could be so aquatic. It's a bit unexpected. However, this scene is indeed more suitable for people who can swim. The surging sea, coupled with strong winds and heavy rain, makes visibility extremely low. In this situation, it is really difficult for a person with special abilities to be found if he dives into the sea. If Chen Pejuan met someone else, even a wind-type mutant, Chen Pejuan could defeat him by relying on illusions. After all, although wind-type mutants can fly at a low level, their reserve of superpowers will also drag them down. If Chen Pejuan doesn't show up, the wind-type mutant will sooner or later run out of energy and fall into the sea. By then, Chen Pejuan, who is very good at swimming, will have a great advantage. Judging from the flickering around Chen Pejuan just now, he should be an enhancement-type psychic and an enhancement-type psychic who can use. But unfortunately, the person he met was Ji Churan, a mutant without a blue bar. Not only that, Ji Churan has another very special feature. Do you remember what Ji Churan's S-level ability is called? Breaking through delusion represents the ability to see through everything. Now Ji Churan's SS-level supernatural power also has this ability. Then, come on, give it to me. Open it. Ji Churan shouted softly. The next second, his eyes flashed with lightning, and his entire eyes turned a deep blue. At this moment, Ji Churan's eyes were no longer dim or blurry, but clear, extremely clear. The sea, which was originally a little dark and blurry, became extremely clear in Ji Churan's eyes. He could even see the things under the sea clearly. Whether it was the fish in the sea or the strange beasts lurking in the deep sea, none of them escaped Ji Churan's eyes, including Chen Pejuan, who was lurking in the sea. At this time, Chen Pejuan was at a depth of about 10 meters in the sea. This depth could ensure that he would not be observed by Ji Churan, and it could also ensure that he could launch the strongest attack after Ji Churan's supernatural power was exhausted. Because of the special nature of his ability, he can breathe in the sea while surrounded by the, which gives him an advantage as he is already an excellent swimmer. He chose a purebred duel from the beginning in order to fight quickly and gain points. Sometimes, only by taking one quick step can all steps be quicker. Chen Pejuan also performed well. He defeated the opponents he met in the previous matches in an instant, making him the first in the standings. He originally thought that he would not meet Ji Churan and Chu Choyun too early, but he did not expect that he would meet them in the fifth duel. If we encounter it, we encounter it. It's only a matter of time anyway. When he confirmed that his opponent was Ji Churan, he had already made up his mind to attack before Ji Churan could react. Otherwise, with Ji Churan's speed, he would definitely not be able to catch up. Fortunately, the system took good care of him and actually selected a deep sea map. If it was a flatland map, he really didn't know what to do. After determining the deep sea map, Chen Pejuan immediately figured out his strategy for the battle. Launch an attack first, kill the enemy instantly if possible, if not then dive into the sea and engage in a protracted battle. All users of thunder-type abilities suffer from kidney deficiency. Even if Ji Churan demonstrated the ability to store a high amount of energy during the martial arts exam, his energy would be exhausted sooner or later. As long as he was in the sea and Ji Churan couldn't swim, he would be invincible. What if Ji Churan could swim? Okay, good question. If Ji Churan could swim, then he would be dead. At this time, Chen Pejuan was in the sea looking at Ji Churan in the sky, and he was already convinced in his heart. Ji Churan, you can't swim. In that case, victory is mine. Although I had a slight advantage in the terrain, I still won in the end. Just when Chen Pejuan was was feeling happy, something unexpected happened. Ji Churan was suddenly covered in lightning, his eyes turned completely into thunder eyes, and his body was surrounded by angry thunder. He looked like a thunder god. Chen Pejuan frowned, a sinister premonition rising in his heart. Could he have locked onto me? Before Chen Pejuan could react, Ji Churan, surrounded by thunder, suddenly rushed into the sea. Countless thunders spread rapidly in the sea and instantly affected Chen Pejuan. These thunders even penetrated Chen Pejuan's energy and hit Chen Pejuan's body directly. The thunder spread, making Chen Pejuan feel paralyzed. How could it be possible? How could they discover me? Chen Pejuan roared in disbelief, and the next second, a fist as big as a sandbag appeared in front of him. And this fist is also covered with countless thunders. The violent thunder struck his face as if to destroy everything. Chen Pejuan had only one thought in his mind at this moment. That is, popping champagne at halftime. Big no-no. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, Chen Pejuan's head exploded instantly like a watermelon. The red and white exploded in the sea in an instant, but were soon completely swallowed up by the surging sea, leaving only a mass of red water slowly invading the sea. Congratulations to Ji Churan for winning the game and receiving 100 bonus points. At this time, the outside world. Chu Choyun, who was still observing the standings, suddenly noticed changes in the standings. Chen Pejuan, who was in first place, suddenly lost 50 points to 350, and his ranking dropped to second at this moment. Because the first place winner Li Tianqing won again, his points became 400. Ji Churan, who was in third place, also had his points increased to 200 at this moment. They changed at the same time, so Chen Pejuan and Ji Churan met? Chu Choyun said softly, it seems that Ji Churan won. The winner receives 100 points, while the loser loses 50 points. The rules are clear now, let's start the battle. Mode selection. Chu Choyun looked at the several duel modes, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chose a mode that he found very interesting, comprehensive mode. Your opponent is being matched. Your opponent is Shi Honghu. As the system successfully matched, the dark scene in front of Chu Choyun changed instantly. Looking at the scene that was becoming familiar little by little, Chu Choyun couldn't help but smile with emotion. It's really true. He turned his head to look at his accommodation, then reached out and touched it, feeling the touch. Such a realistic touch, the virtual warehouse, it's truly a groundbreaking thing. But now is not the time to feel sentimental. Shi Honghu. Chu Choyun kept recalling in her mind and found that she had no impression of this person at all. She didn't even know which college he was from. Although I have prepared a little for the comprehensive duel, I didn't expect it to be like this when I really encountered it. Chu Choyun chuckled, shook her head and walked out. He was going to ask Zhao Xinyu in this virtual space. Shi Honghu, who is at Sichuan University of Special Abilities, also knows his opponent. Because Shi Honghu had experienced a comprehensive duel before, he was familiar with the basic rules of the comprehensive duel. That is, you can use all your connections in the comprehensive duel, including teachers and so on. In the last comprehensive duel, Shi Honghu was the one who was beaten up by the group. He was beaten up by a group of 10 students called by the opponent. At first, he thought that he could use weapons or other assistance in a comprehensive duel, but he didn't think about calling on others, which led to him being killed by the group. But now, he has understood the true meaning of comprehensive duel. Your opponent is Chu Choyun, right? Great. Shi Honghu did not hesitate at all. After confirming that he was in the dormitory, he immediately went to Ji Churan's dormitory to seek Ji Churan's help. Although he knew he could ask for help, he still didn't dare to go to the teacher. Because even in a virtual space, virtual people will operate according to real thinking. You want Shi Honghu to tell the teacher in real life that he wants to kill an SS-level Chu Choyun? Isn't that stupid? Even Shi Honghu still lacks confidence. He is not sure whether he can convince Ji Churan in the virtual space. It is impossible to let Ji Churan kill Chu Choyun directly, so he can only use other methods. For example, let Ji Churan stay with him. After all, Chu Choyun would definitely find a way to kill him, so he could actually take no action and just passively defend. It's impossible that Ji Churan would remain indifferent when he saw his friend being chased, right? From Sichuan University of Supernatural Powers? At this time, Chu Choyun in Zhao Xinyu's office was slightly stunned. Yeah. Zhao Xinyu nodded and said, the information shows that Shi Honghu is a student in the Department of Natural Sciences at Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. I wonder why you asked me for his information, little brother Choyun. A wonderful smile appeared on Zhao Xinyu's face, and she looked at Chu Choyun with interest. Chu Choyun frowned slightly, but it quickly disappeared. Instead, a smile appeared on her face and she said, just asking, nothing serious. Now, teacher, I'll take my leave. Chu Choyun bowed slightly, turned around and left the office. Zhao Xinyu just smiled and didn't stop it. Chu Choyun immediately frowned and looked serious after leaving the office. He's from Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. If he doesn't come out, it's going to be a bit difficult. Although Chu Choyun was mentally prepared at the beginning, he still felt a little tricky when he heard the name of Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. Because to be honest, Sichuan Chongqing Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers is already famous enough on Blue Star, and Dean Wei alone is enough to intimidate people on Blue Star. Maybe other people don't know Dean Wei's strength, but he heard about it from his high school teacher. His high school teacher had seen Dean Wei's strength and used his high school teacher's words to describe Dean Wei, which was, before Elder Wei appeared, Feng Dao had never had a venerable master. This sentence alone is enough to prove Dean Wei's strength. If it were any other academy, he could still sneak in and kill the enemy in an instant. After all, in a one-on-one duel, he would win if the enemy died, so he wouldn't have to consider the consequences at all. But it's not the same at Sichuan Chongqing University of Special Abilities. With his identity, if he were to enter other universities, the dean and other teachers would definitely be notified. Teachers from other colleges could not detect his purpose, but Dean Wei could, because Dean Wei's perception of the wind was so terrifying that he could even tell whether a person was lying through the wind. He didn't think he could make it so that even Dean Wei wouldn't be able to detect the lies and the truth. Moreover, even if Dean Wei did not take action, or even if the other teachers at Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers did not take action, there was still Ji Churan standing there. Although he was very confident in his abilities, he didn't think he could defeat Ji Churan in a head-on battle. The violence of the thunder ability is obvious to all. Even if he speeds up his own time, he may not be able to keep up with Ji Churan's speed. It's a bit tricky. Chu Choyun sighed secretly, and for a moment she felt that she had chosen the wrong mode. I originally wanted to lend a hand by using my background, but I didn't expect that I would end up being the opposite of a helper. But it shouldn't be easy for him to act either. Chu Choyun analyzed her situation and reasoned, because of my identity, he can't convince his teacher and his friends to take action against me. If I were him, then I should be. Chu Choyun's eyes lit up and she began to think from another perspective. Because of Chu Choyun's talent, the teacher and friends would not attack to kill her, so I could only passively defend myself and tell the teacher and friends that someone was trying to kill me, thus making the teacher and friends protect me intentionally or unintentionally. Then I just need to stay in the academy and wait for Chu Choyun's attack. With Chu Choyun's talent and pride, he probably won't choose to defend, so it's right for me to remain unchanged in the face of change. Ha! Chu Choyun chuckled. If it's really as I think, then his actions can indeed give him an advantage. I will definitely not always choose to defend for my own reasons, and will instead initiate offense first. My offense might be different, though. Chu Choyun gently curled her hair, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and muttered to herself mysteriously, I won't let you stay in the academy, but I will let you out. Instructor Zhang said that no matter what moves, as long as they can kill the enemy, they are good moves. I need to change myself and my mindset. From the moment we start the duel, you're no longer a student from another school. You're a thorn in my side, a thorn in my flesh, my mortal enemy. Either you die or I live. In Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. Ji Churan asked doubtfully while chewing the barbecued meat. You said someone was chasing you? Shi Honghu nodded seriously, put his hands on the table, and said seriously, Brother Ji, what I said is true. I was really being hunted. Can you tell me who is chasing you? And why are they chasing you? Ji Churan stopped showing off his barbecue and asked. Li Yunxian and Li Hong on the side did the same, looking at Shi Honghu seriously. Even Jiang Fengmao, who always quarreled with Shi Honghu, did not eat. Instead, he stared at Shi Honghu with wide eyes. Jiang Fengmao didn't think Shi Honghu would joke about such an issue. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Shi Honghu hesitated for a moment, but decided to keep it a secret from Ji Churan and the others. I can't tell you who is chasing me, but I can tell you that the person chasing me is of high status. As for why they're hunting me, I can't really explain, but I can tell you clearly that only one of us can survive. We're mortal enemies, determined to fight to the death. This, Ji Churan, Li Yunxian and others looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Honghu, isn't this a bit? Li Yunxian scratched his head at this time, a little worried about Shi Honghu's mental state, and even suspected that Shi Honghu had become possessed by the devil during his practice. I'm not kidding. Yunxian, when have you ever seen me joke about this kind of question? Shi Honghu replied immediately, his tone a little excited. I also don't think Brother Strong is joking. Jiang Fengmao said at the side, although Brother Strong usually likes to pretend, I know him, he wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Oh, I understand. Ji Churan's eyes lit up at this moment, and a high-spirited plot had already appeared in his mind. Shi Honghu and others were stunned and looked at Ji Churan, wanting to see what Ji Churan understood. Is this really a human? Ji Churan slapped the table and stood up, saying his own conclusion. Honghu, I wonder if your family has a deep hatred with the family of the man who's hunting you down, perhaps for stealing your wife, breaking off an engagement, or even digging. Well, it's some deep hatred anyway. Shi Honghu was stunned. Family? Where does my family come from? Wait a minute, this reason seems to be valid. Shi Honghu's eyes lit up instantly and he took over Ji Churan's role. Shi Honghu's expression suddenly became depressed, as if he was in endless sorrow. Yeah, actually, I've been hiding something from you. Shi Honghu raised his head slightly, and a clear tear fell from his eyes. In fact, I have lived in a happy family since I was a child. The people in the family speak speak sweetly and dance beautifully, and every day I live a happy life. But when I was 3, a vicious man broke into my family. He killed my 3rd aunt, 4th aunt, 5th uncle, and all the other elders. My parents weren't spared either. They all died in that battle. The more Shi Honghu spoke, the more excited he became, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. My mother sent me away before she died, to an ordinary family. They thought I would forget about it, but I haven't. Even my enemies haven't forgotten. They found me again and want to kill me. Just a few days ago, they chased me when I was out. If I hadn't run fast, I might have died. Shi Honghu roared and shouted, then sat down on the stool weakly, tears streaming down his face. It was so sad that anyone who heard it would cry. Ji Churan, Li Yunxian, and others were all stunned. Ji Churan always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Li Yunxian thought it was too ridiculous, because Shi Honghu's words were too ridiculous. As a member of the family, he knew very well that it was impossible for one family to destroy another family by simply going to the door and slaughtering them. To be precise, it is impossible to carry out a massacre openly. After all, the laws of Longyuan Kingdom are there. Even killing people openly in Longyuan country is not allowed. There is only one person who can be killed openly, and that is Dean Wei. Because Dean Wei has the right to act first and report later on Blue Star, and this right was earned by him through his own efforts. Apart from Dean Wei, no one else can kill openly on Blue Star unless he is confident enough to rebel. Secondly, even if a family really carried out an open massacre, it would be impossible to let anyone go alive. A war like the one that annihilates a family must have been planned many years in advance. The family members and movements must have been thoroughly investigated many years ago, so that they can all be killed in a short period of time and their roots can be eradicated. What's more, it has come to the point of family extermination, so the roots must be eradicated. Not to mention the 3-year-old children, even the eggs in the yard must be cracked and stirred. Sending a 3-year-old away? Absolutely impossible. After all, the grass on the grave of the last person who didn't remove the grass at its roots is now almost 5 meters high. Therefore, what Shi Honghu said was absolutely a lie. Li Yunxian frowned at this time, and his eyes gradually changed when he looked at Shi Honghu. Chu Ren, Shi Honghu broke down and cried, looking up at Ji Chu Ren and wanted to say something, but he quickly held it back. Tears dripped down Shi Honghu's face. Jiang Fengmao quickly comforted Shi Honghu and said, "Oh, don't cry, don't worry, Brother Ji will definitely help you. If Brother Ji doesn't help, I will help too. Also, don't forget, you are now a student at Sichuan U Ability University. Dean Wei will definitely help you." Jiang Fengmao raised his head and looked at Ji Churan and asked, "Brother Ji, you said so, right?" Ji Churan also felt something was wrong at this time and frowned slightly. Before he could answer, Li Yunxian suddenly stood up and asked seriously, "No, Honghu, the whole thing is wrong, you are lying. It's impossible for a family to be exterminated as you say. If you really want to seek our help, please tell us the truth. Don't let us treat you as our friend, but you treat us as your weapon." Li Yunxian had a serious expression, and his eyes were fixed on Shi Honghu, as if he wanted to see through Shi Honghu. Shi Honghu stopped crying at this time and looked at Li Yunxian. At this moment, Shi Honghu was stunned. He looked at Li Yunxian in a trance. At this moment, he only felt that the person he was facing was not a virtual character at all, but a real person, the real Li Yunxian. At first, he just regarded all of this as virtual. As long as the logic was correct, the people inside would help him. But now it seems that this is not the case. Although everything here is virtual, it is so real. So, they all regarded themselves as true friends, but I regarded them as data and thugs. Shi Honghu was silent. At this moment, his mentality changed. From now on, he will no longer treat the people here as data, but as real people. "Yunxian, how can you say that?" Jiang Fengmao explained to Shi Honghu. Honghu didn't lie. He couldn't possibly be in such a situation. "Fatty." Shi Honghu suddenly waved his hand to interrupt Jiang Fengmao, and said with a self-deprecating laugh, "Stop talking." Jiang Fengmao was stunned and said in disbelief, You can't. You fucking. I'm sorry." Shi Honghu didn't dare to look Jiang Fengmao in the eye. He lowered his head and apologized. "I really didn't change my mindset just now, so I lied to you." Actually, Shi Honghu was about to explain when he found that his bracelet suddenly rang. He raised his hand in surprise and looked at the name of the caller. Shi Honghu's pupils shrank and his heart suddenly tightened, as if someone was holding it. "No, I can't. I guess I can't. He's Chu Qiuyun. He's an SS-level psychic. He shouldn't be able to use such tactics." Shi Honghu swallowed and was a little hesitant to answer the call. Li Yunxian and others also noticed that something was wrong with Shi Honghu and came over. Ji Churan came to Shi Honghu and patted him gently. Shi Honghu trembled and looked at Ji Churan. At this moment, Shi Honghu's eyes contained worry, nervousness, surprise, and other emotions. Ji Churan didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly, as if this nod was a promise. It was as if this nod gave Shi Honghu a back. Shi Honghu took a deep breath and chose to answer the call. The next second, the voice coming from the bracelet was not the familiar mother's voice, but the voice of a handsome boy. "Hello, Shi Honghu." Shi Honghu's pupils shrank. At this moment, he was really convinced convinced that Chu Choyun had attacked his family. How could it be possible? How could Chu Choyun do such a thing? You actually used such means. Sher Honghu blared and shouted in disbelief. Judging from your emotions, you should have changed your mindset, but it hasn't completely changed. Chu Choyun's delicate voice came from the other side of the bracelet. You should also know that from the moment you identified your opponent, we have been mortal enemies. We are in the same situation now. We both need the other's death. And didn't the instructor also say that any move that can kill the enemy is a good move? Sher Honghu roared, aren't you afraid that this will get out? I said, a move that can kill the enemy is a good move. Chu Choyun replied, and I also said that your mentality has not changed completely. As for why, I'll tell you when it's over. Your family and I are currently in the Sichuan and Chongqing area. I'll send you the location. You only have 1 hour. I can give you a chance. If you come alone, we can fight one-on-one to decide the winner. If you call your friends, such as Ji Churan and others, I will also select corresponding people to fight with you. One-on-one or group fight, the choice is yours. DDDD. After Chu Choyun finished speaking, she didn't give Sher Honghu time to reply and simply hung up the phone. Sher Honghu's face was red and he looked like a volcano about to erupt. A dragon has a reverse scale that will kill anyone who touches it, and family is Sher Honghu's reverse scale. Chu Choyun, I'm going to kill you. Sher Honghu turned his head to look at Ji Churan and said in a suppressed tone, Chu Run, help me. Ji Churan nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Sher Honghu say, take me home. Ji Churan was stunned and asked, don't you want me to help you? No need. Sher Honghu shook his head and said angrily, I don't want you to get hurt. Injured? Ji Churan smiled slightly. I don't think I will be injured. Ji Churan turned his head and glanced at Li Yunxian, then said to him, Yunxian, you and Honghu go to his house first. I'm going to do something. Li Yunxian wanted to say something after hearing this, but in the end he sighed and said nothing. After all, others have used Sher Honghu's family as a threat, and he no longer wants to talk about right or wrong. Li Yunxian closed his eyes and gently patted Sher Honghu's shoulder, his lips moving slightly. Let's go, don't delay any longer. Sher Honghu gritted his teeth, raised his right hand and gently touched the tears on his cheek. He gritted his teeth and nodded tremblingly. Thank you. Come on, let's go. Zhang Fengmao patted Sher Honghu's head with a hint of urging in his tone. Sher Honghu was stunned for a moment, touched his head gently, and smiled with relief. He nodded heavily, opened the address sent to him by Chu Choyun, and then rushed out of the school gate with Li Yunxian, Li Heng, Zhang Fengmao and others. Sher Honghu and his 3 companions were running very fast, using almost all their strength. When the classmates in the academy saw them running away in a panic, they thought something had happened. They had all planned to ask, but Sher Honghu and the other 3 ran so fast that they didn't have time to ask. But they didn't think of it in a bad way, just that the 4 of them were going to be late for class. Just as Sher Honghu and others rushed out of the school gate, Sher Honghu felt a palpitation, as if someone was holding his heart. He felt extremely uncomfortable and panicked. Sher Honghu was slightly stunned while running and stopped. He touched his chest in confusion, looking a little dazed. Zhang Fengmao saw Sher Honghu suddenly stop, so he also stopped and asked doubtfully, Brother Strong, what's wrong with you? As Sher Honghu and Zhang Fengmao stopped, Li Yunxian and Li Heng also stopped at this time. Sher Honghu touched his chest and said in a trance, I don't know, I just feel a little palpitation. It's probably because you're nervous. Don't panic, Brother Strong. We're here. You and your family will be fine. Zhang Fengmao thought. Sher Honghu's palpitations were caused by nervousness, so he stepped forward and patted Sher Honghu on the shoulder and comforted him. Besides, didn't Brother Ji also go to get someone? Don't worry, the people Brother Ji is trying to get are not simple people. Maybe by then, Dean Wei will also get someone to help you. It's okay, relax. Zhang Fengmao smiled with his teeth bared, showing no trace of worry at all. Sher Honghu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Nervous? Sher Honghu touched his chest and didn't think that his palpitations were caused by nervousness. However, now was not the time to worry about it, as his mother was still waiting for him. I understand, Fatty, let's go. Sher Honghu forced a smile despite his discomfort, glanced at the navigation and started rushing forward. Zhang Fengmao smiled when he saw this, but the determination in his eyes did not change at all. Is he really not worried? No, actually he is worried. The reason he said this was just to make Sher Honghu relax a little. Call. Zhang Fengmao took a deep breath and swore in his heart. Don't worry, Honghu. Even if I risk my life, I will let your family live. At this moment, Zhang Fengmao's eyes were extremely firm. At this time, in a mountain located in the village, Sher Honghu and others were making the final sprint according to the navigation. After coming out of Sichuan Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers, they followed the navigation all the way through the city, towns, and villages, and came to the mountains given by Chu Choyun. It took them nearly half an hour. Along the way, Sher Honghu felt that his breathing was becoming heavier and heavier, and his steps were as difficult to lift as if they were filled with lead. He suppressed his fatigue and came to the location sent by Chu Choyun. He walked through the woods and saw a small clearing in the middle of the trees. This open space was obviously just cleared out, and the traces of clearing were very obvious. In the open space, his mother and his sister were talking and laughing with an old man. They didn't look like they had been kidnapped at all. Sure Honghu was stunned when he saw the scene and shouted in surprise. Sure Honghu's mother also turned her head at this time and saw her son whom she had been thinking about all the time. Mom! Sure Honghu couldn't help it at this moment. Tears began to flow out. He quickly came to his mother and gave her a hug. Mom, it's so good that you're okay. Sure Honghu felt that he had survived a disaster. Fortunately, his mother was okay. Sure Honghu's mother smiled gently, patted Sure Honghu on the back, and said softly, Mom is fine. Mom is always fine. Sure Honghu came back to his senses after hearing this. He wiped his tears and asked quickly, Mom, what's going on? What did Chu Qiuyun do to you? Chu Qiuyun? Sure Honghu's mother was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Is it the boy with blue hair? He is really a good man. A good guy? Sure Honghu exclaimed, his face filled with surprise as he said, If he were a good guy, he wouldn't have threatened me with you guys. Threatening you? Sure Honghu's mother was stunned. She was a little overwhelmed at this moment and said quickly, But didn't he say that you were looking for us, so he brought us here? After bringing us here, you've been letting us wait here. After saying this, Sure Honghu's mother pointed around and said, He cut down the trees around here for us. Sure Honghu looked at his mother and felt a surge of fear. At this moment, he felt that his mother was both familiar and strange. His pupils trembled and he took a step back unconsciously, saying in fear, No, that's not right. Mom, what's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Sure Honghu's mother was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, What are you talking about? Shall we? Mom, Sure Honghu said in panic, Don't you think about it. If he really wants you to come see me, how could he let you meet me in such a desolate mountain? He wants to kill me. What? Sure Honghu's mother's expression changed drastically. She took a step back in fear, her face full of disbelief. He wants to kill you? Sure Honghu's mother suddenly covered her head and wailed in pain. Sure Honghu and his sister immediately ran over and asked in panic, Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing his mother's painful expression, Sure Honghu quickly asked his sister, Sister, what the hell is going on? Why is Mom like this? Doesn't she usually think things through before she encounters anything? Why is she like this today? Sure Honghu's sister was also very panicked. Just when she was about to explain to Sure Honghu, she realized something was wrong. She found that she couldn't seem to remember anything. Yes, what happened between me and my mother? Why did I come here? Why am I? Hey, where is this place? Who are these older brothers and sisters? Why is the older sister crying? Who am I? Oh, younger sister. Sure Honghu's expression changed drastically at this moment, and he changed from holding his mother with both hands to holding one hand because his other hand was holding his sister. No, that's not right. To be more precise, he went to pick up his sister. That's right, my sister, who originally looked like a middle school student, has now transformed into a baby. What is going on? Sure Honghu was panicked. At this moment, Sure Honghu was completely panicked. He didn't know why his sister became like this. Why is this happening? When Jiang Fengmao saw this scene, his pupils turned red and he felt a fire of anger burning in his heart. He thought that the enemy would harm Sure Honghu's family and he was ready to protect them at all costs, but he never expected that the enemy would actually use this ability to make people smaller. This resulted in him not even seeing the enemy, a person with time-related abilities. Ding Wei came to Sure Honghu at this time. Ji Churan also followed behind Ding Wei, his fists clenched and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It turned out that after Sure Honghu sent him the location, he came to the scene with Ding Wei and Chen Meng. Originally, the three of them were planning to directly kill the people who threatened Sure Honghu, but when they arrived at the scene, they only saw Sure Honghu's mother and sister, and the two women were talking and laughing. Ding Wei was also confused at first, so he talked to the two women. But as the conversation began, Ding Wei felt something was wrong, because he detected the aura of time-related psychics on the two women. This immediately made Ding Wei alert. If we talk about one ability that Ding Wei cannot handle, then the time system definitely has a place. After all, he is just a wind-type mutant and cannot do anything related to time, so he decided to keep his troops in place and wait for the enemy's attack. But as time passed, even when Sure Honghu arrived at the scene, Ding Wei did not notice anything wrong. Weird, so weird. What method did this time-based psychic use to eliminate his own detection? Also, how did he manage to make one person old and another person young? You know, the price paid for releasing this ability to change human growth is huge. Even a person with high-level time-related abilities wouldn't dare to change the growth time of another person's body in this way. Ding Wei frowned and looked at Sure Honghu. He wanted to know what kind of enemy Sure Honghu had provoked that could control time to such an extent. No! Ding Wei's eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed drastically. Ding Wei's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Ji Churan thought that Ding Wei had discovered something and asked quickly, Mr. Wei, what happened? Others also looked at Ding Wei, including Sure Honghu. At this time, Sure Honghu had already cried like a tearful man, looking at Ding Wei with grief. Ding Wei looked at Sure Honghu with trembling pupils and said in a deep voice, Sure Honghu's body body is aging rapidly. What? Everyone exclaimed suddenly, their faces full of disbelief. Previously, because of Shi Honghu's family affairs, everyone did not pay close attention to Shi Honghu. However, after Dean Wei's reminder, everyone realized Shi Honghu's face actually looked much older. Even his hair had turned gray, and he looked like a middle-aged man turning into an old man. Shi Honghu was also stunned. He looked at his hands in disbelief and his whole body began to tremble. Damn it! How on earth did they do that? Chen Meng cursed. Making a person with superpowers age? That's simply impossible. Theoretically, only a heaven and earth realm time-based Esper can do this. But, until now, no heaven and earth realm time-based Esper has appeared. Time-based psychics are very powerful, but also very special. Because of the special nature of their abilities, the difficulty of their practice increases significantly. So far, there has not been a single time-based psychic at the heaven and earth realm, and even those at the Dharma realm are pitifully rare. Ha! Dean Wei's eyes narrowed at this moment. He looked suddenly to the left, raised his hand and swung out a wind blade. The wind blade shot out in an instant, carrying thousands of fallen leaves and flying towards the left. Boom! Dean Wei's wind blade is very powerful, but what Dean Wei did not expect is that his wind blade was actually blocked by the formation. Moreover, he is extremely familiar with this formation. It's Zhou Min's formation. At this moment, Dean Wei's expression suddenly changed. Old Zhou's formation. Ji Churan also became alert and looked at the person who came sharply. Others did the same and became alert. Everyone looked at the person coming and found that it was a white-haired old man wearing a blue-black robe with many strange symbols on it. Who are you? Dean Wei frowned and asked in a deep voice, why do you have old Zhou's formation? Dean Wei looked at the old man, his mind constantly recalling, trying to find out the old man's identity from his memories, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember the old man's identity, as if the old man appeared out of thin air. Shi Honghu, who was kneeling and hugging his mother and sister, also raised his head and looked at the old man. The old man did not answer Dean Wei's words, but showed a strange smile and said to Shi Honghu in an extremely old voice, do you remember what I said to you? Shi Honghu was stunned, and his pupils began to tremble wildly as he looked at the old man. He opened his mouth to speak, but it was as if a pair of large hands were holding his throat, and he couldn't say anything. You haven't completely changed yet. The old man continued with a wan smile, in this competition, no matter what method you use, as long as you can kill your opponent and win, it is a good method. You should remember the rules of the duel, right? When one side dies, the other side will be victorious. In a virtual battle, no matter what kind of damage you suffer, you will recover as long as you get out. This means that we can fight the enemy with the determination to die. As the old man spoke, he revealed a strange smile. Shi Honghu now understood everything completely. How could he not know the identity of the old man in front of him? Chu Qiuyun. Shi Honghu roared angrily and could no longer bear it and rushed out to attack Chu Qiuyun. However, Chu Qiuyun, with Zhou Min's formation, has an invincible defense. Even Dean Wei couldn't easily break Zhou Min's formation, let alone Shi Honghu. Chu Qiuyun? Dean Wei felt familiar with the name after hearing it. Isn't this the SS-level psychic? But what is going on? How could an SS-level psychic become an enemy of Shi Honghu, and a mortal enemy at that? It's the kind of mortal feud that's willing to die together. Also, virtual combat. What is virtual combat? What are they talking about? Dean Wei was completely stunned. Chu Qiuyun didn't intend to pay attention to everyone. To him, everyone at this moment was just a piece of data. He had only one target at this moment, and that was Shi Honghu. You know what? When I found out you were a student at Sichuanchongqing University of Special Abilities, I put a lot of thought into it. Chu Qiuyun grinned and sat cross-legged on the spot, not afraid at all that the others would break the formation. Actually, I was planning to seek the teacher's help at first, but then I thought about it. Regardless of whether the teacher would help me kill you, just what Mr. Wei said at the academy was enough to make me give up my plan to kill you by force. Since I can't kill him by force, I can only use strategy. I first asked the teacher to borrow Senior Zhou Min's formation. You don't know that I spent a lot of effort just to borrow this formation, but it's all worth it, because without Senior Zhou Min's formation, I wouldn't be able to proceed with my next plan. After obtaining the formation from Senior Zhou Min, I once again used my privilege to find out about your family situation. You will know what happened next. I brought your relatives here. Ah! When Shi Honghu heard this, he became so angry that he turned into a fireman and began to bombard the formation frantically. But no matter how Shi Honghu attacked, the formation remained motionless. At this time, Ji Churan and others also began to attack the formation, including Dean Wei. It was only because Dean Wei told them a piece of news that although the formation was powerful, it would also be exhausted at a certain point. As long as you keep attacking the formation, it will eventually break at a certain time. If it was Zhou Min who activated the formation, Dean Wei would never have said such a thing. But if this formation is activated by someone else, it would be a different matter. After all, not everyone has the ability to repair and recharge the formation anytime and anywhere. When Chu Qiuyun saw everyone attacking the formation together, his expression remained unchanged and he continued to talk about his own plan. Since your relative relatives are threatened, you will naturally come to the rescue. And I have been waiting for this moment. I know that it is absolutely impossible for anyone who wants to kill Sichuan University of supernatural powers to avoid the huge obstacle of Deanwei. Therefore, I will not kill you by force. Instead, I will prepare, drain you to death. I am a time-based psychic myself. I can change the time of myself and others. As for how much I can change, it depends purely on my reserve of psychic powers. But there's always been a thought in my mind. What should I do if I'm in a desperate situation? I can't just be killed by the enemy in vain, right? As a warrior, every exchange of one for another on the battlefield is a bloody profit. So even if I am about to die, I will take an enemy with me. So I came up with this ability, which allows me to continuously release my supernatural powers on the enemy, causing them to age until they die. I know that my special powers will eventually be exhausted, but I'm in a desperate situation and my life is gone. So, I used my own vitality to activate my supernatural powers. I made my enemies age quickly and die. And I myself would also die due to the loss of vitality, but it was all worth it. In order to achieve victory, I have been following you since you left school and have been continuously releasing my supernatural powers on you. Even now, I am still releasing my supernatural powers on you, all for the purpose of making you grow old and die. Shi Honghu was gasping for breath at this time, his face was pale, his lips were black, his supernatural powers disappeared in an instant, and he looked old. He fell to his knees helplessly, without even the strength to stand up. He looked at his hands, which had aged and were beginning to shrink, and said in a dry voice, So my palpitations at the school gate were due to this. Cough cough cough. Shi Honghu suddenly started coughing, and blood gushed out in large mouthfuls. This made Jiang Fengmao very anxious. He stopped attacking the formation and came to Shi Honghu to support him. Hey, Brother Zhuang, cheer up, Brother Zhuang. Jiang Fengmao supported Shi Honghu and shouted anxiously. Shi Honghu lay in Jiang Fengmao's arms with a tired face, looking at the sky helplessly. At this moment, he felt that he had no strength in his body, as if his body no longer belonged to him. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at his left hand. Is this my hand? Surprisingly, it looks like this. At this time, Shi Honghu's appearance had completely changed. His body was thin and withered, and he looked like a dried-up corpse, extremely fragile. Chu Qiuyun in the formation was not in a much better condition. At this time, Chu Qiuyun's hair had completely fallen out, and his eyes could no longer see due to aging. His back was completely bent, and he looked like an old man in his twilight years. Outside, Deanwei, Ji Churan and others did not stop at all and bombarded the formation rapidly. Finally, with the continuous efforts of several people, the formation given by Zhou Min. Chu Qiuyun did not have the means to repair the formation like Zhou Min, so the formation would be broken only sooner or later. Of course, Chu Qiuyun herself knew this, but he was not at all panicked about it, because it's time enough. Chu Qiuyun, who had already turned into an old man, said in a hoarse voice, After all, I won this game. Congratulations, you won the game and received 100 bonus points. Along with the sounds of several attacks, the virtual system's broadcast sounded in Chu Qiuyun's ears. Chu Qiuyun herself also recovered at this moment. Her smooth hair, clear eyes, and upright posture all returned to normal at this moment. Chu Qiuyun, who was an old man in his twilight years the previous second, instantly turned back into a young man at this moment. He had a faint smile on his face, looking like a noble young man. Chu Qiuyun was in a garden in the virtual town. This time, he did not enter the competition directly, but found a public chair to sit down, closed his eyes and rest, as if he was waiting for someone. After a while, a roaring voice was heard. Chu Qiuyun. Chu Qiuyun slowly opened her eyes, stood up, and looked at the person who came. The huge fist hit Chu Qiuyun's face in an instant, causing Chu Qiuyun to take a step back. It wasn't over yet. The man who came seemed to be still angry after throwing the first punch, and continued to swing his fist at Chu Qiuyun. After receiving another punch, Chu Qiuyun blocked all the remaining attacks. That's enough. After taking 2 punches, Chu Qiuyun once again blocked his opponent's attack and said in a deep voice, 2 punches are enough. How is this possible? You bastard! Shi Honghu roared and attacked Chu Qiuyun again. That's right, the person who came was Shi Honghu. Seeing that Shi Honghu didn't stop, Chu Qiuyun raised her foot and kicked Shi Honghu out. Shi Honghu felt pain and flew out, then sat on the ground in pain, holding his stomach. You cannot use superpowers in the virtual town, so if you want to fight you can only rely on your physical strength and fighting skills. It is obvious that Chu Qiuyun's physical strength and fighting skills are superior to Shi Honghu. You know, before she awakened her superpowers in high school, Chu Qiuyun was able to suppress Li Yinxian, Lin Yifeng, and other provincial top students for many years. 2 punches are enough to show my attitude, Chu Qiuyun said in a deep voice. Instructor Zhong said that in virtual combat, we are mortal enemies. Can a mortal enemy use other people's families as a threat? Shi Honghu roared. Why not? Chu Qiuyun tilted her head slightly. When dealing with a mortal enemy, do we still need to talk about rules and righteousness? Haven't you heard of this saying? Chu Qiuyun fixed his gaze on Shi Honghu and said in a deep voice, To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Besides, Besides, everything that just happened only happened in a virtual scene. Nothing like this happened in reality. Chu Choyun touched his face that had just been beaten and said in a deep voice, "However, everything that happens in the virtual scene may indeed happen in reality. After all, the demons and the myriad races are much more cruel than me." Chu Choyun slowly came to Shi Honghu, bent down, and slowly said, "Your mindset still hasn't changed. In a virtual setting, everything is virtual. Not only your parents, but even you are fake. If everything is fake, why should we care so much? We shouldn't worry about what happens to the people in the virtual scene. We should worry about how to win. Do you understand? If you're distracted by the people in the virtual world every time you play, then you're only suitable for purebred one-on-one matches. At least there, your stubborn mind can be freed." Shi Honghu was furious when he heard this, and he roared, "Who are you calling a stubborn person?" Chu Choyun looked at Shi Honghu indifferently without saying anything. But sometimes, silence also represents the answer. "You bastard!" Shi Honghu roared and tried to get up, but the next second Chu Choyun kicked him down again. After kicking Shi Honghu, Chu Choyun did not give Shi Honghu any chance and disappeared right in front of him. That's right, Chu Choyun entered the competition. In this situation, Shi Honghu could only rage without anger. Although he was very angry at the moment, his mind was constantly digesting what Chu Choyun had just said, because he found that his mentality had indeed not changed. 3 days later, you are being matched with an opponent of similar strength. Match successful. Your opponent is Ji Churan. Ha, what the hell? A classmate who was participating in a purebred duel was stunned for a moment. He wiped his eyes and looked at the virtual text in front of him again. No, what kind of matching mechanism is this? Are these opponents of equal strength? I'm only over 1,000 points now. You matched me with Ji Churan, who defeated 100 people on the first day with over 1,000 points? Oh no, I've become a performance target. The male student cursed loudly, feeling that the system's matching mechanism was becoming more and more abstract. The next second, something changed in front of the boy's eyes. He just looked up to see what kind of terrain it was, but then he found a crackling and flashing Raikiri in front of him. Okay, next second. Unfortunately, you failed. The battle lasted 1 second and 50 points have been deducted. Please keep trying. The male student looked at this scene in confusion, trembling all over, and then cursed. Instantaneous. Ha 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 ha. Instantaneous. Ha 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 ha. The matching system is so fair. The matching system is so fair. The students passing by saw this scene and expressed their opinions. Alright, another one killed instantly by Ji Churan. Oh, that's pathetic. He dared to challenge the purebreds these days. He is quite a character. Alright, hurry up and go to the group dungeon, otherwise when Ji Churan is free, the group dungeon leaderboard will be changed. On the other side, Ji Churan, who once again defeated his opponent in an instant, returned to his room. That's right, in the virtual city, you can actually exchange points for residence, and Ji Churan also exchanged points for a small single-family villa. The points for the duel mode should be about the same. Ji Churan shook his arms and muttered softly. He slowly stood up from the sofa and walked into the small garden in the yard. Looking up, he saw the leaderboard representing the points. I saw that the scores on the ranking list were completely divided at this time. Single leaderboard. First place, Ji Churan, points 83,400. Second place, Chu Choyun, points 7,800. Third place, Chen Pajuan, points 6,300. Fourth place, Li Tianxing, points 5,800. Fifth place, Ming Tianyi, points 4,100. Sixth place. Looking at the discontinuity in the data on the rankings, Ji Churan smiled with satisfaction. That's right, in 3 days, Ji Churan scored more than 80,000 points, which is equivalent to him defeating more than 800 players. On the first day, after Ji Churan became familiar with and experienced the one-on-one mode, he began his journey to score points. If you want to get points, then a comprehensive one-on-one duel is naturally not an option. After all, with a mechanism where you get 100 points for winning and 50 points for losing, if you kill enemies slowly, you won't be able to take the lead. The comprehensive duel does not select a map, and the players are refreshed uniformly in their own school. In this way, if you are matched with a classmate who is far away, you have to spend time running around to find that person, which is very time-consuming. Therefore, Ji Churan subsequently chose the pure single-player mode and started his own journey to kill people in seconds. No matter who his opponent is or what abilities he has, as long as he enters the map, Ji Churan will choose to start with Raikiri. If 1 Raikiri isn't enough, use 2. If 2 isn't enough, use more than 10. A saturation attack is the main goal. Relying on his unreasonable attack strength and supernatural power reserves, Ji Churan killed 100 people on the first day, to be precise, 600 people. Including the matching time and settlement time, Ji Churan's game lasts about 1 minute. This also allowed Ji Churan to score 20,000 points in just 3 days, leaving the second place Chu Choyun far behind. The students in the subsequent virtual scenes also knew that Ji Churan had gone crazy, so they all chose to go into group mode, which was a virtual battle against strange beasts. There was no way. The news that Ji Churan had gone crazy had almost spread, and no one wanted to confront the crazy Ji Churan at this point. Of course, there were some stubborn ones, but they were almost all killed instantly. Even before they had time to see the scene after entering the map, they saw a lightning flashing Raikiri rushing towards them. There should be nothing wrong with the individual rankings. Ji Churan looked at the individual rankings, nodded with satisfaction and said, now it's time for the team rankings. Group ranking. First place, Shi Honghu, points 43,400. Second place, Li Tianqing, points 43,300. Third place, Lin Yifeng, points 43,100. Fourth place, Li Yinxian, points 42,800. Fifth place. Looking at the ranking of the group list, Ji Churan was stunned. Ha, Honghu is actually number 1. Is this the advantage of fire-type psychics? Ji Churan couldn't help but feel emotional when he looked at the two fire-type mutants who occupied the first and second places on the list. It seems that fire-type mutants are indeed the best choice for team battles. However, my own lightning ability is also very useful in team battles. Xu Qiuyan stared at the points behind Ji Churan's name on the leaderboard and calculated silently in his mind. He felt relieved only after seeing that Ji Churan's points had not moved for 3 minutes. It seems like he's ready to stop. Is he going to go into group mode? Xu Qiuyan said softly, still looking at the points on the leaderboard. He wanted to be safe. He wanted to start the duel only after he was sure that Ji Churan would not continue the duel. In fact, he has been doing this for the past 3 days. During these 3 days, he started matching 20 seconds after seeing Ji Churan's points change, in order to avoid Ji Churan. There was no way he knew he couldn't beat Ji Churan. In fact, at the beginning, he wanted to have a confrontation with Ji Churan, but after seeing the virtual Ji Churan in the comprehensive duel, his mind changed. It was because when he was competing with Shi Honghu, he saw Ji Churan's crazy supernatural powers with his own eyes. He launched nearly 100 lightning attack formations in one breath. How could such a reserve of supernatural power be normal? If he didn't have the formation, he might not even be able to defeat Shi Honghu. Even the virtual Ji Churan is so crazy, Xu Qiuyan doesn't even dare to imagine how crazy the real Ji Churan would be. After that game, he made up his mind that he couldn't go head-to-head with the current Ji Churan. In the early stages, his abilities could not be compared with Ji Churan's violent abilities. It can only be said that in the later stages, his special abilities can bring great advantages. After all, if time-related abilities are used properly, their power can be quite terrifying. Xu Qiuyan watched for another 2.5 minutes and found that Ji Churan's points remained unchanged. At this moment, he was sure that Ji Churan would not challenge him in a one-on-one match again. So, he had an idea and started a one-on-one match. You are being matched with an opponent of similar strength. Match successful. Your opponent is Ji Churan. Question mark. Xu Qiuyan was stunned for a moment, wondering if his eyes were blurry. He blinked and looked ahead again. When Xu Qiuyan found out that her opponent was really Ji Churan, she was a little confused. That's not right. The points on the leaderboard haven't changed for several minutes. Doesn't this mean that Ji Churan is no longer fighting alone? Why am I matched with Ji Churan now? Xu Qiuyan was also confused for a moment, but as changes occurred before his eyes, he dared not be distracted anymore and immediately perked up. Now that we've been matched, we can only fight. Xu Qiuyan immediately began to activate his special abilities, ready to fight at any time. As the scene around Xu Qiuyan changed, a large plain with green grass appeared before his eyes. After seeing that it was a plain map, Xu Qiuyan was stunned. It's not you. He wanted to curse the system, but the scene before him made him hold back his curse. Because dozens of densely packed lightning strikes appeared in front of him, the speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Dozens of lightning bolts carrying terrifying momentum attacked Xu Qiuyan, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air rang in his ears. Fortunately, Xu Qiuyan activated his special abilities at the beginning, speeding up his time, thus paving the way for his next actions. Xu Qiuyan was seen madly releasing his special abilities, making his own time faster than the outside world. Looking at Raikiri, who was getting closer and closer to him, Xu Qiuyan urged his special ability while thinking in his heart. 2 times is not enough, 3 times is not enough, 5 times is not enough. It can only be 10 times. Xu Qiuyan gritted his teeth and madly released his special abilities, making his speed 10 times faster than that of the outside world. After increasing his speed tenfold, dozens of lightning strikes became extremely slow in Xu Qiuyan's eyes. The Raikiri, which was originally airtight, now had many spaces for people to hide in. Xu Qiuyan was sweating profusely on his head and his eyes were constantly scanning left and right. Then, he quickly adjusted his position and passed through the gaps between the dozens of lightning strikes thrown by Ji Churan. However, even so, during the journey, Xu Qiuyan was still attacked by the remaining thunder of Lei Qie and suffered some minor injuries. Being injured is actually a small matter. The real big thing now is the reserve of superpowers. Because at this time Xu Qiuyan had already felt that his superpowers were being lost in large quantities. If he continued to accelerate tenfold, his superpowers would be completely drained. Thinking of this, Xu Qiuyan immediately stopped accelerating and returned to normal speed. Damn, this is still too much of a stretch. Xu Qiuyan's face turned pale and sweat was pouring out of his head as if he had just come out of the water. Ji Churan was was stunned after watching Chu Choyun turn into a shadow and dodge all of his dozens of lightning strikes. His eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "No buddy, isn't this time-related ability sinister?" Ji Churan had also lived in Bungbu for some time, and had been mentally prepared, but when he saw Chu Choyun turned into a shadow, he couldn't help it. But he didn't want to waste time now. He was originally planning to find Shi Honghu and the others to form a team for group mode, but when he went there, he found that Shi Honghu and the others had already started a game, so he had no choice but to challenge Shi Honghu and the others in a one-on-one duel. But who would have thought that this time he would actually meet Chu Choyun, an SS-level time-based psychic? Ji Churan has become a little familiar with Chu Choyun in the past few days. Chu Choyun is a rational person. She will not act impulsively no matter what she does. Instead, she will weigh the pros and cons to judge whether things can be carried out. Moreover, Chu Choyun is very quick to see things and changes his mindset very quickly when faced with emergencies. It can be said that Chu Choyun has excellent talent and character. But there was no way, because he was now facing a genius boy who didn't know how to turn off the auxiliary function. "Let's finish it quickly," Ji Churan muttered softly, then raised his hand to release Raikiri again. But the next second he found that he could not move his body. Ji Churan wanted to turn his head to see what was happening to his body, but he found that he couldn't even move his head. At present, the only part of Ji Churan's body that can move is his eyeballs. Ji Churan was stunned and quickly looked at Chu Choyun in the distance. Ha! Chu Choyun in the distance suddenly knelt on the ground, with a faint white light flashing from his right hand. "This is freezing my time?" Ji Churan was shocked. He didn't expect Chu Choyun to be able to do this. But Ji Churan didn't intend to surrender. "You can freeze me, but you have to be able to kill me too." The next moment, a set of armor made up of countless thunders suddenly appeared around Ji Churan's body. The armor wrapped Ji Churan tightly, giving him a sense of security. However, just as Ji Churan was waiting for Chu Choyun to attack, a strange scene happened. Chu Choyun slowly raised her head, and a middle-aged face appeared in front of Ji Churan. And this appearance is aging rapidly. Chu Choyun, who had already become a middle-aged man, suddenly had many wrinkles on his face. His middle-aged face was also aging rapidly, and finally turned into a wrinkled and thin old man. As he grew older, his hair began to fall to the ground in large clumps, scattering on the swaying grass. "It actually takes so much life force," Chu Choyun muttered hoarsely, and her eyes began to blur. Finally, she could no longer bear the heaviness of her eyelids and closed her eyes. His back became more and more bent until he became hunchbacked. His figure also shrank rapidly at this moment, and finally became a hunchbacked old man with a thin body and a dry face. It was hard to imagine that in just 4 or 5 seconds, Chu Choyun transformed from a handsome young man with an upright figure into a skinny and old man. Ji Churan didn't even have time to react before he heard the virtual broadcast voice next to his ear. "Congratulations to Ji Churan for winning the game. Victory points increased by 100. The next second, Ji Churan's eyes blurred and he returned to the courtyard house rented by Shi Honghu, Li Yunxian, and others. Ji Churan was stunned for a moment, then recovered. "This Chu Choyun used her own life force to pause me?" Ji Churan said in surprise. "How could this be possible? Holy crap, a time-based psychic is so cunning? The ability to pause time seems abnormal no matter how you look at it." Chu Choyun also returned to his yard. He stood there silently for a long time without moving. It was not until a moment later that he returned to his room and sat down, falling into long contemplation. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Just pausing for a few seconds, will it take all my life force?" "Ji Churan, what exactly is contained in your body?" Chu Choyun slowly raised her head, her eyes full of seriousness. "Are you really S-rank? By the way, why hasn't Honghu come out yet?" Ji Churan looked at the room and the courtyard and found that Shi Honghu and the others still hadn't come out. So he had no choice but to move a recliner to the middle of the courtyard and lie down, waiting for Shi Honghu and the others to finish. As for continuing the duel, Ji Churan thought about it again and again and decided not to continue. The main thing is that he is afraid that Shi Honghu and the others will come out when he is fighting one-on-one, which would be very fun. Sure enough, not long after Ji Churan lay down, Shi Honghu and the others reappeared in the yard. "Alas, we still didn't kill him in the end." Li Yunxian sighed with regret after appearing. "It would have been better if we could have delayed him a little longer." "Damn it!" Shi Honghu shouted in dissatisfaction. "If my superpowers were strong enough to allow me to self-destruct once more, I could definitely kill him." Li Heng did not say anything and chose to remain silent, but judging from his clenched fists, he was also very unconvinced. "What are you discussing?" Ji Churan stood up and walked over to the group, asking curiously, "What tough opponents have you encountered?" The sudden sound startled the three of them, and Shi Honghu couldn't even help but spit out a mouthful of the Chinese quintessence. Even the silent Li Hong was shocked. Li Yunxian was even ready to draw his sword and chop at Ji Churan. However, when Li Yunxian saw clearly that the person who spoke was Ji Churan, he held back. "Chu Run, why are you here? After holding it in, you will feel happy." Li Yunxian asked happily. "After dominating the singles mode, are you ready to dominating the team mode?" "Hee hee, you still understand me." Ji Churan did not refute, but admitted it with a smile. That's a guess. Li Yunxian smiled and said, but you came at the right time. The four of us can form a team and play in team mode. Li Yunxian casually brought 3 benches from the yard and distributed them to Shi Honghu and Li Hang. Then the 3 of them sat down and prepared to discuss the group model with Ji Churan. Churan, you haven't tried the group mode yet, so I'll explain it to you briefly. Li Yunxian sat down and explained to Ji Churan. Firstly, the scoring in the group mode is similar to the martial arts exam, both relying on contribution points. Therefore, the rankings are actually calculated according to the algorithm, and there's no such thing as a slacker getting a high score. Ji Churan nodded, thinking that the algorithm method was indeed fair. The next thing is the team mode. First of all, the team mode must be played in a team. At least there must be 2 people in a team. The game cannot be started if there are less than 2 people. Li Yunxian continued to explain to Ji Churan. Ji Churan was stunned when he heard that he couldn't play solo. Wow, the group mode actually has these restrictions. Then it's time to choose the copy. Li Yunxian took out a piece of paper and spread it out, pointing to the content on the paper and said, "This is the strategy guide we 3 have been working on these past few days. First of all, there are 4 difficulty levels for group mode dungeons: easy, normal, hard, and hell. Simple mode corresponds to a single alien beast. You team up to kill a single alien beast. Points are determined based on the realm of the selected alien beast. The points range from 100 to 900. The normal mode corresponds to the beast tide. The score is also determined by the size and realm of the selected beast tide. The score ranges from 500 to 4900. The difficult mode is to face demons and myriad races. However, demons and myriad races are both single entities, but their lowest realm is one small realm higher than ours. At the same time, we can also choose the realm of demons or myriad races to obtain higher points. The points in this mode range from 1000 to 10,000. Finally, there's hell mode. In this mode, we'll encounter hordes of demons and myriad races. We can also choose the number and realm. The points in this mode range from 1,500 to 100,000, depending on the number of enemies killed and your contribution. We have tried the hell mode before. We chose the lowest number of demons and myriad races, and the lowest realm as well. When Li Yunxian said this, his expression turned a little ugly. But even so, we encountered attacks from dozens of myriad races. Although these myriad races were only a small realm lower than ours, with only the strength of the peak spiritual perception realm, they were numerous. Even using human wave tactics and round-the-clock attacks made us miserable. It's a shame to say that the 3 of us didn't hold out for long before we were killed due to exhaustion of our special powers. Li Yunxian sighed slightly and said helplessly, "More than 110,000 races at the peak of the spiritual perception realm." Ji Churan muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "You just said that these more than 110,000 races are one small realm lower than you. Does that mean that you are now at the bottom of the weird light realm?" Li Yunxian and others nodded, smiled, and said, "Yes, Churan, we have now reached the strength of the last glimmer realm, which can be considered a breakthrough." "Sure," Ji Churan said with a smile, "congratulations on your breakthrough." Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu smiled and were in a good mood. Li Hang still had no expression on his face, but a hint of happiness could be seen in his eyes. "I've roughly understood it. This group mode is quite interesting." Ji Churan changed into a comfortable sitting position and asked, "So, what difficulty level were you guys playing just now?" "It's difficult," Shi Honghu explained. "We chose an undead of the middle level Twilight realm, and the map is inside a volcano. In fact, if I could have self-destructed one more time at the end, we would have killed that undead guy." Shi Honghu gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling to accept the defeat. Ji Churan also expressed his understanding of this. After all, he was in the same situation when he was playing games before and encountered an opponent with low health and couldn't catch up. He was obviously just one step away from killing the opponent, but in the end, the opponent still escaped. The most frustrating thing is that the person with low health still won in the end, which can easily make people lose red temperature. "Don't be sad, Honghu." Ji Churan patted Shi Honghu's shoulder and said comfortingly, "Brother Ji, I will help you get back your face later." Shi Honghu didn't say anything when he heard this, but just nodded slightly. "Since you are here, Churan, we will add you to the team." Li Yunxian raised his left hand and moved the bracelet over. Ji Churan understood what he meant and raised his bracelet to touch it with Li Yunxuan's. "You have joined Li Yunxuan's team. I wish you a happy team building." "Okay, Churan, you're on the team," Li Yunxian said with a smile. "Now we're a team. Oh, I forgot to mention that in team mode, you can match teammates. You can also set the number of teammates you want to match with. You can choose 1, 2, or 3. If you feel like you need a few teammates, just tell me and I'll match them up." Upon hearing this, Ji Churan nodded and made an okay gesture. "Understood. So what kind of copy should we choose now?" Shi Honghu interrupted and asked. "Let's continue with what we just did." Li Yunxian thought for a moment and said, "After all, I feel that if you don't kill that undead, you might not be able to sleep tonight." Shi Honghu blushed, turned his head away and said nothing. "Then Churan, let's choose the difficult undead as our opponent." Li Yunxian said, "Let's stick with the middle Twilight realm." Just as Li Yunxian was was about to choose the difficulty, Ji Churan interrupted him. What's wrong? Li Yunxian was slightly stunned by the difficulty of the action and looked up at Ji Churan. The same is true for Shi Honghu and Li Hang. The middle level of the Twilight Realm doesn't seem very exciting. If we want to play, let's play big. Ji Churan smiled excitedly and said, let's choose the peak level of the Twilight Realm. After hearing this, Li Hong felt a little unsteady in his sitting position and looked at Ji Churan in disbelief. They couldn't beat the three of them in the middle level Twilight Realm, so now they're going to go straight to the peak level Twilight Realm? Shi Honghu also widened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. Ha! Li Yunxian was stunned for a moment, scratching his face awkwardly. He said hesitantly, Chu Run, are you serious? Is it this difficult right from the start? What? Ji Churan was also stunned for a moment, and said shockingly, isn't this a warm-up? Li Yunxian and the other two were shocked by Ji Churan's words. They all stood up and looked at Ji Churan in shock. They were all surprised. Peak Twilight Realm warm-up? Then what was the point of them working so hard for half a day to reach the middle level of Twilight Realm? Why are you reacting so strongly? Ji Churan raised his hand to suppress the crowd, motioning them to sit down. It's just the peak of the Twilight Realm. Don't be afraid, I'm here. When the time comes, just focus on attacking. Earn some attack points, and leave the rest to me. The four of us will dominate the leaderboard first. Anyway, the guaranteed score for hard mode is 1000. The higher the difficulty, the higher the guaranteed score. I'll take you straight to the top. Li Yunxian and the other two swallowed their saliva, looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Ji Churan's words, are they true? But I'm really looking forward to it. The scene of four people dominating the charts. Okay. Li Yunxian slapped the chair and stood up. The shocked expression on his face had disappeared, leaving only excitement. Since Churan has said so, let's do it. Isn't it just the peak of the Twilight Realm? We are fighting against the peak of the Twilight Realm. After saying that, Li Yunxian quickly chose the undead difficulty level of the peak Twilight Realm. Ji Churan raised his hand and smiled, wanting to say something, but the next second he found that his vision went dark. When he came to his senses, he found himself sitting on the edge of a crater. The ground was charred black, and the scorching temperature caused the surrounding space to distort. Thick smoke also flew into the sky along the crater. Ji Churan stood up in confusion and said, it's open now? Yes. Li Yunxian nodded seriously, looked towards the crater and said in a deep voice, here we come. Ji Churan came back to his senses at this time and looked towards the crater. The volcano suddenly began to shake, accompanied by an unknown rumbling sound. The surrounding temperature also rose rapidly at this moment, making the air filled with a scorching breath. Suddenly, the volcano erupted, and boiling magma burst out from the crater. A small amount of magma flew everywhere, while a large amount of magma flowed out from the crater. Hot, scalding, he. Here it comes. Shi Honghu shouted. His whole body became hot, and the scorching temperature enveloped his whole body. The next second, a large amount of flames burst out of his body, and he turned into a fireman. Li Hong also held the scabbard tightly with his left hand and the hilt with his right hand, staring at the direction of the crater with a serious expression. Li Yunxian and Li Hong had the same movements, both holding the scabbard with their left hand and the sword with their right hand, which was clearly a preparation for drawing the sword and slashing. Ji Churan scratched his head upon seeing this. The lava is coming towards them, why don't they hide? Ji Churan was a little confused, but then Shi Honghu solved his doubts. Shi Honghu took a step forward, put his hands together, and threw out a ball of hot flame, hitting the falling magma. What's strange is that after the flame came into contact with the magma, it actually merged into the magma, and the falling magma also changed its flow direction at this moment. When the magma approached Ji Churan and others, it flowed to both sides. Ji Churan was stunned and said in surprise, it's okay, Honghu, you can actually change the direction of the magma flow. Shi Honghu still looked serious and answered quickly, just basic operations. Get ready, he's coming. Shi Honghu shouted, his whole body tensed up. The next second, a tall blood-red figure flew out from the crater and rushed towards Shi Honghu at a rapid speed. Shi Honghu immediately drew out his long sword that was already burning with flames and slashed at the blood-red figure. Li Yunxian and Li Hang also launched attacks instantly. Ming, draw your sword and slash. Two swords and one knife, carrying terrifying momentum, slashed towards the blood-red figure. However, the blood-red figure acted as if it didn't see the simultaneous attacks of the three people. It just waved its hand, and a terrifying red light flashed, easily blocking the attacks of the three people. The blood-red figure looked hideous and irregular, with two disgusting, wriggling flesh balls behind it. It glanced at Li Yunxian and the other two with contempt. Afterwards, the blood-red figure chattered a lot of words that Ji Churan could not understand. He waved his hand again, and a flash of bloodlight appeared, knocking Li Yunxian and the other two out. What? Li Yunxian exclaimed, and then could not withstand the terrifying impact force. He fell straight down from the crater and finally fell into the flowing lava. The same thing happened to Shi Honghu and Li Hong. They were unable to withstand the attacks of the undead and fell from the crater. After the undead pushed Li Yunxian and others into the lava, they laughed loudly towards the sky, looking very arrogant. While laughing, it looked looked at Ji Churen with its twisted and terrifying eyes and said something that Ji Churen could not understand at all. What are you babble about? Ji Churen shook his right hand lightly, and flashing thunder appeared faintly on his right hand. I don't understand, Smecta. Ji Churen said something casually, then kicked his right foot and flew towards the undead like a cannonball. When the undead saw that Ji Churen not only did not escape but rushed towards it, they also revealed a mocking and hideous smile. In its eyes, Ji Churen was just like Li Yunxian and others, the kind of guy who could be easily defeated. So, the undead did not dodge at all, but made a fist with his right hand and punched towards Ji Churen. The undead race has strong bodies, and it is simply a joke for a human to want to fight them head-on. Li Yunxian and Li Hong, who fell into the lava, also used their special abilities to prevent their bodies from being burned by the lava. Damn, is this the strength of the peak Twilight realm? Li Yunxian covered his chest, feeling as if all his internal organs had shifted. Li Hong on the other side also had an ugly expression on his face and his breathing was a little rapid. The undead only punched them twice, and almost made them lose their best fighting power. The gap in realm was fully reflected at this moment, and the gap between these realms will only grow larger as the level of cultivation improves. Later on, a small realm becomes like a chasm that is difficult to cross. Challenging someone of a higher level only exists in novels. You are a genius, but aren't others? Those who have strong cultivation are all geniuses of their time. Stop talking nonsense. Go back and help Ji Churen. Shi Honghu, who had turned into a ball of fire, shouted and then ran towards the top of the volcano. Li Yunxian and Li Hong followed immediately. But just as the three of them started running, terrifying thunder erupted above the volcano, and the space that was originally shrouded in thick smoke and somewhat dark also lit up at this moment. Along with the flash of thunder, an extremely miserable cry of pain was heard. Back to Ji Churen. The undead looked disdainful and swung his terrifying fist at Ji Churen, who was rushing towards him. It is very confident in the strength of its own body. It has even begun to guess what the subsequent ending will be. When Ji Churen fights with him, his fist will completely smash Ji Churen's right arm without any pressure. Then came Ji Churen's painful howling, and he himself enjoyed Ji Churen's howling with great joy. After all, other people's howling was a stimulant that made him gradually excited. The wailing of the weak will only make the strong more excited. In an instant, Ji Churen's right fist collided with the undead's right fist. At the moment of collision, the undead, who was laughing ferociously, suddenly stopped smiling. Then his expression changed from excitement to confusion, and then from confusion to fear. This transformation took only a second for the undead. The next second, there was a flash of lightning, and the wails of the undead resounded throughout the crater. The undead's right arm was instantly shattered by an unstoppable force. The entire right arm disappeared in an instant, and a black and red unknown liquid was still gushing out from the broken arm. The undead howled in pain, trying to cover the blood from his broken right arm with his left hand. However, when its left hand just touched the broken arm, a trace of residual lightning flashed instantly, causing the undead's body to tremble and the wailing became louder. Ji Churen grinned, watching the scene with great interest, and whispered, "Black and red blood, the body structure of this Wanzu is quite interesting, and this wailing sound makes me more and more excited." Ji Churen showed an expression of enjoyment, then smiled like a pervert and slowly walked towards the undead. How could the undead not know Ji Churen's strength at this time? He broke his right arm with just one punch. Such an existence must be at the Yuanning realm. The undead knew that he had kicked the steel plate, so he turned around and ran without saying a word. But isn't running away from a lightning-type mutant like dancing in front of a train? Looking at the undead who turned into a red light and fled into the distance, Ji Churen just smiled slightly. Sizzle! With a flash of lightning, Ji Churen rushed out, carrying a brilliant trail of thunder. At this time, Li Yunxian and others also returned to the crater and saw Ji Churen, who had already rushed out. Li Yunxian was stunned. That's not right. You guys changed places right after we arrived. Didn't we come here for nothing? Hack! Shi Honghu cursed inwardly, and the whole person withdrew from the state of the fireman. He looked at the tail of lightning across the sky and the blood-red light that was fleeing rapidly in front of him, and shouted without hesitation. After saying that, Shi Honghu chased after him. Li Yunxian and Li Hang looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and then chased after him. They were helpless, very helpless towards Shi Honghu. What on earth was Shi Honghu thinking? He actually wanted to catch up with the lightning-type mutant on foot. How was this any different from an ordinary person running to catch up with an airplane? The undead's mentality was blown away at this time. It had released all its abilities and was running, but it was always followed by a guy who turned into thunder. This guy didn't attack me, nor did he block me. He just followed me around, mainly to keep me company. But the undead don't want such companionship at all. The undead kept cursing Ji Churen in his heart, and then suddenly turned sharply at a small hill in front and ran to the other side. After turning the corner, the undead thought to himself, those who use thunder shouldn't be able to turn. The undead ran while looking back guiltily, and found that there was indeed no thunder following behind him, so he breathed a sigh of relief and thought smugly in his heart, Humph, what's the point of being fast in a straight line? Being fast in a curve is the real speed. But the next second, a figure with a trail of lightning lightning appeared again, at an extremely fast speed, as if it was about to catch up with the undead in the next second. At this moment, the undead's mentality collapsed. Damn it! This guy is still chasing me. Seeing the thunder figure getting closer and closer, the undead accepted their fate. They couldn't escape and could only try to beg for mercy. The elders said that the human race is known for its kindness and will not kill prisoners, so if you surrender, you will most likely survive. Only by surviving can there be hope of turning the situation around. Thinking of this, the undead slowly stopped and finally stopped in a mountain. Ji Churan, who turned into thunder, followed closely behind and braked to a stop not far from the undead. Ji Churan looked at the undead with some doubts and asked, "Why stop? Are you going to fight to the death?" Speaking of this, Ji Churan showed an excited smile on his face. He likes to see others fight to the death and then die with regret. Ji Churan likes the scene where others are attacking desperately and their hope is burning, but in the end their confidence is shattered bit by themselves and their hope is extinguished bit by themselves. Ji Churan grinned, having already figured out how to torture the undead. The undead had already figured out how to beg for mercy. The undead suddenly squatted into a horse stance, then stretched out his left hand and placed it in front of his body, floating slowly, as if he was practicing Tai Chi. This is the undead's way of begging for mercy, similar to the human race's kneeling and kowtowing. Among the undead race, squatting with your hands floating in front of you means surrender and obedience. However, the undead's right arm had been broken by Ji Churan, so he could only float with one hand. But it was not a big problem, because the undead squatting in a horse stance meant surrender. Squatting in horse stance is equivalent to kneeling, and floating hands is equivalent to kowtowing. The undead were begging for mercy from Ji Churan in their own way, constantly saying good things about Ji Churan and begging for mercy, trying to get Ji Churan to let them go. However, the undead could never have imagined that the person they met today was the smartest and most brainless person among the human race. If only a human were to come, the undead's plea for mercy might be effective, but it didn't work for Ji Churan, because he couldn't understand the undead's way of begging for mercy. At this moment, in Ji Churan's eyes, the undead suddenly squatted into a horse stance, made a Tai Chi starting movement, and chattered something that Ji Churan could not understand. "Hey, this guy can do Tai Chi?" Ji Churan smiled curiously, looking at the undead with great interest, muttering, "But what's that babble in his mouth? Is it a spell or a pre-swing?" The undead saw Ji Churan smile and thought that Ji Churan was really going to let it go. As a result, the amplitude of its left hand floated even larger, and the sounds of begging for mercy and words of praise from its mouth became more rapid and louder. "Please spare me, my respected, handsome, powerful, beautiful, kind-hearted and compassionate human warrior." Ji Churan's perspective. *UN %, #% and UN star. No, why is he so excited? Ji Churan looked at the undead who was becoming more and more excited and his voice was getting louder and louder, and he felt something was wrong. No, this might be his ultimate move. I must stop him, otherwise he will capsize in the ditch. Ji Churan's expression condensed, and he immediately approached the undead. Then he made a fist with his right hand and punched towards the undead's swinging left hand. "I'll break your left hand first, so that you won't be able to amplify the spell later." Ji Churan shouted softly, and his right fist, carrying terrifying thunder, instantly broke the undead's left side. The undead howled in agony, his entire body collapsing to the ground due to the intense pain. It looked at Ji Churan in horror, its heart full of confusion. Didn't the human race agree to be kind and not kill captives? What's wrong with this guy? I even begged for mercy. The undead had ferocious expressions, and their entire bodies displayed a look of despair. However, its desperate expression changed in Ji Churan's eyes. "Hey, you still dare to glare at me at this time?" Ji Churan looked at the ferocious and vicious undead and said unhappily, "I gave you face, didn't I?" Ji Churan punched the undead in the face, making his face crooked. In this punch, Ji Churan did not release his supernatural powers and even restrained his strength a little. Another punch was thrown, and the other half of the undead's face was twisted. Both sides of the face were twisted and looked somewhat symmetrical. "Speak!" Ji Churan shouted, and then punched out again, hitting the undead in the face. "I gave you face, didn't I? Speak to me." Mute, *and %UN. I don't understand, smecta, and, please, powerful human, I am willing to submit to you. Please don't hit me anymore. Hey, you still dare to scold me, right? I gave you face? As Ji Churan threw punch after punch, the undead who had lost both arms was finally unable to resist and died under Ji Churan's final blow with a fist carrying thunder. The undead never figured out what went wrong until they died. Didn't the human race agree not to kill prisoners? The human being he encountered not only killed him, but even tortured him before his death. Is this what he calls kindness? I love you. Congratulations to Li Yunchuan's team for passing the difficult group mode. Points calculation will now begin. Ji Churan's points settlement, 10,000. Li Yunchuan's points settlement, 3,000. Li Heng's points settlement, 3,000. Shi Honghu points settlement, 3,100. Hey, you gave me full marks? Ji Churan looked at his 10,000 points and was very happy. But why did Honghu get 100 more points than Yunxian and the others? Could it be because I got some contribution points for intercepting the magma at the beginning? Ji Churan muttered, and then his eyes blurred and he returned to the courtyard where Li Yunxian and others were. After returning to the courtyard, Li Yunxian and others were still in shock. The three of them looked at each other with different expressions. These 3,000 points, it was too easy to get it. The three of them basically did nothing. The only thing they did was to get punched and fall into the crater. The rest of the time they were basically rushing on their way. But even so, they still got a guaranteed score of 3,000 points, which can be said to be a win without any effort. Sure enough, sometimes it is much better to follow the right person than to do things on your own. Now, Li Yunxian and the others can even make a proud announcement. Ji Churan is MVP. We are the winners without any effort. The fact that Ji Churan scored 10,000 points in a game was also noticed by some students who were paying attention to the standings. The first person to notice this was a classmate who was thinking about how to surpass the person in front of him in the restaurant. He could be said to have seen with his own eyes Ji Churan's name rush up. Oh my god, Ji Churan has started the team competition, and he scored 10,000 points in the first team competition. The classmate's exclamation instantly attracted the attention of the students in the restaurant. The students stood up and looked at the scoreboard in the sky. They looked down the standings and actually saw Ji Churan's name. At this moment, they all exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, it's really Ji Churan. He really went to the team competition. Oh my god, this beast is finally going to the team competition. I haven't dared to play a single match in the past 3 days, for fear of encountering this beast. Come on, brothers, you guys eat first, I'm going to go fight one-on-one. What the hell are you still eating? Hurry up and fight one-on-one, otherwise you won't get any points later. At this point, the students gave up eating and started playing one-on-one matches on the spot. There is no way. The 3 days of one-on-one competition are simply Ji Churan's personal show. Once you are matched with Ji Churan, you will be defeated instantly. As a result, many students gave up the individual competition and switched to team competition during these 3 days. As the news of Ji Churan changing the competition type spread, more and more people began to play the one-on-one mode again, including some outstanding classmates whose names can be called out. People like Chu Choyun and Chen Pejuan also started a crazy one-on-one duel after Ji Churan left. Before, they still had some concerns and needed to wait for Ji Churan to open the game before they could start matching. But now they don't have to do that anymore. Now they just need to engage in crazy duels. However, some of the students did not participate in the one-on-one mode. Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng are examples. The coordination of wind and fire between the two allows them to deal with situations like beast tides with ease. Of course, they did not work alone, but chose to match up with teammates. Both normal difficulty and hell difficulty involve facing large-scale enemies, so you can match teammates, and the upper limit is 20 people. The points for matching teammates are calculated based on their contribution points, so Li Tianqing and Lin Yifeng can match teammates to reduce some pressure on themselves. After all, not everyone has the abnormal amount of supernatural power reserves like Ji Churan. In the instructor's office, Zhongju crossed his hands in front of his mouth with a serious expression. In front of him, the scene of Ji Churan's battle with the undead was playing. Zhongju stared at the screen with his eagle eyes, memorizing every detail and every scene of the battle between Ji Churan and the undead. At this time, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white robe walked in with a pile of information in his hands. We've figured it out. The white-robed man placed a pile of information in front of Zhongju and said softly, "Here is all the information on the students in the training camp. Do you want me to pick out 2 for you?" Zhongju didn't look back, his eyes still fixed on the screen. "Please help me get the information about Ji Churan and Chu Choyun." As soon as Zhongju finished speaking, 2 documents appeared in front of him. He was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the man in white robe. "I have put the information of these 2 people on the surface in advance." The man in white robe gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke. Zhongju took the information and nodded slightly, then he calmed down and started reading it. The first piece of information he looked at was naturally the information about Ji Churan, whom he had been paying attention to. Zhongju, who had a serious face, couldn't help but shrink his pupils after seeing Ji Churan's information, and said in shock, How is this possible?" Zhongju suddenly raised his head and looked at the man in white robe, and asked anxiously, "By Jin Yuan, is the data in this document wrong?" The man in white robe, also known as Bai Jin Yuan, did not answer immediately, but gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. At the same time, a faint white light flashed on his lenses. "Instructor Zhong, I never thought my ability would go wrong." Zhongju was stunned, and then he remembered the special ability of the person in front of him. So he swallowed, turned his head stiffly, and looked at the data sheet in his hand again. The more he read, the more frightened Zhongju became. "Is this really the data of a human being? I'm afraid that such data does not exist even among the most mysterious demon clan among all clans." Zhongju suppressed the shock in his heart and continued reading. When he reached the end, he could no longer hold back and stood up, saying in disbelief, "He has an incompletely awakened physique?" It's no wonder that Zhongju was so shocked, it's just because Ji Churan's datasheet was too terrifying. Name, Ji Ji Churan. Gender, male. Age, 18. Current realm, peak Twilight realm. Comprehensive attack power, without combat skills, upper level energy realm. Comprehensive attack power, combat skill last in the Lingxi realm. Comprehensive defense, without combat skills, upper Yuanneng realm or so. Comprehensive defense, combat skill last rank Lingxi realm. Spiritual power, entry. Power reserve, compared to ordinary psychics 50 times. Preliminary estimate. Ability level assessment, SS. Overall evaluation, Superman among superpowers. Such data shocked even a knowledgeable person like Zhang Ju. With the strength of the peak Twilight realm, his comprehensive combat power has actually reached the Yuanning realm, and the power of his combat skills has even reached the Lingxi realm. How can people not be shocked by such cross-border strength? You know, in the information that Zhang Ju had read in the past, most of the combat power was lower than his own realm, because their algorithm has always been calculated based on one overdraft attack, so the combat power of many people will be lower than their own realm. Occasionally seeing a classmate whose fighting ability is equal to his own level is enough to make Zhang Ju feel that this person is a good seedling. As a result, everything became completely chaotic when it came to Ji Churan. A small realm was no longer enough to satisfy him, so he reached a higher realm. He is only 18 years old and has a long way to go in the future. Zhang Ju didn't dare to imagine such a talent. He didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying Ji Churan would become when he grew up. And the most important and most fatal thing is, Ji Churan actually still has an incompletely awakened physique. This also means that Ji Churan's SS level ability may not be the end. Is this a human being? This guy is simply Superman. Shocked, right? Bai Jinyuan smiled helplessly and said, I was also shocked when I first analyzed his data. Even someone like me, who never doubted the accuracy of my abilities, doubted my abilities for a moment. Zhang Ju didn't say anything. He was still immersed in shock. He glanced at the data sheet again, his breathing becoming rapid. Genius. A true genius. Zhang Ju excitedly turned his head and said to Bai Jinyuan, such a cross-border genius is unprecedented and will never be seen again. He's only in the Twilight realm, yet he's already achieved such terrifying combat power. If he grows to the Realm King realm, then, Zhang Ju was so excited that he couldn't speak. In the end, it was Bai Jinyuan who spoke out what he had not finished saying. Then his combat power will be on par with that of 2 or even more King Realm Masters. Yes, Zhang Ju shouted excitedly, and his reserve of superpowers is incredibly strong. Preliminary calculations show that it is 50 times that of an ordinary superpower user. Then when he reaches the Realm King realm, that will be a real god of war in a protracted war. Bai Jinyuan smiled and said what Zhang Ju had not finished saying. Yes, Zhang Ju nodded quickly and excitedly grabbed Bai Jinyuan's shoulders. Jinyuan, I think we have found the next chief. Oh, Bai Jinyuan asked with a half smile, have you made up your mind so quickly? Aren't you afraid that he might have a bad temper? Are you scared? Zhang Ju did not answer, but asked with a smile. At this moment, Bai Jinyuan smiled helplessly. I'm really impressed by you. You didn't even bother explaining it to me. You've already figured it out yourself and you still want me to explain it? Aren't you just teasing me? Zhang Ju grinned, not buying Bai Jinyuan's nonsense at all. Although my analysis isn't as strong as yours, I do understand one thing. What's the reason? Bai Jinyuan asked curiously. Old Wei's vision is not bad. Zhang Ju said, a person who can incite Old Wei to kill people without any reason in the virtual space, and who is recognized by Old Wei, I don't think there will be any problems with him. Ha, I really thought you had finally gotten the hang of it. Bai Jinyuan helplessly held his forehead and laughed. In the end, you're still clueless. But what you said is indeed correct, because Mr. Wei's vision is indeed correct. Bai Jinyuan said. So, the two of us should start working for Ji Churan now. Zhang Ju spoke slowly at this time. Then, they both said the same word in unison. At this time, Ji Churan had no idea that Bai Jinyuan had already exposed all his secrets. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't matter to him, because he had never intended to hide it from the beginning. After all, people with confidence are different. As for where the confidence comes from, Chief, I don't know for the time being, but just Old Wei and Old Zhou are enough for Ji Churan to walk sideways on Blue Star. Churan, then shall we continue to challenge the 10,000 races at the peak of the Twilight Realm? Li Yunxian asked at this time. Ji Churan touched his chin, thought for a while and said, no, we adjusted the difficulty to hell this time to face the 10,000 tides. Wan Chao? Shi Honghu muttered in confusion. What's that word? I created it myself. Ji Churan chuckled and said, after all, if there are many exotic beasts, we call it beast tide. If there are many myriad races, we call it myriad tide. Shouldn't that be okay? Shi Honghu was stunned and said hesitantly, so according to you, the demons are the demon tide? Smart. Ji Churan gave a thumbs up. So a lot of people means a crowd? Li Yunxian also joined the topic at this time. Smart. Ji Churan gave a thumbs up again. The place with many masters is called Gao. Li Hong opened his mouth slowly, but Ji Churan covered his mouth the next second. That's not something you can say, buddy. Ji Churan interrupted interrupted quickly, fearing that Li Hong would say something shocking. Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu also widened their eyes and looked at Li Hong in disbelief, as if saying, "How can you, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, say something like that, justifying your cool and aloof persona?" But Ji Churan and the others didn't know that Li Hang actually didn't understand why they reacted so strongly, because he was a complete novice in that area. Even in Li Hang's current mind, kissing can make a girl pregnant. After the little episode, everyone was finally ready to start the Hell Mode challenge. But before the challenge, Li Yunxian suggested that Ji Churan match himself with a few teammates, because then at least there would be someone to relieve some of their pressure. After thinking about it, Ji Churan agreed to Li Yunxian's request, because when he started fighting, he really couldn't control Li Yunxian and the others. Therefore, finding a few people to help Li Yunxian and the others can also make him feel more at ease. "If you really can't calm down later, just tell them to retreat behind me and I will take care of everything." Just to show off, it would be nice to have some audience to provide some emotional value. Shout 666, and finally say Ji Churan is MVP. That would be even better. So, Li Yunxian opened the matching settings and started matching. At this time, outside the courtyard, a classmate was standing there without any movement, but if you look closely, you will find that his ears are floating slightly. He was just passing by here, but happened to hear that Ji Churan and the others were going to match teammates. The most important thing is that Ji Churan and the others were matched with the Hell difficulty level. You know, no one challenges the Hell difficulty, so as long as I match the Hell mode at this time, I will definitely be matched with Ji Churan. There is a mechanism when matching teammates. If no teammates are matched within 3 minutes, the team will enter the dungeon by themselves. Therefore, if you want to hang out with Ji Churan, you have to hurry up. If so, the classmate immediately took out the earrings and sent a message to his team. Clairaudience, at Thunder Monarch Captain. Hurry up and match yourself on Hell difficulty. Ji Churan and the others are matching you. Match successful. The match was successful. Li Yunxian was stunned for a moment, quite surprised. They had just been matching for over a minute and hadn't found anyone. They were even prepared for the possibility that no one would choose the Hell difficulty and they wouldn't be able to match with anyone. But I didn't expect that I would be matched with someone after 2 minutes, but I don't know which team I was matched with. Let's go in and take a look, Shi Honghu said as he straightened his clothes. Wow! The scene in front of Ji Churan and others suddenly began to change. First, the surrounding scene turned into darkness. The pitch-black picture did not last long. After about 2.5 seconds, the scene around them began to change. The endless blue ocean appeared before them. The ocean was surging very regularly, and the unique sound of the surging sea water echoed in the ears of Ji Churan and others. Ji Churan and others looked around and found that they were standing on an isolated island. Outside the island, there was no land, only the endless ocean. It is a bit inaccurate to say ocean. The more accurate term is the black ocean. As soon as they looked around, they could see nothing but the black seawater. The sky was hazy, and the air was filled with a disgusting stench. "No, what kind of place is this?" Ji Churan covered his nose and complained. "Why is the air so smelly?" "This is the habitat of the Xingyu tribe." As a top student, Li Yunxian immediately understood the myriad tribes they would be facing this time. The Xingyu tribe's homeland is filthy, the seawater is pitch black, and there's a foul, fishy smell. However, there is no oxygen on the fishy fish tribe's planet. The reason we can breathe now may be due to the virtual scene. Li Yunxian likes to read books and is a top student. In addition, the training he received since childhood has given him a better understanding of all races. The fishy fish tribe is adept at using poison. Whether it's their saliva, body fluids, or even their blood, they all contain a deadly poison. It's almost impossible for people of the same realm to cope with this kind of poison. However, as long as we use our supernatural powers to protect our bodies, we can block the invasion of this toxin. Of course, I mean when our strength is equal. This battle is going to be a tough one, so we must be careful. Shi Honghu and Li Hong nodded seriously, while Ji Churan touched his chin thoughtfully. At this moment, a hesitant and timid voice pulled Ji Churan and others back to their thoughts. When everyone turned around, they found that there were 5 people standing behind them. The person who spoke was a boy wearing blue-framed glasses and looking timid. After seeing the man with glasses, Ji Churan and others understood that these 5 people should be their teammates. Since we are teammates, it is only right that we get to know each other. "Hello." Li Yunxian was the first to extend his hand and introduce himself. "My name is Li Yunxian, and my supernatural power is the A-level natural ability sharp to gold. Li Hong saw that Li Yunxian had already introduced himself, so he followed him and said coldly, "Li Hong, strengthening, sword chant. Shi Honghu, A-rank nature ability burning fire. Shi Honghu also said. Seeing that everyone had said it, Ji Churan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to introduce himself, he saw the man with glasses said in a panic, No, we know you. Ji Churan was stunned and laughed. "I didn't expect you guys actually knew me. It seems my name has spread." The man with glasses was embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't say that he got to know Ji Churan only after he was defeated by him in seconds. "Get out of the way." Suddenly, the girl among the 5 people pushed the man man with glasses away, walked up to Li Yunxian and shook hands with him, saying, Ming Tianyi, A-rank nature type ability Thunder. After hearing the girl's self-introduction, Li Yunxian was also stunned. Thunder ability? Nonsense. Ming Tianyi released his hand and looked at Li Yunxian with caring eyes, saying, if the Raging Thunder ability isn't of the lightning element, then is it of the earth element? Li Yunxian also reacted and scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry. However, Li Yunxian was quite surprised by Ming Tianyi's personality. After all, the girl in front of him looked pretty, but when she opened her mouth, seeing that their boss had introduced himself, the four boys followed suit and introduced themselves. Wei Mudi, A-level strengthening ability Lian Tue. A tall and slender boy in a suit said. Wang Juechen, A-level special ability light and shadow illusion. A boy wearing a white battle robe and looking very sunny said. Hai Wenbin, A-level beast taming ability power of all beasts, tames black panthers, said a boy in a leopard print battle robe. Wang Qingji, A-level auxiliary ability, clairaudience, said the shy boy with blue-framed glasses at the beginning. After introducing each other, they began to discuss tactics. In group mode, when choosing modes with multiple enemies such as normal and hell difficulty, you can discuss it independently and start the mission after making a decision. This is also to facilitate the matching of teammates so that teammates can get to know each other. Otherwise, if you start fighting as soon as you enter, you won't even know what abilities your teammates have, which is not in line with the instructor's teaching philosophy. Even in reality, there are tactics when facing a war. You can't just blindly fight in a virtual battle. Li Yunxian and others said before that they were killed instantly as soon as they entered the battlefield, but this was only after they had completed the discussion and completely entered the battlefield. When discussing tactics, they could not see how many enemies there were or where they were located. The few of them quickly discussed the tactics, or more precisely, the defensive positions. Because their opponents this time are the Fishy Fish tribe, it is impossible for them to go into the water, because on this planet, the Fishy Fish tribe is the absolute overlord of the water. No matter how good these people are at swimming, they can never be better than the fishy fish living underwater. What's more, the fishy-smelling black sea water would block their vision and taste, so they decided not to go into the water and to defend themselves with the island as the center. First, Li Yunxian and Li Hang guarded the eastern part of the island, and then Shi Honghu and Wei Muyi guarded the western part. The southern part was guarded by Hai Wenbin and Ming Tianyi. The last part of the north is guarded by Ji Churen and Wang Juechen. The reason why Ji Churen and Wang Juechen were stationed in the north was because everyone needed their quick support. Both lightning and light abilities are known for their fast speed, so Ji Churen and Wang Juechen's support capabilities are beyond reproach. However, due to the light-based ability of scraping, Ji Churen basically needs to help with the task of killing the enemy, and Wang Juechen can only carry out some interception. As for why Ming Tianyi and Ji Churen were not allowed to guard the north together and support the other three directions, needless to say, people with thunder-type abilities suffer from kidney deficiency. The reason why Ming Tianyi and Hai Wenbin were asked to guard the south together was that Hai Wenbin was needed to provide backup defense after Ming Tianyi released his supernatural powers. Otherwise, Ming Tianyi would be finished immediately after a burst of attack. Wang Qingji was arranged by everyone in the center of the island. His role was to listen to the movements from all directions. As for the superior, all he needs to do is stay at the central government and report the information. Do you understand everything? Li Yunxian asked again to confirm. I understand. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. In that case, let's start the battle. Li Yunxuan's mind moved, and he gave the virtual system the order to start the battle. The next second, the four big words negotiation status that appeared in the sky disappeared, and what followed was a terrifying pressure. This pressure and stress. Shi Honghu's face changed, and he was shocked. He murmured, damn it, is this the pressure I have to endure when facing multiple tribes? Li Yunxian and others were also slightly affected by this pressure at this time, but they quickly came to their senses and began to act according to the plan. Hurry up and get back, Li Yunxian shouted, and then took Li Hang and walked towards the east. Shi Honghu and Wei Muyi also walked quickly towards the west. It's time for us to go, Captain. Hai Wenbin waved his right hand and summoned a ferocious black panther. This black panther is his beast. Ming Tianyi nodded when she heard this, then turned to look at Ji Churen, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Ji Churen noticed this scene and asked in confusion, what's up? Ming Tianyi opened her mouth but finally closed it again, gritted her teeth and said, it's okay, let's talk about it after the battle is over. After saying that, Ming Tianyi turned and left, running towards the south where they were needed to guard. Hai Wenbin also turned over and jumped onto the back of his beast, the Black Panther, and followed Ming Tianyi towards the south. At this moment, Wang Qingji suddenly said in a panic, north, there's movement under the northern ocean. There are. Wang Qingji's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed, preliminary inference is that there are more than 10 people from the Fishy Fish tribe. Upon hearing this, Ji Churen looked towards the north, a flash of lightning appeared in his eyes, and the next second, his eyes turned completely blue, and were surrounded by terrifying thunder. In an instant, the haze in the air disappeared from Ji Churen's eyes, eyes, and everything became clear. Even the pitch-black sea water became clear at this moment. Ji Churan kicked off with his right foot and flew up on the spot, observing the situation around the entire island from the air. He stared at the north and noticed more than a dozen warriors of the Xingyu tribe approaching rapidly from underwater in the northern Black Sea. At the same time, he also noticed that warriors of the Xingyu tribe appeared in the other three directions, but the number did not exceed 10. These fishy fish warriors appeared around the island in an instant, as if they were refreshed. Wang Juechen looked up at Ji Churan at this time, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Ji Churan lowered his head and nodded slightly to Wang Juechen on the ground. Then he turned into a ray of lightning and flew towards the north. Seeing this, Wang Juechen was not willing to be outdone. His whole body was shining brightly, and the next second he turned into a ray of light and headed towards the north. Wang Qingji was the only one left in the center of the island. He kept moving his ears and reporting information to everyone. His information will be transmitted through everyone's bracelets and heard by everyone. Wang Qingji's voice came from Li Yunxuan's bracelet. 4 members of the fish tribe are approaching from the east. Be careful. 4. Li Yunxian touched his sword and smiled. You really think highly of us. Li Hong didn't say anything, but just held the sword tightly in his hand. The two men held their swords and gazed at the calm yet turbulent black sea water. The silence at this moment is like the calm before the storm, which makes people feel nervous. Li Yunxian and Li Hong knew that the 4 Xingyu tribe members were just warming up, and that many Xingyu tribe warriors would appear later. As for the exact number of them, they didn't know. Although they killed more than a dozen warriors from all races last time, they knew that the difficulty of hell was definitely more than this. Phew phew phew. Suddenly, the surface of the Black Sea began to surge wildly, and waves came from afar, rapidly approaching Li Yunxian and Li Hang. Here it comes. Li Yunxuan's expression became serious, and he held the sword in his right hand, looking serious and solemn. The same was true for Li Hang. The two of them moved almost identically, as if they were one person. Suddenly, 2 figures jumped out of the Black Sea water. These 2 figures were the warriors of the Fishy Fish clan. The fishy fish have strange appearances. Their upper body is that of a fish, and their lower body consists of 4 shriveled, fan-shaped, black legs of different sizes. They have 2 claws on their heads that are similar to human hands, but their claws are smaller and thinner than human hands. It also emits a disgusting stench. The overall look is extremely disgusting and weird. It looks like it makes me physically uncomfortable. Li Yunxian said softly, then he slashed with the sword in his right hand. In an instant, a sword light flashed in the haze, and the haze in the air was dispelled for a moment by this sword light. The Xingyu warrior who flew towards Li Yunxian instantly disintegrated in the air and was cut in half, and its pitch-black blood also burst out at this moment, like bloody fireworks. Blood scattered everywhere, and some of it flew towards Li Yunxian, as if carrying some target. However, Li Yunxian used his special ability to isolate the blood and prevented it from touching his skin. After Li Yunxian dealt with a warrior from the Xingyu tribe, Li Hong was not willing to be outdone. Li Hong had a grim expression and a sharp aura emanating from his entire body. He looked at the Xingyu warriors rushing towards him without any emotion. He held the hilt of the sword with his right hand and whispered. There was a loud sword sound that resounded through the sky, followed by a sword light flying by, and the powerful and sharp sword instantly slashed on the body of the Fishy Fish tribe. The Fishy Fish tribe was split into 2 halves in the air by this cut, just like the Fishy Fish tribe member Li Yunxian faced, cut in half. A large amount of black blood suddenly spurted out from the body of the fishy fish, and a foul smell followed. Black blood mixed with the haze in the air flew towards Li Hong. Li Hong did not panic. With a thought, he controlled his supernatural powers to wrap the surface of his body, blocking the foul-smelling blood of the Fishy Fish tribe. Snap! The body of the Fishy Fish warrior fell onto the island with a plop, and the dark blood slowly flowed on the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. What was shocking was that the ground of the island was burned and corroded by the blood of the Fishy Fish tribe, and bursts of black smoke came out, and a small hole gradually formed on the ground. The black smoke flew towards the sky and finally merged with the haze in the air, making visibility slightly lower and the stench stronger. Li Yunxian noticed this scene and immediately felt something was wrong. He immediately used his sword to pick up the corpse of the Fishy Fish warrior and threw it into the sea, shouting, "We can't let the corpses of the fish tribe remain on the island. They will corrode the island." Li Hong did not hesitate after hearing this. He picked up the body of the Xingyu warrior and threw it into the sea. With 2 splashes, the bodies of the 2 Fishy Fish tribe members fell into the Black Sea, splashing faint ripples. Although the 2 men threw the corpses of the Fishy Fish tribe back into the Black Sea, they could not clean up the blood on the ground. They could only watch as the blood gradually corroded the island until the blood disappeared. At the same time, the stench in the air became stronger, causing Li Yunxian and Li Hong to frown. Li Yunxian was already a little worried. He felt that if more warriors of the Xingyu tribe continued to die, the stench in the air might become even stronger. By then, they might all be too overwhelmed by the stench to fight. When a smell is extremely bad, it can make a person lose the ability to fight or even lose consciousness. Suddenly, 2 sharp and piercing sounds came from the Black Sea water, bringing Li Yunxian back to his senses. was. He did not forget what Wang Qingji said. There were a total of 4 warriors from the Xingyu tribe here. Suddenly, 2 strange-looking heads appeared on the surface of the Black Sea water. They were the remaining 2 fishy fish warriors. The 2 Xingyu warriors did not jump out of the sea to pounce on Li Yunxian and Li Hang. Instead, they floated their heads above the sea and spat at Li Heng and Li Yunxian. That's right, spitting. The whole body of the fishy fish is extremely poisonous, including their saliva. After seeing their fellow warriors rushing towards Li Yunxian and Li Hang and being cut in half, the 2 Xingyu warriors knew that they could not defeat Li Yunxian and Li Hang at close range. So, they immediately made a decision and decided to attack Li Yunxian and Li Heng from a distance on the sea. And their long-range attack is spitting. Li Yunxian and Li Hang did not expect that these 2 warriors of the Xingyu tribe would choose to attack with saliva. However, even though it was saliva, the 2 of them had to hide. Although the supernatural body protection can allow them to block the body fluids and blood of the fishy fish tribe, long-term supernatural body protection will consume a large amount of their supernatural power reserves. Therefore, they would only choose to protect their bodies with supernatural powers when the blood of the fishy fish tribe or the experience was about to approach them. They can't use up all their abilities right at the beginning. So, the 2 of them quickly dodged the saliva attack of the fishy fish tribe. The saliva of the 2 fishy fish fell on the island, once again corroding a little bit of the island's soil. Damn it, they're playing so dirty. Li Yunxian cursed in annoyance, while his body kept dodging the saliva attacks of the fishy fish tribe. They are dirty to begin with. Li Heng said expressionlessly while dodging. After he dodged another saliva attack, his eyes focused and he rushed forward, leaping towards the 2 fishy fish tribe members. He was ready to jump over and kill the 2 fishy fish people, even if he fell into the water. He will have to bear such a dirty ocean, as long as Li Yunxian is not eroded by this dirty ocean. Let him bear the filth alone. Li Heng snorted coldly in the air, holding a long sword in his right hand with a grim expression. The long sword kept shaking in his hand, making a clear and loud sword sound, as if at this moment, it was responding to its master. 2 crisp sword sounds rang out, and Li Heng quickly swung out 2 swords, slashing at the warriors of the Xingyu tribe with terrifying power. The 2 warriors of the Xingyu tribe had no time to react at all. They wanted to retract their saliva and run away without any time. In their terrified eyes, their bodies collapsed instantly, split into 2 halves, and moved separately. The fishy smell and dark blood also burst out in the Black Sea water, and finally merged into one with the Black Sea water. Li Heng had no time to hesitate. He immediately activated the supernatural power in his body, wrapped his whole body, and then splashed into the Black Sea water. As soon as he entered the Black Sea water, Li Heng felt a strong discomfort. A host of negative feelings such as a foul smell, suffocation, and even a burning sensation came over him. It was as if at this moment he was not in the sea, but in purgatory. Li Heng could feel the terrifying corrosive power and toxicity contained in the Black Sea water. Without having time to think, he immediately swam towards the shore, not daring to stay in the Black Sea water any longer. He was sure that if he didn't use his supernatural powers to protect himself, he would have been evaporated if he entered the Black Sea water. This isn't the Black Sea at all. It's a man-eating sea that can corrode everything. Li Heng came to the shore and jumped onto it with a serious expression. Li Yunxian stepped forward and asked, "Heng, what's wrong?" Li Heng looked at Li Yunxian sternly and said in a deep voice, "Brother, this is serious." Li Yunxian was stunned and asked quickly, "What happened? Is there something in the seawater?" "No." Li Heng shook his head and said solemnly, "This black water contains terrifying corrosive and toxic power. If you enter the black water without the protection of your supernatural power, your entire body will be corroded instantly." Li Yunxian was stunned and didn't react for a moment. If the Black Sea water is truly so corrosive and toxic, why wouldn't the textbooks mention it? The Xingyu clan is one of the 10,000 clans. If you want to face the Xingyu clan or even enter the Xingyu clan's planet, you must go to the 10,000 clans battlefield. You know, the minimum requirement for the battlefield of tens of thousands of races is the transformation realm. Of course, if we are only facing a situation like the Black Sea water, the soul control realm can deal with it with ease, because the soul control realm can already begin to match the soul and supernatural powers, thus achieving the ability to release mental shocks. At this level, there is no need to actively release supernatural powers to protect the body, because the supernatural powers will possess the body autonomously. Therefore, the corrosiveness and toxicity of the Black Sea water are nothing to be afraid of for them. The only thing that can be a problem for them is the warriors of the fishy fish tribe. Although the Black Sea water is corrosive and toxic, its corrosiveness and toxicity are not as strong as those of the warriors of the fishy fish tribe, but that is also compared with the soul control realm or above. For people like them in the dim state, the corrosiveness and toxicity of the Black Sea water are completely fatal. The textbooks don't even consider the possibility that the Twilight realm could reach the habitat of the fishy fish tribe. All we can say is that this time they suffered the loss of experiencing advanced technology in advance. But it's okay, at least they didn't lose any manpower because of this incident, which is a blessing in disguise. Li Yunxian breathed a sigh of relief, having having survived the disaster. Fortunately, we didn't dive directly into the Black Sea, otherwise we wouldn't know how these people died. Thinking of this, Li Yunxian took out the bracelet and prepared to tell Wang Qingji so that he could tell other people the news. But the next second, Wang Qingji's voice came from his bracelet. "I've heard it." Li Yunxian was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This ability of hearing the wind is really a good ability for detecting information. At this time, Wang Qingji, who was in the center of the island, also learned the news, so he immediately raised his hand and told everyone the information that Li Hong had discovered. Everyone who heard the news for the first time was obviously surprised. Shi Honghu and Wei Mudi in the west had just dealt with the first round of fishy fish warriors. Facing this race that used poison, Shi Honghu's fire ability was like a fish in water. The realm of the first round of fishy fish warriors was originally lower than Shi Honghu's, and coupled with Shi Honghu's fire ability, Shi Honghu easily eliminated the first round of fishy fish warriors. But when Honghu heard the news from Wang Qingji, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. Fortunately, he did not follow his superior's lead and go directly into the sea to kill the enemy, otherwise he might have died if his supernatural power had loosened. Ming Tianyi and Hai Wenbin in the south also learned the news and realized the seriousness of the matter. They have decided not to go into the water if possible. The only one in the north, Wang Juechen, was stunned. "You said that the Black Sea water is corrosive and toxic, and that if you don't have supernatural powers to protect yourself, you'll be corroded the moment you enter the water?" "Yes." Wang Qingji's voice came from the bracelet. This time, Wang Juechen was completely confused. He stood on the shore of the island, looked up at the Black Sea water in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Because at this time, in addition to the endless black in the Black Sea water, there was also a fierce blue and violent thunder coming from under the Black Sea water. That's right, when they first arrived in the north, Ji Churen dived directly into the sea to kill the enemy, under the pretext of destroying the enemy's lair. Wang Juechen wanted to follow at first, but thought that if he went down he might make things worse, so he stayed on the shore and waited for Ji Churen to kill the enemy. Ji Churen was also very powerful. As soon as he entered the water, he began to release thunder with crackling sounds. In just a few seconds, the bodies of 3 fishy fish warriors floated up. He was extremely brutal. "But now you tell me that Black Sea water is corrosive and toxic?" "No, buddy, look at Ji Churen in the water. Is that corrosive and toxic?" Wang Juechen even suspected that Ji Churen had arrived home. At this time, Ji Churen, who was in the sea, was enjoying the killing. He directly activated the wall that protected his body and raised his defense to the highest level. No matter how the warriors of the Xingyu tribe attacked or tried to escape, they could not stop Ji Churen from killing. Ji Churen laughed loudly and waved his left and right hands continuously. Countless terrifying thunders flew out as Ji Churen waved. In the seawater, Ji Churen's thunder became more widespread. Even if a warrior of the Fishy Fish clan dodges the attack, he will still be paralyzed, making his movements slow. It didn't take long before more than a dozen warriors from the Xiangyu tribe were wiped out. Ji Churen also flew out of the Black Sea water. He used thunder to evaporate the Black Sea water on his body and grinned. "How is it going over there?" Wang Juechen stared at Ji Churen blankly, unable to come back to his senses for a moment. Ji Churen stretched out his right hand doubtfully and waved it in front of Wang Juechen, then asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" Wang Juechen's body trembled and he came to his senses. He looked at Ji Churen, opened his mouth and said hesitantly, Brother Ji, did you feel anything was wrong when you went into the sea?" "Going into the sea?" Ji Churen was stunned. "Where did you get such a high-end word?" "But I didn't feel anything was wrong. On the contrary, I felt quite refreshed and electric." Wang Juechen swallowed, was stunned for a moment, and repeated what Wang Qingji had just said to Ji Churen again. Ji Churen was stunned when he heard this. "Corrosive and toxic?" Wang Juechen nodded. "Yes." Ji Churen touched his chin and began to think. "The water of the Black Sea is corrosive and toxic, but I didn't feel any discomfort when I went into the sea. Could it be because of the protective wall? But it makes sense. The protective wall can even withstand attacks from the Lingxi realm, so the corrosiveness and toxicity of a mere black ocean are not worth mentioning. Sure enough, I am a genius. My goodness. Together we're unbeatable. We're just too good. By the way, is everything okay over there?" Ji Churen asked. "It's okay." Wang Juechen shook his head and said, "Xingji just told me that there are no problems over there. They have stopped the first wave. But this first wave of enemies is only at the spiritual perception realm, which doesn't quite match the hell difficulty level." Ji Churen touched his chin and said surprisingly, "At least for a hell difficulty level, there should be a bunch of peak level Twilight Realm enemies, right?" When these words were spoken, Wang Juechen was stunned. A bunch of peak Twilight Realm. You know, their team currently finds it difficult to deal with a middle level Twilight Realm 10,000 races creature, let alone a peak level Twilight Realm creature. But Ji Churen was different. He came up and said he wanted to fight a bunch of people at the peak of the Twilight Realm. Who would beat a good person like this? Wang Qingji has adapted to the sound of the waves in the Black Sea and has reached the point where he no longer pays attention to it. In this way, he can hear the surge of power in his enemy's body. That's right, Wang Qingji's ability is not just to hear sounds from far away, if he concentrates a little or releases a little more of his ability. Then he could hear the power surging in other people's bodies and judge their realm. Wang Qingji sat cross-legged in the center of the island, slowly closed his eyes, and concentrated his attention. His ears began to move slightly, and he took in all the sounds around him. Whether it was the chat between Li Hong and Li Yunxian, or the chat between Ji Churan and Wang Juechen, he almost heard it all. Concentrate, concentrate. Wang Qingji muttered softly, and the sound in the Black Sea water gradually became clearer. Here they come. Wang Qingji suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand and reported the situation. At this time, Wang Juechen in the north was still in shock, but suddenly, Wang Qingji's voice came. Juechen, there are more fishy fish in your area. The initial estimate is 20. And the realms are all at the bottom of the Twilight Realm. What? Wang Juechen exclaimed, his heart skipping a beat. More than 20 fishy fishes in the last Glimmer Realm. Such combat power is terrifying for them at present. Just the round-robin battle alone can completely wear them out. This, Wang Juechen swallowed and looked at Ji Churan. His fighting ability is not high, and he can only play a supporting role when facing the attacks of the fishy fish tribe. The real person who kills the enemy is Ji Churan. It's not that he wants to get into trouble, but he knows himself well. Light-type psychics are already extremely skilled, let alone someone like him who has just gotten started with light-type psychics. What Wang Juechen didn't expect was that the 20-odd fish tribe members at the bottom of the Twilight Realm, who made him feel despair just by hearing about them, were nothing in Ji Churan's eyes. Only more than 20? Ji Churan said in surprise, then turned his head to look in the direction of the Black Sea water. Wang Juechen widened his eyes. Only over 20? I know every word, but why can't I recognize it when they are put together? We are all human beings. Why is there such a huge difference? Wang Juechen was completely stunned because he found that Ji Churan had already gone into the sea. I see. That's right. Ji Churan once again chose to take the initiative and jumped into the corrosive and toxic Black Sea water, fighting head-on with more than 20 fishy fish warriors in the last rank of the Twilight Realm. Wang Juechen swallowed and stared at the scene in a daze, feeling very uncomfortable. They are both people with superpowers. Why do others dare to do it but he doesn't? His fighting ability is indeed not as good as Ji Churan's, but he doesn't want to give up. It is indeed difficult to go into the sea and fight against the fishy fish warriors, but should I give up just because it is difficult? My Wang Juechen is not inferior to others. Wang Juechen took a deep breath and made up his mind. Light! Wang Juechen shouted softly, and the next second, his entire body began to emit light. The light completely enveloped Wang Juechen, making him look extremely sacred. Wang Juechen looked at his body and then at the surging Black Sea water. Wang Juechen leaped into the sea. As soon as he entered the Black Sea, he felt physical discomfort. Whether it was the oppression given by the Black Sea water or the horrible corrosiveness and toxicity, Wang Juechen felt physical discomfort. So this is what it feels like to go into the sea. Wang Juechen murmured, looking a little dazed. Suddenly, terrifying thunder erupted in front of Wang Juechen. He knew that this was the thunder released by Ji Churan. So Wang Juechen did not dare to hesitate and flew towards Ji Churan at full speed. He is going to help. He would go even if it was just to help a little. As long as he doesn't die, he won't give up. And even if he has to die, he wants to die on the battlefield. Those with superpowers will never give up and run away. Wang Juechen turned into a ray of light and flew in the dark Black Sea, like the only light breaking through the night sky. As a light-type mutant, Wang Juechen was extremely fast. In just 2 breaths, he arrived at Ji Churan's location. He immediately gave his own eyes the ability to see clearly the scene in the Black Sea water. When he saw Ji Churan standing motionless in the Black Sea water with dozens of Xiangyu tribe warriors in front of him, Wang Juechen moved. I'm here to help you. Wang Juechen shouted, then stretched out his right hand and shot out a palm-sized beam of light. The beam quickly focused on a fishy fish warrior and passed through its body. The fishy fish warrior who was hit had no reaction at all and just floated in the Black Sea water. Wang Juechen was stunned and felt that something was wrong. He had a great understanding of his own strength, and he did not think that he could kill a last-ranked Weird Light Realm warrior of the Xingyu tribe in one move. But what is going on? Have I grown up? Hey, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Ji Churan's words interrupted Wang Juechen's thoughts. Wang Juechen immediately came to his senses and said, I'll help you, brother Ji. Help me? Ji Churan's face was full of doubts, and he said, but I have already solved it. Ha! Wang Juechen was stunned. He looked around and said hesitantly, has it been solved? Yes, it's solved. Ji Churan nodded and said, you came a little late. If you had come earlier, you might have been able to help. Wang Juechen's mouth twitched wildly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He was already moving at the fastest speed, but Ji Churan managed to eliminate more than 20 warriors of the Xingyu tribe in just 10 seconds. At this speed, it seems like I don't even need any help. So, the fishy fish warrior he had just attacked with his superpowers was actually already a corpse? Wang Juechen was completely confused. How could he help someone as powerful as Ji Churan? Alas, Wang Juechen sighed helplessly. It was the first time he wanted to help but couldn't. It's okay. Ji Churan smiled smiled and patted Wang Juechen's shoulder, saying, "Let's go up first. I think they need our help." Upon hearing this, Wang Juechen sighed again, nodded, and followed Ji Churen ashore. "Need help? I'm afraid I need your help. All I can say is that Ji Churen's strength is too terrifying. He is like a one-man army." Such strength made Wang Juechen feel both excited and helpless. What's exciting is that a person with extraordinary talent has appeared in the human race. What's unfortunate is that this person with extraordinary talent is from the same era as him. This also means that the new generation of his time can only live in the shadow of Ji Churen. But it doesn't seem to matter. After all, even if Ji Churen is not there, they still have Chu Choyun above them. If I had to say, Chu Choyun might feel even more uncomfortable. After finally awakening a 1 in a million SS level superpower, I was defeated by Ji Churen, who awakened an S level superpower. This feeling is not pleasant. Wang Juechen shook his head helplessly, then took out his bracelet to report the situation here. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Qingji had already heard about his situation. Wang Qingji's voice soon came out from the bracelet. "Brother Ji, Juechen, hurry up and go to the south to help Sister Ming and the others. They can't hold on any longer." Upon hearing this, Ji Churen and Wang Juechen did not hesitate and immediately set off to fly towards the south, the southern part of the island at this time. Hai Wenbin and Ming Tianyi are trying their best to resist the attacks of the Xingyu warriors. The number of Xingyu clan warriors they faced was quite a lot, 10 in total, and all of them were at the bottom of the weird light realm. What was even worse was that the fishy fish warriors they were facing used tactics against the two of them. 5 fishy fish warriors went ashore to engage in hand-to-hand combat, while the remaining 5 fishy fish warriors spit at the 2 men in the seawater of the Black Sea. Normally, Tianyi and Hai Wenbin would not be able to withstand such an attack. Fortunately, Ming Tianyi's ability is thunder-related, which can cause violent damage to a single target and can block the attacks of the 5 fishy fish warriors who came to the island. Hai Wenbin's special ability Power of All Beasts and his beast-controlling Black Panther also played a big role. The Black Panther's own strength has reached the lowest level of the Twilight Realm. With its speed and stealth, it can deal with 2 fishy fish warriors. As a strange beast, the Black Panther has a strong body and its own unique way of protecting its body, so when facing the poisonous attacks of the fishy fish tribe, the Black Panther doesn't care at all. And Hai Wenbin's Power of All Beasts also had a miraculous effect. His power of 10,000 beasts can release the aura of the leader of the alien beasts and put pressure on the alien beasts. This pressure also has an effect on the warriors of the Xingyu tribe. After Hai Wenbin released the power of 10,000 beasts to suppress the advance of the Xingyu warriors, Ming Tianyi began to exert his strength. Ming Tianyi put his hands together, his face was full of anger, and his whole body was surrounded by thunder, crackling, and flashing. Her hands even erupted with terrifying thunder. Thunder! Along with Ming Tianyi's roar, a terrifying lightning snake flew out and attacked the warriors of the Xingyu tribe. The warrior of the fishy fish tribe wanted to dodge the attack, but because the speed of the lightning snake was too fast, its body had no time to dodge. The angry thunder released by Ming Tianyi accurately attacked the fish head of the fishy fish warrior, and a terrifying sound of thunder and lightning erupted. In an instant, a burnt smell spread in the air. The fishy fish warrior who was struck by the thunder also had his fish head turned black, and fell powerlessly onto the island. One strike, instant kill. However, Ming Tianyi, who instantly killed a warrior of the Xingyu tribe, seemed to be hollowed out, his face turned pale and his whole body was weak. This attack completely drained all the supernatural powers in her body. Hai Wenbin was completely paralyzed after seeing this scene. He shouted anxiously, "Sister Ming, aren't you harming me? What should I do if your special ability is depleted?" Ming Tianyi also realized the seriousness of the matter and her expression became painful. She actually wanted to keep her superpowers at first, but when she saw so many fishy fish warriors coming and starting to attack them frantically, she couldn't help it. "You actually ganged up on me like this. I'm giving you face, right?" Because of her special abilities, Ming Tianyi gets angry very easily, and she is currently unable to control this emotion. So, when she was emotional, she didn't care about so many things anymore and directly released all her supernatural powers to attack and kill a warrior of the Xingyu tribe. However, after releasing all her superpowers, she instantly became an ordinary person without any weapons or power, and she couldn't even use her superpowers to protect herself. The fishy fish warriors in the Black Sea water naturally noticed this, so they turned their targets and spit at Ming Tianyi. Seeing this, Ming Tianyi gritted his teeth and prepared to overdraw his vitality to release his supernatural powers. But when she made up her mind, a gentle light instantly enveloped her whole body. She breathed a sigh of relief when she felt the familiar warmth and light. "Ji Churen is here," Ming Tianyi murmured and began to relax. The next second, Wang Juechen and Ji Churen appeared in front of Ming Tianyi. Wang Juechen smiled and said, "How about it, Sister Ming? Is the sense of security that my light gives you enough?" "Okay." Ming Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "But I still feel that Ji Churen gives me a greater sense of security." "Ah?" Wang Juechen was stunned for a moment, then pointed at himself and said, "Is the sense of security I provide not enough?" Ming Tianyi did not answer but silently responded to Wang Juechen with a roll of his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Come and help. Hai Wenbin was living in Bengbu at the moment and his pressure was almost exhausted, but Wang Juechen, that kid, actually still had the mind to chat. Is my life not a life anymore? Oh. Wang Juechen came to his senses immediately, stretched out his palm and released a beam attack and attacked one of the Xingyu tribe warriors with a swoosh. Seeing this, the fishy fish warrior waved his disgusting limbs above his head to disperse the beam of light. Seeing this, Wang Juechen stretched out his hands quickly, and beams of light flew towards the Xingyu warriors as if they were free. The fishy fish warriors were not willing to be outdone and dispersed all the beams of light. It has to be said that light-type psychics are indeed scraping warriors. At this time, the 5 fishy fish warriors on the surface of the Black Sea were preparing to spit. Just as they were about to launch a saliva attack, a voice came from above them. That's really disgusting. Don't you know it's rude to spit casually? Upon hearing this, the 5 Xingyu warriors looked upward in confusion and found that in the sky covered by layers of haze, there was a blurry figure flashing with a faint blue light. Just when they were still confused, they found that the vague figure moved. For some reason, a sparkling blue ball appeared in the hand of the blurry figure, and the blurry figure threw the blue ball towards them. They knew that this blue ball might not be a good thing, but when they wanted to dive to avoid it, they found it was too late. Because the flying speed of the azure ball was so fast, in just a moment, the azure ball broke through the layers of haze and flew towards them. At this moment, they also knew exactly what the blue ball was. This isn't a ball, it's clearly an attack formed by a ball of lightning. In an instant, the thunder ball hit the fishy fish warrior in the middle, and violent thunder erupted. The terrifying thunder paralyzed the remaining several fishy fish warriors around them, making them unable to move. It wasn't over yet. After releasing the thunder ball actually began to grow rapidly. In just 1 second, the thunder ball expanded to the extent of wrapping up all of their warriors. Feelings of rage, tearing, and so on echoed in the hearts of the fishy fish warriors. At this moment, they only felt despair and death. The thunder ball expanded rapidly, and the terrifying thunder swept around, causing the fishy fish warriors on the shore to tremble. They turned around and looked at the expanding thunder ball on the Black Sea surface. The opportunity has come. Hai Wenbin shouted and immediately commanded Black Panther to attack. The Black Panther also understood what he meant, and used all 4 legs to pounce on the closest fishy fish warrior. Its sharp claws seemed to be able to destroy everything, and it tore a big hole in the fish head of the fishy fish warrior. The fishy fish screamed, and the dark blood spurted out at a rapid speed as if it was free. The Black Panther was not afraid at all and let the black blood spread all over his body. The dark blood spilled on the Black Panther, making its already dark body look even more ferocious. Wang Juechen also seized the opportunity. All the light in his body gathered on his right leg, and then he turned into a beam of light and kicked towards the Xingyu warrior in front of him who had his back to him. Xuanguang kick. In an instant, the beam of light that Wang Juechen transformed into passed through the body of the Xiangyu warrior, causing its body to explode in an instant. This is Wang Juechen's offensive fighting skill, the Xuanguang kick. He gathered all his body's supernatural powers into his legs, and then combined them with his own fast flying speed to deliver a fatal kick. Speed and power. The other Xingyu warriors also reacted at this moment. They immediately came to their senses and prepared to deal with Wang Juechen and others on the shore first, but as soon as they turned around, they heard a clear voice. Don't you know that turning your back to the enemy is a cardinal sin in battle? Several warriors of the Xingyu tribe trembled all over and quickly turned around to prepare for an attack, but when they turned around, they saw dozens of lightning bolts flashing with terrifying thunder flying towards them densely. The speed was so fast that the fish was stunned. The warriors of the Xingyu tribe didn't even have time to react before they were cut into pieces by dozens of lightning strikes, and were also charred by the violent thunder attached to the lightning strikes, leaving not even a complete body. The blood could not flow out because of the charred flesh, which was extremely terrifying. The expanding thunderball also slowly disappeared at this time, leaving behind a rapidly surging black seawater. As for the bodies of the 5 fishy fish warriors, they were probably completely destroyed in that thunderball. Hai Wenbin on the shore stared at the scene blankly, swallowed his saliva, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Originally, facing so many Xingyu warriors, he had already made up his mind to fight to the death. However, this group of warriors from the Xingyu tribe were killed instantly in front of Ji Churen and had no ability to fight back at all. There was also that thunderball and those dozens of lightning cuts. Hai Wenbin felt trembling just by feeling that aura. Is this the genius who crushes the era that the teacher talked about? He was the best in the town and was the child of other people's families in the eyes of other parents. Growing up, his teachers told him he was a genius. He also always considered himself a genius. However, when he actually went to college, he found that this so-called genius was indeed so vulnerable in front of the real geniuses. For a moment, Hai Wenbin felt mixed emotions. The Black Panther also noticed its owner's mood at this time, so it hurried over and rubbed its head against its owner's legs. Feeling the familiar warmth and touch, Hai Wenbin came back to his senses and looked down at the Black Panther. The Black Panther also raised its head head at this moment and barked obediently. At this moment, it is no longer a ferocious predator but a companion beside its owner. When Hai Wenbin saw this scene, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Yes, I still have you. Hai Wenbin touched the Black Panther's head and smiled. Mediocrity is not scary. What is scary is people who cannot accept their own mediocrity. Ming Tianyi also recovered his strength at this time, slowly stood up, and looked at Ji Churan's figure with complicated eyes. She really wanted to ask how Ji Churan did it. As both of them are users with Thunder-type abilities, why is Ji Churan so powerful? Is it really just because of the S-level ability? If possible, she also wants to be as strong as Ji Churan, strong enough to protect the people she wants to protect. Just when Ming Tianyi wanted to talk to Ji Churan about how to become stronger, Wang Qingji's voice came from Ji Churan's bracelet. Ji, brother Ji, the West needs help. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan did not hesitate and turned into a ray of lightning and flew towards the west. Wenbin, Sister Ming, I'm going too. Seeing this, Wang Juechen did not dare to delay. He turned around and said something to Ming Tianyi and then turned into a ray of light and flew out. Ming Tianyi and Hai Wenbin watched the two figures gradually disappear in the haze and did not speak for a long time. The western part of the island at this time. Shirhamhu and Wei Muyi are working together to deal with the Xingyu tribe warriors who have come to the island. Explode for me. Shirhamhu, who had turned into a fireman, roared and threw a fireball towards the center of the Xingyu warriors who had come ashore. A violent explosion occurred in the center of several Xingyu warriors, and the violent impact force blew away the Xingyu warriors who came ashore. After releasing this attack, Shirhamhu was breathing heavily, and sweat was constantly dripping from his head. On the other side, Wei was also fighting against a warrior from the Xingyu tribe. Wei Mudi's legs were like a sickle, and every kick was sharp and incomparable. Wei swept his legs one by one, cutting off the legs of a warrior from the Xingyu tribe. The fishy fish warrior wailed and fell to the ground with a thud. Wei Mudi did not hesitate. He raised his right leg and stepped down. The terrifying force instantly crushed the fish head of the fishy fish warrior into pieces. The terrifying unknown mixture and black blood flowed all over the ground, corroding a small piece of the ground on the island. However, Wei was not concerned about such corrosiveness because his legs were always attached with his own special powers to prevent the blood corrosion of the Xingyu warriors. After Wei finished all this, he turned around and looked at Shirhamhu. At this time, Shirhamhu had already exited the fireman state and was gasping for breath. It was obvious that his supernatural powers had been greatly consumed. When Wei saw this, he was shocked and quickly looked towards the place where the explosion had just occurred. Then he discovered that some of the Xingyu warriors that Shirhamhu had just dealt with were still alive and even had the ability to fight. Damn, these guys are really energetic. Wei cursed softly and slowly stood in front of Shirhamhu. He rolled up his suit wrists and adjusted his suit tie to make his suit a little looser. I have hated you bastards for a long time, Wei said in a cold voice, and then his whole body burst out with a terrifying aura. At this moment, his legs were also filled with terrifying sharpness, making him look terrifying. Shirhamhu felt this momentum and his heart trembled suddenly. Middle Twilight Realm, Shirhamhu exclaimed in surprise. He never expected that Wei Muyi actually had the strength of the middle-level Twilight Realm. He always thought that Wei Muyi was about the same strength as them, but now it seems that Wei Muyi is the most low-key. Several warriors of the Xingyu tribe also felt this momentum and took a step back. Then they howled as if to cheer themselves up. Seeing this, Wei didn't care at all. He took 2 steps forward casually, and the sharp energy on his legs became even more terrifying and condensed. Wei suddenly rushed out, spun himself in the air, and then kicked a warrior of the Xingyu tribe with a whip kick. In an instant, the body of the fishy fish warrior was suddenly split into 2 halves as if it were swung by an extremely sharp sickle. The other members of the Xingyu tribe didn't even have time to react. Before they could come to their senses, Wei Mudi rushed forward again and cut up the remaining Xingyu warriors one after another. In an instant, all the warriors of the Xingyu tribe were cut into 2 halves by Wei. Shirhamhu looked at this scene in shock and was deeply shaken. After clearing out the fishy fish tribe, Wei heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and looked at Shirhamhu and asked. Shirhamhu was still a little dazed at this moment and nodded blankly. You are a mid-level Twilight Realm? Upon hearing this, Wei nodded with a smile and said, well, I'm in the middle Twilight Realm. Shirhamhu swallowed and quickly came back to his senses. He is not the kind of person who is stubborn in words. He will not be jealous if others are stronger than him. He will only find ways to make himself stronger and become stronger than others. Hey, be careful, another warrior from the fish tribe has appeared over there. He's at the upper Glimmer Realm. What? Wei exclaimed suddenly and turned around quickly. As soon as he turned around, a huge dark figure rushed out from the black seawater. In just a moment, it came in front of Wei Mudi and waved its claws. Wei was startled and quickly gathered his special energy in his right leg, then kicked the Xingyu warrior. However, this kick was easily blocked by the fishy fish warrior. Cross-border combat is almost impossible for them at present. Wei also felt a pain in his right leg. The next second, the horrific attack tore his body apart, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably. In an an instant, a hideous wound appeared on Wei Muti's body, and this wound continued to erode his body. Wei did not dare to hesitate and immediately used his special ability to protect his body so that the poison of the fishy fish tribe would not enter his body. Cough cough. Wei coughed twice with an ugly expression. But the warrior of the fishy fish tribe would not give him a chance. He seized the opportunity and rushed forward to attack Wei. Wei also gathered his special powers in his legs and began to attack the Xingyu warriors. Shi Honghu didn't care about the consumption of his special abilities. At this moment, they were already on the brink of life and death. Shi Honghu roared, gathered his special powers to form a tongue of fire, and blasted it towards the Xingyu warriors. The terrifying flames burned on the body of the fishy fish warrior, but the damage caused to him was indeed just a minor injury. The warrior of the Xingyu tribe kicked Wei away again, then looked at Shi Honghu and rushed towards him. Shi Honghu gritted his teeth and actually rushed towards the Xingyu warriors. Facing the attack of the Xingyu warrior, Shi Honghu did not dodge, but chose to hug him directly. The attack from the Xingyu tribe tore through Shi Honghu's body, but Shi Honghu simply gritted his teeth and hugged the Xingyu warrior. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, "Give it to me! Explode!" In an instant, a violent fluctuation of supernatural power emerged from Shi Honghu's body, which directly led to a huge explosion. Terrifying black smoke suddenly rose up where Shi Honghu was, forming a mushroom cloud. Wei was also pushed back several steps by the impact of the explosion. He widened his eyes and looked at the mushroom cloud, feeling shocked. He could never have imagined that Shi Honghu would choose to hug the Xingyu warrior and then self-destruct. There's no way you can survive with a move like this. Even if the person survives, he will probably lose his ability to fight due to serious injuries. Thinking of this, Wei gritted his teeth and pounded the ground hard. Damn it, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for being careless. It's all my fault for not being strong enough. Wei felt very uncomfortable at this moment. He hated himself. He hated why he couldn't be stronger and why he couldn't defeat the enemy. If he had enough strength to defeat the enemy, Shi Honghu would never have resorted to self-destruction. Damn it! Damn it! Wei roared with red eyes. This time, I still failed to protect anything. Myriad races. Demons. You bunch of bastards. At this time, Wei's face was flushed red, and he was in extreme anger, like gunpowder that could explode at any time. He recalled the past that kept him awake all night, and also recalled Shi Honghu's last self-explosion. A chaotic mix of emotions swirled in his mind, and finally all of them merged into anger. Extreme anger. % and hashtag. Suddenly, a voice came from the black smoke. The voice was so weak that people could not hear what it said. Wei suddenly raised his head and stood up, his blood-red eyes fixed on the black smoke. The thick smoke produced by Shi Honghu's self-explosion slowly dissipated at this time, revealing the original scene and appearance. I saw that the place where Honghu exploded had turned black, and a big hole was formed on the ground due to the power of the explosion. In the pit, Shi Honghu's body was lying motionless, as if he had lost his life. The warrior of the Xingyu tribe was standing not far from Shi Honghu, chattering something, but from the tone and speed of his speech, it could be felt that the warrior of the Xingyu tribe was mocking and insulting Shi Honghu. Seeing that the warriors of the Xingyu tribe were still alive, Wei Muyi felt a surge of anger in his heart. Bastards, come and fight! Wei roared angrily and rushed out like an arrow. The Xingyu warrior also heard the roar. He turned around and saw a whip kick with a tail coming towards him. The fishy fish warriors reacted immediately, blocking with their overhead limbs. However, what it didn't expect was that Wei's whip kick actually cut off its limbs. Intense pain instantly swept through the mind of the fishy fish warrior. The fishy fish warrior screamed and then kicked Wei. Because of Wei Muyi's gambling whip kick, his body was unable to turn around and balance quickly, so he was kicked away by the fishy fish tribe. Due to the difference in realm, Wei was unable to withstand the kick from the Xingyu warrior. Wei flew out and rolled 2 or 3 times on the ground before he stopped. At this moment, he felt as if all his internal organs had shifted, and he felt very uncomfortable. Then he felt a sweetness in his throat and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough cough. Wei covered his chest with his hands, his expression somewhat painful. The gap in realm is really insurmountable. He smiled bitterly and tried his best to stand up again, but he fell down again before he could stand firmly. The pain in his body was too much for him to stand up. The warrior of the Xingyu tribe kept chattering something and slowly walked towards Wei, his fish eyes full of murderous intent. A human being actually dared to cut off the limbs that I was so proud of. The fishy fish warrior grinned, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Wei. Wei still wanted to stand up again, but he collapsed weakly again. He had already realized that poison had entered his body. The toxins continued to erode his body, causing his vitality to quickly dissipate. Wei gave a bitter smile, feeling extremely sad. Ha 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 ha, the 10,000 clans. Damn the 10,000 clans. Wei looked at the Xingyu clan warriors with a ferocious expression and roared, "One day, I will kill you all." The fishy fish warrior did not answer, but opened his mouth wide and pressed down hard. Wei also slowly closed his eyes, concentrated all his supernatural powers on his right leg, and prepared to deliver the final blow when the fishy fish warrior ate him. Even if I can't kill it, I will hurt it. Those with superpowers will never never give up and run away. Even if I die, I will not let the other party have an easy time. Just when Wei closed his eyes and prepared to use inertia to kick out the final kick, there was no movement outside. There was only the sound of whoa. Wei was a little confused. Did this bastard really want to humiliate him? In an instant, anger once again filled Wei Mudi's heart. He opened his eyes angrily and wanted to curse the fishy fish warriors. Huh? Just when Wei was about to reveal the quintessence of Chinese culture, a scene that shocked him was unfolding. He saw Ji Churan standing in front of him with his back to him, and under Ji Churan's feet was a warrior of the Xingyu tribe. The Xingyu warrior had his head stepped on by Ji Churan, with his entire face buried in the ground. He kept making wowo sounds, as if he wanted to say something. Ji Churan also heard something at this time, turned his head and asked with some confusion, "Why did I hear about someone else's mother?" Wei was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, No, you heard wrong. Really? Ji Churan murmured doubtfully, "Maybe I really heard it wrong." Ji Churan turned his head back and looked at the fish warrior who was stepped on by him, muttering, "I didn't expect an enemy of this level to appear now. It seems that this hell difficulty is quite interesting, but even so, it's still a little too weak." After saying that, Ji Churan stepped hard. As Ji Churan exerted force with his feet, the fish head of the fishy fish warrior exploded instantly, and black blood gushed out, emitting a strong foul smell. Just as the pitch-black blood began to corrode the ground of the island, Ji Churan stretched out a finger, thought about it, and released a thunder. The lightning instantly struck the dark blood, completely burning it and making it lose its toxicity. Wei looked at this scene in shock, thinking it was too absurd. The Xingyu warrior that Shi Honghu hadn't been able to kill despite his own self-destruction and his desperate efforts was just crushed to pieces by Ji Churan with a single kick. He used all his strength and a gambling-style whip kick to break a limb of the fishy fish warrior, which was enough to show how strong the fishy fish warrior's body was. But even such a powerful enemy was easily crushed to death by Ji Churan, as easily as if he were stepping on an ant. Such a gap made Wei stunned. Is the gap between people really so big? Is he really only 18? While Wei was still in shock, the poison in his body took effect again, causing him to spit out blood again. Ji Churan noticed this and turned around to look over. Wang Juechen also rushed to the crime scene at this time and saw Wei Mudi and Ji Churan. Wang Juechen came to Wei Yi and checked his injuries. Soon, Wang Juechen discovered Wei Mudi's injuries. "You're poisoned? Don't worry about me." Wei pointed at Shi Honghu in the pit with a trembling voice and said with difficulty, "Let's take a look at him first." At this time, Wang Juechen looked at Shi Honghu who was motionless in the pit, then looked at Wei Mudi who was poisoned, and finally, he looked up at Ji Churan. Ji Churan did not hesitate and stretched out a finger to release a faint thunder. The thunder instantly entered Wei Mudi's body. In an instant, Wei felt a tingling sensation in his body, followed by severe pain. This kind of pain was as if it was skinning him alive, scraping off his flesh and blood bit by bit, which was simply unbearable. Such pain is enough to make some unbearable people faint, but Wei endured it and didn't even scream. Wei had a ferocious expression, he clenched his teeth, veins popped out, and he was trying his best to resist the pain. "Keep an eye on him for a while. I'll go check on Honghu." Seeing this, Ji Churan ignored him and said something to Wang Juechen, then flew towards Shi Honghu. Shi Honghu lay in the pit for a long time without moving. Ji Churan squatted down and touched Shi Honghu's neck pulse and found that it was still beating, but a little weak, as if he would die in the next second. After realizing this, Ji Churan was a little at a loss. "There are no people with healing abilities," Ji Churan said with some difficulty. There was no one with healing abilities among their group, which resulted in the wounded being unable to be treated. Even ordinary injuries cannot be treated, let alone this kind of dying situation. "Hey wait!" Suddenly, an idea flashed through Ji Churan's mind, and once this idea appeared, it could never be shaken off. "I'm a lightning-type esper, so it makes sense to treat me with electroshock therapy, right?" The more Ji Churan thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so he extended his index finger again, and strands of lightning obediently circled around his index finger. The next second, Ji Churan released this weak thunder towards Shi Honghu. Thunder instantly surged into Shi Honghu's body, causing Shi Honghu's body to tremble suddenly. Cough, cough, cough. Shi Honghu suddenly started coughing violently, then he sat up abruptly and looked around in panic, as if there was some powerful enemy around. "Chu Ren?" Shi Honghu suddenly saw Ji Churan's figure when he looked around. "Awake?" Ji Churan grinned. After seeing Ji Churan's figure clearly, Shi Honghu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Ji Churan has arrived, it means that the Xingyu tribe warrior has been killed. Thinking of this, Shi Honghu smiled bitterly again. Unexpectedly, even his self-destruction failed to kill it. Shi Honghu felt his body and found that his supernatural powers were almost exhausted. He was in severe pain all over his body. It was extremely difficult for him to even stand up, let alone fight. Ji Churan also noticed this and began to think about it. He turned his head to look at Wei Muyi and found that Wei Muyi's condition was not much better. In other words, Shi Honghu and Wei Muyi had almost lost their combat capability and could no longer fight. In this case, the tactics must be adjusted. Brother Ji, Brother G, east. A powerful warrior from the fish tribe has appeared in the east. They really didn't give me a chance to breathe. Ji Churan shook his head helplessly, but fortunately, at least they didn't rush in together. We can't hold the west anymore. Hong Hu and his men have lost their combat capability and must evacuate. Ji Churan spoke directly. He believed that Wang Qingji could hear him. As expected, Wang Qingji, who was in the center, did hear what Ji Churan said, so he immediately replied, Brother Ji, do as you think. The strongest person in the team is Ji Churan, so there is nothing wrong with letting Ji Churan take command. Tell the personnel in the south to return to the center of the island immediately. I'll go and bring Yun Xian and the others back. Ji Churan carried Shi Honghu on his back and spoke. Although Wang Qingji, who was in the center of the island, was very confused, he did not ask too many questions. Instead, he immediately told Ming Tianyi and others through the bracelet, asking Ming Tianyi and Hai Wenbin to return to the center of the island immediately. Although Ming Tianyi and Hai Wenbin in the south were also confused, they did not hesitate and rode on the Black Panther to run towards the center of the island. In war, obeying orders is an essential quality for a soldier. Ji Churan carried Shi Honghu on his back and nodded gently to Wang Juechen. Wang Juechen also understood what he meant, picked up Wei and carried him on his back, then flew towards the center of the island. Wang Qingji, who was in the center of the island, soon saw a streak of lightning across the sky, and the figures of Ji Churan and Shi Honghu appeared in front of him. Ji Churan carried Shi Honghu to the center of the island. After putting Shi Honghu down, he said to Wang Qingji, take care of him first. I'll go get Yun Xian and the others. Wang Qingji nodded and helped Shi Honghu sit on a flat ground he had prepared in advance. Don't worry, Brother Ji, I will take good care of them. Wang Qingji looked at Ji Churan and nodded. Seeing this, Ji Churan no longer hesitated. He was surrounded by thunder and turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the distance. As soon as Ji Churan left, Wang Juechen, who had turned into light, returned to the center of the island, and behind him was Wei Mudi, who was gasping for breath. The east at this time. Li Yunxian and Li Hang both knelt on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath with painful expressions, their eyes fixed on the Xingyu warriors standing in the distance. Damn it, an enemy of a higher level appears so soon? Li Yunxian gritted his teeth, his tone very heavy. Li Hang on the side was also breathing heavily and was in a very bad condition. After they had eliminated several warriors from the Xingyu tribe, their special powers were almost exhausted, and they wanted to take a break and adjust their condition. However, unexpectedly, a high-level Xingyu tribe warrior suddenly jumped out without warning and caught them off guard. This high-level warrior of the Xingyu tribe seemed to have suddenly appeared very quickly. The sudden attack caught Li Yunxian and Li Hang off guard. Even though the two of them tried their best to resist, it was still of little use. The fishy fish warrior slowly walked towards the two of them with a mocking smile on his face. But the fish head showed a mocking expression, which looked a little weird anyway. Seeing this, Li Hang turned his head to look at Li Yunxian and found that blood had begun to flow from the corner of Li Yunxuan's mouth. His mood suddenly became tense. No, I absolutely cannot let Li Yunxian be in danger. Li Hang made up his mind instantly. He gritted his teeth and stood up shakily with his sword. As soon as he stood up, his steps weakened and he stumbled. Fortunately, Li Hang reacted quickly and immediately slammed his sword into the ground again, preventing himself from falling completely. I absolutely cannot let you get close to him. Li Hang shouted angrily and raised the sword in his hand. In an instant, the crisp sound of swords resounded throughout the entire space. Li Yunxian widened his eyes and roared, Xiao Heng, don't! Li Hang clenched his teeth, his expression ferocious, and his whole body began to burst out with terrifying momentum. For some reason, his body turned red. This is me, the last sword. Li Hang roared and raised the sword in his hand. The long sword trembled wildly, as if responding to something. At the same time, Li Hang, whose whole body was red, suddenly began to emit red air waves, which gathered towards the long sword in his hand, as if he was about to launch something. The warrior of the Xingyu tribe took a few steps back after seeing this scene, but suddenly, as if he sensed something, he raised his head abruptly. At this moment, a sound of thunder rang out. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck the warrior of the Xingyu tribe. In an instant, the warrior of the Xingyu tribe became a charred corpse without even having time to react. Li Hang was stunned when he saw this. Li Yunxian also tried his best to stand up, knocked Li Hang to the ground, and broke Li Hang's final sword. Li Hang's face turned visibly pale after his moves were interrupted, and he seemed to have been drained of all his energy. Ji Churan fell from the sky at this time and turned to look at Li Yunxian and Li Hang. Are you okay? Ji Churan asked. Li Yunxian shook his head and said, I'm fine, but Xiaoheng. Ji Churan also looked at Li Hang at this time and found that Li Hang was in extremely bad condition. He's exhausted all his supernatural powers and even his own vitality. Li Yunxian quickly explained, Xiaoheng is no longer able to fight. I understand. Ji Churan nodded, carried Li Yunxian and Li Hang up, and said, you two have a good rest, leave the rest to me. After saying that, Ji Churan turned into a ray of lightning and flew towards the center of the island. Everyone has returned to the center of the island and is waiting quietly. Soon, everyone saw a flash of blue in the haze. I'm back. Wang Juechen Yunshian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Wei Mudi and Ming Tianyi sat on the ground to recover their condition and abilities, and so did Shi Honghu. Now, in the center of the island, the only ones who still have the ability to fight are Wang Juechen and Hai Wenbin. Everyone looked up at the sky, watching Ji Churen's blurry figure gradually solidify, and also saw Li Yunxian and Li Heng being carried by Ji Churen. Li Yunxian and Li Han were not in a very good condition either. Their special powers were almost exhausted, especially Li Heng. Not only was his face pale, but his appearance also became much older. Wang Juechen's heart suddenly tightened when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that the Hell difficulty group mode would be so difficult. It can be said that if it weren't for Ji Churen, this group of people would probably have been completely sacrificed. War is so ruthless. Fortunately, because of Ji Churen's presence, everyone did not feel despair about this battle. It seemed that as long as Ji Churen was there, they had hope. Li Yunxian helped Li Heng sit down. Li Heng's face was pale. He raised his head with difficulty, his face full of apology. Sorry. Li Yunxian did not blame Li Heng, but patted Li Heng's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "You've done a good job. There's no need to apologize." When Li Heng heard this, his eyes moved slightly and his lips opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it for a long time. Finally, Li Heng slowly closed his eyes, nodded and stopped talking. Brother Ji. Wang Xingji looked at the state of everyone and said, "The only ones who are still capable of fighting are Juechen, Wenbin, Brother Li, and you, Brother Ji. Churen, what should we do now?" After Li Yunxian settled Li Heng, he asked Ji Churen. Hai Wenbin and Wang Juechen also looked at Ji Churen at this moment. Everyone understands that Ji Churen is the strongest person in the team and the only hope of their team now. What should I do? Ji Churen smiled, as if he wasn't nervous at all, and said very easily, "It's very simple, I just kill them all." Wang Xingji was a little confused, and even began to wonder if he had heard it wrongly. "Brother Ji, what did you just say?" "I said, can't I just kill them all?" Ji Churen repeated it again. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Just kill them all? What a niche word. It's just. Ji Churen suddenly touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "I'm not sure how many of them will come. If they come from all directions, I'm afraid there might be a few that slip through the net. Until then, I'll have to rely on you guys to hold them off for a while." Ji Churen was confident that he could easily clear the dungeon. If he was challenging it alone, he would have no worries at all and could just start killing any warriors he saw from the Xingyu tribe. If there are many fishy fish, just release the meteorite storm and that's it. But now he has teammates, and some of them are on good terms with him, so he cannot release the meteor storm at will. In other words, the most likely method he used to eliminate the fishy fish warriors was to use Raikiri. If he used Rake, Ji Churen was afraid that some of the fish would slip through the net and escape, so the escaping Xingyu warriors would have to rely on Li Yunxian and others to put up a brief resistance. But it won't take too long, because once Ji Churen finds that there is a fish that has slipped through the net, he will kill it quickly. "Don't worry, Brother Ji." Wang Juechen patted his chest and said with a smile, "They are just some fish that slip through the net. We will definitely kill them." Hai Wenbin and Li Yunxian also nodded. Seeing this, Ji Churen didn't think any more about it and quickly expressed his thoughts. "Actually, my idea is very simple, which is to let the enemy attack." Ji Churen pointed to the distance and said, "When the enemies of the fishy fish tribe see that there is no one on the island, they will definitely come to the central area. Once they reach the central area, I will attack them on a large scale. By then, you will only be responsible for cleaning up those that slip through the net. Xiao Wang, as for your mission, that is to help us listen to the intelligence and situation. If possible, you can also help us understand the enemy's realm in general." Wang Xingji nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ji, I will work hard." "Okay, let's get ready. The enemy is coming soon." Ji Churen nodded and spoke to everyone. The outside world at this time. Zhong Ju and Bai Jinyuan were watching the actions of Ji Churen and others through the screen. Not bad. Zhong Ju looked at Ji Churen's actions on the screen, nodded and said with satisfaction, "Changing tactics in time is a bit like a commander. But can this one person resist the attack of an entire race? Is this really possible?" Bai Jinyuan glanced at Zhong Ju with a look of disdain and said without mercy, "Others may not be able to do it, but have you forgotten who you are now?" Zhong Ju reacted immediately, his expression a little embarrassed. Yes, if it were someone else, they might not be able to resist it, but the one who is resisting it now is Ji Churen. Bai Jinyuan was too lazy to bother with Zhong Ju, but touched his chin and said, "What do you think Ji Churen can do? It will definitely be easy to finish this dungeon." Zhong Ju spread his hands and said casually, "After all, Ji Churen's information and data are there, so completing this copy will definitely be easy. What's more, the most difficult level chosen by Li Yunxian would only produce Xingyu warriors at the peak of the Twilight Realm, and there were not many Xingyu warriors at this peak of the Twilight Realm. In a situation like this, Ji Churen passed the level completely at random." "That's not what I meant," Bai Jinyuan said softly. "Then who are you?" Zhong Ju turned his head to look at Bai Jinyuan, and just as he was about to ask, he looked into Bai Jinyuan's eyes. In an instant, Zhong Ju seemed to have noticed something and asked uncertainly, "You, are you thinking? Bai Jinyuan chuckled and gently pushed his glasses up, his tone full of curiosity. Tell me, if we allow a lower-level Lingxi level member of the Xiangyu clan to appear in this battle, can Ji Churen handle it? After all, Ji Churen's information shows that his strongest attack and defense are at the bottom of the Lingxi realm. So, if he faces a lower-level Lingxi realm, how will he respond? Aren't you curious? Bai Jinyuan's words seemed to carry some kind of magic, which made Zhongju's heart moved. There was no way, he really wanted to know how Ji Churen would perform when facing such an enemy. Isn't this a bit too bad? Zhongju asked hesitantly. When did you become so timid? Bai Jinyuan looked at Zhongju in surprise. You know, this is just a virtual battle, not a real battlefield. I know. Zhongju raised his hand and explained. What I mean is, isn't it difficult to test Ji Churen's limits in the lower Lingxi realm? Should we summon a higher Lingxi realm? Bai Jinyuan was stunned and looked at Zhongju in great surprise. My goodness, you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you are actually like this in your heart. You guy. Bai Jinyuan smiled helplessly, pointed at Zhongju and said, since you want to see it, let's give it a try. The next second, a white light flashed across Bai Jinyuan's glasses, and his tone became heavy. Let's see how far the person we choose can go. In the virtual battlefield, Ji Churen was flying in the sky and looking around. At this moment, he had no idea that he had been targeted by Zhongju and Bai Jinyuan, the two old men. Now he only wanted to release countless lightning strikes at the warriors of the Xingyu tribe. There's no other way. The feeling of cutting through a large group of races with one move is just too great. Brother Ji, they are coming. There are a lot of them. Suddenly, Wang Qingji's voice came from the bracelet. I saw it. Ji Churen replied softly, his eyes flashing with lightning as he looked into the distance. In the haze, Ji Churen's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything, going straight through the haze and taking in the magnificent scene in the distance. In the distance, dense groups of fishy fish warriors jumped out of the black seawater as if they were free and came to the island. It was pitch black and full of oppression. After landing on the island, this group of fishy fish warriors did not move towards the center of the island. Instead, they started spitting saliva at the island, eroding the land. It was as if this small island should not exist on their planet. Ji Churen frowned as he looked at this scene. If this group of fishy fish erodes the outer perimeter of the island, the subsequent fishy fish can appear directly near them, thereby achieving the goal of quickly attacking them. Therefore, the island cannot be abandoned. However, if they left the center of the island, Li Yunxian and his companions would not be able to withstand the attacks of the densely packed fishy fish tribe. Ji Churen frowned and finally chose to stay in the sky above the center of the island. However, this did not mean that he would ignore the group of fishy fish warriors who were invading the island. On the contrary, he will and must take care of it. Because this group of fishy fish warriors are currently about 10 kilometers away from him, he can only try to release the meteor storm to see if he can stop them. Thinking of this, Ji Churen stretched out his right hand and began to gather thunder. Sizzle-s. Countless thunders began to gather at this moment, gradually forming a huge thunderball in Ji Churen's right hand. Wang Qingji, who was in the center of the island, moved his ears slightly and heard the crackling sound of thunder. He looked up at the sky and found a faint blue light in the haze. Brother Ji has started, Wang Qingji said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Li Yunxian also looked up at the sky and noticed the same scene. Can you tell which direction Brother Ji is attacking? Li Yunxian asked seriously. Now we need you to tell us which direction the escaped fish will attack from. Okay. Wang Qingji nodded and said solemnly, my ears can definitely hear it. The next second, Wang Qingji closed his eyes and fell into a state of silence. His ears began to move slightly, taking in all the sounds around him. No, the enemy is far away from us. They are eroding the island. Erosion of the island? Li Yunxian was stunned, his face suddenly changed. Damn it, they are trying to compress our space. No, that's not right. Well, it seems there are no more fishy fish warriors. Wang Qingji began to sweat slightly on his head, and said uncertainly, underwater, it seems there are no more fishy fish warriors underwater. This batch seems to be the last batch. Wang Qingji widened his eyes and immediately reported the news to Ji Churen. Brother Ji, these are the last batch of fishy fish warriors. There's absolutely no movement underwater. Although the fishy fish warriors came in waves before, there were some faint movements underwater, and Wang Qingji heard all these faint movements. However, this faint movement could not allow Wang Qingji to determine how many Xingyu tribe warriors there were. But this time, there was no movement underwater at all, which meant that this was the last fishy fish warrior. Ji Churen in the sky was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He looked around again and murmured in surprise. Is this the last wave? Is hell difficulty this easy? Wang Qingji, who was below, was stunned after hearing these words with his super hearing ability. Among this group of Xingyu tribe warriors, there are more than 10 people at the peak of the Twilight Realm. This is simple? There may be more than 10 people, because these more than 10 people at the peak of the Twilight Realm actively burst out, which allowed him to judge. If there are those who have not burst out and their strength is hidden, he will not be able to judge. Wang Qingji is currently unable to judge the realm of an enemy who is more powerful than himself. So many enemies, such a powerful realm. In Ji Churen's eyes it was indeed simple simple. Wang Qingji could only say, "Brother Ji is not a human being." In the sky, Ji Churan's thunderball no longer hesitated and was thrown in all directions. Dozens of thunderballs carrying terrifying momentum flew towards the fishy fish tribe. In order to make the thunderball go faster, Ji Churan released several lightning bolts at the thunderball, causing the thunderball to speed up rapidly and fly towards the fishy fish group. After throwing out the thunderball, Ji Churan immediately added more than 10 thunder slashes to assist the thunderball in destroying the enemy. At this time, the warriors in the fishy fish tribe who had reached the peak of the Twilight Realm all noticed this scene. They immediately screamed and then ran forward. The fishy fish that received the signal also stopped their mouth movements and began to run forward, as if they were seeking refuge. However, the thunderball was blessed by lightning strikes and lightning cuts, and its speed was extremely fast. Almost within seconds of the peak Twilight Realm Xingyu warrior discovering the scene, they reached the location and caused an explosion. These explosions did indeed cause the deaths of a large number of fishy fish warriors. When the Xingyu tribe warriors at the peak of the Twilight Realm saw the scene, they roared and glared at Ji Churan in the distant sky. It's more like a glare with the mind than an angry glare. Living in the Black Sea water for a long time has caused their eyesight to deteriorate, and their main method of detecting the surroundings is still to use mental power. That's right, the mental power of the fishy fish warriors is also very strong, but they are not strong in mental attack and mental defense, but strong in mental perception. In terms of spiritual perception, they are the best. Suddenly, a warrior from the Xingyu tribe let out a loud roar, so loud that it echoed throughout the entire island. After hearing the roar, the fishy fish warriors on the island ran towards the center of the island as if they had received some instructions. Wang Qingji, who was in the center of the island, covered his ears and wailed in pain. Wang Juechen panicked when he saw the scene and quickly stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with you, Qingji?" Wang Qingji covered his ears in pain and said with an ugly expression, My ears. What happened to your ears?" My ears seem to have some ringing. Just now, it seemed like something howled. The sound was so loud that my ears couldn't adjust for a moment." Wang Qingji covered his ears with an ugly expression and said, "I need to adjust." After saying that, Wang Qingji began to pat his ears gently. Seeing this, Li Yunxian turned his head and looked around, and found that in addition to the smog, he also felt an inexplicable breath. Things are getting a little tricky. Li Yunxian looked up at the sky, his eyes flickering, and he murmured softly, "Shu Ren, come on." Li Hong, who was sitting on the ground not far away, looked at Li Yunxian with a complicated expression, but seemed to have made up his mind. Ji Churan looked at the Xingyu warriors rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Did they still launch an attack? That's good, though. This way I don't have to aim anymore. Ji Churan flicked his hands lightly, and in an instant, countless thunders began to crackle and gather, forming a scimitar-shaped lightning cut. The next second, Ji Churan waved his hands rapidly. Countless lightning strikes flew in all directions as if they were free, majestic and sharp. Ming Tianyi seemed to feel something. She raised her head, rubbed her eyes, and gathered her supernatural powers in her eyes. The gathering of thunder allowed Ming Tianyi to see more clearly. However, just this one look made Ming Tianyi feel as if his worldview had collapsed. Her eyes widened and she even began to wonder if she was dreaming. Is this true? How is this possible? Ming Tianyi opened his mouth wide, watching Ji Churan's violent momentum and watching Ji Churan throw out countless lightning strikes. He also witnessed the warriors of the Xingyu tribe being completely cut like wood by Ji Churan's lightning. At this moment, Ji Churan seemed not to be a human, and the Xingyu tribe was no longer the Xingyu tribe. At this moment, Ji Churan was a meat grinder, and the fishy fish tribe were pieces of fresh meat that could only be stirred by the meat grinder. Is this really something a human can do? Is this really something a person with lightning abilities can do? Why doesn't Ji Churan have kidney deficiency? Why is Ji Churan's lightning ability so violent? All these questions kept echoing in Ming Tianyi's mind, making Ming Tianyi lose his mind. We are all human beings, both have superpowers, and both have thunder-related superpowers, so why is there such a huge gap between them? Is it just because of an S-level ability? However, none of the previous S-level abilities looked like Ji Churan's. What on earth is going on? Ming Tianyi didn't know whether she was upside down or the world was upside down. We kill the ones that slip through the net? Judging from the current situation, there is no way any fish can slip through the net. Although this is a virtual battle, it is also very real. For example, the point that he was timid after being killed is more realistic. The warriors of the Xingyu tribe were indeed densely packed, but when their front troops were easily cut in half by Ji Churan's thunder cutter, their hearts had already changed. This change became more intense as more people died. When half of the Xingyu tribe's warriors died, the remaining Xingyu tribe warriors stopped and knelt on the spot, as if surrendering. They no longer advanced or attacked, but knelt down on the spot and chose to admit defeat. If you look closely, you will find that these fishy fish warriors are still trembling all over. Obviously, this is a symptom of being frightened by Ji Churan. At this time, Wang Qingji in the center of the island had recovered and his ears no longer had tinnitus. Afterwards, Wang Qingji immediately began to listen to his surroundings, trying to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net. But soon, he was stunned, because he heard the thump sound of someone kneeling down. And there is more than one. It seemed like the remaining warriors of the Xingyu tribe all knelt down. This is too incredible. Wang Qingji widened his eyes, his face full of shock. Wang Juechen noticed this scene and asked in surprise, "Qingji, what's wrong?" Li Yunxian and others also looked towards Wang Qingji at this moment, except Ming Tianyi. At this moment, Ming Tianyi seemed to have lost his mind, staring blankly at the ground, and no one knew what he was thinking. The fishy fish tribe seems to have surrendered. Wang Qingji's eyes were filled with shock, and there was even a hint of disbelief in his tone. Everyone was also shocked by Wang Qingji's words. The Xingyu tribe surrendered? Wang Juechen exclaimed, Is this really possible? Isn't this a virtual battlefield? It's possible. Wei slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, although this is just a virtual battlefield, the enemies designed are very similar to real ones. If Ji Churen kills enough members of the Xingyu tribe, the remaining surviving members will be frightened and surrender. You mean? Hai Wenbin said with some surprise. We won? Wei nodded and said, yes, we won. After all, the enemy's surrender means we have won. Now it all depends on what Ji Churen will do. Should we kill these surrendering enemies or capture them? Wei looked at Li Yunxian and asked, you are quite familiar with Ji Churen. What do you think Ji Churen will do? He will. Li Yunxian was about to say that Ji Churen might kill all the warriors of the Xingyu tribe, but Wang Qingji spoke up. Brother Ji has taken action. Wang Qingji said in disbelief, Brother Ji has begun to exterminate the surrendered Xiangyu people. When they heard this, they were all stunned. They didn't expect that Ji Churen would not give them any chance to survive. I didn't expect Ji Churen to choose to kill them all. This is really... Wei smiled, licked his lips and said, that's really great. After saying that, Wei stood up and prepared to help. After all, he had a blood feud with all the races. Just as Ji Churen began to massacre the surrendered Xingyu tribe warriors, Zhang Ju and Bai Jin Yuan outside also noticed this scene. When Zhang Ju saw Ji Churen's decisive killing, he couldn't help but smile. Good boy, you have blood. Bai Jin Yuan didn't say anything, but from the slightly raised smile on his face, it can be seen that he was also very satisfied with Ji Churen's behavior. When dealing with all races, Bai Jin Yuan and Zhang Ju have always adopted the attitude of killing if they can. If you must say, they are both radicals. Today's human race is actually divided into two factions. One is radical and the other is conservative. The radicals advocate killing all foreigners, leaving no prisoners, and not creating any possibility of defeat for themselves. After all, no one knows what these captives will become in the future, so when you encounter them, kill them all once and for all. That's what the radicals think. And conservatives are not actually very conservative. They do not advocate peaceful coexistence with all races, but advocate killing hostile races and then capturing them to serve humans. So if we have to count, the conservatives are even more radical than the radicals. However, their radicalism will cause trouble. Both factions have representatives who are in conflict with each other. It is worth mentioning that the current chief tends to be conservative, because when the chief has not grown up, the human race has no way to deal with all other races and can only struggle to survive. In this way, it is naturally impossible for the concept of conservatives to emerge. But after the chief grew to the Realm King realm, the human race also had some say, which led to the emergence of the conservative faction. This is also why all races spread the saying that humans are kind and do not kill captives. The reason is that the current chief is somewhat conservative. Release the upper level of Lingxi realm now? Zhang Ju turned his head and asked. Bai Jin Yuan looked at the situation on the screen. When he found that the surrendered fish tribe warriors on the island had been almost slaughtered by Ji Churen, he nodded and said, in the virtual battlefield at this moment, Ji Churen, Wei Momu and others worked together to clear out the Xingyu warriors on the island. The entire island was filled with the screams of the Xingyu warriors and the sound of blood spurting out. Wang Qingji and his companions gathered in the center of the island, smiles on their faces. Wang Qingji also showed a knowing smile and said with a slight movement of his ears, there is only one left, and someone has already reached it. Great! Wang Juechen raised his right hand and shouted excitedly, it's finally over. We've made it through hell difficulty. Ha 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 ha. Wang Juechen's laughter also infected Wang Qingji, making him laugh unconsciously. Hai Wenbin also smiled slightly, turned his head and gently stroked the Black Panther's head. Black Panther also squinted his eyes and accepted Hai Wenbin's touch with a look of enjoyment. Ming Tianyi seemed to have come back to his senses, looking at the sky expressionlessly, looking at the blurry figure in the sky. Li Hong looked into the distance with a worried look on his face. He couldn't see where Li Yunxian was, but his intuition told him that Li Yunxian was there. What everyone didn't know was that beneath the black sea water, there was a pitch-black ferocious figure swimming rapidly in the water. It rushed out of the water and then dived into the water again, causing the calm black sea water to surge again. Wang Qingji, who was in the center of the island, moved his ears slightly, as if he noticed something. He jerked his head to his right, his eyes widening. Everyone noticed Wang Qingji's strangeness and asked quickly, what's wrong, Qingji? Wang Qingji ignored everyone and focused his attention to listen. The next second, when he was about to report the situation, situation loudly to Ji Churan. A sharp voice like an explosion rushed into his ears. The sound was so loud that the entire island could hear it. The loud voice made Wang Juechen and others cover their ears. Even Wei, who had just dealt with the last fishy fish on the island, couldn't help but cover his ears. Ji Churan also heard the voice and looked into the distance with a frown. Even Wei and others could only cover their ears because of the sound, so you can imagine how loud it was. Such a loud voice made Wang Qingji's eardrums, who was concentrating on listening to the information, explode completely. Wang Qingji couldn't help wailing and suddenly covered his ears. Wang Juechen and Hai Wenbin exclaimed and hurried to Wang Qingji. Wang Qingji fell to the ground with a plop, covering his ears and wailing in pain. My ears! My ears! Ah! Wang Juechen and others were shocked by this scene. Before they could react, they saw a large amount of blood flowing out of Wang Qingji's ears, and then slowly flowing out through the gaps between his fingers. The expressions of Wang Juechen and others changed drastically, and their hearts were gripped at this moment. They all knew at this time that Wang Qingji's ears might be. However, what no one expected was that Wang Qingji actually gritted his teeth and sat up again. He had a ferocious look on his face, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was mad. Wang Qingji roared angrily, and the next second, his ears began to move slightly again. At the same time, blood spurted out of his ears like water. Not only that, bright red blood began to flow from his eyes, his nose, and even his mouth. Wang Juechen and the others were frightened by this scene, so much so that Wang Juechen couldn't help but yelled, "Qingji, what are you doing?" Wang Qingji's face was ferocious and his cheeks were covered in blood. "Juechen, my ears are already broken. Rather than dying in pain, I might as well use up my life to make one last detection. This time, I will bet my life. This time, my information will be extremely accurate." Wang Juechen's pupils trembled wildly and his voice began to shake. He couldn't believe that Wang Qingji, who was usually timid and socially anxious in the team, would actually do such a thing. But like this, you will die like this. Wang Qingji didn't say anything, but instead showed a tragic smile. With blood all over his face and a hideous expression, he now revealed a smile that was both terrifying and gentle. "But we're going to win, aren't we?" Wang Juechen fell silent. Not only him, but Ming Tianyi and others were also silent. They didn't know what to say or how to describe Wang Qingji at this moment. They only knew that Wang Qingji had done everything he could. As an auxiliary ability user, he has done very well. "Wang Qingji, we will win." Wang Qingji roared angrily, and his body trembled uncontrollably due to the severe pain. At this time, he had completely turned into a bloody man. Not only did he have to endure the pain of using his vitality to activate his supernatural powers, but he also had to endure the loud attacks of the Xingyu clan in the upper Lingxi realm. Not only that, he also had to find out the enemy's cultivation level in double pain. The difficulty can be imagined. However, even under such difficulties, Wang Qingji did it with all his abilities. He gritted his teeth and told himself not to relax, because he knew that if he relaxed, everything would be in vain. He raised his right hand painfully and shouted at his bracelet that had been dyed red with blood. "Upper Lingxi realm, northern landing." After saying that, Wang Qingji still gritted his teeth and persisted, as if waiting for something. It was not until Ji Churan's voice came from the bracelet that Wang Qingji lost his temper and fell down like a puppet. Wang Juechen reacted quickly and immediately caught the falling Wang Qingji with tears in his eyes. "Qingji." Wang Juechen took off the glasses on Wang Qingji's face. At this time, Wang Qingji's glasses were broken and the lenses had long been gone. Wang Juechen gently put down the broken glasses and used his battle robe to gently wipe the blood off Wang Qingji's face, revealing Wang Qingji's still somewhat childish face. Wang Qingji closed his eyes tightly, with a hint of smile on his lips. Wang Juechen didn't dare to speak, but just hugged Wang Qingji and cried. Hai Wenbin and Ming Tianyi did the same, silently shedding tears. Even Li Hang, a cold boy who had only met Wang Qingji once, felt a lump in his throat at this moment. He looked down at his hands, his mind racing. Upper Lingxi realm. At this moment, Li Hong seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up with difficulty, walked slowly towards the north, and disappeared into the haze. Ming Tianyi and others did not see all this. At this moment in the sky, Ji Churan looked serious, and for the first time he felt the difficulty of the situation. The Upper Lingxi realm. You know, it is difficult for him to deal with the Middle Lingxi realm at present, let alone the Upper Lingxi realm. However, faced with this situation, Ji Churan was not at all panicked, and was even a little excited. At this moment, he felt a surge of emotions in his heart, as if his blood was burning at this moment. Upper Lingxi realm. Ji Churan grinned, "Come and fight." After saying that, Ji Churan's eyes turned red and he flew towards the north. Moreover, at this moment, Ji Churan no longer concealed his realm, and the peak of the Twilight realm was released, as if telling the enemy that he was here. The fishy fish warrior who had just come ashore also felt this momentum, and a look of disdain appeared on his fish head. It sprinted forward for a distance without any concern, preparing to face Ji Churan face to face. The two approached each other quickly, and when they were about to collide, Ji Churan moved. Suddenly, a layer of azure armor covered Ji Churan's body, and a huge ball of thunder gathered in his hand. The next second, Ji Churan grabbed the thunderball and blew it towards the face of the fishy fish warrior. The Xingyu warrior did not dodge, but stretched out his right fist and collided with Ji Churen's thunderball. In an instant, lightning flashed everywhere. Countless terrifying thunders exploded in the haze. Both Ji Churen and the Xingyu tribe warrior were sent flying backwards by the impact, but the Xingyu tribe warrior was not sent flying as far as Ji Churen. It quickly grabbed the ground with its feet, sensing Ji Churen with confusion. That's right, it's the strength of the peak weird light realm. But why did this attack reach the bottom Lingxi realm? The Xingyu warrior was a little confused at this time. He couldn't understand why a psychic at the peak of the twilight realm could release an attack at the bottom of the spiritual resonance realm, and he was released by a human. In the distance, Ji Churen shook his hands gently, his expression a little serious. I really underestimated the upper level of the spiritual resonance realm. Just one blow made my arm numb. Ji Churen straightened his eyes and kept thinking about something in his mind. It is definitely possible to pull the fishy fish warriors. After all, the speed of the thunder ability is there. But at the moment Ji Churen didn't really want to fight. He wanted to try a head-on fight with the Xingyu warriors. Thinking of this, Ji Churen gathered thunder once again, bathing his whole body in thunder. Then, he rushed towards the Xingyu warriors with a terrifying trail of thunder. The fishy fish warriors used their mental power to sense this fluctuation and were very puzzled. They actually dared to rush towards me. Where did this human get the confidence from? But it doesn't matter, just kill him. The pride of the human race must be killed. The fishy fish warriors suddenly rushed out and began to grab Ji Churen with their limbs. Ji Churen was not at all panicked. He just clenched his right fist and collided with the Xingyu warrior with the terrifying power of thunder. Then there were continuous blows. Countless thunders scattered in all directions at this moment, like flowers of thunder. The Xingyu warriors were able to resist at first, and even felt that Ji Churen's attack was not very strong. However, the further it went on, the more it felt something was wrong, because it could hardly control its limbs. It's as if my limbs have short-circuited and I can't control them as I wish. Ji Churen naturally felt that something was wrong with the Xingyu warrior, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. The paralyzing effect of the lightning-type mutant appeared. But just when Ji Churen was excited, the warriors of the Xingyu tribe attacked. Suddenly, a sharp thorn grew out from the right knee of the fishy fish tribe. After the thorn grew out, the fishy fish tribe warrior did not hesitate at all. It used all its strength to push forward, allowing the spikes on its knees to pierce Ji Churen's abdomen. If it were an ordinary psychic, even one who had reached the lowest level of Lingxi realm, he would be pierced through the abdomen by this attack. However, when it hit Ji Churen, it only penetrated a little bit. Because the resistance was too great, Ji Churen's body protection wall was too hard, so the fishy fish warriors could only penetrate a little bit even if they attacked with all their strength. */%end, but it's enough. The fishy fish warrior suddenly made a sound with some unknown part of his body that Ji Churen could not understand at all. Although Ji Churen was very confused, there were other important things to do now. He felt something piercing his abdomen, and he also knew that the warriors of the Xingyu tribe would definitely use poison. So, he immediately burst out with fierce thunder all over his body, and kicked the fishy fish warrior at the same time, and then immediately distanced himself from the fishy fish warrior. After the fishy fish warrior was kicked away, his expression did not show the slightest panic, because its poison had already penetrated into Ji Churen's body. As long as your poison enters the body of another person, the person who was poisoned by you will have no chance of survival, unless that person has a way to remove the toxin. But the ability to remove toxins is not something that a thunder-type mutant can possess. Ji Churen, who was in the distance, covered his abdomen with his hands, looking a little ugly. Blood was seen flowing out of his abdomen, staining his hands, which were used to support his abdomen, bright red. It seems that I am still a little too proud. Ji Churen smiled bitterly helplessly. There was no other way. When encountering an enemy stronger than oneself, the safest way was to pull the enemy away, but one chose hand-to-hand combat. In this way, Ji Churen is equivalent to giving up his own advantage. If his defense was strong enough, he could still engage in hand-to-hand combat, but now his defense has not reached the level to withstand the attacks of the upper Lingxi realm. Just take it as a lesson. Ji Churen murmured, looking at the fishy fish warriors in the distance, grinning. But, you are a little too arrogant. Ji Churen chuckled and raised his right hand slightly, ready to release his energy reshaping. You know, Ji Churen's energy reshaping can directly kill a mid-level soul control realm being. It is more than enough to deal with enemies in the upper Lingxi realm. However, after this attack, he will fall into a coma due to the depletion of his mental energy. I just hope that by then, this copy can be finished. The difficulty of hell should not be underestimated. Just when Ji Churen was about to concentrate his mental strength, he suddenly found that he couldn't concentrate at all. Even his consciousness began to become a little blurry, as if he had fallen into a state of extreme sleepiness. Those students who doze off in class are most aware of this situation. You know, in this state, if you drop your pen on the ground and bend down to pick it up, you can take a nap for a long time. Damn it! It's poison! Ji Churen cursed inwardly and looked at the Xingyu warriors in the distance. The Xingyu warriors stood there with contemptuous expressions. expressions, as if they wanted to watch Ji Churan step by step towards the embrace of death. Hee, you don't press on to win because you think my thunder ability can't remove the poison? Ji Churan chuckled, slowly stood up straight, revealing a sarcastic smile. When did you think I couldn't remove the toxins? No, when did you think I needed to remove the toxins? Gather for me. Ji Churan roared and raised his right hand. A huge ball of thunder gathered in an instant. Countless thunders burst out with terrifying momentum, as if to destroy everything. A final counterattack before death? The fishy fish warrior knew the answer in his mind and immediately took a defensive posture. It had already regarded Ji Churan's action at this time as the creature's dying counterattack. Just when it thought Ji Churan was going to attack, Ji Churan made a move that it had never expected. Ji Churan suddenly pressed the ball of thunder gathered in his right hand against his abdomen, and the violent thunder began to crackle in Ji Churan's abdomen. Ji Churan's expression changed because of the instant pain, but soon his expression returned to normal. He looked at the fishy fish warrior and grinned. When I completely lock up the poison, it will be your end. After saying that, Ji Churan flew into the sky. He would not stand there stupidly to condense the toxins in his body. If he did that, he would be a sitting duck. When the fishy fish warrior saw the scene, they always had a bad feeling in their hearts. So, it immediately prepared to chase Ji Churan, but when it saw Ji Churan's flying speed, it gave up. There's no way, it's flying too fast. But because of Ji Churan's disappearance, the panic in its heart became more obvious. What the hell is going on? I actually feel this way. The expression of the fishy fish warrior changed drastically. It felt that things couldn't end like this. It must see the human's corpse. So, it immediately set out to chase Ji Churan, even if it couldn't catch up. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Just as it ran out, a roar was heard. Sharp gold. Draw your sword and slash. A sword light flashed rapidly from the right, carrying with it the determination to kill. The Xingyu tribe warrior did not look back, nor did he react at all, choosing to take Li Yunchuan's attack head-on. Li Yunchuan's attack on the fish head of the fishy fish warrior did not cause any damage. The difference in their realm makes them seem like one is in heaven and the other is on earth. The fishy fish warrior turned his head in disdain and kicked Li Yunxian. The speed is so fast that people can't react at all. Li Hong originally wanted to rush over to rescue Li Yunxian, but the fishy fish tribe's legs were swinging too fast, making Li Hong unable to react at all. Just a moment, Li Yunxian was torn into pieces by the Xingyu warrior's kick. Red, white and other unknown liquids splashed everywhere, leaving Li Hong stunned in disbelief. Wei and others who rushed to the scene were also looking at this scene in shock. Li Yunchuan's figure had disappeared long ago, with only his lower body still standing in front of the Xingyu warrior, while his upper body had been kicked to pieces by the Xingyu warrior. Li Yunchuan's remaining legs fell to the ground with a thump due to balance problems. Li Hong was trembling all over, his face pale as he took 2 steps back. Feelings of confusion, disbelief, and rejection spread in Li Heng's heart, but these emotions turned into anger later. Ah, you deserve to die. Li Hong roared, raised his sword with both hands, and a terrifying aura began to gather around him. Countless blood-red airwaves surged out of Li Heng's body and began to converge towards the long sword raised by Li Heng. The originally silver-white long sword was gradually dyed red by these blood-red airwaves. As the sword changed color, the aura Li Heng exuded became more and more terrifying. Lower Twilight Realm, Middle Twilight Realm, Upper Twilight Realm. The realm continued to rise, and even broke through to the last level of Energy Realm. And this momentum is still rising. However, what is more worrying is Li Heng's condition. When his aura reached the final Energy Realm, Li Heng had completely turned into a white-haired old man, with a thin body and no blood. It's as if all the blood and energy have been consumed. Is this all we can do? Li Heng looked up at the sword in his hand, and a tear of blood fell from his eyes. How can I protect the people I cherish in such a situation? Li Heng roared angrily and once again released his vitality to gather towards the sword. When Wei and others saw this scene, they all looked worried. So much so that Wei finally cut his arm with the knife he had on him. He knew that Li Heng was using a forbidden technique. No, it was not so much a forbidden technique as it was a fighting skill that could only be used once in a lifetime. Although he didn't know what kind of fighting skill it was, Wei knew that this attack would consume a lot of energy and blood. Since Li Heng doesn't have enough qi and blood, then add your own qi and blood. So Wei cut his hand without hesitation, ready to lend his energy and blood to Li Heng. Even if it meant death, he would have no regrets. However, what Wei didn't expect was that after he cut the wound, he didn't feel anything. The long sword cannot absorb his energy and blood. It's useless. The old Li Heng glanced at Wei Muyi and said hoarsely, this move can only be used with the blood of a member of the Li family. After Li Heng finished speaking, he closed his eyes, ready to gather his last bit of energy and blood once again. However, at this moment, the fishy fish warriors launched an attack. Li Heng has already gathered his energy and blood in this way, how can I let him get what he wants? But just as the Xingyu warriors were about to attack, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, causing them to stop in their tracks. What a familiar thunder! The Xingyu warrior raised his head and looked at the sky, and saw Ji Churan flying in the sky through the haze. Ji Churan covered his abdomen abdomen with his right hand, constantly gathering the toxins in his body, while his left hand gathered thunder to attack the Xiangyu warriors. It can be said that he is doing two things at once. Just when the Xingyu tribe warriors were about to attack Ji Churen, something unexpected happened again. After sacrificing all his energy and blood, Li Heng actually reached the top of the last level of energy realm, and was only a little away from entering the lower level of energy realm. Just when everyone thought this was the limit, a blood-red airwave, even more red than Li Heng's blood, came and poured into Li Heng's sword. This is... Li Heng's eyes, which were blurred due to aging, trembled wildly, and tears of blood flowed out at this moment. Yun Xian. Li Hong closed his eyes and burst into tears. He knew that this was the qi and blood of Li Yunxian, the eldest son of the Li family. After his death, Li Yunxian used his own energy and blood to help him complete this final blow. Ah, ha 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 ha. Li Heng suddenly laughed crazily. Li Hong, Li Hong, what have you protected? What have you protected? You have failed your oath, and you have failed yourself. Suddenly, Li Heng's cloudy eyes became firm and his tone became heavy. In that case, let me atone for my sins with this final blow. With the influx of Li Yunxuan's energy and blood, Li Heng's momentum once again rapidly increased. Lower level energy realm, middle level energy realm, upper level energy realm continue to grow. The fishy fish warrior panicked when he saw this scene. He really couldn't understand what was wrong with the human race. First, a peak level weird light realm fought against me, who was at the upper Lingxi realm. Now here comes another one who has risen all the way from the bottom twilight realm to the upper elemental energy realm. This is a disaster. The fishy fish tribe didn't care about anything else and rushed towards Li Heng at a rapid speed. Ji Churen in the sky gritted his teeth and once again released several lightning bolts towards the Xingyu tribe. The fishy fish warrior didn't want to pay any attention to Ji Churen at this time. He just wanted to kill the human race whose momentum was constantly increasing. However, it can ignore Ji Churen, but it must take care of the Raikiri released by Ji Churen. After all, 1 or 2 attacks from the last level of Lingxi realm are okay, but even it can't withstand more than 10 of them. So, it kept dodging Ji Churen's attacks and kept approaching Li Heng. At this time, Li Heng had actually reached the peak of Yuanning realm. Protect Li Heng! Ming Tianyi also shouted immediately at this time, and gathered his hands together, releasing a terrifying thunder. Ah! Hai Wenbin also gritted his teeth and chose to fight, so he and Black Panther chose to attack together. Shi Honghu recovered and once again transformed into a fireman to join the battlefield. Wang Juechen also had the determination to die, and turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Xingyu tribe warriors. Wei watched this scene, grinned, and then rushed forward. If a weird light realm fights against a spiritual resonance realm, even if they die, it will be a glorious death. Ji Churen in the sky looked at this scene with moved eyes. He felt his body and found that the poison had gathered by nearly 2/3. My consciousness is no longer as cloudy and vague as before. In that case, it's time to make the final blow. At this moment, Ji Churen no longer released the thunder slash, and his right hand no longer gathered thunder, but began to gather his huge mental power. As Ji Churen's mental power gathered, a terrifying, looming mental spear gradually gathered in his hand. The fishy fish warrior immediately sensed this mental fluctuation. He raised his head in fear, his heart deeply shocked. It is sensitive to mental power, so how could it not know the horror of Ji Churen's attack? I want to die. I want to die. Must escape. Seeing that the Xingyu tribe warriors were about to escape, Wei Muyi naturally would not give them this opportunity. He had to stop the Xingyu tribe warriors from escaping, even if it means losing my life. I exchanged the Weiguang realm for the Lingxi realm. What a profit! Wei roared, stepped on his right foot, and quickly approached the Xingyu warrior. Then he turned his foot into a sickle and chopped at the Xingyu warrior's leg. Although this attack did not cut off the legs of the Xingyu warrior, it did stop his escape. The next moment, Ming Tianyi exhausted all his supernatural powers, even mixed in a little vitality, and released a thunder of anger. When Ming Tianyi launched this thunderbolt, he did not attack the Xingyu warriors with the intention of killing or injuring them, but with the intention of paralyzing them. Ming Tianyi's angry thunder was like a lightning snake, entwined around the legs of the Xingyu warrior, making the legs of the Xingyu warrior stiff and difficult to control. Asterisk and asterisk Yuan, asterisk hashtag, damn you, a bunch of bastards. The Xingyu warrior suddenly roared and cursed in words that Ji Churen could not understand at all. Asterisk and asterisk, bastards? But we are a bunch of bastards and will kill you in no time. Hai Wenbin suddenly responded to the Xingyu warrior in the language of all races, and at this moment he burst out with the aura of the king of beasts. At the same time, the Black Panther also hugged the fishy fish warrior at this moment, and the whole beast covered the fishy fish warrior's body. The fishy fish warriors knew they couldn't escape, so they decided to fight to the death. Asterisk forward slash asterisk, bastards, you deserve to die. The fishy fish warrior roared and tore the Black Panther that was holding him in front of him into pieces. Hai Wenbin, who was far away, saw this scene and shed a tear. Black Panthers, we will win. Shi Honghu, who had turned into a fireman, suddenly rushed out, came to the front of the Xingyu tribe warrior and hugged him. A violent mushroom cloud rose up at this moment, covering the entire surrounding scene. Ah! Ji Churan in the sky was filled with mixed emotions when he saw this scene, but he didn't dare to be distracted at all. He underestimated the power of the poison of the Lingxi realm's fishy fish clan. Even if it was only 1/3 of the poison, it made it difficult for him to concentrate his mental power. His current realm is really too low. Although he can fight against opponents of higher levels, that is only superficial combat power. If he encounters poisoning, he really has no good way to deal with it. It seems that it is time to get a defensive combat skill that can protect the interior. I can only ask Chen Meng for one after the elite training camp is over. At the very least, you need to have some combat skills that can resist toxins or other negative internal states. Li Hang below was watching this scene with tears of blood. He had no choice but to release this final blow. Now, his final blow was just one step away from success. At this critical moment, he couldn't afford to be distracted. I'm sorry. Li Hong closed his eyes, his heart aching as he apologized to everyone. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the figures of the fishy fish warriors reappeared. At this time, the fishy fish warriors were completely covered in black, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At its feet, there was a headless corpse and the corpse of a strange beast that had been torn into pieces of flesh and blood. Obviously, these were the corpses of Shi Honghu and Black Panther. The Xingyu warrior roared angrily and rushed towards Wei, who was closest to him. It wants to kill all these bastards that get in its way. But suddenly, a beam of light flew rapidly towards the fishy fish warrior. The speed of this light was astonishingly fast. It kicked the fishy fish warrior away in just the moment of contact. He even kicked the two limbs on the head of the fishy fish warrior to pieces. However, the price is Wang Juechen. Sacrifice. Wang Juechen used his last supernatural power combined with his full burst of vitality to kick out the most powerful kick in his life so far. But this kick almost shattered his body into pieces. The gap in realm was too great. Although the fishy fish warrior was hurt by the speed, he himself was annihilated because his body could not withstand the impact. Juechen! Wei roared and rushed directly towards the Xingyu warriors. You bastards from all races! The fishy fish warriors were furious at the moment because the limbs they were so proud of were destroyed. Seeing that Wei Muyi actually rushed up at this time, it naturally would not let him go. The Xingyu warrior suddenly kicked out, and his foot collided with Wei Muyi's right foot. In just a moment, Wei's right foot was completely kicked into minced meat. The gap in realm cannot be made up, even by a genius. The pain from his right leg exploding was incomparable. Even a tough guy like Wei couldn't help but groan. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he prepared to kick out again with his left foot. The same thing. The Twilight realm changes to the spiritual resonance realm. But just as Wei was about to kick, a flash of lightning flashed and took Wei away from the battlefield. Wei Muyi watched his scene change and shouted angrily at Ming Tianyi. What are you doing? Ming Tianyi looked a little old at this time, but there was endless sadness on her face. I don't want you to die again. Ming Tianyi choked up and said, you have done enough. Leave the rest to me. Leave it to you? What's the point of leaving it to you? Wei was completely out of control at this point and continued to roar. Are you going to use up your vitality? Only until your vitality is exhausted? Then at least, I'm worth it. Ming Tianyi choked up, isn't it? Wei was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth to say something, but finally closed it again. You want to die on the battlefield? While Muyi closed his eyes, I want to die too. I don't want to be a coward like my father, I just want to be a warrior who stands tall and proud. You are already a warrior who stands tall and proud. Ming Tianyi's tears could not stop flowing, which was in stark contrast to the determination and wildness that Ji Churan saw when he first met her. You've done enough. It's not enough. Wei stood up slowly, keeping his balance on one foot, trading from the weird light realm to the spiritual resonance realm. It's worth it. After saying that, Wei ignored Ming Tianyi's obstruction and jumped towards the Xiangyu tribe warrior on one foot. But the next second, Li Hang's hoarse voice came out. Stop it. Wei paused and turned to look at Li Hang. At this time, Li Hang had completely become a white-haired old man, as if he was about to step into the arms of death in the next second. However, even such a Li Hang exudes an aura that is unique to the Lingxi realm. Lower level of Lingxi realm. Even when Wei Muyi was taken away from the battlefield by Ming Tianyi, and the Xingyu warriors rushed towards Li Hang at a rapid speed, they still could not stop Li Hang's final momentum. At this moment, Li Hang will strike out the final sword that belongs only to him and Li Yinxian. It is also their ultimate sword. Looking at the Xingyu warriors attacking him, Li Hang's eyes were filled with endless stagnant water. He knew that after this sword strike, he would die. The rest can only be left to Ji Churan. After thinking about it, Li Hang closed his eyes and called out the name of this ultimate sword. Blood meteorite. Countless violent blood-red airwaves gushed out and sprayed in all directions, forcing everyone to take several steps back and cover their faces. The warriors of the Xingyu tribe were no exception and were stopped in their tracks by the blood-red airwave, but it soon recovered and continued to rush towards Li Hang. It can't let Li Hang release this move. Although its current momentum is only at the lower level of Lingxi realm, it does not dare to gamble, because above its head, there is also a king of hell. As Li Hang finished speaking, a crisp sword sound rang out, and then Li Hong swung the long sword in his hand. In an instant, a blood-red sword energy crossed the sky and descended from the sky, like a terrifying natural calamity. The Xingyu warriors felt the terrifying momentum of this attack and were suddenly shocked. It wanted to dodge, but it couldn't dodge at all. Because it's locked. It's locked by the sky. You can only take this blow head-on. The fishy fish warrior roared and gathered all the poison in his body outside his body, forming a pitch-black protective shield to try to resist the attack. In an instant, the blood-red sword energy fell straight down and struck the black protective shield of the Xiangyu warrior. At this moment, the sky and the earth were dyed blood red. This sword is full of the hard work of Li Hang and Li Yunxian. This sword is the ultimate sword. Ha! Ji Churen's spiritual spear also gathered at this moment. He looked at the Xingyu warrior who had completely huddled up below and grinned. It's finally gathered. Next, I'll let you die with these last two blows. We will destroy you, both body and spirit. Ji Churen threw the spiritual spear out with a javelin gesture, aiming directly at the warrior of the Xingyu tribe. At this time, the fishy fish warrior who was hiding in a coma also felt this mental fluctuation. He wanted to hide, but he couldn't, because this mental attack also locked onto it. Even if it didn't lock onto it, it couldn't escape, because there was a bloody catastrophe in front of it. At this time, the Xingyu warriors have completely fallen into despair and hopelessness. With two such terrifying moves, it would be a blessing to be able to release them, let alone lock onto the enemy. However, things are different when it comes to these two human beings. Not only were these two moves released, they were also locking techniques. Although the cost of one move was a bit high, he did release it. How can the fishy fish warriors fight this? When did the combat capability of the Twilight Realm become like this? Shouldn't a normal Twilight Realm person run away when seeing a spiritual resonance realm person? How could someone charge towards him recklessly like these humans? There is another human who is even more perverted, who is in the weak light realm and is fighting against the spiritual resonance realm. What on earth is wrong with this world? Is the Demon Clan's title of the #1 race about to be relinquished? These questions flashed through the minds of the fishy fish warriors like a kaleidoscope. Finally, in the mood of unwillingness and confusion, Ji Churen's spiritual spear arrived. Just one strike completely destroyed the spirit and even the soul of the Xingyu warrior. The protective shield of the Xingyu warrior, who had lost his soul, completely disappeared at this moment and was finally shattered by Li Hang's ultimate sword, the blood meteoric tribulation. Not a single body or soul of the fishy fish warriors was left. All were smashed to pieces, just as it liked to smash others to pieces. Along with the death of the Xingyu warrior, the virtual systems broadcast also sounded at this moment. Congratulations to Team Li Yunxian and Team Ming Tianyi for clearing the Purgatory difficulty level. For some reason, the Hell difficulty level was upgraded to Purgatory difficulty level. Points are now distributed. Ji Churen, 300,000. Li Hong, 244,500. Li Yunxian, 220,000. Wang Qingji, 178,000. Wei Moni, 166,000. Shi Honghu, 159,000. Wang Juechen, 142,000. Hai Wenbin, 121,000. Ming Tianyi, 104,000. Ji Churen deserves the first place. No matter whether it is killing the fishy fish warriors from the early to mid-term, he is always the one who kills the most and provides the fastest support. In the end, it was Ji Churen who alone resisted the Xingyu tribe and the Xingyu warriors in the Lingxi realm. In the end, he used the final blow of energy reshaping to destroy the soul of the Xingyu warrior in the Lingxi realm. Directly get the full score of Purgatory difficulty. Li Hong and Li Yunxian also had high scores, the main reason being the final ultimate sword that made their scores skyrocket. As for Wang Qingji, needless to say, he played a big role in both the early information exploration and the final burning of life exploration information. The contributions of Wei Mui, Wang Juechen, and Hai Wenbin are obvious to all. Ming Tianyi also played a role, but it was almost only for a moment. After all, Ming Tianyi's kidney deficiency as a Thunder-type mutant did put him at a disadvantage in this protracted battle. Zhong Juan by Jin Yuan looked at the image of the spiritual spear that Ji Churen had just released in disbelief, and both of them were shocked. This spiritual fluctuation. Zhong Ju pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "This is a spiritual fluctuation that can kill those at the peak of the Lingxi realm. My goodness, where is his limit? A peak-level Twilight Realm cultivator can use mental attacks to kill a peak-level spiritual resonance realm cultivator? Is this really a human being?" Bai Jin Yuan also widened his eyes and looked at the picture on the screen. His glasses turned snow-white at this moment, as if he was analyzing something. "This move seems a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere," Bai Jin Yuan said as he looked at the screen. "Have you seen it?" Zhong Ju was stunned when he heard this and asked quickly, "I don't remember any teachers at Sichuan and Chongqing University using this kind of mental combat technique. Could it be Senior Zhou? That's not right. Isn't Senior Zhou always focused on formations?" Bai Jin Yuan frowned and kept recalling in his mind. He was sure that he had seen this trick before. "I saw it on the battlefield of all races. A teacher from Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural powers? No, that wasn't the case. This move wasn't a combat technique used by a teacher from Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. Li Yi. Bai Jinyuan remembered. He remembered whose fighting skills it was. This is Li Ye's fighting skills. It's Li Ye's energy reshaping. What the hell? Zhongju was stunned and asked in confusion, Li Ye's spiritual combat skills? Doesn't that mean Li Yi has also been in contact with Ji Churen? No mistake. This is Li Ye's energy reshaping. Bai Jinyuan said confidently, it's just that Li Ye's energy reshaping is mostly used to create clones to confuse the opponent and is rarely used for attacks like this. Wow, how many people are behind this guy? Zhongju was completely numb. He no longer knew how many people were standing behind Ji Churen. He could understand why Mr. Wei stood behind Ji Churen. After all, Ji Churen himself was a student of Sichuan Chongqing University of Special Abilities. But Li Yi is different. Li Yi is the dean of the North City Military Academy. Moreover, Li Yi is also the commander of the Shadow Clan's defense line on the battlefield of all races. With such an identity, how could he be related to Ji Churen? The most important thing is, Li Yi is a conservative. Because of the Shadow Clan, Li Yi's positioning naturally leans towards the conservative side. He felt that there were good people among all races. What should they do now? Jin Yuan. Zhongju looked up at Bai Jinyuan and asked with a hint of inquiry, what should we do now? Bai Jinyuan also felt that things were a bit difficult because he was not sure who was behind Ji Churen. If they were all conservatives, then it would be really difficult for the two of them. This difficulty does not mean that they will no longer support Ji Churen, but that their concepts are different. We must support Ji Churen. After all, Ji Churen's talent destined him to become the pillar of the human race. Even if Ji Churen is not a radical, they will still support Ji Churen. When it comes to major human affairs, Bai Jinyuan and the others can still distinguish right from wrong. Well, I can only contact Ji Churen first and ask him what he thinks. Bai Jinyuan sighed helplessly. Zhongju shook his head helplessly upon hearing this and said, we can only make contact first. In the virtual screen, Ji Churen, Li Yunxian and others have withdrawn from the virtual battle and returned to the courtyard house rented by Li Yunxian and others. As soon as he came out, Li Hang couldn't wait to turn his head and look at Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian also smiled, walked up to Li Hang, patted his shoulder and said, thank you for your hard work, Xiaoheng. Although Li Yunxian died in the end, he watched the final scene completely. After their death, they could continue to watch the battle from a god's perspective, so everything Li Hang did in the end was seen by Li Yunxian. Li Hang's eyes trembled slightly, and all the words he had to say finally turned into a nod. Shi Honghu also came to Li Hang's side at this time and said in a cool manner, a real man. Hearing this, Li Hang's mouth corners unconsciously raised, but he quickly suppressed it and said coldly, you're not bad either. Upon hearing this, Shi Honghu raised the corner of his mouth and acted as arrogant as he could. Of course I am not the kind of guy who gets scared when encountering problems. TSK, a guy who can't do anything except self-destruct. Who would have thought that Li Han would be so venomous and even make Shi Honghu helpless? Shi Honghu almost thought that Zhang Fengmao had come. When Ji Churen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Ji Churen smiled, and Li Yunxian couldn't help but laugh too. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. But just when Ji Churen and others were getting along harmoniously, the outside world exploded. Because the leaderboard points are increasing too fast. First place, Ji Churen, points 310,000. Second place, Li Yunxian, points 265,800. Third place, Li Han, points 247,500. Fourth place, Shi Honghu, points 205,500. Fifth place, Wang Qingji, 183,500. Sixth place, Wei Mudi, 178,000. Seventh place, Wang Juechen, 158,000. Eighth place, Hai Wenbin, 135,500. Ninth place, Ming Tianyi, 121,000. 10th place, Li Tianxing, points 52,300. 11th place, Lin Yifeng, points 51,100. That's right, a copy of Purgatory Difficulty directly pulled up everyone's rankings, and even directly crushed Li Tianxing, who was originally in second place. Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng could never have imagined that the sky would fall down after they had just completed two difficult copies. I thought I could be first or second, but now I have dropped directly to 10th. Even the points difference between the 9th place and Li Tianxing himself was nearly 50,000. However, Li Yunxian and Lin Yifeng were shocked, and even the other students were shocked. Some students even watched Ji Churen's points soar from 10,000 to 310,000. In other words, Ji Churen earned 300,000 points in one copy, and the people behind them also got such high scores in one copy. Did they blow up the copy? Everyone really couldn't understand how Ji Churen and his team managed to get hundreds of thousands of points in one copy, but now they know that if they want to get rewards, they have to keep clearing dungeons. At this time, Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng were standing in the rented yard in a daze. The two of them looked at the points on the standings and fell into deep thought for a long time. Ji Churen is better than them, they admit it. But who are those people behind this? We don't even know each other. Oh, no, I know someone. Away. Wei. They had fought against Wei before when they were in high school. At that time, Wei was very agile, but in a real fight he could not beat Li Tianqing, who had been professionally trained since childhood. But now Wei has achieved more than 100,000 points through one game. Is this scientific? They should have played the same dungeon as Brother Ji. Lin Yifeng analyzed while looking at the scoreboard. However, what kind of dungeon can achieve a score of over 100,000 points? Li Tianqing didn't say anything, but stared at the numbers on the scoreboard and clenched his fists. Choose a copy. Aren't you going to rest? No more rest. Okay, I understand. Ji Churan and others were ready to go out for a meal. As mentioned before, although Ji Churan and others' bodies have been maintained by the nutrient solution in the virtual warehouse, due to the settings of the instructors, they retain the sense of hunger, so they will still feel hungry in the virtual scene. Just as they were about to have a big meal, Ji Churan suddenly saw a piece of news in front of him. Student Ji Churan, please exit the virtual warehouse. Ji Churan was slightly stunned and paused. Li Yunxian also stopped when he saw this and asked doubtfully, Chu Ren, what's wrong? Ji Churan looked at the words in front of him again and said, a message appeared before my eyes, telling me to exit the virtual warehouse. Ah, Li Yunxian was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, does the instructor want to talk to you about something? Ji Churan thought about it and found this possibility. It can't be that the instructor doesn't allow me to continue training because I'm too strong. It's possible. I'll go out and take a look. Ji Churan said, you guys go eat first. You don't have to wait for me. Li Yunxian thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, if the instructor really needs you, and you can't come back for a while, then we'll go eat first. Ji Churan nodded and then chose to exit the virtual warehouse. Li Yunxian also turned around and headed to the hotel with Li Heng and Shi Honghu. They were not worried that Ji Churan would be in danger. After all, this is an elite training camp. If demons or those guys from all races can even infiltrate here, then there will be no fun. Even a fake demon cannot easily invade here. Bai Jinyuan and Zhongju were already standing next to Ji Churan's virtual warehouse, waiting for Ji Churan to wake up. Squeak! Along with the sounds coming from the virtual warehouse, Ji Churan's virtual warehouse was slowly opened. Ji Churan also woke up from the virtual warehouse. The first thing Ji Churan did when he woke up was to remove the robotic arms from various parts of his body. After taking it off, Ji Churan opened the virtual hatch and then slowly sat up. What's more amazing is that although he originally felt a little hungry in the virtual scene, the hunger completely disappeared as soon as he exited the virtual scene. After Ji Churan sat up, he turned his head and saw Zhongju and Bai Jinyuan. He rolled out of the virtual warehouse, stood in front of Zhongju and Bai Jinyuan, and said softly, Instructor Zhong. Zhongju looked at Ji Churan with a smile, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Not bad, not bad, he's a handsome man, a handsome man. Ji Churan was a little confused when he heard the compliments. That's not right, Instructor Zhong, you were not like this at the beginning. Hello Ji Churan. Suddenly, Bai Jinyuan stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and smiled. Only then did Ji Churan formally look at Bai Jinyuan. How to say it? Looking at Bai Jinyuan's appearance, only one word emerged in Ji Churan's mind. The gentleman is defeated. Ahem, those who understand will understand. Ji Churan also extended his hand and shook hands with Bai Jinyuan. As the two shook hands, Bai Jinyuan also introduced himself. Longyuan National Institute of Science and Technology, Bai Jinyuan. Ji Churan was shocked. He didn't expect that Bai Jinyuan was from the Academy of Science and Technology. The Longyuan National Academy of Science and Technology is responsible for Longyuan nationality's scientific and technological research and development and technological assistance. It sounds complicated if I say too much, so it will be very simple if I use the most typical example at present. The virtual warehouse was developed by the Academy of Science and Technology. When Ji Churan heard that he was from the Academy of Science and Technology, he immediately became excited. Ji Churan suddenly covered Bai Jinyuan's hands with both hands and shook them repeatedly, his tone becoming excited. Hello, Teacher Bai. I have admired you for a long time. I grew up listening to your stories. I didn't expect to see you here. Bai Jinyuan was stunned. I'm only 30 years old, and my identity hasn't been revealed yet. Bai Jinyuan quickly realized that Ji Churan was just speaking for the sake of courtesy. As expected, as Ji Churan's next words came out, Bai Jinyuan was completely helpless, because Ji Churan's next sentence was, Teacher Bai, I want to ask, what are you planning to develop next? Are you interested in mechas? Ji Churan looked at Bai Jinyuan with shining eyes, looking like a pervert. Pai Yanzi knew it all. Ji Churan wanted a mecha. There's no way that man could refuse a mecha. Helpless, Bai Jinyuan had to change the subject and said, Ahem, let's go to the office and talk first. This is not the place to talk. After saying that, Bai Jinyuan pulled his hand out, then touched Zhongju with his arm, indicating that Zhongju should lead the way. Zhongju understood and said quickly, yeah, let's go to the office and talk first. After saying that, Zhongju took Ji Churan to the office, while Bai Jinyuan followed slowly behind them. Bai Jinyuan thought that this would make Ji Churan temporarily forget what he had just said, but he underestimated Ji Churan's was yearning for Mecca. Along the way, no matter how Jong-ju tried to strike up a conversation or find topics, Ji-churan always acted selectively deaf. No matter what Jong-ju did, Ji-churan ignored him and only talked about mechas with Bai Jin-yuan. Bai Jin-yuan also found it difficult to collapse. No matter how he tried to play Tai Chi or change the subject, Ji-churan would eventually pull him back to the topic of mecha. Do you think Bai Jin-yuan doesn't want to study mecha? But now their focus is on the virtual warehouse, and they have no time to study mechas. Their technology has not yet made a breakthrough, and the mechas produced by their current technology can only be worn by low-level psychics. Once the tolerance of the mecha is exceeded, the mecha will explode. They really have no power to deal with such a mecha. If we really want to research it, we can only try it after a technological breakthrough. The most important thing is to see what GE thinks. After all, GE is the highest leader of the Academy of Science and Technology today. Soon, Jong-ju and Bai Jin-yuan brought Ji-churan to the conference room. Jong-ju first settled Ji-churan down, then turned around and prepared some tea with Bai Jin-yuan. After the tea was served, Bai Jin-yuan also sat down. He did not intend to beat around the bush, but was ready to get straight to the point and ask directly. Bai Jin-yuan's glasses flashed a white light, and then he asked Ji-churan, "Student Ji, I want to ask you something." Ji-churan tilted his head slightly when he heard this and said, "Teacher Bai, please ask." Bai Jin-yuan crossed his hands slightly, placed them on the table, and asked seriously, "Student Ji, I want to ask you about your attitude towards the 10,000 races." "What is my attitude towards all races?" Ji-churan asked back in confusion. Bai Jin-yuan nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on Ji-churan. How he hoped that what Ji-churan would say next would be what he wanted to hear. Ha! Ji-churan suddenly chuckled, and then said what Bai Jin-yuan and Jong-ju wanted to hear the most: "I want to kill all invaders, no matter if they are from the myriad races or demons. As long as they are invaders, in my dictionary, there is only one word: kill. I will show no mercy to the invaders, and I will not take any prisoners. The only fate of the invaders in my hands is death. Either they die or I die." There was a strong murderous intent in Ji-churan's tone, but it was this murderous intent that made Bai Jin-yuan and Jong-ju feel unprecedented warmth. "This isn't a killer. This is simply our little sweetheart. From now on, the next chief can only be Ji-churan. Everyone else, no matter who you are, get out." Jong-ju and Bai Jin-yuan looked at each other and saw satisfaction in each other's eyes. The mood of the two people reached its peak after Ji-churan's words, and even reached the peak. It couldn't be happier. Ji-churan is indeed a radical. Ji-churan is indeed our best MVP. Bai Jin-yuan took a deep breath at this time to calm himself down a little. He looked at Ji-churan and asked again with suppressed excitement, "Then, classmate Ji, what is your attitude towards those races that have not invaded us and are willing to befriend us? They didn't invade us, but made friends with us?" Ji-churan was stunned. After a moment of thought, he gave the answer: "It's very simple. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. So, I hold a skeptical attitude towards these myriad races. I can make friends with them, but I will also be wary of them. If my strength was similar to theirs, I would definitely take precautions to prevent being backstabbed. If I am weaker than them, then I should be more prepared to prevent them from abandoning me." "What if they are weaker than us?" Jong-ju suddenly asked. Ji-churan grinned when he heard this. "Sorry, I don't eat beef." Jong-ju and Bai Jin-yuan were a little stunned. What did it mean to not eat beef? When Jong-ju and Bai Jin-yuan were confused, Ji-churan expressed his thoughts. "If they are weaker than us, then it depends on their attitude. If their attitude is good, we can charge less protection fee. If their attitude is bad, hee." Ji-churan's hee made Jong-ju and Bai Jin-yuan immediately understand what he meant. The two looked at each other and fell into a long silence. Ji-churan's thoughts on these friendly races are different from theirs. In their hearts, the 10,000 races are not their own people after all, and no one can tell what will happen in the future, so the best way is to kill all the 10,000 races without leaving any trouble. This is also the consistent idea of their radical faction. They thought that Ji-churan, who shared the same idea about invaders as them, would also have the same idea, but they were wrong. Ji-churan, who was a radical on the side of invaders, was a conservative on making friends with all races. This made them somewhat silent. But soon, Bai Jin-yuan came back to his senses and asked Ji-churan a question. "Student Ji, if those friendly tribes eventually become so powerful that they surpass us, what will you do? Overtake?" Ji-churan was stunned and grinned. "Teacher Bai, do you think we can give these myriad races a chance to overtake us? Everyone who lives in this world is more or less motivated by profit, and all races are no exception. But the Wanzu are not our race after all. To us, the Wanzu are foreigners after all. So, when an outsider wants to strike back, what should we do? Strangle it in the cradle?" Bai Jin-yuan said in a deep voice. "Yes." Ji-churan nodded and said with murderous intent, "Once these guys have the intention to stab me in the back, I will ruthlessly destroy them and exterminate their entire race. The greatest respect for a race is to exterminate it. So, when they choose to draw their swords against us, we must show them the utmost respect. Of course, these are just my thoughts. After all, we're not that strong yet. Let's just develop slowly and steadily first." fast. Ji Churan chuckled and took a sip of tea, completely different from his previous expression. Zhong Ju and Bai Jinyuan fell silent at this time, thinking about what Ji Churan had just said. Although Ji Churan's final idea was inconsistent with theirs, they were consistent in one aspect, which was, Zhong Ju and Bai Jinyuan's idea is that no matter which race it is, they will destroy its country and exterminate its race, because to them, all races are a threat. The myriad races may treat them well now, but no one can predict the future, so it is best to wipe out all of them. Ji Churan's idea was that if the Wanzu treated them well, he would accept it, but if the Wanzu changed their attitude, then sorry, he would have to kill them all. Therefore, Ji Churan's ideas are similar to theirs, but he is a little more conservative than them. However, Zhong Ju and Bai Jinyuan accepted this idea. They even thought that Ji Churan's idea was okay, and they were willing to believe Ji Churan. After all, before this, they had already prepared for Ji Churan to be a conservative. But fortunately, Ji Churan is a radical. No, he is a semi-radical, but a semi-radical is also a radical. So, the two of them made the decision in an instant. The next chief, Student Ji. Bai Jinyuan took a deep breath, then said to Ji Churan seriously, "We know your thoughts, and we also agree with your ideas, so I want to ask you." Bai Jinyuan's eyes fixed, and he said in a deep voice, "Do you want to be the chief?" Ji Churan suddenly couldn't help but spit the tea in his mouth onto Bai Jinyuan's face, then stood up suddenly and said in shock, "What did you say?" Bai Jinyuan didn't pay attention to Ji Churan's spray, but took off his glasses and wiped his face gently, wiped his glasses again, put them back on, and said, "I say, classmate Ji, do you want to be the chief?" "Teacher Bai, are you going to rebel?" Ji Churan was stunned. What the hell is asking right away if you want to be the chief, when you're only at the Twilight Realm? He's the chief KO Realm. He's the KO Realm, big brother. It's difficult for me to defeat someone at the Upper Lingxi Realm when I'm at the Weird Light Realm, and you want you to fight someone at the Realm King Realm. Even though I have cheats, I can't attack the ultimate boss right away. Rebellion? Bai Jinyuan was stunned, as if he knew Ji Churan was wrong, so he smiled and said, "Student Ji, you think too much, we are not rebelling." Then, you're asking me if I want to be the chief. Isn't that rebellion? Ha 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 ha. Bai Jinyuan laughed heartily and said, "It seems I didn't explain myself clearly. What I meant was, do you want to be the next chief? The next one?" Ji Churan's heart skipped a beat. The next one? Could it be that this chief? Teacher Bai, you mean our current chief? Yeah. Bai Jinyuan nodded and said, "He. Oh my chief, how come you are gone, chief?" Ji Churan suddenly burst into tears, looking extremely sad, as if he was mourning. Bai Jinyuan was stunned. What the hell is going on? The chief is gone. Ji Churan, what are you talking about? Bai Jinyuan rushed out suddenly, covered Ji Churan's mouth, and said anxiously, "What are you talking about? The chief is not dead." Ji Churan's crying scene was instantly suppressed, and his eyes were full of confusion. Bai Jinyuan looked at Ji Churan helplessly, let go of his hand and said, "The chief is doing well and in his prime. The reason I'm asking you if you want to be the next chief is because our chief doesn't want to be anymore. Our chief doesn't like commanding the battle line. What he likes most is to fight on the front line. But you know, we in Longyuan country only have this one Realm King Realm leader right now. If he goes to the front line without saying anything and leaves the battle line unattended, the battle will be really chaotic. So he asked us to find a chief candidate, someone with excellent talent and character. These people will be personally reviewed by him later. Once they are approved, that person will become the next chief, and we intend to recommend you to go." Ji Churan was stunned when he heard this. Why did this operation seem so familiar? Isn't this what Zhu Di and Zhu Gaoqi did? Zhu Gaoqi was regent, while Zhu Di was fighting. This chief's actions are exactly the same as Zhu Di's. Oh wait, that's not right. I want to fight too. If the chief can't fight, then what kind of chief am I? Chief can't fight? Ji Churan turned his head and asked. "Well, unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better for the chief not to go to the front line," Bai Jinyuan said after thinking for a while. "Then I won't be one." Ji Churan replied immediately. "That's great, huh? No, what did you say?" Bai Jinyuan was confused. How could someone refuse? If the chief can't fight, then being the chief will be too tiring. "I still like fighting," Ji Churan said with a chuckle. Bai Jinyuan was stunned. The candidate he had chosen didn't want to be the chief. What should he do? Zhong Ju was also confused. It was fine if the current chief was a warmonger, but why was Ji Churan also one? The chief has great power. Zhong Ju stepped forward and began to persuade Ji Churan. How can it be possible if Ji Churan doesn't become the chief? Ji Churan was the chief they all recognized, so who else could take the position if not him? Great power? But I want to fight, Ji Churan said bluntly. Being the chief means you are the leader of a clan. I want to fight. The chief can command the country and lead the battlefield. I want to fight. The chief will go down in history. I want to fight. When the chief genealogy begins with you. Actually, I think I can give this position a try. In the end, Ji Churan couldn't resist the temptation of having the family tree written starting from him and chose to become the chief candidate. Of course, they are just candidates, and the final decision will depend on the chief. After all, Ji Churan and the others are still at too low a level and too young to even be be able to enter the battlefield of all races, let alone meet the chief. Now if Ji Churan wants to meet the chief, there are still so many things he needs to do. After getting the answers they wanted, Zhang Ju and Bai Jinyuan let Ji Churan go back, and they plan to meet someone, a person no one dares to mess with on the blue planet. Zhang Ju and Bai Jinyuan are going to visit Dean Wei. After all, from the virtual battle, they can know that Dean Wei recognizes Ji Churan and is willing to clear the obstacles for Ji Churan. Although Dean Wei cannot defeat those in the heaven and earth realm on the battlefield of all races, he can be said to be invincible in the Dharma realm, especially on the Blue Star. It is no exaggeration to say that on Blue Star, Dean Wei is invincible. At this time, in the highest command center of North City, Dean Wei, Li Yi, Du Chao and other leaders were talking in the conference room. Dean Wei looked at the information in his hand, frowned, and did not speak for a long time. Li Yi and others looked at Dean Wei quietly, and the atmosphere was very heavy. After Dean Wei personally went to the battlefield of all races to find him, Li Yi immediately set out to investigate the demon invasion. After all, it was Dean Wei who came to him personally about this matter, so he couldn't be negligent. What's more, this matter involves the recognized future of the human race. The most terrible thing is that they found out the whereabouts of the last fake monster. This should have made them happy, but the reality made them completely nervous. This matter is too deadly. Is the information accurate? Dean Wei frowned all the time. He gently put down the information in his hand and looked at everyone with a serious look. At this time, a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair stood up, nodded seriously, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wei, the information was collected through joint investigation by Dean Du and me, and it's accurate." Dean Wei didn't say anything, but turned his head slightly to look at Du Chao. As Dean Wei looked at him, Du Chao trembled all over and nodded nervously. "Mr. Wei, the information is accurate." It's no wonder that Du Chao is so nervous. It's because the pressure from President Wei is too strong now. At this moment, Dean Wei is like a compressed bomb, on the verge of exploding at any time. It is this edge that makes Dean Wei feel extremely oppressed. Fake demon. What a fake demon. Dean Wei's face was cold, and his tone was filled with murderous intent. To disguise himself and get in, he actually sacrificed himself. Haha, how daring, since the information is accurate. Then, Dean Wei stood up suddenly and shouted sternly, "Let's go." Li Yi and others stood up and shouted. Afterwards, everyone immediately left the meeting room and prepared to go to elite training camp. Zhang Ju and Bai Jinyuan first asked a deputy instructor to help them monitor the virtual battle, and then asked one of Bai Jinyuan's students to cooperate with the deputy instructor to conduct data analysis. The two of them prepared to set off to Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers to find Dean Wei. But when they got everything ready, the appearance of a figure stunned them. Because this figure is the Dean Wei they have been thinking about. The two were stunned at first, then immediately reacted, saluted, and shouted. Zhang Ju thought that Dean Wei was here to see the results of Ji Churan's training, so he smiled and walked up to him and praised him. "Mr. Wei, you are here to see Ji Churan, right? Let me tell you, Ji Churan is truly a genius." He omitted a large paragraph of praise. Dean Wei listened to Zhang Ju's praise with a cold face. As Zhang Ju spoke, his face gradually warmed up. "Well, this boy is really good, worthy of being the one I chose." Seeing Dean Wei smile, Zhang Ju knew that he was right, so he prepared to tell him about Ji Churan's handling of the purgatory copy. But Dean Wei interrupted him at this time. "We'll talk about this later." Dean Wei raised his hand and said, "We have more important things to do now." Zhang Ju and Bai Jinyuan were stunned and stopped where they were. "Give me the student list and the distribution locations of the virtual warehouses," Dean Wei said at this time. Although Zhang Ju and Bai Jinyuan were confused, they quickly turned around to get the list and handed it to Dean Wei. After receiving the list, Dean Wei quickly looked through it and finally fixed his eyes on a name. In the virtual scene at this moment, Ji Churan, Li Yunxian and others were still discussing what to do in the next copy, and at this time, a figure suddenly popped out from outside the courtyard. Ji Churan heard someone calling him, so he turned his head to look. When he looked up, he saw Zhou Zimo holding onto the wall with one hand and waving at himself with the other. Zhou Zimo? Ji Churan was stunned, then remembered this person. Zhou Zimo was the boy who had the ability to entangle acquaintances that Ji Churan met during the college entrance examination. Ji Churan was quite impressed by him. After all, he did not avoid or fear difficulties, and was even optimistic about them. This kind of character made Ji Churan very impressed by him. In addition, when Zhong Ju first appeared, Zhou Zimo also had a famous scene. Seeing that Ji Churan responded to him, Zhou Zimo used both hands and flipped over from outside the yard. As soon as he came in, Zhou Zimo hugged Ji Churan amidst the bewildered expressions of Li Yunxian and the others, and cried exaggeratedly, "Brother Ji, I finally found you." Ji Churan was stunned and didn't react for a moment. He pushed Zhou Zimo away and asked with a puzzled look, "Zhou Zimo, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Zimo chuckled and said, "Nothing, I'm just happy to see you, Brother Ji, again." After saying that, Zhou Zimo suddenly bowed to Ji Churan, leaving Ji Churan confused. "What are you doing?" Ji Churan quickly pulled Zhou Zimo and asked with a puzzled look. Zhou Zimo, on the other hand, was all smiles as he said, I want to thank you, Brother G. Why are you thanking me? Ji Churan asked back. I want to thank you, Brother G, for letting me go to college. Joe Zimo touched his head and smiled. If it weren't for you, Brother G, I might have gone home and become an emo. If it weren't for you, Brother G, I might not even be able to go to college, let alone come to the elite training camp. Xuan Guang kick. So, Brother G, you are my benefactor. Ji Churan smiled bitterly upon hearing this and said, I thought it was something serious. It's just a small matter. It's unnecessary. Joe Zimo chuckled, but the next second Ji Churan's words made him confused. Just be a human shield for me when we get into the dungeon later. Ha! Joe Zimo looked at Ji Churan in confusion and said in disbelief, human shield? Yeah. Ji Churan suddenly hooked his arm around Joe Zimo's neck and said with a smile, why, you don't want to? I'm willing. Joe Zimo immediately smiled and said, why wouldn't I be willing? As long as it's your request, Brother G, I will definitely agree. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Ji Churan chuckled and said to Joe Zimo, but the next dungeon we're going to challenge is Hell difficulty. Are you sure you want to come? Hell difficulty? Joe Zimo murmured in confusion. That's right. Ji Churan said, there will be groups of all races in there, and there is a high probability that they will die. I'm not afraid of losing my life. Joe Zimo shook his head and said seriously, as long as I follow you, Brother G, I'm not afraid even of death. Okay. Ji Churan patted Joe Zimo on the shoulder and said, you have ambition. Then let's go. Shao Run has started a dungeon? Dean Wei turned his head and asked. Bai Jinyuan looked at the information from his bracelet, nodded and said, yes, Mr. G has already opened the dungeon. Yes. Dean Wei nodded and said, will directly killing the people in the virtual warehouse affect the cultivation of other students? No. Bai Jinyuan shook his head and said, all students' virtual warehouses are separate, so it won't be affected. I understand. Dean Wei nodded, then walked towards the students' virtual warehouse corridor. Zhongju's expression changed at this moment. He wanted to speak but finally closed his mouth again. He and Bai Jinyuan just learned the reason why Dean Wei came, and this reason. It's really shocking. Fake demon actually sneaked in. Even though I got in unconsciously, I still got in after all. This incident not only attracted Dean Wei to come, but also Li Yi and other leaders from North City. It is obvious that they want to kill all the fake monsters. However, a life was also lost. A fake demon exchanged for the life of a human genius. It is really hard to accept. Although the human genius's special abilities are not very strong, all the students who can enter the elite training camp have special skills. And if Joe Zimo grows up, he can even become a role model for C-level psychics. A model of counterattack. It's just a pity. Dean Wei walked into the virtual warehouse where Joe Zimo was with a cold face. After confirming the virtual warehouse where Joe Zimo was, he immediately opened the virtual warehouse and pulled Joe Zimo out with his right hand. As the robotic arm fell off, Joe Zimo's consciousness gradually became clear. When he saw Dean Wei, Zhongju and others, he was completely stunned. How could he not know the famous Dean Wei? But why did Dean Wei come to see me? Just when Joe Zimo was confused, Dean Wei's right hand suddenly began to solidify its momentum, as if he wanted to cut Joe Zimo into pieces. This frightened Joe Zimo so much that he shouted in confusion, Senior Wei, why is this happening? Dean Wei didn't say anything, but stopped what he was doing and looked into Joe Zimo's eyes. There was fear and confusion in Joe Zimo's eyes. Dean Wei knew very well what this look meant, but he didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to gamble whether Joe Zimo had been corrupted by the fake demon. So, wait a minute, Mr. Wei. Suddenly, Bai Jinyuan spoke up to stop Dean Wei. Dean Wei's eyes narrowed and he turned to look at Bai Jinyuan, his eyes full of murderous intent. Bai Jinyuan's whole body trembled suddenly, and his voice began to tremble. Wei, Mr. Wei. Bai Jinyuan swallowed and said, do you want me to test it? Our Institute of Science and Technology recently invented a soul testing machine that can determine if there are any signs of pseudo-demon invasions. Dean Wei paused, turned his head to look at Joe Zimo, and began to ponder something in his mind. Joe Zimo looked at Dean Wei in panic and said, Wei, Senior Wei, what on earth is going on? Dean Wei did not reply immediately, but threw Joe Zimo to the ground, and then said in a deep voice, you do not know? Joe Zimo's face was full of panic and confusion. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Du Chao walked in and said, Mr. Wei, judging from what I saw earlier, he might really not know, because the fake demon transformed into his heart, not his soul. The fake demon can't replace the soul. What? Joe Zimo's expression suddenly changed, and his tone began to become less confident. Fake demon, turned into my heart? Du Chao slowly stepped forward, nodded, and said, yes, classmate Joe, do you remember when you fainted in the ruins of number 14? I remember. Joe Zimo nodded repeatedly with a panicked look in his eyes, his tone beginning to become broken. But what on earth is going on? Why did the fake demon transform into my heart? Could it be that, am I a fake demon now? We are not sure whether you are a fake demon or not. Li Yi appeared in the room at this time and said in a deep voice, but we are sure that there is a fake demon in your body. As for whether you are currently a human or a pseudo-demon, further judgment is needed. Now, please be quiet. After After Li Yi finished speaking, he gently raised his hand, and a dark shadow completely enveloped Zhou Zimo, and then he slipped into Li Yi's shadow. Mr. Wei, I will take Zhou Zimo to investigate now. Bai Jin Yuan and Li Yi stood outside an examination room and spoke to Dean Wei. After Li Yi controlled Zhou Zimo, Bai Jin Yuan brought everyone to the room where the soul was examined. Dean Wei nodded and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your help. No trouble." Bai Jin Yuan smiled and shook his head. "It's my job." After saying that, Bai Jin Yuan nodded to Li Yi and said, "Please, Commander Li." Li Yi nodded and walked into the examination room with Bai Jin Yuan. Dean Wei watched the two people enter the room, his eyes darkened slightly, and his fists clenched a little. Before, when Ji Churan was in the elite training camp, Dean Wei, Li Yi, and other North City leaders tried their best to investigate the matter of the fake monster. Finally, with the help of Du Chao and another leader with special investigative abilities, everyone found out the whereabouts of the fake monster. It turned out that when the pseudo-demon was looking for a suitable opportunity, a school had entered the ruins of the strange beast. And this school is the university that Zhou Zimo finally entered. Led by a teacher, they conducted practical training in the ruins of strange beasts. Everything was normal at first, but a fake demon disguised as a wild python disrupted their plan. The fake monster disguised as a wild python first attacked several students, seriously injuring them, and then rolled up a classmate and ran away. This fake demon intends to disguise himself as this classmate. However, Zhou Zimo's appearance interrupted its plan. Zhou Zimo chased after the wild python without hesitation, forcing the fake demon to find a way to eliminate Zhou Zimo. However, the fake demon couldn't kill Zhou Zimo directly, because if he killed Zhou Zimo, the school would definitely conduct an investigation, and in that case, the student it disguised as would most likely fail. Therefore, the fake demon could only try to restrain his strength and find a way to knock Zhou Zimo unconscious or seriously injure him so that he loses the ability to move. However, the fake demon never expected that Zhou Zimo had such a strong mental attribute, comparable to an indestructible cockroach. Even if he was severely injured and couldn't even stand up, this guy could still rely on his special abilities to stand up again and attack it. Even though he knew he couldn't beat me, he still kept saying things like he would never give up or run away. The fake demon was left with no solution. The most important thing is that the student kidnapped by the fake demon has finally woken up. This forced the pseudo-demon to knock the classmate unconscious again before continuing to deal with Zhou Zimo. It was impossible to use heavy force because it was afraid that Zhou Zimo would not be able to bear it and die. But if it did not use heavy force, Zhou Zimo would be like Xiaoqiang and keep harassing it. I can't run too far, because if I run too far, it will be suspicious if the student I disguised as comes back alone. It can be said that that period was the most uncomfortable time for the pseudo-demon. I am a demon, when have I ever felt so wronged? If it weren't for the demon's grand plan, how could I have endured such injustice? As for disguising himself as Zhou Zimo, the fake demon had never even thought about it, because Zhou Zimo's superpowers are so fucking bad. C-level superpowers. What's the point of disguising them? They're not enough to carry out my plan. Just when the fake demon was worried, it felt a powerful fluctuation of supernatural power. Obviously, this is Zhou Zimo and their teacher. It's definitely too late to run now, and there's no time to even disguise myself. So, the fake demon looked at the A-level supernatural student who had slipped into his arms, and then looked at Zhou Zimo who was looking at it with gritted teeth. It is too late to disguise as a human being, because it takes some time to disguise as a human being. Now someone has arrived, so it is definitely too late to disguise, and disguising is also risky. Finally, the fake demon gritted its teeth and made up its mind to take a gamble for its demonic plan. It integrated all of its superpowers, and finally sealed its soul into the superpowers, and then transformed this superpower into a needle. This needle, in the future, it can completely take over another body and be reborn. This needle contains its lifelong abilities and its own soul. This needle pierced into Zhou Zimo's heart fiercely and took root in Zhou Zimo's heart from then on. This needle will allow the pseudo-demon's abilities to gradually merge with Zhou Zimo's. At the same time, during this fusion process, the pseudo-demon's soul will gradually awaken and finally duel with Zhou Zimo's soul. Once it wins, it will possess all of Zhou Zimo's memories and body, while also retaining its ability to disguise itself. It can be said to be a complete transformation, and during this latent period, it would be impossible for human equipment to detect its existence. It was truly terrifying. However, there is also a risk. If its soul fails to defeat Zhou Zimo, it will really die, and Zhou Zimo will inherit its abilities. So, this method is a double-edged sword. But the fake demon can only gamble, because it has no time. In order to ensure his victory, the fake demon also used a little trick, which was to subconsciously block Zhou Zimo's memory. This kind of sealed memory can only seal a small part of the memory, and before the pseudo-demon fell into a coma, he chose to seal the memory of entering Zhou Zimo's heart. As long as Zhou Zimo didn't have this memory, he wouldn't know that there was a fake demon in his body, nor would he practice any spiritual combat skills. In this way, in the final attribute tribute duel, it will be invincible. However, what the fake monster never expected was that his stupid teammate Do Yao kicked the board at Ji Churan. As a result, it was directly hunted down by bigwigs from all sides. Not to mention hiding, even the fact that it turned into a heart and fell asleep was discovered. It can be said that they are a miserable group. It can be said that whenever a fight between demons is waged against other people, humans may not even notice the existence of the fake demon. Everyone else would just think that the fighting monsters had used other methods to sneak in, because before they carried out their plan, they sacrificed 3 beggars as a smokescreen in order to draw the attention of the human race to the beast tide of the martial arts exam. The plan was foolproof, but who would have thought? I can only say that I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Check outside the room. Dean Wei sat on the wind chair he had condensed, turned his head and asked, "Isn't Chen Meng here yet?" A leader standing by twitched his lips slightly, not knowing what to say. Dean Wei noticed this scene and said softly. "Alas, Xiao Chen, I can't help you." The leader sighed slightly inwardly, then said, "Mr. Wei, Chen Meng said his dog got married, so he can't come to North City." Dean Wei's face darkened when he heard this. This brat, he's afraid of Li Yi, but he still finds such a lame excuse. "Yes, Mr. Wei, this Chen Meng is simply amazing." The leader nodded repeatedly, his mouth twitching wildly, and he silently apologized to Chen Meng in his heart. "Xiao Chen, just wish you good luck." Du Chao was standing behind Dean Wei, sweating profusely and constantly wiping the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. I have to say that in some aspects, Du Chao still admires Chen Meng very much. After all, Chen Meng was the first one to use this excuse to fool Dean Wei. At this time, Zhong Ju was standing behind Du Chao, trying to hold back his laughter. It has long been no secret that Chen Meng is afraid of Li Yi. It can be said that everyone knows that Chen Meng is afraid of Li Yi, but Chen Meng himself does not know it. Every time some lame excuse was used to give a presentation. Look, this time, even Guzi came to get married. Damn, Chen Meng, do you have a dog? Just marry the dog? At this moment, a man in black outside the gate of the elite training camp suddenly sneezed. He touched his nose and murmured in confusion, "Damn it, I have a cold?" "Who's there?" Who would have thought that the black-clad man's whispering was heard by the guard, who immediately became alert and shouted. Several guards immediately became alert. This scared the man in black, and he was seen by the guard just as he was about to leave. Several guards took a step forward and quickly approached the man in black, and captured him with a grab. Hey, wait. The man in black spoke quickly. The guard didn't care what you said, he just took off the black man's hat and shouted, "I want to see which beggar dares to run wild in our elite training camp." The guard froze as soon as he took off the black man's hat. "Teacher Chen? The man in black is Chen Meng." Chen Meng was captured by several guards, and his expression looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. When the guards saw that the man in black was Chen Meng, they were stunned. "Teacher Chen, why didn't you go in with Dean Wei and the others?" The guards released Chen Meng, and one of them asked. But just as he opened his mouth, a guard gently nudged his elbow. Then he remembered something, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a tiny arc. "Don't laugh, we've been professionally trained. Don't laugh." Chen Meng stood up with tears in his eyes and asked helplessly, "How did you see me?" The guard suppressed his laughter, looked up at Chen Meng's huge body, and then looked at the flagpole beside him that was as thin as a bamboo pole. He didn't say anything, but it seemed as if he had spoken again. Chen Meng turned his head and his heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong with me? Why do I think I can become invisible just by wearing a black robe, even if I get old and confused?" Ahem. Chen Meng coughed twice to ease the awkwardness and said, "I'm just testing you. I want to see if you're alert." After saying that, Chen Meng gently patted a guard on the shoulder and praised, "Well done, you did a great job. I'm assured of the safety of our classmates with you around." The guards suppressed their laughter and nodded repeatedly. One of the guards even said, "Teacher Chen, don't worry, we will definitely continue to work hard. By the way, Teacher Chen, why don't you go in with Dean Wei and the others?" Chen Meng's face darkened. "Damn it, what's wrong with this kid? Don't you know I'm trying to change the subject? Damn kid." Ahem. Chen Meng coughed quickly and thought about his words. "Well, actually, I just went back to get something important, so I was a little slow." "Oh, I see." The guard nodded in sudden realization and said with a smile, "Then Teacher Chen, please go in quickly. Mr. Wei just sent someone to remind us that he would let you in as soon as you arrived." Chen Meng was stunned when he heard this. He quickly bent down and asked in a low voice, "Let me ask, where is that old ghost Li Yi now?" The guard couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He said, "Commander Li and Teacher Bai have entered the examination room. Teacher Chen, you can rest assured." "That's great." Chen Meng laughed heartily, then suddenly said with a stern face, "What are you worried about? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of Li Yi. I'm afraid that Li Yi will run away when he sees me. Do you understand?" "I understand. The guards nodded with a smile. "We all understand, Teacher Chen." Chen Meng nodded when he heard that, took off his black robe, put it into his storage ring, then tidied his clothes and walked into the elite training camp. The guards witnessed Chen Meng's back as if they saw a general who was ready to die. Teacher Chen really hasn't changed. The guard sighed as he looked at the scene. Yeah, only Teacher Chen demon would joke with people like us. Another guard said with a smile. Okay, let's go back to work. Then, several people returned to their posts and stood still. Their smiles completely disappeared at this moment. Everyone's face was filled with determination and coldness, as if the happy scene just now did not exist at all. Check outside the room. Dean Wei got a cup of tea from somewhere and sipped it gently. The next second, a breeze blew gently. You're here? Dean Wei closed his eyes, gently swept the teacup's lip with the tea lid in his right hand, and said softly, since you're here, why hide? Upon hearing this, everyone looked behind them and saw Chen Meng peeking at them timidly, as if he was confirming something. Zhongju almost laughed his face off when he saw this scene. When Chen Meng saw that he was discovered, he jumped out immediately, straightened his expression, and walked in swaggeringly. Then he trotted over to Dean Wei and said with a smile, Mr. Wei, I just went back to get something and was delayed a little on the way. Oh? Dean Wei glanced at Chen Meng and asked jokingly, didn't your dog get married? Why did it become a matter of taking things? In the instructor's office, Chen Meng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I got so nervous that I forgot my excuse. Ahaha, well, I asked Sister He to help me officiate the wedding. After all, the fake demon matter is more serious. A small matter like Go Zi's wedding is definitely not as serious as this. Ha, Chen Meng, how come I didn't know I was officiating Guzi's wedding? The sudden female voice made Chen Meng's heart almost stop. Chen Meng turned his head tremblingly, his heart pounding. When I followed everyone else, I didn't see Sister He. What's going on? Just when Chen Meng was ready to die and turned his head, he was stunned. Zhao Baiyu, your uncle. Chen Meng pointed at a smiling man behind him and cursed. The man's name is Zhao Baiyu, a senior executive in North City. His special ability is the A-level special ability copy, which allows Zhao Baiyu to copy the voice, movements, and even fighting style of the person he wants to copy. It can be said that he has combined the strengths of hundreds of schools to form his own fighting style. The only difference is that he cannot copy other people's appearances, but can only copy other things. And he just copied Hisuruo's voice, which made Chen Menghu's body tremble. Zhao Baiyu looked at Chen Meng with a smile and said jokingly, Chen Meng, since you said Sister He went to help your dog officiate the wedding, then why did you get so nervous when you heard Sister He's voice? Chen Meng's face darkened and he cursed. None of your business, kid. Zhao Baiyu was scolded, but he did not show any cold expression. Instead, his smile kept rising. Seeing this, Chen Meng didn't want to care about Zhao Baiyu anymore, so he turned around and stopped talking. Dean Wei chuckled helplessly, then sipped his tea again and waited for the test results. Soon, the door of the inspection room was opened, and Li Yi and Bai Jinyuan walked out with serious expressions. When Chen Meng saw Li Yi, he was shocked. He took 2 steps back and hid behind Dean Wei. Li Yi glanced at Chen Meng lightly and stopped paying attention to him. Instead, he looked at Dean Wei with a serious expression. Dean Wei seemed to have a premonition. He took a sip of tea and asked, what was the result? Everyone turned their gazes towards Bai Jinyuan, but Bai Jinyuan just looked at the report in his hand with a serious expression and said, the results may be somewhat unsatisfactory. Bai Jinyuan gently handed the report to Dean Wei. Dean Wei threw the tea lightly, and the tea was gently carried into the air by a breeze. He took the report handed to him by Bai Jinyuan and started reading it. At the same time, Bai Jinyuan also began to report the situation. First of all, it is clear that Zhou Zimo is not a fake demon. Everyone's expressions froze when they heard this. If it wasn't forged by a fake demon, then things would be even more difficult. Bai Jinyuan continued at this time, but the fake demon does exist in Zhou Zimo's body. It has indeed become Zhou Zimo's heart, and this heart is constantly transforming Zhou Zimo's body. Body transformation? Chen Meng was stunned. Doesn't that mean Zhou Zimo will eventually be assimilated into a pseudo-demon? No. Bai Jinyuan shook his head and said, classmate Zhou Zimo's body won't turn into a fake demon, but he can use the fake demon's ability, which is disguise. Oh my god, that's like having an extra ability. Chen Meng said, isn't that a good thing? Chen Meng, everything has a price. Zhao Baiyu shook his head helplessly and asked, so, what is the price Zhou Zimo needs to pay? Bai Jinyuan gently pushed his glasses, a white light flashed through his glasses, and then he said in a deep voice, the price Zhou Zimo needs to pay is his body. What? Everyone exclaimed. Bai Jinyuan was not surprised by this, but continued to explain. The fake demon transformed into Zhou Zimo's heart and also sealed his own soul inside it. If nothing unexpected happens, after Zhou Zimo's body is completely transformed, his soul will be revived. With the strength of Zhou Zimo's soul, he won't be able to defeat the fake demon, so the pseudo-demon at that time could directly use Zhou Zimo's body to be reborn. Li Yi said seriously, and it was completely reborn in a human body. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Rebirth through possession of another's body. This kind of thing that only happened in novels actually happened in reality, and it happened so easily. If subsequent pseudo-demons invade in this way, then they really have no good way to intercept them. After all, they don't have the equipment that can examine souls on a large scale yet. Dean Wei flipped through the report, his brows slightly furrowed. After reading the last page, he asked, but the fake demon might fail, right? Yes. Bai Jinyuan nodded and said, if Zhou Zimo Zimo's soul becomes stronger through cultivation, then the pseudo-demon will most likely be unable to erode Zhou Zimo's soul, thus providing nutrients to Zhou Zimo in vain. So, actually, we just need to let Zhou Zimo practice spiritual combat skills that can increase his spirit. Although the process is a bit painful, it can save lives. Wait a minute. Dean Wei suddenly raised his hand and asked in a questioning tone, as long as the soul is strong, that's enough, right? What if we imprint a spiritual mark on it? Can the spiritual mark help Zhou Zimo kill the fake monster? Bai Jin Yuan was stunned, then thought for a moment and said, not sure. After all, this is the first time we've encountered something like this. Maybe it will work, maybe. Bai Jin Yuan didn't continue speaking, but everyone understood what Bai Jin Yuan meant. After hearing this, everyone looked at Dean Wei. Dean Wei did not speak, but was thinking about something silently. After a moment, Dean Wei said in a deep voice, in that case, let's vote. Whether Zhou Zimo lives or dies is up to everyone here to decide. After Dean Wei finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and a bellows composed of wind and waves was formed at this moment. Now, just speak your thoughts in a voice that you can hear yourself, and the wind will take care of the rest for you. Vote. After Dean Wei finished speaking, he closed his eyes and waited for everyone to vote. Everyone looked at each other and fell into a long silence. Should I exchange Zhou Zimo's life for the fake demon's life, or gamble on Zhou Zimo's resilience? What happens in the end depends entirely on the choices of everyone present. Everyone exchanged glances, and then silently made up their minds. Afterwards, everyone expressed their choices in a voice that only they could hear. As everyone made their decisions, waves of wind and wind surged into the bellows made by Dean Wei. As the last wave of wind rushed into the bellows, Dean Wei gently pulled the bellows over. The bellows remained beside Dean Wei, and then completely dissipated. Countless waves of wind swept into Dean Wei's ears, giving him the answer. Since everyone here has made their choice, Dean Wei said softly, then we will obey the majority. Zhou Zimo. When these words were spoken, some people breathed a sigh of relief, while others breathed a sigh of relief. Because if Zhou Zimo stays, there is indeed a risk. But some people think that Zhou Zi can give it a try and see if he can make the fake demon work for him for free. If you can. Some people whose brain circuits jump may have already thought of something different. Since he wants to live, we have to be prepared for both scenarios. Dean Wei stood up and said in a deep voice, I will find a psychic with special abilities to help him imprint his spiritual mark. As for the spiritual combat skills he has cultivated, it's up to you. Xiao Bai, it's best for Zhou Zimo to stay by your side. You can also do more research. If Zhou Zimo really succeeds in defeating the pseudo-demon's soul and gaining the pseudo-demon's abilities. Dean Wei stopped talking at this point, and Bai Jin Yuan understood what Dean Wei meant and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Dean Wei, I will definitely take good precautions. Then I'll leave it to you from now on. Dean Wei nodded, and then a whirlwind flashed, and Dean Wei disappeared. Seeing that the matter had been decided, the others stopped talking and left after saying goodbye to Bai Jin Yuan and Zhong Ju. Bai Jin Yuan and Zhong Ju smiled and said goodbye to everyone one by one. After everyone left, Zhong Ju suddenly froze and asked uncertainly, Jin Yuan, did I forget something? Bai Jin Yuan was stunned for a moment before he remembered. I and others forgot to ask Dean Wei about Ji Churen. Forget it, it's okay. Dean Wei will be here in a few days. I'll ask him then. Bai Jin Yuan shook his head helplessly and said, now, I'll report the situation to Ji first. I believe Ji will definitely be interested in Zhou Zimo. Well, okay then. Zhong Ju had no choice but to nod in agreement. In the blink of an eye, it is already February of the new year, and the elite training camp officially ends today. Before the end, Zhong Ju gathered everyone together for a meal. During the training camp, many people met many new friends and made some like-minded partners. At the same time, they also gained a lot, both in terms of realm and combat experience. 2 months of life and death battles have greatly improved their understanding and comprehension of combat. During this period, Zhou Zimo also learned his fate. After a few days of silence, he made up his mind to completely defeat this fake monster that was spying on his body. Therefore, after he accepted the spiritual imprint of the psychic found by Dean Wei, he began to practice spiritual combat skills madly. As a result, he did not participate in the subsequent elite training camp training. At the same time, GE also knew about Zhou Zimo's existence and began to conduct detailed research on him. This type of research does not involve slicing it up, but rather placing it in a large laboratory for observation. Zhou Zimo also knew that he was special, so he had no complaints about it. Except for Zhou Zimo, who was picked up during this period, the other students spent these months in a virtual scene. At the end of the day, everyone fully realized the gap between themselves and true geniuses. Group ranking. In the past, they had only heard about geniuses who dominated an era from their predecessors, but the actual feeling was not very strong. But now, they have witnessed with their own eyes a genius who crushed them all, and they have even personally experienced a life and death battle with him. Only at this moment did they understand that some people were born to be gods of war. Ji Churen, a name that makes them tremble when they hear it in the virtual scene. A true boss that crushes both single-player and team modes. Even Chu Qiuyun, who has SS-level superpowers, couldn't stop Ji Churen. What's worse sources that some people even say things like, how can one be benevolent if one is already born? Some people were sighing at Ji Churan's strength, while others were worried about the national competition. After all, Ji Churan is from the same generation as them, which means they have to compete with Ji Churan in the national competition. That will be the real disaster. After all, only the instructors can see the footage in the elite training camp, but the national competition is broadcast nationwide. Being killed instantly in front of the entire nation was too much to bear. But there's nothing they can do about it, since they were born in the same era as Ji Churan. Finally, after everyone had a meal together, they prepared to use their points to redeem what they wanted. That's right, the points earned in the elite training camp can be exchanged for the supplies they want. These supplies can be taken away, of course, the combat skills are disposable. In addition, the top 10 in the individual and team rankings can receive rewards from the elite training camp. As for what they were given, only they themselves know. As the first in the individual and team rankings, Ji Churan was naturally called to the office by Zhong Ju and by Jin Yuan. The rewards given by Zhong Ju and by Jin Yuan also made Ji Churan confused. For supernatural crystals, some cultivation resources, and even several other combat skills, which include all types of combat skills. There are even mental type and speed type combat skills that Ji Churan has never paid attention to. But Ji Churan didn't care much about these. What Ji Churan cared about more were defensive combat skills. A defensive combat skill specifically used to cultivate internal defense. This combat skill is exactly what Ji Churan lacks now. Ji Churan is currently afraid of toxins and his internal defense is not enough. With this fighting skill, Ji Churan's internal body will become indestructible. Of course, these are not the most important things. There was something else that really made Ji Churan feel fresh. That is, By Jin Yuan placed the high-tech drone on the table with a smile and said to Ji Churan, the latest development, an all-in-one drone. Ji Churan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the drone with great interest. What functions does this have? Ji Churan asked excitedly. Bai Jin Yuan smiled slightly and introduced him. The exploration drone contains the latest technology in many magical abilities, such as space jumping, scene exploration, human body treatment, self-repair, and supernatural attack capabilities. The more Ji Churan listened, the golden light in his eyes became more and more intense. Bai Jin Yuan continued to introduce with a smile. The first is space jumping, which allows drones to move over long distances, thus achieving the effects of exploration and avoidance. Then there's scene exploration and human body treatment. I don't need to explain these two functions in detail. One is exploration and the other is treatment. Then there's self-repair. The integrated drone incorporates the latest technology. No matter how damaged it is, it can be repaired as long as there is enough energy. Energy is also known as supernatural power. You know what I mean, Mr. Ji. Ji Churan nodded vigorously, his expression full of excitement. It's just a superpower. I have plenty of them. The last thing I want to introduce is the superpower attack. The drone can absorb the superpowers of the superpower user and then release the absorbed superpowers to attack. To put it simply, as long as you, Ji, inject your lightning power into the drone will be able to unleash a lightning power attack. It's just that due to the current limitations of its skills, the drone's ability to accommodate is also limited. I understand. Ji Churan nodded, not at all disappointed by the drone's minor flaws. On the contrary, he was very satisfied. This is exactly what I have always wanted. The most important thing is that drones can repair themselves. So does that mean that mechas in the future will also? Since classmate Ji is satisfied, I'll give it to you. Bai Jin Yuan extended his hand slightly and smiled. In the future, if classmate Ji has any needs, please contact us more often. By the way, let me tell you, classmate Ji, that we are researching mechas. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan stood up suddenly and was extremely excited. Real? Bai Jin Yuan smiled and nodded. The next second, Ji Churan held Bai Jin Yuan's hand and said seriously, please keep in touch with me, Mr. Bai. Bai Jin Yuan was embarrassed by Ji Churan's change of expression. He smiled and nodded to bid farewell to Ji Churan. With Ji Churan's departure, Bai Jin Yuan and Zhong Ju began to discuss things again. The elite training camp has ended, and all students will leave the elite training camp with their teachers. Ji Churan is no exception. While Ji Churan, Li Yunxian and others were walking towards the gate, Ji Churan sorted out his gains in the past 2 months. In these 2 months, Ji Churan has gained a lot. The first thing is cultivation. Today, Ji Churan's cultivation has reached the upper level of Yuanning realm. The superpower has now evolved to SSS level. That is, Thunder Prison Heavenly Judgment. That's right, in these 2 months, Ji Churan's template progress has reached 100% and his thunder ability has been completely evolved to SSS level. And because of this, he unlocked his second superpower, SS level special ability, Ice Soul Abyss. That's right, Ji Churan's second ability is the ice ability that can control the ice attribute. He woke up yesterday while he was having dinner. Due to the compatibility between his body and thunder type abilities, Ji Churan's second template had a fusion degree of 57% as soon as it awakened, and he directly awakened to the SS level. When Ji Churan saw this special ability for the first time, he was stunned. After all, shouldn't ice powers appear on campus, beauties? Why did it end up here? Although Ji Churan was confused, he didn't think about it any further. The most important thing now is to go back to Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers and test the strength of my ice-type supernatural powers. Ji Churan, Li Yunxian and others walked out of the gate of the elite training camp together, and Chen Meng was already waiting there early. After seeing the figures of Ji Churan and others, Chen Meng immediately waved his arms and shouted with a grin, "Hey, over here!" Several people noticed the huge Chen Meng in an instant and walked towards him. As soon as he got closer, Chen Meng casually put his hands on the shoulders of Li Yunxian and Ji Churan and asked with a smile, "How is it? What's the harvest?" Li Yunxian struggled a bit, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and said with a wry smile, "It's been quite rewarding." Chen Meng nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Ji Churan. "What about you, little pervert?" Ji Churan chuckled and said mysteriously, "The harvest is quite big. I'll tell you when we get to school." Wow! Chen Meng let out an exaggerated wow and asked with a smile, "Such a big harvest? You don't even dare to tell me about it here? You'll know when you get to school." Ji Churan still chose to speak mysteriously. This made Li Yunxian and others a little curious. After hearing this, Chen Meng didn't want to hear anymore. He took a few people and got on the back of the sharp-winged eagle and flew towards Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers. After returning to school, Chen Meng first handed Li Yunxian and others to another teacher and then took Ji Churan to Dean Wei's office. Because on the way, Ji Churan told Chen Meng that he wanted to discuss this matter with him and Dean Wei together, which made Chen Meng curious. What kind of thing is this and what kind of gain is worthy of such treatment? But then he was completely stunned. It was because Ji Churan said something shocking right after entering Dean Wei's office. "Mr. Wei, I have awakened my second supernatural power." After these words were spoken, not to mention Chen Meng, even Dean Wei, who was still drinking tea, almost spit out the tea in his mouth. What did they hear? Awakening a second superpower? How come they know each word individually, but when they are put together they become unfamiliar? Dean Wei coughed twice and asked again uncertainly, "Xiaoren, what did you just say?" Dean Wei would rather believe that he had heard it wrong than believe what Ji Churan had just said, but reality is reality after all. Ji Churan responded, "Mr. Wei, I've awakened my second supernatural power." When Dean Wei was sure that he had heard correctly, he was stunned, but he quickly stood up and walked in front of Ji Churan, saying quickly, You really awakened your second superpower? You didn't lie to me?" Even Dean Wei, who is usually as steady as a rock, couldn't help but lose his composure at this moment. Even Dean Wei lost his composure, let alone Chen Meng. At this time, Chen Meng was already stunned. He stared at Ji Churan with wide eyes and almost knelt down. The second superpower. Man, isn't an SS-level lightning ability enough? Yes, I didn't lie to you, and my lightning ability has already transformed into SSS level. Chen Meng? No, your lightning ability has reached SSS level, and you've awakened a second ability? Dude, are you gaining experience here? Chen Meng was completely dumbfounded. He could no longer understand Ji Churan in front of him. An SSS level lightning ability is already shocking enough, but now there is a second ability. Dean Wei was also stunned. He staggered back 2 steps, somewhat unable to accept this fact. He slapped his face, wondering if he was dreaming. At this moment, Dean Wei was stunned. Without saying a word, he picked up Ji Churan and flew towards the training room, leaving Chen Meng unable to react for a moment. Hey, I haven't gotten on the bus yet. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Chen Meng reacted and waved his hands as he chased after him. Dean Wei and Ji Churan soon appeared outside the training room. After verifying their identities, they walked into the training room. As soon as he entered the training room, Dean Wei could no longer hold back and immediately took out a small stone tablet specially used to test the strength of superpowers and asked Ji Churan to release his superpowers. Ji Churan smiled lightly when he heard this. He had long expected that his change would surprise Chen Meng and Dean Wei, but it didn't matter, because he had no intention of hiding his talent. Ji Churan began to gather thunder. In an instant, terrifying thunder began to gather in the training room, and dark fog also filled the air above the training room at this moment. Dean Wei looked at this scene and murmured in shock. Is it even possible to change the environment of the training room? Is this the power of an SSS level ability? The next second, Ji Churan released his thunder. In an instant, the terrifying purple gold thunder instantly hit the small stone tablet, causing the small stone tablet to emit a sharp trembling sound in purple gold light. Dean Wei didn't even need to look at the result on the small stone tablet at this time, because he was already convinced in his heart. He was sure that Ji Churan's thunder ability was SSS level. In an instant, Dean Wei felt a warm current in his brain. Chen Meng, Chen Meng, you finally did something humane. The ones you recruited are not S-level Esper. The ones you recruited are SSS level. At this moment, Dean Wei just wanted to laugh out loud, because he knew that as long as Ji Churan was there, the human race would have a future. Suddenly, the door of the training room was opened, and Chen Meng rushed in anxiously. As soon as he came in, he saw Ji Churan bursting with purple gold thunder, and a small stone tablet showing the SSS level results in the distance. Oh my god, it's really SSS level. Chen Meng ran to the small stone tablet, picked it up and looked at it from left to right, his face full of shock. Dean Wei had calmed down a bit by this time. He walked up to Chen Meng with a smile, patted Chen Meng on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Xiao Chen, you have done a great deed this time. Chen Meng was stunned for a moment and didn't react to what Dean Wei meant. Dean Wei snatched the small stone tablet, walked up to Ji Churen with a smile on his face, and said, Xiaoren, since you said you've awakened a second superpower, why don't you take this opportunity to test the level of that second superpower? Ji Churen nodded and said. Dean Wei nodded in satisfaction, put down the small stone tablet, and said, Xiaoren, don't be nervous. Second abilities have happened before, but don't rely on past experience to judge your current situation. You don't need to feel any burden. After all, an SSS level ability is enough. Before Dean Wei finished speaking, an extremely cold aura burst out from Ji Churen's body, as if to completely freeze everything in the training room. In just a moment, Ji Churen's figure was completely covered by layers of ice fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Even the floor beneath Ji Churen's feet had frozen into ice. Ji Churen not only froze the floor, he also froze the words that Dean Wei was about to say. There have been people who have awakened dual superpowers in the past, and there are quite a few such people. However, these people have one thing in common, that is, their second superpower is much weaker than their first. For example, if the first ability is A level, the second ability may only be B level or C level. Dean Wei also had a preconceived notion at the beginning, thinking that Ji Churen's first ability had reached the SSS level, and the second ability might be only a level at most. But now it seems that he was wrong. He was totally wrong. Such aura, such momentum. How could it be possible for an A-level supernatural power to release such a power? Following the shocked gazes of Dean Wei and Chen Meng, Ji Churen, who was surrounded by ice mist, moved. Ji Churen, who was surrounded by ice mist, raised his hand slightly, and countless cold air rushed straight to the small stone tablet. The moment the cold air hit the small stone tablet turned into an ice sculpture and was completely frozen. It's not over yet. After doing all this, Ji Churen suddenly pulled with his palm. In an instant, the ice attached to the small stone tablet exploded like a bomb, and countless ice fragments scattered everywhere. And the small stone tablet also revealed its special power at this moment. Ice SS level, Ice Soul Abyss. Dean Wei and Chen Meng stared at the scene with wide eyes, their expressions somewhat frozen. The second ability, SS level. The distinct sound of swallowing saliva echoed in the training room. At this moment, the training room was silent, but this silence only lasted for 2.5 seconds, because after 2.5 seconds, Chen Meng's exclamation was heard. My SS rank. Little pervert. Oh no. Big pervert. Chen Meng came in front of Ji Churen in an instant, and said with a surprised expression, you really gave me a big surprise. Ji Churen felt ashamed. After all, what Chen Meng said just now was too rude. Dean Wei was also lost in thought as he stared at the small stone tablet, muttering to himself, SS level, SS level. Oh my god, is it really our turn now? Dean Wei was completely excited. Ji Churen's talent refreshed his cognition again and again. He still couldn't believe what happened today. But Dean Wei is still Dean Wei after all, knowledgeable and experienced. He quickly recovered and came to Chen Meng and Ji Churen. After pulling the excited Chen Meng away, Dean Wei laughed and patted Ji Churen on the shoulder and said, Xiaoren, you are truly amazing. The future of humanity depends on you. This is just the beginning, Mr. Wei. It's still early. Ji Churen replied modestly. Don't be so modest. Dean Wei laughed and said, Ren Xiaobai and the others have already told me that they want to nominate you as the next chief. With your current talent, you're a sure bet to be the next chief. Chen Meng, who was standing by, widened his eyes in shock. What the hell? We're already discussing the chief position? Is this even right? But Chen Meng quickly realized that with Ji Churen's current talent, if he didn't become the chief, who would? If Ji Churen becomes the chief, then Li Yi will be working for Ji Churen. And I am also Ji Churen's old, brother. Since I am Ji Churen's brother, Li Yi is Ji Churen's subordinate. Then wouldn't it be possible for me to, he. Just when Chen Meng was daydreaming, Ji Churen's words made him stay in Bengbu. Mr. Wei, I actually don't want to be the chief. What the hell? Chen Meng exclaimed in surprise and quickly tried to dissuade him. You little pervert. You're so confused. This position of chief is something many people wouldn't even dare to think about. So why are you so unwilling to do it? Chen Meng no longer cared about anything else at this time and immediately began to dissuade Ji Churen, because he no longer doubted whether Ji Churen could become the chief. In his heart, Ji Churen could become the chief 100%. Dean Wei was also stunned for a moment and asked softly, Xiaoren, why do you have such an idea? Ji Churen opened his mouth to say something, but then paused. It's okay, Xiaoren, just tell me. If there is anything, an old man like me will take care of it. Dean Wei comforted him. He had already noticed something. Okay. Ji Churen took a deep breath and said, actually, the reason I don't want to be the chief is because the chief has to sit in the rear. I don't want to sit in the rear all the time. I want to go to the front line and kill the enemy. I want to really face those damn invaders. I will wipe out all the invaders. Ji Churen's words were full of murderous intent, which made Chen Meng hold back what he wanted to say. But now I have already promised teacher Bai and the others, so let's talk about everything later. Ji Churan added another sentence at this time. Dean Wei showed an expression of astonishment when he heard this. He chuckled, patted Ji Churan on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I support your choice." Chen Meng's expression tightened when he heard this. He wanted to say something but quickly held it back. Yes, what qualifications do I have to interfere with other people's choices? If the little pervert wants to kill the enemy, just kill him. At worst, I can just keep avoiding Li Yi from now on. Bah, what do you mean by hiding? I'm letting Li Yi go. Well, let Li Yi go. Shao Run. Dean Wei came to Ji Churan and said softly, "Remember, no matter what choice you make, as long as it is not a choice to betray the human race, we will support you in everything else. What you have to do now is to move forward without hesitation, and what we old guys have to do now is to clear all obstacles for you." Ji Churan's eyes were moved when he heard this. He shook his head and said, "No, Mr. Wei, you are not an old man. In my heart, you will always be full of vigor and vitality." "Ha, come on." Dean Wei patted Ji Churan's forehead lightly and said with a smile, "I still have a clear understanding of myself." Dean Wei turned his head and looked to the side. His gaze seemed to see through time and into the past. "In the past, I was indeed a vigorous and ambitious son of the wind, but now I am just a pitiful creature abandoned by heaven and earth." Having said that, Dean Wei turned around and looked into Ji Churan's eyes. "I, an old man, have fought for my entire life, but in the end, I was abandoned by heaven and earth. This disparity made me lose the will to fight. Before I met you, I only wanted to protect the human race on Blue Star until the end of my life. But after meeting you, my thoughts changed. My thoughts went from protecting the human race to protecting you. It's not because the human race is no longer important, but because you in the future will be more important to the human race. In the face of racial justice, I can bear the infamy, but I will never allow the human race to perish. So, Shaoran, you just need to keep moving forward. I will take care of the rest. I can't guarantee it on the battlefield of all races, but I can promise you on this Blue Star that I am invincible on Blue Star." Dean Wei's words were sonorous and powerful, as if he had returned to the high-spirited son of wind in his youth. Ji Churan felt a surge in his heart when he heard these words. "Mr. Wei, you lied." How could I possibly lie? I'm invincible on Blue Planet." "No, that's not what I'm talking about." What's that?" "Mr. Wei, you have not been abandoned by heaven and earth. You." Dean Wei's eyes kept trembling as he stared at Ji Churan blankly. Ji Churan and Dean Wei looked at each other and said seriously, word by word, "Old Wei, you have not been abandoned by heaven and earth have never abandoned you. They have always been with you, and you have always been with them." Dean Wei's eyes were shaking wildly, and even began to blur. Dean Wei, sensing something was wrong, immediately turned around and said, suppressing his emotions, "Shaoran, tell Xiao Chen if you need anything. Your second ability also requires combat skills. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Looking at Dean Wei walking out of the training room, Ji Churan felt mixed emotions. Chen Meng also looked at this scene with emotion and did not speak for a long time. After a moment, Chen Meng's voice broke the silent atmosphere. "What kind of fighting skills do you need?" In Dean Wei's office. Dean Wei was already in tears at this time, sitting in a chair with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Hasn't this old man been abandoned by heaven and earth? Has this old man really not been abandoned by heaven and earth? But why has this old man never been able to enter the so-called realm of heaven and earth? Is there really something wrong with my heart? The realm of heaven and earth. Only those who have thoroughly comprehended the meaning of the existence of heaven and earth and the meaning of their own existence can enter the realm of heaven and earth. Dean Wei, oh no, Wei Chun. This former son of wind, who once crushed an era and even crushed the people of Zhou, really has no understanding of himself. Wei Chun always thought that the world had abandoned him, but was it the world that abandoned him, or was it he himself who abandoned him? Wei Chun fought in all directions throughout his life, killing demons and slaughtering all kinds of tribes, and achieved great military merits. He was once so ambitious that even the current chief could only fight a protracted battle with Wei Chun at that time. During that period, a large number of people believed that Wei Chun would become the first human to enter the realm of King of Realm. During that period, wind-related abilities were once considered useless abilities. This is because there has never been a master with wind-related abilities until Wei Chun appeared. Wei Chun single-handedly broke everyone's prejudice against wind-related abilities. Wei Chun's wind-based power could kill thunder, extinguish fire, kill beasts, and slay demons, and at one point, the demons were terrified of him. However, even such a high-spirited son of wind was finally stuck at the peak of the Dharma realm and made no progress for a long time. At first, Wei Chun felt that the time had not come yet, but as time went by, Wei Chun's mood gradually changed. He began to feel frustrated and confused, and even began to give up on himself. So much so that Zhou Min, who had the best relationship with him and had successfully broken through to the heaven and earth realm, was scolded away when he came to comfort him. Although Zhou Min was scolded, he still felt sad for his good brother. However, Zhou Min knew that Wei Chun could no longer listen to anything at this time, and Zhou Min himself had to go to the battlefield of all races because of the front line. Because of the insults he gave to Zhou Min in anger, Wei Chun's mood became became even worse and his hair turned white overnight. In order to ease this grief, Wei Chun chose to go to the battlefield of all races, because only there, only in the battle of life and death could he relieve the pressure. At the same time, he also wanted to see whether he had been abandoned by heaven and earth. In this way, Wei Chun made countless contributions on the battlefield of all races with his peak Dharma realm. Although many people no longer have hope in Wei Chun, they still think that Wei Chun's contribution is so great that they have given him a new title. Son of the Wind is no longer suitable for Wei Chun. Now there is only one title that suits Wei Chun, the King of Wind among the 12 kings. Wei Chun, who had fought for countless years, finally grew old because of the saying that if one does not enter the realm of heaven and earth, he will eventually turn into dust. The experiences of these years have also made Wei Chun completely convinced that the world has abandoned him. Since then, Wei Chun chose to retire. The chief, who had already grown to the realm of King of the Realm, also felt sorry for his rival from his youth. He first asked the other party whether he wanted the new generation of human beings to contribute some strength, and then gave Wei Chun an unprecedented privilege: the order to kill first and report later on Blue Star. As long as it's on Blue Star, Dean Wei has the right to kill first and report later. Wei Chun, who had fought for the human race for half his life, was naturally willing to do so. Finally, under the arrangement of the chief, he became the dean of the Natural Sciences Department of Sichuan-Chongqing Ability University. After Zhou Min learned the news, he became the president of Sichuan-Chongqing University of Special Abilities a few years later. Although Wei Chun has not contacted him actively for many years, he has always remembered such an old friend. Even this old friend is unwilling to speak to him anymore. The retired Wei Chun began his own training career from then on, although Wei Chun did not directly teach others to practice. However, relying on his own experience and years of combat experience, Wei Chun is invincible in the Dharma realm. At the same time, his vision is extremely vicious, and almost everyone he values eventually becomes the frontline combat force of the human race. Wei Chun, who had originally planned to live his life like this, met a young man who was worth giving everything for in his later years. A young man with a bright future. A young man who is equally high-spirited and takes charge of everything. Wei Chun not only saw the future in this young man, he also saw his past self in him. So, I never really knew myself. Wei Chun smiled bitterly, tears unconsciously sliding down his cheeks. It turns out it wasn't the world that abandoned me, but I abandoned myself. When I was young, I forgot who I was, but now I have to find myself again. But before that, I have more important things to do. Wei Chun's eyes became sharp at this moment. At this moment, he was no longer the calm Dean Wei. At this moment, he was the son of wind, the one who was full of vigor and vitality. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. In a week, Ji Churen had almost learned his second superpower, the superpower combat skill of Ice Soul Abyss. At this time, Ji Churen has completely become a noble control and violent attack psychic. Now Ji Churen's set of small combos is so ferocious. After confirming that there was still more than a month before the national competition, Ji Churen decided to go out for a walk. Are you sure? Dean Wei asked while sitting in the chair in the office. Ji Churen nodded and smiled. It's confirmed, Mr. Wei. The world is so big, I want to go out for a walk. Dean Wei smiled helplessly upon hearing this. In that case, go ahead. We will support you no matter what you do. Yeah. Ji Churen nodded, then stood up. Then Mr. Wei, I'm leaving. Go ahead. Dean Wei waved his hand gently. Seeing this, Ji Churen did not linger any longer and left Dean Wei's office and walked towards the gate of Sichuan-Chongqing University of Special Abilities. Due to his own reasons, Dean Wei gave Ji Churen a suggestion. That is to let Ji Churen disguise himself. Since Ji Churen has awakened his second superpower, he can use his second superpower to show himself to others. Otherwise, with Ji Churen's current popularity, it would still be too eye-catching. Ji Churen chose to be casual about this. You can hide your identity, but you can also not hide your identity. The main thing is to do whatever makes you feel good. Anyway, I'm not afraid of becoming famous, so it doesn't matter if I'm discovered. If he met an acquaintance, Ji Churen would definitely choose to reveal his identity. Nowadays, who still plays the trick of hiding their true identity in front of acquaintances? But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ji Churen still put on the transformation mask given to him by Dean Wei. After leaving school, Ji Churen chose to tame beasts to continue his journey. In every region, there are beast tamers who use their beasts as a means of transportation to make money. After all, life requires money. After finding a bird-tamed beast as a means of transportation, Ji Churen began to choose an area. He had already chosen the first place he wanted to go, the western part of Long Yuan Kingdom. There are also many exotic beasts in the snow region, and their number is comparable to that in the North City, simply because there is a huge exotic beast forest on the border of the snow region. It is worth mentioning that this huge forest of exotic beasts is not only resisted by the Snowland warriors, but also some nearby foreign warriors are helping to relieve the pressure. Ji Churen went to the snow region for two reasons. The first was to see the scenery and exotic beasts there, and the second was to get in touch with foreigners on the blue planet. He wanted to see what the attitudes of these foreigners were. If your attitude is good, then everything will be be fine. But if these foreigners are all traitors, then I'm sorry, Ji Churan can only ask these aliens to leave his blue planet at some point in the future. Bird-riding beasts are indeed the best choice for traveling. In just half a day, Ji Churan was sent to his destination, Qiqing in the snowy region. Ji Churan did not delay when he arrived in Qiqing. After a night's rest, he disguised himself and went to the team square. At the edge of the snowy area, there is a large forest of exotic beasts. These forests of strange beasts were actually a country in the past, but after the land was flattened by strange beasts, large areas of trees and some special plants and strange beasts grew everywhere, turning it completely into a large forest and plain. It has also become a place where strange beasts can have fun and live. The large number of exotic beasts has also given rise to some professions, such as hunters who make a living by hunting and killing exotic beasts. Ji Churan will go to the team hall today to team up with hunters. He wanted to see how powerful the strange beasts in the strange beast forest were. At the same time, he also wanted to try out how powerful his ice ability was. After Ji Churan arrived at the team square according to the navigation, he was shocked by the situation there. This place was not what Ji Churan had imagined. In the team-forming square, there was no one sitting and shouting or loudly recruiting teammates. Some are just black screens. As long as someone approaches, the black screens will emit light and display the recruitment requirements. If you don't want to look for them one by one, you can also go to the center of the team formation square, spend a little money to let the recruitment staff register your information, and then filter out the team you want to find for you. Ji Churan just spent a little money and logged in his basic information. As for the superpower column, Ji Churan registered it as A level, and his name was naturally a pseudonym. Soon, after the staff confirmed that Ji Churan's ability had indeed reached A level strength, they selected several teams for him. Finally, Ji Churan chose a team of 5. Among them, there are 4 men and 1 woman, who have the ability to attack, defend, assist, and explore the forest of strange beasts. What they currently lack is a person with control ability. Materials are distributed according to contribution, in a fair, open, and just manner. Among the many teams, Ji Churan chose this one, just because the screener said something to Ji Churan. This squad has great character. What the screener said was indeed correct, because among the many teams, only this team proposed that supplies be fairly distributed according to contribution. The other teams didn't mention this, maybe they forgot, or maybe they wanted to get more. In short, Ji Churan likes this kind of team that discloses its remuneration in advance. After selecting the team, the screener contacted the team for Ji Churan and asked Ji Churan to wait in the waiting room for the time being. Not long after, the team members selected by Ji Churan arrived at the waiting room. After the leading burly man confirmed that Ji Churan was the person he and others were looking for, he walked over. When he saw Ji Churan's young face, he was stunned for a moment, then he said, "We have just received the basic information. Welcome to join us, Mr. Ji Ming." Ji Churan smiled and shook hands. "Thank you. When will our team depart?" "Now," the big man said seriously, "we have been waiting for the last member to join us. Now that you are here, we can set off. As for the rest, we'll talk on the way." Ji Churan nodded when he heard this and followed the big man outside. After walking a few steps, Ji Churan saw a huge strange beast, no, to be more precise, a royal beast. The dust elephant was huge, several times larger than any elephant Ji Churan had seen before. The big man brought Ji Churan to the dust elephant and introduced him. "Dust elephant, Xiaobu's beast." The big man pointed to a tall and thin man behind Ji Churan. The tall and thin man also looked at Ji Churan and smiled kindly. "Let's go. I'll introduce you to other people on the way." The big man patted the dust elephant's thigh, and the next second the dust elephant slowly lay down. Afterwards, everyone jumped up and sat on the seats that had been prepared long ago on the back of the dust elephant. After everyone was seated, the dust elephant slowly stood up, howled, and then started heading towards the forest of strange beasts. Along the way, Ji Churan met many people who were heading to the monster forest like them. Some people drive cars, some ride exotic beasts, and some even ride bicycles and tricycles. In short, there are all kinds of strange things they use to travel. During this period, Ji Churan also had a basic understanding of the 5 people in his team. The first is the captain of this team, the big man himself. The big man's name is Yang Chao. He is 43 years old this year. His superpower is the B-level strengthening superpower Iron Fist. His current realm is the upper energy realm. He is the member of the team responsible for the strong attack. The taciturn man next to the big man is his younger brother, Yang Feiyu, 41 years old, with a B-level enhancement ability Iron Wall. He is also in the upper energy realm and is responsible for the defense of the team. The other 2 men were named Pengbu and Shi Tian. Pengbu is the Xiaobu that Yang Chao mentioned before. He possesses the B-level beast taming ability Beast Language. He is 34 years old this year. His own realm has reached the lower energy realm, but his beast taming dust elephant has reached the middle energy realm. After all, most of the resources of those who have awakened the beast taming ability will be invested in their own beasts. Shi Tian is one of the younger men in the team besides Ji Churan. He is 26 years old and his special ability is the C-level special ability ability range exploration. His current realm is the Upper Twilight Realm. She has the lowest realm in the team, even lower than the only female in the team. However, although his realm and abilities are low, they are very useful in the Forest of Strange Beasts. In addition, he has a good personality and is tactful in dealing with people, so he became a member of the Han team. The last one is the only woman in the team. Her name is Yi-Wan. She is 29 years old this year, and her special ability is the B-level auxiliary special ability healing. As for her realm, she has unexpectedly reached the lower energy realm. She is responsible for the rescue and treatment tasks in the team. After Yang Chao introduced the members of his team to Ji Churan, he still asked curiously, Xiaoming, if the information I read is correct, you have already reached the upper level of the Yuan energy realm? Ji Churan nodded and said, yes. Ji Churan only concealed his ability level in the information, but he had no way of hiding his realm and age, because bone age and realm will be measured when registering information in the team square, but in order to protect the privacy of the parties involved, they will not measure the strength of supernatural powers carefully. The parties only need to release their supernatural powers and let the staff determine whether the strength of the supernatural powers reaches the standard stated by the parties involved. So Ji Churan's ability level was hidden, but his realm and age were not. Oh my god. Yang Chao showed a hint of envy when he heard this, and said with emotion, I really envy people like you who are so talented. 18 years old, in the upper Yuan Nang realm, how terrifying. But then again, with your talent, you should have gone to a very good university. Why did you come to our snow region to carry out the task of hunting people? Ji Churan paused for a moment after hearing this. Before he could speak, Shi Tian said with a smile, Brother Yang, you don't understand this. Some schools allow students to go out on missions. I guess Ji Ming is out on a mission. Ji Churan nodded when he heard this, and continued, yes, I didn't have enough points at school, so I chose to take on the school's outing mission. I see. Yang Chao scratched his head awkwardly and said, it's my fault. I haven't been to college yet, so I don't know much about you guys. But Xiaoming, which university did you get into? Ji Churan did not hide anything and said, Sichuanchongqing University of Supernatural Powers. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes widened, and then they looked at Ji Churan with curiosity. Oh my god, one of the top 5 schools. Pengbu clapped his hands and exclaimed, that's awesome. Yi-Wan couldn't help it either, so he opened Pengbu's mouth, then poked his head out and asked, Xiaoming, sister asks you something. Ji Churan was stunned and said. Yi-Wan chuckled and asked mysteriously, Ji Churan, you know. Ji Churan paused, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Seeing this, Yi-Wan hurriedly asked, sister, I want to ask you, what is Ji Churan like? How is he doing in your school? Is he as strong as the rumors online? Others also looked at Ji Churan curiously, because they also wanted to confirm whether Ji Churan was as powerful as what was said on the internet. After all, if Ji Churan is really the same as what is said on the internet, then they might witness the birth of a legend. When Ji Churan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, then he straightened his clothes and said, if you talk about this, I won't be sleepy anymore. This Ji Churan. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up and waited for Ji Ming's next words. This Ji Churan is very powerful. Ji Churan began to brag about himself without exaggeration. His strength is so strong. During the freshman competition, he effortlessly defeated everyone. That terrifying thunderbolt was like a sword hanging over their heads, incredibly sharp. Especially, blah blah omitted. Everyone opened their mouths wide when they heard Ji Churan's boasting. They never expected that Ji Churan was even more powerful than what was said online. What? Fake news. This is what Ji Churan's classmates said. Could it be that what Ji Churan's classmates said was false? Along the way, everyone talked about Ji Churan all the way. Ji Churan himself did not expect that he had already made Yang Chao and others become his loyal fans by bragging about him. So much so that when he arrived outside the Forest of Strange Beasts, Yang Chao was still sighing. With talented young men like Ji Churan, our human race has a bright future. After Yang Chao finished his sigh, he patted Ji Churan on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaoming, you must follow Ji Churan's footsteps and bring glory to the human race. This made Ji Churan touch his nose awkwardly, wondering if he had exaggerated a little too much. Fortunately, Yang Chao and others are also very considerate people and don't talk about other things when they are working. As soon as they entered the Forest of Strange Beasts, everyone became alert. Even Pengbu put his dust elephant into the beast taming board he bought. The beast taming board, an item developed by the Longyuan National Academy of Science and Technology, contains spatial abilities and can store the beasts of beast tamers, making it convenient for them to carry and release them in an emergency. We're already outside the exotic beast forest. Be careful. Yang Chao said, Xiaoming, this is probably your first time entering the exotic beast forest. You don't know much about it, so just follow us. Don't run around. The Forest of Strange Beasts is no joke. Yang Chao instructed Ji Churan very seriously. Ji Churan nodded and said, I know Brother Yang. Yeah. Yang Chao nodded slightly, then turned to look at Shi Tian and said, Xiao Tian, I'm sorry to trouble you. Shi Tian smiled and waved his hand. It's just a small matter. Then, Shi Tian Tian closed his eyes, and the next second, a very strange feeling emerged in Ji Churan's heart. It was as if Ji Churan was suddenly discovered by someone. This feeling made Ji Churan slightly stunned. He looked at Shi Tian with his eyes closed, and another idea came to his mind. Shouldn't I also practice a combat skill that can conceal my body? Otherwise, if you encounter demons or monsters with detection capabilities, wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? The more Ji Churan thought about it, the more he felt it was necessary, and he had already made up his mind. If we talk about the best at concealing one's figure, it must be Li Yi. Let's go to North City after we finish our business in the snow region. While Ji Churan was still thinking, Shi Tian slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Yang Chao asked, "Are you ready?" Shi Tian nodded and said, "It's healed now." "Okay, let's get started." Yang Chao said, "Our target today is 3 Yuanding realm beasts and 10 Weiguang realm beasts." "Yes." Everyone responded and then began to follow Shi Tian's steps. It turns out that Shi Tian's special ability can be activated for a long time to explore the surrounding environment. Their plan this time was to fill up the space rings they carried with them, and they would return immediately after filling up the space rings. Of course, if their supplies run out during this period, they will have to return, because wanting to cook or prepare food in the forest of strange beasts is simply seeking death. Therefore, once they have used up all the supplies and food they brought with them, they must leave, no matter how full their space rings are. As everyone was walking, Shi Tian suddenly sensed something and stopped. Yang Chao and others also stopped when they saw this. "Any findings?" Yang Chao asked. Shi Tian nodded and said. Shi Tian pointed to his right and said, "There's a strange beast on our right, but it seems like someone else discovered it in advance." "Really?" Yang Chao touched his chin and asked, "Chinese?" "No." Shi Tian shook his head. "Oh?" Yang Chao continued to ask, "From Tianju?" Shi Tian nodded. Yang Chao chuckled when he heard that. "Let's go and take a look." After saying that, Yang Chao led everyone in the direction Shi Tian had just pointed. Not long after they started walking, they felt a surge of momentum. It was obvious that the people from India were fighting with the strange beasts. Ji Churan was just wanting to see what these foreigners looked like, and here came the opportunity. Ji Churan originally thought that Yang Chao would take everyone to hide this matter, but he never expected that Yang Chao would actually lead everyone to Swagger Past. As they got there, they saw rows of fallen trees. These fallen trees were scattered aside, leaving a large open space, and in this large open space, there was a huge knife-tailed tiger and several superpowered people from the country of India fighting. Yang Chao looked at the knife-tailed tiger and introduced Ji Churan. The knife-tailed tiger is named after its tail, which is like a knife. Its weapon is its tail. It doesn't have a strong sense of territory. This knife-tailed tiger should be at the peak of the Twilight Realm. Remember, the exotic beast forest doesn't really have an outer or inner area. Some exotic beasts don't have territories and like to wander around. So, you might encounter powerful exotic beasts wandering around outside the exotic beast forest. We need to be more careful about this, but the overall strength inside the monster forest is stronger than outside. Yang Chao promptly popularized the knowledge of the exotic beast forest to Ji Churan. Although he knew that Ji Churan was an excellent student and must know the basic rules of the exotic beast forest, he still chose to popularize it to Ji Churan again to be on the safe side. Thanks to Yang Chao's popularization, otherwise Ji Churan really wouldn't know this. After all, these strange beasts have no sense of territory and like to wander around, so who can know? At this time, several people from the Indian kingdom who were still fighting with the knife-tailed tiger also noticed the presence of Yang Chao and others. As they fought, they talked at the same time, in their own language, of course. "People from Longyuan country are here. What do you say?" "Don't worry, we are in good condition right now. Let's wait until we can't defeat this beast." "Okay, then I'll tell them." After the conversation was over, a Tianju psychic shouted while fighting, "Friends from Longyuan country, we are in good condition. Please don't take action for the time being." Speaks Chinese. Yang Chao grinned and shouted. Ji Churan was stunned when he saw this scene and was a little confused. "What's wrong with the people of India? Shouldn't you mock yourself and others or take action against yourself and others? Why are you so polite? Isn't this different from the plot? Isn't it strange?" Yang Chao naturally noticed Ji Churan's doubts and asked with a smile. Yang Chao couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "You're right to be surprised. After all, your textbooks don't teach you this. Let me tell you, our current situation is called waiting for hunting." "Waiting for hunting?" Ji Churan was stunned and a little confused. "That's right, waiting for hunting." Yang Chao nodded and smiled. Waiting for hunting means waiting for prey. To put it simply, it means waiting for others to ask you for help in hunting exotic beasts. Because sometimes, we hunters will encounter strange beasts that we can't handle. At this time, if others come, we can choose to ask for help, or we can choose not to ask for help. If they ask for help, we'll need to share some of the spoils with them after the monster dies. If they don't ask for help, we won't. So when encountering this situation, the hunter will just keep waiting like this? Ji Churan asked. "That depends on your judgment." Yang Chao said with a smile. "If you think the other party doesn't need help, then you can just leave. But if you judge that the other party will definitely need your help, then you can continue to wait. Yang Chao pointed at the few people still fighting in the distance and said with a smile, and judging from my experience, they will definitely ask for help. Ji Churan looked at the people in the distance, still confused. Brother Yang, isn't there someone who can snatch prey? Yang Chao was stunned for a moment and was a little slow to react, but soon he laughed and said, ha ha ha, you are such a real kid. In fact, there used to be people who snatched prey, but not anymore. Why? Ji Churan asked puzzledly. Because there are restrictions. Yang Chao pointed to his space ring and said, the leaders above have noticed this kind of thing before, so they have come up with a strategy. They reached a consensus with the top leaders of Tianzhu and established an official organization to protect hunters. This organization will punish those who steal prey, and even worse, they will lose their lives. Guess why we all carry a space ring now? Because this space ring is rented from the organization. This ring can not only be used to store spoils, but also record videos. Once someone steals our prey, we can report them through the playback of the space ring. If they steal our prey and kill us, the space ring will trigger a death judgment and automatically transmit us back to the organization. Finally, the organization will conduct an investigation. If they find that someone has murdered someone, the murderer will be hunted down. Ji Churan paused when he heard this. He pointed at the Tianzhu psychic in the distance and said hesitantly, then Brother Yang, what are they to you? Yang Chao was stunned for a moment, not knowing the meaning of Ji Churan's question. Of course they are our fellow tribesmen. Aren't they human? This sentence completely stunned Ji Churan. It turns out that I was wrong about everything. I have always used the thoughts of my previous life to judge the world today, but such thoughts will only mislead me in the end. The world I live in now is not the world of my previous life. Here, there is no so-called friction between countries. There is only the human race fighting for the glory of the human race. It turns out that the world he lives in is like this, completely different from the novels he read in his previous life. The novels I read in my previous life all depicted the unity of all races, while the human race was constantly at war. But the world he was currently in was completely different. The myriad races here were not united, and some even had many disloyalties. On the contrary, the human race was unprecedentedly united. Such a world. It's really good. Ji Churan wanted to say something from the bottom of his heart at this moment. I hope. Of course, this excludes all demons, monsters, beggars, and invaders. By the way, it's worth mentioning that in this world, there is no Sakura country. The Sakura country sank 100 years ago due to an attack by a strange underwater beast. Therefore, such a world is really hot. Just as Ji Churan was still sighing, the battle in the distance underwent a dramatic change. The knife-tailed tiger suddenly swept a psychic from the Indian country with its tail and completely swept him away. Fortunately, the psychic from India was a defensive psychic, otherwise he would have been cut in half and become a 2.5 Zhou. The captains of the Tianzhu kingdom's superpowers saw this scene and didn't care about anything else. They shouted immediately, friends of Longyuan country, we need your help. Yang Chao grinned upon hearing this, and his fists suddenly turned dark and then collided twice with a bang. Ha ha, that's exactly what I'd been waiting for. After saying that, Yang Chao rushed towards the knife-tailed tiger. Yang Feiyu stood in front of Ji Churan and others and became alert. As someone who is good at defense, protecting Ji Churan and the others is his biggest task. After seeing this scene, Ji Churan decided to help Yang Chao, so he raised his hand slightly and controlled his ice ability. In an instant, streams of cold air spread out from the ground and rushed up under the feet of the knife-tailed tiger. In just a moment, the blade-tailed tiger's limbs were frozen by the cold air. Worst of all, its proud tail was also completely frozen in an instant, unable to wave again. Yang Chao's eyes widened when he saw this scene, and then he laughed loudly. Xiao Ming, so easy to control. When the psychics from India saw that the knife-tailed tiger was frozen, they immediately began to attack. Yang Chao took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the front of the knife-tailed tiger, then jumped high. His pair of pitch-black fists attacked the knife-tailed tiger with boundless momentum. The knife-tailed tiger could only watch the scene in despair, because it could not feel its limbs and tail. The moment its limbs and tail were frozen, it felt the breath of death. This cold air is so terrifying. With the collective attack of Yang Chao and Tianzhu Kingdom's superpowers, the knife-tailed tiger died. Yang Chao hammered a big hole in his head, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out of the wound. This made Yang Chao a little confused. Ha, why isn't there any blood spurting out? Yang Chao was a little uncomfortable seeing that the knife-tailed tiger didn't spit blood. Not only Yang Chao was a little confused, even the psychics in Tianzhu were a little confused, because there was no blood flowing out of the wounds they inflicted. This situation made them all a little confused. Ji Churan, who was standing by, felt a pang of anxiety when he saw this. It's bad, it's too cold and the blood of the knife-tailed tiger has frozen. I originally just wanted to use some control, but I didn't expect that I didn't control the strength well. It seems that I still need to practice my ice ability. At this time, a supernatural being from Tianzhu noticed something unusual and exclaimed, its blood is frozen. Upon hearing this, other psychics from the Indian country came over and looked at the big wound on the knife-tailed tiger. From this wound, they clearly saw that the blood of the knife-tailed tiger that should have gushed out had turned into into a thin icicle. Yang Chao also noticed this scene at this time and couldn't help but exclaimed. He turned his head sharply to look at Ji Churan and exclaimed, Xiaoming, your ice is so strong, it can even freeze blood? Ji Churan smiled helplessly and nodded in response. What can I do? If I can't control it, then I can't control it. It doesn't matter even if it's exposed. When you are away from home, you give yourself an identity. As for which identity you are given, don't ask. Not only Yang Chao was shocked by Ji Churan's freezing power, but also several psychics from Tianzhu Kingdom. After all, one can imagine how powerful it is to be able to directly freeze a knife-tailed tiger at the peak of the Twilight Realm. Yang Chao patted Ji Churan's shoulder and said with a smile, It seems that I have recruited a master this time. After saying this, Yang Chao turned around and looked at the supernatural beings from Tianzhu country, laughing loudly. Everyone, let's talk about how to distribute it now. The psychic led by Tianzhu Kingdom nodded in agreement. Finally, after Yang Chao talked with the psychics from Tianzhu Kingdom, the distribution result was decided. Yang Chao and others obtained 1/3 of the knife-tailed tiger's body as a trophy. Yang Chao was quite satisfied with this. After all, the knife-tailed tiger had been almost consumed before they arrived. Finally, with the joint efforts of several people, the huge body of the knife-tailed tiger was completely divided and entered the space rings of Yang Chao and the captain of the Tianzhu Kingdom's psychics. After dealing with the knife-tailed tiger, Yang Chao did not stay any longer and took everyone away to continue looking for prey. On the way, they encountered many strange beasts from the lower to upper Twilight Realm, but these beasts were not their target. Finally, when the few people walked out of the outer strange beast forest and approached the strange beast plain, they found their target, a unicorn that may be in the Yuanning realm. To be precise, it was a unicorn that was probably in the Yuanning realm and a group of unicorns in the middle to upper Twilight Realm. The unicorn is a gregarious monster, famous for the transparent horn on its head. Its horn can release terrifying thunder and high-temperature flames, making it a dangerous monster. Brother Yang, what do you say? Shi Tian asked after telling Yang Chao the information. Because Shi Tian has the strength of the upper Twilight Realm, he can explore the exact realm of any strange beast that is lower than his realm. If he cannot explore it, it means that the strange beast has the strength of the peak Twilight Realm and Yuanning realm. Let's go and take a look first and confirm the realm of the leading unicorn. Yang Chao thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, he must determine the unicorn's realm before making any plans, otherwise the situation will be very dangerous. Everyone had no objection and chose to follow Yang Chao's judgment. As everyone carefully moved towards the herd of unicorns, because the grass on the beast plain was very tall, everyone only needed to squat to be completely blocked, which was the best choice for hiding. Finally, they walked around to a small hill, stood up, and began to observe the herd of unicorns. Everyone has special abilities, so naturally their eyesight is excellent. After seeing the flock of unicorn sheep, Yang Chao immediately began to observe them. There is actually a simple way to observe the realm of the unicorn, which is to look at the circle on its horn. One circle represents a great realm. The darker the circle, the higher its realm. The horns of the leader of a flock of unicorns have 2 black circles and 1 light black circle. The experienced Yang Chao immediately judged his realm. Lower Yuanning realm. Yang Chao raised the corner of his mouth and observed the other unicorns. It's a pity that there are no unicorns at the peak of the weird light realm. Now that it's confirmed, let's get started. Yang Chao's fists turned black again, and he turned to Ji Churan and said, Xiaoming, follow me. Ji Churan nodded and made an okay gesture. Afterwards, Ji Churan and Yang Chao squatted down and slowly approached the herd of unicorns. Yang Feiyu silently guarded Shi Tian and others. When Yang Chao and Ji Churan approached the flock, Yang Chao told Ji Churan, Xiaoming, I know you're very strong, but you have to be careful about everything. If possible, you can stay behind me and control the situation for me. Let me handle the hard work. I've been dealing with strange beasts for half my life, so I'm used to it. But this is probably your first time dealing with a strange beast, so if you're not careful, something unexpected could happen. Ji Churan felt Yang Chao's kindness. He smiled and nodded. I understand, Brother Yang. I will protect myself. At the same time, I will protect you. The second half of this sentence was said by Ji Churan himself in his heart. Yang Chao grinned and said, That's good. Next, the battle will begin. As the two continued to move forward, the herd of unicorns also noticed something unusual and raised their heads to look in their direction. However, because Yang Chao and others were squatting, the herd of unicorns could not see anything, but the creature's instincts make them feel some danger. The leading unicorn sheep in the lower energy realm was the first to attack. The horn on its head suddenly changed from transparent to azure blue, and lightning began to gather on its horn. As the master of thunder, Ji Churan was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation, so he immediately reminded, Brother Yang, the unicorn has started attacking. Yang Chao also noticed this and cursed, Damn, he's so alert. The next second, Yang Chao stopped dodging and suddenly stood up and shouted, Your grandpa is here. The moment the unicorn flock saw Yang Chao, they all took a few steps back. The leading unicorn immediately changed its target and fired thunder towards Yang Chao. Seeing this, Yang Chao Chao gathered his arms together and condensed them into black, ready to withstand the thunder. He stood up on purpose in order to let the leading unicorn attack him. He didn't want Ji Churen to get hurt. He was already 43 years old, and his realm was basically unable to improve. But Ji Churen was different. He was only 18 years old. He had a future with infinite possibilities. So, if you can avoid letting him get hurt, don't let him get hurt. What's more, the unicorn's attack couldn't hurt him. Just when Yang Chao was about to resist the attack and start the massacre, an accident happened. The thunder should have been tingling and hot, but why did it feel cold when it hit him? Tread. Suddenly, there was a sound of something falling to the ground, which made Yang Chao look down in confusion. Seeing this, Yang Chao was stunned, because there was a piece of frozen lightning right under his feet. After being frozen, the thunder quickly disappeared, leaving only an ice block in the shape and size of thunder. Yang Chao seemed to have thought of something and looked in shock at Ji Churen, who was slowly standing up. You can even freeze thunder? Shi Tian and others in the distance were also stunned and their eyes widened. No, am I seeing things right? Shi Tian said in shock. Ji Ming just froze. Thunder? But Shi Tian was confused, and so were the others. They all knew the speed of the thunder, so it would be difficult to intercept them midway, let alone freeze them. But Ji Churen was frozen by Lei Ting, and judging from Ji Churen's condition, it was easy for him to freeze Lei Ting. How is this possible? Is he a monster? In fact, they didn't know that the thunder that was very fast to them was actually very slow to Ji Churen, who was already accustomed to the speed of thunder. After all, the speed of SSS level thunder abilities is much faster than the ordinary thunder released by this unicorn. Not to mention freezing the unicorn's thunder. Even if an S-level psychic with thunder ability comes, Ji Churen can freeze his thunder. When it comes to playing with thunder, Ji Churen is a professional. Ordinary thunder can no longer even satisfy Ji Churen. Only big thunder, very big thunder, can make Ji Churen excited. Ji Churen smiled at Yang Chao and said, "Brother Yang, I'm not weak." After saying that, Ji Churen looked at the herd of unicorns not far away and slowly raised his right hand. The unicorn flock suddenly felt a breath of death, and without hesitation, they began to use their own means of attack. The horns on the heads of all the sheep in the unicorn flock turned fiery red. This is a precursor to the release of high-temperature flames. Accompanied by the bleating of sheep, countless flames gathered from the front and gushed towards Ji Churen. Yang Chao panicked when he saw this scene. After all, although you can freeze thunder, fire is fire after all. No matter how strong your ice is, it cannot freeze it. Just when Yang Chao was about to stand in front of Ji Churen's behavior shocked him again. Ji Churen's smile faded, and his whole body exuded a cold aura. He raised his right hand slightly and said in a cold voice. The next second, countless icy air rushed forward and collided with the flames released by the unicorn flock. Logically speaking, ice cannot freeze fire, but Ji Churen's ice is different from ordinary ice. The icy air released by Ji Churen seemed to be able to freeze everything, completely enveloping the fire of the unicorn flock. In just 1 second, the flames of the unicorn flock were completely frozen by Ji Churen's ice vines. It wasn't over yet. The cold air followed the flames and quickly rushed towards the herd of unicorns. Before the herd of unicorns could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures one after another. These ice sculptures even still maintained the movements of releasing flames, which was extremely strange. The frozen flames seemed to have encountered something terrifying and went out one after another, leaving only pieces of ice scattered on the ground. The bushes within 100 meters in front of Ji Churen were completely turned into ice sculptures, as if the area within 100 meters was an ice world. Yang Chao opened his mouth wide and stared at the scene in a daze. Yang Feiyu and others in the distance also widened their eyes, and their expressions were out of control. They were completely numb. Is Ji Churen really playing with ice? This is simply their worldview. When did A-level abilities become so outrageous? This group of people have teamed up with A-level ice-type psychics before, but they have never seen anyone who can freeze flames. Is this common sense? How about showing fault tolerance? Yang Chao looked at Ji Churen in shock, then looked at the herd of unicorns frozen into ice sculptures in the distance, and said intermittently, This. Ji Churen chuckled and said, Brother Yang, collect the spoils. Yang Chao swallowed and nodded blankly. Yang Feiyu and others also ran over it this time, looking at Ji Churen in shock. Xiao Ming, you're too strong. Shi Tian looked at Ji Churen excitedly and said, Your ice ability is too abnormal. Yes, Xiao Ming, your ice ability really scared us. Yi Wan also praised. Ji Churen smiled and nodded. Basic operations, basic operations. Suddenly, Yang Chao shouted. Ji Churen turned his head and looked when he heard that. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Yang Chao looked at the unicorn that had been frozen into an ice sculpture with an embarrassed look on his face, and asked awkwardly, Xiao Ming, how do I thaw this? After Ji Churen thawed the flock of unicorns and asked Yang Chao to put them into the space ring, they left. As for the middle and upper twilight level unicorn flocks, they were sold to another group of hunters. As they were packing up, a group of hunters appeared in front of them. Yang Chao originally planned to put the other unicorns into the space ring in order not to waste them, but when he saw this pair of hunters, he changed his mind. He sold the unicorns to the group of hunters at a reasonable reasonable price. Yang Chao gave the money he got from selling the unicorn to Ji Churan, because this was originally the spoils obtained by Ji Churan. Ji Churan originally wanted to divide it equally among everyone because he had the money given by President Wei. But no one wanted it because they had agreed at the beginning that the spoils would be distributed according to contribution. This time, Ji Churan made the greatest effort, so naturally he got the most spoils. Before joining the team, Ji Churan thought this was normal, but after joining the team, Ji Churan felt something was wrong. Because if the spoils were distributed according to contribution, how would Yang Feiyu and the others get the spoils? Sure, Tian can obtain it by gaining range vision, and Yiwan can also obtain the loot through treatment. But what about Yang Feiyu and Pang Bu? Ji Churan was confused at first, until Yang Chao explained it to him. It turned out that the 5 of them were a fixed team, and they would divide the spoils equally after the end. In the Monster Forest, the distribution of supplies based on contribution is actually calculated for those who have just joined. This surprised Ji Churan, because he found that Yang Chao and others were really honest. Inside the strange beast forest, a team of hunters were groping cautiously, or to be more precise, they were running away. While hunting, they accidentally provoked a terrifying sharp-winged eagle. As a strange beast that holds grudges a lot, the sharp-winged eagle naturally hates them immensely. Look, this sharp-winged eagle is still circling in the air, looking for them. Damn it, this sharp-winged eagle is just haunting us, a hunter cursed. Who said it wasn't true? This sharp-winged eagle didn't sleep in the tree but went to sleep in someone's cave. Who can we complain to? Another hunter also cursed. But at this moment, the earth suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Feeling the earth shaking violently, a hunter said in panic, could it be that there's an earth-splitting beast beneath our ground? No, no. Another veteran hunter's expression suddenly changed. He no longer cared about the sharp-winged eagle circling in the sky and immediately shouted, this vibration frequency is not that of the earth-splitting beast. It's a beast tide. At the same time, Ji Churan and others who had just entered the forest of strange beasts and killed another strange beast also noticed this inexplicable vibration, but the vibration was not very strong. Yang Chao frowned immediately after noticing the vibration. This vibration, Yang Chao said uncertainly, is it the earth-splitting beast? The earth-splitting beast is a strange beast that lives underground. It is a long-dormant beast and usually does not wake up. When it wakes up, it will rush out of the ground to hunt and will go back to sleep only after it is full. Every time the earth splitter awakens, it is accompanied by a series of earthquakes. So basically, all the earthquakes in the monster forest are caused by the earth-splitting beast. I'm not sure. Yiwan gently patted the dust off his clothes and said with some concern, could it be a beast tide? Beast tides may not be very common in other places, but they are very common in the strange beast forest. In the monster forest, the monsters would gather together continuously to carry out collective actions, some migrating and some attacking. However, the targets of the attack are all human marginal cities. They may attack marginal cities in the snow region, or they may attack marginal cities in Tianju or other small countries in the surrounding area. People have also taken precautions against this and set up a large number of defensive measures at the border to prevent the beast tide. It can be said that next to the forest of strange beasts, there is basically a small earthquake every 3 days and a big earthquake every 7 days. It's possible. Yang Chao felt that what Yiwan said made sense, so he reminded her, in that case, let's hide for a while. We just don't know if it's a beast tide. If it really is a beast tide, we need to find out whether they are migrating or attacking. Brother Yang, do you want to ask? Sure, Tian said at this time. Yang Chao reacted after hearing this, nodded, and started connecting something with his bracelet. Ji Churan looked at the scene curiously. Sure, Tian noticed Ji Churan's curiosity and explained to Ji Churan, hey, curious, huh? Actually, it's nothing. Professional hunters like us all have groups, and we usually share any information or situations in the group. If anyone wants to find some special exotic animals, someone in the group will let us know if they find any. Whether they'll pay or not is up to the individual. Look, Brother Yang has already started to inquire about the situation. There should be someone inside the forest now. Ji Churan's eyes widened when he heard this. There is such a way to play? I really didn't know this. Ji Churan had always believed that hunters worked on their own, but he had never expected that hunters had a sense of community and were making reasonable use of modern technology. This really broadened Ji Churan's horizons. I've found out. Yang Chao looked at everyone with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, it's a beast tide. Besides, this time we're attacking a beast tide. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and Yiwan asked first, where is the attack? Yang Chao turned his head to look at Yiwan and said, Amuse, a border town in India. Yiwan and others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Ji Churan asked at this time, so what do we do next? Yang Chao looked at Ji Churan and said with a serious expression, if it were in the past, we would choose to wait for news from India. If they were willing to spend some money to hire us for help, we would go. But now I'm not sure about the scale of the beast tide, and with you here, we can't take any risks, so, Brother Yang, let's follow your previous rules. Ji Churan said with a smile, you don't have to worry about me, and besides, I'm very strong. Hearing Ji Churan's firm words, Yang Chao smiled. Indeed, you are indeed very powerful. In that case, let's wait for notification. If you need us, we will do the job for you. But remember, the beast tide is no joke. Your own safety is paramount. Ji Churan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Brother Yang, I really value my life. That's good. Yang Chao smiled and patted Ji Churan's chest and said, I also know that you must have a trump card, so I won't say anything more. Ji Churan smiled and nodded. He did have a trump card, and it was far beyond Yang Chao's imagination. Because of the beast tide, the crowd did not go around looking for exotic beasts to hunt. Instead, they found a suitable place and made some simple arrangements to make it safer and more secluded, so that everyone could rest for a while. During the break, Yang Chao kept looking at the bracelet and communicating with people in the group. Obviously, everyone who was still inside the monster forest has stopped and is waiting for news from the Tianzhu kingdom. As long as there is news of a request for help from India, they will all go to India to help. To put it simply, in this situation, the hunters are no longer hunters, but hired. Those who understand will understand. Ji Churan was also a little curious at this time, curious about the intensity of the beast tide. First of all, there will definitely be strange beasts in the Lingxi realm, but this kind of strange beasts are generally fought against by powerful psychics in the Tianzhu kingdom. People like them who get paid to do things are most likely to clean up the small beast waves that have split off or some strange beasts that are at a similar level to them. So there is definitely danger, but it is definitely much safer than facing the beast tide alone. Of course, with Ji Churan's current strength, he can deal with any monster that is not in the transformation stage. Even if a monster at the peak soul control realm comes, Ji Churan can rely on the mental attack of energy reshaping to kill it. Here they come. Yang Chao suddenly stood up and said excitedly, the Indian kingdom has sent a request for help. He needs our help to clean up the swarm of small beasts that have split off and some lone beasts. The reward will be calculated based on the realm of the beasts killed. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up, leaned against Yang Chao, and checked the news. After confirming the accuracy of the news, everyone became excited. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Let's do it, brothers. After accepting the mission, Ji Churan followed Yang Chao and others to the border of Tianzhu kingdom. Employed people like them can enter other countries with the employment information in their bracelets. After entering the territory, there are special commanders who assign them the locations of the small beast tides or lone strange beasts they need to intercept. However, generally speaking, when such a request for help appears, it means that the scale of the beast tide is very large and the high-end combat forces do not have time to return. After all, the high-end combat forces have all gone to the battlefield of all races, and there are only a few high-end combat forces left on Blue Star, and there are usually a lot of things to do. In fact, the main reason is still demons. If the high-end combat forces on Blue Star took action when something happened, wouldn't they be destroyed if the demons stole their homes? You know, behind every outrageous rule there is a bloody lesson. Ji Churan, Yang Chao and others rode on Pengbu's dust elephant and flew rapidly towards the border town of Amuz in Tianzhu kingdom. The dust elephant also increased its speed to the maximum and arrived at the designated location after more than half an hour. After being brought into the city of Ams by the receptionist, Ji Churan and others were assigned targets by a commander. A small beast tide split from a beast tide. Most of the beasts in this small beast tide are at a level between the peak Twilight realm and the middle Yuan energy realm, but among them there is a beast at the lower Lingxi realm. The commander hoped that Ji Churan and others could help intercept this lower level Lingxi realm beast. They only needed to delay it for a while to free up their soldiers' time. But Yang Chao refused. If there were no lower level Lingxi realm beasts, he could still accept it. After all, they could still hold off for a while on the beasts from the peak Weiguang realm to the middle Yuanning realm. However, if there is a strange beast of the lower Lingxi realm inside, it would be a different matter. The gap in realm cannot be made up by just talking. He must ensure Ji Churan's safety. After all, Ji Churan is very talented. Yang Chao would never agree to put Ji Churan in danger just for a beast tide. The commander also had a headache when he heard this, because no one was going to intercept this small tide of beasts. If they didn't intercept them, it would become very troublesome later. But this small beast tide is very important. Yang Chao still shook his head and said firmly, no, we will never accept this beast tide. The commander heard this and said again, just delay them for a while. You can harass them and I can pay you more. Yang Chao still said firmly, then we'd rather leave. The commander felt a pain in his head when he heard this. There was nothing he could do. If Yang Chao and the others didn't accept it, he couldn't force them. Just when the commander's mind was in a mess, Ji Churan said, it's okay, this is it. Everyone was stunned when these words were spoken. The commander also understood Chinese, and immediately looked at Ji Churan and said, are you sure? But the next second, the commander was stunned. He looked at Ji Churan's young face and asked, how old are you? Ji Churan replied subconsciously. The commander frowned upon hearing this. What realm are you in now? The commander found that he could not see through Ji Churan's realm, so he could only ask. Ji Churan replied, upper Yuanning realm. The commander frowned even more tightly when he heard this. He was in the upper Yuanning realm, at the same level as himself, so why couldn't he see through through him. Moreover, at this age and at this level, it's too terrifying. In an instant, the commander made up his mind. He changed his usual behavior and no longer asked Yang Chao and the others to deal with this small wave of beasts. Instead, he turned to Yang Chao and said, "Sir, I will choose a new target for you. All you need is to help us eliminate the lone beasts. Also, please ensure the safety of this gentleman. He is the future of our human race." The commander knew very well that an 18-year-old in the upper Yuanning realm had an extremely terrifying talent. No matter which country such beings belong to, they must be well protected, just because he is human. Yang Chao nodded seriously and said, "Okay." The commander nodded and prepared to choose a new target for Yang Chao and the others. But at this time Ji Churan spoke. "No, let's just take this beast tied." But what Ji Churan didn't expect was that the commander and Yang Chao seemed to be in sync and shouted at the same time. Ji Churan was stunned. "When did you two become so in sync?" "Actually, I can deal with the strange beasts in the lower Lingxi realm." Ji Churan had no choice but to explain it this way. But the commander didn't buy it. He looked at Ji Churan seriously and said earnestly, "Sir, I know you are confident in your own strength, but we cannot put you in danger. What I said is true." Ji Churan explained, "I can even arm wrestle with Ji Churan." The commander looked at Ji Churan with disbelief and said earnestly, "Sir, I am quite familiar with the affairs of your territory. Although I have never met Ji Churan, I know the significance of a perfect score in the martial arts exam. Maybe you are really talented, but..." The commander paused after saying this, and his meaning was very clear. He just doesn't believe it. Ji Churan was stunned. He himself had not expected that his fame would spread to foreign countries. "Then what should I do to accept this tide of small beasts?" "No matter what," the commander shook his head and said firmly, "for someone your age, only Ji Churan can handle this beast tide." The commander's words were firm. "Unless you are Ji Churan, don't even think about accepting this small tide of beasts at your current stage." However, what the commander did not expect was that Ji Churan actually smiled. Just when he was confused, Ji Churan asked, "What if I am Ji Churan?" When these words were spoken, not only the commander was stunned, but even Yang Chao and others were stunned. "Ha ha!" Yang Chao laughed and said, "Xiaoming, what are you talking about? How could you be Ji Churan? Ji Churan used thunder, and you used ice." "That's right." Iwan also chuckled and said, "You two have different abilities. Brother, we know you are very strong." Shirtian patted Ji Churan on the shoulder and said, "But your words are indeed a bit exaggerated." Pang Bu and Yang Feiyu didn't say anything, but from their expressions, it was clear that they didn't believe it. The commander was even more unconvinced and said, "Sir, we know you're eager to help, but we can't joke with your safety." Ji Churan looked at the disbelieving expressions of the crowd, smiled slightly, and slowly stretched out his right hand. Next second, in an instant, a terrifying purple gold thunder flashed in the palm of Ji Churan's right hand. When this thunder appeared, everyone around felt their hearts tighten, as if their special abilities were suppressed by something. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, their expressions showing how exciting it could be. Yang Chao widened his eyes and couldn't even speak clearly. "Thunder, thunder, 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 thunder. Lightning ability?" Yang Chao suddenly raised his head, looked at Ji Churan in shock and exclaimed, "You also have lightning abilities? Then, doesn't that mean you are Ji Churan?" Yang Chao was completely stunned. The person he was teaming up with in the team-forming square turned out to be Ji Churan, the most popular martial arts exam champion with a perfect score. The worst thing is, Ji Churan has a second superpower, and the strength of this second ability is very high. Is this really a human? The commander's brain froze for a moment, and he stared at Ji Churan blankly. Everyone was stunned at this moment, as if their brains had short-circuited for a moment. The next second, Iwan covered his mouth, his mind going blank. The next second, in everyone's stunned gaze, Ji Churan gently moved his left hand close to his face, and then everyone noticed that Ji Churan's face suddenly changed. After he realized what was happening, Ji Churan's expression changed completely. And this face is familiar to everyone. It was Ji Churan's own face. The commander gasped when he saw this scene and quickly looked around. After finding that there was nothing unusual around him, he began to get excited. This time the beast tide has been dealt with. He didn't believe that Ji Churan would be unprotected when traveling. He dared to bet that there were definitely people protecting Ji Churan around, either in the sky, on the ground, or in another space. Anyway, Ji Churan was definitely protected by someone. In that case, why am I still hesitating? The commander took out a handkerchief from his space ring, wiped his hands, then excitedly held Ji Churan's left hand and said with a smile, "Sir, thank you for your help. You are our eternal friend and brother of Tianju." Seeing the commander's expression change again, Ji Churan couldn't help but smile and said, "Can I go now?" The commander nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course, you are welcome to do as you please, but please be careful and it's best to be cautious and delay a little." Ji Churan nodded and said, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." In that case, the commander said, "I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, the commander bowed slightly and left. He also has to receive the next group of people and assign tasks to them. The hunters are all in different locations, so they arrive at different times, and are received received and assigned tasks in batches. After the commander left, Ji Churan turned slightly and looked at Yang Chao and others. At this time, Yang Chao and others stood there at a loss, opening their mouths as if they wanted to say something but held it back for some reason. Seeing this, Ji Churan smiled and said, "Brother Yang, just tell me what you want to say. Just treat me as Ji Ming." Yang Chao also laughed when he heard this, and he said excitedly, "I really didn't expect that we could actually team up with the future pillars of the human race this time. This is really..." Ji Churan looked at Yang Chao's excited expression and smiled helplessly, because not only Yang Chao but also everyone else's faces showed excitement at this time. "Let's deal with the beast tide first," Ji Churan said with a smile. "After we finish the important work, we can talk about other things." "Okay." Yang Chao nodded and said, "We'll follow you, and you take charge." Ji Churan was stunned and asked, "Brother Yang should have dealt with this kind of situation before, don't you give orders?" Yang Chao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Hey, I've dealt with beast tides before, but they were all mainly based on defense and delaying time, so my commands tended to be more like fighting and retreating at the same time. From what you said, I can sense that you want to take the initiative to attack, so we will follow your command." Ji Churan no longer refused after hearing this and nodded. "In that case, I will take charge. But before that, I'll go first. Be careful on your way here." Everyone nodded and followed Ji Churan out. Ji Churan naturally turned into a bolt of lightning and flew away into the distance. Yang Chao and others sat on the dust elephant and started heading towards their destination. At this moment, they only felt their blood boiling in their hearts. Although old, the ambition remains the same. On this day, a purple golden streak of lightning streaked across the sky of Ams in India. Both ordinary people and those with special abilities noticed this flash of thunder and realized how terrifying it was. Even the Indian soldiers who were dealing with the beast tide at the front noticed the thunder streaking across the sky of the city behind them. They looked at the flash of thunder and were shocked. "Which senior is here? I don't know. None of our predecessors with lightning abilities have purple gold thunder." "Don't worry about that for now. Those animals are attacking again." In order to protect the border town, the supernatural beings of Tianju Kingdom moved the battlefield to a place between the exotic beast forest and the border town. They also call this stretch of road the buffer zone. Almost all the locations for dealing with beast tides or other attacks were arranged here. They had dealt with many beast tides in the past, but such a large-scale beast tide as today was indeed rare. "I just don't know how many of them will die in this beast tide." The general of Tianju Kingdom, the lord of Ams City, who was dealing with the great beast tide, asked with a serious face, "What happened in town?" As the city lord was speaking, he was fighting against the huge beast tide. His men were also constantly clearing out the strange beasts in the tide. Behind them, a person with superpowers who was constantly releasing healing powers was sweating profusely and said, "It seems that Rahul has found the warriors to deal with that small wave of beasts." The city lord's face lit up with joy when he heard this, and then he swept away several Yuanning realm beasts in front of him with a stick. "Great! After the battle, no matter what the outcome, we must treat this warrior well." The city lord was extremely anxious about the small wave of beasts that had split off, because he was the only one in the soul control realm in Ams City. The others were almost all in the Yuan energy realm. There were also some in the Lingxi realm, but very few, and those in the Yuanning realm and Lingxi realm followed him to deal with the beast tide. Although he was at the middle level of the soul control realm, he was still overwhelmed by so many strange beasts. Fortunately, this time the beast tide did not include any strange beasts that had surpassed the middle level of soul control, otherwise he would have had to report to the higher-ups for support. On Blue Star, most of the upper soul control realm masters have gone to the battlefield of all races, and only a few have stayed on Blue Star. The situation in Long Yuan Kingdom is not so bad, because Long Yuan Kingdom has more high-end combat forces, and some can cultivate to the Dharma realm before going to the battlefield of all races. But their Tianju Kingdom cannot do that, because their Tianju Kingdom does not have as much high-end combat power as Long Yuan Kingdom. Originally, the city lord was extremely anxious when the small beast tide split off, because that small beast tide was heading directly towards Ams. If no one intercepted him, AM would be in real trouble. But fortunately, someone chose to help. Even if it is just a delay, it is equivalent to saving Ams. He must be very grateful to such a person. But before that, he needed to deal with this group of livestock, and then deal with the livestock that split off. The city lord looked at the endless number of strange beasts and grinned. Ji Churan also came to the front of the small beast tide and looked at this dense group of strange beasts. The SSS level thunder ability transformed Ji Churan's speed, and his speed also underwent a qualitative change. It can be said that as long as Ji Churan wants, even a being in the soul control realm will not be able to catch up with him. Even those in the Dharma realm could not catch up with Ji Churan, because Ji Churan also had a speed-type combat skill that was specifically used for tactical retreat. Looking at this densely packed group of ferocious-looking beasts, Ji Churan felt a little excited. It has been a long time since he fought these strange beasts in reality. In the past, we always fought in virtual scenes, but now we can finally fight in reality. At this time, this group of strange beasts also saw Ji Churan with purple gold gold thunder flashing in the sky. They all stopped and looked at Ji-Churen vigilantly. There was no way. The aura emanating from Ji-Churen was too terrifying, making them instinctively alert. In the center of the beast tide, a strange beast with wings on its back, a head like a tiger, but a body similar to that of a black bear slowly looked up at Ji-Churen. It opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of fangs, and roared fiercely at Ji-Churen. The winged tiger bear is a rare beast that is powerful both in the air and on land. The wings on its back allow it to fly in the air and fight, while its huge body allows it to dominate the land. Its strength is terrifying, but even such a strange beast became alert the moment it saw Ji-Churen. There are quite a lot of them. Ji-Churen looked at the groups of strange beasts and raised the corner of his mouth. But they are useless. Ji-Churen in the sky raised his right hand slightly. The next second, countless ice gathered at Ji-Churen's right hand, completely turning Ji-Churen's right hand into an ice hand. Ji-Churen let out a cold shout, and countless cold air rushed towards the beast tide in front. Countless strange beasts sensed the dangerous aura and ran to both sides. When the winged tiger bear saw this scene, its bloodshot eyes flashed, its wings flapped, and the whole beast flew up. At the same time, it roared to the sky, stopping the scattered group of strange beasts. But the strange beasts stopped, but Ji-Churen's coldness did not. Ji-Churen's cold air quickly approached the group of strange beasts, freezing those that did not have time to disperse into ice sculptures. These ice sculptures still retain the previous movements and even expressions of the strange beasts, making them look lifelike. The ground that was eroded by the cold air also turned into a world of ice. The double-winged tiger bear roared again when he saw this scene. The next second, some of the strange beasts that were not frozen began to run from both sides of Ji-Churen as if they had received some instructions. The goal is clear. In response, Ji-Churen did not make any move, but just looked at the double-winged tiger bear coldly. The double-winged tiger bear also looked at Ji-Churen vigilantly, and its momentum gradually rose. "You are a little arrogant," Ji-Churen said coldly, and then the purple gold thunder on his body disappeared, replaced by boundless coldness. Freeze! Countless cold air suddenly burst out from Ji-Churen's body, rushing in all directions with him as the center. In an instant, countless cold air burst out at a speed that was astonishing. All the strange beasts that bypassed Ji-Churen had no time to dodge and were corroded by the cold air. In just a few seconds, the surroundings completely turned into a kingdom of ice. Countless trees, plants, and land were covered with a layer of ice, turning into ice sculptures. In this ice world, countless strange beasts were frozen here and became decorations of the ice world. It can be said that in this round of Beast Tide, except for the winged tiger bear in the sky and other flying beasts, all other beasts were turned into ice sculptures. Yang Chao and others who were still on their way were stunned when they saw the madly spreading ice world. Yang Chao couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, what the hell is this? It's Ji-Churen's ice ability." Shi Tian sensed this aura and exclaimed, "But it's too powerful. It seems to be freezing the whole world." Pang Bu swallowed and stared at the scene blankly. At this moment, they all had a question in their minds. Ji-Churen's ice ability. Is it really A-level? At this time, on the battlefield where Ji-Churen was, the air began to be filled with a cold atmosphere. The temperature also dropped to 0 degrees at this moment. In this environment, even the winged tiger bear and these flying monsters found it difficult to adapt. The body began to gradually stiffen. The double-winged tiger bear knew that it had no way to retreat, so it let out a long roar and issued an order to attack. It knew that they could not move forward without killing Ji-Churen. After hearing the order, the other flying beasts attacked Ji-Churen like crazy. A fatal attack. Launch! Looking at the flying beasts that launched a fatal attack on him, Ji-Churen just smiled slightly. It turns out it's not just humans who overestimate their abilities. Ji-Churen raised his right hand slightly, his eyes flashed with purple gold thunder, and his right hand also began to be surrounded by terrifying purple gold thunder. "You strange beasts can do it too." The next second, a terrifying purple gold ball of thunder began to condense in Ji-Churen's right hand. The thunder ball condensed in an instant and flew towards these flying beasts. This group of flying beasts didn't even have time to react before their mouths were filled with Ji-Churen's thunderballs. Suddenly, the terrifying thunderball instantly grew larger, and countless purple gold thunders flashed and crackled, carrying endless terrifying momentum. In just a moment, these flying beasts died in this ball of thunder. Even the most marginal beasts were paralyzed by the terrifying thunder and lost their ability to move, falling straight to the ground. One strike. Instant kill. Such a terrifying thunderball naturally could not escape the eyes of everyone on the battlefield. The city lord who was dealing with the beast tide naturally noticed the thunderball that suddenly appeared. He looked at the terrifying purple gold ball of thunder in the distance and understood its terrifying power. His eyes widened, and he quickly killed a strange beast that approached him with a stick. Then he immediately asked, "Who is in charge of the battlefield over there? Is it Rahul?" The healing Indian psychic in the back turned his head and immediately started thinking. Soon, he came to a conclusion and shouted, "Yes, that's the battlefield Rahul is in charge of." The city lord's expression suddenly became excited when he heard this, and he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, great! Rahul finally did a good thing. He found such a powerful lightning expert. But we can't delay. quickly. Lightning-type psychics don't have high reserves of power. Let's quickly deal with the monsters in front of us and go help. The other superpowers shouted. Yes, the city lord once again turned his attention back to the battlefield, but he was slightly worried, because he knew that the strange beast in front of them could not be dealt with in a short time. Even if they killed the strange beast into a controllable range, it might take several hours. I just hope that the lightning-type mutant can hold on a little longer. The city lord has already planned to kill some more powerful monsters, and then let several fighters leave the battlefield to help, even if it puts him under a lot of pressure. But that can only be later, because the current group of strange beasts is still too powerful. But the next second, a voice came from the sky. No, city lord, there's an extremely powerful ice-type psychic over there. What? The city lord's expression changed drastically, and he quickly looked over again. At the same time, he quickly swept away several strange beasts, and then he quickly rose into the air and looked in the direction of Jichuran. When he saw this, he was stunned, because what he saw was not the so-called strange beast forest and strange beast plain, but it is a vast world of ice. After seeing this scene, the city lord felt extremely fanatical in his heart. Ha 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 ha, God help me, God help me, everyone, follow me to fight. After hearing the city lord's excited words, everyone understood what was going on and began to attack without mercy. At first they were trying to save their special powers, after all they would need to help later, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary, because from the city lord's expression, the small tide of beasts was under control. In that case, they only need to focus on the group of strange beasts in front of them. Jichuran's thunderball directly killed all the flying beasts that came to attack him, and only the two-winged tiger bear was still flying in the sky. However, although the double-winged tiger bear is still alive, it is already dead. At this time, a layer of white frost had already covered its body, making it very difficult for it to fly. This is the horror of ice power. When the ice ability reaches a certain level, it can transform the battlefield into an environment that is favorable to oneself. Of course, the most important thing is the mood of the double-winged tiger bear, which is now in a very bad mood. After all, the group of strange beasts he led was almost instantly killed by the human in front of him. Such terrifying combat power made the double-winged tiger bear feel timid. Fighting to the death even though you know you can't win is not passion, that's stupidity. If people with cerebral palsy understand this, the winged tiger bear will understand it even better. Alien beasts have a stronger sense of danger than humans. The double-winged tiger bear had felt that Jichuran was dangerous before, but not very strongly. But now, in the eyes of the double-winged tiger bear, Jichuran is nothing more than a death god, a beast-killing machine. The next second, the double-winged tiger bear roared wildly, swung its right claw, and rolled out a gust of wind to attack Jichuran. Jichuran thought that the winged tiger bear was going to fight him to the death. Just as he raised his hand to freeze the wind and ice and was about to start attacking, he discovered the double-winged tiger bear ran away. It flapped its wings and flew away rapidly towards the rear. Its speed was totally disproportionate to its body size. Jichuran couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. I run pretty fast, but I'm a lightning-type mutant. Jichuran really didn't understand why some people always thought that their ability to escape could surpass that of people with lightning abilities, but it seems there's no need to catch up. Jichuran's eyes flashed, and his vision suddenly became infinitely far away. He saw the double-winged tiger bear that was already swaying in the air, and chuckled softly. In my ice world, breathing is a sin. That's right, after using ice 10,000 miles, Jichuran used another combat skill, an S-level offensive combat skill that is extremely suitable for ice-type mutants. Extremely cold air. Extremely cold air, a combat technique that targets the enemy's interior. The user releases a terrifying chill that permeates the air, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Furthermore, once the enemy inhales this chill, it will begin to freeze the enemy's insides. That is to freeze the enemy's internal organs. When the enemy's internal organs are completely frozen by the cold, it means. Of course, the invasion methods of extreme cold air are not limited to breathing, but also inhalation. As long as the enemy with the ability to absorb absorbs the extremely cold air, then, generally speaking, what awaits them is death. For other ice-type ability users, extreme cold air is a combat skill that consumes a lot of their abilities. Although it is S-level, few people are willing to practice it. One is that they don't have enough time to release, and the enemy can choose to hold their breath or isolate themselves. In this way, the extreme cold air is basically useless. But in Jichuran's hands, extreme cold air is more than just an S-level combat skill, but it is SS-level or even SSS-level combat skills, because Jichuran's high reserve of superpowers allows him to continuously release extreme cold air. There is no need to worry about the exhaustion of superpowers. And most importantly, Jichuran has a very smart brain. If others can isolate themselves from the extremely cold air, can I also force the extremely cold air into other people's bodies? What does your isolation of the extreme cold air have to do with me, Jichuran? Jichuran rushed over with a rage, tearing a hole in your wound and directly pouring extremely cold air into your wound. How should you respond? Therefore, the extreme extremely cold air is simply god level for Jichuran. God level with even more power. The wings of the double-winged tiger bear seem to be able to sell for a lot of money. Jichuran touched his chin and murmured, "Brother Yang takes good care of me. These wings are my return gift." After saying that, Jichuran turned into a ray of lightning and chased after the winged tiger bear in front. The escape of the two-winged tiger bear was also seen by many hunters who accepted commissions to hunt lone exotic animals, but they had no intention of attacking the double-winged tiger bear. After all, the frost on the winged tiger bear declared that he was someone else's prey. They didn't want to provoke a terrifying ice-type mutant because of a two-winged tiger bear. It's really terrifying. Even a creature like the double-winged tiger bear can only choose to run away. I don't know which ice-type senior took action. Judging from the appearance of the double-winged tiger bear, its body must have been completely frozen. Yeah, it would be great if I could have such strength. Hey wait, why is there a lightning-type mutant chasing us? Oh my god, he wants to steal the prey? The hunters suddenly saw a purple-gold lightning streak across the sky. They were shocked and had an ominous premonition. Will this lightning-type Esper get into a fight with that ice-type Esper? At this time, some kind-hearted hunters have already thought of dissuading the lightning-type mutants. There is no way, they still don't want humans to kill each other. At this time, the double-winged tiger bear was swaying in the sky as if it would fall at any time. It just felt as if its consciousness was about to leave its body. Even the heart in the body began to slow down gradually, as if it was frozen. Not only that, thick ice chips and ice cubes began to form on the surface of the double-winged tiger bear's body, and its pair of blood-red eyes turned pale at this moment, as if they were a pair of ice eyes. But even so, it escaped here relying on its strong desire to survive. It wants to live. However, its body and internal organs would not allow it. Bang bang bang. The next second, the double-winged tiger bear felt that his wings had lost feeling, as if he didn't have wings at all. Without the flapping of its wings, the huge body of the winged tiger bear suddenly fell to the ground. Its huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake. At this time, it had completely lost its strength, and even the things in front of it became blurry. Before he completely lost his vision, he saw some humans looking at him curiously, and then these humans all looked up at the sky. It also wanted to look at the sky, but it had no strength. But the next second, it saw a figure falling down that frightened it extremely. It's Jichuran. In an instant, despair filled its heart. If there is an afterlife, it will definitely stay away from humans. Not to mention attacking humans, it will turn around and run away when it sees humans. Jichuran looked at the double-winged tiger bear lying limp on the ground and said helplessly, "Oh, that's a bit tragic. In that case, I'll give you a quick death. After all, killing is not a crime. Sure enough, I am a really good person." After saying that, Jichuran raised his right hand and waved it down. A sharp stroke of lightning cut off the head of the double-winged tiger bear, and a large amount of blood gushed out, soaking the ground. Some hunters watching around recognized Jichuran and exclaimed, "Are you Jichuran, the top scorer with perfect scores?" The others were stunned when they heard this, and they all held back their expressions like Jichuran. Jichuran did not hide this, turned around with a smile and greeted everyone. "Hello, seniors." Everyone was very excited when they saw this, and they all came to Jichuran and greeted him with a smile. It is obvious that they all like this younger generation who was popular on the internet very much. Some hunters even took out their bracelets to take photos with Jichuran. Fortunately, some sensible hunters stopped them. After all, their current mission is to hunt lone exotic beasts, so how can they do these things now? At the same time, some kind-hearted hunters reminded Jichuran, "Student G, it seems that the double-winged tiger bear you killed was previously targeted by an ice-type senior. If you snatch his prey now, he will most likely hold a grudge against you. Although he doesn't dare to attack you, we are afraid that he will expose this matter and cause public opinion to affect you. So, leave now and we will help you conceal it." "Yes, classmate G, you should leave now. We will cover for you." Jichuran felt warm in his heart after hearing these caring words. He knew very well that these seniors were really thinking about him. Therefore, Jichuran did not intend to hide it from these seniors. He just smiled slightly, raised his right hand, released a trace of cold air and said, "Seniors, there's no need to be alarmed. The frost on this winged tiger bear was caused by me." Everyone felt the coldness in Jichuran's hand and was shocked. They looked at Jichuran in shock and exclaimed, "Oh my god, dual powers? This is too scary." At this moment, these seniors became excited. How could they not be excited about such a talented youngster? "Really, classmate G, if my brat could be even 1/10 as good as you, I would be so lucky." "Burning incense? If my son was even 1/10 as good as G, I'd have to go check on my ancestral graves to see if they've been burned to the point of emitting smoke." Jichuran looked at this group of seniors with a smile, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He raised his hand to interrupt the heated discussion of these seniors. "Seniors, let's focus on the beast tide first. Let's resolve this matter first before discussing other matters." The hunters nodded when they heard this, agreeing with Jichuran. "Student G is right. Let's deal with the beast tide first." The hunters moved quickly. After saying goodbye to Jichuran, they formed teams and ran in all directions. The speed was so fast that Jichuran couldn't couldn't react. A group of people who were just having a passionate discussion scattered in an instant. Ji Churan scratched his head and smiled helplessly. He looked at the double-winged tiger bear on the ground and murmured, "We told them to divide up this double-winged tiger bear, but they all ran away." Helplessly, Ji Churan had to cut off the wings of the double-winged tiger bear and then put the wings and the body of the double-winged tiger bear into his space ring. Then he flew up and looked in the direction and saw a fierce battle going on in the distance to his left. So without hesitation, he turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards that side. At the same time, Yang Chao and others also came to the place where Ji Churan had just fought, which was the ice world formed by Ji Churan. At this time, the ice world no longer had extreme cold air, so Yang Chao and others had no problem breathing. After they arrived at the ice world, they stared blankly at the scene before them and fell into deep thought. Yang Chao even touched the strange beast that had turned into an ice sculpture and murmured, "Student Ji told us to follow his instructions, but where are they?" Everyone shook their heads and did not answer. For a moment, the atmosphere became silent. Good news, this time we have a commander in command. Bad news, the boss is going solo. At this time, in the direction of the beast tide, the city lord and his warriors were fiercely fighting against the oncoming beast tide. The city lord was so majestic that he stood undefeated in the beast tide with just a stick. The city lord's cultivation has now reached the middle level of the soul control realm, but facing the continuous attacks of dozens of lower level soul control realm beasts, he is still a little overwhelmed. He knew very well that he could not defeat this group of strange beasts in a protracted battle, as the physical strength of strange beasts was much greater than that of humans. So the city lord chose the simplest and most direct method. That is, when there is a group fight, catch someone and beat him to death. Even if someone tries to pull him or attack him, he will not change his target at all. Even if he has to withstand the attack, he must first kill the monster he is locked onto. Relying on this style of fighting, the city lord really showed his momentum. Killed 7 lower-level soul control realm beasts in a row. The city lord thought that this would achieve a temporary victory, but he was stunned the next second, because the remaining 3 strange beasts seemed to have received some instructions and immediately changed. 2 lower-level soul control realm beasts led other Lingxi realm beasts to rush towards the city lord, while the remaining lower-level soul control realm beast led another group of beasts to break away from the big beast tide and formed a small beast tide. The most important thing is that this small tide of beasts is not going in the direction of the previous small tide of beasts, but in the opposite direction. When the city lord saw this scene, his heart suddenly tightened. No, this isn't just any beast tide. This is a massive, commanding beast tide. After seeing the 3 strange beasts behave like this, the city lord's heart suddenly became bad. While fighting with the beast tide, he shouted, "Go and ask for support. This is not the time to worry about demons stealing our home. We must provide support in this situation." Upon hearing this, the healing psychic gritted his teeth, suppressed his weakness, and with the help of a beast-taming psychic, ran towards Ams. After seeing people go to ask for support, the city lord still felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness is not only about the small beast tide that split off, but more about the uneasiness about this beast tide that has a command. He was not sure who was commanding this beast tide, nor was he sure whether this beast tide had any purpose. All he could do was to go all out to deal with the beast tide. As for the rest, he really couldn't say. City lord. At the same time, a spiritual resonance realm psychic shouted, "How do we deal with that small beast tide?" The city lord looked grim and undecided. After he once again killed a lower-level soul control realm beast, he was in a state of confusion when a purple-gold lightning flashed across the sky. This bolt of lightning, carrying a terrifying aura, struck everyone's head. Moreover, this bolt of lightning also swung out a terrifying crescent-shaped lightning cut, completely cutting off the last remaining lower-level soul realm beast. This is not the end yet. After doing all this, Ji Churan condensed a ball of thunder and threw it into the beast tide. The complete annihilation of a large number of strange beasts moving forward made everyone feel a little relieved. The city lord widened his eyes at this scene. He knew this person. This person is the top scorer in the martial arts exam from Longyuan country who scored full marks a few days ago. How come he is here? No, what's going on with him? It's only been a few months, and he's already been able to kill a lower-level soul control realm beast? To be able to kill a lower-level soul control realm beast so easily, its strength must be in the middle or upper soul control realm. A freshman in the soul control realm? How is this possible? But now is not the time to worry about such things. The most urgent task now is the beast tide. It just so happens that Ji Churan is so powerful, so let him intercept that small tide of beasts. If he guessed correctly, the person who just dealt with the small beast tide in the middle-level Lingxi realm was Ji Churan, and there is a very powerful ice-type mutant beside him. The city lord was overjoyed and quickly said, "Student Ji, please help me deal with the tide of small beasts that just split off." Ji Churan, who was in the sky, was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then raised his eyes and looked into the distance. This time, he really discovered a group of small beasts moving forward. "Then can you hold on?" Ji Churan asked with his head down. The city lord grinned upon hearing this. "No matter what, I am still the mayor of Ams. Young man, don't underestimate underestimate me. Ha! It's the City Lord. Ji Churan was stunned. He didn't expect that he would meet the City Lord. But if he is the City Lord, he should be able to deal with the strange beast in the middle level of the Soul Control realm rushing towards him, right? In that case, I'll go chase the tide of small beasts. Then, Senior City Lord, I'll leave the incoming mid-level Soul Control realm beasts in your care. After saying that, Ji Churan turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Ha! This young man really underestimated us. The City Lord smiled softly and murmured as he watched Ji Churan fleeing in the distance. But this talent is really terrifying. As for the middle position he just mentioned, the City Lord was suddenly stunned and quickly turned around to ask his warrior, what did Ji Churan just say? The soldier beside him was also stunned and said unconfidently. He said, the beasts from the back, the middle-level Soul Control realm. The City Lord's expression changed drastically, and he quickly flew up and looked into the distance. At this moment, a large number of beasts were rushing towards him in the distance, and the one leading them was a strange beast in the middle level of the Soul Control realm. Damn it! It's really a beast from the middle level of the Soul Control realm. What happened today? At this moment, the City Lord only felt that a pair of big hands completely covered him, and he himself was like a puppet being completely controlled. It can be said that if Ji Churan was not here today, AMS would be in real danger. The City Lord gritted his teeth and shouted, hold on, just hold on until support arrives. The capital of India, in Lianyan City, dozens of senior officials from India were sitting in the conference room and talking. There seems to be a problem with the beast tide in AMS, one of the senior officials said with a frown. According to the intelligence transmitted, it seems that this time the beast tide in AMS is a large-scale command-type beast tide. As soon as these words were spoken, the senior executives all frowned. You mean, the beast tide was caused by human intervention? Asked one of the leaders. Yes. The leader nodded and said, I suspect it was the beggars. Didn't they organize a beast tide during the Long Yuan Nation's college entrance examination? I'm afraid they were behind this as well. But what's the purpose? One leader asked. What is their purpose? Remember the demonic traces discovered in Carl City a few days ago? The leader said solemnly, I suspect this was a planned attack against Carl City. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned and fell into deep thought. Carl City did discover traces of demons a few days ago, which made them very nervous recently. Their country of Tianju currently does not have any Dharma realm psychics guarding the country. The strongest person is only at the peak transformation realm, and there is only one of them. It can be said that whenever a person with supernatural powers in the Dharma realm comes, their country of India will have to ask for support. But there's no way we wouldn't save Amzer, one leader said. Even if we knew it was a trap, we had to step into it. You can't just give up on AMS, right? Giving up is impossible. At this time, a supernatural being at the top said, we, the Indians, will never give up on any city. This person is currently the strongest fighter of Tianju country on Blue Star, Polar, who is at the peak of transformation realm. Our situation has become complicated, so we must be fully prepared. Bowler said in a deep voice, send people to AMS to provide assistance first and leave Carl City to me. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and they quickly said, no, Bowler, you can't leave Lotus Flame City. If you leave Lotus Flame City, those demons will. I know. Bowler raised his hand to interrupt the senior executive's dissuasion and said, I will make the final decision on the matter. All you need to do now is to help AMS. Time waits for no one. Go ahead. Bowler waved his hand and turned around slowly. Although everyone was very anxious, they nodded helplessly and left the meeting room, ready to go and help AMS. After everyone left, Polar was filled with endless hesitation. He looked at his bracelet, hesitated for a long time, and finally made the call. The call was quickly connected, and a voice that was extremely familiar to many people came. Bowler. After hearing this voice, Bowler smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Wei. At this time, on the battlefield outside AMS, a tide of small beasts, led by a lower-level Soul Control realm cultivator, was rapidly rushing towards Amuz. But as they rushed forward, they felt an unparalleled momentum approaching them. Before they could react, they found a bolt of lightning suddenly falling in front of them, crackling and making a terrifying sound. The thunder struck the ground, splashing a large area of dust and causing vibrations. Such thunder made them instinctively stop and look ahead vigilantly. It seems that I am not late. Ji Churan's voice came out slowly and fell into the ears of the group of strange beasts. The strange beasts looked ahead vigilantly, watching Ji Churan slowly emerge from the dust. Ji Churan was seen with a faint blue light all over his body, and white cold air was constantly emerging from around him. The cold air slowly rose into the air and slowly spread in the air. At this time, Ji Churan's hair had turned completely white, and even his pupils had turned snow white, making him look like an ice prince. The easiest way to deal with you is to freeze you. Ji Churan smiled slightly and slowly raised his right hand. As Ji Churan finished speaking, countless cold air rushed towards the group of strange beasts at a rapid speed. The leading lower-level Soul Control realm beast reacted immediately. It opened its mouth wide and spewed out a raging fire from its mouth. This is exactly its fire ability. This strange beast is called the Fiery Wolf. It is red all over and is famous for its ability to use use fire. Faced with Ji Churan's coldness, the fiery wolf did not choose to dodge, but chose to confront Ji Churan head-on with fire. After all, under normal circumstances, ice cannot defeat fire. However, Ji Churan is obviously not a normal person, so his ice is not normal ice either. The cold air released by Ji Churan quickly froze the flames spewed out by the firewolf. Because the freezing speed was too fast, it even froze the firewolf's mouth along with the flames. The firewolf's pupils trembled wildly, and it quickly released a fierce flame to burn itself, trying to thaw its mouth. Ji Churan looked at this scene and smiled faintly. If you were at the upper soul realm, I might still find it difficult, but unfortunately, you are only at the lower soul realm. So next, enjoy dying. Ji Churan snapped his fingers lightly at this time. Countless cold air erupted from his body and rushed in all directions. The groups of strange beasts became alert when they saw the cold air, and some even began to wave their claws to try to dispel the cold air. However, how could this action dispel Ji Churan's extremely cold air? In just a moment, this group of unknown strange beasts inhaled Ji Churan's extremely cold air, and even the fiery wolf was no exception. Although its mouth was frozen, its nose was not. After seeing the group of strange beasts inhaling his extremely cold air, Ji Churan smiled slightly, kicked his feet, and flew into the sky. After all, does Ji Churan still need to take action against a monster that is already dying? The only thing Ji Churan had to do now was to watch quietly from the sky and ensure the death of these strange beasts. Pull! Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Ji Churan looked up slightly and saw several flying beasts in the sky. Okay, I almost forgot about you. Ji Churan scratched his head a little embarrassedly and murmured, but who says I'm a good person? Since your companions have inhaled, you should also inhale a little. After Ji Churan finished speaking, he raised his hand again, and a stream of snow-white cold air rushed towards the group of flying beasts. Before the flying beasts could react, the cold air had completely enveloped them. The strange beasts had no idea what this thing was. They instinctively breathed in and inhaled the cold air into their bodies. This also spells their death. In just a few seconds, these strange beasts realized something and began to wail in pain. But the wailing did not last long, because they had no strength left and fell to the ground one after another. The flying beasts in the sky no longer had the strength to flap their wings, and they fell to the ground one by one in a free fall. It even hit the land monster that was already in pain, making a bang 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 sound. Among all the strange beasts, only the flame wolf in the lower soul control realm is still struggling to hold on. But from its desperate eyes, it can be seen that it already knows its own fate. It looked at Ji Churan floating in the sky with resentment, wanting to attack him desperately. However, at this time, the cold air had already entered its organs and it had no strength left. The next second, the fire wolf's body fell to the ground powerlessly, and layers of frost began to cover its eyes. From then on, this small tide of beasts was completely eliminated. After dealing with the small beast tide, Ji Churan prepared to leave here and head towards the direction of the big beast tide. He remembered very clearly that at the location of the big beast tide, several strange beasts in the middle level of the soul control realm came. But just when Ji Churan was about to leave, a black flame attacked him. Ji Churan frowned, and the next second he turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed to the other side. After Ji Churan dodged the black flame, it fell straight onto a tree. In an instant, the tree was burned to ashes by the black flame. However, surprisingly, apart from this tree, the other trees next to it were not affected by the black flames. It is obvious that this black flame is controlled by someone. It was avoided. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard. Ji Churan looked down from the sky and saw a man wearing a black robe and a black wolf mask on his face walking out. Next to him stood two men in black robes and masks, one fat and one thin. The overweight man wore a sinister mask with fangs, while the thin man wore a red mask with glaring eyes. The evil masked man suddenly reminded, "Be careful, don't make too much noise." The black wolf mask laughed disdainfully. "You don't need to remind me." Ji Churan in the sky frowned and looked at the three people, becoming alert. There were a large group of corpses of strange beasts lying at his feet. Anyone who dared to attack him in this situation was obviously someone who was very confident in his own strength. I just don't know what the realm of these three people is. If he didn't use energy reshaping, he can only deal with enemies at the upper soul realm. If you use energy reshaping in full state, you can kill enemies in the last stage of transformation. There is no way. As the realm increases, the gap between each realm will become larger and larger, and it will be even more difficult to fight across the border. "Ha, kid, are you nervous?" Suddenly, the black-robed man with the black wolf mask said, "Don't be so nervous. The three of us are actually not that strong. It's just barely reaching the upper soul control realm." After saying this, the man in the black wolf mask looked at Ji Churan, trying to see a hint of panic in Ji Churan's expression. After all, when three upper-level soul control realm masters are dispatched at the same time, their strength is not just talk. It is not an exaggeration to say that the three of them can completely destroy a city in India. Although Ji Churan easily dealt with the tide of small beasts, he was still too young after all. No matter how abnormal he was, he could only reach the upper level of the soul control realm at most. And there are three people in the upper soul control realm on my side. Three upper-level soul control Control Realm masters are facing an 18-year-old young man. The advantage lies in us. However, what the man in the black wolf mask did not expect was that after Ji Churan heard that the three of them were in the upper Soul Control Realm, he was not nervous at all, even smiled. This made the man in the black wolf mask feel an unprecedented insult. Ji Churan, don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you have S-level superpowers. The man in the black wolf mask said sternly, in front of the three of us, even if you have SS-level superpowers, you can't do anything. The gap in realm cannot be made up by the level of supernatural power. Ji Churan smiled without saying anything, just staring at the man in the black wolf mask. The man in the black wolf mask hesitated for a moment and said again, even if you have dual powers, it won't work. Poochie. This time, Ji Churan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You beggar, you are really interesting. Why waste time talking to him? The evil mask was a little uneasy and said quickly, get rid of him first. For the sake of Lord Demon's plan. The man in the black wolf mask stopped talking nonsense and said viciously, Ji Churan, you must die today. Oh, really? Ji Churan opened his hands and grinned, I'm right here. Please come and kill me. Hearing this, the man in the black wolf mask felt insulted. He immediately gathered his special powers and swung out a black flame towards Ji Churan. Seeing this, Ji Churan did not dodge, but raised his hand lightly and said, as Ji Churan's voice fell, a shield made of ice appeared in front of him. The black flames of the man in the black wolf mask suddenly dissipated when they touched the ice shield, as if he had encountered some natural enemy. What? The man in the black wolf mask was shocked and exclaimed, how is this possible? How can my flame not burn a piece of ice? What kind of supernatural power do you have? It is not surprising that fire controls ice, but when fire cannot control ice, it is worth pondering. Is it that the difference in realm is too big, or is it that the difference in ability level is too big? What kind of supernatural power do I have? The ice shield in front of Ji Churan suddenly turned into ice chips and disappeared before his eyes, revealing Ji Churan's figure. He looked at the man in the black wolf mask with a smile and said, fuck you. The man in the black wolf mask couldn't help it. Suddenly, strong flames burst out from his whole body and he turned into a black fireman. Seeing this scene, Ji Churan said helplessly, do all you fire-type psychics like to turn yourself into people of fire? After saying that, Ji Churan suddenly realized something and immediately turned around and punched out. This punch is not a simple punch. As long as it is a punch thrown by Ji Churan, it must be a punch with violent thunder. Ji Churan's thunder-filled fist collided with the fist of the evil masked man, and countless arcs of electricity erupted. The man in the evil mask shuddered. What a quick reaction! And what's going on with this thunder? The evil masked man suddenly felt that his right hand was paralyzed, as if he had lost consciousness. You know, he has the A-level strengthening ability amplification. His amplified fist couldn't even withstand this thunder. The man in the evil mask felt his uneasiness grow stronger. He quickly left the battlefield and shouted, hurry up and block the space. As soon as these words were spoken, the masked man glaring at him immediately understood what he meant and opened his hands to release his supernatural power. Space shield. This ability does not create space, but blocks this space. People outside will not notice what is happening in this space, and it will even take some time for people outside to enter this space. This is the reason why they dare to come and kill Ji Churan. Dean Wei is very strong, but his attainments in space are not strong. People with space-related abilities are rare, and there are many places that need them. He doesn't believe that Dean Wei would let a person with space-related abilities specifically protect Ji Churan. Moreover, coupled with Dean Wei's personality problems, he must feel that it is enough for him to protect Ji Churan by himself, and he does not need the protection of others at all. So, this time, we must win. Just as he was glaring at the masked man and trying to unleash his supernatural powers to isolate the space, he suddenly discovered something was wrong. Why, it's a bit quiet. Where are Ague and Hailang? Dead? Impossible, they were just in front of me. How could they? Wait, that's not right. The masked man glared at me with a sudden shudder in his heart. He seemed to have realized something and his whole body began to tremble. How could it be? How could it be? How could a person with spatial abilities come specifically to protect Ji Churan? How is this possible? No S-class psychics in history have ever received this kind of treatment. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Suddenly, an emotionless voice came from behind the masked man who was glaring at him. He turned around suddenly, only to find that there was no one behind him, only the silent forest. The corpse of the strange beast was gone, and Ji Churan and his teammates were also gone. The only thing left in the entire space was the forest, a silent forest. Who are you? Why? Why is this happening? The voice suddenly came from the right side of the angry masked man, causing the angry masked man's gaze to shift immediately. But even so, he still didn't see anyone. Tap tap tap. The next second, an inexplicable sound of footsteps came from behind him, and it was very close. It was as if she was walking right next to him. The masked man glared at me and turned around in horror, trembling all over. He originally thought that the owner of the voice would be looking at him in front of him, but he didn't expect that the owner of the figure was nearly dozens of meters away from him. But the footsteps were clearly right in front of him. The only one who can achieve this level is Space, field, Dharma realm. Ha ha ha, the Dharma realm of the space system. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the masked man glared at me and started laughing like a madman. He looked at the man walking slowly towards him from a distance and shouted madly, why would someone like you protect Ji Churan? Mo didn't say anything, but took a step forward, as if crossing countless spaces, and instantly came in front of the masked man who was glaring at him, and said coldly, there are some things the dead don't need to know. But I'm still alive, shouted the masked man angrily. However, Mo smiled strangely when he heard this. He lowered his head to look at the masked man who was glaring at him, and said softly. The angry masked man's heart trembled suddenly. He witnessed the black jade disappear in front of him, and then he lowered his head in horror. At this moment, he was stunned, because his lower body disappeared. When he looked up again, he was completely mad, because he saw his lower body. At this moment, his lower body was floating slowly in front. He was cut in half. In this space, the evil masked man suddenly realized something was wrong, because the masked man who was glaring at him disappeared. At this moment, the evil masked man's inner uneasiness was greatly magnified, and this uneasiness even surpassed his persistence in the mission. He shouted without hesitation, run! Although the man in the black wolf mask didn't know what was going on, he still obeyed the evil masked man and turned around and ran. Run? Can you run away? However, as soon as the man in the black wolf mask turned around, he heard an unfamiliar voice. After hearing this voice, the man in the black wolf mask finally realized that something was wrong. He ran away without looking back, trying to escape from here. But then he realized something was wrong. First, Ji Churan disappeared. Secondly, the body of the strange beast also disappeared. And finally he found that no matter how he escaped, he always stayed in the same place. Not only him, but also the evil masked man is like this. The evil masked man was knowledgeable and experienced, and the sudden disappearance of the angry masked man made him realize something. A space-based psychic. How is that possible? At this moment, the evil masked man panicked. He valued his life very much and didn't want to die. The man in the black wolf mask was also completely stunned at this time, because he saw a very horrifying scene. Because he saw the head of the evil masked man. That's right, only the head. In front of him, the head of the evil masked man was floating slowly, and he kept shouting something. Not only that, the limbs and torso of the evil masked man were also floating in the air in front, but the evil masked man seemed unaware of it and kept shouting something. Such a strange scene made the man in the black wolf mask tremble all over. Are you scared? Suddenly, the voice sounded in the ears of the man in the black wolf mask. The man in the black wolf mask turned his head suddenly, only to find a strange man standing in the distance. The man was clearly standing there, but the man in the black wolf mask felt as if the man was standing in another space, which was extremely weird. The next second, the man in the black wolf mask saw Mou's body suddenly twisted. When he woke up, Mou was already standing in front of him. Domain, territory. You are in the Dharma realm? The man in the black wolf mask also knew Mou's realm at this time, which was the Dharma realm, because only those in the Dharma realm can exert their domain. The man in the black wolf mask really couldn't understand why a space-based psychic in the Dharma realm didn't go to the battlefield of all races to protect Ji Churan. An S-rank junior is not worthy of such protection. Unless, at this moment, the man in the black wolf mask knew that he and his companions had hit a wall. He also knew that he might not be able to escape death. Trying to escape from the hands of a space-based psychic in the Dharma realm is like an ant trying to escape from the palm of a playful child. Thinking of this, the man in the black wolf mask sat down on the ground helplessly and said in despair, kill me. Silence, a moment of silence. The man in the black wolf mask looked up at Mou, and his emotionless eyes met Mou's. The next moment, Mou said coldly, do you want to live? As soon as these words were spoken, the man in the black wolf mask trembled all over and became excited. He nodded repeatedly and said, I do. Just think about it. Mou said, next, tell me all your plans, and I can spare your life. Really? The man in the black wolf mask immediately asked excitedly. Of course. Mou nodded and said, I, Moubai, will never lie. Okay, I'll tell you. The man in the black wolf mask didn't believe that a psychic in the Dharma realm would go back on his word, so he told everyone everything he knew. It turned out that this time the beast tide was indeed not initiated quietly, but by a fake monster. The fake monster disguised itself as the leader of a strange beast and through some special means obtained the aura of the leader of the strange beast, thus gaining the ability to command a group of beasts. Its original intention was to let the strange beasts attack AMS, forcing the top leaders of the Indian kingdom to come to support. In this way, their plans in Carl City could be better implemented. In fact, they don't need to show up at the beginning. They just need to stay by the fake monster's side to protect it and ensure that the plan goes smoothly. However, when Ji Churan appeared, the fake demon asked them to kill Ji Churan. That's all I know. The man in the black wolf mask said in a panic, Sir, I really want to stay alive. There's no lie in this. Mou didn't say anything, but just looked at the man in the black wolf mask and asked this question. You three are the only beggars next to the fake monster? The man in the black wolf mask immediately replied, No, No, there are three more. One is a nature-oriented, one is an auxiliary-oriented, and one is a beast-taming-oriented. The aura of the alien beast leader that the pseudo-demon obtained was the work of the beast-taming-oriented one. Tell me in detail. Mou raised his hand to indicate to continue. Unexpectedly, the man in the black wolf mask suddenly trembled in panic and said in a panic, "Sir, I don't know. We really don't know their abilities because we just met them today." Really? Mou thought for a moment and asked, "Then how do you usually keep in touch?" The man in the black wolf mask hesitated. "Speak." Mou suddenly sneered. I'll tell you. The man in the black wolf mask panicked and said quickly, "We are transmitting information through underground worms." Underground worms? Mou smiled and said, "I didn't expect there were such little things." "Sir, I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go?" the man in the black wolf mask asked cautiously. But who knew that Mou suddenly smiled and said, "Leave? How can I let you go? After all, you lied." "What?" The man in the black wolf mask panicked and said quickly, "Sir, I really didn't lie. I really didn't." Mou waved his hand slightly at this time, and a familiar figure appeared in front of the man in the black wolf mask. This figure is none other than the evil masked man. The man with the black wolf mask was stunned the moment he saw the man with the evil mask. The man with the evil mask was also stunned, but his body was obviously shaking even more violently. "You two seem to have different opinions." Mou sneered at this time, looked at the two of them, then came to the front of the evil masked man and said, "One said there was a psychic next to the fake demon, a beast tamer." Then, Mou walked up to the man in the black wolf mask and said, "One said there were three people with special abilities beside the fake demon. Is this a human being?" One said the main target was Amzer, while the other said the main target was Carl City. One said that attacking Ji Churan was your own idea, and the other said that attacking Ji Churan was assigned by the fake demon. You two are so stubborn, it's really difficult for me to handle this. At this time, the evil masked man was trembling all over, and the eyes of the mask were emitting an unprecedented red light. "Black Wolf, what nonsense are you talking about? You still want to lie to the senior at this point? What are your intentions?" The man in the black wolf mask was confused. What he said was clearly the truth, but the evil man turned the tables on him. In this situation, he must not fall into the trap of proving himself. "You're talking nonsense. You're telling lies, and your purpose is to kill the adults." The man in the black wolf mask turned his head to look at Mou and said quickly, "Sir, he lied to you." The evil masked man was not willing to be outdone and immediately said, "Senior, he is the one who lied to you." The two of them each held their own views and argued with each other. Mou watched this scene with great interest and thought that the dog-eat-dog situation was quite interesting. However, he didn't have the heart to listen to this right now. He raised his hand slightly, ending their quarrel, and said with a smile, "Who is real and who is fake? I already have the answer in my heart." The man with the evil mask and the man with the black wolf mask suddenly looked at Mou. The man with the black wolf mask was feeling a little uneasy, while the man with the evil mask was extremely nervous. Obviously, Mou's next words will determine whether they can survive. The next second, Mou clapped his hands. The space twisted again, and a figure that was very familiar to them appeared again. This figure, it's the angry masked man. At this moment, the evil masked man was completely panicked. He knew very well the personalities of Hailang and Nuding. They were simply afraid of death. Mou brought the angry masked man up and chuckled. "Tell me, how many people with special abilities are there around the fake demon?" Nuding swallowed his saliva and trembled all over. He clenched his fists and didn't dare to speak for a moment. The man in the black wolf mask shouted excitedly, "Stare, speak up, just say it." The man in the black wolf mask was very sure that Nu Deng was definitely the same as him and told Mou everything in order to survive. The evil masked man was trembling all over. He really didn't expect that Black Wolf and Angry Deng were not killed. He originally wanted to mislead Mou, but now it seems, too. After these words were spoken, the man in the evil mask and the man in the black wolf mask were both stunned. The third answer. Mou chuckled and asked again, "Where is the demon's main target?" The evil masked man and the black wolf masked man looked at the angry masked man again. Then, they saw the masked man glaring angrily and saying tremblingly, "Moro City, you asterisk. Stare at me." At this moment, the man in the evil mask and the man in the black wolf mask could no longer hold back. The third answer. What the fucking third answer? Three people gave three different answers. Doesn't that indicate deception? In this case, the only way to cheat is death. The man in the black wolf mask is the one who can't hold back the most. He was telling the truth, but he still had to die. Who the hell could he turn to for justice? If you tell the truth you'll die, and if you tell a lie you'll also die, so isn't telling the truth in vain? Mou laughed out loud as he watched this scene. Ha ha ha, interesting. Three people with three different answers. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. In that case, no. Sir, please don't kill me. I am telling the truth. The man in the black wolf mask shouted in horror. The evil masked man chose to remain silent. He glared at the masked man and wanted to speak, but finally closed his mouth. Mou chuckled and snapped his fingers lightly. The body of the man in the black wolf mask suddenly shattered into pieces, like half of a piece of glass shattered. His consciousness also completely dissipated as the glass shattered. Emoyu smiled gently and waved his hand, and the figures of the evil masked man and the angry masked man disappeared, as if they did not exist at all. It turned out that these two figures were created by Moyushu in order to obtain the information he wanted. The man in the black wolf mask was not the first to receive this kind of torture. Instead, the first person to receive this torture was the angry masked man. The angry masked man did say to at first, but later when he saw the black wolf masked man and the evil masked man, he told the truth. He said the exact same words as the man in the black wolf mask. Only the evil masked man, when facing the confrontation between three people, still kept his original words, saying that there was only one person with special abilities beside the fake monster. But it doesn't matter, because Moyu had no intention of letting them survive. After all, what Mobai promised has nothing to do with me, Moyu. Ji Churan was puzzled when he saw the three beggars suddenly disappear, and he became alert immediately. He was afraid that the beggar was hiding in the dark and preparing to attack him. Thinking of this, Ji Churan immediately used his full body defense method, Wall of Protection and the Secrets Within. There is no need to explain much about Body Protection Wall, and the World Within is Ji Churan's latest defensive combat skill. The main function is to prevent toxins or other substances from entering the body. By continuously releasing superpowers, allowing them to flow rapidly within the body, it absorbs other substances that enter the body, thereby achieving the effect of protecting the body internally. It is worth mentioning that if the body's supernatural powers absorb the substances that have invaded the body, they can also be driven out. In other words, if toxins enter Ji Churan's body, these toxins will not affect Ji Churan, but will be absorbed by Ji Churan, and finally Ji Churan will throw out a poisonous attack. To put it simply, it is rebound. Of course, this rebound is a one-time thing. After all, if you borrow something from someone else, you have to return it. If you return it, it won't be difficult to borrow again. Others may feel uncomfortable using Inner Universe because they have to constantly release their superpowers to protect the inside of their bodies, and if they are not careful, their superpowers may be exhausted. But Ji Churan won't. After all, the infinite blue bar means that Ji Churan is destined to be infinitely crazy. Ji Churan activated his two defensive combat skills and looked around vigilantly. But after watching for a long time, he did not find any signs of attack from the beggar. Seeing this, Ji Churan was also a little confused. You can't just run away, right? Suddenly, at this moment, a very loud roar was heard in the distance. This roar brought countless winds and waves towards the side, with an extremely terrifying momentum. Ji Churan suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, which was the interior of the strange beast forest. A loud roar was heard again from the interior of the strange beast forest, which made Ji Churan nervous. It is obvious that this strange beast is at a very high level and will soon attack Ams. Ji Churan no longer cared about the beggar at this time, but his defensive combat skills were never turned off. He flew up and headed towards the city lord and his men. Judging from the direction of the roar, it is likely that they will attack the beast tide, that is, the direction of the city lord and his men. I just don't know what realm this strange beast is in. If it is the transformation realm, Ji Churan's expression changed. If it was really the transformation realm, then he would have to consider whether to hold on or run away. After all, although energy reshaping can kill monsters in the transformation realm, he is still worried. Here, he couldn't afford to faint without worry. Although it seems that these foreigners are quite kind at the moment, Ji Churan doesn't dare to take the risk. So if they really are monsters in the transformation realm, then Ji Churan can only say sorry to them. He has done enough. After hearing this roar, the city lord's expression changed drastically and he cursed. Damn it! Why is the sky-splitting griffin here? He's a transformation realm guy. The city lord was completely unable to hold back at this point. The middle-level soul-controlling realm creature and a large group of strange beasts in front of him were already too much for him to handle. Now a transformation-level sky-splitting griffin has arrived. Isn't this a recipe for death? Did Eminem poke the beast's pianzi today? They all came here one by one. City lord, we can't hold on any longer, a soldier shouted. Shall we go back to the city and defend it? The city lord gritted his teeth and said nothing. He didn't want to bring the battlefield into the city because that would likely cause Ams to suffer heavy losses. But the current situation does not allow them to continue fighting outside. Return to the city. The city lord gritted his teeth and decided to return to the city to defend it. They must hold on until support arrives. Following the city lord's order, all the warriors of the Indian kingdom burst out collectively, smashed the strange beasts in front of them, and turned to rush towards Ams. The city lord also noticed a purple gold thunder roaring in the distant sky, so he immediately shouted at the thunder, "Friends, go back to Amus first. That's a transformation level sky-splitting griffin." After hearing this, Ji Churan, who was rushing towards the side, turned around and flew in the direction he came from without saying a word. He wanted to tell Yang Chao and the others. The city lord was stunned when he saw Ji Churan turning around so decisively, and he was unable to recover for a while. Damn it! The city city lord cursed inwardly and flew towards Ams at the fastest speed. At the same time, all the hunters received the news to return to the city, so they stopped what they were doing and started running towards Amsari. After all, they also heard the roar of the sky-splitting griffin. The mayor returned to Ams and stood on the city wall looking into the distance. I saw a huge figure floating in the distant sky. It has a lion's head, eagle's eyes, and pointed beak, but its face is not one of these two. Instead, it is strangely hideous, making people feel terrified when looking at it. Its body is similar to that of a tiger, and it has a pair of blood-red wings behind it, which is extremely bloody. Damn it! The city lord had a grim expression on his face. He looked at the soldier beside him and asked, "How many shells do we have left in Amsari now?" The soldier said in a deep voice, "City lord, there are less than 100 left. 100, and they can't even stop the strange beasts of the Lynxy realm." The city lord cursed inwardly, "I can only fight hard. I hope I can hold on." Suddenly, a purple gold lightning instantly descended next to the city lord, causing the surrounding soldiers to subconsciously raise their weapons. Stop! The city lord was also shocked at first, but he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly stopped everyone. After all, this is a great god who cannot be moved. Ji Churan stood aside and looked at the city lord and said briefly, "City lord, do you think this beast tide is a coincidence?" The city lord's heart sank. "I don't think it's a coincidence." Of course, he didn't think this was a coincidence. After all, this beast tide was completely different from the previous ones. This time the beast tide was an organized and disciplined one. He would never believe that there was no other thing behind it. "Wait, friend, do you know something?" "I don't know." Ji Churan shook his head and said, "But when I was dealing with the small beast tide, I met 3 beggars." "Beggars?" The city lord was suddenly shocked. "These bastards showed up too? My friend, are you okay?" "No." Ji Churan said, "I don't know why. They disappeared when they attacked me." "Gone?" The city lord murmured and then fell into deep thought. "It disappeared during the attack. That's impossible. Beggars and other scum usually either don't come out, or once they come out, they won't let go until they get what they want. The only possible reason for their disappearance is that they feel they cannot defeat Ji Churan, otherwise they would not run away. If that's the case, the strength of the top scorer in the martial arts exam from Longyuan country who scored full marks is a little too strong. But it's also good this way. The stronger Ji Churan is, the more likely it is that the human race will once again have a pillar." "Yes, they are gone." Ji Churan nodded and said, "I'm not sure where they went, but I think there is a demon behind this beast tide." The city lord did not speak, but fell silent. "Demons. The demons that appeared in Karl City a few days ago are still making a big fuss. Now demons have appeared in Amuz again. Are they targeting India as the first country to be attacked? You guys are really looking down on us. So, city lord, you have to come up with a solution as soon as possible." Ji Churan said, "I will." The city lord nodded, but quickly reacted and asked, "Friend, do you want to?" Ji Churan's words were very clear, that is, he was going to ignore this matter. Ji Churan smiled slightly and said, "If a situation arises that neither of us can handle, I will choose to run away. After all, these beasts are currently not capable of catching up with me, a lightning-type esper." The city lord was silent. He looked at Ji Churan and then at Ams City. In the city of Ams, a large number of civilians came out of their homes and looked at the city walls worriedly. Most of them are poor, otherwise they would not choose to live in the city of Ams, which is so close to the monster forest. But the lives of the poor are also lives. At this time, the city lord was completely caught in a dilemma. He wanted Ji Churan to leave here. After all, his talent was too high. If he continued to grow, he would definitely be the future of the human race. Therefore, he wanted to keep the future of the human race away from danger. However, he also wanted to protect the civilians in the city. All he had to do now was wait for support, but his special abilities could not stop this large group of strange beasts. On the contrary, Ji Churan can. At this moment, he was completely caught in a dilemma. He didn't know if there was someone protecting Ji Churan, and he didn't dare to take the risk. After all, when a person gambles with human life, that person has already lost. Finally, the city lord gritted his teeth and made a decision. He suddenly knelt down on his knees in front of Ji Churan. Ji Churan was stunned and was about to pull the city lord but was stopped by the city lord. "Don't pull me." Ji Churan's hands that were pulling the person stayed in the air. "My friend, no, Mr. Ji, I beg you to help the people of Ams. Please help us too. We don't ask you to fight to the death. We only hope that you can protect the people while you can protect yourself." After saying that, the city lord kowtowed to Ji Churan. The surrounding soldiers watched this scene with red eyes. They knew that the city lord had turned to Ji Churan for help because he had no other choice. The news of support coming hasn't come yet, and they have no idea whether they will come to support. However, the city lord's strength is no match for the sky-splitting griffin. In other words, at this moment, they have reached the edge of the cliff. The only person I can ask for help is this favored son of Longyuan Kingdom. After all, judging from his almost unlimited thunder abilities and violent thunder attacks, he is definitely very strong. For the sake of their families, these soldiers also knelt down. Such behavior completely stunned Ji Churan. What Ji Churan had never expected was that the civilians civilians in the city also knelt down in front of Ji-Churan at this moment, muttering something at the same time. At this moment, Ji-Churan completely felt something inexplicable. This thing is called prayer, also called hope. Ji-Churan withdrew his hands, his mind full of thoughts. Get up, City Lord. The City Lord raised his head and looked at Ji-Churan. Ji-Churan sighed helplessly and said, I know what you're thinking, but I still want to say that if there's really no other way, I'll leave. No matter what you do, I won't change this. I can't sacrifice for others. I'm very selfish. The City Lord nodded and said, That's enough, Mr. G. At this moment, Deanwei in the sky was watching this scene with a smile, muttering, That's a good attitude. In that case, I will reluctantly protect your city this time. Wow. Suddenly, the space beside Deanwei squirmed, and a faint voice suddenly came out and entered Deanwei's ears. In an instant, Deanwei's expression froze slightly. The demons from Carl City? Interesting, MOU, you are thoughtful. Wow. The space squirmed again, and MOU's voice was heard. This is what I should do. Then, the space became completely quiet. Inside the city of Ams, Ji-Churan and the City Lord stood on the city wall, looking at the beast tide getting closer and closer to them in the distance, and they became alert. At the same time, a figure jumped onto the city wall and said, City Lord, the higher-ups said they've sent reinforcements, and it's expected to take 6 minutes. 6 minutes? The City Lord exclaimed in surprise. Great. Ji-Churan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Without using energy reshaping, he would not be able to kill the sky-splitting griffin, but it's still possible to hold it back for 6 minutes. City Lord, the rest of the strange beasts will be left to you. Ji-Churan said. Okay, Mr. G. The City Lord nodded and responded. He knew that they had to give Ji-Churan and the sky-splitting griffin a chance to fight one-on-one, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with this strange beast. Boom boom boom. The footsteps of the strange beasts were getting closer and closer, causing the earth to begin to tremble. The civilians in Ams City felt the shock and their expressions changed drastically, and then they began to pray, praying that they can survive the crisis this time. Ji-Churan didn't care about it anymore at this time. He stepped on the spot and flew towards the sky-splitting griffin. When the sky-splitting griffin saw that Ji-Churan dared to rush towards him, his eyes suddenly fixed, and he flapped his blood-red wings, sending out a terrifying wind blade towards Ji-Churan. When the City Lord and other Indian warriors saw that Ji-Churan had already gone up, they immediately rushed out and fought with other strange beasts. Faced with the wind blade attack of the sky-splitting griffin, Ji-Churan did not dare to be careless and quickly turned his body into lightning to avoid it. The wind blade passed over Ji-Churan and attacked the city wall, cutting a huge crack in it. After seeing this scene, Ji-Churan also knew that he had to change the battlefield with the sky-splitting griffin, otherwise Ams would not be enough for the sky-splitting griffin to play with. So, Ji-Churan used all his strength to activate his thunder ability, which began to flash around the body of the sky-splitting griffin. While flashing, Ji-Churan also threw out many lightning strikes to attack the sky-splitting griffin. Of course, a few lightning bolts also hit the flying beasts that were watching the show, killing them before they could even react. The flying beasts that had been the most survivable in previous beast tides suffered heavy losses in this battle with Ji-Churan. Countless lightning strikes mercilessly slashed at the body of the sky-splitting griffin, but the lightning strikes that had always been effective seemed to be ineffective this time. The sky-splitting griffin didn't dodge at all, allowing Ji-Churan's thunder slash to chop its body without feeling any pain. Seeing this, Ji-Churan had no choice but to distance himself and thought in surprise, is this the transformation realm? It's completely different from the spiritual resonance realm. The transformation state, the whole body will be transformed, entering a new level of realm. Entering the transformation stage, not only will the physical strength evolve, but also the superpower reserves and superpower attacks will be greatly enhanced. If one does not enter the realm of heaven and earth, he will eventually be bound by heaven and earth. Then, if one does not enter the realm of transformation, he will eventually be an ordinary person. You know, the minimum requirement for the 10,000 races battlefield is the transformation realm. Without entering the transformation realm, you are not even qualified to enter the universe. The sky-splitting griffin seemed to know Ji-Churan's realm, and a playful look flashed in his eyes. The next second, it roared and its wings began to vibrate wildly. It fanned out gusts of wind and waves. The wind and waves blew the surrounding dust everywhere, blocking the view. The City Lord and others below were also caught off guard by the sudden wind and waves. A large amount of dust flew up, making the vision extremely blurred. Ji-Churan's expression hardened as he understood the sky-splitting griffin's thoughts. The sky-splitting griffin wanted to use the dust to obscure their vision and then launch an attack. In this kind of dust, the sky-splitting griffin with eagle-like eyes is almost unaffected. However, the sky-splitting griffin probably didn't expect that Ji-Churan also possessed unparalleled eyes. A flash of purple gold lightning flashed in Ji-Churan's eyes, and the next second, his eyes became extremely clear. It was as if all the dust and sand around it had disappeared. He saw the sky-splitting griffin in the sky looking at him with a teasing look, and he also saw the somewhat confused group of strange beasts and the City Lord and his companions on the land. He's really a tough guy, Ji-Churan murmured, then raised his hand and used his ice ability on the sky-splitting sky-splitting griffin. In an instant, a large amount of cold air rushed towards the location of the sky-splitting griffin. The sky-splitting griffin was stunned, not understanding how Ji Churan locked onto its position. Just as it was stunned, a huge gust of cold air enveloped the sky-splitting griffin and froze it completely. But soon, the sky-splitting griffin shattered the ice that wrapped around itself with its own powerful strength. Countless ice fragments flew in all directions. At this moment, the sky-splitting griffin was also angry. Although Ji Churan's attack did not cause much damage to it, Ji Churan was really annoying. Then, the sky-splitting griffin flapped its wings and flew towards Ji Churan. Ji Churan smiled slightly when he saw this. "I was afraid you wouldn't come." The next second, Ji Churan turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated backwards. At the same time, countless lightning bolts and meteor storms slammed madly into the sky-splitting griffin. Although not much damage was done, the paralyzing effect of the lightning ability is still there, and it is very insulting. The sky-splitting griffin felt insulted at this moment, and chased Ji Churan madly, gradually moving away from the battlefield. As the dust gradually settled, the vision of the city lord and others was almost restored. He looked at Ji Churan with gratitude as he was walking away from the battlefield with the sky-splitting griffin. Then he calmed down and began to deal with the remaining group of strange beasts. Ji Churan, who pulled the sky-splitting griffin away from the battlefield, was not idle either. While he used his own mobility to pull against the sky-splitting griffin, he also used his almost instantaneous and infinite reserve of lightning and ice powers to attack the sky-splitting griffin. He definitely won't do a head-on confrontation. After all, only a fool would compare the bodies of the monsters in the Yuenneng realm and the Metamorphosis realm. Ji Churan had no intention of killing the sky-splitting griffin. After all, he couldn't even break the sky-splitting griffin's defense, so there was no point in killing it. Try to delay it as long as possible. If the situation is really not right later, make plans for the next step. As for using the trump card energy reshaping to kill the sky-splitting griffin, Ji Churan had never even thought about it. Who knows what will happen if you faint in India? The interior of the strange beast forest. A huge four-legged beast with pus on its head and blood-red body stood in the forest of strange beasts. It sensed the information coming from afar and looked unhappy. The next second, it actually spoke in human language. "This Ji Churan is actually still alive? Did Wu Gui and the others fail? Humph, you are really three losers." Suddenly, a human voice came from a big tree next to the blood-red beast. To be precise, it was the voice of a beggar. That's right, the blood-red beast is a fake demon. This blood-red beast is called the Blood Pus Beast. It is a very powerful beast among all the beasts. The most special thing about it is its blood. The strange beasts corroded by the blood of the Blood Pus Beast will become its puppets and obey its orders. The fake demon obtained the blood and pus of the Blood and Pus Beast and then used some unknown method to successfully drive the blood and pus and put the strange beasts that were previously puppets of the Blood and Pus Beast into its own bag. This is also the reason why the fake monster can launch a beast tide. "Lord Pseudo-Demon, let me go. I will definitely kill Ji Churan." The tall and thin beggar jumped down from the tree and pleaded with the pseudo-demon. The fake demon did not agree with his idea, but refused. "No, if Ague and the others fail, then you will fail too. Ague and the other three are all in the upper soul control realm. If the three of them are unable to defeat Ji Churan, then there is only one possibility. The people behind him have taken action. I don't think an 18-year-old can handle three upper-level soul control realms." The tall and thin man's expression changed slightly when he heard this. "Master Pseudo-Demon, are you saying that the Longyuan kingdom is intervening?" "Nonsense," said the pseudo-demon. "When Ji Churan appeared here, there was no way those old guys from Longyuan country would just sit there and watch. After all, this is an S-class Esper. Evil and the others are still oversimplifying things." There was a hint of regret in the pseudo-demon's tone. After all, it was a pity that the three useful dogs of Ague died just like that. "Let's get ready." The pseudo-demon continued. "If the sky-splitting griffin dies, then we should also withdraw. After all, Amers is not worth such a big fuss. The sky-splitting griffin is the strongest beast in the hands of the Blood Pus Beast. If it dies, it means that external forces have intervened in this battle. By then, they should run for their lives. After all, its purpose has been achieved, and the rest depends on what happens in Carl City." The beggar bowed and said, "Yes, X2. At the same time, two human voices were heard from the tree. It was obvious that next to the fake demon, there are three beggars outside the city of Ams at this time. The sky-splitting griffin had been completely beaten to a red fever by the human in front of him, because although the human in front of it can't hurt it, it can feel disgusted. It's like a mosquito that keeps swinging out its sharp stinger to bite your skin. Although it can't bite into your skin, it can make you feel numb. The most important thing is that you can't slap this mosquito. It's extremely disgusting. This is the situation that the sky-splitting griffin is facing now. No matter what it did, Ji Churan always kept a distance from it and did not give it any chance to get close. Even because of Ji Churan's strong reaction nerves, its long-range attacks could not hit Ji Churan. It was the first time that the sky-splitting griffin encountered such an annoying lightning-type mutant. The sky-splitting griffin roared, flapped its its wings again, and rushed towards Ji-Churan. Ji-Churan did not hesitate, and with a flash of his body, he distanced himself from the sky-splitting griffin. At the same time, he also launched dozens of lightning attacks at the sky-splitting griffin, but unfortunately, it still did not cause any damage. Seeing this scene, Ji-Churan couldn't help but feel emotional. The gap between the transformation realm and the soul control realm is really too big. You know, even a psychic at the upper level of the soul control realm would not be able to withstand these dozens of lightning strikes that I threw out. But this sky-splitting griffin has already withstood countless of his lightning strikes and is still full of energy. The gap in realm is indeed too difficult to overcome. I still need to work harder. If Ji-Churan's thoughts were known to others, they would probably scold him to death. The Yuan Nang realm broke through the transformation realm's defense, and you're still not satisfied? The sky-splitting griffin was so angry at this moment that it no longer cared about anything else and only wanted to kill Ji-Churan. I saw the sky-splitting griffin flapping its wings frantically, producing dozens of wind blades flying in all directions. Since one wind blade can't hit you, then at least dozens of my wind blades can hit you. At this time, Ji-Churan had forced the sky-splitting griffin to use a saturation attack, but dozens of wind blades are useless. Ji-Churan's SSS level lightning ability is not something to be trifled with. Almost in an instant, Ji-Churan dodged all the dozens of wind blades. After dodging, he even smiled at the sky-splitting griffin. Anything else? The sky-splitting griffin's eyes were red, completely red and warm. Inside the strange beast forest, the fake demon looked pleased after hearing this roar. The sky-splitting griffin did not die, but was instead dragged down. It's good to delay. Now we have to wait for others to take time. The longer you delay, the better it is for us. Just when the fake demon was feeling smug, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. It seems that what Mr. Wei said is right. There really is a demon lurking inside this forest. As soon as these words were spoken, the fake demon suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Behind him, he saw a man lazily leaning against a tree, yawning out of boredom. The man even waved at the fake demon and said, "Hey, did you finally find it?" The fake demon was extremely alert because it was obvious that the man in front of him had been there for a long time, but he didn't notice the man's arrival at all. "Oh, there's no need to be so nervous." The man touched his head and said with a lazy smile, "I finally got out of the security booth to move around. You guys have to bring me some fun, right?" The fake demon didn't say anything, but stared at the man intently, his whole body tense. You know, the combat power of the pseudo-demon is not strong. Even now it only has the strength of the upper soul control realm. The main reason why it can control the sky-splitting griffin is the blood pus of the blood pus beast that they designed to kill. A person with special abilities who can come up behind him silently, even Pai Yanzi could tell that he was very powerful. Still talking? The man looked at the fake demon with a smile and said, "Let me guess, are you waiting for the person behind me to make a move?" As soon as these words were spoken, the fake demon's eyes widened suddenly. The beggar hiding behind the man was also shocked. He could no longer bear it and rushed out, stabbing the man with his short blade. However, a strange scene happened. The short blade that was about to pierce the man's neck suddenly broke, and the broken short blade miraculously pierced the beggar's own neck. The beggar wanted to cover his neck, but he couldn't because the broken blade was already stuck in his neck. Once he covered it, the broken blade would go further. His hands just stayed in the air, not knowing whether to cover them or not. In the end, he could only watch blood flow from his neck, and then he lost consciousness and fell down. The man no longer clung to the tree, but turned around and looked at the dead beggar, making two tisk-tisk sounds. "TSK TSK, what bad luck. Who knew the weapon would break?" The fake demon took 2 steps back, ready to run away at any time. Damn, these humans are so weird. How could a weapon break for no reason? This must be something the human in front of me did. "You two in the tree, are you still planning on hiding?" The man looked at the fake demon and chuckled. "Or do you think you can sneak attack me? Or do you think your luck is very good?" The 2 beggars on the tree looked grim when they heard this. They really wanted to attack the man, but now it was too late. So the 2 of them didn't hide anymore, jumped down from the tree, and stood in front of the fake monster with serious and alert expressions. The man didn't care at all, put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "None of you 3 can escape today. After all, you are very unlucky today. You might even die from bad luck." The 2 beggars did not speak, but said to the fake demon, "Master Pseudo-Demon, please go first. We will stop him." The fake demon nodded without hesitation and said, "Good. You are truly the most loyal companions of our demon clan." After saying that, the fake demon turned around and ran away at an incredibly fast speed. The man just smiled slightly and had no intention of stopping her. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at the 2 beggars, and said with a smile, "You too, have you thought about how you want to die? Is it bad luck or bad luck? We want you dead." A beggar suddenly shouted and rushed towards the man. The other beggar also released his special ability to his teammates. He is an auxiliary psychic and his main ability is amplification. And the beggar who rushed out, it was, "You're not a natural ability user, are you?" The man smiled at the beggar charging towards him and said, "I didn't expect that even your beastmaster likes to attack from behind." After saying this, the man raised his head slightly and bent down down in the beggar's shocked gaze. The next second, a green snake-like beast suddenly rushed out, brushed past the man's face and rushed towards the beggar. Wait! Before the beggar could react, he was bitten on the face by his own beast. In an instant, screams resounded all around. The beggar collapsed to the ground and frantically grabbed the beast and pulled it hard. Although the beast was pulled off, its teeth remained on its face. Are you in the teething period? Your teeth are so loose. At this moment, the beggar panicked. He pulled out the beast's teeth with trembling hands and then shouted in despair. The beast knew that it had gotten into trouble and was pacing around anxiously. It was originally following its owner's orders to go around the man's back and was about to bite the back of his neck. Its teeth contain a deadly poison. If bitten by it, it will almost certainly be a death sentence unless there are special circumstances. In order to help its master, it compressed its poison to the extreme in order to inject it into the man's body. And its owner will also attract attention to it from the front, which can be said to be an excellent tactic. But it never expected that the man actually raised his head and bent down at the last moment. The impact caused it to hit its owner's face. By the time it reacts, the toxin has already entered its owner's body. The worst thing is that its own teeth have become a little loose due to its special period, and thus remain on the owner's face. That's right, this snake-like creature has a tooth-changing period in order to keep its teeth full of venom. But now, his teeth have fallen out and he has no fighting ability left. He is unable to launch a second attack on the man. That is to say, now it is non-aggressive. The man laughed out loud at this scene. Ha 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 ha, you guys are such a show-off. You're so unlucky. Ha 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 ha. The beggar looked at the man tremblingly and was about to speak, but he couldn't say anything because of the toxins in his body. Afterwards, he felt his strength rapidly draining away, and he couldn't even stand up. Finally, the beggar fell to the ground with a thud, and white foam began to emerge from his mouth. The man still kept smiling, then looked at the snake beast on the ground and said with a smile, "Your master is dead. If you want to live, get out of here. Of course, you will be unlucky today." The snake beast master hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but eventually ran away. "The master is dead, and I will definitely inherit the master's will and live on. Don't worry, master, I will help you get revenge." Seeing the snake beast leave, the last surviving beggar panicked. He is an auxiliary psychic. How could he possibly cope with such a strange man? Who are you? The beggar couldn't hold it anymore and asked in panic. "Do you want to die with a clear mind?" The man tilted his head. The beggar swallowed and smiled, which was uglier than crying. "Will I survive?" "No." The man refused decisively. "This is too much. I will fight you to the death." The beggar was completely desperate. Since the man would not give him a way to live, he would fight him to the death. The beggar took out a long knife and rushed towards the man. The man did not react at all. He just put his hands in his pockets and looked at the beggar with a strange smile. The next second, the beggar felt something bite his calf. He stopped abruptly and stared at his calves with wide eyes. When he saw this, he was stunned, because there was a tooth stuck in his calf. "It's the tooth of that snake beast. It's that tooth full of poison." "No!" The beggar shouted in despair, and then chopped his calves with a long knife like a madman. At this moment, the beggar became ruthless. He wanted to cut off his own calf to stop the spread of the poison. However, he never expected that after he cut off his calf, he would lose his balance due to the sudden change. Then he sat down on the ground. The next second, his expression changed completely. He feels his butt got bitten. At this moment, the beggar knew that he was finished, completely finished. Ha 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 ha. The man suddenly laughed, pointing at the beggar and mockingly said, "Oh my, how could you be so careless to sit on a broken tooth?" Ha 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 ha. The beggar looked at the man with fear. "It's all because of him. He's the one who killed him." The beggar's lips gradually turned purple and black, and his eyes began to lose focus. Obviously, the poison had taken effect. The man saw this scene and said slowly, "My name is." The man spoke very slowly, as if he was teasing the beggar. Finally, the beggar's eyes completely lost focus, white foam came out of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground and died. After seeing the beggar die, the man finally finished his complete self-introduction. "My name is Jia Yuan. I have the A-level special ability Disaster and am at the bottom of the transformation realm. I currently work at Sichuan and Chongqing University of Supernatural Powers. It's a security guard, nicknamed Captain Jia." After Jia Yuan finished his introduction, he looked at the beggar and said in a surprised tone, "Ah, dead. It seems that you still did the confused trick." "No, you can't do the trick." After saying that, Jia Yuan put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked towards the direction where the fake monster had just escaped. He took a step forward, but his figure appeared in a place that would only appear 10 or even dozens of steps away. Obviously, this is a speed-type combat skill. Not long after Jia Yuan walked, he saw a snake beast that had been crushed by something. Looking at the snake beast that had become a second dimension, Jia Yuan just said lazily, "I told you that you would be unlucky today, but you still didn't believe it." Jia Yuan shook his head and continued walking forward. Then, he saw the fake demon that had transformed into a bloody and pus-filled beast. At this time, the fake monster was completely dead, and in front of the fake monster, an old man sitting on a windchair, tasting bitter strong tea, had been waiting there there for a long time. Jia Yuan took his hands out of his trouser pockets, then he took out a cigarette from somewhere and stuffed it into his mouth, looking at the fake demon's corpse and said with a tut-tut sound, "I didn't run far before I ran into Mr. Wei. How unlucky I am." Jia Yuan lit a cigarette for himself, took a long puff and exhaled, looking up at the sky, sighing, "What bad luck! What bad luck! It's really, what bad luck!" "That's enough." Dean Wei blew away the tea and said helplessly, "You kid, you're still as carefree as before." "Hey, Mr. Wei, you're wrong." Jia Yuan, holding a cigarette in his left hand and scratching his head with his right hand, said with a smile, "I call this casual, this is called free and easy." Dean Wei couldn't help but smile after hearing this. He stood up, blew away the wind chair behind him and said, "Now that the matter here has been resolved, let's go and see these people from Tianzhu country who are struggling with how to deal with this demonic attack. If they can't cope, then they should talk to us about compensation." Jia Yuan chuckled. "Okay, Mr. Wei, I'm the best at talking about money." After Jia Yuan finished speaking, he looked into the distance. The beast tide should have almost stopped. As expected, after Jia Yuan finished saying this, many strange beasts suddenly stopped, looked at the human race with fear, and then turned and retreated towards the strange beast forest. The city lord and others were stunned when they saw this scene, and said in confusion, "The beast tide has receded? What's going on?" Some confused psychics asked doubtfully, "Is this just a temporary retreat?" The city lord frowned and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, we must be vigilant. I don't know the specific reason at the moment. After all." The city lord looked at Ji Churan, who was still fighting with the sky-splitting griffin in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "That beast hasn't left yet." You, Elder Wei, have already broken up all this blood and pus, so why hasn't that sky-splitting griffin stopped yet?" Jia Yuan looked at the pool of blood and pus on the ground and asked with some confusion. Logically speaking, when the pus of the blood pus beast is shattered, the strange beasts controlled by it will regain clarity. The retreat of the strange beasts is the best evidence. Ha ha. Elder Wei chuckled and said, "Logically, it should have dispersed, but don't you think about what Shaoran did to the sky-splitting griffin?" Jia Yuan was stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted immediately. Yes, Ji Churan's behavior almost made the sky-splitting griffin extremely angry, so how could it possibly retreat? Okay. Jia Yuan smiled helplessly. "Then Mr. Wei, do you need me to do something to the sky-splitting griffin?" Dean Wei did not answer immediately, but fell into deep thought as he looked at the sky-splitting griffin that was madly chasing Ji Churan in the distance. The next second, Dean Wei suddenly said, "How about letting this sky-splitting griffin become Shaoran's beast?" Jia Yuan's expression froze, and he said uncertainly, "Mr. Wei, Mr. Ji doesn't have the ability to control beasts, so he can't sign a contract. Generally speaking, those who have awakened the beast-taming ability are born with a special ability. That's the contract. After they meet the right exotic beast and develop feelings for it, they can use their supernatural powers to create a contract. Once the exotic beast signs the contract, it becomes the beast controlled by the person with the supernatural power. As for the content of the contract, it is written by the psychic himself. Of course, if it is written too much, the psychic will not refuse to sign it. After all, the alien beast has to sign the contract on its own initiative." "I know." Dean Wei chuckled and said, "But have you forgotten there's another way to make a contract? Others might not like this contract method, but do you think Shaoran, given his situation, would reject it?" Jia Yuan was slightly stunned and understood what Dean Wei was thinking. He held his forehead helplessly and said, "Everything will be up to Dean Wei." Outside the city of Ams. At this time, the sky-splitting griffin had fully regained consciousness, but it was precisely because of the regained consciousness that it became even more red and hot. Damn it, it would have been fine if he was controlled by the blood pus beast, but when he was controlled he couldn't even beat a tiny human. From the human's attack, we can tell that the human in front of us is only at the upper level of the soul control realm. A person at the upper soul control realm humiliates me at the transformation realm. Is there still any law? Don't I, a strange beast, have any dignity? Such thoughts made the sky-splitting griffin even more angry, so he began to target Ji Churan even more frantically. But soon it could no longer hold on. "I can't catch up. I really can't catch up." The speed of the human in front of him was as fast as a ghost, and it was as if his supernatural powers would never run out. He kept releasing thunder. His blood-red fur began to turn black. At this moment, the sky-splitting griffin knew that it was impossible for him to catch this human head-on, so it looked at Ji Churan fiercely, as if it wanted to remember him completely. The next second, it flapped its wings and turned to fly towards the forest of strange beasts. Seeing this, Ji Churan breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I was fast enough to fly a kite, otherwise I might have been in trouble when facing the monster in the transformation realm." The city lord and others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled when they saw the sky-splitting griffin leave. He looked at the soldiers behind him and shouted loudly, "Warriors, we won!" Upon hearing this, the soldiers raised their hands and shouted, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" The city lord flew up, came to Ji Churan's side, and bowed deeply to him in the air. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Ji. We in Tianzhu will always remember your contribution. You are our eternal friend." Ji Churan smiled slightly lightly, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, they are just small problems. Mr. G, please stay in AMS for a while. We will have a celebration banquet later," the city lord said to Ji Churan with great respect. "Okay, I understand." Ji Churan smiled and nodded, saying, "But I have a few friends here, can you please come? We will host a banquet for everyone who participated in this battle, and your friends will also be present," the city lord continued. But the city lord had not finished speaking, that is, Ji Churan's friend was sitting there, which made it unclear. After all, the seating order at the celebration banquet is based on merit. At the same time, a blue figure in the sky was flying towards this side at a rapid speed. After feeling this power, the city lord immediately turned around and said respectfully, "Senior Fei Shui." A man in a blue battle robe came to the city lord. He first looked at the messy battlefield, then looked at the city lord and Ji Churan. When he saw Ji Churan, his expression was obviously surprised for a moment, but he quickly restrained himself. He looked at the city lord and asked, "The beast tide has receded?" The city lord nodded. "Yes, the beast tide just retreated. Even the sky-splitting griffins retreated." The man's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. "Oh no, I fell into a trap." The man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately fled into the distance. At the same time, his voice was heard by the city lord from a distance. "Clean up the battlefield first." Although the city lord didn't know the whole story, he knew that things were a bit tricky. Suddenly at this moment, a green whirlwind suddenly appeared out of thin air beside the city lord. Looking at this familiar whirlwind, the city lord's expression suddenly changed, and he bowed respectfully and said, "He. Dean Wei appeared out of nowhere, and with a light wave of his hand, he dragged the city lord back to his feet. "No need to be so polite." The city lord was sweating profusely and didn't even dare to look at Dean Wei. Even when he straightened his back, he kept his head down and looking at his toes. There is no way. The people he is facing now are more brutal than demons and beasts. The only person on Blue Planet who has the ability to kill first and play later. "Mr. Wei, your visit to our AMS is truly an honor for us." The city lord quickly praised Dean Wei, but Dean Wei didn't buy it at all and chuckled. "No need for compliments. I came here today just to pick up Shaoran." Dean Wei turned his head to look at Ji Churan and scolded him with a doting smile. "You kid, is this how you see the world?" Ji Churan chuckled, scratched his head and said, "Isn't this what we encountered? So, alright, I don't know you yet." Dean Wei waved his hand gently and said, "Things are going to get a little complicated next. Just follow me." "Okay." Ji Churan nodded. "I originally just wanted to travel around the world as a joke, and my main purpose was to see what foreigners were like. Now that I have seen it, there is no need to travel around the world anymore." The city lord's heart almost jumped out of his chest as he listened to the conversation between the two. Although he was mentally prepared, he felt that Ji Churan might have a powerful backer behind him. But damn, his big backer is Wei Chun. Apart from anything else, Wei Chun is the toughest one on Blue Star. Although the city lord really wanted to make friends with Ji Churan and invite him to a celebratory banquet, it seems that it is not possible now. "I have sent people to talk to the companions you met on the way, Yang Chao and others, and have settled them down, so you don't have to worry," Dean Wei said. "Thank you, Mr. Wei." Ji Churan thanked. Dean Wei smiled and nodded, then waved his right hand lightly and disappeared from the spot with Ji Churan. After the two disappeared, the city lord remained standing with his head down until there was no more movement. Then he looked up cautiously. He breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing Dean Wei and Ji Churan disappear. There is no way. Dean Wei's oppression is too great, especially on Blue Star. "Hey, you're pretty good at jumping, right? Just be quiet." Just as Ji Churan was enveloped by Dean Wei's whirlwind, he heard a familiar and rough voice shouting. After the emerald green whirlwind disappeared, Ji Churan saw the scene in front of him. First of all, Ji Churan was already in a plane at this time, and in front of him, Chen Meng's figure was clearly there. What surprised Ji Churan the most was that under Chen Meng's feet was the sky-splitting griffin he had fought against before. At this time, the sky-splitting griffin's eyes were full of despair, and even 2 or 3 drops of blood and tears flowed from his eyes. His whole body was charred black, and there were several fist marks on his head. There is no doubt that this was caused by Chen Meng's beating. Chen Meng seemed to sense something, turned around and found Dean Wei and Ji Churan. He immediately laughed cheerfully and said, "Old Wei, little pervert, you came at the right time. I just had a friendly chat with this little guy. Now he has reformed and is willing to become Ji Churan's beast." "Oh, really?" Dean Wei narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Then your communication must have been very pleasant." Chen Meng patted the sky-splitting griffin's head and said with a forced smile, "Of course, people and animals who communicate with me are usually very happy." The sky-splitting griffin was in tears, as he felt that the human in front of him was a complete beast. Worse than animals. Ji Churan was stunned for a moment, looking at the scene in front of him and said uncertainly, "Old Wei, old Chen, you want this sky-splitting griffin to be my beast? But, I'm not a beast tamer. He. Chen Meng suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Who said that only beast control psychics can contract beasts?" After saying that, Chen Meng patted the sky-splitting griffin's head as if to signal something to the sky-splitting griffin. But the sky-splitting griffin gritted his teeth and did did not move. Hey, you actually rejected me. Chen Ming's temper flared up when he saw this. He rolled up his sleeves and started punching the sky-splitting griffin. The sound of steel sounds crisp. When Ji Churan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. Communication is good. There is a lot to learn from it. Dean Wei smiled helplessly, summoned 2 wind chairs, and motioned Ji Churan to sit down and observe. Accompanied by Chen Ming's iron fist and the sky-splitting griffin's painful wails, the sky-splitting griffin finally compromised. Suddenly, rays of light flashed above its head and finally converged into an ancient white paper. There were also some words on the white paper that Ji Churan could not understand. Old Wei gently took the white paper and looked at it. After making sure there were no traps on it, he handed it to Ji Churan. This is the sky-splitting griffin's indenture. Sign it, and the sky-splitting griffin will be your beast from now on. Ji Churan looked at the scene in confusion, but couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wei, what is going on? And this contract? Dean Wei laughed and said, you kid, it seems you haven't learned the animal language in the textbook. Mr. Wei, I really can't learn 10,000 foreign languages, Ji Churan said with a worried look on his face. After all, every race has a language. If you want to be proficient in all of them, you have to learn tens of thousands of languages. How is that possible? For a poor student like Ji Churan, learning these foreign languages is more difficult than learning bird language in his previous life. You kid. Dean Wei shook his head and smiled. Then let me explain to you what this is all about. First of all, the statement that only beast tamers can contract beast tamers is actually wrong, because there is another way for beast tamers to contract beast tamers. It's just that this method isn't very popular with people with special abilities. Beast tamers can create contracts and sign them with beasts, which means they can choose the content of the contract themselves. The beasts can also choose to sign or not. This way, the beast tamers can use other meats as substitutes for their daily necessities, such as food and drink. But there is one difference. That's the contract drawn up by the beast. That's right, exotic beasts can also draw up contracts. And there's only one kind of contract they can draw up. That's the life and death contract. That means its life is completely in your hands. Life or death depends entirely on your will. But this kind of contract is not popular with psychics, because the life and death contract has a condition that they all find annoying. That's nutrition. Once a beast signs a life and death contract with you, the nutrients it needs must be supported by your supernatural powers. Because after signing the contract, the essence of its soul will be completely under your control. The soul cannot be satisfied by eating meat, and only by nourishing it with supernatural powers can it be satisfied. That is, you must use your supernatural powers to feed the beast you signed a life and death contract with every day. The higher the level of the beast, the more supernatural powers it requires. Feeding low-level monsters is useless, and you can't feed high-level monsters at all. Few people sign a life and death contract. Even support-type psychics don't want to sign it because it's a bottomless pit. But you're different. Dean Wei's eyes flashed as he spoke. From what we've observed of you so far, your reserves of supernatural powers are truly abnormal. So, you can feed the strange beasts that others can't. You can sign the life and death contract that others don't like to sign. Do you understand what I mean, Shaoran? I understand. Ji Churan nodded excitedly. He had never thought that there was such a saying. If he had known it earlier, he would have gone to find a few exotic beasts that he liked and signed the contract. It's just a superpower. Eat as much as you want. Thinking of this, Ji Churan signed the contract without saying a word. As Ji Churan signed his name, the contract turned into rays of light, splitting into two and entering the body of the sky-splitting griffin and Ji Churan himself. At this moment, Ji Churan felt an inexplicable connection between himself and the sky-splitting griffin, and a small ball appeared in his body. This small ball was the lifeblood of the sky-splitting griffin. That is the origin of its soul. Once this soul origin is broken by himself, the sky-splitting griffin will completely dissipate. The sky-splitting griffin now knew that his life was in the hands of this human who had made him extremely red and hot. It sighed helplessly, feeling that life was hopeless. It was controlled by the bloodpus beast before, and now the beast, which had finally recovered, had its life taken control by a human. The worst thing is that this human being's realm is lower than mine, and it's ridiculously low. Before, I thought this human was at the upper level of the soul control realm, but now after signing the contract, I know the realm of this human being. It's the upper energy realm. There is a whole gap of 2 major realms between him and me. In this situation, let alone feeding yourself, it would be a miracle if you didn't starve to death. What the hell is this? If I don't sign the contract, I'll die. If I sign the contract, I'll also die. So, isn't the contract signed in vain? Oh, destroy it, I'm tired. The sky-splitting griffin was completely desperate and collapsed to the ground powerlessly, with the entire beast shattered. Ji Churan stood up and walked in front of the sky-splitting griffin with a smile. However, the sky-splitting griffin only glanced at him briefly before shifting his gaze. It is already waiting for death to come. Mr. Wei, what's wrong with it? It was the first time that Ji Churan encountered such a situation. Why did this sky-splitting griffin look like it was dying after signing a contract with him? Is he sick? Ha ha. Dean Wei watched the scene with a smile and said, Shaoran, it feels like it's starving to death now. After all, he thinks your ability can't feed it. What the hell? Ji Churan was immediately unhappy when he heard that. He looked at the sky-splitting griffin and said angrily, "You actually question me. You can question my culture, but you can't question my strength. Give it to me." The next second, Ji Churan activated his special abilities and began to nourish the soul essence in his body. Pure SSS level and SS level superpowers poured into the soul origin one after another, making the originally dim soul origin suddenly shine. The sky-splitting griffin, who was lying on the ground waiting for death, suddenly whitened his eyes. What kind of trick is this? So full, so satisfied. Ah! The wounds on the sky-splitting griffin and the charred fur that was burned by Ji Churan gradually began to change, returning to its previous appearance. The mighty and ferocious sky-splitting griffin is back at this moment. It stood up suddenly and stared at Ji Churan with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what was happening inside its body. Not only was he fed by his superpowers, he was even bloated. This is really hot. I don't have to die. I can even eat my fill. Animals live for three main things: staying alive, being well fed, and being strong. Now that all three things have happened, there is no point in being depressed. Who says their master can't feed them? Come out. I want to slap you in the face. How can it not be full? It's really too full. Oh wait. Stop feeding. Stop feeding. If you feed any more it will explode. The sky-splitting griffin's eyes suddenly became panicked. It felt that it had consumed too much of its soul essence, and if it ate any more, it would really explode. It jumped around in panic and roared, trying to get Ji Churan to stop feeding it. But it was the first time that Ji Churan encountered such a situation. After seeing the actions of the sky-splitting griffin, he actually thought that the sky-splitting griffin jumped up excitedly. After all, sometimes when people are very excited, they also dance and jump and roar, so it is normal for strange beasts to do so. Then he laughed and said, "Ha, now you know how powerful I am. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have enough to eat and drink." Just as Ji Churan was about to continue feeding, Dean Wei stopped him. "Stop it, Shaoran, you're feeding me too much." Ji Churan was stunned and stopped feeding the soul essence. When the sky-splitting griffin saw that the supernatural power was no longer flowing into his body, he collapsed to the ground after surviving the disaster. "I almost burst. You kid, don't you even know how to feed me?" Dean Wei held his forehead helplessly and said, "You fed me too much at once. Even a transformation realm like the sky-splitting griffin can't handle it." "Ha?" Ji Churan asked doubtfully, "Could it be that we can't feed too many exotic beasts?" "You little pervert, you have no feeding experience at all." Chen Mang also looked helpless, but very shocked. After all, the Yuanneng realm almost blew up the Metamorphosis realm, which is horrifying to say. "Who said that?" Ji Churan immediately retorted, "I used to feed goldfish too, even though I fed myself to death. But I can't blame myself for that. It's just that those goldfish are too difficult to feed. It's the fault of bad water, it's the fault of good water, it's the fault of eating too much, it's the fault of eating too little. You can't blame yourself. Be more careful next time." Dean Wei patted Ji Churan on the shoulder and said, "Just feed the soul source and it will be fine in the future. Generally speaking, when the soul essence dims, it means you're hungry, and when it brightens, it means you're full. Do you understand?" I understand." Ji Churan fell into deep thought as he looked at the soul origin in his body, which had become a little sun. "In this case, can I not feed the baby for 3 days? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. From now on, if the soul origin becomes even slightly dim, I will feed it and ensure that the sky-splitting griffin will not starve. I am indeed a good person." The man who left AMS took out his bracelet and reported the news about AMS to his superiors. It was obvious that Amuz beast tide was a premeditated one. Otherwise, the sky-splitting griffin wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. As expected, when the man reported to his superior's words made him completely angry. "A large number of demons, fighting demons, and beggars have appeared in Carl City. Hurry and provide support," the superior said. "This time, the demons are targeting Carl City." "Okay," the man replied immediately. After hanging up the phone, the man muttered to himself angrily, "AMS is a trap. Damn it." Although the men knew that AMS was a trap, they had to step into it because they could not give up the city of AMS. In Lianyan City, the capital of Tianzhu Kingdom, Polar also learned that a large number of demons appeared in the city of Carl. He frowned and sat in the conference room, lost in thought. Several senior executives below were arguing fiercely about something. "We can't give up on Carl City. Don't you understand what the large-scale appearance of demons in the city means?" A high-ranking official blushed and shouted, "General Bowler is the only one in Tianzhu who can end the unrest in Carl City." "No, what if the incident in Carl City was just a demonic trick?" Another high-ranking official retorted, "Lotus Flame City cannot be without General Bowler's protection. Do you know how many demons have appeared in Carl City?" The red-faced senior executive immediately shouted, "There are more than a dozen fighting demons that have appeared so far. With so many demons, are the people in charge of checking them crazy? Besides, what makes you think that demons can infiltrate Lotus Flame City? Don't you even have confidence in the inspection of Lotus Flame City that you are responsible for?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the senior management changed immediately. He is indeed the highest leader in charge of the inspection of Lianyan City, but he can't always check everything himself. Who knows if there are some weirdos among his subordinates. Therefore, he was not sure whether there were any demons infiltrating Lianyan City. Enough, Polar interrupted. When everyone saw Polar speak, even though they wanted to say something, they all shut up. Carl City must be saved. Polar glanced at the senior executive in charge of inspecting Lotus Flame City and said in a deep voice, "But I know very well that even you here are not sure whether there are any demons in Lotus Flame City." After these words were spoken, many senior executives were ashamed and lowered their heads. "So, I must be responsible for our Lianyan City," Polar said firmly. The senior executives all looked up and wanted to say something, but when they saw Polar's eyes, they shut their mouths again. Polar looked at the secretary standing at the door, who was his confidant. "Let's go seek some help. If I'm not mistaken, the one from Longyuan Nation should have arrived." The secretary nodded when he heard this, opened the door of the conference room and walked out. Then, another secretary came in from outside and continued to guard the door. When the senior executives saw the secretary leave, they were all a little slow to react. The senior executive who blushed at first asked doubtfully, "General Bowler is the person you are talking about?" Bowler nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's the one you're thinking of. Only he has this kind of momentum." Bowler touched the air in front of him and smiled helplessly. "This storm has already enveloped all of us. Listen." The senior executive's pupils dilated and their bodies began to tense up, because Bowler's words clearly said that the breeze in the conference room at this time, it's Dean Wei's supernatural power. Dean Wei, who was standing above Lianyan City, gently turned his glowing index finger and smiled. "He's been discovered. It seems that this kid Bowler has finally grown up." Dean Wei withdrew his index finger and stopped listening to what was happening in the conference room. "Since Polar has discovered it, it's okay for me to give this junior some face." Chen Meng floated beside Dean Wei and asked with a look of disbelief, "Mr. Wei, can Captain Jia succeed in the negotiation?" Dean Wei glanced at Chen Meng with a smile and asked, "Have you ever seen anyone negotiate with Captain Jia without getting some bloodshed?" Chen Meng was speechless for a moment after hearing this and stopped talking. Of course he knew that Jia Yuan was a good negotiator, but he just wasn't happy. When brothers don't encounter difficulties, brothers are the biggest difficulties. Ji Churan was sitting on the back of the sky-splitting griffin at this time, and he also knew about Jia Yuan's arrival. Although Ji Churan had been mentally prepared when school started, he was still a little surprised when he learned about Jia Yuan's fighting ability. The transformation realm, a realm that my current self couldn't possibly break through. Except for energy reshaping, all his methods are unable to deal with the transformation realm. The most shocking thing is that Jia Yuan's transformation state is a frozen transformation state. In other words, many years ago, Jia Yuan had already reached the transformation realm. In the conference room on the other side, the secretary knocked gently on the door of the conference room, then pushed it open and walked in. But the moment he entered, the secretary was stunned. He originally thought that his negotiation partner was Dean Wei, but he never expected that his negotiation partner was Jia Yuan. "It's better to talk to Dean Wei than to Jia Yuan. This guy is simply a bandit." The secretary quickly closed the door and took a deep breath outside. "Hallucination. This is an hallucination. It must be because I have touched too many chicken rolls recently and I am hallucinating. Hey, we're old friends, why are you still so shy?" But the next second, Jia Yuan's voice came from inside the door. At this moment, the secretary was completely numb. He opened the door helplessly and said with resentment, "It's you again, Captain Jia." Jia Yuan chuckled, stepped forward, hooked his arm around the secretary's neck, and said, "Don't be so formal. We've negotiated twice, if not once. We're all acquaintances, and you understand my offer, so he. Ji Churan nodded. The secretary was in tears and said sorry to Polar in his heart. Indeed, he had negotiated with Jia Yuan before, but each time he was made to suffer heavy losses by Jia Yuan. It's extremely uncomfortable. It can be said that this time, he will bleed heavily. Bandits. Dean Wei also received Jia Yuan's message at this time. "Jia Yuan, let's start negotiations." Smiling expression. Dean Wei saw this and said to Ji Churan and Chen Meng, "You can leave now. Jia Yuan has started negotiations." Ji Churan and Chen Meng nodded when they heard this, and then they flew towards Carl City on the sky-splitting griffin. Dean Wei had said before that as long as Jia Yuan started negotiating, we could start taking action, because Jia Yuan's negotiations will definitely succeed, and a great success. For Jia Yuan, negotiation was faster than robbing a bank to get supplies. In the conference room, Polar also received a message from his secretary. After learning that the person negotiating was Jia Yuan, Polar's expression also changed. "Why is this bandit here too?" Polar rarely showed a hint of resentment. Obviously, Polar was also cheated by Jia Yuan, but there is no way. Since Jia Yuan is here, it means that they are determined to win the Carl City this time. If we go back on our word and seek help from other countries at this time, it will only backfire. Helplessly, Polar had no choice but to take the loss and let his secretary have a good talk with Jia Yuan. Try to make Jia Yuan grab less. yes. If it doesn't work, just play the emotional card or make empty promises. Anyway, do whatever it takes to save money. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Dinwei and Polar received the news at the same time. Dinwei received Jia Yuan's message in the sky. Jia Yuan, robbery successful. Laughing expression. Dinwei smiled helplessly and began to send messages to Ji Churan and Chen Meng. Pollard was also sitting in the conference room and received the message from the secretary. Secretary, General, we were robbed. Crying emoji. Polar held his forehead helplessly. After all, I underestimated this bandit Jia Yuan. But since you have received the money, it's time to do the job. So, Polar also sent a message to the person in charge of Carl City. Let them assist the people of Longyuan country in the battle, and let the people of Longyuan country rush to the front to fight. After all, if you take the money, you have to do the work. Ji Churan and Chen Meng, who had already arrived in Carl City, also met acquaintances. Ji Churan's instructor when he first entered school was instructor Su Chang. Teacher Chen Wan, who created illusions, teacher He Siruo, who possessed sharp-winged eagles and other bird-controlling beasts, and instructor Zhang Ju from the elite training camp. Of course, this is not the end yet. Wang Jiu from the North City Military Academy is also beside them. The 5 people floated in the air waiting for the arrival of Ji Churan and Chen Meng. He Siruo was standing on the back of a bird that Ji Churan had never seen before. He looked at Ji Churan in surprise and said, "This is the sky-splitting griffin? In the transformation stage? Student Ji, did you sign a life and death contract with it?" "That's right, Mr. Crane." Wang Jiu, who was standing on the back of the windping bird, was also stunned for a moment, looking at the sky-splitting griffin in front of him. "You know, this sky-splitting griffin is in the transformation realm. Can Ji Churan really feed it by signing a life and death contract with it?" The sky-splitting griffin noticed the gazes of several people and raised its head proudly, as if showing off something. Hisiruo chuckled upon seeing this. "It seems that it is very satisfied with you, Mr. Ji." Su Chang and Chen Wan looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Especially Chen Wan. She could never have imagined that after just a few months of not seeing each other, Ji Churan had already contracted a beast that was even more powerful than her. This was simply, ha ha ha, well done. Zhang Ju came to Ji Churan excitedly, patted his shoulder and laughed. The stronger Ji Churan becomes, the more excited he becomes. Enough, all of you, calm down. Chen Meng waved his hand and said, "Let's get down to business first and deal with the demons in Carl City." After hearing this, several people also restrained themselves. "I'll leave the command to you, Teacher Chen." Chen Meng glanced at Chen Wan and said, "After all, your illusion requires observation of the overall situation." Chen Wan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, leave everything to me." Chen Meng nodded, put on the headphones, then turned to Ji Churan and said, "Little pervert, be careful. If possible, let your sky-splitting griffin kill the enemy." Ji Churan nodded and said, "In that case," Chen Meng said, "let's go." After saying that, everyone dispersed and began looking for demons to kill. There are indeed a lot of monsters in Carl City this time, and there are nearly dozens of fighting monsters alone. Even demons in the transformation realm appeared, and it can be said that they have been lurking for a long time. The first person to discover the monsters was Hisiruo. She saw at a glance several monsters devouring the residents of Carl City. Devouring monsters mainly feed on devouring. They can grow just by devouring. They are a very disgusting kind of monster. The moment he saw the demon-eating monster, Hisiruo commanded the beasts under his feet to attack. Her beast is not simple either. It is a sky-high crane in the transformation stage. After learning Hisiruo's instructions, Ling Xiuhua rushed towards the demon-eating monster at a rapid speed. The devouring monsters in the center of the city also sensed this momentum, so they dropped the corpses of the residents in their hands and retreated quickly to avoid it. However, Ling Xiu's attack is not so easy to dodge. The current realm of these monsters is only the soul control realm, and they can't escape at all. Ling Xiu used its 2 claws to tear the 2 monsters into pieces. Ling Xiu let out a long roar and rose into the air again. Then, it locked onto the remaining monsters in the air and swooped down to kill them with one blow. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, carrying with it a terrifying momentum. The remaining monsters didn't dare to defend themselves at all, and turned around and started running away. Just when Ling Xiuhua was about to approach the demon, an accident happened. At this time, 2 fighting monsters suddenly rushed out and grabbed Ling Xiuhua with their sharp claws. Ling Xiuhua also reacted immediately, using his claws to block the claws of the 2 fighting monsters, and then flew back into the air, circling in the air while staring at the 2 fighting monsters. Hisiruo was also on the back of Ling Xiao Crane, watching the 2 fighting monsters with a serious expression. 2 people at the bottom of the transformation realm. The 2 fighting monsters on the ground grinned and stared at the sky-high cranes circling in the sky. Hisiruo chuckled upon seeing this. "It's really a little tricky." Hisiruo took a light step and flew off the back of Ling Xiao Crane. Upon seeing this, Ling Xiu let out a long roar towards the sky, and white hurricanes immediately appeared around his body. Each hurricane was as sharp as a blade. "Tough, but only slightly." Hisiruo said this coldly, and then took out a soft sword sword from his space ring. Hisuruo said sternly, and the next moment, the soft sword became extremely sharp as if something was applied to it. Being a beast-taming psychic doesn't mean you don't have combat power. You know, Hisuruo's own realm is the lower transformation realm. Su Chang was also attacked by demons. However, unlike Hisuruo, these demons actually took the initiative to attack Su Chang. Su Chang reacted quickly in the air and crossed his arms to block the sneak attack. However, although Su Chang blocked the attack, the inertia caused by the demon's attack also caused Su Chang to fall into a house. The house collapsed suddenly, and countless tiles fell on Su Chang, splashing layers of smoke and dust. Two fighting monsters stood outside the house with teasing looks in their eyes. Suddenly, a loud voice came from under the collapsed house. The next second, a heat wave gushed out and flew in all directions. In the center of the heat wave, tiles and soil began to burn and gradually melted. Su Chang, who had turned into a fireman, slowly stood up at this time, with melted tiles and soil still scattered around his body. He swung his right hand, and a short blade that was also burning with flames appeared in his hand. Two fighting monsters in the upper soul control realm have really given me a difficult problem. Su Chang looked at the two fighting monsters in front of him and whispered something. His own realm is only at the upper soul control realm now, so it is easy to imagine how difficult it would be to fight two people at once. But the flames on Su Chang's body suddenly shook. I just like fighting guys like you. Wang Jiao and Zhang Ju chose to act together. The two stood on the back of Wang Jiao's foaming bird and looked at the situation below. At this time, the demons had basically invaded the city of Karl, and even a large number of beggars were slaughtering crazily. Most civilians ran towards safe areas under the protection of the guards, but even so, a large number of civilians were still injured. Damn, there are too many of them. Zhang Ju's eyes scanned the entire scene sharply and said in a deep voice, the two of us can't handle so many. Zhang Ju looked at both sides and said, Sister He and Su Chang were also held back by the demon. Wang Jiao had a serious expression on his face. He was shocked as he looked at the large number of demons and beggars on the ground. Where on earth did all these demons come from? They definitely couldn't have escaped all at once. What's the point of their inspections? Zhang Ju said unhappily, so many demons haven't been detected yet? Suddenly, a psychic wearing guard armor noticed the figures of Zhang Ju and Wang Jiao, and he immediately said to his men, you guys escort them to the center. I'll be back soon. The soldier escorting the civilians nodded. Seeing this, the psychic wearing the guard's armor flew up and flew towards Zhang Ju and Wang Jiao. Zhang Ju frowned slightly as he looked at the guard flying towards him and the others. Senior, be careful. He is a demon. At this moment, a guard emerged from the ruins and shouted loudly to Zhang Ju and Wang Jiao. Zhang Ju and Wang Jiao's expressions changed drastically. The guard in the air also realized that his identity was exposed, so he stopped acting and stretched out his right hand into a claw to grab Wang Jiao's foaming bird. Wang Jiao's eyes focused, and he immediately controlled the wind-ping bird to dodge the attack. Seeing this, the fake demon continued to grab the foaming bird, trying to kill it completely. At this moment, a sharp voice was heard. How dare a mere fake demon be so presumptuous? Along with the sound came a blood-red wind blade. The fake demon didn't even have time to react before being cut in half by the blood-red wind blade. Wang Jiao and Zhang Ju turned around suddenly and exclaimed, Student Ji. That's right, the one who just took action was Ji Churan's sky-splitting griffin. After killing the fake demon, the sky-splitting griffin raised its head proudly. At this time, Ji Churan, riding on the back of the sky-splitting griffin, nodded slightly to Wang Jiao and Zhang Ju. Chen Meng floated beside him, as if to protect him. Behind the two of them, there were several Indian psychics wearing battle robes. It was obvious that these Indian psychics were all high-ranking officials in Karl City. Teacher Wang, Instructor Zhong, are you alright? Ji Churan asked softly while sitting on the back of the sky-splitting griffin. Wang Jiao and Zhang Ju looked at each other, then laughed at the same time. It's okay, thank you for your help, classmate Ji. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Ji Churan smiled and nodded, but Lao Chen and I met the guardians of Karl City on the way. They will fight alongside us from now on. The senior officials of Karl City behind Ji Churan also followed the customs of Lonyuan country and saluted Wang Jiao and Zhang Ju. Wang Jiao and Zhang Ju returned the greeting upon seeing this. At this time, a senior official from Tianju State spoke first. Everyone, our most important priority right now is to protect the residents and get them to a safe place, so, let me do it. Before the Indian leaders could finish their words, a kind voice came from the sky. This voice immediately attracted the attention of Ji Churan and others. Ji Churan shouted even more happily. The senior officials of India were stunned when they heard this title. Why is this big guy here? Under everyone's gaze, Dean Wei appeared in front of everyone riding on a whirlwind. He nodded kindly to Ji Churan, which made Chen Meng, who was standing beside him, feel that Dean Wei was biased. Dean Wei slowly landed next to Ji Churan from the air and said to everyone, leave the escort of the residents to me, and you just focus on the fighting. Upon hearing this, the senior officials of the Indian kingdom looked at each other in surprise, and finally bowed and agreed. Holy shit, aren't we here to support? Why do we still have to fight in the end? Ha ha. Suddenly, a man with a black tail appeared in front of everyone, breathing heavily. When they saw it, they were stunned, because this person was Captain Jia, whom Ji Churan had met before. "Wei, Mr. Wei, why don't you wait for me?" Jia Yuan was so tired that he stuck out his tongue and almost fainted. "I am a special-type psychic in the transformation realm, chasing a wind-type psychic in the Dharma realm. Isn't this asking for my life?" Captain Jia. Ji Churan looked at Jia Yuan with a smile and greeted him. Jia Yuan raised his head, pointed at Ji Churan and said, "I know you, Ji Churan, I know you. I can't forget your handsome face, but now's not the time to talk about that. Let's finish this first. After all, we're robbing, getting paid." Dean Wei nodded and said, "That's right. It's only natural to get things done for money. Let's resolve this matter first." After saying this, Dean Wei turned into a whirlwind and disappeared. The senior officials of Tianzhu Kingdom were also very helpless when they saw this. They bowed to Ji Churan and said, "Everyone, we're going to fight first." Chen Meng nodded, and the senior officials of Tianzhu Kingdom flew downwards. Jia Yuan seemed to have recovered at this time. He slowly stood up and looked at Chen Meng, smiling and said, "Old Chen, let's go." Chen Meng looked at Ji Churan, then at the sky-splitting griffin under his mount. "Well, it seems this kid doesn't need any protection from himself. Let's go." Chen Meng nodded and chose to follow Jia Yuan to fight. Before leaving, Chen Meng reminded Ji Churan, "Be safe." After the two left, Ji Churan looked at Zhang Ju and Wang Jiu and asked with a smile, "Teacher Wang, Instructor Zhang, shall we go together?" Zhang Ju and Wang Jiu looked at each other and nodded. So, Ji Churan, Zhang Ju and Wang Jiu formed a team. Hisuruo shook the soft sword in his hand at this time, completely getting rid of the dirty things on it. The Lingxiao on the side also shook his somewhat black beak with a look of disgust. In front of them, large areas of wreckage and ruins of houses mixed with the remains of demons were scattered on the ground. Whether they were fighting demons or demon-eating demons, they were torn to pieces by Hisuruo and Ling Xiaohe. Both the man and the beast are at the level of transformation, and their fighting power is terrifying. "Dirty thing." Hisuruo shook his soft sword lightly, then took out a handkerchief to clean the dirty stuff on Ling Xiaohe's mouth. Afterwards, Hisuruo gently patted Ling Xiaohe's head and said softly, "Sister, thank you for your hard work." Ling Xiaohe shook his head, as if to say, "I'm not tired." Hisuruo smiled dotingly upon seeing this and said, "I'll find you some handsome cranes to play with when I get back." Ling Xiaohe's eyes lit up when he heard that. He liked the feeling of having 3,000 handsome men in his harem. Suddenly, a huge heat wave hit Hisuruo and Ling Xiaohe. Their expressions changed after feeling the heat wave. It's Su Chang's supernatural power fluctuation. Hisuruo frowned, immediately turned over and sat on Ling Xiaohe's body and said, "Go and help." The Ling Xiao crane fluttered its wings and flew towards Su Chang. At this time, the flames on Su Chang's body began to float. There was no way. The fighting talents of the fighting monsters were too abnormal. Even though Su Chang had extremely rich combat experience, it was difficult for him to deal with two fighting monsters. At the same level, Do Yao's combat ability will indeed give it a large advantage. The two fighting monsters also knew that they had the upper hand at this time, so they attacked Su Chang madly, making Su Chang extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly at this moment, Chen Wen's voice came out. "Su Chang, is 1 second enough?" Su Chang's short blade kept blocking the limbs of the two fighting monsters. After repelling the two fighting monsters with one sweep, Su Chang grinned. "That's enough." Chen Wen in the sky nodded immediately after hearing this. Chen Wen's current realm is not high either. She has barely reached the middle level of the soul control realm. It is very difficult for her to control the illusion of two fighting monsters in the upper level of the soul control realm. However, if it is just a 1-second illusion, it can still be done. Accompanied by Chen Wen's supernatural power being activated, the battle scene of Su Chang below also changed. In the eyes of the two fighting monsters, Su Chang suddenly stood still. The flames on his body completely disappeared, revealing his true body with a tired face. Seeing this scene, the two fighting monsters smiled excitedly, rushed towards Su Chang, and raised their limbs to grab Su Chang, prepare to kill with one blow. But just when the two fighting monsters attacked Su Chang, a strange scene happened. Their attacks actually went straight through Su Chang's body. It was as if Su Chang's figure was just a shadow, without any substance at all. After seeing this scene, the two fighting monsters suddenly panicked, as they noticed something unusual. But it's all too late. Flame slash! Su Chang's voice suddenly came from behind the fighting monsters, causing the souls of the two fighting monsters to tremble. The scorching temperature immediately made Do Yao feel the threat of death. Before they could turn around, a slashing blow with terrifying flames came towards their necks. In an instant, their necks melted as if they were smelted, and their heads rolled down at this moment. After defeating the two fighting monsters, Su Chang visibly breathed a sigh of relief and came out of the fireman state. He gasped for breath and gave a thumbs up to Chen Wen in the sky. Chen Wen smiled slightly in the air, and just as she was about to check other places, a blood-red figure rushed towards her at a high speed. Su Chang's smile froze instantly. When she felt the wind and waves coming towards her, Chen Wen immediately used her special ability to shock the blood-red figure in front of her. She seized the moment when the enemy was stunned and fell to the ground. The blood-red figure also shook his head and regained his clarity. This blood-red figure is also a kind of demon, named Zhu Yao. At this moment, the feathered demon had a ferocious expression on his face, looking at Chen Wen falling towards the ground with helplessness and rage. It doesn't dare to stay on the ground, after all, the sky is its home. Just as the feathered demon was about to retreat, the cry of a crane was heard from a distance. When Chen Wen was about to land, she controlled herself to float up and then landed steadily. She and Su Chang looked into the distance at the same time and saw Yi Siruo riding the Lingxiao crane towards the feather demon. Chen Wen smiled slightly. It's Sister He. Su Chang also breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Sister He is here, the sky will be alright. At this time, the feathered demon also met Lingxiao's hateful eyes. It turned around and ran away without saying a word, not daring to hesitate at all. After all, Ling Xiuhai is in the transformation realm. It is just a small middle-level soul control realm. A soul control realm warrior fighting a transformation realm warrior, isn't that courting death? However, the speed at which the feathered demon escaped was still too slow for Ling Xiuhai. The sky-high crane spread its wings and quickly chased after the feathered demon. Yi Siruo watched the scene expressionlessly and drew out his soft sword. Looking at the feathered demon getting closer and closer, Yi Siruo said coldly, "Can you get away?" The feathered demon was completely panicked. It looked back at Lingxiao and then began to accelerate frantically. But in the end, he could not match the speed of Ling Xiuhai and was caught up by Ling Xiuhai. Yi Siruo also swung out his sword, and the sharp sword cut the feathered demon into two halves. After doing all this, Yi Siruo and Ling Xiuhai returned to Su Chang and Chen Wen. "Ha ha ha, Lao Chen, your defense is not good enough. Can you be a little tougher?" Jia Yuan looked at the demons colliding with each other in the distance and shouted with a smile. Chen Meng's face was filled with black lines, and he angrily scolded Jia Yuan. "Damn it, if I'm tougher, how are these monsters going to die?" It turned out that Jia Yuan was planning to do something fancy. He asked Chen Meng to add steel to the demon, and then he himself would inflict disaster on the demon. This way, he could watch a large-scale battle between demons. It's a pity that Chen Meng was too soft to the demon's steel transformation. Basically, the demon died as soon as it hit him, which made Jia Yuan a little frustrated. "You're still the same, you haven't improved at all." Chen Meng seemed to notice Jia Yuan's mood and scolded him angrily. "What if something unexpected happens?" "Don't worry, there won't be any accidents." Jia Yuan's eyes flashed. "Even if there are any accidents, I, Jia Yuan, will take care of them." After saying that, Jia Yuan looked at Chen Meng with a smile. Just like before, the words Chen Meng wanted to curse were stuck in his throat and he remained silent for a long time. As if he remembered what happened in the past, a trace of sadness flashed in Chen Meng's eyes. "You are unreasonable. Never mind, it's up to you." In the end, Chen Meng chose not to say anything more and turned his attention to the demon. Jia Yuan smiled slightly and turned his head. Ji Churan and others also came to a city center in Carl City. The city center of Carl City no longer looked like a city center. All that could be seen was ruins. Countless collapsed buildings and demons gnawing at human remains formed a wasteland. Even the ground was covered with a layer of light red. There are obviously more demons in the city center, and there is a demon standing on the ground almost every certain distance. Zhongju frowned. "There are 11 fighting monsters, but they are all in the soul control realm. I haven't seen any fighting monsters in the transformation realm." Zhongju's special ability is the A-level special ability Eagle Eye, which allows him to observe scenes from very far away. Not only that, he can also judge the enemy's weaknesses with his own eyes. It is a very powerful observation ability. Coupled with Zhongju's own strength in the upper soul control realm, he can often accurately strike and kill the enemy when facing him. However, there are quite a lot of beggars here. Zhongju's eyes flashed and he spoke. Upon hearing this, Ji Churan and Wang Jiao looked down and saw that there was almost one or more beggars standing next to every demon. At this time, the beggars and demons all looked up at Ji Churan and others in the sky. The moment they saw the sky-splitting griffin, they scattered and chose to run away. The sky-splitting griffin in the transformation realm, if he doesn't run away, is he waiting to die? When Ji Churan and Wang Jiao saw the scene, they did not launch an attack directly, but turned to look at Zhongju. Zhongju's eyes completely turned into an eagle's eyes, constantly scanning the surroundings. After confirming that there were no traps, Zhongju nodded and said, "No trap." Upon hearing this, Ji Churan and Wang Jiao no longer hesitated and controlled their beasts to attack the demons. At the same time, the senior officials of Carl City also came with their defenders and chose to join the battle. Ji Churan sat on the back of the sky-splitting griffin, watching the sky-splitting griffin swing out one blood-red wind blade after another. Wherever the blood-red wind blades went, almost no beggars or demons could resist. Countless beggars and demons died tragically in these blood-red wind blades. The defenders of Carl City were all trembling. The sky-splitting griffin in the transformation realm is extremely powerful. However, Wang Jiao's wind pang was not to be outdone. It swung out one whirlwind after another in the air, knocking the demons and beggars into the air, and finally crushed them to pieces with the wind pang's sharp claws. Zhongju held two swords and used his special abilities to lock onto the weaknesses of demons and beggars, killing them with one blow. The other defenders also attacked the demons and and defenders frantically. The fighting power of Ji Churan and others greatly increased their confidence and strengthened their bloodiness. The situation on Ji Churan's side has begun to turn around, and the same is true on Chen Meng's side. After the defending general chose to join, Jia Yuan stopped laughing and started to eliminate the demons and beggars. Jia Yuan's fighting style is very strange. He can attack demons and beggars at will, but once the demons and beggars attack him, their attacks will become ineffective or even attack themselves due to some accidents. Such a scene made many demons and beggars choose not to fight with Jia Yuan anymore and instead started to run away. At this time, Chen Meng was completely crazy with killing. Man of Steel is more than just a defensive ability. When Chen Meng completely turned himself into steel, his fist became the most terrifying attack. He punched each demon and each beggar, and the demons and beggars fled in panic. At this moment, Chen Meng finally revealed his true strength. Middle Transformation Realm. Ha 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 ha, I haven't had such a good fight in ages. Chen Meng smashed another demon to pieces and laughed out loud. Keep fighting. Today there is no Shudao Mountain. Today there is only Iron Fist. Every punch Chen Meng threw was accompanied by a fierce storm, which broke the hearts of the demons and beggars. Not only that, the defenders of Carl City also received special care from Chen Meng. Although Chen Meng looks rough, he is actually very delicate inside. This can be seen from the battle in the academy. Chen Meng can seize the critical moment and steal the people who are about to be harmed. Many defenders who were attacked by demons and vital parts were turned into steel at the critical moment and thus survived. The defenders who discovered this became very brave and began to attack the demons and beggars without fear of life and death. Seeing this, the remaining demons and beggars knew that this plan had completely failed. After all, who knew that people from Longyuan Kingdom would be in Tianzhu Kingdom? The remaining beggars and demons ran towards the outside of Carl City, preparing to escape from the place they invaded. However, when they approached the exit, they discovered 3 humans have already arrived. It was Hisuruo, Su Chang, and Chenwen. Hisuruo gently stroked Ling Shoa, looked coldly at the fleeing demons and beggars, and said in a cold voice, "Can you escape?" After saying this, the sky crane spread its wings, let out a long cry, and began to fly into the air. At this moment, the beggars and demons knew that they could not get out. In an intact house in Carl City, a man in a black robe was looking at his side with affection. There was endless warmth in his eyes, as if he was looking at the thing he cherished most in the world. "Xiao Rou, the demons' plan has failed. They can't escape. Don't worry, I will take you away from here. You will be fine." "Absolutely not. Xiao Rou, I don't want to help the demons either, but I have no choice, because they are the only ones who can see you, and they are the only ones who acknowledge your existence. Other people just want me to get treatment, but I'm not sick. I'm not sick, Xiao Rou. Everything they do is not to treat me. They are to kill you." The man in black became more and more excited as he spoke, and his tone became more and more passionate, but the tenderness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. However, if there were someone here, they would definitely find it extremely weird, because there is no one beside the man in black. But in the eyes of the man in black, there was a young girl sitting next to him, an ordinary-looking girl. But it was this girl who made the man in black feel so tender. The girl looked at the man in black worriedly, gently grasped his hand and said, "Hushing, I will always be by your side no matter what. But I'm really worried. I'm really worried about your safety. The demons." As the girl spoke, tears began to fall. The man in black suddenly felt extremely distressed. He gently wiped away the girl's tears, hugged her, and said softly, "Don't worry, Xiao Rou, I'll be fine." Xiao Rou buried her head in the black-clothed man's chest and said happily, "Hushing, as long as you are happy, I will be happy. I will make sure you are happy forever." Upon hearing this, the man in black also showed a happy smile on his face. "Hey, I didn't expect that you would choose to be a traitor in the end." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice made the man in black alert. He stood up suddenly, stopped Xiao Rou behind him, and looked at the person outside the door vigilantly. When he saw the person coming, his pupils trembled wildly. That's right, the person outside the door is Dean Wei. Dean Wei looked at the man in black and the air behind him with a sad face. "Have you already betrayed the human race?" Dean Wei suppressed his grief and said sullenly to the man in black before him, "Wu Hushing, have you really betrayed the human race?" Wu Hushing knew he couldn't escape after seeing Mr. Wei. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect you, Dean Wei, to be here too. It really is fate." Dean Wei was completely furious at this time. He appeared in front of Wu Hushing in an instant, and every word he said was filled with anger. "Wu Hushing, do you know the consequences of betraying the human race?" Wu Hushing smiled bitterly and said with his head down, "Of course I know, but I can't do anything." He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes met Dean Wei's, and shouted, "They want to kill Xiao Rou. I have no way. I really have no way. That group of demons wants to tear Xiao Rou away from me. How can I allow this? They all say I'm sick, that Xiao Rou is a figment of my imagination. But Xiao Rou has been with me for 10 years. 10 years. Wu Hushing became more and more excited as he spoke, and his tone became completely loud. "Xiao Rou has been with me for 10 years. But what about them? They only spent half a year with me and then denied Xiao Rou's existence. How can I accept this? Except running away. I have have no other choice, I really have no other choice. As Wu Huxing spoke, he became more and more emotional and tears couldn't stop flowing. Xiaoro, who was standing behind him, wiped away Wu Huxing's tears with eyes full of heartache. Huxing, don't be sad. I will be sad if you are sad. Wu Huxing heard this, and while crying, he smiled and said softly, okay, I'll listen to you. Ding Wei fell silent as he watched Wu Huxing suddenly talking to the air. He knew that Wu Huxing was receiving treatment. 3 years ago, Wu Huxing awakened the S-level space-related ability Jiuxian in Zhengzhou, attracting competition from 5 prestigious universities. Naturally, they also went to Sichuan and Chongqing University of Special Abilities. But in the end, Wu Huxing chose Zhengzhou University of Special Abilities. Ding Wei felt a little regretful about this, but despite his regret, he did not choose to snatch it by force. He respects other people's choices. After choosing to join Zhengzhou Ability University, Wu Huxing's talent was fully revealed. Space-type psychics are already rare, let alone S-level space-type psychics. Zhengzhou University also dotes on Wu Huxing very much, and a lot of materials are invested in Wu Huxing. And Wu Huxing is also very powerful, and he is very good at using space-related abilities. The elite training camp won the championship and even took first place in the national competition. It once made Zhengzhou Ability University famous. It can be said that 3 years ago, Wu Huxing was the one who surpassed all others. However, even such a glorious Wu Huxing was revealed to be suffering from delusional disorder after the national competition. The evidence is that someone discovered that Wu Huxing often talked and laughed with the air, and also introduced his air friend Xiaoro to others. Zhengzhou University of Supernatural Powers also discovered this problem. They were afraid that Wu Huxing would have problems acquiring supernatural powers in the future due to his delusional disorder, so they treated Wu Huxing. The result is predictable. Wu Huxing ran away, using his spatial ability to open a passage and escaped. Although Zhengzhou Ability University searched the whole country, it still could not find any trace of Wu Huxing. Wu Huxing has disappeared since then. This incident also caused Zhengzhou Supernatural University to become controversial. After all, Zhengzhou University of Supernatural Powers caused the human race to lose an S-level combat force. However, this is not the most sad thing. The most sad thing is that after Wu Huxing, for 3 whole years, there was no S-level mutant in Longyuan Kingdom until Ji Churen's generation. Wu Huxing looked at Ding Wei, then at Xiaoro, and began to hesitate. Ding Wei seemed to know what Wu Huxing wanted to say, and he said firmly, I won't let you go, you should know that. From the moment you betrayed the human race, I had the right to kill you. Wu Huxing's expression darkened when he heard this. He looked at Xiaoro behind him and made up his mind. Mr. Wei, if you want to kill me, I won't complain, but I hope you can take good care of Xiaoro for me. As he was talking, Wu Huxing touched Xiaoro's head and said gently, Xiaoro, Ding Wei is a very good person. When I'm gone, you have to take good care of yourself. Xiaoro burst into tears, hugged Wu Huxing and shook her head. No, I want to be with Huxing. If you are gone, there is no need for me to exist. Stop it. Wu Huxing said with a serious face, don't say those stupid things. After saying this, Wu Huxing looked at Ding Wei and said sincerely, Mr. Wei, I'm counting on you. Ding Wei looked at the air pushed by Wu Huxing and sighed slightly. He really wanted to tell Wu Huxing that Xiaoro didn't exist at all, but he couldn't bear to say it out loud. After all, Wu Huxing had imagined Xiaoro since he was a child, and had been introducing his best friend Xiaoro to people all over the world. However, no matter how he introduced himself, all he got in the end was the reply that he was sick. In the end, someone even chose to separate him from Xiaoro, who had been with him for 10 years. It's such a feeling, it makes me sad just thinking about it. In the end, Ding Wei chose to respect Wu Huxing and gently waved his hand at the air. Come here. Wu Huxing also smiled and pushed Xiaoro over, but Xiaoro ran back in an instant and hugged Wu Huxing and cried bitterly. I don't want it. I want to be with Yisheng. Why do you interfere with my choice? I am who I am, and I have my own ideas. If Huxing dies, then I will definitely not live alone. Xiaoro looked up at Wu Huxing, tears streaming down her face. Huxing, let me go with you. Wu Huxing hesitated. The next second, Xiaoro kissed Wu Huxing, then separated with a sweet smile. You have to respect me, Huxing. Wu Huxing's tears couldn't stop flowing at this moment. He hugged Xiaoro and said to Ding Wei, Mr. Wei, please do it. Ding Wei took a deep breath and finally raised his hand. At this moment, a voice was heard. Ding Wei paused and turned his head to look. Wu Huxing also looked outside the door. Outside the door, Ji Churen jumped down from the back of the sky-splitting griffin, walked into the room and said, I saw an intact house among the ruins and was just about to come over to take a look when I saw you, Elder Wei. Ji Churen also noticed Wu Huxing holding Xiaoro at this time, and asked doubtfully, You two are two? Wu Huxing was stunned. He pointed at Xiaoro and asked doubtfully, Can you see her? Ji Churen scratched his head and said in confusion, You are holding a living person in your arms. It would be a bit strange if I couldn't see it, right? Wu Huxing felt as if his heart had been struck. He looked at Xiaoro excitedly and said like a madman, Xiaoro, someone can see you. You really do exist. You really do exist. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. When Ji Churen saw Wu Huxing suddenly suddenly going crazy. He felt that Wu Husheng seemed to be a little sick. He turned his head to look at Dean Wei, then pointed at Wu Husheng, as if asking if this person was sick. However, Dean Wei did not answer, but looked at Ji Churan in surprise and asked such a question. Can you really see? This time, it was Ji Churan's turn to feel insecure. He looked at Xiaorou in front of Wu Husheng again and found that he could see Xiaorou no matter how he looked. I can see it. Ji Churan scratched his head and said in surprise, such a big person, normal people should be able to see it, right? Dean Wei frowned. Could it be that Ji Churan also has delusions? But that's not right. What did Ji Churan imagine Xiaorou to do? Dean Wei was a little confused. He stretched out his finger and used his special ability to create a wind cage to trap Wu Husheng. Wu Husheng did not react at all to Dean Wei's behavior, but instead held Xiaorou and looked at Ji Churan excitedly. Ji Churan felt his hair stand on end at the look in his eyes. Dean Wei patted Ji Churan on the shoulder and said softly, "Come out with me." Ji Churan nodded and followed Dean Wei out of the house. As soon as they got outside, Dean Wei threw out a wall of wind to isolate the two of them. He looked at Ji Churan seriously and asked word by word, "Xiaoran, tell me the truth. Could you really see just now, or were you acting?" Ji Churan also knew that something was wrong. Judging from Dean Wei's tone, Dean Wei couldn't see that girl? "I'm not acting. I can really see that girl." Ji Churan still chose to tell the truth. This time, Dean Wei frowned even more tightly. "What's wrong, Mr. Wei? Is there something wrong with that girl?" Ji Churan asked. Dean Wei glanced at Ji Churan again and said, "If you can't see that girl, then things wouldn't be so complicated." That girl was a figment of Wu Husheng's imagination. Dean Wei told Ji Churan about Wu Husheng, and also told him about Xiaorou, the girl Wu Husheng had imagined when he was a child. Ji Churan's eyes widened when he heard this. He had never imagined that the madman before him was actually an S-class psychic from 3 years ago, and he was also a delusional patient. As for the demon saying that he could see Xiaorou, that was absolutely bullshit. His purpose was to pull Wu Husheng into his camp. However, what surprised Ji Churan was that he could actually see Xiaorou, who was imagined by Wu Husheng. What is going on? At this moment, Ji Churan was in a state of confusion and his head was buzzing. Things not only became interesting, but even weird. "So, Xiaoran, what do you think this Xiaorou is?" Dean Wei asked in a deep voice. "Is it a real soul, or just an illusion?" Ji Churan was silent, constantly thinking about the possibility that he could see Xiaorou. "My mental strength is strong, so I can see it? No, this idea is obviously wrong. When I was at Zhengzhou Ability University, there were definitely teachers whose mental powers far exceeded my own, but none of them saw Xiaorou. Even Mr. Wei couldn't see Xiaorou. This means that Xiaorou is not a spiritual being, nor a so-called soul. As for the illusion, that's also unlikely. After all, Wu Husheng had been in this illusion for more than 10 years, and no one had noticed anything unusual. This was almost impossible. But if none of these are true, then how did I see Xiaorou? Is it because I am a time traveler?" Ji Churan's eyes suddenly widened as he realized something. Dean Wei immediately asked upon seeing this, "Xiaoran, do you have any ideas?" Ji Churan nodded and said something amiss. "Yes, but I'm not sure. Tell me what you think," Dean Wei said at this time. "Mr. Wei." Ji Churan slowly looked at Dean Wei and said word by word, "Do you believe in parallel universes?" "Parallel universe?" Dean Wei asked doubtfully. "No one can say for sure about this kind of thing." "Wait, do you think that Xiaorou is a projection from a parallel universe?" Ji Churan nodded, then shook his head and said, "It's just a guess. This matter is a bit complicated." Dean Wei frowned and said, "If Xiaorou is really a projection from a parallel world, then why can you and Wu Husheng see it? Is it because of an S-level ability?" Ji Churan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know either." There was no way. Ji Churan had to respond with "I don't know." He couldn't just tell Dean Wei that he was from another world too. But things like parallel worlds are hard to explain. After all, if he can really see Xiaorou because he is a time traveler, then what about Wu Husheng? Could he also be a so-called time traveler? But this doesn't look like it at all. Let's not discuss this for now. Dean Wei looked at the guards flying around in the sky and said in a deep voice, "Let's discuss Wu Husheng's solution first." Dean Wei looked at Ji Churan and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoran, what do you think should be done about Wu Husheng?" "What to do? Kill him, of course." No matter what his reasons were, they could not make up for the fact that Wu Husheng helped the demon. However, Ji Churan knew that he had no say in this matter. The final right of interpretation still lies with President Wei. Everything should be based on Dean Wei's ideas. "Mr. Wei, don't you already have the answer in your mind?" Dean Wei was stunned and his expression changed. "Actually, I want to save Husheng's life. I want to know what he has done in the past few years. He is also a poor child." As he spoke, Dean Wei removed the wind wall and returned to the house. Ji Churan also smiled bitterly and followed. As soon as he entered the house, Ji Churan felt Wu Husheng's excited gaze. Obviously, because of Ji Churan's words that he could see Xiaorou, Wu Husheng completely regarded Ji Churan as a close friend. Wu Husheng's recognition is very simple. That is, if others recognize Xiaorou, he will recognize others. This S-level mutant from 3 years ago had all his weaknesses concentrated on Xiaorou. Dean Wei came to Wu Husheng with a complicated look in his eyes. face. Hushing, do you want to live? Wu Hushing retracted his gaze and looked at Dean Wei, then looked at Xiao in his arms. The next moment, he said firmly, I want to live. I know I made an unforgivable mistake this time, but I am willing to atone for it. I can tell you everything I know. Even if you ask me to continue working as an undercover demon, I'm willing to do that. Wu Hushing glanced at Xiao gently and said softly, everything is for Xiao. Wu Hushing looked at Ji Churan again the next second and said, at least, in this world, there are still people who can see Xiao. Then tell me everything you know. Dean Wei pulled the chair next to him behind him and sat down. Wu Hushing took a deep breath when he saw this. The next second, he felt a warmth. He looked down and saw that it was Xiao holding his hand. I will always be with you, Hushing. Xiao's soft voice echoed in Wu Hushing's ears, making Wu Hushing smile happily. Ji Churan got goosebumps when he saw this scene. Damn it, Dean Wei can't see it, but I can. What's your intention in doing this in front of me, a woman who has been single since birth? Wu Hushing seemed to have noticed Ji Churan's expression. He smiled at Ji Churan, and this smile contained a lot. There is showing off and there is gratitude. At least he could tell from the changes in Ji Churan's expression that Ji Churan could really see Xiao. It's completely different from those monsters. He touched Xiao's head happily and began to talk about his own experience. It turned out that 3 years ago, after he escaped from Zhengzhou Supernatural University, he was immediately targeted by demons. After all, S-level mutants are enough to be included in the kill list of demons. As soon as he left school, he was attacked by beggars. But this group of beggars obviously underestimated his strength and were killed by him one after another. Even when demons came, he killed a few of them. But the demons and beggars had no intention of letting him go and kept chasing him, forcing him to hide everywhere. As time went by, the beggars and demons also knew that Wu Hushing had escaped, and they also knew that Wu Hushing suffered from delusions. So the beggar and the demon chose a very sinister way. They let a beggar approach Wu Hushing, and just when Wu Hushing was about to kill the beggar said this, we can see her. It was this sentence that made Wu Hushing dazed. Afterwards, the beggar took advantage of the situation and said that the demons could see Xiao Rou, and that the human race only wanted to kill Xiao Rou under the pretext of curing her illness. At the same time, they also expressed that they could accept Wu Hushing and Xiao, because once Wu Hushing returns, all that awaits him is the so-called treatment. Wu Hushing also knew this truth, so he chose to join the demon camp. However, as a human, Wu Hushing didn't want to be in the same camp with the demons at all. The reason why he was in the same camp was entirely because of Xiao. However, when he entered the demon world through the space channel torn by the demons, he found these so-called demons can't see Xiao at all. This completely ignited the anger in Wu Hushing's heart. However, because he was in the territory of demons, Wu Hushing didn't dare to show himself, so he endured the humiliation and continued to practice in the world of demons. This group of demons also believed that Wu Hushing had indeed joined them, and began to provide Wu Hushing with a large amount of supplies for his cultivation. After all, even demons would envy those with space-related abilities. At the same time, they continued to brainwash Wu Hushing, saying that only they could see Xiao and that only they were on the same side as Wu Hushing. Although Wu Hushing was dismissive of this, he still looked grateful on the surface. So, he accepted supplies from the demons and lived in the demons' territory wearing a mask. If Xiao hadn't been with him, he might have gone crazy long ago. It is worth mentioning that the demons also felt that Wu Hushing was too important, so they did not let Wu Hushing leave their territory for 3 years and always fed Wu Hushing. Knowing that Wu Hushing had reached the peak of the soul control realm, and that this mission required the use of a space-based psychic, they allowed Wu Hushing to follow them. Wu Hushing wanted to escape from here a long time ago, so he chose to help the demon. At the same time, he also knew that it would be extremely difficult for demons to capture a city on Blue Star. As long as the demons failed, he could escape. As for where to escape to next, he actually had no idea, he just took it one step at a time. Wu Hushing believed that demons could not capture the cities on Blue Star, but this group of confident and arrogant demons did not think so. They arrogantly thought they could conquer India. After all, they had made so many preparations. With the help of Wu Hushing, they can easily invade the city of Karl and Tianzhu. However, things turned out to be beyond their expectations, because Wu Hushing did not help them at all. Wu Hushing simply brought them into Karl City, and then Wu Hushing himself hid himself without taking any action at all. This also means that these demons have no help from their spatial abilities, and they can't fight or run away even if they want to. The only way to escape is to physically run away through the city gate destroyed by beggars. However, the facts are before our eyes. They failed. They were blocked at the exit by Hisuruo and others and were completely wiped out. This gave Wu Hushing a chance to escape. Unfortunately, he was caught by Dean Wei before he could escape. Of course, he had been mentally prepared for this result a long time ago. He didn't care about death, he just felt worried about Xiao. Fortunately, Dean Wei gave him a chance, and he also met someone who could really see Xiao. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Master Wei, this is all I know. Wu Hushing said, I basically don't have much freedom in the demon world. All I do is practice. All I know is what they are willing to tell me. Wu Hushing Husheng apologized sincerely. Dean Wei stared at Wu Husheng, feeling the sound of the wind. Feng told him that what Wu Husheng said was true and he did not lie. Seeing this, Dean Wei sighed slightly. Fortunately, Wu Husheng did not do anything that would anger God and man. Although it brought the demons into the city of Karl, causing the deaths of many residents of Karl, it also almost wiped out this group of demons. The demon world lost a large part of its combat power, because the demons' plan was to come in through Wu Husheng and then escape through Wu Husheng. But Wu Husheng chose to run away, so they came in but couldn't escape, and were caught in the trap. Thinking of this, Dean Wei's brows relaxed slightly. Fortunately, you weren't stupid enough to be completely deceived by the demon. Fortunately, you didn't attack the residents. Otherwise, no one would be able to save you. However, do you still remember the location of the space tunnel you used to enter the demon world 3 years ago? Wu Husheng nodded and said, I remember. Dean Wei was delighted when he heard this. Okay, just remember it. If this thing really comes to pass, then far from being a traitor, you will become a great hero. Wu Husheng was slightly stunned and asked uncertainly, do you want me to continue working undercover? Dean Wei smiled and shook his head. Ji Churan seemed to understand what Dean Wei meant, and immediately said excitedly, Mr. Wei, are you going to take the initiative to attack the demon world? Dean Wei laughed heartily. Xiaorun, you still understand me. Dean Wei stretched out his hand and grabbed the air, saying domineeringly, if they can invade us, then we can invade them too. If the enemy goes, I can go too. Before, I couldn't find the demon's passage, so I couldn't implement my ideas. But now it's different. It's time to test the sharp swords of our human race on these filthy rats. I haven't killed an enemy in many years, and I can't help but feel a little itchy. Dean Wei's words made Ji Churan excited. Is there anything more exciting than a massive army invading an enemy stronghold? When encountering such a situation, the legendary captain would choose to crash the plane first, attack the base and then take off again. Wu Husheng was stunned for a moment, and for a moment he couldn't keep up with the thoughts of Dean Wei and Ji Churan. Normally, shouldn't I go undercover first? Why did I just attack the base directly? The script is wrong. Forget it, as long as Xiao is still by my side. Thinking of this, Wu Husheng looked at Xiao gently again and hugged him gently. Mr. Wei, I think we need to be fully prepared for this matter. Ji Churan said excitedly at this time, in order to ensure the safety of the mission, I think we should transfer some people back. Strive for a quick victory. Imprison once and for all. Dean Wei nodded, thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. It does require some preparation, and I already have an idea. Don't demons like to cause trouble during our important times? Then we'll take advantage of their tricks. Ji Churan immediately understood Dean Wei's thoughts and said quickly, Mr. Wei, you mean during the national competition? That's right. Dean Wei nodded in satisfaction and said, I plan to attack the demon world during the national competition. It's all about surprise attacks. Ji Churan said excitedly, that's a good idea, Mr. Wei. They would never have thought that we would start a war during such an important national competition. Mr. Wei, you are indeed a master of tactics. It's nothing. Dean Wei patted Ji Churan's shoulder with a smile, then immediately changed his expression and said, but Xiaorun, when did I say I would take you with me? Ji Churan's excited expression suddenly froze, and he said in surprise, Master Wei, aren't you going to let me join the battle? Dean Wei said sternly, you still have the national competition to compete in. Ahem. Ji Churan's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Wei, I actually think there are some problems with your plan just now. After all, think about it, if the demons send people to ambush during the national competition, then you won't be able to completely destroy the demons if you invade the base camp. So I think the time to attack the demons should be earlier, preferably before the national competition. That's not what you said just now. Dean Wei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You suddenly realized it. Ji Churan chuckled. I knew you wouldn't settle down, Dean Wei said with a helpless smile. But I really don't plan to attack the demon world during the national competition. Those demons will never sit still. They'll definitely make some moves during the national tournament. So, I plan to attack the demon world in the early stages of the national tournament. As for how to attack, I will arrange it. As for you, Ji Churan immediately stood up and began to massage Dean Wei's shoulders. Oh, Mr. Wei, you're the best. You know, I only have a few aspirations, just, alright. Dean Wei didn't want to listen to Ji Churan's flattery, so he smiled and waved his hand and said, if you want to join the battle, you can persuade Lao Zhou to go. Convince Mr. Zhou? Ji Churan was stunned, then smiled, and said, don't worry, Mr. Wei, I will definitely convince Mr. Zhou. After saying that, Ji Churan continued to massage Dean Wei, which made Dean Wei laugh helplessly. Wu Husheng also watched this scene with a smile on his face and gently massaged Xiao.